You, unemployed at home, just wanted to order a good meal. Unexpectedly, you activated a super low-price system. You secured a top-spec Lamborghini for just 6 yuan. You only spent 1 yuan, yet you can lavishly spend millions to flirt with beautiful streamers. You even bought an entire imperial building for just 9 yuan. All because you activated the universal group buying system, allowing you to acquire anything for just a few yuan. Just now, as you were about to order a meal at home, you accidentally opened an automatically installed yellow icon. As soon as the software opened, a pop-up appeared. Today's hot sale, Lamborghini for 6 yuan each. 1 yuan directly charges a group purchase package of 10 million Douyin coins. A Riverview apartment at Bijian Garden costs only 20 yuan. Seeing the 3 hot-selling products pop up, you were a bit confused. No way, a Lamborghini, Douyin coin package, and a Riverview apartment? This is too cheap. It's absurd. It's like absurdity opened the door for you. Out of sheer luck, you spent 1 yuan on a silly package, wanting to see if it was real. The next moment, your Douyin account 9527 successfully recharged with 10 million Douyin coins. Thank you for using the universal group buying system. Is this real? You immediately opened Douyin, and upon seeing your total assets of 10 million Douyin coins, you jumped up in excitement. This is incredible. You quickly bought the 6 yuan Lamborghini and the 20 yuan Riverview apartment. After completing the payment, your phone rang. Hello, this is Shenzhen Lamborghini 4S. The Lamborghini rice you ordered has arrived. When can you come to pick it up? A respectful female voice came from the other end. Okay, I'll come tomorrow. Your breath quickened. Alright, we look forward to your visit at our 4S store. Have a great day. God is not the home of the ancestral grave smoke. Alembo Kuni also bought success. Have not waited for you to finish excited. The phone rang again. Hello, you bought the house in our Binjiang Garden. The property ownership certificate has been issued. Please come and sign for it if you are free. Okay, I'll come tomorrow. After hanging up, you pinched your handsome face hard. This is truly satisfying. In just half an hour, you had both a car and a house. Soon, as your mood began to calm down, you looked at your phone to calm down. You now had a car and a house, but you still needed cash. Those Douyin coins can't be spent like cash. The Lamborghini needs fuel, and for the house, you still have to pay for utilities and property management fees. Your savings might not even cover the property management fee. Ding! Host, would you like to claim the new user gift pack? You snapped back to attention and clicked to claim it without hesitation. The page flashed, revealing 2 items. A 1:1 cashback card and a user experience card, valid for 1 day. This is incredible. A 1:1 cashback means if I buy something for 100 yuan, I get 100 yuan back. Doesn't that mean I'm shopping for free? Without hesitation, you opened Douyin and happened to come across a local streamer named Lingling. She's really sweet. She was wearing a white sports top and shorts, dancing away. You had just clicked to follow her when she stopped, holding her chest and looking down at the screen. Welcome to the new arrival, brother Jiangnan. Thank you for your follow. Her voice was sweet, melodious, and crisp like first love. Usually, you can only watch for free, but now you opened the gift section and found the most expensive carnival gift. You confirmed the payment with your Douyin coins. Thank you for the carnival, brother Jiangnan. The streamer, speaking to the screen, was so surprised by the gift effects that she covered her mouth. Account number 9527, card income 3,000 yuan, balance 7,444, 66 yuan. A notification sounded, confirming the cashback from the gift Douyin coins. Perfect. You looked at the streamer as if you saw 100 million, clicked to pay again, confirming yet another carnival gift. Thank you, brother Jiangnan. Love you. The streamer, having received 2 carnivals for the first time, stood up, making heart signs with both hands, dazzling everyone. What dance does brother Jiangnan like? How about I dance the Flower Guardian for you? Lingling's sweet voice rang out. This stirred cheers from dozens of her fans. Flower Guardian is a popular, fast-paced song. What a treat for the eyes. Just after she mentioned Flower Guardian, 4 more carnival gifts arrived in the livestream. Wow, the big shots are really here. 6 carnivals already. Looks like the streamer is about to make a comeback. Quick, streamer, jump up and secure the top spot. At this moment, you were so motivated by the cashback that you felt ecstatic and became even more generous towards the streamer. After Lingling finished her dance, you sent another 5 carnivals. Thank you, brother Jiangnan. Love you. You can request a song or dance. I can do most dances. Lingling, slightly out of breath, blinked her big eyes and cutely posed for the screen. If you want to thank me, just do a split. You sent this message. The live stream immediately became lively. Indeed, big shots are big shots. Their interests align with mine. I also want to see the streamer do a split. I'm ready to take a screenshot. Brothers, Lingling looked flustered at the top spot's request, her face turning a bit red. Doing a split has its intricacies. I wonder what kind he wants to see. With so many people in the livestream, it would be embarrassing if she accidentally exposed herself. Seeing the uproar in the livestream, you sent another message, just do a split facing the wall. Okay, brother. She stepped back a bit, turned to the wall behind her, and executed a perfect vertical split so straight. This caused the freeloaders to cheer, but they were disappointed as they missed the exciting part. You wouldn't want to disappoint them. You had already locked in this little streamer. Soon, Lingling finished her split and returned, chatting with her fans. While doing so, you picked up your phone and sent a private message to the top spot. Thank you, top brother. You casually shared your WeChat ID, hoping to connect. You wondered if the streamer looked like she was chatting with the top brother. It's possible, just look at her shy expression. Oh my, another streamer has fallen. Noticing the comments on the screen, you checked your private messages. Sure enough, besides Lingling, several strangers had messaged you. You didn't pay much attention to them and first added Lingling's WeChat. Hello, brother Jiangnan, I'm Lingling. They're all watching you. Aren't you afraid to chat with me? Won't they get jealous? It's okay, having you is better than 1,000 troops. I don't care, you replied, flattering her. This made you, who was once a poor loser, feel at ease. You keep streaming well, otherwise, your fans will leave. I'll come back when I have time. For now, I have to go. After saying this, you sent another 20 carnivals and then directly closed Douyin. Your account now had nearly 100,000 yuan. You should go out and treat yourself first. The bait has been cast, now just wait for the fish to bite. You took a nap in the rental, then headed straight to the nearest mall, planning to pick up your car tomorrow. You look so shabby right now. Arriving at the mall, you went straight to the Gucci flagship store and bought 2 pairs of shoes and 3 pieces of clothing, spending over 90,000 yuan without a second thought, since you got cash back right away. After changing into your new clothes and shoes, you tossed the old ones into the trash and spent over 3 hours browsing the mall. You bought a new phone. Speaking of which, I bought one yesterday and then went out for a fancy dinner, while you returned to the shared apartment carrying a bunch of bags. Thanks to the cashback card, after shopping for a while and buying a ton of stuff, you didn't spend a dime. Sitting on the couch, you picked up your phone. You started exploring this group buying system. As a new user, you were given a trial opportunity to purchase 3 items and could earn points through spending. These points determine what features you can use on the app daily, just as you were deep in thought. A message from WeChat was sent by Lingling. Brother Jiangnan, I've been pulled into a PK with them. They have a big brother helping them, and if I lose, the punishment will be terrible. Please come and save me. I'm on my way. The cashback card still has time, so you immediately logged into Douyin and clicked directly into Lingling's livestream. Without even checking the PK progress bar, you opened the gifts, selected the carnival, and sent out 10 of them at once, quickly turning the tide. Brother Jiangnan is so impressive. Lingling was about to cry just now, but now she's smiling from ear to ear, which has made the opponents anxious. As long as we hold on for the last 2 minutes, we'll win. Another hero has emerged. Come on, brothers. Don't you want to see that streamer do a handstand? Under the pressure from the opposing streamer, their side surged forward, and the lurking top supporter started sending out carnivals. This kind of PK makes you feel like it would be easier to just crush them outright. You opened the gift carnival and started sending them one after another. Thank you, my brother Jiangnan. You're so awesome. I love you. Lingling's praises made your heart flutter. Life is indeed enjoyable for the wealthy. To rich people, these streamers are just big toys. While thinking this, you sent out 30 carnivals in a row, causing the opponents to give up. Alright, we won. Let's all watch the streamer do a handstand and give our brother Jiangnan a round of applause, shouting out loud in the livestream. In just a few minutes, you managed to send out 120,000, which is still quite far from your cashback goal. So, you quickly sent Lingling a message. Do you still want to PK? Brother Jiangnan, are you going to be busy again? No worries. If you want to continue piking, tonight I'll make sure you experience the joy of it and reach the peak of your life. Are you serious, brother? Lingling's face turned red. She isn't naive. She knows that there will always be a cost for any gain. Of course. As long as you want, tonight I'll treat you like a princess. Alright, I'll listen to brother Jiangnan. After hesitating for a second, Linlin chose to seize this opportunity. Just focus on the PK, leave the rest to me. After giving your instructions, you went to recharge your account, which still had over 7 million bean coins, adding another 200,000 yuan. This restored your account to just over 10 million bean coins. Meanwhile, the punishment for the opposing female streamer was also done, and the excitement in Linlin's live stream hadn't faded yet. Linlin had already chosen a streamer to PK, a talent streamer with around 1 5 million fans named Phone Little Sister. How do you want to compete? For the losers, let's do it for 5 minutes, and the loser has to do 10 bends. Lin chose a fitting punishment for herself. After saying this, she clicked to start the PK. Lin seemed a bit carried away by the top supporter. It was bold of her to challenge such a big streamer. Ignoring all that, Lin had already started dancing. Meanwhile, you kept clicking on gifts, sending out 100 carnivals in one go, and your fingers were starting to get sore. What is this operation? It's too extravagant. It left the fans in shock. It's clear that the top supporter is really spoiling Lin. The opposing PK streamer reacted and immediately shouted in the live stream, "Brothers, I'm being bullied. If I win, I'll give you all benefits. Charge in, brothers. Boost foam. We have to watch the benefits and recharge while sleeping tonight." Once someone takes the lead, others follow, and both sides are sending gifts like there's no tomorrow. You also kept at it, finally draining all the bean coins in your account. You didn't even check if Lin won. Instead, you quickly looked at your bank account, which showed 1 million. After spending 10 million bean coins, you got back 1 million. If you want to continue sending gifts, just put in another 1 million, and after you're done, you'll return to the live stream. Lin achieved a great victory and is now loudly thanking brother Jiangnan in the stream. He was excited. Not only did they win against a big streamer, but they also earned around 400,000 in tips. Brother Jiangnan, shall we continue? An excited Lin picked up her phone and sent a message. I'll send you another 1 million. Are you willing to come out with me tonight? You smirked slightly. You initially planned to discuss the revenue share with Lin, but now you changed your mind and decided to be straightforward. You can't let all this effort go to waste. Seeing the reply, Lin's heart was truly in turmoil. It was indeed true. No one could escape this unspoken rule. Brother Jiangnan, I can come out, but you have to treat me a bit better. Ultimately, Lin gave up her bottom line and principles. She understood that meeting a big spender like you was rare, and there was no shame in yielding to money. Alright, let's meet directly at Hanlong Plaza. I'll buy you some gifts first. Got it, then wait for me to finish the stream. Lin struggled internally for a moment but ultimately set aside her concerns. Her real name is Ling Yana. As a fresh graduate, he had sent out resumes for several months without any response. Eventually, he moved in with a friend and started his live streaming career, which had been going for 2 to 3 months with mediocre results. He might receive dozens or even hundreds of gifts in a day. His friend came to work in Deep City, earning only a little over 6,000 a month, while she had already made over 500,000 tonight, equivalent to working for 8 years. On the other side, taking advantage of the remaining time on the cashback card, you rushed towards Hanlong Plaza while placing a bunch of luxury orders online for brands like Hermes and LV, ordering from every major brand. You spent nearly 1 million at one store. In just 10 minutes, you had bought around 8 million worth of items online, and once all were shipped to your Jiangjing flat, it would be completely filled. Upon arriving at Hanlong Plaza and seeing that Lin hadn't arrived yet, you walked into the plaza, planning to take the opportunity to spend some money first. Welcome, sir. This is Burberry, and I'm Cindy. I'm happy to serve you. As soon as you walked into a luxury store, the beautiful sales associate at the entrance greeted you with a smile. I want every new and classic bag. You entered the store and pointed straight at the counter. The sales associate was a bit taken aback. You want them all? You added, check what men's styles you can recommend that match my vibe and bring them over. Any bags, clothes, or accessories are fine. I'll give you 10 minutes. Bring as many as you can, and I'll buy them all. Okay, right away. Cindy excitedly dashed off. 10 minutes later, Cindy returned with about a dozen pieces of clothing. Would you like to try them on, sir? No need. Let's just settle the bill. Alright. Cindy quickly pulled out a calculator from her bag. The dozen bags only cost over 300,000, and with the clothing, the total comes to over 720,000. It's just 720,000. Looks like you guys are a bit cheap. Is this even human language? Cindy nearly rolled her eyes, but thinking about her commission of at least 20,000 to 30,000 made her feel happy inside. Let's swipe the card, and please deliver these items to my doorstep. You happily completed the transaction and provided the address for Binjiang Garden, then moved on to the next store. Seeing you about to leave, the shocked staff collectively bowed as they escorted you out of the store, thrilled. Next to you were Chanel, Gucci, YSL, and so on. You used the same approach to sweep through 3 luxury stores, spending over 3 million in total. At this moment, your WeChat phone rang. Brother Jiangnan, I've arrived at Hanlong Plaza. Where are you? I'm at Dior. You casually glanced at the store you had just entered. 3 minutes later, welcome to Dior, ma'am. I'm here to meet someone. Lin Yana felt a bit anxious. Do you have a friend inside, ma'am? Yes, Lin Yana replied, glancing into the corner of the store, where a guy was sitting playing on his phone. Brother Jiangnan, you heard the call and looked up to see a girl at the door, dressed in a pure outfit that easily scored over 90 points, eagerly waiting. You waved at the girl at the door, signaling her to come in. Lin Yana nervously walked inside. Lin, this is Brother Jiangnan. Lin Yana secretly assessed this top supporter. He looked young, probably around her age. Have a seat and take a look at these bags. Pick out some you like, you calmly invited. Are you really going to gift me a bag? Lin Yana hesitated. The Dior bags were not cheap. Didn't I just say I'd get you a gift? Hurry up and pick. We still need to go to the next store. Your words left Lin Yana looking puzzled. Just choose quickly, we're on a tight schedule. To Lin Yana, this sounded different. She didn't expect this top supporter to be so eager, wanting to rush and give her gifts. She felt a twinge of disappointment. Before she could think too much, the sales associate returned with a pile of clothing and accessories. Sir, have you seen enough? That's enough. Pointing at Lin Yana, you said, go pick out a few more outfits for her. Sure, sir. Lin Yana looked at the bags and clothing on the coffee table, feeling overwhelmed. Don't just stand there, hurry and pick a bag. This prompt finally snapped her back to reality. Lin Yana steeled herself. Since it had come to this, she might as well pick an expensive one so she wouldn't feel shortchanged. She picked up a large black Lady Dior handbag. I'll take this one. You didn't say anything but nodded directly. At this moment, the sales associate had returned with several pieces of clothing. Let's settle the bill. Wrap up these women's clothes and that bag separately. Hearing that it was time to check out, the sales associate was ecstatic. Oh my gosh, what a big spender. If I were a few years younger, I wouldn't hesitate to throw myself at him, she thought to herself. The sales associate kept tapping away on the calculator. Sir, the total comes to 1,356,700 yuan. Let's swipe the card, it needs to be done twice. A single transaction can't exceed 1 million, and then we'll take care of the remaining amount. The sales associate had already brought the POS machine and knelt on one knee in front of you to provide service. Lin Yana was also dumbfounded. She was a bit shocked. So this is how the wealthy shop. While others ponder over a single bag for ages, a top supporter like you buys everything at once. Once the sales associate finished processing the payment, she began packing. You were in a hurry, so you didn't wait for them to finish. Lin Yana stood there, gazing at the items to be packed, her eyes filled with anticipation. Brother Jiangnan, can I take these? You walked out first. Lin Yana happily picked up the black bag and followed you, while a group of sales associates bowed and thanked you at the door. After just a few steps, you stormed into the next luxury store. Lin Yana could only follow you inside. Once you entered, you pointed at the bags on the counter and told the nearby sales associate, bring me all the new and classic styles, and finish it within 10 minutes. Also, pick a bag for her. Sure thing, boss. The words startled Lin Yana, standing to the side. Brother Jiangnan, don't I already have one? No worries, you must pick one from each store. Even though spending money feels great, it's a bit scary how much you're splurging. Don't worry, it's good to prepare more gifts for meeting someone online for the first time. Money isn't an issue. We need to make sure to buy up all the luxury items in this mall before they close. Buying everything up is insane. The way the rich speak is so different. While we just browse, they buy everything. Turns out he was overthinking it. The constant urging to go to the next store wasn't about going to a hotel to recharge, it was about shopping. After visiting a few more stores, they finally explored all the luxury shops on the first floor, and indeed, each store let Lin Yana choose. She couldn't bear to leave them in the store and followed you with a bunch of bags in hand. Even Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin didn't escape. Each store had Lin Yana choose a watch. Under your pressure, she picked the cheapest quartz model, which was around 150,000 yuan, but you rejected it for being too ugly. Now, on her wrist was a Martis series watch worth 290,000 yuan. Since you said it looked cold, she didn't take it off. As for the Patek Philippe, she had to keep it in her bag to treasure it. Enough already, good brother. I know you're nice to me, and tonight, even if it means selling myself to you, it's all worth it. Lin Yana thought to herself, trembling with excitement while holding items worth hundreds of thousands, afraid of dropping them. You're carrying quite a lot. Why don't we go get a room to drop off the stuff? You stretched lazily. It's finally happening. Lin Yana shyly nodded, looking at you. None. Lin Yana lowered her head and said softly, her face flushed, already certain in her heart. Let's go have some late night snacks. I completely forgot to ask if you had eaten before coming over. I ate, Lin Yana replied in a very small voice. Seeing the other person carrying so many things, with bags big and small making it hard to walk, Zhang Yuan made a suggestion. You have quite a lot to carry, how about we get a room first and drop off the stuff? It was finally coming. It seemed that getting a room was unavoidable, and Lin Yana shyly nodded. Zhang Yuan tentatively asked, and surprisingly, she agreed. That was like a heavenly sound, piercing straight through Jiang Yuan's heart. It seemed there was hope for tonight. He felt joy inside but dared not show any happiness on his face. Being too carefree might scare her off. He picked up his phone to search the map, and just next door, there was a Ritz-Carlton hotel, which seemed to be 5-star. He wasn't short on money at all. He had to stay somewhere expensive, especially since this was his first date with an online friend. He had to make the most of this rare opportunity. He helped her carry her things, and they walked together toward the nearby Ritz-Carlton. Lin Yana thought they would go to the parking lot but was surprised when he led her to another mall. Where are we going? There's a 5-star hotel in the mall next door. Let's go there to rest. Oh. With her head down, she followed Jiang Yuan slowly. Are you still studying? I'm at Shinda, in my senior year. University life is great. I really miss it. Brother Jiangnan, which school did you graduate from? The one next to your school, Tongda. I didn't expect we were so close. When you were a freshman, I was already a senior. Maybe we even passed by each other on some street nearby. Jiang Yuan spoke confidently, surprising himself with his own words. After this exchange, the two became much more familiar. Lin Yana no longer shyly looked down and occasionally asked questions. Upon arriving at the Ritz-Carlton, they headed straight to the front desk. Hello, sir, do you have a reservation? The receptionist asked sweetly. No, is there a presidential suite available? There is one left, would you like to book it? Seeing the large bags they were carrying, including several Dior, LV, and Celine items, the receptionist felt a pang of envy. Why were all the rich people so lucky? Yes. Book it. Alright, sir, the room rate is 99,900 yuan. Jiang Yuan handed over his ID and bank card without hesitation, then turned to Lin Yana. You brought your ID, right? I did. Lin Yana blushed as she dug it out from her bag. Still reeling from the impact of those luxurious bags, she was further shocked by the price of the room. It was way too expensive. She thought a hotel room for 1,000 yuan would be reasonable. Jiang Yuan took a quick glance at her ID. Thankfully, the photo looked quite nice, and it indicated she was female. Sir, please wait a moment. I've already notified the butler to come and assist you. Butler? Jiang Yuan was confused. Sir, when you check into the presidential suite, a professional butler will be assigned to provide you with 24-hour service. You can ask her for anything you need. Within a few minutes, a woman in hotel uniform approached them, greeting them warmly. Hello, sir and madam. I am your butler, Bella. Please follow me. The butler even helped Lin Yana carry her things and led them to a private elevator that went straight to the presidential suite. Upon arriving at the presidential suite, Jiang Yuan, the country bumpkin, was utterly shocked. The room was 400 square meters. It was incredibly luxurious. The total area of all the buildings in his home didn't even add up to a quarter of this place. The butler introduced the rooms to them while helping to prepare their things. Is there food for tonight? Yes, sir. Please take a look at the menu and let me know what you'd like, and I'll have it ready for you shortly. Okay, Linlin, you decide what to eat. I'm fine with anything. Jiangnan brother, you order. Lin Yana, who had just arrived in the room, seemed a bit distracted. Her heart felt like it was filled with many little monsters. She knew what the unspoken rules for tonight were. After all, being a streamer meant encountering all kinds of people in the live broadcast room, those who understood and those who didn't, but eventually came to understand. Although she was prepared, the closer it got, the more nervous she became. She wasn't a materialistic woman, but everything she encountered tonight had already overturned her worldview. While at the mall, she had slowly convinced herself to be ready, because that kind of extravagant spending truly surpassed her fantasies about love. She already had hundreds of thousands in cash, along with luxury handbags worth hundreds of thousands and watches worth over 500,000, totaling more than $1 million. She couldn't believe it was real. She had nothing to offer in return, only perhaps something that might be precious or not. After all, back in school, she had seen a girl go out with a guy for several nights just for the latest iPhone. There was also a girl who often skipped class with a designer bag. She had seen her get into a car at the school gate and drive away. But tonight, staying in such a luxurious place should be enough, right? After the butler left, only Jiang Yuan and Lin Yana remained in the room, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Jiang Yuan turned on the TV and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. At that moment, the night was beautiful, and the splendor of the city was vividly displayed under the night sky. The lights of countless homes shone brightly, all so wonderful. How many years had she envied this life? Tonight, I can finally overlook its beauty in this city. The night view outside made Jiang Yuan feel a surge of pride and freedom. Even Lin Yana in the room was temporarily forgotten by him. It wasn't until he heard a sound of movement approaching that Jiang Yuan snapped back to reality. I haven't seen the night view of this city, sorry. A simple truth that left Lin Yana momentarily speechless. Jiang Yuan casually took Lin Yana's hand, wanting to share the night view outside with her. Lin Yuna didn't refuse. She let him hold her small hand and moved closer to the floor-to-ceiling window, her body feeling a bit stiff and tense. This was Jiang Yuan's first time holding a girl's hand. Her soft grip was warm, delicate, and felt wonderful. They both stared blankly out the window, neither saying a word, just holding hands. Ding-dong, the sound of the doorbell pulled them back from their reverie, and Jiang Yuan released Lin Yuna's hand. "I'll go check, it should be the food." He opened the door, and the butler pushed in a small cart filled with covered plates. "Sir, the dishes are ready. Would you like to eat now?" "Yes, please place them on the table." Jiang Yuan invited Lin Yuna to sit at the dining table. Orchid braised shark fin, soup-filled yellow fish, red wine braised beef, Irish braised lamb, French stir-fried mussels, 3 delicacies matsutake braised sea cucumber. Buddha jumps over the wall. The butler served the dishes while announcing their names, lifting the lids to reveal beautifully presented food, even making Lin Yuna, who had been distracted, feel her appetite awaken. After placing the dishes, the butler poured the red wine into glasses to breathe and stood by to serve. "You don't need to wait here, we can eat by ourselves, otherwise it's a bit uncomfortable." Jiang Yuan wasn't used to being watched while eating, so he asked the butler to take a break. "All right, sir, if you need anything, just call me anytime." After everyone left, Jiang Yuan picked up his chopsticks and started tasting the food. "Wow, it's delicious, really delicious. Lin, you should try some." Encouraged by Jiang Yuan, Lin Yuna also picked up her chopsticks. Since they were already here, it wouldn't hurt to eat a bit. After all, why not enjoy it? After trying a bite, she found the dish indeed very tasty, worthy of a high-end hotel. "Do you want to drink some red wine?" The butler said. "It's Lafite, quite expensive." "Brother, I don't drink." Lin Yuna shook her head. "I've never had Lafite either, so I don't know if it's good." Jiang Yuan raised his glass, sniffed it, and was hit by the sour smell of the wine. He took a big gulp. Cough, cough, cough. "This isn't that great. It's not much different from a 20 yuan bottle." He drank too quickly and choked a bit, which made him complain even more. Lin Yuna, sitting across from him, couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Yuan's antics. With the beauty laughing, the atmosphere improved significantly. The two then casually enjoyed the food, chatting and eating. Out of curiosity, Lin Yuna also took a sip from the nearby wine glass, only to find it very bitter and not tasty at all. However, since the wine cost several thousand a bottle, she couldn't bear to spit it out and forced herself to swallow it. Before long, her face turned rosy, making Jiang Yuan glance at her a few more times. Earlier, with the butler around, he felt shy to stare, but now that they were alone, his gaze held some different thoughts. When Lin Yuna looked up, he quickly averted his eyes, as if caught doing something sneaky. Jiang Yuan had no experience in dating girls, he had only seen it in novels and movies. As a seasoned loser, he had spent 4 years in college becoming the most pitiful single dog in his class. He envied the campus couples who held hands and went to the woods every day, not knowing what it felt like to hold a girl's hand. After being single for so long, he almost got dragged into a romantic situation by a classmate. He thought it was just a shower and a massage, but when the girl asked him to take off his pants, Jiang Yuan got so scared that he ran away. Since it was late and he couldn't return to school, he had to squat downstairs and wait for his classmate to come out. When his classmate saw him like that, he just shook his head, saying he was hopeless, and took Jiang Yuan to an internet cafe to comfort him. At this moment, while they were still eating, Jiang Yuan's fantasies were only playing out in his mind. He waited until Lin Yuna said she was full before he stopped, fearing that if he stopped eating, she would feel embarrassed to continue. After moving to the living room to rest, Jiang Yuan looked around and found a refrigerator. He took out a can of cola. "Do you want something to drink?" "I'll just have water." Jiang Yuan took out a bottle of water from the fridge, San Pellegrino, a brand he had never seen before. He walked to the living room and handed it to Lin Yuna, who tried to twist the cap but couldn't open it. Jiang Yuan had to put down his cola, take the bottle from her hand, twist it open, and hand it back. "Thank you." Then the scene fell into a slight silence. "Earlier, I said I would give you another million in gifts. Do you want to go live now?" No, brother, you've already given me so much tonight, really no need to give more." Lin Yuna was startled and quickly waved her hand to refuse. The thought of giving a million in gifts so casually was truly shocking. With such extravagant gifts tonight, if he were to give another million, it would be over the top. How rich could this guy be? She couldn't quite comprehend it. "All right then, I'll give it to you tomorrow." The cashback experience card had to be used quickly, and it had to be used before noon the next day, otherwise, there would be no cashback card left, and if he had to spend a million cash with no return, it would be heartbreaking. "It's getting late, why don't you go take a shower first?" "I'm fine, I've already washed." Lin Yuna blushed and refused, feeling a bit embarrassed. Alright then, I'll go wash up. Running around to so many stores tonight has really tired me out. John Yuan didn't pay her any mind and headed towards the bathroom. Damn, this presidential suite is really extravagant. There are 2 bathrooms. He went into the larger one, and a sense of luxury hit him. This bathroom must be at least 30 or 40 square meters, all covered in marble, with an enormous bathtub in the center that could easily fit 2 people without feeling cramped. How could he not use such a bathtub? While waiting for the water to fill, he took out his phone to check. There were about 13 hours left on the cashback card. His level was still L0, and he had 3 points. It seemed that today's extravagant cashback had nothing to do with points. He wondered when the app would update and if it would be as extravagant as today. John Yuan felt a bit excited about tomorrow. Thinking of the charming little beauty outside, his heart began to race, and he searched for some information online. Alone on an empty bed, making a wife by hand, this matter is too embarrassing to mention to outsiders. His mind was filled with the teachings of little films. He had never experienced anything like this before, and he didn't want to make a fool of himself tonight. The more he read, the more anxious he became. The internet was full of stories about how men quickly lose their composure on the first night. No way, is the first time going to be that terrible? John Yuan looked at his own body and thought, come on, you can't be that bad. You need to step up. He encouraged himself. Half an hour later, John Yuan came out wearing a bathrobe. Lin Yana met his gaze for a moment before quickly turning her face away, blushing. Aren't you going to wash up? I'm telling you, that bathtub is huge. It feels so good to soak in it. I'm not going. Alright then, let's rest. Hearing this, Lin Yana almost bit her silver teeth in frustration, her heart racing even more. John Yuan had already walked towards the big bed in the master bedroom. Wow, this bed is huge, at least over 2 meters, it looks so comfortable. He stopped in his tracks, surveying the master bedroom. Lin Yana followed behind him, not expecting him to suddenly stop, and bumped into John Yuan's back, a soft impact. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She quickly apologized, her face turning even redder. Are you very nervous? John Yuan asked. Lin Yana didn't answer but lowered her head. Actually, I'm pretty nervous too. It's my first time meeting someone online. John Yuan said with a self-deprecating smile. Brother, can you turn off the lights? Lin Yana softly requested. Can you see clearly? I can. Alright then, I'll turn them off. John Yuan had 100 reasons not to, but he didn't want to make it difficult for her. He walked to the bedside and turned off all the lights, then crawled into bed. In the darkness, they fell into a kind of tranquility, where the only sounds were their breathing. Lin Yana took a few deep breaths to gather her courage and then, in the dark, walked to the other side of the bed. In the darkness, there was a rustling sound, and then the blanket was lifted. John Yuan could imagine she had crawled under the covers. He reached out to touch Lin Yana, but the bed was too big, and he couldn't find her. He had to move towards her. Finally, he touched her body, and she trembled slightly. Why are you still wearing clothes? John Yuan pulled her into his arms in the dark, drawing her closer, and began to explore her lips with his own. Feeling the softness of the girl's lips, he kissed her, and John Yuan, lacking any kissing skills, didn't even know what was so good about kissing. Gradually, John Yuan became lost in the moment. He was no longer satisfied and began to reach for other places. Who can withstand the test in such a scene? I can't help but think of the ancient writer Tao Yuanming's essay Peach Blossom Spring. Following the stream, I suddenly encountered a peach blossom forest, with no mixed trees, fragrant grass fresh and beautiful. Saying too much is forbidden. Those who want to see it can message me privately. John Yuan didn't expect that this time he accidentally stumbled upon a treasure. After many attempts, he finally realized that Lin Yana was just like him, both inexperienced. No wonder their various responses last night were so awkward. He suddenly felt quite lucky, randomly selecting a streamer on Douyin, and the gifts he sent out actually returned quite well. In the morning, after waking up, he found himself alone in the darkness reminiscing. He didn't know how long last night had lasted, only that they had finally fallen asleep in each other's arms, exhausted. In the dark, Lin Yana had actually woken up long ago, but she didn't dare to move, blinking her big eyes at the ceiling, not knowing what she was thinking. John Yuan moved slightly. Lin Yana couldn't help but exclaim. What's wrong? John Yuan asked curiously. You just pressed my hair. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine, brother Jiangnan. Lin Yana replied understandingly. In the darkness, they suddenly fell into silence again. John Yuan didn't know whether to turn on the light, get up, or continue experiencing this moment. Brother Jiangnan, will you forget me in the future? Will we meet again? Lin Yana seemed a bit sad as she asked. I won't, I will always remember you. and we can meet anytime in the future. I will also always remember Brother Jiangnan. After saying this, she silently added a sentence in her heart, Brother Jiangnan, you are my first man, I will remember you for a lifetime. While Jiang Yuan was still in a dilemma, he suddenly thought of the cashback card. Lin, get up quickly, go live stream, I want to send you gifts. No need, Brother Jiangnan, really no need, you've already given me so much. Hearing this, Lin Yuna didn't know whether to feel sad or what. Even like this, he was still thinking of sending her gifts. Sigh, does she seem so materialistic in his eyes? No, you live stream for my benefit. I can only send you gifts to get this reward, so you live streaming is helping me. If you don't, I can only send gifts to others. Jiang Yuan's explanation made Lin Yuna a bit suspicious. Really? Absolutely, if I lie to you, I'm a little dog. Alright, if I can help my brother, then I will do it. Seeing Jiang Yuan say this, Lin Yuna believed him in her heart and prepared to get up and get dressed. Ouch, she felt a bit uncomfortable in her body but could only endure it to get up. But in the dark, she couldn't find her clothes. Brother, I can't find my clothes, should I turn off the light? Okay. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed and reached out to fumble at the head of the bed. Click, the room was instantly bright, and the clarity of the view made Jiang Yuan's eyes widen. The scene before him was simply extraordinary, a rare sight between heaven and earth. Oh no, brother, don't look. Lin Yuna quickly grabbed the clothes on the floor and wrapped herself up, but the clothes were so small that covering a bit was useless. Jiang Yuan was left dry-mouthed, truly a stunning beauty. Lin Yuna awkwardly hugged her clothes and walked towards the bathroom, and after a while, she came out, her face flushed, looking at Jiang Yuan, softly calling out, Brother Jiangnan. I'm getting up too. Jiang Yuan stood up directly from the bed. Lin Yuna covered her eyes with her hands. The scene was too embarrassing. The earlier stimulation made Jiang Yuan fall again. The features were very obvious. She had seen that ugly guy. Jiang Yuan also blushed. He had never been in such a situation before and quickly found his clothes to put on. I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuna finally let go of her hand. Her face already as red as a little apple. You can start the live stream in the living room, or you can do it in the bedroom. I'll go outside and order some breakfast. After a night of getting used to each other, Lin Yuna had become gentler. Brother Jiangnan, I'll find a suitable place, you can arrange the rest. Okay. Jiang Yuan turned to go out while Lin Yuna looked for a spot in the bedroom. After all, everyone would see the live stream later, so she needed to choose a place that wouldn't be easily discovered. Otherwise, she might not be able to withstand the fans' questions. Brother Jiangnan, I'm ready, can we start? Sure. Jiang Yuan had just called the butler to have some breakfast sent up when he heard Lin Yuna's response and immediately picked up his phone to open the Douyin app. Good morning, friends. I have something to do today, so I can't dance. I'm just here to let you know I'm taking a break. In the camera, Lin Yuna looked stunning, not wearing any makeup but with a face full of collagen, naturally beautiful. Jiang Yuan didn't say a word and directly started sending gifts. He generously sent out 300 Manhwa without a second thought, completely ignoring Lin Yuna next door who was sending him heart signs and saying I love you. A few minutes later, he finally finished sending the 300 Manhwa, leaving a group of confused fans still bewildered. What kind of rhythm is this? They couldn't understand at all. The top fan came in the morning to shower the streamer with money? The streamer didn't do anything. Can she really just lie there and earn money? With such extravagance, why not share some with us? They wondered if it was still possible to go to Thailand now. After sending the gifts, Jiang Yuan texted Lin Yuna to let her know she could end the stream. Lin Yuna said a few words to the fans in front of the camera before shutting it off, looking as if she had just committed a crime. She still didn't know how the fans would discuss her. Brother Jiangnan, is there anything else you need me to do? No, let's have breakfast first, and we'll talk after. Oh, Jiang Yuan devoured his food. He had to admit that the breakfast at this 5-star hotel was far more satisfying than the 2 big meat buns he usually had every morning. With 3 hours left, he wondered what else he could buy. While eating, he pondered. Right, a car, he could buy some luxury cars. He opened the map to search for nearby luxury car dealerships. Fortune was on his side, there was a Bentley. Choosing this place last night was indeed the right decision. Across from him, Lin Yuna was nibbling on her breakfast, occasionally stealing glances at him. She saw Jiang Yuan's expression change from excitement to joy and wondered what he was thinking. Until Jiang Yuan caught her gaze, and she quickly lowered her head when discovered. Seeing her eat breakfast, Jiang Yuan felt a stir in his heart. She was truly a good girl, so he said, Lin. Ha! Lin Yuna, who was eating, looked up at him. Well, I didn't expect you to be a first-timer too, so I don't want our encounter last night to be just a transaction. I'm giving you a choice now. You will be my woman from now on, only with me. What do you think? Lin Yuna's tears immediately flowed down. He wants me to be his woman, sob sob sob. The disappointment in her heart was shattered in an instant, as if she had received a beautiful answer. I'm willing, she nodded frantically, overwhelmed with joy. Jiang Yuan couldn't stand to see a woman cry. He took a tissue and walked over to help her wipe her tears. Lin Yunna's pent-up emotions from the night were finally released, and Jiang Yuan came to her side, directly hugging her. It turned out that holding the person you like felt so wonderful. After comforting Lin Yunna and waiting for her mood to improve a bit, Jiang Yuan still needed to hurry and take care of business. I need to go out to take care of some things and buy a few items. Do you want to come with me? Brother Jiangnan, I can't walk well today. Will it delay your schedule? Lin Yunna really wanted to go, but her body was not cooperating. She felt a tearing pain in her lower body just after using the restroom. In that case, you can rest at the hotel and wait for me. I'll come back to find you after I'm done, and we can go eat. Okay, Brother Jiangnan, you go ahead. I'll wait here obediently for you to come back. Jiang Yuan had to hurry, so he made up his mind and left directly. After going downstairs, he extended his stay at the front desk for another day. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the nearest Bentley dealership. Lin Yunna stayed in the room, preparing to lie down and rest. She lifted the blanket and saw the marks she had left behind, instantly blushing again. She wondered if she could take the sheets with her. She opened her phone and found that her best friend had called her many times and sent messages. Lin Yunna, if you don't respond soon, I'm going to call the police and report you missing. Startled, Lin Yunna quickly made a video call. As soon as it connected, her friend started talking rapidly. A girl with a bob haircut was spitting words at the screen. Lin Yunna, are you trying to die? You disappeared all night and didn't answer calls or messages. Are you going to heaven or what? What on earth have you been doing? Did someone take you out? Hey, wait a minute, Lin Yunna, turn your phone around so I can see where you are. Her friend had been so busy scolding her that she hadn't even noticed where she was. Yao, I went to a hotel with a guy. Oh my, with your looks, where's this guy? Let me see. The guy has already left. I'm the only one left in the room now. You, Lin Yunna, I worried about you all night, and you actually went to a hotel and stayed in such a nice place. How could you do this to me and not take me with you? Oh, my sister, how could I take you with me? Lin Yunna tried to explain and finally managed to calm her friend down. You did, Yao, just wait until I get back. I'll throw a bag at you. She decided to buy her friend a nice bag to comfort her heart. Then she snuggled under the covers and savored the moment. Meanwhile, about 10 minutes later, Jiang Yuan arrived at the Bentley dealership by taxi. The entrance was very simple, decorated in gray and black, with a large Wing B logo above the door and the word Bentley below it. Looking through the door, he could see a few cars inside. In the past, Jiang Yuan would only dare to sneak a glance while passing by. He would never have the courage to step onto their steps. He touched the phone in his pocket, took a deep breath, and walked into the store. Sir, welcome to Bentley. As soon as he entered, a pleasant voice greeted him, followed by a waft of fragrance. A beautiful woman with an elegant figure approached him, smiling politely. Jiang Yuan glanced at her. Indeed, the salespeople in luxury car dealerships were attractive. The one in front of him was at least an 80 out of 100. With delicate makeup and a subtle fragrance that truly lifted his spirits. Sir, do you have a particular model in mind? I can introduce it to you, Yang Nanqing continued sweetly. She had just been scolded in the morning meeting, and if she didn't sell a car this month, her salary would be deducted. But luxury cars were not easy to sell. Bentleys often started at 2 to 3 million, and the number of people who could come to the dealership in a day was very few. Occasionally closing a deal was already a blessing. Making sales every month would require burning incense and praying to ancestors for protection. After being scolded in the morning meeting, she still had to continue preparing to receive customers in the store as usual. Although the customer who walked in today was dressed head to toe in sports brands, Yang Nanqing did not want to miss any opportunity. At least she had a client to attend to, which would help her avoid some scolding later. Jiang Yuan pointed to an SUV and a sedan in the lobby and said, "Then introduce these two to me." "Sure, sir, please follow me." They first walked to the SUV, and Yang Nanqing began her introduction. "This is our new Bentayga for this year, with a V8 engine and 550 horsepower. While explaining, she opened the car door, allowing Jiang Yuan to get in and experience the feeling of holding the steering wheel. Jiang Yuan had only ever touched the steering wheel of a Santana at driving school, and after getting his license, he hadn't driven again. Now, with his hands on the genuine leather steering wheel of the Bentayga, looking ahead, a sense of grandeur surged within him. I'll take this one." "Sir, what did you say?" Yang Nanqing, still explaining the interior, was momentarily stunned, thinking she hadn't heard him clearly. "I said, I'm buying this car." "Sir, I haven't told you the price yet." "No matter, how much is it? You go ahead and prepare the order." This was too extravagant. Yang Nanqing felt a bit shocked and very excited. She still told Jiang Yuan the price and configuration of the car, and after he listened, he nodded. Just the top configuration, and you need to help me with the license plate. Alright, sir, we offer license plate services. When can I pick up the car? The fastest would be about a month. Jiang Yuan shook his head, too slow. See if there's an available car that I can drive away today. Let me check. Please wait a moment, sir. Where did this tycoon come from, wanting to drive away on the spot? For luxury car brands like theirs, cars were usually reserved months in advance. Yang Nanqing could only hurry to ask the manager about the inventory situation. Soon, she returned with the manager. Hello, sir, I'm the manager here. I heard you need an available car. Do you have any price or model requirements? None, just let me drive away soon. What a coincidence, sir, we happen to have a flying spur. Please follow me. This car has been in the store for 3 months. The original buyer cancelled the order. See if you can accept it. Jiang Yuan didn't care about the car. As long as he could swipe his card now and drive away, that was enough. He followed them to take a look at the sedan. Wasn't this the model he had just seen? It seemed acceptable, so he decided to buy it quickly. This car still counts as hers, right? Jiang Yuan pointed to Yang Nanqing, who was standing beside him. This was her business. The manager wouldn't cheat her, would he? Ah, of course, sir. All the cars you buy today will count towards Yang Nanqing's performance. You can rest assured, we have clear regulations. Buying nearly 6 million worth of cars in one go, the manager wouldn't dare offend such a big client. Alright, then let her prepare the order. Sure, sir, please come to the VIP room upstairs. We'll have some tea while we wait for her to handle the paperwork. The manager cordially invited Jiang Yuan upstairs, trying to win over a big client, hoping for future business. The luxury car business wasn't easy these days. For cars over 2 million, Bentley's biggest competitors were Rolls-Royce and Maybach S-Class. There wasn't much to compete on the cars themselves. It mainly came down to brand and service. There weren't many customers in the store, so everything was processed quickly. In less than half an hour, Jiang Yuan had swiped his card for 6 million, and the car he could take away was ready for him. From yesterday to today, Jiang Yuan had spent less than 30 yuan, and now he owned nearly 40 million worth of assets. His wealth had skyrocketed, and he had risen to the top in one step. When he received the key to the Bentley and started the car, it truly became an asset under his name, and that feeling was simply amazing. There is still more than an hour left for the cashback card experience, and previously, Jiang Yuan had thought about whether to buy a house. However, the housing prices in the city are not cheap, with the lowest being 50,000 per square meter, and the procedures for buying a house are too complicated. Buying a new house requires capital verification and a lottery, which wastes time. If buying a second-hand house, one needs to find the property, negotiate, and then sign the contract and make the payment. The whole process takes at least half a day at the fastest. He can go see a riverside large flat in the afternoon. Having a place to live is already quite good, so there's no rush for a house. Just now, while waiting for Yang Nanqing to handle the procedures and the forest shop to maintain the car, he continued to search online for luxury goods that he could order. When he thought of buying a car, he suddenly remembered new energy vehicles and wondered if he could pay directly online. After searching around, all the brands required a deposit of 5,000 and needed to pay in-store later. If he did that, the cashback card would be gone, and they wanted him to buy offline. Did he look like a fool? In the end, he would be spending his own hard-earned money. Jiang Yuan started his own Bentley, and Yang Nanqing sat beside him, introducing some features of the car. In the cramped space, Yang Nanqing's long legs and black stockings were on the other side, and Jiang Yuan couldn't help but steal a glance or two. Miss Yang, do you know where there are supercars for sale nearby? Mr. Jiang still wants to buy a sports car? Yeah, we have a Continental in our store. It's also a sports car. You mean that one? Jiang Yuan pointed to a Bentley sports car he saw ahead. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I can introduce it to you. Forget it, that sports car is too ugly. I want a supercar, a cool one. Jiang Yuan's rebuttal left Yang Nanqing speechless. Ugly? It seemed not very cool, but it costs 3 million, you know. Seeing Yang Nanqing's defeated expression, Jiang Yuan clicked his tongue. Forget it, since we're here, let's buy it together. You go place the order, and then take me to find a supercar. I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes, seriously. Hearing this, Yang Nanqing confirmed at once and immediately ran out of the car to get the contract and card machine. In less than 10 minutes, the two squeezed into Jiang Yuan's Bentley and swiped for another Bentley Continental. Alright, now let's go buy a supercar. You lead the way. But I'm at work right now. What work? Isn't today's performance enough for you? It's enough. Yang Nanqing pouted, not daring to retort. After driving out of the Bentley's back door, Yang Nanqing found him the nearest supercar shop, which was a McLaren. It was Jiang Yuan's first time driving, and he was a bit rusty. At first, he drove like a tortoise, but wherever he went, the cars behind kept their distance. Although it was slow, no one dared to overtake. If there was a lane change mistake, he would be fully responsible, and there wouldn't be time to cry. The whole way, Jiang Yuan drove very comfortably, but his actions made Yang Nanqing beside him unable to help but cover her mouth and chuckle. This guy was so cute. It took him 17 minutes to cover a 3-kilometer distance. He should have let Yang Nanqing drive. As soon as they arrived at the McLaren store, he tossed the car to Yang Nanqing and dashed into the store. His sudden action startled the people inside, thinking a thug had rushed in. "Excuse me, sir, what do you need?" A girl in uniform, holding a folder, bravely asked from the side. "What do I need?" "To buy a car." "Oh, sir, this way please." No need for an introduction, just quickly place the order. This one, I want them all." Jiang Yuan pointed directly at the 2 supercars in the showroom. "All of them?" "Yes, I'll give you 10 minutes. Hurry up and place the order, or I'll get someone else." Time is of the essence, and she kept asking again and again. "Open, open, open." Although the McLaren salesperson was flustered, she quickly picked up the contract and started writing. "This is the McLaren GT, 2.08 million, and this is the McLaren Artura, 2.38 million. Sir, will it be full payment or installment?" "Full payment, hurry and bring the POS machine." Since there was only a limit of 1 million, Jiang Yuan accompanied her to swipe 5 times, and finally, everything was bought. At this moment, Yang Nanqing also walked in, which puzzled the staff inside McLaren. How did a girl in uniform come here? Did this boss have a thing for uniform temptation? With only half an hour left to experience the cashback card, Jiang Yuan finally had nothing else he wanted to buy. Sitting in the VIP room of McLaren, Yang Nanqing stayed by his side waiting to complete the paperwork. "Sorry for delaying your work." "It's fine, Mr. Jiang, serving you is also my job. Here, take a look at the bags above. Which one do you like? You choose." Jiang Yuan opened the LV official website on his phone, scrolled to the bag page, and handed the phone to Yang Nanqing. "Mr. Jiang, are you buying for someone?" Yang Nanqing thought he was showing her to help him with ideas. "No, it's for you. Thank you for accompanying me." "Ha?" Yang Nanqing was shocked. What was going on? Was she dreaming? She wanted to slap herself to see if she was still dreaming. She had just closed nearly 10 million in orders that morning, and now the client wanted to give her an LV bag. Was the god of wealth here to bless her? "Hurry up and choose, don't dawdle," Jiang Yuan urged. "Really? For me?" Jiang Yuan ignored her and directly told her to take his precious phone, commanding her. "Choose quickly." Yang Nanqing, a bit dazed, took the phone and started looking, feeling both confused and tempted by LV. And she really began to choose. After 2 minutes, she finally made her choice, selecting a bag worth around 20,000, and returned the phone to Jiang Yuan. "You continue to click, you still need to fill in the address, and give it to me when you reach the payment page." Suddenly feeling a bit like a domineering CEO, Yang Nanqing numbly complied, working her way to the payment page. "Alright, do you want to choose another one? There's still time." No, don't spend more." Yang Nanqing quickly shook her head, unable to calm her heart. The events of the day were too bizarre. Was this handsome guy trying to pursue her? Just ordering 3 cars had already left her in a daze, and now he was giving her a bag. Where did this domineering CEO come from? This was too considerate. Such extravagance really could make her heart flutter. The clients she usually saw, although they seemed wealthy, were mostly middle-aged, and before buying a car, they hinted at taking her out, trying to take advantage. Unlike Jiang Yuan, who directly threw down real money. Yang Nanqing's heart was racing. She secretly glanced at Jiang Yuan, wondering if this guy was really trying to pursue her. Oh my, what should I do? In just 1 or 2 hours, Yang Nanqing had already been overwhelmed by Jiang Yuan's extravagance, which had struck her heart. Seeing that she didn't want to buy anything else, Jiang Yuan directly made the payment. From the initial excitement, after a day and night of shopping, he no longer felt that passion. In these last few minutes, whether to buy something else was already irrelevant. This experience was satisfying, and he had gained a lot. McLaren didn't have any cars in stock. They would have to wait 2 months. After completing the paperwork, Jiang Yuan drove Yang Nanqing back to the Bentley store. When getting out of the car, Yang Nanqing shyly asked, "Mr. Jiang, can I add you on WeChat? If you need anything in the future, you can find me." "Anything you need?" Jiang Yuan deliberately asked. It's about needs when using the car." "Oh, alright." Jiang Yuan read out his number for her to add. Then Yang Nanqing blushed and said goodbye, returning to the store, feeling a bit resentful. Did this bad guy really have to say it so plainly? Jiang Yuan, imitating a joke he saw online, teased her and felt instantly refreshed. He drove slowly back to the Ritz-Carlton, unsure if Lin Yuna had left. It took him about 10 minutes to park in the underground garage, almost forgetting how to reverse into the space. He struggled to park the longer Bentley. This was a new car, and he didn't feel comfortable letting the valet park it, so he decided to figure it out himself. When he got upstairs, the room was silent, and Zhang Yuan thought Lin Yuna had gone out, but the large and small bags in the living room were still there. He checked his phone but had no messages from her. When he walked into the master bedroom, he found Lin Yuna had actually fallen asleep. She must have been too tired last night. After all, they had exercised for quite a while. "Brother Jiangnan, you're back?" Lin Yuna woke up, perhaps sensing someone was watching her, and felt a bit shy upon seeing Zhang Yuan. "Yeah, are you still sleepy? If you want, you can keep sleeping. I'll have the butler bring up some lunch." Lin Yuna struggled to get up, only to realize she was wearing just a pair of shorts to sleep, and quickly shrank back under the covers. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yuan smiled knowingly and went to the living room, enjoying the view. Although a bit shy, Lin Yuna was still quite happy. After all, he liked her figure. Women dress up for the ones they admire. "Brother Jiangnan, I want to go back for a bit this afternoon." Lin Yuna came to the living room dressed and made her request to Zhang Yuan. What's wrong? I didn't bring any change of clothes, and my best friend has been looking for me like crazy. I want to go back and let her know." "Alright, after we finish eating, I'll take you. I need to drive anyway." "Thank you, Brother Jiangnan. Sigh, so gentle and considerate, I must have hit the jackpot." Lin Yuna sat on the sofa in the living room, moving a bit closer to Zhang Yuan to chat with him. "Does it still hurt?" Lin Yuna immediately blushed at the question, knowing what he was referring to. "It doesn't hurt anymore, just a bit uncomfortable walking. Then make sure to rest well when you come back this afternoon." "Okay." The two waited in the suite for the butler to bring lunch, which was quite lavish. This was Zhang Yuan's second big meal, mainly Western cuisine. Australian imported M9 steak, Iberian ham salad, charcoal grilled bluefin tuna, black truffle fried foie gras. This kind of life seemed pretty good, enjoying a sumptuous lunch with a lovely beauty. "When are we going over?" "Maybe a bit later, when she's about to get off work." Looking at the clock, it was still only noon. There was plenty of time. The cashback card experience was gone, and suddenly there was a lot of free time. After a hearty meal, it was easy to feel drowsy, so they decided to take a nap in the hotel. They say a full stomach leads to lustful thoughts, and indeed, people are all the same. Zhang Yuan, who had just discovered a new world, continued to explore this unknown realm with Lin Yuna's cooperation, thoroughly enjoying himself. By the time the sun was almost setting, they finally woke up. Zhang Yuan, who hadn't exercised in a long time, was immersed in the activity, and it seemed there was no way to let Lin Yuna go live today. Lin Yuna was also a novice. Their exploration had just begun, and there was likely much more room for expansion, as they hadn't even begun to use all their skills. "Have you ever met a top supporter before?" Zhang Yuan suddenly asked as they leaned against each other. "No, Brother Jiangnan, you have to believe me, you are the first person I've met." "Really? I was just thinking, are they blind? How could no one notice a campus beauty like you?" Zhang Yuan stroked her hair and complimented her. "Oh, you're just talking nonsense. I'm not a campus beauty." Although Lin Yuna denied it, she felt sweet inside, leaning against Zhang Yuan and acting a bit spoiled. The two of them tidied up and prepared to go out. The clothes from yesterday were a mess thanks to Zhang Yuan, so Lin Yuna put on a dress she bought from Dior, which accentuated her waist, highlighting her curves and making her look fairer. Indeed, clothes make the person, and her looks instantly improved. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, what a treasure she was. How nice, she's mine now. In the parking lot, they got into a Bentley. "Brother Jiangnan, is this your car?" "Yeah, just bought it. Saves me from having to take a taxi, but my driving skills aren't great, so be careful." The seatbelt felt a bit intentional, crossing right between Lin Yuna's chest, creating two slopes. Zhang Yuan silently recited for a while before daring to start the car and drive away. He had to admit, an automatic was relatively easier to handle, and he got the hang of it after a while. After Lin Yuna gave him the address, he checked the navigation and was surprised to find they were already on the outer ring road. This girl lived quite far. After a 40-minute drive, they finally arrived at her apartment complex. The complex was somewhat old, and the appearance of the Bentley sparked curiosity. Lin Yuna initially wanted to carry everything upstairs but suddenly thought of something and ended up only taking an unused bag, feeling a bit embarrassed as she asked Zhang Yuan, "Brother Jiangnan, what is it? Can I give a bag to my best friend? She's the closest person to me in Xinjiang." Zhang Yuan laughed, wondering why she needed to ask him about such a thing. "The bag is yours to give away, you decide what to do with it, no need to ask me. I'm afraid you won't be happy." Lin Yuna was currently very concerned about Zhang Yuan's opinion. Come on, if you give someone a bag, am I going to be jealous? I'm not that petty, and besides, that's someone you think is important. Just decide for yourself. Thank you, brother Jiangnan. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right down. Lin Yana happily picked up a bag and got out of the car. It wasn't that she didn't want to take Jiang Yuan upstairs, but her friend was renting the place, and they were cramped in one room, leaving no space for anyone else. If Jiang Yuan went up, there wouldn't even be a place to sit. Lin Yana opened the door, and her best friend Yao Yao had already returned from work. The moment she saw her, she almost thought she was hallucinating. You, how have you changed? I'm still me, really, you silly Yao Yao. Her friend rushed to Lin Yana's side, grabbing her to take a closer look, then noticed the bag and the items in Lin Yana's hands. What's this? Did you go rob a bank? Did you win a prize? I'm telling you, you can't get mad, okay? Lin Yana felt conflicted inside, unsure whether to tell her the situation. Ultimately, under her friend's pressure and questioning, she revealed that she had gone out with the top guy. Lin Yana, you're a fool. What's the difference between what you're doing and selling yourself? He gave me $1 million. $1 million, and you sold yourself for that? What? $1 million? Yao Yao suddenly fell silent, confirming it was $1 million. She had no words left to scold Lin Yana. What if it were her? $1 million would be enough for her to work for over a decade. Could she refuse? Alright, Yao Yao, brother Jiangnan treats me well. Look, this is a gift for you. Lin Yana handed her friend the gift bag and helped her take out a purse. A Dior bag? Also a gift from the top guy? Yeah, one for you, one for me. I picked it out myself in the store. Don't worry, it's definitely genuine, not a knockoff. What the heck? 55,000 for one. Yao Yao couldn't help but curse when she saw the price tag. Yao Yao, I have to go. Brother Jiangnan is still waiting for me downstairs. What? That rich guy came along too? I'll go chase him away. Oh dear, they sent me here, and I still have to go out tonight. As soon as Yao Yao heard this, her heart ached. Her precious cabbage had been pushed away, and she felt like a meat bun being tossed to a dog. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yao Yao followed Lin Yana to the entrance of the community, where she saw a Bentley waiting. Is that your brother's? Lin Yana nodded. It's quite nice. Yeah, Jiangnan Gage is actually pretty good looking. Good looking? Please, I was talking about that car. It looks a lot like your brother's. Alright, I'm leaving now. You should go back. Don't. Yana, take me with you. I've never been in a luxury car before. Don't worry, I definitely won't be a third wheel. I'll just bring my eyes. Seeing Lin Yana about to leave, Yao Yao clung to her arm and pleaded, such a good opportunity, it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Then I'll go ask Jiangnan Gage. If he doesn't agree, then I can't help it. Okay, you go ask. He will definitely agree. Lin Yana knocked on the car window, and Jiang Yuan rolled it down, asking, Are you ready? Jiangnan Gage, my best friend wants to ask if she can come alone. What? Together? Is it that open? But having a double F isn't bad either. I haven't experienced such treatment yet. Jiang Yuan suddenly started to fantasize, feeling a bit restless inside. Hi, number one brother. I'm Yana's best friend. My name is Yao Yao. Can you take me along? A short-haired girl pushed Lin Yana aside and spoke to Jiang Yuan in the car. Only then did Jiang Yuan notice her. Her eyes were enchanting, and her cute short hair gave off a confident and capable vibe. Her unmade-up features instead revealed a unique charm. In short, she was quite pretty. At that moment, Yao Yao was also sizing up Jiang Yuan. They say that a guy who can drive a Ferrari with one hand is handsome. It turns out that driving a Bentley with one hand is just as handsome. Young, wealthy, and looking gentle, this is a treasure. Many girls have high standards for rich and handsome, but in front of wealth, height and looks can be set aside. Just being rich can outweigh everything else. Why does the national husband Wang Shao attract countless internet celebrities? Is he handsome? Is he more handsome than you in front of the screen? No, right? But Wang Shao once said, I never look at a person's family background when making friends, because they can never be richer than me. Having that confidence is enough to make countless girls rush after me. In front of wealth, the other two words are just embellishments. As long as you're rich enough, even an old horse can be very cool. Alright, then let's go together. Yay, Yana, get in the car. Pulling Lin Yana along, the two of them climbed into the back seat. Her best friend was a bit lively. Along the way, she curiously asked Jiang Yuan some questions, trying to dig into his background, filled with curiosity about the number one brother. The car drove to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, moving from the parking lot to the lobby on the first floor. Jiang Yuan told the front desk to call his butler, while the two girls whispered behind him, sometimes making Lin Yana blush. Once the butler arrived, Jiang Yuan invited them to have a meal at the restaurant, and since he had a butler available, he could ask her to help arrange it. The executive restaurant was specially prepared for guests with executive rooms and above, and the group went up to the 53rd floor with the butler. The butler thoughtfully arranged a table for them by the window. "Wow, this place is so beautiful. To be able to eat here, I really have no regrets," Yao Yao exclaimed, looking out the window. "What do you want to eat?" "Number 1 brother, you order, Yana and I will eat anything." "Jiang Nan Gij, you order, as long as you like it, it's fine." Lin Yana decided to treat them to this meal herself, not wanting her brother to spend money. After all, this was treating her best friend, how could she let him pay? Zhang Yuan picked up the menu and began ordering with the waiter. Baked crab shell with Parmesan cheese, 5-spice honey roasted cod, stir-fried M6 beef tenderloin with okra and barbecue sauce, black pepper stir-fried Australian M9 Wagyu, lobster balls with golden silk oats, braised sea cucumber with yellow braised fish maw, coconut crab claw and fish maw stew with conch, purple ginger crab meat and scallop egg white fried rice. "This should be enough, right? Plenty, plenty." Yao Yao nodded vigorously. Just hearing about these dishes was impressive. They must be delicious. Since this meal had to be paid for out of his own pocket, Zhang Yuan refrained from ordering a bottle of red wine that cost tens of thousands, opting instead for some cheaper drinks for the three of them. Lin Yana's best friend was enjoying her meal and kept urging her to eat as well, directly picking out the best dishes for Lin Yana, showing their close relationship. This was Zhang Yuan's second time dining with a girl, and this time with two. He wasn't quite sure how to chat or flirt, so Yao Yao was the one keeping the atmosphere lively. After the meal, the three of them returned to the presidential suite on the top floor. "Wow! Oh my god, this room is huge." As soon as she entered, Yao Yao was amazed and started wandering around the room. The legendary presidential suite, she finally saw it. She had to take a photo and check in on social media, otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. "Did you sleep here last night?" she whispered to Lin Yana. "Yeah, did you sleep together? Which room did you sleep in?" Such a direct question left Lin Yana at a loss for words. "Can I stay tonight? I want to spend a night here. I've never stayed in such a nice hotel." "How would that work? Isn't there another room? You two can sleep in one room, and I'll sleep in this one. Don't worry, I definitely won't disturb you. I won't hear anything." "Are you crazy?" Lin Yana said, embarrassed and angry, trying to pinch Yao Yao's waist, but she dodged. Watching the two of them play around, Zhang Yuan walked to the master bedroom and picked up his phone to browse. He realized he hadn't checked if there was anything new to buy today. He had been too focused on spending for cashback. Opening the app, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten something important. He had forgotten to pick up the Lamborghini, which he was supposed to do today. He had been so busy buying a new car that he forgot to bring the big bull home. Forget it, he would go tomorrow. First, he needed to look at the house and sort out the parking situation so that when the big bull arrived, there would be a place to park. There were no hot selling recommendations on the group buying app today, just a lonely item. Information inquiry card 1 yuan. What kind of information inquiry is so expensive? 1 yuan. The Lamborghini only costs 6 yuan, but whatever, better to kill wrongly than to let go, so he bought it anyway. Purchase successful, each use requires a payment of 1 yuan. Oh, and there's a catch, after buying it, you can't use it without paying again. Based on its value, this could cost 1 million each time. Is this information worth it? There was a section in the group buying app for items he had purchased, and Zhang Yuan found it, ready to give it a try. Usage instructions. Information inquiry requires providing the other party's ID number and name or a frontal photo of their face. L0 level limited to once per day. Target object must be female. These usage requirements are quite a lot, needing so much information. What if he wanted to look up someone he didn't know? Should he try using Lin Yana's first? Zhang Yuan opened Lin Yana's WeChat and started looking for photos in her moments. Fortunately, the girl hadn't hidden too much. There were a few photos in her moments, which he saved immediately. Returning to the group buying app, he found the usage section. Please enter the ID number you wish to inquire about or upload a frontal photo. He clicked upload, which took him to the album, and Zhang Yuan selected a photo to upload. Querying, please wait. After waiting for a while, the information appeared on the screen. Name, Lin Yana. Age, 22. Occupation, student. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 82 divided by 60 divided by 80. Overall rating, 81 points, out of 100. Freshness, 99%. Freshness is usually related to usage frequency, wear and tear, and condition. Favorability, 80 points. Wow, they really dug deep into someone's information. This information query is a bit outrageous. Measurements aside, the freshness and favorability are simply brilliant. Doesn't this mean that those who go for cosmetic surgery have nowhere to hide? It seems my intuition last night was correct. Lin Yana is just like me, a novice, completely giving herself away. But is this favorability score high or low? 80 points sounds quite high. If the full score is 100, that's fine. But what if the full score is 1000? This information query really missed that one detail. Do I have to censor myself? Unfortunately, I can only check once today, otherwise, I could have compared it with Lin Yuna's best friend. With this favorability score, at least I can gauge how a stranger feels about me. $1 is quite worth it, but if it were $1 million, that would be absurdly expensive. But I have to say, this software is amazing, bro. 666 today's group purchase items have been bought and used up, and Zhang Yuan contentedly came out of the bedroom. In the living room, Lin Yuna and her best friend were chatting and playing around, completely out of order. When Zhang Yuan came out, Yao Yao was sprawled on Lin Yuna, a position even more aggressive than his. What are you two doing? Ah, dead Yao Yao, get down quickly. Lin Yuna, feeling embarrassed and angry, tried to shake Yao Yao off her, and both were flustered, not expecting Zhang Yuan to come out suddenly. In the chaos, Lin Yuna accidentally tugged at Yao Yao's clothes, revealing the edge of her black lingerie, which made Zhang Yuan feel a bit dry in the mouth. Ah, should he just stand there and keep watching, or should he cheer them on? The two girls realized Zhang Yuan was watching, and Yao Yao immediately got off her, adjusting her clothes. Brother Jiangnan, why are you out? Lin Yuna walked over to Zhang Yuan's side, looking like a child who had done something wrong. What's wrong? You two are up to no good, and I can't come out to take a look? No way, alright, just kidding. Yao Yao, aren't you going back? Do you want me to call a cab for you? Hearing this, Lin Yuna's best friend became gloomy. Does that mean he wants her to leave? She quickly gave Lin Yuna a look. Lin Yuna received the message, twirling her fingers several times before looking at Zhang Yuan with eager eyes. Brother Jiangnan, can Yao Yao stay? Let her stay here for the night. Do you want to stay? Yao Yao nodded. Then fine, you two can arrange it yourselves. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of joy. Could the legendary scene be about to unfold? Unfortunately, the information query was used up, otherwise, he could check what kind of situation this Yao Yao was in. Seeing Zhang Yuan nod, Yao Yao happily came up to hug his arm. Thank you, big brother, don't worry, I definitely won't disturb your good times. The pressure from Yao Yao's hug made Zhang Yuan's heart race a bit. Heaven is treating him quite well. It was still early, and hearing the butler say that the presidential suite could go to the executive lounge bar for entertainment, Zhang Yuan suggested, there's a bar downstairs, why don't we go check it out? Sure, we haven't been to a bar yet. This suggestion excited both of them. The three of them took the elevator to the executive lounge floor, which had a beautiful environment, a quiet bar. The waiters and bartenders here were quite outstanding, from their appearance to their service skills, and the bar offered a variety of well-known drinks in both Chinese and Western snacks. Zhang Yuan took out the room card, and the waiter immediately led them to find a good spot. Guests from the presidential suite had arrived, and they had to be well entertained. Sir, madam, would you like something to drink? I'll have a cocktail, and some snacks. What about you two? We'll have cocktails too. The two wanted to try the bar's cocktails. After all, if they got drunk, they could just go upstairs to rest, and no one would be there to pick them up. Women don't get drunk, men don't get a chance. But some women might pretend to be drunk. A melodious piano piece was playing in the bar, and through the window, they could see the night sky of the city. The atmosphere was quite nice. The three of them didn't know how long they had been in the bar, how many drinks they had, or when they finally went back. Zhang Yuan didn't expect the cocktails to be so intoxicating, and he ended up losing himself. The next day, when Zhang Yuan woke up, he hadn't even had time for a headache before he realized the three of them had ended up in the master bedroom. Lin Yuna and Yao Yao were on either side, entangled around him like an octopus. Damn, did the beautiful dream really come true? How come I have no memory of it at all? Something's off. Zhang Yuan tried to pull his hand out to go to the bathroom. Yao Yao was holding his hand tightly and wouldn't let go. He glanced at her and instantly felt dizzy. This girl was only wearing lingerie, wrapped around his hand, and his arm was stuck in a deep crevice. Yao Yao was occasionally smacking her lips, as if dreaming of something delicious. Zhang Yuan struggled for a long time before finally managing to free his hand. He prepared to get out of bed from Lin Yuna's side, turned his head, and found a pair of beautiful eyes looking at him. Brother Jiangnan, you're awake. Shoo! Zhang Yuan quickly covered her mouth, pointed behind him, and whispered in her ear. Let's get out of bed first. The two quietly got out of bed and walked to another room. How did we end up sleeping together? We didn't do anything last night, right? Brother Jiangnan, I don't know either. I just woke up and saw you getting up. Drinking really messes things up. Lin Yuna thought Zhang Yuan was feeling guilty, so she hugged him and comforted him. Brother Jiangnan, don't blame yourself. We all got drunk last night, and no one knows what happened. It's not your fault. Little did she know, Zhang Yuan was regretting that because he got drunk, he missed out on that beautiful thing, the double flying swallows that so many people dream of. He didn't know if there would still be a chance now. The timid starves, the bold die of excess. The poor loser from a few days ago now had a completely changed mindset, probably due to the study materials from those little days that had corrupted him. How about we? Lin Yana sensed Jiang Yuan's unusualness, her face turning red. Her best friend was still next door. When Yao Yao woke up, she found the room empty, and she was disheveled, only in her lingerie. Oh my god, my first time. Yao Yao was internally collapsing. She hadn't even experienced anything, and it was gone? She shouldn't have drunk so much. What a huge loss. Hey, wasn't it supposed to hurt? Why didn't she feel anything? She burrowed back under the covers to check again. It seemed nothing had changed. Right, where did those two go? They wouldn't have left her behind, would they? What if the hotel asked her for money? Yao Yao got up to find her phone, ready to call Lin Yana to see where she had disappeared to. At that moment, she seemed to hear a sound. It sounded like a cat meowing, or maybe someone crying. Curious, Yao Yao walked towards the sound, which seemed to be coming from another room. She reached the door and perked up her ears to listen. Before long, her face turned red. How could these two bad guys treat me like this? How could they do such a thing in broad daylight? She shyly hurried back to the master bedroom and closed the door. Lin Yana, you are too much. Just wait until we get back, and I'll see how to deal with you. Why is she calling out? Could it be? Yao Yao waited for a long time, but the two of them didn't come out. She felt too embarrassed to go over, so she could only continue lying in bed pretending to sleep. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that Lin Yana came to her side and gently shook her. Yao Yao, it's time to get up. Where have you been? We went to get you breakfast. Come on, get up and eat. Lin Yana's face turned red as she told a lie. When the three of them met, Yao Yao didn't dare to look directly into Jiang Yuan's eyes, so she could only lower her head and eat. After Jiang Yuan finished eating, he glanced at his phone. He wanted to secretly test the information query card function to see if there was anything different about Lin Yana's best friend's information. When he clicked into the app, the homepage prominently displayed that today's group purchase items had been updated. There was still only one item, 20% stake in Michelin restaurant Zhouyan in Xincheng, priced at 40 yuan. Can even company shares be sold? Is this really still a group purchase? This product was indeed more astonishing. It was all arranged perfectly. He had a car, a house, and now he was being arranged in identity. 20% should count as a major shareholder, right? Even if it weren't for the shares, he had to buy it for the points. Jiang Yuan looked at the phone in his hand, laughing to himself, unable to control his expression even though he managed to keep his voice down. His actions made the two girls eating on the other side curious. Yao Yao thought to herself, this person is too much in broad daylight. Could he be going crazy? Having money is useless. This illness can't be cured. It seems like killing someone isn't a crime. This is terrible, terrible. He wouldn't have taken a liking to me, would he? I'm only 22, no way. Jiang Yuan immediately clicked to purchase today's item. Payment successful, shares acquired. Seeing a message in the app, he clicked in to take a look and almost laughed himself crooked. Congratulations! The user has spent a total of 32.64 million in the cashback card experience, reaching the advanced usage reward of the cashback card. The user is awarded a double cashback card, 5 hours. Thank you for your experience. Haha, is this really a windfall? I was worried about having to save this 1 million, and now I've immediately received a reward to spend. Everything feels so dreamy. Brother Jiangnan, are you okay? Lin Yana's voice brought Jiangnan back to reality. What's wrong? Is there something? No, I just saw you laughing over there, and I was worried something happened to you. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the thing I ordered has arrived. I'm just really happy. Alright, as long as you're okay, Brother Jiangnan. Yao Yao raised her head and asked while eating. Nana, why do you call him Brother Jiangnan? Is his name Jiangnan? No, Brother Jiangnan is his name on Douyin. It just rolls off the tongue for me. Oh, she didn't even know what this guy's real name was. Could he be some dangerous person? Yao Yao muttered in her heart. There are quite a few notorious playboys in Xincheng. I wonder if the one they encountered is one of them. She thought about what happened to her that morning, feeling both sad and unsure whether to be grateful or regretful. However, when she saw how many shopping bags Lin Yana was carrying, she regretted it 1,000 times over. While the two of them continued eating, Jiang Yuan secretly took a frontal photo of Yao Yao and then opened the app to check. Before long, the information came out. Name, Chi Yao. Age, 22 years. Occupation, company employee. Height, 167 cm. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements, 80b divided by 61 divided by 82. Overall rating, 79 points. Freshness, 100% favorability, 55 points. Wow, 100% freshness, that means it's original. I didn't expect such a lively girl to be so pure. Her overall score is a bit lower than Lin Yana's. I wonder if it's because her size is a bit smaller than Lin Yana's, which cost her 2 points. Shi Yao, this name sounds nice, but it feels a bit strange. Zhang Yuan is also a player of the game, very familiar with Yao. Usually, it's Yao writing others, but unexpectedly today he encountered a writing Yao. Shi Yao, writing Yao, a beautiful picture. He felt happy about the thought. Shi Yao felt she couldn't eat anymore. That top guy kept grinning by himself, making people feel uneasy. Should I hurry and run while he hasn't exploded yet? Nana, what are you doing this afternoon? Zhang Nan brother, I want to find a house with Yao Yao, to change our living place. That's fine, your place is too far away. It's better to change to a closer one. Otherwise, you have to run so far to the city. Why, Nana, why do you want to change houses? Are you going to live on your own? Hearing Lin Yana wanted to change houses, Shi Yao suddenly felt a bit unhappy. Is she going to abandon me now that she has a big brother? Oh, Yao Yao, we live too far away, and that's a shared rental, which isn't safe. Let's change to a closer one. We can live together. I won't abandon you. But if we change houses now, the landlord will deduct my deposit. Don't worry, I will compensate you. You'll know why I want to change places soon. Mysterious. I don't know what you're up to. Shi Yao mumbled. Lin Yana had no choice but to stand up and pull her to the place where she had put her things last night. Yao Yao, look at these things. If we leave them at our place, wouldn't it be dangerous? What if they get stolen one day? Ah, are they all yours? Yeah, they were all bought for me by Jiangnan brother, so I want to change to a safer place. Will you accompany me to find one? Shi Yao felt like she was about to collapse inside. Is there no justice in this world? We are all girls. We are all similar. How come Nana's luck is so good, running into a rich big brother? It's so enviable. I also want a big brother who can spoil me with gifts. Should I go back and start a live stream too? I can do everything Nana can. I don't want to go to work anymore. Maybe this Jiangnan brother will come to support me too. Okay, then let's go now. Shi Yao nodded, her head already spinning from these luxury items. Lin Yana took Shi Yao to the lobby to book an executive suite again to put her things in. She now felt that keeping them in the hotel was much safer than in that shared rental. Zhang Yuan was going back today, so he wouldn't stay in the presidential suite. Letting Lin Yana stay in the presidential suite, the price of 100,000 is not a small amount. Whether it's Zhang Yuan or Lin Yana, neither of them wanted to spend so extravagantly. Take Zhang Yuan for example. Although he could grit his teeth and extend his stay, he felt it was too wasteful. He currently had only $1 million, and there were many things to take care of, so it seemed he had to save money first. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. The cashback card should be used when it can be fully utilized, not like this time, so rushed and blind, buying things without a goal. He was a bit tempted by the idea of writing Yao, but with only a 55-point favorability, he didn't know if it was good or bad. What if he extended the room and then had no chance? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Although Lin Yana had made quite a bit of money, she did not have a luxurious lifestyle. The reward she had earned with great difficulty would be gone after just one night at a 100,000 yuan hotel, which pained her. So, she decided to take Shi Yao to a more modest executive suite for around 3,000 yuan. Knowing they were staying at a hotel, Zhang Yuan didn't say much. He didn't even know where he would be staying tonight, but he definitely wouldn't be going back to his shabby rental. He needed to take care of his own business first and would deal with the rest later. After spending the morning with Lin Yana, he didn't feel as urgent anymore. After bidding farewell to Lin Yana and Shi Yao, Zhang Yuan headed to the parking lot and drove towards Binjiang Garden. His interest in the Lamborghini was far less appealing than the prospect of a home. The sense of belonging to a house gave him a sense of purpose, as it would be his own mansion. Binjiang Garden is located on the eastern bank of the Shun River in Shin City, the most prosperous area of the city. Here, there are luxury apartments priced at 200,000 yuan per square meter, the tallest building in the city, and a gathering of the world's top 500 companies. Countless people have sharpened their wits to establish themselves here and achieve greatness. On the way to his new home, Zhang Yuan received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Yuan? Yes, it is. Who are you? Mr. Zhang, I am Zhang Jiuchang, the chairman of Jiuyan. I have received your contract, and you are now a shareholder of Jiuyan. I wonder when we might have the opportunity to meet. We have some new dishes at Jiuyan that I would like you to taste and provide guidance on. Zhang Jiuchang on the other end of the line was also quite confused. He hadn't even met the behind-the-scenes boss before selling the shares. There was no way around it. The price offered was irresistible, and having a capable shareholder would certainly help his grand culinary plans. Chairman Zhang, you're too kind. I also think Jiuyan is developing quite well, and I must thank you for the opportunity to join. I have something to attend to today, but I will definitely come by when I have the time. All right, Mr. Zhang, please let me know when you come, and I will have the kitchen prepare for you. Thank you, see you later. If it weren't for needing to rush to get the house today, Zhang Yuan would have liked to check out the restaurant. There are only a few Michelin-starred restaurants in Shin City, and he wondered if he would be able to eat for free in the future. Cooking for a single man was indeed a hassle. When he arrived at Binjiang Garden, the security guard immediately came to open the door, smiling and asking for his purpose. Upon hearing that a homeowner was visiting the property management, the smile grew even wider. This was a high-end property, and homeowners were either rich or noble. A Bentley in the community was merely a second-tier luxury car. Following the directions, Zhang Yuan arrived at the property management office building, where a young woman in uniform immediately stood up to greet him. Hello, sir, how can I assist you? Is the front desk of the property management this attractive too? Although she couldn't compare to Lin Yana, she was still around 70 points. He just couldn't tell if her beauty was due to makeup or was natural. I'm here to collect the property certificate. Could you please show me your ID? I'll check it for you. Sure. Zhang Yuan took out his ID and handed it to her. The young front desk girl compared the ID several times, looking at him and then at the photo. The change was too drastic. Zhang Yuan's ID photo was taken a few years ago, and it looked quite shabby, clearly lacking any charm. However, standing in front of the front desk today, he was dressed appropriately and somewhat presentable. The front desk couldn't help but murmur, could it be that men also undergo a transformation? After verifying the ID information, the front desk retrieved the property certificate and keys from the safe. Sir, please sign here. Zhang Yuan opened the property certificate and took a glance. It was for room 2701 in Building 12, along with the ownership of 2 parking spaces. This package was quite considerate, as parking spaces had already been prepared for him. He registered the Bentley he drove at the property management and decided to deal with the other cars when they arrived. After parking the car, Zhang Yuan took the elevator up to the 27th floor. The moment he opened the door, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The layout of the 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms made the living room about 40 to 50 square meters. At that moment, the sunlight was just right, and he could see the Shun River outside the window at a glance, a perfect riverside view, with an excellent sightline. Just the living room was several times larger than the cramped space he had lived in for the past few years. Zhang Yuan wandered around inside and out before finally heading to the balcony of the living room to overlook the scenery. At that moment, he finally felt at home in this place. The house was fully renovated, and the community had been holding back sales to ensure the scarcity of the property. However, it seemed that the renovation had been done for a year or two, and he only needed to bring in furniture and appliances to move in. He had to admit that the pile of things he bought would come in handy. In Shin City, where every inch of land is precious, this riverside property on the East Bank was in high demand. Even luxury residences like Tang Cheni Pin, which had been built for 10 years, were still not sold out due to limited sales and quotas, leaving an entire building for rent to satisfy many wealthy buyers' needs. Zhang Yuan took a photo of the river view from the balcony, wanting to post it on social media to show off a bit. He captioned it, "Dreams have finally come a step closer." This wealth without returning home felt like walking in silk clothes at night, which was quite unsettling. This damn show-off. Packages had already started arriving, and Zhang Yuan didn't fill in the building number, having them all sent to the property management first. Now that the house was secured, it was time to pick up his Lamborghini. The Lamborghini dealership was on the west bank of the Shun River, so he took a taxi there. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the dealership, he looked at the information on the doorplate a few times before entering, confirming that it was indeed the Lamborghini logo. "Sir, welcome." As soon as he stepped through the door, a saleswoman in a white shirt, gray short skirt, and black stockings came over to greet him. I'm here to pick up my car." "Sure, this way please, sir." She led Zhang Yuan to the front desk to register, verify his identity and order information, and then went to the garage to see the car. The orange-red car body resembled a crouching cheetah, ready to sprint out at any moment. "Sir, this is the Rivuelto you ordered, with a 6.5-liter V12 engine, a maximum power of 1015 horsepower, and it only takes 2.5 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. You can get in and check it now." Zhang Yuan looked for the door handle but found it impossible to locate. "How do you drive this car? Is there a manual?" The saleswoman suppressed a laugh, adjusted her expression, and then walked around to Zhang Yuan's side to demonstrate. Once Zhang Yuan got in, she sat in the passenger seat. "Can you teach me step by step? I don't know how to operate this car." This sports car was different from a regular car. There were many things he didn't know where to find. The saleswoman blushed. Was his hint so obvious that he wanted her to teach him step by step? After an hour of hands-on teaching from the saleswoman, Zhang Yuan finally grasped the basics of driving the Lamborghini. They even went out for a test drive together, and he had to say that the car had an automatic heating feature, the girl who got in the car would immediately say it was hot. As they were leaving, the saleswoman blushed and handed her business card to John Yuan. "Sir, my name is Nancy. You can contact me if you need anything in the future." "Sure, definitely." Meanwhile, Lin Yuna and Shi Yao were also out looking for a house. They first went to the area near Lin Yuna's school, which was also a bustling place. Wanting to rely on themselves, they wandered through several streets but found nothing, so they reluctantly walked into a real estate agency. Based on their needs, the agency quickly presented some listings for them to view. They found a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment just a few hundred meters from the school, with a monthly rent of 6,500. "Nana, it's too expensive. How can we afford to rent it? My monthly salary is just over 5,000, and after paying the rent, what will we eat?" Shi Yao shook her head after hearing the agent mention the rent, starting to backtrack. The place was indeed nice, but if they couldn't afford it, what could they do? "Don't worry, Yao Yao, I have money. I'll cover the rent. You just focus on working hard. Tell me secretly, did that brother Jiannan support you?" Shi Yao pulled Lin Yuna aside and asked mysteriously. "No, it's just that brother Jiannan gave me gifts. Sai, I'm so envious of you. How about I start live streaming too? You support me first, and when I make money from live streaming, I'll support you. How about that?" "Sure, Yao Yao, I'll take care of you. You go for it." "Really? Really?" With her best friend's words, Shi Yao's heart began to soften, and she lost interest in going to work. Who wouldn't want to earn money easily and enjoy delicious food? With Lin Yuna's decision, they rented the apartment. It had access control, looking much better than the place they lived in before. Each person had their own room, allowing them to live stream without disturbing each other. Simply perfect. After signing the contract and getting the keys, they immediately went to a nearby supermarket to buy cleaning supplies. Both were particularly attentive to their future little home. John Yuan parked his car downstairs at the Ritz-Carlton, preparing to meet Lin Yuna and the others for dinner. He no longer wanted to live the miserable single life. Having lovely beauties around was much better. He sent a message to Lin Yuna, who replied that she was on her way. John Yuan had to park in the lot and wait for them while also choosing a place to eat. Knock, knock, knock. A figure appeared outside the car, and someone knocked on the window. John Yuan pressed the button to open the window, and he saw a hot girl in a crop top, looking very sexy, bending down without covering her chest, leaning close to the car door and asking, "Hey, do you have a makeup mirror in your car? Can I come up and do my makeup?" "A makeup mirror? What the hell? Do you want the rearview mirror?" John Yuan didn't understand what she wanted. After all, his car was a Lamborghini. Where would a makeup mirror come from? "Hey, it's so hot outside. Can I sit in your car for a bit?" John Yuan understood. This girl wanted to mooch a ride in his car. No way. He directly refused. "Not convenient. I'm waiting for someone." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl handed him a business card. "Hey, if you have time, you can call me. I'm always free." After saying that, she left without lingering, leaving behind a waft of fragrance and a bewildered John Yuan. Why did she leave? Maybe I would have been free tonight. Letting her sit in would have been fine. This woman seemed quite skilled, knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding how to take and give. John Yuan opened WeChat and found that his moments had been bombarded with likes. Usually, people who never said a word suddenly posted something, and it was hard not to attract attention. Clicking on his moments, he saw a bunch of likes and comments. "Best friend Aoi, damn, didn't you say you were doing operations? How come you're selling houses now? This mansion looks good. When are you getting me one?" Classmate Lu Jianlin, how much commission can you make from selling a house? Colleague Old Zhang, are you going into real estate now? Dad, this house is nice, great view, clapping hands. Goodness, they all seemed to think he was a real estate agent now. Forget it, there was nothing to explain. Just as he was about to exit WeChat to check out group buying apps, a message suddenly appeared in the university class group, tagging him. Usually, this group was muted by him, and all day it was just a few people chatting and joking, talking about this and that. He wasn't familiar with them, so he simply ignored it. At this moment, being it, he was curious to see who would add him in the group. He opened the group messages and directly clicked on the @mention. Zhou Xiaojun, at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, which real estate agency are you with? Zhou Xiaojun was their class monitor in college, a clever person, very good at networking, making the instructor very happy, and later became the president of the student union in their department. He seemed to be a local, but after graduation, it was unclear whether he went for further studies or started working. He remembered that there were rumors back then that the department was almost turning into Zhou Xiaojun's harem, with all the vice presidents and department heads being his close friends, many of whom were women. He didn't know how many times he secretly spat at this guy, scumbag, Lu Jianlin, monitor, are you planning to buy a house? You should ask Zhang Yuan to take care of his business. Zhou Xiaojun, we're all classmates, it's only right. Wang Xianwen, wow, monitor, are you buying a house? You can't get anything in Xincheng for less than 5 million. Chen Linlin, so envious of the monitor, buying a house just a few years after graduation. Zhou Xiaojun, not at all, the down payment is from my parents, I don't have any money. Though he said that, Zhou Xiaojun felt quite proud inside. His family situation was considered good among the class, and being the first to buy a house after graduation gave him an advantage over these losers, so he enjoyed a wave of flattery that made him feel quite good. In this poor economic environment, those who still had money to buy houses were indeed enviable. Zhou Xiaojun also heard from Lu Jianlin that Zhang Yuan seemed to be in real estate. Although Lu Jianlin sent him a photo of a riverside property, Zhou Xiaojun didn't think it was something he could afford. He wanted to ask Zhang Yuan about available properties, maybe he would find something he liked, and then he could negotiate a lower commission since he was technically helping his business. Because in Xincheng, the commission for second-hand houses was around 2 to 3%, if he wanted to buy a house worth about 5 million, he would have to pay around 100,000 in commission, which made him feel a bit pained. Zhou Xiaojun had Zhang Yuan several times in the group but got no response, so a few people who flattered Zhou Xiaojun also helped call out. Looking at the flood of messages, Zhang Yuan finally replied lazily. Not interested. Zhou Xiaojun, alright, people have seen your moments, stop pretending. Don't worry, I'm here to help your business. Lu Jianlin, Zhang Yuan, the monitor is here to help your business, you should thank him and give a better deal. Yeah, Zhang Yuan, we're all acquaintances, give us a discount, we'll come to you when we buy a house. This guy, usually like a dull gourd, can he even sell anything? I heard that in their line of work, they don't open for business in March, but when they do, they make enough for 3 months. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond to the messages in the group. These people were really something, still fawning over him after graduation. Did fawning over him help them get promoted or earn more? Or gain some glory? He guessed that as long as Zhou Xiaojun flirted a bit tonight, someone would rush to find him. These days, buying a house or a car could elevate one's social status, making them a role model for a bunch of people. Forget it, you all keep fawning. Whether I take your business or not is purely a matter of whether I feel like it. Zhang Yuan logged out of WeChat and went online to check how to make good use of the cashback card. That secondary cashback card was his source of income, and he wanted to find out how to maximize its use. After looking for a while, he directly posted a question on a knowledge-sharing platform. If you can get cashback when purchasing items, but the cashback is only valid for 1 day, how would you maximize the cashback with around 1 million in funds? He posted the question and attached a reward of 20 yuan to motivate the respondents. After finishing so many things, Lin Yana and Qi Yao finally arrived at the Ritz-Carlton. They had no idea that during this time, Zhang Yuan had at least rejected the dreams of 3 women wanting to get in the car. Brother Jiangnan, we are at the hotel entrance, where are you? Look towards the parking lot, there's an orange car, I'm right there. Following his guidance, Lin Yana quickly spotted the special orange car. Oh my, it was a sports car, so cool. Nana, where's your big brother? Why can't I see him? Follow me. Lin Yana pulled Qi Yao to the front of the Lamborghini, and Qi Yao's heart skipped a beat. Could this sports car belong to her top brother? The window rolled down, and Zhang Yuan greeted the two of them. Beautiful ladies, want to get in? I'll take you for a wild ride. Qi Yao had already leaned in to take a look inside, half her body inside the car, bending over, which gave Zhang Yuan quite the view, a deep divide appearing, with black protective covers on both sides. Wow, big brother, is this your new car? Just picked it up this afternoon. Want to hop in for a bit, or should we go eat now? No, I want to feel the sports car first. We can skip the meal, but I can't miss out on the sports car. Qi Yao was completely the lively and active type, but she didn't know how to open the door and was preparing to climb in through the window. Be a lady, be a lady. Lin Yana kept reminding her from behind, but it was too late. Qi Yao had already climbed in using both hands and feet, sitting in the passenger seat. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to get out and open the door for them. The Lamborghini's door handle was hidden, there was a long button on the door, and pressing it while lifting the door diagonally would open it. Qi Yao had tried a few times without success. Nana, come in and feel it too. Qi Yao inside called out. Lin Yana rolled her eyes. Brother Jiangnan would definitely take her for a ride later. Was there really a need to rush? Yao, let's go eat first. Brother Jiangnan has been waiting for a long time, he's hungry. Without further ado, she pulled Qi Yao out of the car, and Zhang Yuan followed, locking the car. What do you two want to eat? Brother, you decide. The meal they had last night was included in the presidential sweets bill, so today Lin Yuna thought she must treat them once and not let brother Jungnan spend any more money. The Ritz-Carlton had several restaurants, and tonight they chose an Italian restaurant. The three of them had Western food together. Although it felt a bit strange, Yacht didn't care at all, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. Everything was just an illusion. During dinner, they had a bit to drink, making it impossible for Jiang Yuan to drive, so he had to book an executive suite downstairs, continuing to stay at the Ritz-Carlton for the night. Back in his room, Jiang Yuan saw several friend requests on WeChat and opened them. Wow, Zhou Xiaojun and his gang were really persistent. Didn't they say they weren't agents? Why were they still looking for him? Jiang Yuan accepted the friend requests, curious about what Zhou Xiaojun was up to. At that moment, the messages from the university class group he had muted reached 388. How could these people be so chatty? Clicking in, he saw many mentions directed at him. Speechless, he decided to just leave the group. Zhou Xiaojun at Jiang Yuan, why don't you say something? I've been taking care of your business, why are you hiding? Lu Jianlin, exactly, Jiang Yuan, we were classmates, the class monitor still wants to help you. Why don't you appreciate it? This person really has no emotional intelligence. That's why he can't even find a job and has to go work as an agent. With someone like him, I estimate he won't last 3 months before changing jobs again. In the lines, Jiang Yuan felt pressured. Only a couple of people defended him, namely his roommate Chen Liang, who had a good relationship with him, and the class flower Su Qingwan, who was overflowing with a sense of justice. Chen Liang, didn't Jiang Yuan already say he's not? Why are you all so convinced he's an agent? Su Qingwan, you people are so self-righteous. He never said he was a real estate agent, yet you've already labeled him. Besides, being a real estate agent is a job too. It's all about one's own skills. What's the difference in status? Su Qingwan may have a delicate name, but her temper is as fierce as a man's, combining an angelic face with a fiery temper. Jiang Yuan sent a message to clarify again. Classmates, I'll say it one more time, I am not an agent, that's my own home. At Chen Liang at Su Qingwan, I just lost my job. Come over to my place to hang out. Just as he was thinking of leaving the group, seeing the two of them made him temporarily abandon the thought. After sending the message, Lin Yuna sent him a message. Transfer, please accept the payment. Clicking to see, he was surprised to find Lin Yuna initiated a transfer of 200,000 yen, which took him aback. Brother Jiangnan, I withdrew all the money I spent on gifts for you today. I know you don't care about these things, but I can't take so much. You've already given me a lot. WeChat can only transfer 200,000 today, and I don't know your card number. Brother Jiangnan, you must accept it, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Brother Jiangnan, this is my heartfelt intention, you have to accept it. Love you. GIF. After reading Lin Yuna's messages, Jiang Yuan felt a soft spot in his heart being struck. It seemed no one had ever treated him this way. His fondness for Lin Yuna suddenly surged. This little girl, he never expected she would treat him like this. He initially thought it was just a mutual benefit, but now he found himself liking her a bit. In another administrative suite, after sending the message to Jiang Yuan, Lin Yuna hugged her phone in anticipation. Today, she opened her backend and was shocked to find her live streaming income had reached over 1 million. She was stunned and didn't even dare to tell her best friend. The gifts received plus the live streaming income had exceeded 2 million, all given by Jiang Yuan alone. Although she streamed to make money, she felt unworthy of such a large sum. After much thought, she decided to keep only the last digits of her live streaming income, enough for her living expenses, and return 1 million to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan suddenly had the idea of repaying Lin Yuna. Although he wasn't love-struck, Lin Yuna had moved him too much. It was rare to meet such a girl, and Jiang Yuan decided to treat her well. He had previously thought about finding a streamer to split the cash back from gifts, as long as the amount was high enough. Even if the platform took 50% and the other party took 25%, he would still get 25%. If he spent 100 million, he could get back 25 million, and with a double cashback card, that would be 50 million. With 50 million, he could afford to relax. Now that Lin Yuna was actively treating him well, he should be able to discuss this plan with her. Lin Yuna was waiting for Jiang Yuan's reply, unsure if what she was doing was right. Can you come to my room? The phone resting on her chest vibrated, and Lin Yuna immediately picked it up. Seeing Jiang Yuan's reply, her face flushed. Her best friend was still there. What to do? Taking a deep breath, she decided to prioritize romance over friendship and let Xiao occupy a room by herself. Lin Yuna simply replied with one word, okay. Very straightforward. Then she said to Xiao, I'm going to Jiangnan's place for something. You can play by yourself for a while. What? You're going to find your big brother again? Xiao immediately turned over and asked, I'm not going to wait, take me with you. I'm really bored alone. It's not convenient. Just wait for me here, I'll be back later. After Lin Yuna finished speaking, she pushed Xiao back into the room and went out, leaving behind a frustrated Xiao. Although her brother didn't accept the transfer, the fact that he called her over now probably meant he wanted to be with her tonight. As Lin Yuna walked, her mind was racing, and her face turned red to the tips of her ears. Knock, knock, knock. In less than 2 minutes, she arrived at Jiang Yuan's room and knocked on the door. When the door opened, Lin Yuna smiled sweetly. Brother Jiang Nan, you were looking for me. Yeah, come in. Jiang Yuan glanced outside and saw that the little follower hadn't come, which was good. Brother, why didn't you accept it? This is my heartfelt gift. Please take it. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Yuna said to Jiang Yuan. This girl, bringing this up right away, left Jiang Yuan at a loss for words. Why are you so silly? The gift I swiped is obviously for you. Why would I take it back? I think it's too much. You're too good to me. I don't want you to spend so much. Jiang Yuan lovingly patted her head. Really silly. He being patted on the head by Jiang Yuan made Lin Yuna smile, looking very cute. He pulled Lin Yuna to sit on the edge of the bed and asked her, do you prefer a new house or a second-hand one? Ha? What house? We're going to buy a house tomorrow. I'll buy you a place. Since you're my woman, I naturally want to treat you well. Lin Yuna was completely stunned. What? What was going on? He called her over to buy her a house. Was he hiding a beauty in a golden house? She knew how expensive the housing prices in Shin City were. Even near the school, it was 50,000 per square meter, and a small 2-bedroom apartment would cost at least 4 million. Don't be stunned. I'll take you to see houses tomorrow. You think about whether you want a new house or a second-hand one. I don't know what developments are available, just tell me. Brother Jiang Nan, the house is too expensive. No, really don't. I'm already very satisfied now. As a college student who hadn't graduated yet, being given a house directly surpassed the efforts of many people. Alright, just listen to me. However, there are still some things I need your cooperation with. You have to help me. Okay, Brother Jiang Nan, I'll do whatever you say. Then Jiang Yuan told her his plan, which shocked Lin Yuna again. Brother, how many gifts are you planning to swipe? I don't know yet, at least tens of millions. Tens of millions? What does tens of millions even mean? Lin Yuna had never thought she could earn that much in her lifetime. In such a short time, Jiang Yuan had shocked her several times. Brother, I don't want you to give me a share. I'll just take it out for you later. No way, if you don't want it, I'll just go find someone else. Jiang Yuan pretended to be angry. Seeing him angry, Lin Yuna immediately came over and wrapped her arms around his. Brother, don't be mad. I'll do whatever you say. Now Lin Yuna was completely in love. Whatever Jiang Yuan said was what it was, and she was afraid he would ignore her if he got angry. That's more like it. Be good. Tomorrow we'll go see houses. I just rented a place today, planning to take Yacht a live stream. What should I do? A new one might not be ready to move into right away. It still needs to be decorated. It's just right to have a transition period. You can continue living there. That's good. Otherwise I on the other side. Xiao felt sad, waiting in the room for a long time, but Lin Yuna still hadn't returned. She felt bored alone, wanting to message Lin Yuna but then putting her phone down. The scene she had seen and heard in the morning resurfacing in her mind. That dead girl, really prioritizing romance over friendship. She must be off doing something bad with that guy again. It's infuriating. Is sleeping with a man really that attractive? Xiao tossed and turned in bed all night, not knowing when she finally fell asleep. Originally, in the middle of the night, Lin Yuna wanted to return to her room, but Jiang Yuan held her back, not letting her go. In the end, she stayed, thinking it was better to be with her Jiangnan brother than to face a few words from Yao tomorrow. The next morning, the three of them all had dark circles under their eyes, 2 from overexertion, and 1 who didn't know what the situation was. After breakfast, Xiao hurried off to work, giving the other 2 some time alone together. They chose to buy a house near Lin Yuna's school, as she probably felt more familiar with that area. Getting into the Lamborghini, with a roar, an orange figure merged into the flow of traffic, heading towards the university town. Buying a new house in Shin City was still a bit troublesome, needing to verify funds and enter a lottery. This verification of funds directly exposed Jiang Yuan's lack of money. He only had a little over $1 million in his account, not even reaching the threshold, so he decided to take Lin Yuna to buy a second-hand house. Arriving near the university town, they found a well-known real estate agency, said to have agents who were mostly college graduates, focusing on high-quality service. Lin Yuna naturally linked arms with Jiang Yuan as they walked into the agency. Immediately, a tall and graceful female agent in formal attire came up to greet them. Hello, sir and madam. I'm Agent Li Lele. What kind of house are you looking for? Her sweet voice, long black hair, and half-frame glasses instantly made Jiang Yuan feel a good impression. Girls with glasses had a strong charm. He hadn't used today's information inquiry card yet. Maybe he could find an opportunity to check later. Jiang Yuan also felt a fondness for girls who wore glasses, finding them intellectually and elegantly beautiful. Can you see if there are any landlords in urgent need of selling, and the house should be near the university town, something with 2 bedrooms? What is your budget, sir? Around 5 to 6 million. Li Lele's voice was also pleasant, gentle like the women from the Suzhou area. She led the two to a meeting area to sit down, serve them, and then prepared to check for suitable properties. Please wait a moment. I'll go check the information. Once she walked away, Lin Yunna quietly said, Jiangnan brother, this is too expensive, 5 to 6 million. It's fine, you transferred me the 1 million, so it's our joint purchase, and this will be our home. On the way here, Lin Yunna had transferred 1 million from her live streaming income to Jiang Yuan as funds for buying the house. With just a few words, Lin Yunna was sweetly dazed. Our home, our. That sense of happiness welled up. Since it was their home, she would completely follow Jiang Yuan's opinions, as the head of the family was naturally her Jiangnan brother. Before long, Agent Li Lele returned with several property images, ready to introduce them. Just introduce it to her directly, the house is for her, as long as she likes it. Li Lele felt a pang of envy. They were about the same age, yet this young lady had such good treatment. How come she was already being driven in a luxury car to buy a house, and they even let a woman choose? Sigh, different fates for the same gender. She wasn't bad herself, so why hadn't she met someone like that? Although her eyes were shining with envy, Li Lele was still happily introducing Lin Yunna, thinking that as long as the other party liked it, she could earn tens of thousands from this deal, bringing her closer to her goal. While the two of them were introducing the house, Jiang Yuan secretly took out his phone and snapped a picture of Li Lele, telling Lin Yunna to take a look at the door. At the door, he opened the app and saw the updates for today's group purchase items. Shinpuyuachang new house, 120 square meters, 1 set, 8 yuan. Is this group purchase app really a worm in my stomach? It knows I want to buy a house and directly puts it in the group purchase. However, this is not a conflict. The more houses, the better. Moreover, today he was using a cashback card, and only by buying high-value items would his cashback be more. Buying a house through group purchase could be sold, but the cycle was too long. It was just a benign real estate asset. Not in a hurry to pay for the group purchase, Jiang Yuan first clicked on the information inquiry card and uploaded Li Lele's photo. Glancing inside the store, the two were still chatting. The information was completed and displayed. Name, Li Lele. Age, 24. Occupation, real estate agent. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 82b divided by 62 divided by 80. Overall score, 80. Freshness, 100% favorability score, 35. After reading the information, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but look at the two inside the store. He didn't expect this agent to also have a 100% score. It was like winning the lottery to meet someone like that these days. He had already encountered 3 in the past few days. Wasn't it said that this industry was quite chaotic, with some people willing to use themselves as chips to close deals? There were many industries like that, such as pharmaceutical representatives, funds, luxury car sales, and so on. However, it couldn't be generalized. After all, every industry has its bad apples, but there are also those who stick to their principles. What he didn't know was that Li Lele had only recently started in this field. She had just come to Shin City, hadn't found a suitable job, and became an agent to earn more money. The first 3 months as an agent were spent on renting an inventory. She had only recently switched to second-hand housing. As for the favorability score of 35 on the information card, Jiang Yuan still couldn't figure out what level that represented. Lin Yunna had an 80 score, which could basically confirm that this score indicated a strong liking for her. Xiao's 55 score was a bit unclear. It was hard to tell if they were familiar or if there was any liking. This 35 score was even more puzzling. Was it the favor of a stranger? After a round of pointless comparisons, he could only shake his head, feeling even more confused. Anyway, 80 was definitely good. After completing the payment for the group purchase items, Jiang Yuan walked into the store and approached the two, asking, "Have you made your choice?" Brother Jiangnan, I chose 2 sets, take a look." "No need, let's go see the actual houses directly. By the way, can you contact the landlord today? If I like it, I'll buy it directly." Jiang Yuan looked at Li Lele and asked, as if his eyes could see through something. Li Lele felt inexplicably flustered, as if she were not wearing clothes, a feeling of wanting to say something. "Yes, sir, the owners of these 2 houses are both in Shin City. They even came to ask for information yesterday." "That's good, let's go." Li Lele hurriedly told the store manager to go see the house and took the keys. Since Li Lele was a novice, The store manager needed to go along to help in case of any issues. Then the four of them went out together. At the door, Zhang Yuan took out the keys and pressed them, turning back to say to them, "Sorry, the car I drove today can only fit 2 people. Why don't you two take a taxi, and I'll reimburse you?" "No need, sir, these 2 properties are very close. We can just ride an electric bike over." "Alright, you guys lead the way." After saying that, he and Lin Yana got into the car. Li Lei looked at the other party's appearance and couldn't help but feel infatuated. Sigh, another luxury car, and so polite, where can you find a man like this? After a little over a kilometer, they arrived at the first selected community. The group went up to check the property. The house was relatively new, about 10 years old, and the community wasn't too old either, with decent greenery. Lin Yana curiously looked around. The house was on the 5th floor, and upon entering, the owner had already moved out, leaving it empty, but the view was nice. Li Lei kept explaining the community and the layout to them. "How is it?" "Pretty good, brother." "Alright, then I'll go to the next one and compare." The 4 of them headed to the second property together. Although buying a house is a big project that requires coming during the day and returning at night for a comprehensive understanding, the 2 were pressed for time and just needed to compare what was suitable. After viewing both properties, Zhang Yuan let Lin Yana decide, but this girl got tangled up, thinking the first one was good, and the second one was nice too. Maybe she should just choose the cheapest one. "Can we get the owners of these 2 properties to come over now? I'll confirm right away." Li Lei picked up the phone and walked aside to call the owners. In a short while, he returned and said to them, "Yes, sir, they will arrive at the store within half an hour." "Alright, if it's suitable, we'll buy both." Both bought? Li Lei and the manager were stunned, and Lin Yana was too. "Yes, later you help me negotiate the price. I can pay in full." Okay, sir, we will do our best." The manager immediately expressed his commitment. The group returned to the agency store to wait. Zhang Yuan felt bored, so he took Lin Yana to a nearby mall to browse, asking Li Lei to call him when the time came. Li Lei took this opportunity to get Zhang Yuan's contact information and added him on WeChat. Lin Yana had never shopped in a mall with a boy before and naturally wrapped her arm around Zhang Yuan's. They attracted envious glances from the people coming and going in the mall. Although Zhang Yuan wasn't that handsome, he couldn't resist having a school beauty like Lin Yana by his side. The combination of a handsome guy and a beautiful girl was eye-catching, and people generally thought this couple was a perfect match. If the girl was beautiful and the guy was average, it was clear that the guy must be wealthy. Otherwise, tell me, is this girl blind? If not, then this guy is a bit pitiful. He might be the legendary knight-errant. Yes, commonly known as a sugar daddy. Zhang Yuan, a seasoned bachelor and loser, was now thoroughly enjoying this kind of attention, feeling quite accomplished. The 2 found a milk tea shop, ordered 2 cups of milk tea and some desserts, and sat inside. "Why are you so happy? I see you can't stop smiling?" Zhang Yuan asked, looking at Lin Yana. "Really? No, I'm not. Look, your mouth is almost reaching your ears." Lin Yana quickly covered her face, shyly shaking her head. At that moment, she was enveloped in happiness. Even shopping felt sweet. Before they finished their milk tea, Li Lei called, saying the owners had arrived. The 2 then headed back to the store. The first to arrive was a middle-aged man, looking at least in his 50s. Li Lei introduced him as the owner of the first property. "Young man, are you the one buying my house? A handsome guy and a beautiful girl, very nice. Is this going to be a wedding house?" The man immediately struck up a conversation, making Lin Yana's ears turn red. Before long, they started haggling. Li Lei's manager quickly came to help, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop. Ultimately, under the favorable condition of Zhang Yuan paying in full, the other party finally conceded, offering a 10% discount. In Xinjiang, there aren't many people who buy houses outright. Most actually need to apply for a mortgage, which takes some time. Although Zhang Yuan didn't care about the 10% discount, the more he paid, the more cashback he would receive later. However, buying so readily always made one feel like a big fool. They verified the property deed and the homeowner's information on the spot, and once everything was confirmed, they signed the contract. "Brother Jiangnan, why don't we write both our names?" Lin Yana pleaded. "No need, I said I would give it to you, so it will naturally only have your name. But just listen to me." The others nearby finally understood that the 2 people buying the house were only putting the woman's name on the deed. The original homeowner shook his head, sighing. Another man with a romantic mindset, he would surely regret it later. Li Lei was envious. If only a man could treat her like this, she would follow him for life. After all, this was a house in Xinjiang, worth over 5.7 million. The payment would first go into a third-party regulatory account at the housing authority, and only after the property deed was processed would it be fully transferred to the homeowner. In such second-hand property transactions, to ensure the rights of both parties, the funds usually first go into the housing authority's regulatory account, which then oversees the funds. This is to prevent the funds from being misappropriated or encountering other security issues, leaving the payer with nothing in the end. Watching Ling Yun assign the contract, Zhang Yuan stood up, opened his phone, and quietly accessed the app, finding the double cashback card and immediately clicked to use it. Double cashback card in use, remaining time 4 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The cashback card took effect immediately. Zhang Yuan then made 2 transfers according to the account on the contract. After his account was boosted, his spending and transfer limits became unlimited. He first transferred 2 million, and within a minute, the cashback information came back. Your card ending in 1234 received a transfer of 4 million yuan on the 18th at 1420, balance 4,016,444.88 yuan. ICBC, the second transfer was 3.75 million. Your card ending in 1234 received a transfer of 7,500,000 yuan on the 18th at 1425, balance 7,516,444.88 yuan. ICBC, as witnesses, the agents naturally let them check the transfer documents. Young man, it's a pleasure doing business with you. I wish you both 100 years of happiness. With the transaction completed, the homeowner was very pleased to have settled a big deal and even offered them blessings as he left. Thank you for your kind words. In another reception room, another set of homeowners, a middle-aged couple, was waiting. This time, Zhang Yuan didn't waste any time. After meeting, he directly started bargaining. The cashback card was already in effect, and he had to seize every minute. Let's skip the small talk. I'll pay full price for your house, but let's do it at a 10% discount. Such a direct conversation left the other party stunned. They had never seen such a rhythm before. They were prepared for a protracted negotiation, expecting at least 3 or 4 rounds. Young man, your bargaining is too aggressive. You've already cut off hundreds of thousands right off the bat. Let me tell you, our house has excellent lighting, is very quiet, and is in a school district, directly linked to XXX primary school. It's really nice. The middle-aged man was speechless, but his wife had already started talking rapidly. At this rate, they might not even reach a deal today. Auntie, you don't need to say so much to me. I'm in a hurry. If you two think this price is acceptable, we can sign the contract immediately. If not, I have to get going. This 10% discount is already very sincere. With Zhang Yuan's words, he directly cut off the lengthy speech the other party had prepared. Please wait a moment, I need to make a call. The middle-aged man apologized, picked up his phone, and went outside to make a call. In less than 2 minutes, he returned, whispered a couple of sentences to his wife, and made a decision. Well, we'll sell it, but you guarantee it's all cash, okay? Yes, I guarantee it. They will testify, otherwise, I'll compensate you 100,000. Alright. Li Lei immediately took the contract and had Zhang Yuan verify the homeowner's information and property deed on the spot. No wonder there were 2 people, both their names were on the deed. Once the information was confirmed, both parties signed the contract. The house was listed under Zhang Yuan's name and was slightly more expensive than the previous one, costing 6.48 million. After signing, Zhang Yuan immediately transferred 6.48 million to the account specified in the contract. Within a minute, the bank sent a message. Your account ending in 1234 received a transfer of 12,960,000 yuan on the 18th at 1502. Balance, 13,996,444.88 yuan. ICBC, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile. It felt great to finally be a millionaire. The house was already purchased, and there were still over 4 hours left for the cashback card. Zhang Yuan sent a red envelope of 10,000 yuan each to Li Lei and the store manager, acknowledging their efforts. The follow-up will be up to you. Of course, Mr. Jiang. The store manager's face was beaming with joy. The two watched them get into the car and only returned once the car was out of sight. Shaoli, your luck is really good. You completed the performance for these few months in just 1 day. I didn't expect to meet a rich person today. If only such a rich person came every day. Li Lei couldn't help but fantasize. You silly, what kind of dream are you having? If I were younger, I would want to chase after a guy like that. The store manager chimed in, her charming face slightly flushed. Sister, you're still young, you look about the same as me. Alright, stop flattering me. We made a deal today, let's treat our colleagues to some milk tea. Oh, okay. Li Lei stuck out her tongue and followed back to the store. However, in her mind, she had developed more fantasies and expectations about someone like Zhang Yuan, wealthy yet so friendly, even giving an extra 10,000 red envelope without any of that rich person's arrogance. Brother Jiangnan, where are we going now? In the Lamborghini, Lin Yuna in the passenger seat couldn't help but ask, "We need to hurry, let's go book a room nearby." Booking a room, how sensitive and exciting those words were. Without caring about what Lin Yuna was thinking, the car drove to a nearby mall where there was a Hilton. Book a presidential suite. As soon as they entered the lobby, Zhang Yuan said to the front desk. The front desk smiled while internally muttering, "Are young people nowadays really this wealthy? They come out to book a room and go for the presidential suite?" The front desk processed the card and handed it to them. Zhang Yuan grabbed it and took Lin Yuna's hand, rushing towards the elevator. "Hurry up, hurry up." The front desk staff watched them in shock. Are they that eager? This is too desperate. With 4 hours left, there was hardly anything that could be consumed quickly. Except for the entertainment venues, entering places like the Parisian Macau wouldn't just mean quick cashback, it could lead to quick poverty. Zhang Yuan had seen the question he posted on Q&A sites about how to get cashback quickly. The answers varied widely, but they all boiled down to buying houses, cars, or luxury goods. Some absurd suggestions included lending money, finding a group of people in need of cash, giving one a loan and immediately giving another, creating a cycle of debt. Is lending legal? Does borrowing money count as consumption? Zhang Yuan rewarded one person who suggested buying gold. He hadn't thought of that method at the time. It truly was the most effective way. First buy gold, and then use the cashback to buy more gold. The bank stipulates that one can buy a maximum of 50 pounds of gold. Following this method, a single bank can accumulate a value of around 12 million, and several banks could reach over 100 million. However, gold prices can fluctuate, and appointments are required, which takes time. Clearly, this is not Zhang Yuan's optimal solution. The fastest way is still to go live and send gifts online. Quick, find a place and get ready to start the broadcast, Zhang Yuan instructed as soon as he entered the room. I'll also send some gifts to others later. I can't just send them to you alone, or it might raise suspicions. He explained this specially, worried she might get jealous. Okay, brother Jiangnan, you go ahead, Lin Yuna replied. Today, these few hours would be a protracted battle. Although the money in the account was all legal, sending over 10 million in a day could attract the platform's attention, raising suspicions of money laundering. Lin Yuna was still preparing, while Zhang Yuan had already recharged his Douyin account with 5 million in cash. He had already reached level 52 with Lin Yuna, so some permissions were unlocked, such as an increased recharge limit, and he could send gifts like the Jianyanhua in bulk rather than one by one. The highest level on Douyin is 60, requiring 20 million, and currently, there were only a handful of people at that level. Don't underestimate the last 8 levels. Zhang Yuan was still quite far from that rank, with each level representing a gap of millions. Zhang Yuan had already started looking for suitable streamers. There were streamers live and competing on Douyin at all times, and who caught Zhang Yuan's eye depended on his mood. After sending gifts twice, he stumbled upon a big streamer who had previously competed with Lin Yuna, Bubble Little Group. Zhang Yuan remembered her tempting long legs. Little Group was chatting with her fans, not even aware of what she was streaming. Without saying a word, Zhang Yuan entered and directly sent a Jianyanhua. Instantly, Little Group's live room was stunned. Random entry Jiangnan sends Jianyanhua X1. Random entry Jiangnan sends Jianyanhua X2. Random entry Jiangnan sends Jianyanhua X30. What was going on? Even Little Group had never seen such a scene, with a rich person coming in and sending dozens of Jianyanhua right away. It was a bit too domineering. After a moment of shock, Little Group immediately stood up, made a heart gesture, and smiled at the screen in gratitude. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the Jianyanhua. Little Group is so touched, sending you a heart. Her heart gesture wasn't the typical 2 fingers but rather placed on a certain part of her chest, forming a shape. The girl was quite savvy. Her long white legs standing up were also incredibly alluring. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard and immediately sent out another 30 Jianyanhua. That heart gesture was worth it. Brother Jiangnan, how about I dance for you? Her alluring voice made her live room erupt with excitement. These guys were always waiting for this kind of benefit, which usually only happened when the top donor came. Today was an exception. Dance. Zhang Yuan typed a single word and then sent out another 30 Jianyanhua. In less than 3 minutes, he had already sent 90 Jianyanhua, worth 270,000. But Zhang Yuan felt it was a bit slow. At this rate, he didn't know when he would finish spending the 5 million. Today, the goal was to send at least 50 million. He didn't even have time to watch what Little Group was dancing. He just kept frantically sending Jianyanhua. At that moment, he cursed the app for not having more expensive gifts. Once Little Group finished her dance, she hadn't even realized it yet, but the people in the live room had already gone crazy, especially those who didn't have the gift effects blocked. They couldn't see anything, only the endless effects of the Jianyanhua. He sent a total of 450 Jianyanhua, and Zhang Yuan leveled up, reaching Douyin level 53. Little group leaned down to check her phone, covering her mouth in surprise, her expression one of disbelief. Comrades, how many Jianyanhua has this godly rich person sent? I don't know either. My mind is full of the special effects of that gift right now. I conservatively estimate at least 300 of them. Zhang Yuan had already left, and before Xiao Tuan could thank him, he changed rooms. Lin Yunna was already warming up the livestream, and this was his main act, his double output target. Xiao Tuan had just thanked him a few times when she realized the number one big brother was gone. She looked confused. Did she do something wrong? Why did this Jiangnan guy just leave the livestream? It's important to know that fans come and go every day, but the number one big brother is not always around. Although the number of fans is a foundation to make money in live streaming, it still relies on the big brother's generous gifts. If she didn't hold onto such a big leg tightly, wouldn't that be hopeless? Maintaining the big brother is an important responsibility for a host, especially for those who have joined a guild. That's basically a KPI. Why did the number one big brother leave? Did this generous gift dazzle him so much that he just left? Isn't he going to compensate me for the damage to my eyes? Xiao Tuan, hurry and call the big brother back. The fans in the livestream were also giving Xiao Tuan suggestions, and she picked up her phone to message Zhang Yuan's Douyin account. She followed the account that intruded into Jiangnan and sent a private message, sharing her contact information in WeChat, hoping the other party would see it. Tuan, your number one big brother went to the next room. Hurry and check it out. Some fans followed Zhang Yuan's footsteps and quickly found where he was. Lin Yunna had just started her livestream, warmed up the atmosphere, and immediately dozens of fans came in. The host hasn't streamed much these days. Could it be that she ran off with the number one big brother? Why does this live streaming place look different? It feels like a hotel. Hey, you can't say that. It really does look like it. I'm in love. These comments made the shy Lin Yunna blush. How could these people guess so well? Luckily, with the beauty filter, they couldn't see her changing expression. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the livestream, he immediately sent out 30 generous gifts. Welcome back, my Jiangnan brother, love you. It's not convenient to dance today, so I'll sing for you guys. Jiangnan brother, you can request any song you want. As soon as Lin Yunna finished speaking, the fans erupted. So there's a protective spell, haha. So the host's relative came, congratulations. Lin Yunna didn't expect her words to be understood by the fans like this. Well, let them fantasize, no need to explain. Only she and he knew why it wasn't convenient. Sing whatever. Zhang Yuan sent her a message, and immediately started sending gifts again. A crazy output of 30 generous gifts. The damn rich guy has blinded my titanium eyes. The person who forgot to turn off the gift effects was simply collapsing. The screen was full of effects, dazzling to the eyes. Really, just a little disagreement and he starts sending generous gifts. What's going on? Lin Yunna turned off the effects and closed the main bedroom door, singing her favorite song to her phone alone. Xiao Tuan came to Lin Yunna's livestream and was also shocked. She saw the effects and realized that this is what it feels like to have the screen explode. So nice. She didn't know what was so good about this little host that attracted the big brother to send gifts. She needed to learn well. To stay continuously in a host's livestream without being interested in that host would be strange. Who would be bored enough to watch someone unimportant? Xiao Tuan looked at Lin Yunna, who was singing, and her mind started to race. Next time, why not try dressing up like this too? She had to admit, this outfit looked pretty good, and Xiao Tuan quickly took a screenshot, planning to find a similar one later. Xiao Tuan had just been sent to the hourly rankings by hundreds of Jianyanhuas from Zhang Yuan, and unexpectedly, she slipped away to study her opponent. After finishing a song, Zhang Yuan had nearly 1,200 Jianyanhuas sent out. The people in the live broadcast room swallowed hard. How many Jianyanhuas did you see? I don't know. I feel like I've been dazzled. I don't understand. Aren't Jianyanhuas sent one by one? How can the top of the rankings send so many in such a short time? Even Kato Takashi would have to bow down. The person upstairs is ignorant. As long as the Douyin level reaches level 50, there will be privileges to send 30 Jianyanhuas at once, specially prepared for the wealthy, so they don't have to suffer. Learn something new. No one counted how many were sent. Only that many Jianyanhuas were sent. Zhang Yuan finally spent 5 million and immediately continued to recharge. The system seemed to know he would do this and was too lazy to refund each one. When he finished spending this 5 million, it refunded him 10 million all at once. His Douyin level had just reached level 56, still over 10 million away from level 60, and he needed to keep working hard. Lin Yunna's live broadcast room directly topped the hourly rankings. With such a lavish Jianyanhua appearing, it would be unreasonable not to be first. In an instant, it stirred the big streamers who were live today. Although they had guilds, the guilds wouldn't give them lavish support of millions every day, at most just sending some gifts to attract traffic. Or during live PKs, to help their streamer win, they would send a bit more. Zhang Yuan didn't care what Lin Yunna was doing in her live room. He had turned into a gift-sending machine, continuously outputting. Just a weak question, am I still in time to go to Sawadika for a sex change? Or going to Korea for some work isn't out of the question. This kind of gift-sending directly subverted the netizens' understanding. At this time, it also attracted many big streamers to connect for PKs. Who wouldn't love to ride the wave of popularity? Maybe they would be favored by a wealthy big brother and get gifts sent to them non-stop. Brother, should I take the PK? Lin Yunna sent a message. You go ahead, make the PK time shorter. So Lin Yunna started the connection for the PK. The opponent was a funny male streamer, which was a bit speechless. Dressed up like a flamboyant gay, was he trying to create a time travel theme? At the start of the PK, Zhang Yuan sent out 30 Jianyanhuas immediately, and the opponent did not back down, constantly shouting, seemingly having brought a top brother along. Both sides gave their all, letting the big brother start the battle, and Zhang Yuan directly went 1 against N. In just 1 minute, Lin Yunna's PK score had already surpassed 20 million, which directly made the opponent feel defeated, picking up the microphone to call for friends to support him. By the 3-minute mark, Lin Yunna's PK score had exceeded 80 million, which meant her live room had received at least 8 million in cash gifts, while the opponent was still stuck at 20 million, seemingly unable to keep going. At 5 minutes, the PK ended. Lin Yunna's live room had 110 million points, leading by a wide margin. Life and death were seen lightly. If you don't accept it, just fight. This PK directly left the provocateur in a sorry state. Besides Zhang Yuan sending gifts worth 10 million, some big streamers who came to join in also tipped, just to leave a good impression on Lin Yunna's top brother. Xiao Tuan herself sent out 10 Jianyanhuas. Zhang Yuan also received his reward, with a refund of 20 million arriving immediately. Although this PK didn't rank in the highest records of Douyin, this score could still enter the top 10. In less than an hour, Zhang Yuan had already returned 20 million, and today's goal of 100 million might be within reach. Zhang Yuan's Douyin level had reached 59, just 1 step away from the top level of 60. You stream for a while, I'll go take a look around. After saying this to Lin Yunna, Zhang Yuan exited her live stream. Lin Yunna replied, "Okay, brother," and continued her broadcast. This PK had directly increased her followers by 500,000, so she needed to maintain it well. Zhang Yuan browsed the live streaming rankings and found that most were selling products, with at least a few in the top 10. He wasn't interested in that kind of streaming, he just wanted to find a beautiful host. The system was quite understanding of people's hearts, calculated by algorithms clearly. Zhang Yuan quickly found a beauty streamer. However, upon clicking in, he didn't have a good impression of her. Although she seemed innocent yet alluring, she clearly had the demeanor of someone who had been promiscuous but wanted to maintain a facade. A few days ago, he had seen her posting photos on Weibo, looking like a little hoodlum, hanging out with a rapper. Although this little hoodlum had decent looks, she was quite flirtatious. When she saw Zhang Yuan's account enter, she felt a moment of joy and stood up to greet the level 59 big shot. "Welcome, brother Jiangnan." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yuan had already exited her live stream. What's going on? A level 59 big brother just came into the live stream, but it seems he left again. The two who just made it to the childhood rankings seem to have been brushed up by this big brother. A rich guy, why didn't he stay? Although Zhang Yuan was a loser, he had watched plenty of these short videos and naturally knew some gossip and had his own preferences. He had now entered a live stream of a host who was singing. The rhythm of the music kept him there. "I have carried a body full of bitterness, regret, and sighs, yet your eyes are filled with tears at this moment. This world has unknowingly become empty. What doesn't want you to go?" This was a song by a superstar from Hong Kong, originally sung by a man, but the female host sang it with a different flavor. A classic Cantonese song that had accompanied Zhang Yuan for over a decade. The female host was singing without welcoming him, the level 59 big shot. Zhang Yuan just quietly listened to the song and then quietly sent gifts. In an instant, the special effects of the gifts filled the screen. Jiangnan sent out Carnival X30, Jiangnan sent out Carnival X30, Jiangnan sent out Carnival X30, Jiangnan sent out Carnival X30. The act of sending gifts shocked the singing host, and she couldn't keep up with the next line, hurriedly thanking him. "Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the carnival. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for your love." She was so excited that she became a bit incoherent in the live stream. "Don't stop." The words of the level 59 big brother flashed uniquely. "Xiao Mo, the big brother says don't stop. Ha ha ha, don't stop." The female host quickly regained her composure and continued singing. Her name was CMO, a simple name, wearing a black baseball cap, and her long hair looked decent. Jang Yuan didn't stay because of her looks, he stayed because of her voice. After she finished singing, Jang Yuan sent nearly 600 carnivals, which directly boosted her popularity to over 1 million. Thank you, brother Jiangnan. The host hit the jackpot, encountered a rich guy. I wonder what attracted the rich guy. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Jang Yuan left again. With a wave of his sleeve, he took nothing with him. After browsing for a while, Jang Yuan felt a bit regretful. He hadn't encountered the water snake waste that night. Perhaps the streaming times were different. Jang Yuan refreshed the page, and the top 10 on the live broadcast leaderboard were all boosted by him. When he returned to Lin Yuna's live stream, his Douyin level had risen to the top, level 60. Today, Douyin welcomed another max-level big spender. The gift page for level 60 had added some new items. Welcome back, brother Jiangnan. As soon as he entered the live stream, Lin Yuna immediately saw him and got up to welcome him. Jang Yuan didn't say anything and clicked on the gift page. It was a new gift, and he sent it directly, showcasing the special effects of a level 60 gift. Wow! I didn't expect that a level 60 big shot would emerge in Lin Lin's livestream. To increase interaction in Lin Yuna's livestream, Jang Yuan sent her a message. You're doing a lottery in the livestream, right? Just say that to celebrate reaching level 60, you're going to draw 100 people, each receiving a 3,000 yuan red envelope. Lin Yuna's livestream audience had already exceeded 100,000, so 100 wasn't too many, but it was worth 300,000, which was quite extravagant. Okay, brother. Welcome to all the fans in the livestream. Brother Jiangnan has decided to draw 100 fans to give away big prizes to celebrate reaching level 60. Each winner will receive a 3,000 yuan red envelope. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the livestream was stirred up. A big spender is indeed a big spender. To celebrate leveling up, he could give away 300,000 in cash red envelopes. Word spread quickly. A large influx of viewers rushed into Lin Yuna's livestream, all liking, following, and participating in the lottery. How could anyone miss out on such a good opportunity? They could watch a beautiful girl, and if luck was on their side, they might win 3,000 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary. Lin Yuna's fan count quickly surged past 1 million. This kind of growth rate was truly enviable. Although it was something money could solve, the key was that they didn't have money, as some streamers watching the live broadcast shook their heads helplessly. At that moment, Jang Yuan received a phone call. Hello, who is this? Hello, sir. We are the manager of the major client operations department at Douyin. Sir, you have just reached level 60, and we will provide you with exclusive customer service. You can also customize a unique gift effect on our platform, which will be yours alone. Such a good deal. Yes, sir. May I add you as a contact? Sure. Add my number. After hanging up the phone, Jang Yuan checked his Douyin. He had 99 plus private messages and casually opened a few. Goodness, they were all messages from unfamiliar streamers. He opened a few, and wow, they were so direct. Some even sent their private photos, showcasing their stunning figures, leaving him dazzled. This scene felt just like selecting a concubine. It was truly marvelous. Forget it. Making money is the priority. Jang Yuan pushed aside those distracting thoughts and checked his bank account balance. He was still a bit away from reaching 100 million. The double cashback card still had about 2 hours left, so he needed to work hard. With money, what girl couldn't he charm? Therefore, the most important thing was to have money first. As a seasoned poor guy, Jang Yuan understood this principle very well. So, he focused intently on his cashback business. As the saying goes, making money is the first priority. First, cut through the distractions of beauty. Today, Douyin could almost be said to be Jang Yuan's exclusive stage. Wherever he went, that streamer's live broadcast would make it to the hourly leaderboard. Many small streamers now hope to be favored by this newly emerged big spender, to feel the love of this new big shot. A single favor could mean starting from 1 million, even if they got half, that would be 500,000. Who could resist such temptation? Who wouldn't love such a big spender? Today, more than a dozen female streamers had received such favors. Why couldn't it be me? Exhausting all their efforts, they continued to leave frenzied comments under the Big Shots homepage, making good use of the 3 private messages. Jang Yuan scrolled for another hour, spending 10 million cash, and brought 10 female streamers into the hourly rankings. Picking people was also a tiring job. He returned to Lin Yuna's live stream, and in the last hour, he wanted to pour everything into Lin Yuna, not wasting a single cent. The wealthy patron had arrived, and a special gift effect started first. A phoenix spun around the screen, followed by a crisp phoenix cry. This was the exclusive effect for top-tier patrons. Welcome home, brother Jiangnan, love you. With Lin Yuna leading, the fans who had just received gifts also chimed in. Welcome home, big brother on the leaderboard. A neat row of messages. It was somewhat like a triumphant general, cheered by the crowd. Every 5 minutes, 10 lucky fans will be drawn to receive a 3,000 yuan red envelope. Zhang Yuan was also quite generous, sending out a message. Brother Jiangnan is so impressive. I thank you on behalf of the fans. Lin Yuna was becoming more skilled, immediately expressing her gratitude. This remark ignited the passion of over 100,000 fans. Cash red envelopes were too enticing. Rows of Brother Jiangnan is impressive began to flood the chat again. Goodness, even if I have to skip work and not eat today, I must keep the live stream going. What if I'm that lucky person? The odds of winning are much higher than buying a lottery ticket, and I don't even have to spend my own money, assuming the electricity and data costs are negligible. After Lin Yuna finished the lottery draw, Zhang Yuan began to shower her with gifts. The previous 60-level exclusive effect gift was indeed beautiful, but it was too troublesome. He could only click one at a time. He chose the simplest and most straightforward gift, the Manhwa, even though it wasn't that great, but he could send 30 at once. Qi Yao was completely out of sorts at work today, constantly thinking about the strange encounters of the past few days, seeing the changes in her best friend, who could not have thoughts. As the saying goes, one fears their brother suffers, yet also fears their brother drives a Land Rover. Lin Yuna's pile of luxury goods stimulated her inner feelings. While she was at work, someone in the office suddenly spoke up. Oh my god, a wealthy patron appeared on Douyin today, spending at least tens of millions on gifts, sending many streamers to the live rankings, with each streamer receiving at least 1 million in gifts. Is this even human? Everyone immediately began to discuss, as this kind of gossip was indeed enticing. This was a wealthy patron who treated money as if it were nothing. They all envied those streamers. 1 million. If they could get 500,000, how many years of work would that equal? What's the wealthy patron's name? Someone asked. I think it's called randomly entering Jiangnan. Upon hearing the name, some people quietly opened Douyin and set it to mute. Watching the excitement was naturally attractive. When Qi Yao heard the name they mentioned, her heart skipped a beat. Randomly entering Jiangnan, Brother Jiangnan? Yes, it must be him. She picked up her phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Zhang Yuan on WeChat. Is randomly entering Jiangnan you handsome? After anxiously waiting for over 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan finally replied. Yes, how did you know? Brother Jiangnan, I also want to go live. Do you think I have a chance? After waiting a few more minutes with no response, Qi Yao made a decision in her heart, mustered her courage, and sent another WeChat message. Brother Jiangnan, I'm also CN like Nana. I can do what she can do with you. Her face turned red to the roots of her ears while editing the message. She had seen and heard everything that day. She was indeed moved. Although it felt somewhat shameful, those scenes were too captivating. Work was so hard and tiring. Every day she had to wake up early and get scolded by her boss at the company. So today she was even fantasizing about being able to turn her life around like her best friend. When Zhang Yuan saw her message, he secretly laughed, knowing she was 100% committed. Are you sure you want to? Qi Yao replied immediately with 2 words. I do. Good, then go find a place to start the live stream. You must go live within half an hour. I have a time limit. Whether you can make it depends on you. Who wouldn't want a brush for someone, especially when there are benefits to gain, and the chance to ride Yao? This opportunity couldn't be missed. Zhang Yuan immediately urged her to go online, trying to get the live stream started before his cashback card expired. With Zhang Yuan's affirmative response, Qi Yao quickly got up to ask her supervisor for leave, saying she was sick and needed to go to the hospital. After getting the leave, she grabbed her bag and flew out the door. Going home was definitely unrealistic. By the time she got there, it would be too late. Right, she could check into a hotel. Qi Yao immediately went to the nearby hotel next to the company building and booked a room for 666 yuan with her credit card, hoping it would be nice enough to use later that night. Once in the room, she quickly opened Douyin and started the live stream, racing against time. What talent should she showcase? Dancing? Singing? Forget it, that seemed too troublesome and wouldn't work out. Anyway, as long as she had a good chat with Zhang Nan, it would be fine. She could just be a beauty streamer. She didn't have many fans, usually just sharing her daily life. Zhang Nan, I've started the live stream. My Douyin name is Little Yao Yao's Happiness. After sending the message, she felt deflated like a popped balloon. She had no idea what the outcome of her courage today would be, but it should at least be like Nana's, right? Now she just waited for her big shot, Zhang Nan, to arrive. Upon receiving Qi Yao's message, Zhang Yuan checked the time. There was still half an hour left, so he should have time to send her a few million. He told Lin Yuna he was stepping out, then searched for Qi Yao's name in the search bar. The name was quite fitting. Soon she would know just how happy she could be. In Qi Yao's live stream room, there was no one there. She was just sitting there staring at her phone, with no interaction at all. Ah, Zhang Nan, you're here. Zhang Yuan's account entered with special effects, and Chi Yao exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything and directly started sending gifts, 30 at a time. Chi Yao was stunned. The impact of such gifts was overwhelming. All that money, no wonder live streaming was so attractive, with thousands of people flocking to this industry. 1,500, 1,500, 1,500. In just a short while, how many 1,500s had there been? She smiled, a genuinely happy smile. Zhang Yuan sent Chi Yao 2 million in gifts before returning to Lin Yunna's livestream. In the last half hour, he sped up the gifting. When the alarm rang, Zhang Yuan finally stopped clicking on the gifts, letting out a long sigh. This money-making business was indeed tiring. He had been sending gifts for 4 continuous hours, and his fingers felt like they were cramping up. Kato Takashi hadn't worked that long either. The bank's text message arrived on time, and when he opened it, he saw, "You have received a transfer of 20 million yuan on the 18th at 1920 from card ending in 1234, balance 78,996,444, 88 yuan. ICBC, he didn't expect that in the end, he still hadn't brushed up to 100 million. This cashback business was indeed not easy, and perhaps his method wasn't quite right. In over 4 hours, he had only managed to get back this little money, brushing 5 million returned 10 million, brushing 10 million returned 20 million, so he had only made a portion of it. It seemed his math wasn't too good, and his brain wasn't sharp enough. Aside from the more than 10 female streamers he supported, he should have spent around 50 million on Lin Yunna. By then, he could get 25 million back, and even if he left some for her, it still wouldn't be enough for $1 billion. Sigh, forget it. Becoming a billionaire isn't that easy. Now with several tens of millions in cash assets, Zhang Yuan felt quite satisfied. In less than a week, he had successfully upgraded from a nobody to a millionaire. After Zhang Yuan logged off, Lin Yunna soon said goodbye to her fans, saying she was going to eat. She had streamed for 4 hours and her voice was almost hoarse. In those 4 hours, she gained 3 million followers, suddenly jumping to become a big streamer with millions of fans. After shutting down the livestream, she immediately went to the living room and saw Zhang Yuan slumped on the sofa. Feeling heartbroken, she walked over, wanting to give him a massage. Her voice was already hoarse, but she still gently said to Zhang Yuan, "Brother Jiangnan, you've worked hard. Let's go to bed, and I'll give you a massage. You must be tired too. Let's go to the hotel and get a massage. I saw that the service list has spa services and such. Let's experience it." Without waiting for a response, she directly called the service line to request help, finally able to enjoy herself. Chi Yao had been keeping an eye on the two of them. Seeing that they both logged off, she immediately sent a WeChat message to Zhang Yuan. "Brother, where are you? Can I come find you? Brother, I won't check out of this room. If you want to find me tonight, I'll be waiting here." After sending the message, a few minutes passed without anyone responding, and Chi Yao couldn't help but think wildly. Those two, they wouldn't have just finished and gone to do that, would they? Ugh, can't they wait for me? No, I have to interrupt them. Chi Yao picked up the phone and called Lin Yunna. After a while, the call connected, and Lin Yunna's lazy voice came through. Yao, what's up? Nana, are you doing something bad with your top supporter again? You're ignoring me. Lin Yunna was lying on the bed with her upper body bare, while Zhang Yuan was already asleep beside her. No, we're getting a massage. Brother Jiangnan is asleep. Oh, where are you? I'll come find you. Ha, you're coming over? Yes, don't think you can shake me off. Nana, you don't have to worry. I'll talk to your brother myself. Under Chi Yao's threat, Lin Yunna told her the hotel address. Upon hearing it was at a hotel, Chi Yao felt a mix of emotions and immediately took a taxi over. Chi Yao had completely been conquered by Zhang Yuan. In just half a day, she saw her popularity value online and found out she could at least get 1 million, which felt like a delightful surprise, akin to winning 1 million. In this realistic society, money is the most advantageous weapon, especially for those struggling at the bottom. Encountering such a wealthy man, who was also young and not bad-looking, why not take the chance? Does love have to be about breaking up with a penniless person in a 88 yuan motel? Love is love, whether it's rich or poor. Before she even reached the Hilton, Chi Yao was already thinking clearly, determined to go for it, regardless of the consequences. The massage person had already left, and when Chi Yao arrived, Lin Yunna quickly got up, put on a bathrobe, and came to open the door. What are you doing? It's such a hassle to go to the presidential suite. Shoo, brother Jiangnan is still sleeping. Lin Yunna hurriedly covered Chi Yao's mouth and pointed to the bedroom. The two quietly ran to the second bedroom and closed the door before daring to speak. Zhang Yuan woke up, and it was already past 9 o'clock. feeling hungry as he had been too busy with refunds in the afternoon to eat. This girl, why didn't she call me? John Yuan got out of bed wearing only his underwear and went to see what Lin Yuna was up to. He found his way to the second bedroom, opened the door, and the two inside froze. Chi Yao panicked and covered her eyes. Why are you here? John Yuan awkwardly rushed back to the master bedroom to find some clothes to put on before coming out to call the two of them. Let's go, I'm hungry. You didn't even call me up when Yao Yao arrived. Let's go eat. The scene she had just seen kept flashing in Chi Yao's mind. That place was so bulging. How embarrassing. When John Yuan appeared in the Hilton restaurant with Lin Yuna and Chi Yao, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. This dog man, what virtue does he have to be surrounded by two youthful and beautiful girls, and they get along so well? But this man really doesn't seem to have anything special about him. The three of them ignored the gazes of others and indulged in a feast in the restaurant. After all, they had been hungry all day. After a satisfying meal, they returned to the presidential suite. John Yuan saw the message from Chi Yao and naturally understood without needing to say more. He was secretly wondering, could tonight's dream of a double flight be realized? As a result, the three of them played games until midnight, and Lin Yuna unexpectedly said she wanted to sleep in the guest room with Chi Yao. John Yuan knew she was shy, but she couldn't just cut off my dream like that. Sigh, so frustrating. So he teased Chi Yao on his phone. I was just being ridden by Yao in the game. Do you think I have a chance to ride Yao tonight? Ride Yao? Yeah, a very beautiful sport. Do I still have a chance? Chi Yao, upon receiving the message, stared at it for a long time. Ride Yao, ride Yao. Doesn't that mean? That means to be on top of me. That means, ugh, so annoying. Nana is right next to me. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the chance. But, Nana is right next to me. Brother, how about tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll find a chance to meet you alone. So bitter, I have to sleep alone tonight. Brother, Yao promises you, that means it's yours. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Okay, then comfort me a bit. How to comfort? You go to the bathroom. I'll tell you. So Chi Yao, feeling guilty, went to the bathroom, and after coming back, her whole body was burning. It was just too embarrassing. John Yuan was satisfied with the comforting gift he received, showing a lewd smile. In the world of Douyin, today left behind the legend of Zhang Yuan's rise to fame. Everyone was inquiring about this newly promoted top player, trying to figure out which guild he belonged to, preparing to support someone. After receiving Chi Yao's comfort and enjoying it, Zhang Yuan didn't rush to sleep. He opened Douyin again, and his private messages were already overflowing, including friends and various 99+. Now there were no cashback cards left, so it was impossible for Zhang Yuan to spend lavishly again. Every penny was his hard work, and he couldn't bear to part with it. Zhang Yuan just wanted to see if any of the female streamers he had spent money on today would understand his kindness and give everyone a chance. Facing a pile of private messages, he started from the bottom, which should be sorted by the time they were sent. The first one he saw was from the streamer Bubble Little Group, the long-legged goddess he had previously battled with Lin Yuna. He couldn't forget those white silk long legs. He replied with an emoji and then copied her WeChat ID to add her. He then returned to Douyin to select suitable people. Careful screening was very important. One should know that most of the things posted online are enhanced with beauty filters and long legs. If one isn't careful, they might encounter Princess Xiao Biluo, and if that happens, one might as well want to die. After spending so much money today, Zhang Yuan didn't want to be the sole favorite of 3,000 beauties. Since he had already let them share the blessings, it was only natural that other aspects should also be shared. The classic nature of men is to love the new and dislike the old, wanting it all. While Zhang Yuan was still immersed in selecting from his private messages, Bubble Little Group received Zhang Yuan's ad request, and after agreeing, she immediately sent a message back. Brother, you finally added me. Wronged. Gift brother, thank you for your support today, I'm so happy. Brother, you are so good to me, I don't know how to repay you. As a streamer, staying up late is the norm, so it's perfectly normal not to sleep at this hour. Moreover, today was so exciting, having received 1 million in rewards in her life. Xiao Tuanchuan immediately sent a flurry of messages to Zhang Yuan. After a few minutes, however, there was no reply from him, which made Xiao Tuanchuan feel a bit frustrated. Could it be that she wasn't attractive to this wealthy patron? Xiao Tuanchuan began to doubt herself. Her legs were recognized by fans as beautiful, and with the magical white stockings, she was unstoppable. Should she send some benefits to the wealthy patron? Zhang Yuan added a few people back and saw the messages from Xiao Tuanchuan, and couldn't help but laugh. As expected, this aloof strategy truly does not deceive me. Those who reply instantly become sycophants. Only those who are indifferent make the other person feel anxious. A few minutes without a reply, and look, she's already offering benefits. Xiao Tuanchuan had sent over several of her best photos, giving Zhang Yuan a feast for the eyes. She even did cosplay, looking quite the part, and quite spirited. Those legs must not have been stretched, otherwise, they would truly be world-class legs. Why aren't you asleep yet? Xiao Tuanchuan was feeling a mix of emotions, thinking that her photos had been used but still couldn't move him. As soon as the message came, she was instantly excited. I usually sleep late, my streaming hours are a bit longer. Oh, that sounds tough, take care of your health. Thank you for your concern, brother. Can I call you Jiang Nan brother from now on? Sure, call me whatever you like. To Jiang Yuan, names were just codes, so he didn't mind. Today, Jiang Nan brother gave me so many gifts, I don't know how to thank you. It's a small matter, who told you to attract me? No need to take it so seriously. This sentence had many meanings, depending on how one interpreted it. Xiao Tuanchuan had received many invitations before, so she naturally understood it as him being interested in her. She was a streamer with a guild, taking a 45% cut, but today Jiang Yuan's gifts meant she would at least get nearly 500,000. The guild had called her, advising her to maintain this newly emerged wealthy patron and fish for bigger catches. However, hearing this sentence still made Xiao Tuanchuan very happy. After all, she had attracted the big brother, and everything was going smoothly. She just didn't know what this big brother looked like. If he looked decent, she could accept going offline to have a meal with him or go shopping. Brother, where are you? If you're nearby, can I treat you to a meal tomorrow? My cooking is quite good. Wow, treating to a meal and cooking, doesn't that imply coming to my house? Shen Chang. Ah, brother, I'm in Yangcheng. It seems I can't let you taste my cooking. My kitchen is quite big. You can come to my house to cook sometime. This was a top-tier tug-of-war. You invite me to your house, and I invite you to mine. But seriously, Yao already had someone. If she cosplayed as Shiranui might a cook for herself, that scene would be so delightful. Jiang Yuan had seen some of Xiao Tuanchuan's cosplay videos on her profile and had to admit they were stunning. Alright, Jiang Nan brother, when I go to Xinjiang, I'll come cook for you. This was just like saying another day. It seemed she still hadn't won him over. Forget it, Jiang Yuan simply decided not to reply. He still had several messages from other girls in his WeChat. In his life, it was the first time he couldn't keep up with replies from girls. Jiang Yuan didn't know when he fell asleep, but when he groggily woke up, there was a warm body beside him. Lin Yuna had snuck into his bed at some point. Brother, I'm here to keep you company for a while, don't be unhappy. Happy? I'm very happy right now, hee hee. Jiang Yuan flipped over and pressed down, and soon the master bedroom became fragrant. The next day, when he woke up again, Lin Yuna was no longer by his side. He glanced at his phone. Chi Yao said she went to the company to resign, telling him to wait for her. Good food is worth the wait. After having breakfast with Lin Yuna, he sent her back to the Ritz-Carlton. Jiang Yuan needed to return to Binjiang Garden. Many items he bought online had arrived, and the property management had already called to say they couldn't fit them all. Coincidentally, the appliance installation was also scheduled for today, so he decided to go back and tidy up his house first. Brother, I checked the live stream earnings from yesterday when I woke up this morning. It totaled 25,784,230 yuan, but my bank card can't transfer that much. I'll go to the bank to transfer it to you when I get back to the hotel. On the way, Lin Yuna reported to him about yesterday's situation. Then let's split it in half, and you can handle it when you have time. This was a sum of over 20 million, and Lin Yuna quickly waved her hands to refuse. Being inexperienced in the world, the jump from a million to now tens of millions was too much of a shock for her. She felt conflicted all morning. Looking at the huge sum in her account, she was a bit scared. If she took this money and disappeared, probably no one would be able to find her. This huge amount could easily shake a person's heart and allow one to live a laid-back life for the rest of their days. During breakfast, Jiang Yuan didn't say much. He wanted to see if Lin Yuna would bring it up herself or if she would be lost in thought. Their deep connection had only been a few days, and it was normal for wealth to stir one's heart. He had already received the cash back with no losses, but this money could reveal a person's true nature. He was waiting for Lin Yuna's decision. Lin Yuna's honesty made Jiang Yuan feel quite relieved. At least this girl was still sincere towards him. She didn't even have the thought of keeping the money for herself or running away with it. Even if she really did run away, Jiang Yuan would only think he misjudged her. This money was merely optional. After sending Lin Yuna to the hotel, he went straight back to Binjiang Garden. Whether Lin Yuna would go to the bank to transfer the money was no longer important. He already knew her heart, so giving it to her was fine. The property management at Binjiang Garden was extremely excited to see Jiang Yuan. Boss, you're finally back. You have no idea how many packages you have. They even cleared out a room for Jiang Yuan's deliveries. When Jiang Yuan saw it, he was also surprised. he didn't expect to have bought so much. There was no choice but to ask a few property staff to help him move it all upstairs. After several trips back and forth, they finally finished. Zhang Yuan gave each person a red envelope of 1,000 yuan as a thank you. The workers immediately smiled and thanked him, saying it was a pleasure to do this work. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Boss, may you make a fortune. Indeed, residents of high-end communities were generous. Back at the property management, those who didn't go regretted it immensely. It was just delivering a few packages, and that could have been worth 2 or 3 days' wages. Next time they encountered such an opportunity, they definitely wouldn't miss it. Zhang Yuan looked at the pile of packages filling the guest room and didn't even feel like opening them. This pile of luxury goods was just a tool for him to impress girls. Impressing girls. Ah, right, he needed to ask Qi Yao out tonight. Zhang Yuan remembered this and had to dig through the pile to find something to take to her that evening. Qi Yao had just arrived at the company in the morning when someone nearby stopped her and quietly asked, "Did you take leave yesterday to do a live stream?" "Ha, no, who said that?" Qi Yao feigned surprise and retorted, "They saw a woman who looked a lot like you while scrolling through Douyin yesterday, and they all thought it was you. The supervisor knows too, so be careful, he's definitely going to scold you later." Qi Yao thanked her but didn't take it seriously. She was going to quit soon anyway, and he could scold her all he wanted. What a dream. Sure enough, not long after she started work, the supervisor came over to Qi Yao. "Qi Yao, come with me." He took her to an empty meeting room. "Let's talk. What's going on?" The supervisor pulled out a screenshot for Qi Yao to see. "I don't know. What's wrong? Don't play dumb. You asked for leave yesterday. Didn't you just go live streaming? Do you still want to keep this job? If you like live streaming so much, why don't you just quit?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yao directly took off her work badge and slammed it on the table. "I'm quitting. I'll fire you right now. Remember, I'm the one firing you." Qi Yao retorted proudly and walked out of the office without looking back. Then she immediately opened her email and typed 3 big words. "Resignation letter." "Yao Yao, don't be impulsive. Do you really want to quit? It's not easy to find a job now," the girl who had just tipped her off quickly advised. "Jingjing, I've thought it through. This job is really boring. I'm going to find something that suits me. Earning a few thousand a month just makes me a month-to-month person." The girl named Jingjing tried to persuade her a few more times but realized Qi Yao had already sent the resignation letter, so she stopped. Qi Yao sent the letter and breathed a sigh of relief. Now she felt light and free. She invited a few friendly colleagues for a cup of Starbucks and then took leave to go home, not caring whether the supervisor agreed or not. She didn't even value this little salary anymore. On her way to the company in the morning, she checked her Douyin and saw that her live streaming income was a full 1 million. She had already requested a withdrawal, and now this 1 million was just sitting in her bank account. She was definitely a millionaire. Even if she worked at this company for 10 years, she might not earn 1 million, so why waste her youth? With money in her pocket, she felt completely at ease. Qi Yao planned to go home to tidy up and then dress up for her evening appointment. Thinking about what she did last night made her blush. Anyway, it would eventually be his, so showing him wasn't a big deal. Qi Yao was quite open-minded about it. She had long heard that in this line of work, streamers often went out on dates with big shots. They said it was for meals or to play games, but it was really just the same thing. Moreover, they probably didn't even receive as many gifts as she did before going out. At least she had chosen someone she liked and received a thrilling reward. Thinking of this made her feel quite pleased. Qi Yao wasn't without admirers. Even now, in this company, there were people pursuing her. The supervisor often hinted at wanting to take Qi Yao out to play, to eat, or even to travel. So when he found out that Qi Yao had deceived him to go live streaming yesterday, he was very angry, feeling as if he had been cheated on. Qi Yao was no longer the innocent girl who had just entered university. She had been influenced by so much and already had her own standards in her heart. Naturally, she wouldn't look up to such people. Plus, with her best friend setting an example, she didn't regret what she said yesterday at all. Instead, she felt fortunate to have taken this step in time. Zhang Yuan had been busy at home all day. The appliances and kitchenware he bought had arrived, so he was unpacking in the guest room while the delivery people were working in the kitchen and living room, both tasks not interfering with each other. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon that Qi Yao sent him a message asking what he wanted to eat and where to go tonight, and he suddenly remembered he still had to go out. Qi Yao had already discussed the reason with Lin Yuna. Lin Yuna had invited her to stay at the hotel for the night, but Qi Yao said she had work at the company and needed to go back to pack her things, so she couldn't make it tonight and told Lin Yuna to take good care of herself. In the afternoon, Lin Yuna went to the bank to transfer money to Zhang Yuan, and then she had nothing to do. She originally wanted to find Zhang Yuan, but he said he was busy with home renovations, and it was too messy and dirty, so she could only go live and chat with her fans. Unexpectedly, no one came to keep her company that night, and she suddenly felt a bit lonely. Was this brother really going to pretend all night? Lin Yuna lived on the west bank of the Xinjiang River, so Chi Yao chose to have their date on the east bank. The place was in the tallest building in Xin City, the Xin City Central Tower, which was 600 meters high and had over 120 floors. Dinner was arranged on the 53rd floor, and their accommodation was on the 89th floor, at the most famous J Hotel in Xin City. These arrangements greatly satisfied Chi Yao's vanity. What happened here tonight could be considered not a waste for herself, at least it would be a beautiful memory. Chi Yao didn't let Zhang Yuan pick her up at the outer ring. They met at the Xin City Center. When Zhang Yuan saw Chi Yao's outfit, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect this girl to look even more beautiful when dressed up with light makeup and a short skirt. I didn't expect that Yao Yao would be unrecognizable when dressed up. Chi Yao stepped forward and took Zhang Yuan's hand, feeling very happy that he recognized her beauty. Overlooking Xinjiang from the high floor, they enjoyed their Western meal comfortably under the beautiful scenery. An hour later, after finishing their meal, they went up to the lobby on the 102nd floor, got their room key, and returned to their room. Once the door was closed, they immediately embraced each other. Chi Yao responded passionately, although she didn't have a driver's license yet and was still inexperienced with her new car. She was very enthusiastic and had made all the preparations. Under the guidance of Zhang Yuan, the newly licensed driver, Chi Yao's new car slowly began to break in. As Zhang Yuan inserted the key into the lock and turned it, the roar of the engine sounded, and the new car started with a jolt, soon hitting the highway. On this smooth road of life, Zhang Yuan drove Chi Yao towards the distance. Driving was tiring, especially for the waist. When driving a new car, it also needed to be broken in. Although it was exciting to drive, it could be quite exhausting. Not only the driver got tired, but the car would also feel it. If the accelerator was pressed incorrectly or the brakes were applied unevenly, the car would be uncomfortable too. It wasn't until after 9 the next morning that the two, who had driven all night, finally woke up leisurely. That night, Zhang Yuan finally realized his dream of being with Yao. "You can't go to work today." "Hee, brother, I quit my job yesterday. I'm not working anymore. I want to be a streamer too." Chi Yao replied playfully. Zhang Yuan pinched a soft spot and looked at Chi Yao seriously. "That's fine, but you can only be with me like this. I don't want you to have any ties with other guys, understand? I know, I gave you my first time, and you still don't believe me." Chi Yao snuggled back into Zhang Yuan's arms, acting coy, but accidentally kicked her leg and felt a bit of pain. Seeing her gasp, Zhang Yuan understood why Nana had reacted that way that day. He patted her head, feeling a bit heartbroken, and said, "Alright, you should rest well at the hotel today. It's normal for the first time to be like this." "Brother, am I better or is Nana better?" How could she ask such a deadly question? "Could I say that your size is a bit smaller than Nana's?" Women also like to compare. What if she got angry and wanted to get something bigger? Each has its own merits. They're different. Both are good. Both are good. Chi Yao didn't ask Koxan for an answer, snorted coldly, and then reached out to grip Zhang Yuan's gear lever, casually shifting gears, making Zhang Yuan extremely nervous. This girl was really too crazy. Ignoring her physical condition, she started another daytime driving experience. After calling for a meal for Chi Yao and having lunch together, Zhang Yuan went to extend his stay for another day before leaving. He first went to the Ritz-Carlton to find Lin Yuna. In the morning, he saw a message from the bank and didn't expect Lin Yuna to really transfer over 20 million to him. This girl was really too straightforward, which moved Zhang Yuan greatly. He wanted to transfer some money to Lin Yuna now, but he knew she definitely wouldn't give him her bank card number over WeChat. Once in the car, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the group buy updates from yesterday and today. Oh no, how could he forget such an important thing? He didn't know if yesterday's group buy was still available. It might have been a precious opportunity, a house, a car, a company. Zhang Yuan felt a bit speechless. He was really losing his mind, forgetting something so crucial. He quickly picked up his phone and opened the app to check. Level 10 piano skill card, 1 yuan. There was only this one group buy item in the entire app, so it seemed yesterday's had been replaced by today's update. But what was this skill card? Was it like in online games, where you click to use the skill card and then gain the skill? Instantly invincible. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan excitedly clicked to purchase and pay. The skill card had a usage instruction, level 10 piano skill card. After clicking to use, the user can gain level 10 piano skills for 24 hours, able to proficiently play level 10 piano sheet music, and will forget after the time expires. Wasn't that just like having a real dream? Waking up and remembering nothing, just having a good time. Then he saw the next line, which left Jiang Yuan both amused and exasperated. Usage method: when clicking to use, the phone needs to be connected to power, and the phone must be pressed against the forehead for about a minute to gain the skill. What the hell? It needs to be connected to power and pressed against the forehead? Is this supposed to be transmitted through electricity? Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered the time he got electrocuted while charging his phone, which led him to this strange system. You win, system. Your usage method is unbeatable, just don't electrocute me. However, there was one more line on the back of the card that conquered Jiang Yuan. Reasonable use of the skill card can help users gain more advantages, thus increasing life's accumulation and enjoying a wonderful life, with even better group buys. Although he suspected the system was boasting, it did sound impressive. As a seasoned poor guy, there were indeed many things he hadn't encountered, and naturally, he didn't have corresponding skills. Just like this level 10 piano, Jiang Yuan's family was average, and he had never attended any youth interest classes when he was young. In terms of music, aside from being able to sing a couple of notes, he couldn't play any instruments. Whistling didn't count. Using this skill card would instantly max out his skill, easily dominating the kids. Just thinking about it felt great. As he was about to exit, Jiang Yuan saw the information query card and suddenly thought of something to verify. He had completed the big task of writing Yao yesterday and wondered if Qi Yao's favorability points would change. He had checked the photo of Xiao Tuan before. That woman's favorability points were indeed much lower. A woman with low favorability points should be resistant to getting close to him. Name: Zhou Xiaotuan. Age: 21. Occupation: streamer. Height: 170 cm. Weight: 48 kilograms. Overall rating: 83 points. Measurements: 85 divided by 64 divided by 83. Freshness: 93% favorability, 25 points. What a scam. He had given this female streamer several million and only got 25 points of favorability in return. No wonder it was dragged so far. It just didn't want anything extraordinary to happen with itself, nor any substantial return. Only 21 years old, but at 93%, that seems to indicate some experience. In Jiang Yuan's view, this data should definitely be someone who has gone out to have fun with the top brother. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If he had known, he should have switched to another streamer. Millions spent, and even a parachute drop was unwilling. Ah, spit. Goodbye, next one be more obedient. Jiang Yuan uploaded Qi Yao's photo and waited for a while. The information came out. Name: Qi Yao. Age: 22. Occupation: unemployed. Height: 167 cm. Weight: 45 kilograms. Measurements: 80b divided by 61 divided by 82. Overall rating: 79. Freshness: 99% favorability, 75 favorability. Indeed changes. Qi Yao rose to 75, unexpectedly a bit lower than Lin Yuna's. It seems among these women, Lin Yuna's attitude towards him was still better. After a comparison, he still felt Lin Yuna was the best. Jiang Yuan put down his phone, started the car, and headed to the Ritz-Carlton. Lin Yuna had not yet gotten up, still a bit groggy from sleep, when she heard the doorbell. Who is it? It's me, Jiang Yuan. Hearing Jiang Yuan's familiar voice, she immediately opened the door. Jiang Yuan stepped in, kicked the door shut, and then picked up Lin Yuna, carrying her to the bed. Ah, brother, what do you want to do? Want? Jiang Yuan nodded heavily, revealing his masculine nature. Why did you transfer all the money to me? We agreed on it yesterday. This is me helping brother complete the plan. It's only right. So silly. Give me your bank account. Since you helped me complete the plan, I have to reward you, and you mustn't refuse. Jiang Yuan looked at Lin Yuna and then kissed her hard. Lin Yuna wanted to say something, but only she knew. After a while, he finally let her go. Despite having gone through this many times, Lin Yuna's face still turned red. Under Jiang Yuan's insistence, she provided her account, and he immediately transferred 10 million to her. Brother, thank you. You are my woman. As long as you are willing, I will always support you. Her face flushed, but her heart was joyful. Jiang Yuan had some matters to attend to. After they had lunch together, he left. Lin Yuna also went to take care of the house she rented. Living in a hotel all the time wasn't a solution and was a waste of money. A few days there could buy a lot of things to decorate her home. Although Lin Yuna loved luxury goods and a beautiful life, she was also quite frugal, preferring to save more. Finally having some leisure time, Jiang Yuan opened WeChat to take a look, and unexpectedly, his WeChat messages were also at 99+. The most astonishing was that Zhou Xiaojun, after adding him, had sent more than 99 messages in these few days. This guy must be crazy. Jiang Yuan clicked to take a look and directly cursed. Damn, idiot. At first, he just greeted him, then said he wanted to buy a house and asked for recommendations on any good deals, wondering if there could be a commission discount. but Jiang Yuan had ignored him. Then this guy got angry. Seeing Jiang Yuan hadn't replied for a few days, he directly started attacking in WeChat, a bunch of words with a pile of angry emojis and voice messages, just like back in school when he was domineering. Did he want to die? Not knowing that if someone doesn't reply to a message, it means they don't want to talk to you, yet he kept sending so many unpleasant messages. Wasn't that asking for a beating? Jiang Yuan couldn't hold back his anger and clicked on the voice call. A tune played. Hello, Jiang Yuan, you idiot. Where the hell have you been? As soon as the call connected, Zhou Xiaojun's voice came through, directly greeting him. Zhou Xiaojun, are you an idiot? Don't you know that not replying means I don't want to talk to you? Are you asking for a beating? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Xiaojun was stunned, truly stunned. When had he ever been treated like this? Back in school, when he confronted Jiang Yuan didn't even let out a peep. Why was he suddenly so submissive today? During his years as class monitor, he had been quite imposing in class. You, what do you mean, you? Do you believe I'll come over and beat you up right now? Damn, Jiang Yuan, you're impressive. Come over here, if you don't, you're my grandson. Zhou Xiaojun finally reacted, and his momentum immediately surged. Fine, send me the address. Within half an hour, let's see if I'll go. Jiang Yuan hung up the phone directly, thinking this guy really had some nerve, still acting like he was in school. If it hadn't been for the class monitor controlling the scholarship spots, Jiang Yuan would have lost his patience long ago. Zhou Xiaojun actually sent the address, thinking Jiang Yuan was just a coward who liked to talk big. Upon seeing the address, Jiang Yuan laughed. Forget it, he would just go over and give him a beating. At worst, he'd pay a little money. He had put up with this guy for so many years, and today he finally found an opportunity. He fired up his Lamborghini and sped towards the address Zhou Xiaojun sent. Zhou Xiaojun was playing with a few friends when he received Jiang Yuan's call, and he was furious. After hanging up, his friends asked what was wrong. There's a fool in our class. I've been wanting to buy a house recently and wanted to help him with his business, but he completely ignored me. I cursed him a few times, and he just said he's coming over to beat me up. Ha ha ha, what kind of fool is that? How can he be so funny and still dare to come beat you, right? He used to be scolded like a grandson in school, and now he's actually going to bite back. Isn't that hilarious? Let's see how impressive he really is. The friends all laughed together. While they were chatting excitedly, they heard the roar of a sports car outside and turned to look, seeing an orange-red Lamborghini approaching them. Damn, it's a Lamborghini. It's truly my dream car. Yeah, over 7 million when it's new. It's like driving a house. There are really a lot of rich people in this city. The Lamborghini stopped nearby, and the group continued to admire it. At that moment, Zhou Xiaojun's phone rang. He saw it was Jiang Yuan calling and immediately answered. Jiang Yuan, you coward, are you here yet? Zhou Xiaojun, where the hell are you? I'm here. I'm at that address. I'm at the coffee shop. Why don't I see you? You're just making excuses because you're scared. I really look down on you. Open your eyes and take a good look. Jiang Yuan hung up the phone, then got out of the Lamborghini and shouted towards the coffee shop. Zhou Xiaojun, get over here. The group was dumbfounded. The Lamborghini was looking for Zhou Xiaojun. It couldn't be the person he just mentioned, could it? No way, no way. How could this poor guy have a Lamborghini? Zhou Xiaojun muttered to himself as he saw Jiang Yuan get out of the car. Is that really your classmate? Yeah, that car can't be rented, right? I heard it costs a few thousand a day to rent. If he wanted to show off, that wouldn't be impossible. Zhou Xiaojun's eyes lit up. This poor guy must be doing just that. Yeah, it must be. Damn it, this fool still dares to come scare me like this. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaojun confidently walked out, followed by his few friends who were eager to watch the fun. As he approached Jiang Yuan, he called out sarcastically, "Oh, Jiang Yuan, you've made it big, renting a Lamborghini now. Can you even drive that thing?" Jiang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiaojun like he was an idiot and spat out 2 words. Idiot. Who the hell are you cursing at? You poor loser. Zhou Xiaojun, you're really an idiot. I was going to beat you up, but seeing you like this, I can't even be bothered. Zhou Xiaojun, hearing this, got angry and stepped forward. Come on, hit me. If you don't beat me up today, you're my grandson. Seeing that pale face come closer, Jiang Yuan couldn't hold back and threw a punch, hitting him on the side of the face. Bang! Zhou Xiaojun fell down, dazed. His few friends around him were also stunned. They could cheer on the excitement, but they weren't good at fighting, all being civilized people. You, how dare you hit me? Zhou Xiaojun covered his cheek, his face turning from green to white. You asked for it. If I don't hit you, it's a waste. Zhou Xiaojun struggled to get up, ready to rush at Jiang Yuan, who stood there in a fighting stance, his eyes darkly watching him. Seeing Jiang Yuan like this, Zhou Xiaojun suddenly felt a pang of fear. He had been arrogant at school, thinking everyone was easy to bully, but now faced with resistance, he felt a bit cowardly, and his friends fell silent. "You wait for me, I'm calling the police." He took out his phone and immediately dialed 110. "Hello, is this the police? I've been beaten." Jiang Yuan didn't run, he just stood there, watching him call the police. That dismissive look made Zhou Xiaojun feel very frustrated. He wanted to fight but felt he couldn't take on Jiang Yuan, and with his friends not helping him, he was in a tough spot. "If you guys just helped me a little, I wouldn't be so scared." Jiang Yuan felt really good about that punch. At least he had returned some of the insults Zhou Xiaojun had thrown at him in college. Indeed, when it's time to vent, one must vent, or else it will be suffocating. Seeing Zhou Xiaojun looking a bit cowardly now, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh. For a few thousand in scholarship money, he had actually endured Zhou Xiaojun for so long. It was truly pitiful. Ah, a penny can defeat a hero. Jiang Yuan came to Xincheng for school. His family situation wasn't great, and if he could get the scholarship, it would ease his family's burden a bit. He just didn't expect that college was also a small society. Back then, feeling a bit inferior, he didn't know to fight for a class committee position and quietly became a transparent figure in the class. Those who held the power to relay information acted like leaders, wielding their authority like a feather, trying to control the class and enjoy the feeling of being adored by others. People like Zhou Xiaojun bullied others and played both sides, fully displaying their nature at school. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived at their location. "What's going on?" "Officer, this person hit me. He came up and punched me in the face. Look, it's swollen and bleeding. This person is a criminal. You must arrest him." As soon as Zhou Xiaojun saw the police, he rushed over, complaining in the local dialect of Xinjiang. He even showed the police the swollen part of his face, which indeed was swollen, and the corner of his mouth was either bleeding from the punch or from biting it himself. Just now, Jiang Yuan thought it was a bit of a pity that he hadn't knocked out a few of Zhou Xiaojun's teeth. "Tell me, what happened?" After hearing Zhou Xiaojun's words, the officer wanted to hear Jiang Yuan's side of the story, so he asked him. The police saw that Jiang Yuan was well dressed in luxury brands and didn't look like a criminal, so he couldn't be too biased. "Officer, this guy saw me driving such a nice car and got jealous. He came up to smash my car, and I just stopped him, accidentally bumping into him." "You're talking nonsense." Zhou Xiaojun was furious upon hearing this. It was simply turning black and white upside down. "Officer, he's lying. My friends can testify. He hit me. I didn't try to smash his car." "You all tell me what happened." The police could only ask the few people nearby again. The group all spoke at once, pointing out that it was Jiang Yuan who had started the fight, that it was his fault. They hadn't intended to damage the car, they just came to see the commotion when they saw the car. Both sides held their ground, making it difficult to resolve the situation. Perhaps they should all be taken to the police station for questioning. An older, more experienced officer thought for a moment and decided to check Jiang Yuan's identity first. "Is this car yours?" "Yes." "Show me your driver's license and vehicle registration." Jiang Yuan turned and retrieved the registration and license from the car, handing them over. The officer examined them closely, everything matched, confirming that they indeed belonged to him. This meant the others were also suspects, as there were indeed many people who harbored resentment against the wealthy. According to Jiang Yuan, this was a possibility, so he made a suggestion. "Young man, they didn't damage your car, and you did hit him. Why don't you two settle this amicably?" Zhou Xiaojun immediately jumped up, refusing to agree. "Officer, I won't settle. This car is rented by him. He's framing us. He's the one causing trouble and assaulting others. This car indeed belongs to this gentleman. Why were you in front of his car? Do you know him, or were you trying to scam him?" It seemed the scales were tipping in Jiang Yuan's favor. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaojun nearly lost his temper. How could the truth be so twisted? Even the police believed his accusations. Wait, the officer just said the car really was Jiang Yuan's. He finally realized the crux of the matter. "Is this car his?" "Yes." "Do you know him?" "I do, officer. We are classmates. He can't stand that I have a car, so he wanted to damage it. But I choose to forgive him. I'm willing to settle." Jiang Yuan jumped in to answer first. "Jiang Yuan, you're talking nonsense. I didn't want to damage your car." "Enough. Now, what are your demands? Speak up." "But we advise you to settle, otherwise, if it goes to the station and they find issues with you, you'll have a record," the older officer urged. This statement was quite impactful for Zhou Xiaojun. He still had to take public service exams. If he had a record, it would be over for him. Zhou Xiaojun deflated, covering his still painful face, and nodded slightly, having no choice but to agree. "Then I agree to settle." "That's right. That's the way to go. Let's each take a step back. Young people shouldn't be so impulsive, making a scene like this. Since you've agreed, state your conditions." Zhou Xiaojun hesitated. How much should this slap be worth? Should he ask for an apology from Jiang Yuan? An apology would be meaningless, he should ask for money instead. I want him to pay me 100,000. Gasp. Hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply. That punch was worth a lot. He was bold to ask for it. Even the police looked displeased, glancing at Zhou Xiaojun, realizing he was clearly trying to extort money from someone wealthy. Young man, we asked you to state your demands, not to make unreasonable requests. If you want compensation, it needs to be justified. Your economic losses, such as medical expenses, lost wages, nursing fees, and nutritional costs, should be based on actual losses. I want to go to the hospital for an injury assessment. Fine, go ahead. I see that this is likely just a minor injury. Once you have the assessment, come to the police station. Zhou Xiaojun hesitated, looking at his friends. 50,000. No, 30,000. It can't be any less. Everyone looked at him, silent. Zhou Xiaojun gritted his teeth and lowered his demand again. 10,000. The two officers looked at Zhang Yuan for his opinion, and he nodded immediately. Fine, then it's 10,000. Your face is really worth a lot. So, in front of the police, Zhou Xiaojun signed the reconciliation agreement, and Zhang Yuan immediately transferred 10,000 to Zhou Xiaojun's account. This fight was satisfactorily resolved. As they were leaving, the older police officer looked at Zhou Xiaojun and couldn't help but say, "Young man, don't be so resentful of the rich. If someone can buy a nice car, that's their ability. You should work hard instead of being so extreme." Zhou Xiaojun felt like crying without tears. I really didn't. Why don't you believe me? Seeing Zhang Yuan transfer the money so readily, Zhou Xiaojun felt even more aggrieved, wishing he hadn't compromised. After the police left, Zhang Yuan said to Zhou Xiaojun, don't be so foolishly self-righteous in the future. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. It's just a broken car. Why are you acting like a tycoon? Zhou Xiaojun immediately retorted. Zhang Yuan was speechless. Zhou Xiaojun couldn't handle a little stimulation. Don't look for me again. I'm not an intermediary, and you can't afford the houses I introduce. Zhang Yuan ignored him, turned around, and got into the car. The Lamborghini roared and drove away, leaving a few people staring at each other. Your classmate is getting rich pretty quickly. You should befriend him and let him take you to wealth. After Zhang Yuan left, Zhou Xiaojun's friend teased. Pfft, who knows what kind of luck he stumbled upon? Maybe he found a girlfriend who's a 68. This idiot is impressive for nothing. Zhou Xiaojun said disdainfully. Hey, you can't look down on him like that. I don't want to work hard either. If he can help me find a girlfriend who drives a Bentley, I'd be willing. Me too. Amidst his friends' laughter, Zhou Xiaojun felt increasingly aggrieved. Zhang Yuan first went to the sales center of the house he bought through the group purchase system. Although it had been successfully purchased through the software, he still needed to go to the site to get the contract to truly own it. When the Lamborghini appeared at the sales center, many people were stunned, especially the female property consultants, who saw Zhang Yuan get out of the car, their eyes sparkling as they rushed towards him. This community was just in average development, with an average price of around 60,000 to 70,000, which could only be considered decent in the city. After all, the location was already outside the central area, so the main consumer group for the community was closer to first-time buyers and those looking to upgrade. Those who bought houses either had no money or only a few million left. Where would they find money to buy a big bull? The appearance of a Lamborghini at the site was indeed unprecedented. They hadn't encountered it since opening. Sir, are you here to look at houses? Several property consultants squeezed next to Zhang Yuan, eagerly asking. No, I'm here to pick up the contract. The disappointment was palpable among the women. He had already bought it, so they couldn't make a sale. They quickly dispersed. A handsome guy was nice, but making a sale was the priority. If it were after work or they met somewhere, they might have had a chance to flirt. But now it was all about making money. Only one woman remained, continuing to assist him. Sir, I'll take you to the office. The contract is over there. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, it's what I should do. The other party replied politely. Zhang Yuan glanced at her name tag. Her name was quite nice, Chen Sihan. Unfortunately, no photos were allowed, or he could have checked her information. Walking alongside her, Zhang Yuan secretly observed while fantasizing in his mind. This kind of uniform temptation, with a fitted skirt and short heels paired with stockings, was undoubtedly the fantasy object of many men. Let's add each other on WeChat. If I have any questions in the future, I'd like to ask you. Zhang Yuan took the initiative to request the girl's WeChat. Alright, sir, I'll scan you. The other party did not refuse and took out their phone to prepare for the scan. Indeed, for a girl working in sales, gaining WeChat contacts was relatively easy. Seeing her WeChat profile picture, which was exactly Chen Sihan's work photo, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile. It seemed he could check. After taking the contract, Zhang Yuan left without a trace of reluctance. Sihan, the handsome guy is indeed handsome, but he's not buying a house. Why are you still serving him? He can't give you any orders. Back at the sales center, a female colleague teased Chen Sihan. But he is still a customer. I should at least show him around, right? Wake up a bit. Look, he left so decisively, even if you wanted to flirt, he wouldn't pay you any attention. Chen Sihan didn't argue. She had already added him on WeChat while they were still complaining. Zhang Yuan actually wanted to stay a little longer with these uniform temptations, but he had to hurry to the 9 banquet for an appointment. Otherwise, he felt that just looking at these beauties was quite pleasing. The address of 9 banquet was near Shifei Road in the west of Xinjiang. This area used to be a foreign concession, and after the establishment of the Huaxia nation, many foreign-style houses were left behind. To maintain its high-end image, 9 Banquet chose this location for its restaurant. It had sentiment, style, and culture, and more people were paying attention to the environment when dining. Zhang Yuan drove his car and was guided by the security guard at the entrance to the parking lot. When he walked into the restaurant, a waiter immediately came to greet him. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" "No. I'm sorry, sir, but we only accept reservations for dining. We cannot accommodate walk-ins." "Oh, I'm looking for your general manager Zhang." In the waiter's astonishment, Zhang Yuan could only pick up his phone and call Zhang Zhouchang. "Mr. Zhang, have you arrived?" "Yes, I'm at the main entrance. Please wait a moment. I'll come down right away." In less than a minute, Zhang Zhouchang came down from the office. Seeing the young man at the entrance, he found it hard to believe. Could he be a rich second generation? A wealthy young man? He tentatively asked, "Are you Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Yuan turned around and nodded. "Yes, it's me. Is it Manager Zhang?" "Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to be so young. You really make me, Zhang, feel embarrassed. Please, come in. People can be so demoralizing." He didn't expect someone so young to decisively buy 20% of his shares. Zhang Zhouchang showed Zhang Yuan around the restaurant and then invited him to a private room that had been specially reserved for him, as they had agreed that Zhang Yuan would come to try the dishes. Once they sat down, it wasn't long before a waiter brought the dishes. Zhang Yuan then understood why they called this a Michelin-starred restaurant. He had dined at several 5-star restaurants in the past few days, which had already opened his eyes. Now, in his own restaurant, all the dishes were prepared for his arrival, which deeply moved Zhang Yuan. As they ate and chatted, he expressed his interest in the catering industry, and Zhang Zhouchang patiently answered his questions. Before leaving, Zhang Zhouchang said to Zhang Yuan, "Mr. Zhang, if you ever need to host a banquet, just give us a call, and a private room will always be reserved for you." "That's not too good, it would affect the restaurant's business." "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. You are our major shareholder, so of course, you have priority." Thank you. Rest assured, I won't interfere with the operations. I'm just a passive shareholder. If you need financing, just let me know. I'll handle the investment, and I won't meddle in anything else." This assurance greatly moved Zhang Zhouchang, as his biggest worry was shareholders who didn't understand the business but still tried to interfere. He saw Zhang Yuan off to his car, and looking at the luxury vehicle, Zhang Zhouchang felt a bit more confident. This shareholder seemed to be well off. Zhang Yuan finally added Su Qingwan on WeChat through the class group. Su Qingwan's angelic face was undoubtedly the class flower, and one could even say she was the beauty of their college. After all, with her looks, she ranked among the top even in a college with many girls. Zhang Yuan was sure that at least more than half of the boys in the class had liked Su Qingwan at some point, as the 4 of them in their dorm had already fallen for her. Zhang Yuan only dared to think about it, occasionally admiring her with everyone else. That kind of girl was so high above him, so far away that he didn't even dare to speak to Su Qingwan, let alone have her contact information. However, Su Qingwan had no rumors during college because she was too fierce. Once, in front of the whole class, she threw a lecherous boy who tried to take advantage of her over her shoulder, and from then on, she became famous. Even Zhou Xiaojun, who had coveted Su Qingwan for a long time, only dared to admire her from afar, fearing he might get beaten up. In Zhang Yuan's view, Su Qingwan was probably the hardest beauty to conquer in their college. He wondered what kind of man could hold her. Just a few days ago, Zhang Yuan thought he would never have any intersection with Su Qingwan in his life. Until Su Qingwan spoke up for him in the class group, his heart suddenly felt like it had come back to life. He used to be a poor loser who didn't dare to fantasize, but now it was different. They said a man's wallet thickness was his courage, and now Zhang Yuan felt a bit cocky, thinking he might have a chance to get close to her. He had previously tagged Su Qingwan and his roommate Chen Liyang in the group, and both had replied to him, but he hadn't had the chance to read them. Chen Liyang had quietly messaged him, not replying in the group. "Why are you unemployed? It's not easy to find a job now. How about I recommend you to our company?" Su Qingwan just replied in the group with it sure. Seeing that Su Qingwan had accepted his friend request, Jiang Yuan was so excited he didn't know what to say. What should his first sentence be? He searched online for examples of first sentences, but when it came to his turn, he edited it several times and then deleted it. Perhaps Su Qingwan's impression in his mind was too aloof and hard to approach, which made Jiang Yuan a bit nervous. After a long wait, Su Qingwan sent him a message first. Why aren't you talking? I saw you and got too nervous, didn't know what to say, still haven't thought of anything. Jiang Yuan mustered the courage to send a message. Ha ha ha. Gif, I'm not a man-eating witch, why are you so nervous? I've never talked to you before, so I'm a bit anxious. Jiang Yuan's expression was like that of a little boy, which amused Su Qingwan, and they chatted for quite a while until Su Qingwan had to go and get busy. Oh no, I forgot to invite her to dinner. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered that since their first chat had gone quite well, maybe he could ask Su Qingwan out on a date, to have dinner and enjoy the night view of the city. What a pity it was only then that he had time to pay attention to Chen Liyang, a typical case of prioritizing romance over friendship. How are you doing, you rascal? I'm just the same, just a little employee. Why are you unemployed? Did your company go bankrupt? Pretty much, that dog of a boss couldn't even pay salaries, so I quickly fired him. Awesome. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment. He could go see Chen Liyang and have a meal together. His 9-course meal hadn't started yet. What time do you get off work tomorrow? I'll come find you for a meal? Sure, let's go to the school area. I live nearby, come over and I'll treat you to the snack street. Chen Liyang actually lived near the school, which was quite close to the house he bought. This guy wanted to treat him to the snack street near the school, which was the place they had gathered the most during their school days. Affordable and plentiful, just enough for them to indulge. Especially someone like Jiang Yuan, who calculates how much he can spend even on a meal, and can only save a little each month to improve his meals with his roommate, so this kind of affordable place is already quite good. Send me your company address, I'm a free person, I'll pick you up after work tomorrow. Damn, you're not even a girl. If you pick me up after work, people will think I'm gay. Where do I go to clear my name? No, I'm your adoptive father, my child, I'm here to pick you up after work. Get lost. Chen Liyang still sent him the address, after all, it had been a while since they last met. After graduation, everyone gloriously became corporate slaves, with work hours not to mention 996, at least 995. Busy on weekdays until getting home at 10, just wanting to lie down, and on the rare weekends, just wanting to catch up on sleep and recharge. Although it's only an hour's bus and subway ride away, they rarely meet, maybe once every 6 months. So first, he would go to the school to reminisce, and another day he would take him to Jiuyan for better food. Tonight he was still at Qiyao's place, having brought back some food after returning from Jiuyan to the Xincheng Central Building. Although Qiyao was new to the world, after resting in bed for a day, she was full of energy again. When Jiang Yuan returned, he saw her still practicing live streaming. As soon as she saw Jiang Yuan enter the room, she immediately ended the stream and rushed over to hug him, acting cute. Brother, live streaming is so hard. I streamed for a long time this afternoon, and there were hardly any viewers. When people come in, they just make dirty jokes, it's so annoying. That's just how the internet is, it magnifies human weaknesses. You'll encounter all kinds of people, so if you want to do live streaming, you need to have a thick skin and combine it with your own strengths. Okay, then I'll go learn dancing from Nana, or maybe I'll learn to sing. Both are fine. You can also sign up for classes to learn properly. Okay. Xiao realized after a while that live streaming requires effort. Not everyone can meet a big spender. Either you have to be good looking and give fans some perks, not just legs or breasts, or you need to have unique talents. She thought she should have learned dancing with Nana back then. After streaming for half a day today, not to mention gifts, there were hardly any fans. It seemed she really needed to cling to her brother's thigh. After dinner, Xiao found a spot to start streaming again, saying that she had seen online that one needed to stream for a long enough time each day to build up popularity. Jiang Yuan followed her lead, chatting with people on WeChat in the living room. The streamers he had supported a few days ago had all added him on WeChat, and he was looking to see who could drop by or meet offline. Most of them weren't big streamers, with few fans, and naturally, they were trying hard to win Jiang Yuan over. Some had already openly said they would come by when convenient. When Qiao finished streaming, Jiang Yuan chuckled, and Qiao immediately sensed the meaning behind his smile. She directly sat on Jiang Yuan's lap, her face flushed as she softly said, "Brother, let's wash up together." Hee, I couldn't ask for more. Qiao was quite open, and Jiang Yuan took the opportunity to suggest some small improvements in her ear. Qiao was shocked after hearing it but still curiously squatted down. The situation became uncontrollable, allowing Jiang Yuan to experience a different way of driving. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Don't let the goldenrod face the moon in vain. I was born with talent, and it must be useful. Even if I scatter 1,000 pieces, I will return again. The night was deep, and Chi Yao had already fallen asleep beside him. Zhang Yuan fought off sleepiness, waiting for midnight to arrive. After midnight, the number of information queries should be updated, and he was particularly curious about Su Qingwan's information, so he was waiting to learn more about her. Scrolling through Su Qingwan's moments, he was relieved that this girl didn't have any 3-day visibility settings and also posted her selfies, giving Zhang Yuan the chance to get her photos. As he watched the time on his phone past 12 o'clock, Zhang Yuan immediately opened the information query in the app and quickly uploaded a frontal photo of Su Qingwan. He then stared intently at the query page, waiting for the information to appear. Name: Su Qingwan. Age: 25. Occupation: student. Height: 170 cm. Weight: 50 kilograms. Measurements: 84 divided by 62 divided by 81. Overall rating: 89. Freshness: 100% favorability score: 30. Su Qingwan was actually younger than him. He didn't expect that. This 30-point favorability score was about the same as that little Tuan, probably equivalent to a nodding acquaintance. Neither a good nor bad impression. Su Qingwan's 100% was really good, truly good. Su Qingwan's overall score was the highest Zhang Yuan had seen in the past few days. He didn't expect to have underestimated her. This was not just a campus beauty, she was definitely the school flower. Just a beautiful rose with thorns, blooming alone, untouched. After reading the information, Zhang Yuan happily turned off his phone and crawled into bed, hugging Chi Yao to sleep. The next day, Chi Yao had to go back to tidy up their place with Lin Yana, so they wouldn't be staying at the hotel today. Zhang Yuan originally wanted to take her there, but Chi Yao felt a bit guilty, as if she had stolen her best friend's man, so she took a taxi instead. It seemed he had become a lonely person again today. Zhang Yuan returned to the previous shared rental house to pack his things and contacted the landlord to terminate the lease. He was immediately yelled at by the sublandlord. Don't you know you need to give a month's notice to terminate the lease? You can't just say you're leaving today. I still need to find a tenant. That's your problem. Take your time finding someone. I've already told you I want to terminate the lease, so remember to give me my deposit. You still want your deposit? Just wait and see. After saying that, the call was hung up. Zhang Yuan was infuriated by this attitude, grabbed what he needed, and left. He had already paid this month's rent, and he had only lived there for a few days. Wasn't that enough time for them to find someone? The utility bills were already quite high, they had made a profit and were still not satisfied. As soon as he mentioned terminating the lease, the sub-landlord started causing trouble. Zhang Yuan threw the remaining junk in the room, too lazy to clean up. If they didn't give him his deposit, they could clean it up themselves, consider it a cleaning fee for them. While waiting for Chen Liyang to finish work, Zhang Yuan flirted a bit with a female streamer he had added on WeChat. One of the streamers in Xinjiang immediately agreed to go out for dinner with him that night. As for what happened after dinner, everyone understood the implication. Zhang Yuan had seen her moments on social media. She was a girl who liked to wear JK uniforms. If the pictures weren't overly edited, her look should be about the same as Chi Yao's. At worst, when they met, he could just take a distant glance. If it didn't work out, he could block her. While he was studying her JK uniform, his phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be a reminder alarm. To prevent himself from missing out on group buy items, Zhang Yuan had specially set an alarm for himself. He was afraid of waking up too early in the morning and felt it was too late at night, so the afternoon was just right. Opening the shopping mall, today's group buy items had been updated. 1 Ferrari 488 for 4.5 yuan. System, I can't even fit it in my garage right now. I still have 2 Bentleys and 2 McLarens that haven't arrived yet. If I had that many cars, I wouldn't have anywhere to put them. Can't you sell me a villa with a few more parking spaces? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain when he saw it was a car. If there was nothing else to sell, they could sell some skill cards or something, so he could have more skills at hand. After all, with a skill in hand, the world is mine. For the points and to level up, he could only buy the car. Buying one item in a group buy only increased his points by 1, regardless of the amount, so he hadn't even reached L1 yet. With about an hour left before Chen Liyan got off work, Zhang Yuan went out. After thinking for a moment, he changed into a full set of Nike clothes. He should be drinking tonight, so he wouldn't drive. Moreover, he is currently unemployed and cannot provoke others too much. As the end of the workday approached, Zhang Yuan stood at the foot of the building where Chen Liyang worked, admiring the urban beauties coming and going. How many white-collar workers gathered here? Is it Lily, Lucy, or Lisa? Groups of elegant white-collar women poured out of the building and then dispersed. This feeling of not working is truly wonderful. When Chen Liyang came out and saw Zhang Yuan looking like a pig, he walked over and blocked his way. Get lost, I'm looking at beauties, curse you to be 5 centimeters shorter. Damn, you're ruthless. Chen Liyang was speechless, this guy was utterly heartless. He looked at Zhang Yuan and felt something had changed about him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He seemed a bit more refined, not as dark and thin as he was in school. Let's go. The two linked arms and prepared to head towards the subway station, but Zhang Yuan stopped him. Don't go that way, let's take a taxi. No way, the subway is much faster. If you take a taxi, you'll get stuck in traffic. We need to save some money, a taxi ride at this hour could cover our dinner tonight. Don't worry, I have money. I'll tell you a secret later. Zhang Yuan insisted and led him into a taxi. What's up? I won the lottery, I have money. No way, is that for real? Chen Liyan looked at him excitedly, surprised. No wonder he felt something was different about this guy, it was the aura of wealth. First prize? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Second prize? Zhang Yuan nodded this time. Not bad, not bad. The second prize, after taxes, still leaves about 100,000. That's enough for you to have fun for a year. You must take me for a foot massage tonight. I want to rob the rich and help the poor. If Zhang Yuan had won the first prize, Chen Liang would probably feel uneasy, but the second prize was fine. Recently, those second prizes from various lotteries only amounted to a few 100,000, and after a 20% tax, it wasn't much. He was afraid his brother would suffer, but also afraid his brother would drive a Land Rover. This grand health treatment of robbing the rich and helping the poor must be arranged. Treating him to a high-end spa wouldn't be too much, right? Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest in agreement. Of course, even if you just order takeout tonight, I'll cover it. What is takeout? Chen Liyan understood immediately. High-end treatment, he was overjoyed. When they arrived at the university town, Zhang Yuan directly handed the taxi driver a 100 yuan bill as they got out. No need for change. Thank you, boss. The driver had heard their conversation and accepted the 100 yuan with gratitude. Once they got out of the car, the driver immediately drove off to find a lottery shop. With the 100 yuan given by this lucky person, he had to buy some lottery tickets to share in the luck. Who knows, maybe this 100 yuan would win him a second prize, and life would be beautiful. There are several university towns in Xinjiang, seemingly in every direction. Zhang Yuan School is in the north of Xinjiang, where 4 comprehensive universities are gathered, and the total number of students in this area probably reaches 70,000 to 80,000. Naturally, countless consumer venues have emerged next to the bustling university town, with food being the most abundant. Although the school cafeteria is good, it is monotonous, and wealthy students often come out to satisfy their cravings and socialize. The two of them walked familiar paths to the snack street, which was bustling with people at mealtime. So, what do you want to eat? It's on me, Zhang Yuan said to Chen Liang beside him. You said you would treat me to dinner, so don't argue with me. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to pay tonight. Ha ha ha, looks like you're planning to fleece me. Of course, such a rare opportunity in life. If I don't fleece you, I won't have another chance. Alright, you have the final say. Let's go get some barbecue, it's hot today, and some beer would be just right. The two of them arrived at a barbecue restaurant they often frequented and placed their order. 30 skewers of lamb, 30 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of chives, 2 dozen oysters, and 10 kidneys. The owner of the restaurant looked at the two of them, wanting to laugh but covering her mouth. Chen Liyan felt awkward too. Bro, with this much, are you crazy? Ha ha ha, aren't you already itching to go? By then, you'll have a place to have fun. Chen Liyan covered his face with one hand, unable to respond. Could it really be happening? No way, Zhang Yuan was such a coward. When he went with classmates before, he was so scared he squatted at the door for half the night and didn't dare to go in. Wasn't he the one who ran away at the last minute? He asked doubtfully, are you really going? I'm not going, I'm ordering for you. I have other good places to go. Damn, you're leaving me behind to have fun by yourself. Zhang Yuan couldn't explain to him that he had already made plans with someone else. Of course, he could only go by himself. He already had a target. To make it up to Chen Liyan, Zhang Yuan continued to encourage him. I have someone coming, they'll be here soon, so tonight you can have fun as you like. Order 2 more, and I'll cover the bill, as long as you can handle it. Chen Liyan's eyes lit up, and the scene of a double date flashed in his mind. He licked his lips and then shook his head. Am I that kind of person? Yes, you are. Zhang Yuan nodded affirmatively. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. He wiped his greasy hands and answered on speakerphone. Hello, are you here? Brother, I've arrived at the address you sent. But there are so many shops here, I can't find the one you mentioned. A sweet voice came through the phone, shocking Chen Liang, who was sitting next to him. What the hell? What's going on? The quietest guy in class, Zhang Yuan, actually has a sweet-voiced girlfriend? And he was still single. Damn, what kind of world is this, torturing single guys? Why am I a single dog? Chen Liang even found the lamb skewers in his mouth less appealing. His buddy might not have a Land Rover, but he has a sweet little girlfriend. Okay, wait for me. I'll come pick you up. Alright, brother. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone and looked at the still shocked Chen Liyang. Hee, the person I invited is here. I'm going to pick her up. Don't worry, tonight you definitely won't be shortchanged. Wherever you want to go, I'll treat you. After saying that, he walked out of the barbecue restaurant to pick up the JK girl. After hanging up the phone, Lianning's anticipation deepened. From the voice, it sounded like a young man, which seemed acceptable. At least he hadn't lied to her. Although she had agreed to Zhang Yuan's invitation, she had only truly agreed after he sent a photo. After all, she was most afraid that the top guy would turn out to be a bald, middle-aged uncle who was fat and salty. In that case, she would rather run away. Lianning dressed in a JK outfit according to the other person's preferences. Although many girls wore JK outfits at this time of year, not many could pull off the look of being both pure and alluring. Lianning was tall, with her hair styled in twin ponytails. She wore a short-sleeved shirt resembling a school uniform on top and a brown and white checkered JK skirt on the bottom, with white over-the-knee stockings on her legs and a small backpack on her back. This appearance made her the center of attention at the intersection. Hormonal male college students turned their heads, some already drooling, unable to close their mouths. How could such a beautiful girl appear here? Which school is she from? Some had already mustered the courage to approach her, asking if they could add her on WeChat or something. Lianning frowned slightly, feeling a bit disgusted by such advances. She had no interest in these peers. They were either simps or straight men. Even if they were handsome, it didn't matter. She preferred someone with real wealth. If you want to raise fish, you should raise some quality fish, not just put mudloaches and shrimp into your fish pond. From a distance, Zhang Yuan had already spotted her, and indeed, she was impressive, worthy of being the anchor he had carefully chosen that day. The JK outfit was exactly what had motivated him to send gifts. As Zhang Yuan approached, Lianning also looked at him. Xiao Ning? Zhang Nangij? They both spoke at the same time, their secret code matched. Lianning smiled, realizing that the top supporter was such a handsome young man. She had struck gold. Lianning enthusiastically wrapped her arm around Zhang Yuan's, allowing him to get close. There was no way around it. That night, the wealthy brother had given her so much that she had already tasted the sweetness. The livestream income had been transferred to her bank account. That was solid money, enough for her to buy clothes, bags, cosmetics, and even the latest phone was within reach. Gidge, why did you meet here? Are you a student here? No, I graduated. I'm here to reminisce. Watching the two leave intimately, many single dogs around felt their hearts shatter. Everyone was in silent pain. Yet another good cabbage had been pushed by a pig. Where is the justice? Arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Chen Liyan was eating an oyster and suddenly froze. Oh my, am I seeing things? Zhang Yuan actually brought a school beauty level girl, and she's a JK girl. When did he go save the world? Why is there a flower blooming on this pile of cow dung? This is my roommate Liang. He hasn't seen a beauty, so don't take him seriously. Zhang Yuan introduced Lianning, and Chen Liang's mouth, which had yet to close, instantly grinned like a flower. Hello, beautiful, do you have any sisters? Chen Liang asked with a mischievous smile. Ha, don't mind him, he's just being infatuated. Oh, Lianning stuck out her little tongue. Chen Liang felt a bit uncomfortable watching the two across from him. This JK girl was actually feeding Zhang Yuan. How could they be so cruel? Does Zhang Yuan's heart not ache? Of course, it didn't. He was enjoying himself immensely, not expecting this little anchor to be so skilled at making him feel different kinds of happiness. Because it was too much for the single dogs, the meal went by quickly. Chen Liyan was heartbroken. He felt that the barbecue and beer had lost their flavor. He didn't know if there were any more programs to come. In front of such a beautiful girl, he couldn't bring up those topics. He still had his pride. After all, if a beauty knew you loved healthcare, you might lose the beauty's friendship. Forget it. I can't watch anymore. Chen Liang finally surrendered. What's wrong? Is the barbecue not good? Zhang Yuan, why do you have to be so cruel? How can I eat like this? Ha, is it that bad? Then I'll take you for healthcare to make it up to you. Chen Liang immediately waved his hand, shaking his head. No, I'm a serious person. I'm not like you. I'm not going. I want to go home. I have work tomorrow. Ha, you're really pretending. Zhang Yuan spat at him playfully, then turned to Xiao Ning. Do you have any friends or something? Introduce them to my friend. Hearing this, Chen Liang's eyes lit up, eagerly awaiting the beauty's response. Really? Yeah, just see if there's a suitable one. My buddy is quite reliable, or real man. Okay, let me look. Lianning took out her phone, started scrolling through her contacts, thinking about who she could introduce. After a while, she recommended one to Chen Liang. Seeing the other person's profile picture, Chen Liang nearly drooled. She was also a beauty. If he could pursue her, that would be amazing. He'd be burning incense in gratitude. This is one of my friends. She's quite cute. Give it a try. Okay. He nodded vigorously like pounding garlic. Whether to go to another service tonight is no longer important. Getting a beautiful woman's WeChat is even more exciting. Looking at the time, Chen Liang suggested they take their leave and made a middle finger gesture at Jiang Yuan, who understood immediately that it was his fault for standing them up. Let's go, we'll head somewhere else. Okay. The two waited for a taxi by the roadside, and Lianing was a bit curious. Didn't the big shot drive here? Her big eyes kept glancing at Jiang Yuan. What's wrong? Curious that I didn't drive? No, I just want to see more of you. This woman, how could she be so insincere? I can't drive tonight because I'm drinking with friends, so I didn't drive. Having her little secret exposed, Lianing smiled awkwardly. I understand, big brother. Where else do you want to go? I'll take you. Lianing wrapped her arms around Jiang Yuan's hand. Big brother, I've never been to a bar. How about we go check it out? I'm really curious. What a coincidence. I've never been either. Let's go see together. Jiang Yuan awkwardly touched his nose. He was just a loser. He had no idea where to go in a bar, didn't even know where the entrance was. They got into a taxi and directly asked the driver where there were bars and which one was the liveliest, asking him to take them there. These people are like living maps, naturally able to lead them to the right places. The liveliest bars in the city are around Xintiandi. At night, it becomes a paradise for young people. Bars are divided into two types. One is a lively bar where you can dance, with DJs playing upbeat music that gets everyone moving. The other is a quiet bar, where the music is soft and soothing, and people quietly sip cocktails, listen to music, chat, or watch a game. While on the road, the driver introduced them, saying TAXX is the liveliest bar in the city, reportedly owned by a celebrity, and you can even see stars there every night. When they arrived, the driver even gave them a business card, saying they could call him if they needed a ride back later. As soon as they got out of the car, the whole street was bustling with young men and women. Wow, at this hour, I thought everyone would be like me in the past, lying in bed like a dead dog. This is what nightlife is supposed to be. A loser's nightlife is just staying up late. The scene was vibrant, with handsome men and beautiful women, luxury cars and supercars coming and going. There were also quite a few foreigners weaving through the crowd, and occasionally a woman would approach to flirt, looking like a total simp. As soon as Lianing got out of the car, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. There was no helping it. With her looks and that JK outfit, pure yet alluring, who wouldn't be captivated? Those gazes seemed like they wanted to devour her. Lianing quickly wrapped her arm around Jiang Yuan's, leaning closer to him. A woman is a man's face. With such a beautiful woman by his side, Jiang Yuan felt a bit proud. Look at what you all brought. I'm not just talking about you, but everyone here. You all brought ugly people. Once they entered the bar, it was like stepping into another world. Outside, no one could imagine how lively it was inside, only hearing the DJ's music blasting. Let me see your hands. Let's dance together. Everybody, let's get hyped. Then came a wave of EDM music, pure electronic vibes, combined with the flashing lights, creating a lively scene. Watching the men and women dancing wildly, both of them were dumbfounded. So exciting, welcome to TAXX. Do you two need a seat? A waiter in a shirt and bow tie appeared before them. Are there any available? Yes, we still have a few areas with some open spots. What price range do you need? What's the most expensive? There is a minimum consumption of 10,000 in Area 1, and on weekends, it's 20,000. Alright, let's go with that. Jiang Yuan made the decision directly. The waiter felt happy inside. This was all part of his performance, guiding them to their seats and showing them the drink menu. Jiang Yuan glanced at the drink menu and immediately spotted the ace of spades, which was said to be highly praised, priced at 8,888 yuan a bottle. The former richest man's son, Wang Deshao, often came to the bar and would order at least 10 bottles at a time. It seemed to be called something like Divine Dragon Set. Let's start with 2 bottles of Ace of Spades, and then a fruit platter. He handed the drink menu to Lianing, letting her see if she wanted to order anything. Lianing shook her head, saying Jiang Yuan could decide. Under the flickering lights, they were unaware of how many people were gathered ahead, swaying their bodies and dancing, fully releasing themselves to the DJ's music. This scene felt quite novel to the two of them. Before the drinks arrived, Lianing leaned closer to Jiang Yuan. What's wrong? I don't know, I just feel a bit out of place. Ha, it's my first time here too. It's fine, we'll just sit and drink the champagne that Wang Deshao loves, and then we'll leave. Okay, before long, someone with poor eyesight approached their booth. Lianing's charm was still too great. A man with a bit of a build and a buzz cut came to their booth and said to Lianing, "Hey beautiful, let's get to know each other. I'm Tony." Jiang Yuan was furious. This guy really didn't see himself as anything important. He shouted directly, "Get lost, can't you see someone is sitting next to her? TCH, you weakling, you haven't even ordered a drink. Look at us, we have all the good stuff, that's what suits this beauty. The buzzcut proudly pointed to his booth, which was filled with drinks. Zhang Yuan looked at the buzzcut's provocative demeanor and shook his head helplessly. How could he encounter such an idiot on his first visit to a place like this? Was this what they called a femme fatale? Ignoring the fact that someone was trying to hit on his girl, he was looking down on others as well. There was a limit to what one could tolerate. It was just a few bottles of wine. Zhang Yuan glanced around to see where the waiter was. He thought to himself, let me show you what a divine dragon set looks like. Just then, the waiter brought over the drinks and noticed someone causing a scene, quickly reminding them. It was unclear if the buzzcut had drunk too much or what, but he pushed the waiter aside. The waiter lost his balance and fell to the ground along with the drinks he was carrying. Clang! 2 bottles of Ace of Spades hadn't even been opened yet and were already shattered, leaving only a sound of demise, splintering into pieces. This sound snapped the surrounding people out of the DJ music, and they all turned to look. How could you push someone? The waiter, lying on the ground, was furious and immediately shouted into his walkie-talkie. Manager, someone is causing trouble in Area 1. It wasn't me. It was you who couldn't stand properly. The buzzcut began to argue, looking at the mess on the ground. Before long, the manager arrived with 2 security guards in tow, and the buzzcut's friends gathered around. The manager understood the situation and looked at the people surrounding the buzzcut. What? You want to cause trouble here? Don't you know whose bar this is? The 2 security guards stood beside him, glaring at the group, ready to take action at any moment. In a place like this, security also meant muscle, ensuring the safety of the venue, and in special situations, they could throw people out. The buzzcut continued to argue, claiming it was the waiter's fault for slipping and had nothing to do with him. You're talking nonsense. You came to this table to flirt with her, and when I stopped you, you pushed me down. The manager looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, Sir, is that how it happened? You must have seen it all, right? Yes, I saw it. Zhang Yuan nodded. This guy came over to hit on my woman, and I just scolded him a couple of times. Your people brought over drinks, and I guess he was really unhappy about it, so I knocked him down. The manager had already called over 2 more security guards, and 4 of them surrounded the group. Now the guy from the plane had some pressure and finally bowed his head to apologize. Sorry, I might have drunk too much and bumped into you. I'll pay for the drinks. The manager pointed to the spilled drinks on the floor and read out loud. Alright, these 2 bottles of wine are 20,000, plus 2,000 for the server's comfort, a total of 22,000. Card or cash? The group exchanged glances. They had pooled together to get a table, and the minimum consumption for that table was over 10,000 in drinks, leaving them with just a few hundred for a hotel room tonight. What kind of wine is so expensive? Are you trying to scam us? This is Ace of Spades. This guest ordered 2 bottles. Do you think it's expensive? Lianing laughed in Zhang Yuan's arms. These guys didn't even recognize Ace of Spades. She knew about it even without coming here. Yet they still tried to act like big shots, truly not even worth a hair of her brother. The guy from the plane seemed to have sobered up, completely losing his earlier swagger, looking miserable. I'll make a call. I'll borrow some money. Wait for me. Zhang Yuan shook his head, realizing they were just a few guys trying to split the bill to impress girls, sitting at a table full of cheap drinks while pretending to be wealthy. The manager had someone come to clean up, then had the security take the guy from the plane to the office to discuss compensation, apologizing to Zhang Yuan and the others as they left. Sir, madam, I'm sorry for disturbing your enjoyment. Tonight, your consumption at the bar will be 20% off. It's fine, no need. Just bring me 2 more bottles. Zhang Yuan had expected to encounter some rich second generation trying to show off and attract girls, but instead, it turned out to be a bunch of pretenders. He was still thinking about whether he would have to spend a few million tonight, and then the other side would make a classic scene. Everyone, tonight's consumption is on Mr. Zhao. He would definitely raise his hand in surrender. The 2 of them had finished almost a bottle of champagne and didn't go out to dance. Staying there was getting boring. Zhang Yuan whispered in Lianing's ear, I'm a bit tired. Shall we head back? Lianing shyly nodded, knowing full well where they were headed next. Going out with the top guy at night was just for those kinds of things. She had promised to come, so she was naturally prepared. His breath against her ear almost made Lianing lose her balance, leaning further into Zhang Yuan's embrace. The 2 of them snuggled together as they left the bar and got into a taxi, heading straight to the nearest 5-star hotel, unaware that another taxi was quietly following them. Upon entering the hotel, they directly booked a presidential suite. Since they hadn't spent much at the bar, they decided to splurge here. Zhang Yuan had gradually understood over the past few days that only extravagance could win over such women. A simp could never win the heart of a goddess, but throwing money could, until she was weak in the knees. Although there was no cash back today, he had tens of millions in his bank account, and the presidential suite at this hotel was only over 30,000. Couples coming to book a room late at night naturally understood the unspoken rules. However, not many were willing to book a presidential suite for a girl. Usually, those who did were middle-aged men, making young handsome guys a rare sight. Lianing was very happy. She had indeed followed a wealthy man. Unlike those who rented cars to pick up girls, only to end up in a budget hotel. Zhang Yuan had stayed in presidential suites a few times over the past few days and was already immune to it, but Lianing had never been in one. Upon entering the room, she curiously looked around. This hotel's presidential suite was slightly smaller, about 300 square meters, but it still felt larger than her own home. Zhang Yuan took Lianing's hand and pulled her close, startling her with his sudden move. "Brother, you. Xiaoning, it's already very late, shouldn't we?" This made Lianing's face flush, feeling a bit nervous at the moment. After drinking some champagne, but the wine doesn't intoxicate people, it's the heart that gets lost. Zhang Yuan looked at the charming JK girl in front of him. The suppressed fire within him was about to explode. "Brother, I'm going to take a shower, don't rush." Lianing fled in a hurry, dropping her backpack and running to the bathroom. After a while, the sound of water came from the bathroom. The splashing sound made Zhang Yuan's heart race even more. He quickly stripped off his clothes and ran to the bathroom. A scream came from the bathroom, then it stopped, leaving only the sound of water. Zhang Yuan, enveloped in the mist of the bathroom, had already succumbed. He had been conquered by the JK outfit long ago. Was he really going to test himself with something like a shower? He couldn't resist. The sounds in the bathroom became varied, the sound of running water, singing. After a long while, Lianing whispered in Zhang Yuan's ear, "Brother, I brought medicine, don't worry." This sounded like a death warrant, instantly breaking Zhang Yuan down. She was truly a little demon. AI's drawing of Lianing. In the morning, Zhang Yuan was awakened by the sound of his phone. He picked it up and saw it was his mom's call, so he immediately answered. "Hello, Mom, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? You still ask me, did you send money? How did you know? Do you think I'm stupid? Wouldn't I go to the bank to ask?" I was shocked when I saw the text this morning. I thought I was being scammed and almost called the police. Luckily, I checked with the bank, and it was your name. I thought you just started working. Where did you get the money? You don't even earn 100,000 a year, and you sent me 100,000. Are you doing something bad? Mom immediately launched into a tirade. Fortunately, last night Zhang Yuan had thought about slowly letting his parents accept his sudden wealth, so he tried transferring 100,000 to his mother's card first, otherwise, it would have blown up. He had already thought of a reason. He won the lottery. Nowadays, people win hundreds of millions. I just won the second prize of 300,000. Shouldn't that be surprising? Shouldn't it be reasonable? No, am I that kind of person? I bought a 10 yuan lottery ticket and won the second prize, over 300,000, so I just wanted to share a bit with you. Really? Absolutely, more real than gold. More real than me being your son. Oh, I didn't expect you, little rascal, to have such luck. Alright, as long as you didn't do anything bad, I won't worry. I'll keep this money for you. Bye, I have to get back to work. Okay, Mom. Zhang Yuan moved, seemingly pressing down on Lianing, who was sleeping beside him, causing her to let out a small yelp. His mom, who was just about to hang up, immediately heard it and asked suspiciously, "Did you get a girlfriend?" No, Mom, you heard wrong. You little rascal, hiding things from me. If possible, remember to bring her back for the new year. Haha, I won't disturb you anymore. This seemed to make her happier than winning the lottery, and she laughed as she hung up. Brother, I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? Lianing, snuggled in the blanket, asked apologetically. It's fine. What happened just now? Nothing, you pulled my hair, it hurt a bit, I couldn't help it, I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan chuckled, realizing it was his fault. Since both of them were awake, in such a beautiful moment, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but explore the mysteries of life with her. After all, being young is great, recovery is quick. Zhang Yuan, a single dog for over 20 years, finally encountered spring, inevitably getting lost in it. It was as if a dog was experiencing happiness for the first time after tasting meat. Around noon, the two finally got out of bed, embracing the lovely little beauty, and that feeling was truly wonderful. They took Lianing to the hotel restaurant for lunch. Both had expended too much energy, and Lianing's appetite had improved. Every 5-star hotel basically has its own signature restaurant, most of which are renowned on the Black Pearl Michelin list, so there was no need to look far. During the meal, Zhang Yuan secretly took out his phone and opened an app to check Lianing's information. Name, Lianing age, 24 occupation, student height, 169 centimeters weight, 49 kilograms measurements, 83C divided by 61 divided by 82 overall rating, 80 freshness, 96% favorability, 50 hey. Her favorability towards him was higher than that of Xia Tuanchuan, almost catching up to Chi Yao's first impression of him. He wondered if it was because they had communicated more deeply. No wonder she brought medicine. It turned out she was experienced. That was good. Jiang Yuan didn't want to create a little life with someone he had no feelings for. After all, they were just fulfilling each other's needs, purely exploring the mysteries of human origins. Her looks were genuine, full of collagen, and she was an 80-point beauty, not far behind Lin Yana. It was a pity, though, that she had been with someone else. Otherwise, she could have been nurtured. Where do you live? Do you want me to take you back? Brother, didn't you come by car? I'll go back to get the car. How about you wait for me at the hotel? Okay. By the way, what brand of bag do you like? With her favorability reaching 50, Jiang Yuan thought he shouldn't treat her poorly. He would go home to get the car and pick up a bag for her. Otherwise, the house would be filled with things that would take forever to digest. I prefer LV. Lianing didn't hesitate and told him directly, since she had already spent the night with him. Buying a bag shouldn't be a big deal. Last night, Chen Liyang didn't get satisfactory service, and early this morning, he was complaining to Jiang Yuan, so Jiang Yuan planned to go home, get a car, and surprise him today. In less than an hour, Jiang Yuan returned driving a Bentley. The Ferrari dealership had already called him to pick up the car, but Jiang Yuan made excuses that he was busy these days and left it there. The other party didn't dare to say anything. Back in the room, he handed the shopping bag to Lianing. This is the latest model. If you don't like it, you can exchange it at Hang Lung Plaza. I like it. I like whatever my brother gives me, Lianing said with a smile, jumping up to give Jiang Yuan a kiss and thanks. Then would you like me to give you 200 million? You're so annoying, but there's no time for that now. I can only give it to you next time. Let's take you back first. The checkout time for the presidential suite could be extended until 2 in the afternoon, and it was about that time now. Okay, Lianing replied, blushing, not sure if she was agreeing to the previous or the next sentence, or both. Lianing recognized the Bentley, sitting in the passenger seat. She felt very happy. It seemed she had really encountered a wealthy young man. This car must cost at least 3 million. Being with a young and rich tycoon gave her a sense of a leap from earth to sky. She had to seize this opportunity, while she was still young and her looks were still there, to maintain a good relationship with her brother. With this physical and emotional exchange, everything would follow. Looking at the LV bag beside her, it was indeed the latest model, a 50,000 bag given just like that. Who wouldn't like such extravagance? When they arrived at Lianing's place, she wanted Jiang Yuan to come up for a while, but he politely declined, and a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. Brother, remember to find me when you have time, okay? After saying that, she leaned over and gave Jiang Yuan a sweet kiss on the cheek before reluctantly getting out of the car. Jiang Yuan drove to Chen Liyang's building again, waiting for him to get off work. At that moment, outside the hotel where they stayed last night, 2 people were complaining about the hotel. Why haven't they come out after a whole day? This damn Cheatsy Lang can't hold on anymore. It was the punk from the bar who had provoked them last night. After they left, he followed them out, but they didn't go to the hotel. Instead, they took turns guarding outside, hoping to get some interest back. At 6 o'clock, when it was time to get off work, Chen Liyang hurriedly punched out. He didn't see Jiang Yuan at the spot where they met yesterday, so he called to find him. Jiang Yuan, didn't you say you'd take me out to have fun today? I've gotten off work. Where are you? You're not going to stand me up again, are you? Stand up what? Look up. 11 o'clock direction, see it? I don't see anything, just a Bentley. I'm in the Bentley, hurry over. What? Chen Liyang was completely stunned. In a Bentley? This was too hard to accept. It was unimaginable. The person he had slept with for 4 years was actually driving a Bentley. As Chen Liyang approached, Jiang Yuan rolled down the window. Chen Liyang finally saw a harsh reality and walked up excitedly. Old Jiang, this, I can't accept it. Come on, take your time to accept it. I haven't accepted it myself yet. Get in the car, I'll take you to eat something good. Chen Liyang opened the door and got into the passenger seat, staring at the interior of the Bentley and at Jiang Yuan in the driver's seat, his eyes wide open. Just as he was about to reach out, Jiang Yuan immediately stopped him. Damn, big brother, don't slap yourself in the face. Even if you think it's a dream, finish the dream. Hey, you make a good point. Since it's a beautiful dream, I must enjoy it first. Jiang Yuan could tell that Chen Liyang wanted to slap himself awake. Yesterday, Jiang Yuan brought a beautiful girl, which he could barely handle. Although it was overwhelming, it was still normal. After all, luck with romance could be unpredictable. But today, Jiang Yuan was driving a Bentley. That was just unreasonable. Chen Liyang cautiously asked, "Is this your girlfriend's car?" "What girlfriend? The one 3 years older than you. Did you find her?" You don't have to struggle anymore? Chen Liang's nonsensical remark left Zhang Yuan puzzled. What are you talking about? Chen Liang simply said, I mean, did you find a girlfriend who's 3 years older than your mom, so you've saved yourself 20 years of struggle? Tell me, I won't laugh at you, I want to learn from you. Ha ha, you're an idiot. Have you watched too many skits? Zhang Yuan laughed. Chen Liang's mind was indeed unbeatable. He could even think of that. Damn, you must be lying to me. Last night you said you won the second prize, and today you're driving a Bentley. You didn't win the first prize, did you? Bought a lot of tickets, and the prize is over 100 million? Chen Liang continued to guess, and Zhang Yuan had no way to respond. Let him guess. Chen Liang even took out his phone to check if there had been any news about 100 million prize in the city recently, but after searching for a long time, all he found were reports from other places. Did Zhang Yuan buy tickets elsewhere? It must be that way. Alright, stop guessing. We've arrived at the restaurant. Zhang Yuan interrupted Chen Liang's speculation, parked the car, and called Chen Liang to get out and eat. After getting out of the car, Chen Liang touched the Bentley's emblem, seemingly trying to confirm if it was real. He had seen this car online many times, but had never touched it in reality, let alone sat in it. Today he experienced it all, and that sense of vanity in his heart multiplied. He was also someone who had sat in a Bentley. The difference between that kind of emptiness and this tangible feeling was completely two different experiences. It was like having seen countless adult films but feeling completely relaxed when experiencing it firsthand. Having seen it many times and being able to do it once, no. Being able to sit in it once was a vastly different feeling. Chen Liang felt that he had become a bit more handsome now, following Zhang Yuan into the Zhouyan restaurant. This time, no one blocked their way, and upon seeing Zhang Yuan enter, they immediately greeted him. Mr. Zhang, the private room is ready, please follow me. Okay. Chen Liang looked around curiously and was quite surprised by the dining place. He had originally thought they might just go to a riverside restaurant, which should be the most upscale. Old Zhang, what kind of restaurant is this? I've never heard of it. Private kitchen, it's quite delicious and has its own characteristics. You can just lean against the wall when you go back later. It looks so mysterious. When the dishes were served, Chen Liang was left speechless. It was indeed mysterious. Abalone with Iberian black pig and black truffle, snowflake beef short ribs, wild yellow fish soup with white flour glue, steamed large yellow fish with chicken broth and matsutake, steamed white crab with aged rice wine, Australian grain-fed filet with foie gras, sweet shrimp with gold leaf caviar, wild eel soup from Hsinchu. Just hearing the names of the dishes was shocking, let alone tasting them. This meal almost made Chen Liang swallow his own tongue. He felt unworthy to be able to enjoy so many exquisite dishes. Old Zhang, this meal must not be cheap, right? I only have 2,000 left, you cover the rest. Enough, I said I would treat, how could I let you pay? That would be looking down on me. Fine, I won't be polite then. I'll treat for the activities tonight. Chen Liang thought that after eating, they would go for a foot massage. He had been to that spa before, and it seemed like the high-end package was $998 per person, just enough for two with 2,000, so they could indulge together today. After saying that, he called for the bill. A person who looked like a manager walked in and slightly bowed. Mr. Zhang, the boss said that your consumption in the restaurant is complimentary. What? Chen Liang was shocked again. They could eat for free? Could it be that the owner of this restaurant was Zhang Yuan's girlfriend who was 3 years older? Don't do that. I can understand using the private room, but let's keep it fair. I don't want to feel like I'm eating for free. We all have costs in business. Go tell Director Zhang that I said so. The manager didn't know how to persuade him and went down. He could only listen to the boss. Not long after, Zhang Zhoucheng personally came over. Oh, Mr. Zhang, why are you being so polite? You are a major shareholder of our restaurant, isn't it only natural to eat here? Just think of it as letting the chefs try their dishes. Why make a fuss? Precisely because I am a shareholder that I can't lead in breaking the rules. I know that doing business also requires principles, Director Zhang. We can't break this from my side. Zhang Yuan spoke logically, blocking Zhang Zhoucheng's words. Then let's treat you as a top-tier member. Is that okay? Otherwise, I would lose face. How can I charge a shareholder for a meal? I can't show my face anymore. Alright, let's do it your way. Until the bill was settled, Zhang Zhoucheng personally escorted them to the door, and Chen Liang still hadn't reacted. Once they got in the car, Chen Liang immediately asked, was that the owner of this restaurant just now? He said you are a shareholder? Yeah, I invested a bit in their restaurant. What the hell, Zhang Yuan, how much have you been hiding from us? You're not a rich second generation pretending to experience life while living a hard life at school, are you? Really not, I swear. God, Zhang Yuan, you really are something. Do you know I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat and brought you so much food? You bastard. Chen Liang was furious, wanting to strangle Zhang Yuan. It was too much. This guy was definitely a rich second generation, and they all said that wealthy families believed in raising boys in poverty. Although he had figured it out, he still wasn't quite willing to believe it. Zhang Yuan didn't explain, letting him continue to guess. That night, Zhang Yuan took Chen Liyang to experience the extravagant nightlife of the city. First, they went to a bar, where they opened a few bottles of fine wine and enjoyed the pleasure of being approached by women. Not long after sitting down, a voluptuous girl came over to share a drink. Later in the night, they went to the water club that Chen Liyang had always dreamed of, where Zhang Yuan directly opened a membership card for him, loading it with 50,000 yuan so he could frequently come and meet the coveted technician. No. 88 for a passionate exchange. They played until after 3 a.m., and too lazy to go home, Zhang Yuan booked 2 rooms at a nearby hotel to settle Chen Liyang's restless heart and body. As for whether Chen Liyang did anything else later that night, it's not appropriate to say. Chen Liyang had to take a day off today. He had stayed out too late with Zhang Yuan last night and couldn't get up. Around 11, Zhang Yuan called him to wake him up for breakfast, and Chen Liyang groggily came to. After hanging up, he reached out to the side and touched a warm, smooth body, immediately eliciting a soft moan. Chen Liyang was startled. Who? A lazy female voice replied, "You man, are you so heartless? You called me darling last night, and now you've forgotten?" Ah. Chen Liyang embraced the person next to him, lost in thought. On the other side, Zhang Yuan figured Chen Liyang would take a while to wake up, so he went ahead and bought today's group purchase item. Yesterday's group purchase item was nothing special, just a watch. It seemed to be called Richard Mille RM17, and it cost 460,000 yuan, almost as much as the Ferrari from the day before. Who would wear a Ferrari on their wrist? As a new youth of the era, who still wears a watch out? Isn't it all about checking the time on your phone? Glancing at your wrist to check the time seems a bit excessive and pretentious, but the watch's function is just for show. Zhang Yuan clicked in to take a look. The design of the watch was truly unflattering, hideous, or you could say it had a lot of character. He really couldn't understand why it could sell for such a high price. If he had to spend millions on a watch, he'd probably slap himself a few times. Clicking into the group purchase app, the items had already been updated. Sanda Gold Dragon level skill, 1 yuan. Sanda? Isn't that a type of martial art? What would he do with something like that? Fight? He's a good young socialist, not advocating for fighting unless it's absolutely necessary, like dealing with someone like Zhou Xiaojun. Regardless, Zhang Yuan had to buy it for the points. After buying, he was just 1 point short of 10 points, which would allow him to level up to L1, enabling him to buy even more items. It was still a skill card with a time limit, valid for 24 hours. The problem with this skill was that once he encountered a situation where he needed to use it, he wouldn't be able to, it would be too late. Would he have to pause and say, "I need to recharge first, I'll fight later"? The parents of whoever he was about to fight probably wouldn't recognize him. It was too useless. It was better than those piano skills, which at least allowed for an excuse to go to the bathroom and come back having learned it. Chen Liyang still hadn't gotten up, and bored. Zhang Yuan remembered he hadn't used the information query today, so he decided to study it. He decided to find a photo of an unfamiliar woman online to test and verify some parameters. After searching for a while, he found a familiar female celebrity. Back in middle school, he thought she was a goddess, sexy and intellectual. Even though she was 10 years older, she still had charm. Zhang Yuan downloaded her frontal photo from the internet and immediately uploaded it to the software. When the information came out, he was dumbfounded. Name, Xin Yanqin. Age, 36. Occupation, actress. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 83D divided by 62 divided by 84. Overall rating, 85. Freshness, 50% favorability, 0. Oh my goodness, sister, with that freshness, seafood isn't even seafood anymore. What should it be? Seaweed? Starfish? Seahorse? Zhang Yuan didn't expect that the female celebrity he once liked was actually this impressive. This industry seems a bit intimidating, and any rough estimates would be an understatement. Not only do male stars play around, but it turns out female stars do too. The couple dynamics in the crew and casual flings are indeed real. Having a favorability of 0 is quite normal. She doesn't even know who I am, so naturally, there's no so-called fondness or aversion. It seems that the 50 points of favorability from Li Anning yesterday were already quite high. For someone like Lin Yana, who scores 80 and above, it means she has feelings for me. Are there really people who score 100? Probably not. Who would be so devoted to someone that they would give a perfect score? That would mean their brains have been swapped out. Qin Yanqin's overall rating of 85 is even higher than Lin Yana's, proving that her looks can still hold up in the entertainment industry. After logging into Douyin, Lin Yana and Qi Yao were surprisingly not live streaming. There haven't been any free Do coins these past few days, and Jiang Yuan didn't want to spend money on gifts for others, so he lost interest after a while. He wondered if those two girls had tidied up their place, would they invite him over, and would they let him stay the night? Where would he sleep then? That girl Lin Yana, aside from asking how he was, didn't even send him a photo to show off her results. She really deserved a spanking. On the other hand, Shi Yao was more straightforward, directly sending, "Brother, I miss you. Are you coming to see me tonight?" Last night, Chen Liang indulged while he didn't, and feeling teased by Chi Yao, he immediately asked her to send him a couple of photos to satisfy his cravings. That girl was obedient. She went straight to her bedroom and quickly snapped a couple of shots to send over. Although not large, they were round and perky, making one want to ravage them. It was already noon, and Chen Liang still hadn't gotten up. Jiang Yuan felt his stomach growling and had to call him again to urge him to wake up. If he slept any longer, they'd have to extend the room. Only then did Chen Liang finally move. When Jiang Yuan went out to find him, Chen Liang was just sending a woman into the elevator. "How was last night? Did you have a good time?" Lao Jiang, know what? I spent the night alone. Luckily, this hotel has good soundproofing, or I would have had to listen to your moans all night. No way, big brother, you didn't even have a date? I'm really too embarrassed. Chen Liang laughed lewdly. He had a great night, proving that the life of the rich is indeed good. It's either eating, drinking, and having fun, or on the way to do just that. Before they reached the restaurant, Jiang Yuan's phone rang. "Hello?" Then a pleasant female voice came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Yuan?" "Yes, it's me. We are the flagship store of Richard Mill. The watch you ordered has arrived. May I ask if it's convenient for you to come pick it up? If not, we can send someone to deliver it to you." "It's convenient. Where is it?" "Our store is at 8 Century Avenue. I will add you on WeChat shortly and send you the address." "Okay." After hanging up, Chen Liang asked, "What's up? Do you have something to do?" "Nothing much, just bought a watch, and they want me to pick it up." "Alright, take me with you. I took the day off today, take me to see something new." Since he had nothing to do either, they went together. 8 Century Avenue is another luxury goods center in the city, a place of extravagance. After parking, they went up to the first floor. "Lao Jiang, which one is it?" "I think it's called Richard Mill." "Wow, are you even human? Do you know how expensive this watch is? I'm seriously starting to doubt which province's richest family your parents belong to. Have you ever seen a rich kid who wasn't sent abroad for studies?" That seems to be the case. As they were about to reach the watch store, Chen Liang quickly grabbed Jiang Yuan and pointed to two people in a nearby shop. "Old Jiang, doesn't that girl over there look a bit familiar? Seems like Su Qingwan." Chen Liang took a serious look and confirmed it. Jiang Yuan strained to see, but as a teenager addicted to the internet, his eyesight wasn't that good. He could vaguely make out that it might be Su Qingwan. "What a coincidence! We haven't seen each other since graduation, and we run into each other here. Should we go say hi?" Jiang Yuan encouraged Chen Liang. "I think you just want to take a look." Chen Liang called him out. Same, you want to see too?" "Sure, but there's a guy next to her. He can't be her boyfriend, right? Wouldn't we be bothering them if we go over?" "Ah, damn it, there's a man. This can't be tolerated." Jiang Yuan directly pushed Chen Liang over. They had to sneak a glance to see which pig was worthy of their Su school beauty. At that moment, Su Qingwan was shopping with a guy in the Vacheron Constantin store. Today was her birthday, and she just wanted to stay home and celebrate with her parents. However, her mother kicked her out because she had introduced her to the son of an old classmate, a PhD who had just returned from studying abroad. To make matters worse, her mother had invited the guy over and then pushed Su Qingwan out. She said something about how young people should celebrate their birthdays outside for a bit of flair. Just like that, she was sent out the door. Su Qingwan was both amused and exasperated. What kind of parents would rush their own daughter out like this? Her blind date, yes, the son of her mother's old classmate, was named Zhang Jialuan, a highly educated intellectual who had just returned from the land of the setting sun. He wore glasses and was dressed in a British style, looking quite gentlemanly. Zhang Jialuan had initially refused his mother's matchmaking request, but upon seeing Su Qingwan's photo, he immediately agreed. This girl was impressive. Her looks were at least that of a campus beauty, surpassing those in his social circle. With her mother's help, they went out shopping first, and since it was Su Qingwan's birthday, Zhang Jialuan wanted to give her a gift. To showcase the Zhang family's wealth, he took Su Qingwan to the International Finance Center, where they were currently looking at watches in Vacheron Constantin. Although the brand was quite expensive and made him wince a bit, if he could win over Su Qingwan, it would be worth it. Su Qingwan was just browsing casually, otherwise, with her temper, she would have kicked Zhang Jialuan to the curb long ago. Zhang Jialuan stayed close by, growing fonder of her with each passing moment. Just then, a man's voice rang out. "Su Qingwan, Su class beauty, The two turned around immediately to see two guys walking in. Su Qingwan was surprised and exclaimed, Zhang Yuan, Chen Liang, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. I came with Zhang Yuan to buy something. I thought I saw a familiar figure, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Hello, Su Class Beauty. Zhang Yuan also stepped forward to greet her. Zhang Jialuan felt ignored and immediately asked Su Qingwan beside him, pretending to be close. Qingwan, who are these two? Su Qingwan felt a bit displeased but still answered. These are my college classmates, Zhang Yuan and Chen Liang. This is Zhang Jialuan, my mom's old classmate's son, just back from studying abroad. Zhang Jialuan took the initiative to shake hands with the two, showing off his manners. You two are really lucky today, it's my birthday, and I'm treating you to a meal, so don't refuse me. What a coincidence, we didn't prepare a gift for you. Since we are all old classmates, what gifts do we need? It would be great to just have a meal together and enjoy ourselves. Su Qingwan didn't want to go alone with Zhang Jialuan, so she eagerly invited the two light bulbs. If the class flower invites us, we definitely have to go. Chen Liang and I will prepare a small gift, and then we'll meet at the restaurant later, okay? Sure, but you two don't need to spend too much, we are all old classmates, no need to be so formal. Got it, see you later. Zhang Yuan pulled Chen Liang away. What gift should we prepare for the class flower? Let's buy a cake first, after all, it's her birthday, and then we can find something else. We can't go empty-handed. Alright, the two looked at the mall directory and hurried to find a cake shop. At a Latin cake shop, they were told that a cake would take 2 hours to make. Zhang Yuan boldly said, can it be done in half an hour? I'll double the payment. Double the price? The waitress asked uncertainly. Yes, I need it urgently. Look, there aren't many people now, just help me make it. Let me ask the manager. Money opens doors. Zhang Yuan readily paid 2,000 yuan and ordered a 9-inch strawberry millefeuille cake, to be picked up in half an hour. This flavor should be loved by girls. Chen Liang clicked his tongue, thinking this guy was really a rich kid. Spending 2,000 yuan on a cake for the class flower's birthday, he was generous. While waiting for the cake, they went to the Richard Mille store. Zhang Yuan picked up a watch and casually looked to see if there was one suitable for Su Qingwan. Chen Liang curiously asked, how much is this watch? Sir, this model is currently priced at 4.6 million, it's one of Richard Mille's more classic watches. 4.6 million? Chen Liang felt his tongue tie up, stunned. What does 4.6 million even mean? He couldn't comprehend it. Do you like it? How about I give it to you? I think this one doesn't look good. Zhang Yuan asked directly. Chen Liang hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head. No, I don't deserve it. Wearing this watch would shorten my life. I'm afraid I won't live for long, always on edge. I can only look at it. 4.6 million? You might as well just throw the money at me. I really can't understand you rich people. Let's go to Patek Philippe and see. They have more watches suitable for women. You're not thinking of buying one for Su Qingwan, are you? Of course, isn't it appropriate to give her a gift? It is, but I feel like you have ulterior motives. You must have a crush on Su Qingwan, don't you? Check your conscience. Did you not have a crush during our 4 years in college? Chen Liang was left speechless. Well, all the boys in the class have crushes, it's not just me. The two strolled around and bought a watch for Su Qingwan at Patek Philippe. Seeing Chen Liang's eager expression, they also went to the nearby Rolex to buy him a green submariner, which suited his style better. Old Jiang, tell me quietly, how much assets does your family really have? I feel like you're almost on par with that Wang Xiao now. Having received gifts, Chen Liang was completely caught in the sweet trap. Not even close, let me work hard and strive to surpass him next year. Wow, give you a little sunshine and you shine bright. If you don't tell me, then forget it. After buying the gifts and picking up the cake, the two went up to the restaurant floor to find Su Qingwan. Do you think that Zhang something will be mad today? Why? Isn't that a rhetorical question? If you were on a date with a beautiful girl and 2 light bulbs showed up, wouldn't you be mad? Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and nodded affirmatively. I'd be mad, I'd want to strangle them. Right, that guy Luan probably thinks the same way. Then it doesn't matter, as long as we're not angry. Causing a bit of chaos is also fun. You wouldn't want the class flower to be taken away by that pig Luan, would you? Of course not. I'd rather you go and win over the class flower. Zhang Yuan then felt that Chen Liang was indeed teachable, patting him on the back and praising him. Exactly, a father-son duo in battle. Let's go cause some trouble. Wait, what father-son duo? I'm being so nice to you today, shouldn't you call me foster father? Damn. Chen Liang was speechless, it seemed to make some sense, but whatever, considering the Rolex, I won't argue with you, you ungrateful child. Su Qingwan had already booked a restaurant, quite upscale. If Zhang Yuan had known in advance, he would have definitely taken them to Jiuyan for good food and wine to celebrate Su Qingwan's birthday, but for now, this meal would have to do. The restaurant was located on the rooftop of the skirt building of the International Finance Center, and from the restaurant, one could see the bustling scenery along the Shindong River, with the tallest building in the city behind and the banks of the Shin River in front. Ah, you guys even bought a cake? Seeing them bring in the cake, Su Qingwan was a bit surprised. She recognized the brand, the Hermes of the cake world, quite expensive, similar to that Black Swan. It's your birthday, how could there be no cake? Right, Zhang Yuan even went to find their manager to rush it out, otherwise it would have taken at least 2 hours to get it. Chen Liyang took the opportunity to praise Zhang Yuan. Thank you, Zhang Yuan. Su Qingwan sincerely thanked him, genuinely surprised that the once quiet boy in class would be so generous as to buy her such an expensive cake, especially since his situation didn't seem that great. Zhang Jialuan, on the other hand, felt a bit uncomfortable. He had spent the whole day with her and hadn't seen her this happy. Come on, sit down. What do you guys want to order? This meal is on me. Eat whatever you like. He pretended to be very gentlemanly as he handed over the menu. It was an Italian restaurant, and the menu was all in English. Zhang Jialuan wanted to see them make fools of themselves. He didn't believe these two could understand it. This menu is all in English. If you can't understand it, I can recommend something for you. Zhang Yuan took the menu, shook his head, and declined. Chen Liyang didn't even look at it. He was about the same as Zhang Yuan, completely clueless about English. But with Zhang Yuan around, he wouldn't embarrass himself. Zhang Yuan glanced at the menu, closed it, and said to the nearby waiter, just bring out all your signature dishes, and you can pair some staple foods according to our 4-person portion. Okay, sir. Also, see if there's any suitable wine to pair with it? Sir, you can pair it with champagne or red wine. We have imported French wine and champagne. Do you have Ace of Spades? Or Lafite would be fine too. We have Lafite, sir. Alright, bring a bottle of that. Su Qingwan's eyes lit up. Seeing Zhang Yuan handle the situation so effortlessly made her look at him in a new light. Zhang Jialuan's goal was not achieved. Feeling a bit frustrated and heartbroken, judging by what this kid ordered, this meal would cost quite a bit, probably tens of thousands. He pulled out the gift he had bought from his pocket, opened it, and presented it to Su Qingwan. I saw you glance at it a few times earlier, so I thought you might like it. Here's a birthday gift for you. This was the watch they had seen at Vacheron Constantin earlier. Su Qingwan had only looked at it and hadn't intended to buy it, but Zhang Jialuan had run back to buy it himself. Zhang Jialuan was already feeling self-satisfied. Wasn't he being so considerate? Shouldn't that earn him some points, making Su Qingwan think more highly of him? It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Su Qingwan waved her hand, declining. Qingwan, this is a little token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse it. Otherwise, it would really make me too sad. Moreover, if my mom finds out that I didn't give you a gift for your birthday today, I will be scolded to death when I get home. Zhang Jialuan insisted, and after saying that, he domineeringly pushed it in front of Su Qingwan. Zhang Yuan watched, feeling a bit speechless. If he also presented a gift at this moment, wouldn't it be too obvious? It would clearly be a competition for affection, putting Su Qingwan in a difficult position. Chen Liyang saw this and immediately wanted to say that Zhang Yuan also prepared a gift for her. He opened his mouth to speak, but Zhang Yuan quickly grabbed his arm and shook his head. Chen Liyang looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion. Bro, I'm helping you. I'm your wingman. Zhang Yuan shook his head again, signaling him not to say it. The two people across from them had different reactions. Su Qingwan was curious, while Zhang Jialuan felt gratified, thinking that this kid was quite perceptive. Su Qingwan set aside the watch that Zhang Jialuan had given her, deciding not to argue for now and would return it to him later. At that moment, Zhang Jialuan raised his hand and made a gesture, and immediately a waiter came over to him. Sir, it's ready. Good. Qingwan, I ordered a piece of music. I'm going to play it for you over there. Happy birthday. This guy seemed to want to showcase himself in every way, making Su Qingwan feel that he was a well-rounded man, cultured, refined, wealthy, and talented. Oh no, Lao Jiang, this guy knows a bit too much. We might be at a disadvantage. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm going to the restroom. As Zhang Jialuan walked to the piano, Zhang Yuan also apologized and got up to head to the restroom, borrowing a charger and cable from the front desk on the way. Zhang Jialuan elegantly sat down at the piano, gestured a bit, and began to prepare to play. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan entered the restroom, found a socket next to the mirror, immediately charged his phone, opened the app, and found the skill card. I hope this really works. Let me experience what it's like to have a skill, Zhang Yuan silently prayed. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he quickly clicked to use the piano skill card and pressed it to his forehead. The moment it touched his forehead, he felt a slight electric current surge through him, and it was as if his mind was being filled with a lot of new information. Although it didn't hurt, it felt a bit strange. Time passed slowly, each second felt long. Finally, after a minute, Zhang Yuan felt that he had imprinted music theory and piano playing techniques in his mind. Before this, he didn't even know what a chord was. He shook his head, trying to recall the piano techniques, and his fingers began to move involuntarily. Returning to the dining area, the music playing was Wedding in a Dream, a very gentle piece that easily moved girls, as if it was expressing something. After the piece ended, applause erupted, and Zhang Jialuan stood up, slightly bowing in thanks, then addressed everyone. This piece is dedicated to a girl. Today is her birthday, wishing her happiness every day. Wow, so romantic. This display made some girls in the restaurant envious. Zhang Jialuan returned to their table. Qingwan, I hope you like this piece. Thank you, Su Qingwan said softly. I can play the piano too, class flower. Let me dedicate a piece to you. Ah, Lao Jiang, can you really play the piano? Su Qingwan looked at him with beautiful eyes, filled with curiosity. Zhang Yuan today was so different from how he was in school, and she was very intrigued. You'll find out when I get up there. After saying that, Zhang Yuan walked towards the piano in the restaurant. Zhang Yuan swore that he had never touched a piano in his life. He walked up to the piano and told the violinist next to him the piece he wanted to play, and the other nodded. She knew this piece as well, so she was willing to accompany Zhang Yuan in the performance. He sat down, trying hard to activate the piano cells in his brain, gently gesturing on the keys. After about a few dozen seconds, he finally pressed the first key. A note rang out, and then Zhang Yuan placed both hands on the keys and began to play. All the skills in his mind were activated, transforming his unfamiliar fingers into familiar playing techniques, as if he had practiced this piece at least hundreds of times. Just now, Zhang Jialuan had played Wedding in a Dream, and now Zhang Yuan was playing Canon, which was much more complex. In the audience, Chen Liyang was dumbfounded, thinking, what the hell? When did this guy learn to play the piano? He hit it too well. Su Qingwan was also watching Zhang Yuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhang Jialuan's face turned green. Was I inviting someone just to embarrass me? One moment hitting my left cheek, the next hitting my right. Does it have to be like this? As Zhang Yuan continued to play, he felt it becoming easier and easier, as if his fingers no longer belonged to him, merging into the piano. Wow, this skill card is really good. This is a technique that others have practiced for 10 years, and I learned it in a minute. I'm on top of the world. Minutes flashed by, and the collaboration of the violin and piano added a new dimension to the piece. Wow! Applause erupted in the restaurant, much more enthusiastic than for Zhang Jialuan's performance. Zhang Yuan and the violinist shook hands and slightly bowed to the audience's applause before stepping down. Back at their seats, Chen Liyang couldn't help but ask, "You brat, how long have you been hiding this skill from me? If you had joined some club in college, wouldn't picking up girls be a piece of cake?" No, I just learned it. Pfft, do you think I'm that gullible? With what you just played, how could you possibly do it without a few years of practice? Zhang Yuan didn't argue, raising his glass and saying to Su Qingwan, all right, today the class flower is the birthday star, let's toast to you, wishing you more and more beautiful, forever 18. Su Qingwan picked up her glass and clinked it with his, softly thanking him. Thank you for playing that piece, it was really nice. Zhang Jialuan was almost furious, he had also performed. But why didn't she thank him? However, no one paid him any attention, and he could only drink his wine in frustration. While eating, Chen Liyang suddenly complained, "Old Zhang, I still think the place we went to yesterday was better. This Western food is really not for me." Zhang Jialuan finally found a chance to retort, sneering, "Western food is about culture and ambience, unlike Chinese food, which is all about the smoky flavor and heavy tastes. I don't agree with you, the place we went to yesterday was definitely much better. Their dishes are not inferior to this one." "Oh really? Tell me which place it is, I'll check it out." "It wouldn't be the big stall at your school gate, would it? I think the restaurant is called Jiuyan, you can look it up." Zhang Jialuan actually took out his phone to check, and when he saw the information, his face turned green. "Damn, this is too much. You guys are using Michelin to mess with me." He fell silent. "Is the place you're talking about really that good?" Su Qingwan couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, it's really good. Next time, let Zhang Yuan take you, he's a super VIP." Su Qingwan looked at Zhang Yuan, who immediately nodded. "Sure, whenever you want to go, just call me, I'll treat you." Zhang Jialuan felt very uncomfortable during this meal, and when it was time to pay the bill, his expression was even worse. Originally, the two of them would only spend around 3,000 yuan on a meal, but these two guys actually wanted 40,000. It was all because they insisted on ordering some Lafite, and his heart ached. He hesitated about whether to split the bill. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything and directly took the bill from the waiter, saying, "I'll take care of it." He generously handed his card to the waiter. "You spent too much, next time I'll treat you to a meal, don't refuse, okay?" Su Qingwan said. After dropping Su Qingwan off downstairs, Zhang Yuan finally handed her the gift. Su Qingwan had just seen the bag, but Zhang Yuan hadn't shown any reaction, so she didn't think much of it. Class flower, here's a gift for you. Su Qingwan took it and immediately thanked him. Thank you, Zhang Yuan, you're welcome. It's my first time giving you a gift. I don't know if you'll like it. Just don't dislike it. I won't dislike it. Watching Su Qingwan get into the car, Zhang Jialuan also got in. After the two of them had gone far, Chen Liyang suddenly asked, why didn't you drive her home? Let the class flower know you drive a Bentley. Are you stupid from eating? We just drank. I can't drive. I forgot. Chen Liyang awkwardly scratched his head. I see, you want me to get my license revoked so you can inherit my car, you good son. Don't say that. Zhang Gu, Yuan Gu. Can I treat you to karaoke? On the way back, Zhang Jialuan deliberately sat very close, and Su Qingwan could only hold her bag in between them, making Zhang Jialuan feel awkward. When they reached the entrance of the community, Su Qingwan didn't let Zhang Jialuan get out of the car, just said goodbye and ran off, afraid that Zhang Jialuan would follow her home. Nan, you're back. How was your date today? Did Xiaoluan behave well? As soon as she entered the house, Su Qingwan's mother immediately came forward to ask, Mom, can you not do this in the future? Don't arrange things for me without my consent. Xiaoluan is quite good. I just want you to take action sooner. You don't know how sought after excellent boys are these days. Mom, I'm still young. Can we not do blind dates so early? Su's mother, sharp-eyed, noticed the gift bag in Su Qingwan's hand. Is this a gift from Xiaoluan? It looks quite high-end. See, he's quite thoughtful. I tell you, my old classmate's family is quite good. No, Mom, this is a gift from my classmate. Hearing it was from a classmate, Su's mother took it from Su Qingwan's hand. What could this be? Let me see. She pulled out a black box from the gift bag, very antique, with only a snowflake logo and a string of English letters PDKPHLIPPG and EVE on it. Opening the black box revealed a walnut wood box, which also only had the snowflake logo. When the wooden box was opened, there was a watch inside. What kind of watch is this? Just a fancy box? Su Qingwan was already shocked. She recognized the brand and never expected that the bag contained a Patek Philippe. Seeing her mother reaching to touch the watch, she quickly stopped her. Mom, that's a Patek Philippe, don't touch it. It's very expensive. I need to return it. Patek Philippe? Oh my god, what does your classmate do to give such an expensive gift? Su Qingwan shook her head. I don't know either. Su's mother didn't care about that anymore, called Su Qingwan's father over to admire the precious watch, seemingly having forgotten about Zhang Jialuan. Zhang Yuan, your gift is too precious. You treated me to dinner tonight. Can this be returned? Just take it back. Su Qingwan checked the price of this watch online, and it turned out to be over 400,000, which made her very worried. If Zhang Yuan had given her a gift worth a few thousand, she would have accepted it calmly, but now this price was beyond her acceptance range. Unless Zhang Yuan is really her someone special, she might be willing to accept it. Zhang Yuan was currently soaking his feet with Chen Liyang at the spa, feeling relaxed when he saw Su Qingwan's message. Wow, those streamers are afraid you won't tip them enough, but Su Qingwan is worried about giving her too much. That's quite a difference. He immediately replied to Su Qingwan. You can't return it. And how can the gift I gave be returned? Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? A birthday gift only comes once a year, just keep it. No, you should take it back. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Once I've given something, there's no reason to take it back. If you don't like it, then just give it to someone else. Zhang Yuan played the role of a domineering CEO, leaving Su Qingwan at a loss. Giving it away? That's too much. Who would directly pass on such an expensive gift? Su Qingwan's mind isn't that messed up. That damn guy. How could he give me such a difficult problem? It's infuriating. Su Qingwan kicked out in anger. It hurts. Tears were about to fall as she didn't notice the chair by her feet, and her toes hit it directly. That bad guy is too despicable, making her hurt. She definitely couldn't let him off the hook. Who are you chatting with? You look all lewd and happy. In the spa, Chen Liyang, lying down, asked Zhang Yuan. Su Qingwan, she doesn't want that gift. Why not? It's so expensive, and she doesn't want it? This surprised Chen Liyang. She just thinks it's too expensive and feels embarrassed to accept it, so she wants to return it. Lao Jiang, you've scared another person. Finally, someone can empathize with me. Your transformation is hard for us to accept, just like that little short drama, a loser turning into a rich and handsome guy. I haven't adjusted myself yet, let alone you. Zhang Yuan had been in a half-dream state these past few days, fearing that one day he would wake up and realize it was all just a dream. After the spa, feeling relaxed all over, Zhang Yuan stood up and said, Let's go, you have work tomorrow, so no playing tonight. Each to their own home, each to their own girl. Upon hearing this, Chen Liyang silently raised his middle finger. You're too much. I'm a single dog, okay? You can go find a girl, and I go back to find Miss Wu? This was getting more and more like Zhang Yuan. Tonight, Zhang Yuan only wanted to return to his own house and didn't plan to invite Lin Yana or Qi Yao. He wanted to stay up late tonight to witness the upgrade event. After they parted ways, Zhang Yuan called a designated driver. Upon seeing it was a Bentley, the driver wanted to cancel but was persuaded by Zhang Yuan to stay. The driver drove cautiously all the way, afraid something might happen. If this Bentley got even a scratch, he would have worked for nothing. Driving a bit slowly, Zhang Yuan could only comfort him. Don't worry, just drive normally. If something happens, I won't blame you. No, boss, if something happens, I really can't afford it. Alright, just speed up a bit. A Bentley is just a car, just drive it like any other. After a slow half hour, they finally returned to Binjiang Garden. Zhang Yuan gave him a red envelope of 500 yuan to soothe the driver's anxious heart, and the driver repeatedly thanked him. Back home, he moved a chair and sat by the balcony. Looking at the night view of the Xinjiang River, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This is the life. Having a car and a house without loans, and being able to meet girls anytime, he must have saved the galaxy in his past life. He took out his phone and started scrolling through Douyin on the balcony. Tonight, for some reason, he stumbled upon the water snake waist he had been thinking about since that day. The streamer's name was I'm Not a Little Rabbit, and she was wearing a short skirt, twisting her slim waist, making it seem like she had the men's interest completely in her grasp. Accompanied by some explosive music, she was dancing as if it were a waist-hugging dance. Can I still tolerate this? Zhang Yuan immediately opened his gift box and sent out a customized gift from a big brother. A golden giant dragon flew out, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, swirling on the screen before finally centering its head in the middle. After reaching max level, this was a special gift effect customized for Zhang Yuan's account by Douyin, called Dragon Flying in the Sky. Now, more than a dozen max-level big brothers had their own signature gifts, priced from 88,888 Do coins to 199,999 Do coins. The client manager had specifically called Zhang Yuan to discuss his requirements for the gift effect. Zhang Yuan shared his ideas, and the next day he sent a draft for pricing. After referencing the market price, he set his own at 119,999 Do coins, placing it in the top 10 of the Douyin gift rankings. This was Zhang Yuan's first time using it, and he was extremely satisfied with the effect of the gift. What's going on? What was that gift just now? A big brother has arrived. A big brother has arrived, crashing into Jiangnan. What the hell? A new rich guy has appeared. The streamer's spring is coming. The LSPs in the live stream room began to cheer, with many freeloaders present, but it didn't affect their admiration for the rich guy. At this moment, the streamer returned after finishing her dance, and upon seeing her screen, she was instantly surprised and covered her mouth. Ah, thank you, big brother. This is the first time I've met a max-level big brother. I'm so happy, thank you, big brother. Let me dance for you. Zhang Yuan sent out another dragon flying in the sky. Sure, choose a water snake dance. Zhang Yuan couldn't forget the water snake waist from that night, so he clicked immediately. The streamer nodded, took a sip of water. Big brother, wait for me, I'll change into a different outfit. Wow, so professional, this attitude is commendable, Zhang Yuan thought. In a little while, the streamer returned in a qipao, showcasing her curvaceous figure perfectly. Blessed, brothers. I'm ready. Screenshotting is unethical, you guys. The streamer played music and began to dance to the rhythm, her hands clasped above her head, twisting her waist as she rose. Now, this is what you call professional. The beautiful and enchanting dance ended, and Zhang Yuan sent out another dragon flying in the sky as encouragement before exiting this rabbit's live stream room. Afterward, Zhang Yuan wandered into a few more live streams, sending a few of his own exclusives to Lianing as well. It was already past 12, and Zhang Yuan quickly opened the app. Sure enough, the products had been updated, displaying direct recharge Do coins 50 million package, 5 yuan. Zhang Yuan hurriedly paid for the purchase and waited for his level to update. After refreshing, his L0 finally upgraded to L1. Tomorrow he would be able to group by 2 products. He wondered if there would be any heavyweight items. Just when he complained about spending money on gifts for female streamers, he thoughtfully got himself a Docoin group purchase package. This app is really quite good. Just like those apps nowadays, if you happen to mention something you want to buy, whether it's a pair of socks or furniture and appliances, after a while, when you log back into the app, you'll find ads for those products flooding in, and basically every app has them. It overwhelms you, making you feel anxious, as if your intentions are being monitored. Zhang Yuan felt this app was no different. It sensed the user's thoughts and immediately recommended what he had just wanted. The only difference was probably the quality and cost-effectiveness of the recommended products. Looking at the 50 million Do coins in his Douyin account, Zhang Yuan thought he could support a few more female streamers. After all, it's worth 5 million yuan. It should be fine to brush 1 million like before, right? Douyin shouldn't raise the price just because I splurged last time, otherwise, they'd be the culprits, the ones who inflate prices, you know what I mean. However, this time there's no cashback card, and Zhang Yuan doesn't want to brush them so easily. He needs to find someone carefully, only when he's sure can he take action. There must be investment for returns, that's the healthy cycle of life. Some female streamers are just ungrateful, only wanting the big brother's gifts without giving him what he wants. How can it be that good? Do you think just posing in front of the camera for a bit is worth that much money? You might be thinking too highly of yourself. It's not that easy. If you really want to see some posing, just go to a club. There are plenty of young models or top-tier girls, and their looks are no worse than theirs. But you don't need to brush 880,000 or even 80,000. Just spending 8,888 can make you happy at home. With the teachings of his former roommate in the sauna sessions with Chen Liyang these past few days, Zhang Yuan understands this market a little. At least he knows the general price range, it just depends on whether he can accept going to that place. Zhang Yuan returned to Douyin and saw that the rabbit girl had already sent him a private message. Brother, I'm Rabbit. Thank you for following me tonight. This is my WeChat, please add me love. GIF. He added her WeChat, and it was approved immediately. Being able to live stream and dance this late shows she's quite dedicated, but she's not very popular. He just checked and saw she only had a few tens of thousands of fans. This can only be blamed on her luck. If she had appeared a couple of days ago when Zhang Yuan had a double cashback card, he would definitely have brushed her 1 million. Brother Jiangnan, thank you, alright, no need to thank me. I just gave you gifts because you dance well and made me feel moved. Thank you for the compliment, I'm a professional. I've been dancing for 10 years, that's impressive. Actually, I've seen you before, but I couldn't find you these past few days. I only ran into you again tonight, what a pity. Then you can only blame yourself for not following me, otherwise, we would have met earlier. What's the use of meeting earlier? When I saw you that night, I was just a poor loser who couldn't even spare a heart. You wouldn't have paid attention to someone so stingy. You think fate brought us together, but it was all because I brushed a basket of dough coins. Zhang Yuan didn't reply to her message and went straight to sleep. When he woke up the next day, his WeChat was flooded with messages. Brother Jiangnan, why don't you come watch my livestream? Humph. This was sent by Chi Yao. Brother Jiangnan, have you been busy lately? I've tidied up my place. When are you free? I'll cook for you. My cooking skills are pretty good. If there's anything you want to eat, just let me know, and I'll learn to make it. This was from Lin Yuna, still as sweet as ever, very warm. There were also a few goodnight messages from several girls, which surprised Zhang Yuan. This treatment was quite nice. One even sent a picture, dressed in pajamas, looking quite confident in her figure. The photo clearly showed deep curves, and it was quite noticeable. The information revealed was quite clear. It seemed this girl had potential. The rabbit girl from last night sent a goodnight message and a photo after Zhang Yuan fell asleep. Among the girls Zhang Yuan added, she was the least favored, having received the fewest gifts, but she might want to build a good relationship first since she's still developing. I'll come tonight. I'll eat whatever you make. Besides replying a few times to Lin Yana, Zhang Yuan chose a few people to respond to, keeping it brief and aloof. I plan to pick up the Ferrari today and leave it at the 4S shop. If I accidentally lose it, that would be disgusting. Bringing it back to the community means I'll just have to pay a bit more for parking. Just as I was about to head out, Su Qingwan called. She hadn't slept all night, restless from the gift Zhang Yuan gave her yesterday. Thinking and overthinking, she still couldn't get over it. She decided to confront Zhang Yuan in person and return the gift. Zhang Yuan, where are you? At home? What's up? Where's your house? I'm coming to find you. This girl is straightforward, no beating around the bush. But her words piqued Zhang Yuan's curiosity. Did giving her a gift really win her over? She was coming to find him, that couldn't be true. I was about to head out. Is there something important? Yes, very important. I need to talk to you in person. Okay, send me your address, I'll come over. I was just about to leave. Sure, that saves me a trip. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan went to the garage and chose the Lamborghini to head out, setting the navigation to Su Qingwan's house. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of her community. Class Flower, come down, I'm at your neighborhood. Wait a minute, 5 minutes. Su Qingwan meant 5 minutes, and she arrived right on time at the community entrance. Looking around but not seeing anyone, she was about to call when she heard a car horn. A sports car at the entrance was honking, and looking over, she saw Zhang Yuan waving at her from the driver's seat. Su Qingwan walked over in shock. Your car? Yeah, Class Flower, get in." Su Qingwan didn't hesitate. Zhang Yuan opened the door for her, and she got in. This scene happened to be seen by the owner of a nearby BMW. Zhang Jialuan wanted to ask Su Qingwan out today, so he drove his family's BMW X6, hoping to take her for a spin. But just as he arrived at her community entrance, he witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. He thought Su Qingwan knew he was coming to pick her up, but then he saw her walking towards a Lamborghini. "Ah, Su Qingwan, you're such a vain woman. Class flower, are you free? I want to take you somewhere." "Don't call me class flower, just call me Qingwan." "Where are we going?" "You'll know when you get there." Zhang Yuan deliberately played it cool. Su Qingwan snorted. On the way, she curiously asked Zhang Yuan all sorts of questions, trying to dig out his background. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Ferrari 4S shop, and Su Qingwan was puzzled. "What are we doing here?" "Picking up a car. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about?" "I want to tell you that your gift is too expensive. I can't accept it." "Can you return it? It's worth hundreds of thousands, enough for you to make a down payment." "What nonsense!" Zhang Yuan walked straight into the hall and pointed at a Ferrari inside. "There's no way I'm taking it back. You either accept a Patek Philippe or a Ferrari. You choose." Su Qingwan was stunned by his words. How did it turn into a Ferrari? "Zhang Yuan, are you trying to pursue me?" Hearing Su Qingwan's words, Zhang Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. So direct. How should I answer? Should I say I want to, or not? If it's about wanting to sleep with you, then the answer is definitely yes. But this one is hard to answer. Ahem. This. Stop being coy. Are you still a man? If you want to, just say it. Su Qingwan returned to her straightforward self, very decisive. Alright, you caught me. Humph. I'm not an idiot. Can't I see through it? Su Qingwan said proudly. If you weren't pursuing me, would you give such an expensive gift? Do you think it's just a cheap toy? Zhang Yuan had a lot of unspoken troubles. It was impossible not to be tempted by Su Qingwan's beauty, but he had just started living a good life, and there were plenty of beautiful women in this forest that he couldn't bear to part with. He didn't know what to do. If he pursued Su Qingwan, with her temper, who knows what kind of days he would face, but he definitely couldn't think about the glamorous world anymore. He decided to take it one step at a time. Just because he said he would pursue her didn't mean he could catch up right away. He would just consider it a preliminary registration. Have you thought about it? Do you want a Ferrari or a Patek Philippe? I think I'll just take this watch. I can't accept the Ferrari, otherwise, my mom would probably cause a scene when I get home. Zhang Yuan looked puzzled, not understanding what she meant, but he could just accept a gift. Although it cost him a hefty sum, he considered it a successful registration. After getting Su Qingwan's answer, Zhang Yuan went to find someone to handle the paperwork, verifying his ID information. The salesperson enthusiastically led the two of them to the garage to inspect the car. Although the female salesperson had a great figure and looked good, Zhang Yuan didn't dare to look around too much. He was afraid that if Su Qingwan got upset, she might throw him over her shoulder, and it wouldn't be worth it for a woman. In the garage, a red Ferrari was parked there. At a glance, the car was indeed stunning. Although it was average in terms of configuration among sports cars, the streamlined body combined with the bright red color made even Su Qingwan fall in love with it. She couldn't help but touch the car's body and praised, "It's really beautiful, do you like it? Then I'll give it to you. I have too many cars and can't drive them all, you can help me take care of it." Seeing her like this, Zhang Yuan casually suggested again, This isn't good. Su Qingwan hesitated a bit, thought for a moment, and shook her head. However, she wasn't as decisive as she had been outside. Perhaps she was attracted by the car's beauty. Women are emotional beings. For them, looks are justice. Although she felt a bit tempted, Su Qingwan's bottom line remained intact, and she could still resist the temptation. As long as you like it, there's nothing wrong with it. You can take it out to drive any time. Can you take me for a ride? I want to experience it. Su Qingwan was no longer shy and straightforwardly asked Zhang Yuan to take her for a ride. She couldn't keep it, but sitting in it was still fine. Zhang Yuan naturally welcomed this, took the car keys, and got in to try it out and familiarize himself. Every sports car has its own personality, even the starting and control locations are different. If you don't learn a bit, you wouldn't know how to drive. The Lamborghini's start button is on the center console armrest, a red button that looks like a rocket launch button. The Ferrari 488 start button is on the steering wheel, with the shift paddles on either side of the wheel. Under the salesperson's guidance, Zhang Yuan successfully learned how to start the car, then tested it in a nearby area before taking Su Qingwan out for a test drive. On the road, they headed towards the bay. Of course, this route was requested by Su Qingwan. Shenzhen is by the sea, and there is a coastal road along the coastline that seems perfect for the atmosphere. Beautiful cars and beautiful women made the air sweet. It was a bit of a pity that Su Qingwan wasn't wearing black stockings, otherwise, it would have been perfect. Su Qingwan already knew Zhang Yuan's intentions, so she had let go of her initial reserve in front of him and appeared much more casual. The two found a spot on the Bay Road to watch the sunset, returning only after they had finished watching it. The Lamborghini was left at the 4S store, and they went straight back to the city. Su Qingwan said she wanted to treat Zhang Yuan to dinner to thank him for his gift. After a long search for a place, they finally decided to go near the school. This surprised Zhang Yuan. He thought the class flower was above such things, but unexpectedly, she would go to a snack street. University life is still the best. It makes people nostalgic, Su Qingwan said while eating. Zhang Yuan quickly nodded. Yes, this definition is very accurate. I only recently felt it myself. His response left Su Qingwan confused, as if it were true but also not. After dinner, he sent Su Qingwan back home and hurried back to the school vicinity. He had promised Lin Yuna to come for dinner, and he couldn't break his promise. He knocked on the door, and soon Lin Yuna came to open it, unable to contain her excitement upon seeing Zhang Yuan. Brother, you finally came. I was afraid you forgot. I said I would come, of course I would. How could I break my promise to you? Brother, sit down quickly, I'll go get the dishes. At that moment, Chi Yao also came out of her room. Seeing Zhang Yuan, she restrained her expression and complained, if you hadn't come, we would have starved to death. Nana wouldn't let me eat, insisting on waiting for you. Alright, it's my fault. That's right, otherwise we wouldn't have the energy to stream later. I didn't see you two streaming. What time do you usually go live? He had been browsing live streams at night these past few days but hadn't encountered these two. Neither of us are part of a guild, so we stream whenever we feel like it. Right now, we basically stream from around 8 to 10, for 2 to 3 hours. Both of them were currently streamers without financial pressure and no guild oversight. Chi Yao was still studying, while Lin Yuna was somewhat reluctant to show off too much in front of others, fearing Zhang Yuan would get angry. Alright, after dinner, we'll stream. Tonight, I'll push you both to the hourly rankings to make it up to you. Great, Chi Yao immediately clapped in agreement. In less than 2 hours, they had eaten 2 meals, and Zhang Yuan's stomach was quite burdened. He could only try to eat a bit more to avoid making Lin Yuna feel neglected. After dinner, Zhang Yuan couldn't move anymore. He was too full and lay on the sofa like a deity. Once they finished tidying up, Chi Yao immediately went back to her room to start streaming. Brother Jiangnan, what if I don't stream? Why not? I'm afraid they'll say something random in the chat and make you angry. Silly girl, I won't pay attention to those viewers. What they say is just nonsense. You just stream and do what you like. Zhang Yuan still encouraged her to stream, otherwise, he wouldn't have anyone to send gifts. Only Lin Yuna was considerate enough to think of sharing the gifts she received with him, which Zhang Yuan appreciated. Chi Yao had already changed into a new outfit and started her stream. Under Zhang Yuan's persuasion, Lin Yuna also returned to her room to prepare for her stream. Zhang Yuan couldn't go into anyone's room, so he continued to lounge on the sofa. Chi Yao had learned streaming for 2 days and had already started to gain some fans. By the time Zhang Yuan entered the stream, she already had dozens of fans. However, it seemed this girl didn't have much talent. She was just chatting with the viewers, and her quick wit allowed her to keep up with their teasing. Suddenly, a golden dragon soared on the screen, and a high-pitched dragon's roar echoed. Welcome home, brother Jiangnan, Yaya loves you. Chi Yao imitated the streamer's way of thanking, making heart signs with one hand and saying I love you with the other. Aren't you going to dance to thank us? Zhang Yuan teased. Immediately, some viewers started to cheer. Streamer, a level 60 rich guy has arrived. You should show some appreciation. This is a big deal. The little streamer has caught the eye of a rich guy. It seems another beautiful girl is about to fall. Brothers, take down the rich guy, protect Yao Yao. Except for that one time when he sent gifts to Chi Yao, he hadn't appeared again. So many people didn't know that Chi Yao's big brother was Zhang Yuan. Chi Yao couldn't help but hum in her room, feeling it was too much. This brother Jiangnan knew she couldn't dance and still came to stir things up. She would make him pay for it tonight. But Yao Yao can't dance. It seems my gift isn't enough to impress you. Zhang Yuan finished speaking and immediately started sending his exclusive gifts again. One by one, the flying dragons soared into the sky, and he sent out 10 in a row. So, can I get you to dance for me? Zhang Yuan asked once more. You've made a fortune. The 11 exclusive gifts from the big spender are worth over 100,000, enough for a few months' salary. Quick, dance one for the top spender, hold on tight to those big thick legs, and you'll be set for life. I want to see the host's talent too. +1, plus 10,086. Chi Yao gritted her teeth in frustration. More and more people were joining in the fun, and it seemed she really had to go all out. Alright, I just learned to dance these past 2 days, but if I don't do well, you guys can't laugh at me. Don't worry, I promise I won't laugh too loudly. With such a great figure, you'll definitely dance well. Xiao picked a song, prepared a bit, then stood up and moved her chair aside, ready to dance. This girl knew how to play to her strengths, choosing the most popular hair-flipping dance. It had started with a female celebrity a while back, and her figure was amazing. Although it was only a short 10 seconds, it showcased her waist and curves perfectly. After she finished dancing, Zhang Yuan was very approving. It seemed Xiao had great potential and just needed to be developed further. Zhang Yuan sent her another 10 flying dragons as encouragement. What? Is that it? I haven't even started, and it's over? Everyone say it with me, do it again. Big spender, are you satisfied? Xiao's dancing stirred the viewers in the livestream, and everyone gained a deeper understanding of her. This host was definitely worth following. With Zhang Yuan's top-tier gifts flooding the screen, she quickly climbed the hourly rankings, and fans flocked in. Zhang Yuan couldn't favor one over the other. Seeing that Xiao had gotten up and the livestream was lively, he withdrew to go support Lin Yana. The big brother has left. It's over for the host. Look at how you handled it. You scared the big brother away. Right, the host didn't dance well and drove the big spender away. Xiao found herself at a loss for words at the viewers' teasing. The big brother wasn't just hers, he should be going to Yana's side. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a fan reported back. Yao, your top spender went to watch another host. Zhang Yuan arrived in Lin Yana's livestream, also starting with flying dragons. He boldly sent out 20 exclusive gifts. Welcome back, brother Zhang Nem. Lin Yana's sweet voice rang out. So boring, let's go do a PK. As soon as this was said, it immediately received a response from the viewers. When the big brother steps in, he leads the way. My admiration for him is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Lin, let's go. With the big brother protecting us, we have to do it. We can see the other host lose again. Everyone, think of what punishment to give the host. Come up with some ideas. Zhang Yuan was now single-handedly making Lin Yana one of the popular hosts. Lin Yana seemed to understand Zhang Nan's preference as well and thoughtfully paired her with a super attractive female host named Peach Milk Pudding. PK, sister? Both sides had about the same number of fans, around 1 million. When someone came to provoke, who could resist? They immediately agreed. Alright, let's set a punishment. Let's make it a bit harder. The loser has to pour a bottle of Coke over themselves. How about that? What? Lin Yana actually thought of such a harsh punishment, causing the fans in the livestream to go wild. This benefit was too generous. That other host looked curvy and well endowed. If she poured Coke over herself, just imagine the scene. I can't even think about it. Who could resist this? Lin Yana's fans were already getting excited. With the top spender on their side, victory was practically guaranteed. Lian Jiang was delighted, not expecting her to reach such a level. Alright, tonight I'll make you win with 50 million Do coins. The streamer on the other side assessed the situation, possibly consulted with someone, and then agreed. Okay, let's get started. The PK began, and Lin Yana's health bar surged dramatically, almost wiping out the opponent. Zhang Yuan saw that the PK had started and immediately clicked on 20 flying dragons in the sky, scoring 2,390,432 against 62,305. The opponent was stunned. Could they not show some martial ethics? It turned out there was a wealthy big brother hiding behind. Playing like this, huh? The opponent also went all out, immediately summoning their big brother from their livestream for support. Before long, someone leaked the news that the opponent's big brother was a max-level wealthy player, showering customized gifts. There was no way to compete, even their top supporter wanted to give up. The opponent's guild quickly called to rally support. The guild often sent gifts to help the streamer maintain their popularity and gain followers. However, after entering the live stream for a while, they gave up. Zhang Yuan kept clicking on flying dragons in the sky, having clicked on 60 or 70 by this point, accumulating over 700,000. Afraid the opponent would sneak in a last-minute attack, he simply kept clicking non-stop until the PK ended. In the end, the PK score was 12,356,235 to 1,189,201, with the opponent's score not even close to Lin Yana's. Ha ha ha. The Cola Wet Body Show has begun. The live stream erupted in excitement. The other streamer had no choice. Tonight was just too unlucky, not expecting a big brother to be hiding in the corner. How careless. She turned to grab a bottle of cola and faced the screen in surrender. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. I was careless. I accept my punishment. She dared not refuse. Losing meant losing followers and possibly being fined by the guild. Peach Milk Pudding twisted the cap off the bottle and slowly poured the cola down from her neck. The caramel-colored liquid flowed down, soaking her clothes, revealing her black lingerie, looking like a pair of big, juicy peaches. So awesome. It really suited her name. A wood screenshot. Brothers, I'm leaving first. I can't take it anymore. I'm done. The fans in Lin Yuna's livestream were already in chaos, completely out of control. What could they do? Such a rare scene, who could withstand it? Zhang Yuan clicked on the other streamer's livestream and sent her a flying dragon in the sky as a compensation for the wet body. After all, it was a benefit for everyone. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the gift. This wet body was worth it. The other streamer made a heart gesture to him and then went to change clothes. If this continued, the live stream would be shut down soon. Zhang Yuan also left her live stream and returned to Lin Yuna, encouraging her to keep up the effort. This time he was a bit more restrained, only sending 10 million do coins throughout the night, worth just 1 million. Chen Liyang sent him a message, leaving Zhang Yuan feeling helpless. The class is spreading rumors that you used to pretend to be a poor student to scam the school's financial aid. It must be Zhou Xiaojun spreading it. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment. Only 3 or 4 people knew about his current financial status. Su Qingwan definitely wouldn't spill, and Chen Liyang wouldn't either. Only Zhou Xiaojun, that fool. I also think it's that guy. I couldn't stand him back in school. How can he still be so annoying? Should we go beat him up? Zhang Yuan laughed. I already beat him up. I went and gave him a thrashing a few days ago. Damn, why didn't you call me? Such a good thing and you didn't bring me along. It's fine. We'll have another chance to deal with him. Alright, definitely call me. Chen Liang was also quite displeased with Zhou Xiaojun, so he was very agitated. So what do we do now? People in the group are talking about you. It doesn't matter, just come with me to school tomorrow, and we'll slap them in the face. Alright, I'll take a leave tomorrow to accompany you. Zhang Yuan already had an idea in mind. Explaining things was just a cover-up, and a cover-up would turn into a fact. It was better to do something more shocking to make them shut up. Zhang Yuan returned to Douyin. It was already 11 o'clock, and it seemed about time. Did these 2 girls have no awareness at all? Keeping a living person like me around, even if I were to send gifts, I would still be bored. He sent some interesting gifts to a few small streamers and then logged off. He remembered he hadn't used the information query from today. He couldn't waste it. A couple of days ago, a streamer seemed to have an interest in parachuting, so he could check her basic information first. He opened the app and uploaded the photo the streamer sent him. Name, Yang Yu age, 25 occupation, streamer height, 167 centimeters weight, 48 kilograms measurements, 81b divided by 61 divided by 83 overall rating, 78 freshness, 92% favorability, 25.78 points shouldn't be considered bad, right? Compared to Chi Yao and the others, it was just a little bit less, so it should be acceptable. It seemed the streamer's beauty filter was a bit too much. When he looked at it at the time, he thought it was still okay, at least on par with Lin Yuna. However, being able to parachute, he wouldn't be picky. It was good enough. At least she had a little bit of favorability towards him. He would discuss the parachuting time with her tomorrow. Although Zhang Yuan wanted to go out and have fun, he felt a bit guilty now, afraid of running into a scam and getting hurt. There was a lot of information online about this, and those stories about Myanmar were quite terrifying. Lin Yuna finished her stream first and hurried out to accompany Zhang Yuan. Brother, I'm sorry for leaving you here alone. It's so late. How about you don't go back tonight? Sure, then where do I sleep? Of course, you sleep with me. I'll go sleep with Yao Yao. What? It can be like this? This is too much. After I had such a big meal, shouldn't you accompany me to exercise a bit? Seeing Zhang Yuan's shocked expression, Lin Yuna covered her mouth and giggled, whispering in his ear, Brother, I'll come find you in the middle of the night, wait for me. That was more like it. Zhang Yuan took the opportunity to touch her, causing Lin Yuna to giggle, worried that Chi Yao would suddenly come out and see. After a while, Chi Yao finally opened the door and sat down next to Zhang Yuan. Did you 2 sneak out to do something bad? No, why are you guessing randomly? Who told you that? The 2 of them completely denied it. I'll come find you in the middle of the night. Chi Yao whispered in Zhang Yuan's ear as she left. Damn, are you all planning to take turns sneaking up on me tonight? Zhang Yuan returned to Lin Yuna's room, which was decorated in a very pink and cute style. It seemed this girl still had a little girl's heart. Thinking about how they would come at midnight, he simply decided not to sleep and played on his phone while waiting for them. After midnight, the mall updated. Level L1, 2 items were available for group purchase. Driving Skill Enhancement Card, 9 yuan. 5% shares of Wulu Media, 99 yuan. It seemed the system thought my driving skills were poor and insisted on forcibly improving them. That was good. It was a very necessary skill, as taking a girl for a drive could create a scene. You're so bad, I really like it. Wolu Media was a very popular MCN company right now, with many popular streamers signed under them, well versed in this field and very good at promoting internet celebrities. 5% shares, I wonder what level that is. This share number doesn't seem high. I wonder if it has any say in things. If I could have a say, then I could get involved in the streamers signing matters. Jiang Yuan immediately purchased both items in a group buy and clicked on the car skill enhancement card, which displayed the following information. This card provides a permanent skill enhancement. Once used, the skills obtained by the user will always exist, and the method of use remains unchanged. Please connect the charging cable to use. This was indeed a good thing. Once acquired, it would be owned for a lifetime. Since neither of them had arrived yet, she decided to use it first. Jiang Yuan lay back, charged her phone, and clicked on the card in the app. Do you confirm usage? Confirm. Then she placed the phone on her forehead. Instantly, a current surged into her forehead, followed by a tingling sensation, as if her brain cells had been reactivated after amnesia, bringing forth memories. At that moment, her mind replayed many previously unclear concepts, as if she had gained a wealth of experience. Not to mention being a car king, she felt she could conquer Akina Mountain. More than an hour later, Lin Yana quietly opened the door. Brother Jiangnan, I'm here, she said, wearing only a spaghetti strap nightgown, her figure curvaceous, and as soon as she entered, she leaped into Jiang Yuan's arms. I missed you so much, she said. Where did you miss me? Everywhere. Then let's check everywhere. With that, he pinned Lin Yana beneath him, checking if her longing had overflowed. That night, Jiang Yuan hardly slept. Less than an hour after Lin Yana left, another person slipped in. Chi Yao was very sexy, wearing only a small tank top and shorts, and the sight made Jiang Yuan's heart race. Chi Yao directly pounced onto Jiang Yuan. Whispering in his ear, she asked, was it good with Nana just now? Or better with me? Well, each has its merits. No, you need to answer properly. If you do, I'll reward you. How will you reward me? Chi Yao leaned closer to his ear and whispered something, her face already flushed. With the promise of a reward, Jiang Yuan then shared with Chi Yao the differences in a hushed tone. After hearing this, Chi Yao playfully punched him, her face full of feigned anger. You're so annoying. Ha ha ha. So, brother, do you like it? I like it. Receiving Jiang Yuan's affirmation, Chi Yao was very happy, burrowing under the covers to find the source of Jiang Yuan's joy. In another room, Lin Yana opened her eyes, looking at her bedroom, unable to fall asleep. That damn Yao Yao actually sneaked off to find her brother. Humph, let him have you, make you unable to get out of bed. I am the one he loves the most. The next morning, when Jiang Yuan woke up, Chi Yao was already gone. He didn't know when she had slipped back in the middle of the night. After getting dressed, he heard some noise coming from the kitchen. Upon approaching, he saw Lin Yana busy in the kitchen. Why are you up so early? Lin Yana turned around, smiling. Brother Jiangnan, I was afraid you would be hungry, so I made you breakfast. You'll have to wait a little longer. Jiang Yuan was very touched and hugged her from behind. Lin Yana was only wearing a large short-sleeve shirt, and underneath it was nothing but softness within reach. Brother, it tickles. I still need to cook. No more cooking. I only want to eat you, not food. No, brother, this is the kitchen. Yao will see. Jiang Yuan kicked the kitchen door shut, indulging in his domineering affection. This made both of them feel it was quite an exhilarating experience. Lin Yana's legs went weak, and she can only lean against the edge of the cabinet. It's going to burn, brother. Jiang Yuan reached out to turn off the fire, ignoring everything else. When Chi Yao woke up and looked at the two of them, she felt something was off. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yuan told both of them that he needed to go out for some business. Lin Yana still wanted to ask if he would come back for dinner, looking very much like a devoted wife. Jiang Yuan drove his Ferrari to the vicinity of the school and called Chen Liang, as he hadn't visited his place last time. I'm at the school gate, hurry up. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Why are you only coming now? I'm not like you, a lonely person. Of course I'm busy. Damn, you mock me every day. Do you believe I'll call 88 to keep me company? You're amazing. Jiang Yuan was completely impressed by Chen Liang's retort, simply a genius. Alright, 88 is still a girl. After a while, Chen Liang called again. Where are you? I don't see your car. Right in front, that red Ferrari. Damn, Jiang Yuan, you're not human. He immediately hung up and ran towards the Ferrari. As he got closer, he took a good look and saw Jiang Yuan's cheeky smile. He quickly opened the car door and jumped in. Jiang Yuan, can you just shock me all at once? I really can't take it anymore. That's not possible. I still have a few cars that haven't arrived yet. Oh my god, look at you, so shameless. Alright, you can take it for a spin when the time comes. That's more like it. Take me to see your garage one day. Sure, when those cars arrive, I'll call you. Zhang Yuan nodded. Anyway, with so many cars, he couldn't drive them all, so we might as well let him warm up the engine. Let's go, we need to find the instructor. What do we need the instructor for? To help you explain. The instructor will only realize when their eyes turn green. You'll know when we get there. Upon arriving at the school gate, they registered their information and reason before being allowed in. A striking red sight drove into the campus, catching the attention of passing students. After parking, Zhang Yuan and Chen Liyan walked towards their instructor's office. I say, Lao Jiang, if you're asking the instructor for help, shouldn't you bring a gift? How about we buy something from the education supermarket? We can't go empty-handed. No need, no need. I brought a gift. It's very effective. Their instructor was actually still in graduate school at that time, casually guiding them undergraduates, a few years older, but a lovely senior who transitioned from the mathematics department to their accounting college. It seemed she stayed at the school. She was already there when they graduated. The instructor was very attractive. Definitely a top student. The two arrived at the office floor and began looking for the instructor's office. Here, accounting department lecturer. Chen Liyan, with sharp eyes, spotted the teacher distribution on the wall. Song Mingqi, accounting department lecturer, office 606. As they approached the office, Chen Liyan felt a bit timid and let Zhang Yuan go ahead. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile. You coward. He knocked on the door, and a familiar voice came from inside. Come in. They walked in, and the instructor was busy handling something, looking up at them. Students, what's the matter? Then looking back at the computer, she raised her head in surprise. Zhang Yuan? Teacher Song, I didn't expect you to remember me. Zhang Yuan was astonished that the teacher actually remembered him. Of course, you gave me a headache. Someone asked me about you yesterday. What did they ask me? They asked if I sheltered you while you were at school. Oh well, it's not important. Why are you here? Is this student also from our class? Chen Liang was almost in tears. How could she not remember him? He was also her student. Teacher, I'm Chen Liang. Oh, Chen's student. The instructor nodded in cooperation. Did you come here for something today? Teacher Song, I want to donate some money to the college, to thank the school for its training and help. I'm doing well now, and I want to give back to the school. Good. You have this intention. That's fine. The teacher is proud of you. I'll take you to the college office. How much do you want to donate? I'll donate 1 million for now. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, both of them turned to look at him, shocked by his words. 1 million? Song Mingqi gently asked, afraid she hadn't heard correctly. Is that too little? Too little? Chen Liyan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. How pretentious can this guy be? It's not too little. Zhang Yuan, you need to know your limits. Don't be reckless. You just graduated not long ago. Teacher, I have this ability. Don't worry. Alright, the three of them went to the college office, and upon hearing that Zhang Yuan was going to donate 1 million, the dean personally came to greet him. With a hearty smile, he shook Zhang Yuan's hand and praised him. Good student, good kid, good alumnus. Zhang Yuan cut through the red tape and completed the donation process that day, transferring 1 million to the college's fund account to help the college's impoverished students. When Chen Liang witnessed the moment Zhang Yuan shook hands with the dean and received the certificate, he took a photo. He casually tossed it into the class group chat, instantly shocking a bunch of people. Is this Zhang Yuan? What is he doing? Are you blind? Isn't that the dean next to him? Such big letters, donation ceremony. It can't be real. Chen Liang, are you kidding? I think so too. He just graduated 2 years ago. How could Zhang Yuan have so much money to donate? Is his annual salary 1 million now? Fake. Identified as fake. You people are too despicable. Is it necessary to be like this? It's just being poor, not like it concerns you. Exactly. Zhou Xiaojun even said he's a rich second generation. Or does he look like one? I think I look more like one. Zhou Xiaojun, he really is a rich second generation. I saw him driving a Lamborghini with my own eyes. He's just a fraud, believe me. Chen Liang looked at the reactions in the group, furious. How could this bunch of idiots look down on others so much, wearing colored glasses too much to take them off? You people really can't stand to see others do well. He retorted without holding back. Zhou Xiaojun, what's so good about it? He deceived his classmates for 4 years. You two are in the same dorm. You must be helping him hide it. Maybe Zhang Yuan even used the scholarship to treat you to a meal. Damn, at Zhou Xiaojun, send me an address. Chen Liyan couldn't take it anymore and directly asked Zhou Xiaojun where he was, ready to confront him. Zhou Xiaojun, I have nothing to say to you. It's a waste of 4 years of college in the same class with you, yet you are so superficial, deceiving the scholarship for 4 years. Do you know that this takes away from a classmate who truly needs it? His impassioned speech seemed to make more sense the more he spoke, and some classmates even began to agree. Yeah, if Zhang Yuan really is a rich second generation, why pretend to be poor to get a scholarship? taking away the opportunity from the class. What's the use of making up for it now? Have you ever thought about the classmates who missed out on scholarships because of you, the difficulties they faced back then? Now everyone felt that they were in worse conditions than Zhang Yuan, otherwise, they should have received the scholarship. This point resonated, and more people began to agree, feeling that the scholarship Zhang Yuan received was what they had lost. If they had received it back then, they could have bought a tablet, or 2 pairs of AJs, or gone on trips with their boyfriends or girlfriends. It's not about having little but about having it unevenly. Envy sparked a sense of rebellion, and Zhang Yuan suddenly became the public enemy of the entire class. Zhang Yuan declined the dean's invitation to dinner, thinking it was better to eat with Teacher Song than to drink with an old man. It's both pleasing to the eye and delicious, a feast for the eyes, and the food is good. Teacher Song hadn't recovered from her surprise, and after adding Zhang Yuan on WeChat, she foolishly returned to her office. What kind of world is this? Someone in my own class actually donated $1 million. Has work outside become so lucrative? My salary is only $8,800. And after a full year of hard work and bonuses, it adds up to $200,000. Could he really be a rich second generation who has fallen into the common folk? Was he sent out to the world? Now he's recognizing his roots and turning back into a rich second generation? It's very possible, only this situation makes sense. He probably didn't even know he was a rich second generation before he graduated. Song Mengqi analyzed it thoroughly and felt she was right. Zhang Yuan and Chen Liyang were about to leave school to eat when they noticed Chen Liyang's expression was off, seemingly very angry. What's wrong? Who upset you to make you look so sour? You should take a look at the class group. Zhou Xiaojun, that idiot, has been stirring things up. The class is really upset with you, saying you deceived them for the scholarship, causing them to miss out back then. I've even come to donate money, yet it still can't calm these people down. They really can't stand seeing someone who was once poorer than them suddenly become successful. It's not about having little, but about inequality. This mentality has persisted through the ages. Zhang Yuan understood this point and didn't want to argue with these people anymore. Different paths don't conspire together. He let Chen Liyang cool off and changed the subject. What do you want to eat? You can order anything in the whole city. No need to bother with those idiots. Let's go eat. Then I definitely want to eat well. How can I miss this chance to take advantage of the rich? Plus, it'll comfort the brain cells I just lost helping you argue. Alright. By the way, where do you live? Just nearby, about 300 or 400 meters, in a single room. Okay, let's go check it out first. The two arrived at the parking lot, and from a distance, they could see the bright red Ferrari. Wow, there are little notes. Chen Liyang, with his sharp eyes, immediately spotted a few small notes stuck to the driver's side window. Hello handsome, this is my WeChat 1333XXXX, 85D-63-82. Is this the measurements? That's simple, just one number. They didn't even see the person and already called him handsome. It's clearly the car that's handsome. Otherwise, if you're going to flirt on the street, just shout, get lost. Old Jiang, are you going to add her? You should add her. The quality at school should be good. Who knows, she might be a long-legged beauty in black stockings with big waves. You'd be thrilled. But I don't have a Ferrari. What's the use of adding her? Chen Liyang lamented. Are you stupid? Just drive it when you make the appointment, then it's all yours. How can she check who the owner is? Zhang Yuan started giving him advice, leading Chen Liyang down the path of a scumbag. Forget it. I haven't driven since I got my license. I'm afraid I'll scratch it. If I break it, I'll cry. I saw online that just one paint job costs over 10,000. Come on, there's insurance. If it breaks, it breaks. Why worry about trivial things? Tonight, I'll take you somewhere to test drive it. First, let's go check out your doghouse to see if it's suitable for you to invite girls over later. Chen Liyang immediately shook his head. That definitely isn't suitable. It's a small single room. We all live about the same. Alright, I got a place nearby. You can stay there, no rent. Really? Father, speak louder. Father. Hahaha. Zhang Yuan felt extremely pleased inside. The two had a meal near the school, then drove out to the rural road outside the outer ring. There were basically no people or cars here at night, perfect for Chen Liyang to learn how to handle a supercar. Seeing Chen Liyang's excited expression, Zhang Yuan felt a bit scared and kept reminding him to pay attention to the speed. Otherwise, if they both got reported, it would be a shame. Old Jiang, is that matter in class settled? Not yet. Tomorrow we'll go find Zhou Xiaojun and teach him to learn to keep his mouth shut. Then I have to take leave again. Chen Liyang nodded, preparing to take out his phone to request time off. Why don't you just quit? I can arrange a job for you, one where you can work whenever you want and see a lot of long-legged girls. Zhang Yuan thought of the carefree media side. His shares should allow him to arrange for someone to go, just right to let Chen Liyang, this lecher, fall into the spider's lair. You don't want me to be a gigolo, do you? Chen Liyang was shocked. So you have this dream, huh? Zhang Yuan laughed mischievously, also stunned by Chen Liyang's wild imagination. I don't say that. Chen Liyang quickly denied. It's fine, I'll find you a place, and strive to package you as the king of gigolos. I believe you'll be famous all over the banks of Xinjiang. Damn, get lost, there will be many rich women driving Bentleys. Are you sure you won't be tempted? Haha, look at you, you've instantly sold yourself out. After more than an hour of training, Chen Liyang finally learned to drive a Ferrari with one hand. After stopping the car, he immediately took a selfie, ready to use it to pick up girls. It is said that this is a must-have pose for scumbags to attract women. Do you think if I post this photo in the class group, those people will be jealous of me? Chen Liyang admired his selfie for a while and narcissistically asked, then I guess you'll become the public enemy of the whole class like me. Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? It won't affect my one-handed driving of a Ferrari. What's the point? Just a bunch of people who can't reach the grapes saying they're sour. Impressive, your awareness is very high. You're flattering me. Chen Liyang looked very cocky and immediately sent the photo out. Since these people are so unreasonable, this is a blatant show-off, meant to make these idiots furious. After posting in the group, he also shared it on his moments. One-handed driving a Ferrari looks really cool, proud. Not long after, someone commented, what a show-off, it's not even your Ferrari. The king of B. Chen Liyang immediately shot back. I can drive it. You can't envy me. If not now, when to show off? That night, Chen Liyang happily wanted to use his VIP status to invite Zhang Yuan for a foot massage, but Zhang Yuan refused, feeling a bit weak today, not suitable for any reckless actions. After dropping Chen Liyang off at his place, they agreed to meet tomorrow, and Zhang Yuan returned to Binjiang Garden. Mainly because tomorrow he had to pick up the Lamborghini and park it in front of the Ferrari dealership, which really felt like challenging their bottom line. A Lamborghini parked at the entrance of Ferrari, just for fun, like saying he wouldn't buy their Ferrari. The next day, Zhang Yuan took a taxi to the Ferrari dealership to pick up the Lamborghini, then waited for Chen Liyang downstairs at his home. Hurry down, we have things to do. Aren't you still not here? I don't see your car. Chen Liyang looked out the window upstairs but didn't see the Ferrari. I changed cars, come down quickly. Chen Liyang bounced down like an ignorant youth, excited beyond measure, pointing at the bull incoherently. Is this your car again? Otherwise, I borrowed it. I think that sentence sounds like the truth. Once in the car, Chen Liyang sent another photo. One-handed driving a Lamborghini today, happy, Zhang Yuan felt that all the show-offs he hadn't done were completed by Chen Liyang. Where are we going? To Zhou Xiaojuan's house. Let's block him. We must deal with him today. Finally. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Chen Liyang rubbed his fists in excitement. Zhang Yuan had been obedient around Song Mengqi, so she went to find the information that Zhou Xiaojun had filled out before and sent his address to Zhang Yuan without asking why he needed it, assuming it was just to find a classmate. When they arrived outside Zhou Xiaojuan's residential complex, they parked the car not far from the entrance. Is this guy not working? Are we going to wait here all day? He shouldn't be. I saw him drinking coffee outside on a weekday, so he must be unemployed. Zhang Yuan analyzed his thoughts. This local guy is great. He doesn't have to worry about food or anything, doesn't have to think about working, he can just lie at home. Don't say that. In the future, you let your son lie at home too. Then I'll beat him to death and kick him out. The two chatted casually while keeping an eye on the entrance of the complex, hoping to catch Zhou Xiaojun, this lazy guy, as he came out. After waiting for nearly an hour, they were starting to lose interest. Look, Zhou Xiaojun! Chen Liyang shouted excitedly, pointing at a car that was about to exit the complex. The driver's window was open, and they could clearly see the driver, who was none other than Zhou Xiaojun with his smug look. Zhang Yuan immediately started the car and drove up. Zhou Xiaojun had just gotten a Mercedes CLA 200 a couple of days ago after pestering his parents for a long time, saying he needed a car to go to work, that it was important to have a BBA for face. Eventually, they sponsored his down payment, but he had to pay the loan himself later. They still needed to save money for a house, so he couldn't be too extravagant. Today, Zhou Xiaojun was planning to drive out to meet an online friend. After showing off his steering wheel, the other party agreed to meet him, seeming much more proactive than before when he would always make excuses about business trips or being sick. With a slick hairstyle, he happily got into the car and drove out. Just as he exited the complex, his phone suddenly rang. He instinctively picked it up. Suddenly, a supercar appeared in front of him. Zhou Xiaojun, who hadn't driven in a while, panicked and didn't hit the brakes correctly, causing his car to slide forward and crash solidly into the sports car. With a loud bang, everyone was stunned. Old Jiang, is he doing this on purpose? Chen Liang, who was in the passenger seat, asked in shock. He had just watched the car come towards him, and the scene had scared him so much that his legs felt weak. Then he has to pay, he should be fully responsible. Go check what's damaged. I can't get out. His car is blocking the door, Chen Liang said with a grimace. He then rolled down the window and started yelling at Zhou Xiaojun. Zhou Xiaojun, are you trying to commit murder? Do you know we were passing by here, and you drove over to hit us? Zhou Xiaojun, you idiot, are you crazy? Do you know you almost hit me? I'm going to sue you for intentional injury. You scared me to death. Chen Liang didn't give him a chance to retort, launching into a tirade. Zhou Xiaojun, looking a bit dazed, finally recognized that the person yelling at him was his classmate. What was going on? Zhang Yuan had already gotten out of the car and was taking pictures of the damaged side of the car, preparing to report to the insurance and the police. Zhou Xiaojun, move your car, I can't get out. Chen Liang pushed the car door, which was stuck tight, and had to shout again. But Zhou Xiaojun still didn't respond. Instead, he rolled up the window, seemingly unsure of what to do. Liang, is he trying to run away? As soon as Chen Liang heard this, he was furious. This bastard wants to run? I'm going to smash his car. He climbed out of the window and climbed onto Zhou Xiaojun's car, punching the windshield with one blow. I don't even know how hard that punch was, but it shattered the car window into a spider web. Zhou Xiaojun's heart ached. My new car. He looked at the cracks on the windshield and instantly exploded with rage. His beloved car, just picked up, not even a month old. He had already forgotten that it was he who crashed into the other party's Lamborghini. Now all he could think about was getting that idiot Chen Liang, who smashed his car, out of the way. Zhou Xiaojun immediately shifted into reverse and stepped on the gas. Chen Liang, get down here. Zhang Yuan shouted anxiously from the side. Chen Liang saw the car backing up, turned around and flipped down, then quickly crawled to the side. Damn you, Zhou Xiaojun, are you trying to kill me? I won't let this go. Zhou Xiaojun's eyes were bloodshot as he shifted back into drive and headed straight for Chen Liang. Seeing the danger, Chen Liang ran straight to the back of the car. Bang! The Mercedes crashed into the rear side of the Lamborghini, cracked the rear fender fell off. Zhang Yuan's heart sank. The bull was ruined, and this time it was really broken. It's over, Zhou Xiaojun, you're done for. If I don't take you down, I won't be surnamed Jiang. Where are the police? Originally, he wanted to block the entrance and make Zhou Xiaojun slam on the brakes, to disgust him. He didn't expect Zhou Xiaojun to cooperate so well, directly crashing it. It had only been a few days, and my car wasn't even a month old. Old Chen, run over here and let him crash. Chen Liang ran towards Zhang Yuan, panting heavily. This bastard is really ruthless. I just smashed his glass, and he actually wants to kill me. This Lamborghini can't be totaled, right? Zhou Xiaojun thought to himself that since it had come to this, he might as well push the Lamborghini right into the middle of the road. At that moment, a police car finally arrived. Old Jiang, did you record it? I think I did. Ha, just now you were rolling on the ground. Damn, I'm not sacrificing myself. Wait, your Lamborghini also got sacrificed. The police got out of the car and approached the Mercedes, shouting, Stop, stop it, quick, turn off the engine and pull over. This is your first warning. Turn off the engine and get out of the car. This is your second warning. Turn off the engine and get out of the car. At this moment, one of the officers had already reached for his waist. Could he be armed? Zhou Xiaojun panicked, immediately turned off the engine, and opened the car door. Raise your hands. Zhou Xiaojun could only obediently raise his hands, while another officer quickly approached and twisted his hands, pulling out handcuffs to put on him. I'm wronged. At that moment, Zhou Xiaojun actually shouted that he was wronged. Unbelievable, in broad daylight, everyone saw him crashing the car, and he actually thought he was wronged. Be honest, we will investigate ourselves. We all saw you crash the car just now. He smashed my car first. He turned his head to shout at Chen Liang. Comrades, can you tell us what happened? Zhang Yuan described the whole process from parking to driving to being crashed, except for the part where he wanted to discuss Zhou Xiaojun. He told everything as it was. Chen Liang was even more dramatic, almost crying to the police, saying Zhou Xiaojun wanted to kill him, wanted to crash him. At this time, the police went to ask the security guard at the community entrance to pull up the surveillance footage. There were 3 sets of recordings, so no one could lie. The Lamborghini was in such a state that it couldn't be driven anymore. Zhou Xiaojun's Mercedes was also a wrecked mess in the front. After the insurance company came to assess it, both were sent to the repair shop, and anyway, Zhang Yuan had all the relevant photos and videos. So, tell me, you all know each other, right? Yes, we are college classmates, but I really didn't expect this person to be so insane, wanting to run me over. I crawled out of the car with a lot of force and hit his windshield, and he was the one who hit us first. What were you two doing by the roadside for over an hour? We were discussing where to go tonight, and then we played some games in the car. When we felt the time was about right, we were getting ready to leave, but unexpectedly, as soon as we drove past, we got hit. Chen Liang's statement was basically consistent with Jiang Yuan's. They were indeed chatting about what to do that night in the car and played games together. The dashcam showed that the Lamborghini was hit, and the car exiting the community didn't yield to the vehicles on the main road, so they were fully responsible. However, Chen Liang breaking the windshield, while understandable, still made him partially liable, responsible for 20% of the costs. Chen Liang didn't oppose this since Jiang Yuan was there. The repair costs for the Lamborghini were assessed, and the damage on that side would cost at least 500,000, plus Jiang Yuan had video evidence showing Zhou Xiaojun intentionally trying to hit him, which made Zhou Xiaojun somewhat suspect of intentional injury, leading to his detention. This also depended on whether Chen Liang was willing to settle with him. If not, he was likely going to face serious consequences. Don't you think we need a lawyer? Jiang Yuan asked. Doesn't your family have a lawyer? My family has a mage, me, a professional mage. Damn, what about a lawyer? Where would a lawyer come from? With you being such a rich second generation, doesn't your family have a lawyer? That's not logical. Chen Liang was puzzled. Usually, when wealthy families encounter issues, they directly call a lawyer. Rich second generation my ass, I'm a rich first generation, you're the second. I'm your godfather. You old man. Chen Liang was speechless, defeated. However, Chen Liang did remind Jiang Yuan that if their assets increased in the future, they should indeed consider hiring a lawyer. Even though group buying apps wouldn't cheat them, it was still possible to get into trouble while handling things themselves. Look at the group chat, Su Qingwan is backing you up, and she's even arguing with those idiots. Oh, Jiang Yuan was quite happy, not expecting the class beauty to be on his side. Looking at the group chat, Su Qingwan had indeed posted a few messages, all supporting Jiang Yuan. Although she didn't know if Jiang Yuan was already a rich second generation at that time, her intuition told her he wasn't, and she trusted her sixth sense. Anyway, she never thought Jiang Yuan would be the type to covet a few thousand yuan in scholarships. He must have some difficulties or hidden troubles, or perhaps he was just an abandoned child who hadn't been recognized by his family. What should we do about Zhou Xiaojun? Jiang Yuan initially just wanted to annoy this guy and make him suffer a bit, but he didn't expect Zhou Xiaojun to be so insane. I don't know. That guy really wanted to hit me today, and I can't tolerate that. If I don't make him pay, I won't feel satisfied. Chen Liang still felt angry thinking about it. This idiot actually tried to hit him over a car windshield. Luckily, he ran fast, otherwise, he would have ended up like the Lamborghini, getting skinned and scraped. To comfort Chen Liang after being hit today, Jiang Yuan took him to Jiuyan for a nice meal. That night, the two lay on the SPA bed. Jiang Yuan said to Chen Liang beside him, "Have you thought about that job I mentioned? Can you really arrange a job for me?" "I really can. That Wulu Media, I'm a shareholder, so finding a position for you shouldn't be a problem." Chen Liang stood up excitedly, asking in surprise, "Are you talking about that Wulu Media with a lot of internet celebrity streamers?" The technician who was massaging him was startled by Chen Liang and immediately covered her eyes. Calm down, calm down." Only then did Chen Liang realize he was only wearing a pair of shorts, which had scared the technician. He quickly lay back down, looking quite embarrassed. "It should be that company, right? It seems like there's only that one Carefree Media." Chen Liang exclaimed, "Wow, is this old Jiang a walking god of wealth? Such a hot media company, and he has shares in it. So should I resign tomorrow?" "Sure, I'm going to Carefree Media tomorrow anyway. You can come along, and I'll mention it to them. You can be my spokesperson and I'll arrange a more relaxed position for you. Hee. Can I specifically go dig up beautiful streamers?" Chen Liang was already drooling, imagining a wonderful scene. After the massage, Jiang Yuan took a taxi home, leaving Chen Liang and his technician number 88 to continue their chatter. Jiang Yuan wasn't very interested in the spa, perhaps because he had seen too much of the world. He didn't think much of calling someone out from such places anymore. When that technician was massaging him, she had intentionally or unintentionally brushed against his thigh, which was basically a signal that they could discuss deeper services. For example, prostate healthcare, etc. It could also be the legendary trip to the third floor. When Jiang Yuan got home, he opened Douyin and saw that Lin Yana, Xiao, and Lianing were all online. Each of their live streams had 3 flying dragons in the sky, and then he exited. Recently, he had too many private messages, always 99+, so Jiang Yuan simply turned it off. Otherwise, he would be bombarded daily by a bunch of female streamers sending invitations, hoping the big brother would take a look at them. After all, sending a private message wouldn't cost him anything. Who knows, maybe the wealthy big brother would take a liking to them, and then they would soar to great heights. This body could exchange for a life of comfort and abundance, which was a pretty good deal. On WeChat, a few people also sent him messages. The rabbit he had added earlier even sent a picture of her outfit before starting her stream. Wasn't this a hint for him to watch her live? Considering the high cost-performance ratio of the photo, he decided to go later. Su Qingwan also sent him a message, mainly to comfort him, telling him not to mind Zhou Xiaojuan's words. Zhang Yuan, don't pay attention to what those people say. They just follow the crowd, having no opinions of their own, just like those keyboard warriors. It's fine, whatever they say won't cost me anything. Let them talk. But still, thank you for standing up for me. You're welcome, I believe in you. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Su Qingwan actually went to sleep so early, really quite disciplined. Zhang Yuan entered the rabbit's livestream, watched for a while, and sent her 3 Jianyanhua to encourage her. He decided to send fewer flying dragons in the sky, as that was a display of status. It was better to send more of that junk gift, Jianyanhua. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, welcome back, I really missed you. This girl was so straightforward, it caught Zhang Yuan off guard. Women being coy really made men weak. The streamer's words are a bit off, feeling all soft and tingly. Only when the wealthy big brother comes can there be such treatment. Everyone should cherish it. Right, this is my first time hearing this. I didn't expect the streamer not only has a hot figure but is also exceptional at being coy. Zhang Yuan smiled and left. The rabbit streamer was momentarily stunned. She was just about to ask the wealthy big brother to pick a program or help her with a PK, hoping to get popular too. Today, she had searched online and found that several had recently been made famous by this wealthy big brother. She wasn't lacking in figure, and she looked decent enough. Tutu was confident in her looks, and with this body buff, since those people were getting popular, why couldn't she? She immediately took out her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yuan. Brother Jiang Nan, why did you leave? Did I upset you? No, I have something to do. Oh, brother, where are you? In Shin City. What's up? Do you want to come find me? Is it convenient for you, brother? I've never been to Shin City. Can I come visit you? Wow, she's so proactive. This is a female streamer who doesn't even need to test the waters, just wants to drop in. Interesting. Is this little streamer trying to use herself as a bargaining chip? Fine, I'll welcome anyone. Zhang Yuan revealed a mischievous smile. Sure, as long as it's convenient for you, it's convenient for me. The female streamer Tutu understood immediately upon seeing this message. As long as she didn't go when he wasn't drinking ice, her big brother would be fine with it. As long as it could make her popular too. What was this little sacrifice worth? Clinging to the wealthy big brother's leg was much more important than that. I'm free these days, as long as you can keep me company, brother. Alright, come on over, I'll reimburse your flight. MMHM love you. JPG image. JPG brother, this is my no makeup photo. She didn't expect this girl to be so generous, showing her true self. Her looks were still quite striking, and with that slender waist, Zhang Yuan felt she was no less than Xiao Tuan Tuan, because in the photo, there was a hint of a deep cleavage that wasn't forced. Okay, I'll wait for you. Misham, brother, then I'm going to start my livestream. Go ahead. Zhang Yuan opened the app, clicked on information inquiry, and uploaded the no makeup photo that Tutu sent. Name, Lu Meng, age, 25, occupation, streamer height, 169 cm, weight, 48. 5 kilograms measurements, 84C divided by 62 divided by 82 overall rating, 81 freshness, 98% favorability, 35 yo, just as he expected. The overall rating was indeed 81, not inferior to that Xiao Tuan Tuan. Why hadn't she become popular? With looks, figure, and dance skills like that, it shouldn't be the case. Zhang Yuan was a bit puzzled. Was there really no wealthy person who had discovered this treasure? 98% freshness, she seemed to be quite decent too, right? Whatever, let's just go for it. Little Tutu quickly set a time and told Zhang Yuan her schedule. Zhang Yuan replied with a good and transferred her 10,000 yuan. Make yourself comfortable, don't put yourself in a difficult position. Thank you, brother love you. Little Tutu accepted the red envelope without any hesitation. When it came down to it, Zhang Yuan had actually spent the least on this streamer, not even reaching 100,000 in total, unlike that Xiao Tuan Tuan, who had spent millions and was still so shy about it. You keep streaming, I'll send you some gifts as a little welcome present. Zhang Yuan was also generous, being proactive in meeting up, sending gifts from afar. He immediately gave her a taste of the good life, knowing the benefits of having a big brother. In fact, little Tutu was just taking a gamble. She had been streaming for a while, not knowing why her traffic wasn't that good, and she hadn't encountered a wealthy big shot to sponsor her. If it weren't for the hundreds of old perverts watching her livestream, she would have thought she lacked talent in this area, which led to her poor income. Every day, she was just hoping to earn 100 yuan from her stream, continuing to persevere. She also wanted to become a popular figure in this short video world and enjoy the benefits of high income. She had rejected the guild's offer because she had heard too many stories of being scammed by guilds. The live streaming platform, whatever it's called, specifically signs some naive girls for long-term contracts, imposing heavy penalties for breaches. Each month, they have to meet strict requirements for total streaming hours and performance metrics. While the agency might help someone rise to fame, it also binds them with numerous restrictions. There have been reports in the news about a recent graduate who signed with that platform and ended up hospitalized from streaming non-stop. If they fail to meet the monthly targets, they face fines, and leaving the contract means a breach, requiring a compensation of 5 million. Most streamers on that platform probably haven't even earned 50,000, yet they waste their youth and face hefty penalties if they want to leave, ultimately becoming debtors. So, Little Rabbit, having heard too many stories of the wolf coming, is hesitant to continue with the agency that approached her. She would rather go solo, earning whatever she can, hoping that a big brother might notice her, but she dares not hope for a friendly partnership with the agency. After all, there are also stories of individual streamers fighting for success on this short video platform. At some point, they encounter a wealthy benefactor and soar to prosperity. Recently, the most popular benefactor is none other than this Jiangnan, who unexpectedly came to her live stream, promoting no less than 10 streamers in just a few days. Little Rabbit's thoughts suddenly became lively. She decided to compete with her looks and figure, hoping to catch this big brother's attention. That day, the benefactor gifted her tens of thousands in presents, and she immediately sent him her contact information. To her surprise, after adding her, he didn't show any excessive intentions, which made her anxious. Was she not attractive enough? She had always been confident in her looks and figure. Tonight, with the benefactor reappearing, she had to seize the opportunity. This led to her proactive invitation tonight. Zhang Yuan returned to Little Rabbit's livestream, said nothing, and directly gifted her 8 exclusive flying dragons in the sky, worth nearly 100,000 yuan. This generosity made Little Rabbit's heart race with excitement. It seemed her gamble might have paid off. She stood up happily to thank him. "Thank you, Brother Jiangnan, for your kindness." She was so thrilled. After streaming for so long, it was the first time she received such a gift. Her share was already several tens of thousands, which was a good omen. Having a big brother made all the difference. This step felt like taking an elevator straight to the top floor. After receiving those exclusive gifts, she made it onto the hourly leaderboard. Although not at the top, she was still on the list. Being on the leaderboard meant traffic and fans. Big brother benefactor, love it. Who wouldn't love this kind of life? Who still wants to sit there streaming hard just to scrape together a couple of 100 yuan in fees? With a benefactor, one is worth many. Little Rabbit now felt her recent decision was very wise and correct. Zhang Yuan exited Douyin. He hadn't bought today's group purchase items yet, and he absolutely couldn't miss out. Opening the app, the homepage displayed New Hongji Shopping Plaza 20% shares, 99 yuan 1 Porsche 918 sports car, 15 yuan. Ha, my Lamborghini just broke down today, and now I'm getting a new car. How thoughtful, love it. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. At this rate, wouldn't all these sports cars be as soon? He wondered when he could group purchase a big villa to fit more cars, otherwise, parking would be a headache. This new Hongji Shopping Plaza seemed to be the mall near the school. The business there seemed pretty good, so why was it only worth 500 million? Zhang Yuan always thought the land in Xinjiang was quite expensive, so these shopping plazas and malls should also be pricey. The shopping plaza has 5 floors above ground and 2 underground. The second basement is for parking, the first basement has snacks, the first floor features trendy brands, the second floor is for women's clothing, the third floor is for men's clothing, the fourth floor has sports brands and home goods, and the fifth floor is for dining and a cinema. It perfectly meets the daily needs of nearby students, and business is quite good on regular days. Zhang Yuan happily bought both items. Calculating, he realized he was already worth over 100 million. The shares of Wulu Media are worth 100 million, the shares of Joyen are worth 20 million, plus the shares of the new Hongji Plaza today are worth another 100 million, making a solid 200 million or more. At this rate, it won't be long before he becomes the richest person in Xinjiang. If he can buy 100 million in shares in a day, that's 36.5 billion in a year, and 1 trillion in 3 years. Just thinking about it feels great. After buying today's group purchase items, Zhang Yuan went to sleep. Having consumed too much in the past few days, he needed to rest and recover. A good sleep would fix everything, no need for any kidney tonics. When he woke up the next day, Zhang Yuan realized he had a busy schedule ahead. He needed to take Xin Liyang to Wulu Media to make an appearance, After all, he had already bought shares and should meet the boss. Then he had to pick up his Porsche 918 and go to fetch the little bunny flying in today. Chen Liyang had already ridden in the Ferrari, so it was better to pick up the Porsche 918 first and shock this obedient son again. Zhang Yuan felt happy just thinking about it. Driving the Ferrari to the Porsche dealership, after verifying the information, they proceeded to check the car for Zhang Yuan. In these luxury car flagship stores, the male customers are greeted by tall, formally dressed female salespeople. As he was leaving, one of the saleswomen blushed and handed Zhang Yuan her business card, which even had a fragrance and a lipstick mark on it. Manly Zhang Yuan read her name aloud and tucked it into his pocket, making the saleswoman blush again. He had heard that there was a saying online about the high turnover rate of female salespeople at Porsche. He didn't know if it was true, but they were already hiring flight attendants to supplement their workforce. Looking at the saleswoman's shy expression, he couldn't tell if she was genuinely shy or just pretending. In any case, her bashful demeanor made Zhang Yuan feel a thrill of satisfaction. Could it be that she was interested in him? However, it seemed that his 918 was the most expensive car in the Porsche store. Being young and wealthy should attract some of these beautiful salesgirls. If someone could hook a girl with a Cayenne, then it seemed reasonable that his 918 could make a saleswoman blush. She looked at least 70 points attractive. What a pity. Sir, you can also call me Maggie. The saleswoman smoothed her dress behind her, squatted down beside the car, and smiled at Zhang Yuan. Maggie, that sounds nice. Don't squat like that. It'll make your legs sore. Come to the passenger seat and help me get familiar with this car. Okay, Sir. Maggie happily stood up, almost revealing her figure to Zhang Yuan. The two spent half an hour in the car deeply discussing its structure and driving methods, and Zhang Yuan felt a bit regretful. If he weren't picking up the little bunny today, he would definitely have made a move on her tonight. Just now in the car, their hands occasionally brushed against each other, and she didn't pull away, clearly not just interested in the car. After getting familiar with the car, Zhang Yuan left, telling Maggie he would contact her later, to which she shyly nodded in agreement. Chen Liyang had been encouraged by Zhang Yuan to resign and said he would take him to Wulu Media, so they had to go. When Zhang Yuan drove the Porsche 918 to their building, Chen Liyang was already waiting downstairs, idly guessing the information of the girls coming and going. The milky white Porsche 918 stopped in front of Chen Liyang, surprising him for a moment. He bent down to take a look and exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" Zhang Yuan had already pressed the car window down, and Chen Liyang leaned in, stammering, Why you changed cars again? Ha, get in, let's go." Chen Liyang felt that all the sports cars he had ever seen in his life were driven by Zhang Yuan. He thought this was what being a rich second generation was like, lots of supercars, just like that young Master Wang. "Old Zhang, tell me, what does your family do? Do you sell luxury cars? How come you change cars faster than you change women? Don't talk nonsense, there aren't as many cars as there are women, but one car can attract many women." You might have a point there, but that's not important. What's important is that we get to drive. Zhang Yuan's bizarre theory made Chen Liyang feel it was quite reasonable. Half an hour later, they arrived at the office building of Wulu Media, located in a bustling CBD area. Wulu Media had vaguely become the top MCN company in the city, with many big influencers and streamers under its wing. The two went upstairs to Wulu Media's floor, and the reception was quite stunning. It seemed the company was very particular about looks. The receptionists were busy, as many people were coming and going, handsome men and beautiful women everywhere. Perhaps Wulu Media's reputation in the industry was too great, attracting many who wanted to become famous and achieve something in the realm of self-media and short videos. "Are you two here for an interview?" the receptionist asked after glancing at them. No, I'm here to see your boss. Do you have an appointment?" "No, just tell your boss that someone named Jiang is looking for him." Without an appointment, you can't meet him, I'm sorry." People in line behind them chuckled a bit. This person was really confident, coming in directly to see the boss. Did he think he could just get an audience based on his looks? If a top influencer came to seek support, the boss might consider meeting them, but these two looked completely unremarkable. "Do I need an appointment to see the boss as a shareholder of your company? Hurry up and call him." Zhang Yuan was left with no choice and pulled out his trump card. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in line behind them laughed. The joke was too funny. Not standing in line properly, one moment wanting to see the boss, the next claiming to be a shareholder, why not say he was the mayor's son? "Sir, if you continue like this, I will have to call security. If you're here for an interview, please fill out the forms properly and don't cause a scene, okay?" The receptionist's voice carried some anger. There were many people, and it was already quite annoying to have someone causing trouble. Zhang Yuan was speechless, he just wanted to meet the boss normally. He stepped aside and took out his phone to check the purchase information in the app, hoping to find a contact number. Fortunately, there was a contact number in the successful group purchase order information. Wu Zhongjie, 139XXXXXXXX, chairman of Wulu Media. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to call the other party. Hello, who is this? Is this Chairman Wu? I'm Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan? In the office, a middle-aged man answered the phone and paused upon hearing the name. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, remembering that this was the shareholder who had just acquired 5% of the company's shares a few days ago. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I remember now. Sorry, I wanted to get in touch with you, but I didn't expect you to call first. Chairman Wu, I'm at the entrance of Wulu Media, but I can't get in. Can you help? I'm really sorry, I'm on my way. Wu Zhongjie felt a bit speechless. Couldn't the receptionist just make a call to ease the situation and report it? So impressive, even pretending to make a phone call. A few people nearby secretly laughed. After a while, Wu Zhongjie walked over from the corridor to the front desk and asked, "Where is Mr. Jian?" "Boss, he is over there." The front desk was a bit flustered but still spotted Zhang Yuan in the crowd and quickly pointed. "Don't you know to make a phone call? You've neglected a valued guest." The front desk had a mournful expression, "And I didn't expect him to be your guest." "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, the company's work is not up to standard. We've neglected you." Wu Zhongjie stepped forward and shook hands with Zhang Yuan. "It's fine, Chairman Wu, it's good to see you. This way, please." Wu Zhongjie invited the two to his office and personally brewed tea. He secretly assessed this young man. The shares of their company were not so easily obtained, and he wondered how powerful this young man was to have secured 5% of the shares, while he, as chairman, only had 30%. Wu Zhongjie dutifully introduced Zhang Yuan to the general situation of the company. Wulu Media claimed to have signed artists reaching 100,000, with over 5,000 being of high quality. This scale shocked Zhang Yuan. Was this industry really so booming that so many people flocked to Wulu? Chen Liang beside him was overjoyed. 100,000 streamers, 100,000 long legs. This was simply a celestial company. After introducing the company's situation, Wu Zhongjie intended to invite Zhang Yuan to dinner, but Zhang Yuan politely declined as he had other matters to attend to. "Chairman Wu, I have other arrangements today that conflict with this. I'll treat next time." "Ah, then I can only wait for Mr. Zhang to have time next time. Let me have a chance to host." Cultivating such shareholders would benefit his position in the company. Zhang Yuan nodded and then somewhat shyly said, "By the way, Chairman Wu, I have a small request." "Mr. Zhang, please go ahead. This is a brother of mine, named Chen Liang, who happens to be free recently and is quite interested in our industry. Could you take him under your wing and let him gain some experience in the company?" Zhang Yuan's words were quite skillful. Even Chen Liang beside him was shocked at how smoothly he expressed it. Wu Zhongjie understood. It was normal for shareholders to place people, as long as they didn't get into any key positions or cause trouble in the company, he could accept it. "I wonder which department Mr. Chen is interested in?" Chen Liang was troubled. He didn't even know what departments there were. "I don't have any specialties, just a bit of strength left. How about I help the ladies, lift some things during the live broadcasts, shout a few lines, and so on?" "In that case, it would be a bit of a hardship for you to go to the operations department first to gain some experience. How does that sound? What do you think, Mr. Jian?" "Alright, then let's go to the operations department." Chen Liang nodded happily, and Zhang Yuan didn't know. He was just introducing him to a job, letting him avoid heavy work and overtime, something more relaxed. "Well, Chairman Wu, just arrange it as you see fit. Just don't let him manage people, give him a light position, and don't let it affect the normal work of the company." Okay, I'll call someone over now." Wu Zhongjie made a call to his assistant, asking him to bring the operations director over. After a while, a man around 30 knocked and entered. "Chairman, you called for me? Lu Chen, come, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhang, and this is Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen will temporarily be training in your department, please take care of him." Chen Liang immediately stood up. This was his future direct superior. "Hello, I'm Chen Liang. Mr. Chen, hello, welcome to our department. It will be a bit of a hardship for you to follow me for now." "Not a hardship at all, thank you." "Alright, Liang, you can go familiarize yourself with the company with Director Lu. I won't accompany you today," Zhang Yuan instructed. "Okay, then Chairman, Mr. Zhang, we'll take our leave now." Director Lu greeted them and took Chen Liang to say goodbye. After they left, Zhang Yuan still felt a bit apologetic and said, "Mr. Wu, just to clarify, I'm just helping a brother find a job to keep him from being lazy. I absolutely have no intention of interfering in the business, so please don't overthink it." No, it's normal for young people to like this industry. "Look, I'm only a few years older than you, Mr. Wu replied. Yes, then I'll just call you Brother Jia, otherwise calling you Mr. Wu feels a bit distant. Sure, Brother Jiang, then I won't be polite. Brother Jia, today is really not a good time, I have to go to the airport. Let me schedule a time with you tomorrow. I have a share in a restaurant, let's go try its dishes. Alright, I'll wait for your message. Wu Zhongjia was quite happy. It seemed this shareholder had many unexpected qualities, so it was best to build a good relationship first. Zhang Yuan sent a text to Chen Liyang, saying he was heading back and that he should familiarize himself with the company first, and they would connect later. Chen Liyang was very happy now. Director Liu had brought him to the department and didn't specify what work he would be doing, just told him to look around and learn. He was currently watching a cute female streamer dance in the live broadcast room. The scene was really exciting. The streamers signed by Wulu Media included those broadcasting from home and those preparing in the company's live broadcast room. The resources were quite abundant. Chen Liyang was already lost in joy, having fallen into a happy nest. Zhang Yuan left Wulu Media, driving to the airport to wait for the little rabbit arriving. Today, he had swapped for the most expensive sports car to pick her up. This gesture should be quite impressive. Estimating the landing time, he arrived at the airport, but the airport roads confused Zhang Yuan. There were different paths for picking up and dropping off passengers, and they were on different floors, leaving him bewildered. Zhang Yuan had never flown before and had no idea about the differences. Just as he was feeling lost, his phone rang. It was a call from the little rabbit. Brother, I've landed. Oh, I'm at the airport, but I don't know where I am. The little rabbit, just off the plane, felt inexplicably touched. This big brother actually came to pick her up in person. She had thought he was just confirming her flight number to see if she would come, but she never expected him to come to the airport to meet her. It was the first time in her life she experienced this. Suddenly, she really wanted to hug him. The softness in her heart was touched. Brother, let's video call. I'll see where you are, and I'll come find you. Oh, okay. After hanging up, the video call came in, and Zhang Yuan answered. On the phone screen appeared a girl wearing a baseball cap and headphones, quite pretty, smiling at him. Hello, Brother Jiangnan. Hello. Zhang Yuan grinned. It felt like a win. Brother, can you switch the camera? I want to see the landmarks outside. Zhang Yuan switched the camera to the outside view. It seems like this is the departure level, gate 3. Okay, brother, wait for me a moment, I'm coming over now. After hanging up, the little rabbit immediately rushed towards gate 3, wishing she had a pair of long legs. She was wearing short boots, denim shorts, a crop top that showed her belly button, and a white sun protection jacket, looking very youthful. Pushing her suitcase, she hurriedly took the elevator, afraid of keeping her brother waiting. Zhang Yuan parked by the roadside, waiting. This road allowed for temporary parking, so 10 minutes should be fine. Bored, he picked up his phone and started scrolling through Douyin, deciding to avoid opening group buying apps outside unless absolutely necessary, preferring to go home and quietly enjoy the surprise alone. He was scrolling through Douyin when suddenly someone knocked on the car window. He thought it was a staff member coming to hurry him along, so he pressed the window down and looked up, only to see a delicate flight attendant holding her hand up, looking into the car. What's the matter? Hey, are you heading back to the city? Could you give me a ride? I can't get a taxi. I'm here to pick someone up. It's not convenient. Hey, this is the departure level. Aren't you here to drop someone off? I took a wrong turn. I don't know the way. There's nothing I can do. The flight attendant pouted, feeling rejected. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? Zhang Yuan felt helpless. He had always heard that flight attendants were a group of high beauties, and he didn't expect to see such a stunning one today. But he was really here to pick someone up. There was no way around it. Otherwise, he would definitely give her a ride. Such a good opportunity to interact with a legendary flight attendant, in that uniform, plus those black stockings, it was truly enchanting. Hey, my phone is dead, and I can't get a taxi. Please, do me a favor and give me a ride. Why was she suddenly acting cute? A beautiful woman acting spoiled was something no man could resist. Zhang Yuan took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. I'm really here to pick someone up, otherwise I would definitely take you. Here, take this to get a taxi. The flight attendant was taken aback. He was giving her money but wouldn't give her a ride. Was there any justice in this? Although the uniform was a bit restrictive, it was still quite flattering, and her makeup was decent. Did those black stockings have no effect? The flight attendant couldn't help but doubt herself. Just a moment ago on the plane, the guy in first class had been pestering her for her WeChat, and now she had missed her chance. After running for a few minutes, Little Rabbit finally arrived at gate 3. There were indeed quite a few cars parked by the roadside. Wasn't the car that Big Brother was driving a Porsche? She hoped she hadn't seen it wrong. But why was there a flight attendant in front of that Porsche? To confirm, she made a phone call. As soon as Zhang Yuan's phone rang, he showed a troubled expression and said to the flight attendant, "Look, someone is here, next time." He answered the call. "Brother, I'm at gate 3. I see you, the Porsche in front, come over." After saying that, Jiang Yuan also got out of the car, preparing to open the hood for her to put her luggage in. Little Rabbit walked over quickly, smiling. She seemed to sense a rival. Was this flight attendant also interested in Big Brother? "Brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for coming to pick me up." She put down her luggage and directly hugged Jiang Yuan, making him feel her heartbeat. Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned, patted her back, and smiled. "It's fine, I was just free. Let's head back." Okay." After Little Rabbit said that, she let go and proudly glanced at the flight attendant, her eyes filled with a provocative meaning. "Trying to steal my man, huh?" Jiang Yuan didn't mind being hugged by a beautiful woman in public at all. It was something that made him shine, something others would envy. Luckily, she only had a small suitcase, otherwise, the luggage compartment wouldn't have fit. "Let's go, get in the car." Little Rabbit walked up to the flight attendant. "Sorry, sister, please move aside. My brother is here to pick me up." "You're the sister." The flight attendant shot back, unwilling to back down, then handed a business card into the car, sweetly saying, "Hey, this is my business card. When my phone is charged, contact me, and I'll pay you back." It's fine. No need to worry about it." Although he didn't need her to pay him back, Jiang Yuan still took the flight attendant's business card. After Little Rabbit settled in, he started the car and drove off, not even looking back at the flight attendant. Although Little Rabbit felt a bit jealous inside, she could only accept it. She was just here to seek a future, she was part of the transaction, and she had no right to vie for affection. The fact that the other party came to pick her up was already a good treatment. Many women only look at the brand of a car and not the model. In their view, a Porsche is much more upscale than a BBA, but how upscale, they don't know. So Little Rabbit only knew this was a Porsche, which seemed like a luxury car, but she didn't know the model. But the flight attendant was different. After seeing the car drive away, she felt happy. She thought it should be a 911, but she was surprised to find out it was a 918. Wow, this was not just any rich person, those 911s were like younger brothers in front of the 918. This should be a real second-generation rich kid. What a pity, if it were an empty car today, she would definitely be able to sit in it. As a flight attendant, Han Ruochu was familiar with various luxury brands. This was their ability to distinguish between the people they encountered during service, to tell who was real and who was fake. After all, slightly attractive flight attendants often encounter flirtations during flights. Han Ruochu was quite good-looking, and her standards were high. Although she received the most harassment, not many met her requirements. The fun of fishing is to treat oneself as bait and be the one to catch in the end. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a bit awkward. Jiang Yuan, while driving, said, "I was just waiting for you, and this flight attendant came over by herself. I didn't expect that." "Brother, you don't need to explain to me, it's fine. This just proves your charm. Girls chase you wherever you go." Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile at the flattery. Little Rabbit had positioned herself quite well. Jiang Yuan mainly hadn't experienced such an encounter before, and he felt a bit shy. "Have you booked a hotel? If not, I can take you back to the hotel to drop off your luggage." "Not yet, I was afraid you wouldn't be comfortable with the one I booked, so," Little Rabbit said softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Hey, I've even slept in internet cafes, there's no place I can't get used to. Since you haven't booked yet, let me take you." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Jiang Yuan took her to a hotel in the center of the city, where he had stayed with Chia last time. He felt the location was quite nice, and they could enjoy the night view of the city in the evening. Under the night sky, watching the river view and chatting about life with a beautiful woman, how wonderful it would be. After entering the room and putting down their luggage, Jiang Yuan asked, "It's still early, where do you want to go? Are you hungry? Should I take you to eat something first?" "I don't know, brother, you decide. I'll just follow you. I had a little something on the plane, so I'm not hungry yet." Her submissive demeanor was truly endearing. She took off her hat, revealing her long, flowing hair, curvaceous and alluring. "Can I say anything?" Little Rabbit blushed and nodded gently. She knew what would happen but still felt a bit nervous. "You worked hard flying over. I also got up early today. How about we rest for a bit?" She didn't expect the other party to be so eager. The first thing on his mind upon arriving at the hotel was this. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Doing it now or later didn't make much difference, right? At worst, she could just close her eyes and pretend it was a dream. "Then I'll go take a shower first." After saying this, Little Rabbit hurriedly ran to the bathroom. Jiang Yuan had experienced a shared bath once. Hearing the sound of water, he quickly cleaned himself up and rushed in. Upon seeing him enter, she shyly covered her chest and nervously said, I'm here to help you scrub your back." Jiang Yuan chuckled, coming up with a good excuse. That night, Zhang Yuan took the blushing little rabbit to Zhouyan for dinner. Wherever you eat, it's still eating. It's better to take care of your own business. The two strolled through the night scenery of Xinjiang and then returned to the hotel. Watching little bunny tidy up her clothes and prepare to put on makeup, Zhang Yuan asked, "Are you going to stream tonight? Let's stream for a while. I can't let the viewers down. Otherwise, they'll think I stream irregularly and won't come to watch me on time anymore." "Brother, please don't mind." Zhang Yuan shook his head. After all, this was her job. "It's fine, you stream. I'll wait for you in bed, and I'll come check on you later." The desk was in the living room, and Little Bunny was streaming outside. While Little Bunny was preparing, Zhang Yuan picked up his phone and chatted with a few women on WeChat, only to realize that he had missed a call from Li Lele in the afternoon. It seemed he must have missed it while exercising. It was probably about the property certificate. He had gotten up early today, running around several places and staying busy all day. Even though Zhang Yuan was young, he couldn't handle such exhaustion, especially since they had been discussing beautiful things at that time. He would contact Li Lele tomorrow. That girl was still a 100%, and he didn't know if he could get the first blood. Such opportunities must not be missed, but he wasn't sure how to approach it. Zhang Yuan felt like he had the potential to be a sea king. Everyone wanted him, and everyone wanted to treat him well. This system had truly given him unbeatable courage and strength. Hearing that Little Bunny had already started streaming outside, Zhang Yuan logged into Douyin. Lin Yuna and Qi Yao were all live streaming, determined to pursue this profession to the end. Lin Yuna, how could she not know how to take a break? She had quite a fortune now. After teasing her in Lin Yuna's live stream, he saw that she had indeed changed a lot. Although she was showing off her figure, she was clearly much more reserved now, no longer revealing what shouldn't be shown, and most of her body was covered tightly. Not bad, not bad. She truly was a woman who promised to be his, very self-aware. Zhang Yuan sent her 10 exclusive gifts of flying dragon in the sky before switching to another livestream. He sent gifts to Qi Yao and Lianing in turn, being very measured in his approach. After leaving their live streams, Zhang Yuan scrolled and jumped into Little Tuan Tuan's live stream. Little Tuan Tuan was joking with her fans, and upon seeing Zhang Yuan's level 60 full level badge enter the live stream, she immediately shouted excitedly, "Welcome, Brother Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang Nan hasn't come for a long time. We all missed you." Cut. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly. This woman really knew how to fish for attention, and he directly exited her live stream. Only a bewildered Little Tuan Tuan and curious fans were left behind. Why did the big brother leave? I don't know. The god-level big brother just came and seems to have given Little Tuan Tuan a few million. Of course, just look at who the number one on the leaderboard is. Wow, good guy. So it turns out he was the number one big brother just now. Why did he come in and leave without a word? Has Little Tuan Tuan fallen out of favor? Only Little Tuan Tuan knew that she seemed to have truly fallen out of favor. Ever since she politely declined the big brother's invitation, it seemed he hadn't come to see her again. The guild had already called her, urging her to make sure to keep the god-level big brother around. Only with the support of the god-level big brother could she have a chance to rise to the top of the internet celebrity world. She had just seen someone come in and was quite excited, thinking maybe she should soften her approach and say some nice words to win him over. But Zhang Yuan didn't even give her a chance and directly exited. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had already arrived at Little Bunny's livestream, where she was chatting with her fans. After entering, Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, letting her welcome him and send hearts. And without a word, he directly sent gifts. First, he sent 10 flying dragon in the sky, then began sending carnival. The fish in this pond shouldn't be fed too much, otherwise, there would be nothing left to feed them later, and they might turn against him and run away. Listening to Little Bunny outside expressing her gratitude excitedly, Zhang Yuan really wanted to shout that it wasn't necessary. That would probably scare the fans away. Damn, I'm in the room of the number one big brother. This streamer has been pushed to the limit, there's no love left. Zhang Yuan had spent nearly 200,000 and then stopped. The account just hung in the Rabbit live broadcast room without saying a word, then opened another app on his phone. Since he had some free time, he decided to buy today's group purchase items first, otherwise he would forget later. Today's group purchase items are 120-year-old Dolly Pill, 10 yuan piano performance level skill card, 2 yuan. Hey, what is this Dolly Pill? It seems like one of those traditional remedies sold by street performers, you know, when they arrive at a place, they first show off their martial arts, then pull out a box of pills to sell. They claim their good health is all thanks to this Dolly Pill. It should be the same thing, right? Zhang Yuan clicked on the introduction. Dolly Pill, main ingredients include ginseng, goji berries, and schisandra. Main effects are to tonify the kidneys, replenish essence, strengthen the foundation, nourish qi and blood, and increase strength. It can regulate the body's immune system, improve physical fitness, and also enhance male sexual function. Indications include impotence, low XY, sore waist and knees, kidney deficiency, and back pain. This pill uses a 20-year-old main ingredient, which can increase effectiveness multiple times. Jiang Yuan's face darkened. Big brother, what are you doing? Am I already not functioning? Do I need to supplement? I'm only in my 20s, isn't this the prime time? After clicking to purchase, it will be sent to the user's address via express delivery. Whatever, it's worth 10 yuan. It must be a good thing. I have to get it. It can improve physical fitness and increase strength. If you're sick, treat it. If you're not sick, strengthen your body. Having it on hand isn't a bad idea. The second item is the piano performance level skill card, which can be kept for self-defense. Last time I performed the piano in front of Su Qingwan. If one day I need to play again and don't have it, that would be awkward. Meanwhile, in a loft apartment in Xinjiang, a woman in a camisole nightgown was lying on the bed, her front already flattened into a pancake, which is quite a pity. She occasionally checked her phone, seemingly waiting for a message from someone. Han Ruochu angrily thought about throwing her phone away. Is this phone broken? Why can't I even receive messages? Or is this WeChat having a bug, can't add friends anymore? This afternoon, she confidently gave that young man her business card, just wanting to leave a way out. She originally intended to flirt, but was preempted. Although her excuse was childish, the young man driving the 918 still gave her 200 yuan to take a taxi home. Unexpectedly, this guy was quite nice, not like those rich people's arrogant attitudes. Han Ruochu felt a bit troubled. Without getting his contact information, even if she remembered the car, it wouldn't help. Xinjiang is so big, when would she run into him again? Young man, add me, if you're satisfied, maybe I'll. Little Rabbit is still live streaming, not sure how long she'll go on. Lu Wei felt a bit bored. When he reached into his pocket, he suddenly touched the business cards he had. He had received 2 beautiful women's business cards today, and Jiang Yuan picked one up to take a look. Are all these beauties so standard now, bringing their own business cards when they go out? Jiang Yuan thought about how he didn't even have a business card, only a WeChat QR code. The first one he added was Li Monli. He had brushed her small hand in the morning, and it was quite soft. He wondered if other places were soft too. The second was the flight attendant's business card. Jiang Yuan looked at the information on it, which was very simple. Han Ruochu, WeChat QR code, mobile number, QQ number, Douyin number. The name sounds nice, but with all this complete information, why not just put her measurements on there for a more direct impression? At this moment, Han Ruochu, lying in bed, was almost falling asleep out of frustration. She had miscalculated today. She shouldn't have said her phone was dead, as that would have allowed her to directly exchange contact information. A casual glance caught her eye, and she suddenly saw a red mark next to a new contact in her WeChat. Ah, it must be him, it must be him. So late, and he finally added her. Opening the contact list, she saw that the person who added her had no information, just an unrecognizable profile picture and the username randomly entering Jiangnan. It must be that detestable man, right? Han Ruochu analyzed the profile picture. Typically, rich second-generation kids would flaunt their luxury cars, mansions, or extravagant nightlife on their social media. Their profile pictures would usually show them driving a Ferrari with one hand or sipping champagne on a yacht. Only the top-tier rich kids would lean towards a more natural look. For instance, Wang Dishao's profile picture was of a cute little bear. However, Jiang Yuan's WeChat profile picture was an anime character, a type of picture that men with such avatars were often not even worth considering, as those who used such images were usually either troublemakers or poor losers. Han Ruochu hesitated. Was he a deceitful scumbag or more like Wang Dishao? But she couldn't agree too quickly. Agreeing too fast would make her seem cheap and desperate. These men only became intrigued when they felt they had something just out of reach, as if they had gained something while actually getting nothing. Once a man easily got a woman's body, he would hardly value it anymore. Avasa's wisdom is to hold a man's desire, to keep him wanting more. This detestable man had just pulled a beautiful woman today. He must have thought of her only after having his fun. Sigh, why do these rich second-generation kids lead such depraved lives? If only there were one who could be devoted and treat her well. Han Ruochu was already lost in her fantasies. After Jiang Yuan added the two of them, Li Monli quickly accepted and took the initiative to greet him. Hey, what are you doing so late? Bored, just watching beautiful girls in the live stream. Jiang Yuan casually replied. Oh, you actually like this? Isn't reality better? There's nothing in reality, so I can only watch the live stream to satisfy my cravings. But you really know how to joke. Do you lack women? I don't believe it. Li Monli didn't believe it at all. A rich guy who could afford a 918 wouldn't lack women. Well, I don't believe it either, but that's just how life is. Unfortunately, no one notices me." The other party didn't reply but sent over 2 pictures. "Hey, which looks better, this pajama or this nightgown?" Wow, so direct? Sending benefits like that, she had him impressed. "On such a long night, how can I sleep like this?" "Then you can come find me. I can give you a hypnosis." One must admit, a woman in sales is quite eloquent, not losing ground at all, engaging in an extreme tug-of-war with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan saved her pictures and opened the software to check the information, uploading Li Manli's photo. Name, Li Manli. Age, 26. Occupation, sales consultant. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 83c divided by 63 divided by 81. Overall score, 79 points. Freshness, 88% favorability, 30 points. It seemed not bad, this overall score. Li Manli sent him such tempting photos. Was she trying to get on board? She must be looking to hook up with a wealthy man for a quick gain, especially since the turnover rate for luxury car sales consultants is so high. Most are likely looking for a stepping stone. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment, just a taste would suffice, and with the free benefits, he could let the outside world handle the pent-up desires. He decided not to consider dating her for now. Those below 90% were likely quite experienced. "Hey, that flight attendant looked pretty good. Was she already asleep at this hour? How could she not add me?" Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered that he had just added the flight attendant on WeChat, but she hadn't accepted his request yet. "Brother, I'm sorry, the broadcast just ended, and I've kept you waiting." At that moment, Little Rabbit finally walked into the bedroom, looking a bit apologetic. "So how are you going to make it up to me?" Seeing her pitiful expression, Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Brother, whatever you say for compensation, I'll do it." Little Rabbit had finally found her top big brother, and on this trip to the city, she had already earned over 100,000 on the first day. It could only get better from here. Since they had already slept together once, sleeping a few more times was no big deal. She was now seeking her top big brother's opinion, ready to comply with anything. Zhang Yuan recalled her graceful waist dance. That waist must be quite nice. As the saying goes, a woman's waist is a deadly knife, and her legs are a ghost that hastens death. If she were to do a split, combining waist and horse stance, wouldn't that be invincible? His heart raced with excitement. Zhang Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered something, causing Little Rabbit to blush instantly, her face turning red as she lightly bit her lip and nodded. Seeing her agreement, Zhang Yuan pulled her into his arms and said, "It's late, let's rest." Okay, that night, who knows how many skills were unlocked. The knowledge he had secretly gained from watching Teacher Sakurai and Teacher Mikami was put to good use, along with Little Rabbit's unique split. The night passed in silence, only the sound of singing. Meanwhile, Hanruwachu, still sulking, only accepted the friend request when she felt enough time had passed. "That annoying man, I'll let you stew for not adding me all day." However, her sulking went unanswered, and after waiting for another 10 minutes with no news, she wondered if he was angry. After a long wait, she tried sending a message. "Hey, I fell asleep earlier, just woke up. Are you there?" But it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Her phone seemed broken, with no response. When she woke up, Little Rabbit was already awake, quietly playing on her phone. Indeed, there are only tired cows, not worn-out fields. Her brother had worked hard last night, but she had already recovered. "Brother, good morning." Seeing Zhang Yuan wake up, she greeted him sweetly. "Aren't you tired?" Zhang Yuan pulled her into his arms and kissed her, to which Little Rabbit shyly replied, "Hee, I don't know. I wanted to sleep, but I just woke up." "You woke up too early, so I'll punish you." They were both undressed, and the contact sparked various biochemical and physical reactions. Zhang Yuan felt his desire flare up again, pointing to a spot, and Little Rabbit's eyes sparkled with shyness, like they were about to overflow with water. Bad man, how could he punish her with such embarrassing things? Yet, she obediently leaned down, following his lead. After about 10 minutes, Little Rabbit was tired. Doing these exercises early in the morning was quite exhausting, especially since this guy was so strong. Zhang Yuan let her off but decided to punish her in another way. Since he enjoyed spending time with Little Rabbit, after getting up, he took her around the city, especially to places rich in culture, checking out many delicious foods and taking lots of photos of her. After they had their fill of fun, he took her to Hang Lung Plaza. As soon as they entered the first floor, the sales assistant at the LV entrance looked starstruck. A big client had arrived, making the most extravagant purchases that day, causing all the sales assistants to turn green with envy, and they all remembered his face. Ignoring the queue behind them, they directly invited him in. "Sir, you're here. Please, come in." The service was exceptionally good. Little Rabbit wrapped her arm around his, walking in proudly. In her past experiences, she had never encountered such treatment. She never expected to feel this way in a first-tier city, all because she was with a man. Recommend her the latest model. "Okay, sir, this way please, ma'am. There are still many bags at home, but Jiang Yuan doesn't have time to go back and get them. Anyway, Little Rabbit will leave tomorrow, so it's better to just buy one here to give her. You can pick whichever you like. Little Rabbit smiled sweetly at him and gave him a kiss. Thank you, brother. However, she also carefully looked at the price tags. The new models are all over 50,000, and she hesitated, wondering if she should get something so expensive. What if she buys something so pricey this time and doesn't have the chance next time? Even if she sees something she likes, she just looks a few more times and pretends not to like it. This made Jiang Yuan find it a bit amusing. Alright, stop looking at the prices. Just take whichever one you like, otherwise, I won't bring you next time. Forget it, I'll decide. Jiang Yuan pointed to one she had lingered on for a while. This one. And this one too. They ended up picking two. That's too much, brother. One is enough for me to carry. What nonsense are you talking? Can't we take turns carrying? Little Rabbit was stunned. That made so much sense. She couldn't argue against it, and her heart felt even sweeter. This big shot is quite understanding. Maybe she should move to Xinjiang, then she could see him often and deepen their relationship. A woman's youth is so fleeting. She needs to seize the time. The deepening communication over the past 2 days has already left Little Rabbit with an excellent impression of Jiang Yuan, and her fondness for him has increased significantly. This 2-day trip has brought her more benefits than she earned in the past year. Even being the exclusive lover of this big shot doesn't seem like a problem. Jiang Yuan, however, was unaware of her inner changes. He just felt that their time together was pleasant, so he decided to give a little more, fulfilling each other's needs and rewarding her. After leaving the LV store, Little Rabbit had already taken 2 of the latest bags, and she suddenly asked softly, "Brother, can I come to Xinjiang to develop?" "Develop? You want to come to Xinjiang? That way I can be closer to you. If I miss you, I can." What nonsense is she talking about? Missing me? After just 2 days, she misses me? That's fine, Xinjiang is quite nice. If you want to continue live streaming, I have a media company called Wulu Media. Do you want to come over? Really? Can I? Wulu Media is well known in the industry. Although it's strict, it produces big streamers easily. She used to be afraid of being bullied by the guild, but if the company belongs to the top boss, that's a different story, and Little Rabbit's mind started to race. Sure, but if you come here to develop, you can't keep fish anymore, okay? Otherwise, Little Rabbit quickly shook her head. I won't, brother, don't worry, I will only be yours. Jiang Yuan stroked her hair. That's good, I don't like sharing with others. If you've thought it through, then come over. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. The girl nodded obediently and jumped into his arms. Today, Jiang Yuan received several unfamiliar calls on his phone, but he was busy flirting and hung up on them all. It wasn't until Chen Liang called that he answered. Old Jiang, what are you busy with? They said they couldn't reach you. Who's trying to contact me? It's Zhou Xiaojuan's parents. They came crying and making a fuss, wanting us to forgive them. What do you think we should do? Chen Liang seemed a bit soft-hearted, his tone not very firm. This matter is up to you. I don't care about my car, but if he wants to crash into you, you decide. Maybe it's better to forget it. We're classmates, let me send him to jail. I'm a bit. Chen Liang was also scared. As soon as the old lady came, she started crying and complaining about the 9 generations of single inheritance, that her intentions weren't bad, and that it was definitely not intentional, and after a long fuss, she managed to persuade Chen Liang. 2 days in detention should count as punishment for that kid. However, he wasn't clear about Jiang Yuan's thoughts. Chen Liang hadn't been hit, but Jiang Yuan's Lamborghini was indeed smashed to pieces, so he hesitated to call Jiang Yuan for his opinion. Alright, let him compensate you a bit, make up for your mental distress. We can't let him off too easily. As long as the 2 of them agreed to reconcile, Zhou Xiaojun could come out. Otherwise, if they insisted on the charge of intentional injury, he would definitely end up in a tough spot. That's fine, let's see how that brat acts all high and mighty in the future, then I'll tell his parents. Are you stupid? Don't take the initiative, let them stew for a bit, wait for them to call, then reluctantly agree. Otherwise, they'll think we're easy to deal with. Right. Damn it, I see you've fallen into a woman's trap, all soft now. Jiang Yuan sneered at him and hung up the phone. Tomorrow, Little Bunny would be going back, and tonight she was already clinging to him. With Jiang Yuan's promise, she was now focused on using all her charms to leave a deep impression on him. That night, Little Bunny had to broadcast for a while as usual. Only then did Jiang Yuan find the time to check his WeChat. Perhaps due to lack of experience, he still wasn't used to chatting with another woman while one was watching him. After all, it would make him blush, which was inappropriate. He hadn't mastered the art of being a player yet. Right now, he was probably just a pirate, and he still needed to maintain some face. Seeing the message from the little flight attendant in WeChat, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Just yesterday, she was acting all aloof, and now after a day of waiting, she couldn't hold back anymore. Han Ruwachu waited all night, but her WeChat didn't ring once. In the morning, she couldn't help but send a good morning message and shared a picture of the breakfast she made. After waiting all day, it felt like she was treated like a zombie follower, as if she had never added him. Wasn't this the guy who drove the 918? So he didn't dare to respond? Wasn't that a waste of her feelings? By evening, she decided to test the waters with 200 yuan. After all, she did get 200 yuan from that guy, which was a good excuse. She sent a 200 yuan red envelope, but after a long time, no one claimed it, and her mindset was about to break. It was the first time she had fished and ended up like this, adding him on WeChat and not contacting her all day, not saying a word. Did he not like women? Once this red envelope was claimed, at least she could figure out if it was that person, and she could clear things up. The current situation still made her hesitate. Zhang Yuan saw the other party continuously sending him messages, and it seemed like she was in a hurry, very proactive. A dog is a dog, useless. All the guys who reply instantly, you have no idea how proactive women can be when they're anxious. Zhang Yuan clicked on the red envelope, wanting to see how much the flight attendant sent. Not too much, just 200. After receiving the red envelope, he didn't say anything, clicked into her moments to browse. Sure enough, once this woman became confident in her looks, there were plenty of selfies in her moments. This little flight attendant's moments were filled with exquisite photos every few days. There were many places where she posed for check-ins. It was unclear whether this elegance was meant to keep ordinary people away or to please the wealthy. Han Ruwachu finally saw some activity in WeChat, but after the red envelope was claimed, the person disappeared. She was about to go crazy. Who is this person? Why aren't you saying anything? You're clearly online. Are you ignoring me? Someone has been waiting for you all day and night, and you haven't said a word. It's so heartbreaking. The outburst was like hitting cotton. Han Ruwachu was almost beside herself with anger. She had never been this angry before. Who isn't a little fairy? Zhang Yuan saved a photo and opened the software for a query. Name, Han Ruwachu. Age, 25. Occupation, flight attendant. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 82c divided by 61 divided by 79. Overall score, 85. Freshness, 98% favorability, -30. This data left Zhang Yuan stunned. What's going on? Negative favorability? This was the first time he had seen someone have a negative impression of him. What did he do? They were just strangers. He hadn't slept with her or dug up her ancestors' graves, so why was her favorability negative? This woman approached him, and he simply ignored her. Was it necessary to hate him? Hey, if you don't say anything, I'll delete you. Han Ruwachu finally exploded, having received her red envelope but still not speaking. This scammer, do you have a bump on your head? Zhang Yuan finally replied, which left Han Ruwachu baffled. You have a bump on your head, I have 2 big ones on my chest. Who are you? You added me but won't talk. Why should I talk? Zhang Yuan was still feeling frustrated. This woman had given him negative points without saying a word. What kind of person was this? Return my red envelope, or I'll delete you. Why should I? You said yesterday you would return it to me. It was sent by you, so why shouldn't I accept it? Oh my god. Han Ruwachu felt her brain was lacking oxygen. This person was indeed a rich young man, but how could it end up like this? It was over. Her image was ruined. How could she still fish for a wealthy husband? Are you the young man from the airport yesterday? Did you meet many young men yesterday? I didn't. I only met you yesterday and left you a message. Han Ruwachu hurriedly explained, making things worse. She shouldn't have lost her temper. Oh, Zhang Yuan sent a meaningful "oh," making Han Ruwachu even more anxious. I really didn't, I swear. Alright, I'll believe you for now. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. I have time. She was completely different from her previous aloof and mischievous self. Perhaps she suddenly felt that there were too many women like her around rich men, and she might be forgotten one day. Aren't you flying? Han Ruwachu sent a pitiful expression, feeling a bit emo about the situation. I almost forgot I still have this job. The two chatted casually for a while, and then Zhang Yuan left her hanging. He probably understood the flight attendant's thoughts, but her favorability was too low. They could talk about it later. What if they went on a date and she took advantage of him when he wasn't paying attention? That would be a loss. He needed to wait and see how Han Ruwachu's favorability changed before deciding whether to ask her out. Little Rabbit had been streaming for less than half an hour before she ended the broadcast. Perhaps she thought tonight's ranking wasn't as important as this big brother in front of her. Brother, I'm not streaming anymore. I want to save all my time for you. Zhang Yuan pinched her chin and smiled, what a sensible girl. Another night of hard work. The next day, he took Little Rabbit out for a nice lunch before sending her to the airport. After spending a few days together, Jiang Yuan was exhausted. After leaving the airport, he went to find Li Lei, having been looking for him for 2 days without a reply. In less than an hour, he arrived at the brokerage company's store from the airport. Unfortunately, since he was there to send someone off today, no one came to give him a ride. After using the car skill card for charging, Jiang Yuan's driving skills improved tremendously. If it weren't for the speed cameras, he probably would have been flying just above the ground. With the roar of the sports car, he stopped in front of the store, and Li Lei came out immediately. Seeing Jiang Yuan get out of the car, she greeted him sweetly, "Mr. Jiang, you finally made it. What's up? Did the property certificate get processed?" "Yes, that's right. Are you available to come with me to pick it up?" "Let's go, get in the car." Li Lei quickly said a word to the store manager and then came to the side of the car. "Last time there was one, and this time there was another. Does this young man have so many supercars?" Sitting in the sports car, Li Lei felt quite emotional. If only this young man would buy a few more houses, she could achieve her performance goals and enjoy a wonderful life. Li Lei was wearing a work uniform with a white shirt, and after fastening her seatbelt, Jiang Yuan casually glanced over. One of the buttons on her chest had popped open slightly, revealing some white lace inside. It was hard to tell if it was intentional or accidental, but it was quite tempting. "By the way, do you have any rental properties?" Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of something. He needed to rent a place for Little Rabbit. Today, he happened to be there to pick up the property certificate, so he could have Li Lei handle it for him. "Yes, what kind do you want, young man? I can find it for you." Jiang Yuan almost wanted to say, "I want someone like you." He then asked her to look for a few two-bedroom apartments that were conveniently located, safe, and quiet. Li Lei nodded and went back to the store to search for him. When they arrived at the property transaction center, Li Lei helped him take care of everything. Jiang Yuan just needed to sit there and wait. In less than half an hour, it was all done, and the red book was in hand. This was Jiang Yuan's second property, and although the price wasn't high, it was still an asset. They chatted casually all the way back to the store, and Li Lei immediately went to check for rental listings. Before long, she returned to the car with a stack of documents and keys in hand. "You lead the way, let's go take a look." "Okay." While looking at the property, Li Lei was following too closely. Jiang Yuan suddenly turned around, and Li Lei bumped right into him, bouncing back. "I'm sorry." Li Lei apologized, her face turning red. "It's fine, I didn't hurt you, did I? Do you want me to rub it for you?" Jiang Yuan's words made her face even redder. "Ugh, what kind of wolfish words are these? Can he really rub it?" I don't need it." At that moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly looked at her seriously and said, "I want to talk to you about something." "Oh, go ahead. I want to support you, is that okay?" Li Lei was shocked and stunned. Although she had experienced such situations before, when she took an old man to see a house, he had said that as long as she was willing to be with him, he would buy that house and give her 10,000 yuan a month as pocket money. At that time, Li Lei had run away in fright, not daring to tell the manager, and silently received a complaint that cost her several hundred yuan in wages. Li Lei stammered, unable to speak. The impact was too great. In this empty room with just the two of them, what would she do if he tried to force himself on her? Li Lei was so flustered that she felt like crying. She should have brought the manager along. "Don't be nervous. Let me explain the details. As long as you're willing, I will buy a house for you in the city worth no less than 5 million. If you can stay with me for 5 years, this house will be yours, and I can give you a bag and 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month." This left Li Lei even more stunned, her mind buzzing. A 5 million yuan house, 5 years, plus a bag and 50,000 every month. What kind of immortal is this? Every month, she dressed in formal attire, walking through wind and rain in high heels. If luck was on her side, she could earn over 10,000 yuan. If not, she barely scraped by on a few thousand in base salary. She couldn't even dream of designer bags. They were beyond her reach unless she maxed out her credit card. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. It seemed she didn't know how to refuse. Should she refuse? But there was also a certain temptation. "Are you afraid I'll go back on my word?" Don't worry, I'm serious. I can give you half a year's allowance first, then buy the house, and sign a gift agreement. That way, at least you won't end up empty-handed." But, Li Lei didn't know what to say. The impact was too great, and her mind was blank. She had fantasized about such a scenario but never expected to actually encounter it, and now she didn't know how to respond. "But what? Let me show you my sincerity." Seeing her like this, Jiang Yuan directly transferred 200,000 yuan to her WeChat, with "gift to Li Lei" written on it. Li Lei stared at her WeChat notification, coming back to her senses. With that message, as long as she clicked accept, the 200,000 yuan would be hers, and she wouldn't have to worry about the other party asking for it back. She bit her lip and asked a question. Why do you like me? Jiang Yuan smiled, leaned close to her ear, and whispered something, catching a whiff of the girl's fragrance. After hearing it, Li Leilei's face turned beet red. Ah, this bad man, how did he know? How did he know she was still? Aren't you afraid you might be mistaken? Li Leilei looked at him suspiciously. Could he really tell? I won't be mistaken. I trust my judgment. Jiang Yuan seemed very certain. Even though it's very important to me, is it worth that much to you? Willing to give me so much? You are worth it. Hearing such words made Li Leilei feel much better. I need to think. Can you give me some time? I'm a bit confused right now. Sure, let me know when you've made up your mind. If you can drive, I can get you a sports car for transportation later. The sweet talk from earlier hadn't even settled, and now there was another one. That thin layer of something, although precious and not meant to be quantified, felt a bit excessive, which made Li Leilei's perspective shift. Jiang Yuan didn't express anything overly excessive or disrespectful. He simply conveyed that he chose her because she was worth it, giving Li Leilei room for imagination. This time, Li Leilei had no intention of refusing. She just wanted some time to buffer. Seeing her expression, Jiang Yuan seized the moment and said straightforwardly, let's go look at some houses. Your store should have a layout you like, right? I'll buy it first. Ha, are you really going to buy it? But it's fine, I'll buy it and wait for you. Consider it a boost for your performance today. He hadn't even gotten her agreement, and he was already buying a house. How domineering. After saying that, Jiang Yuan directly took Li Leilei's hand and walked out. Li Leilei didn't pull her hand away, allowing him to hold it, seemingly not disliking him. It was as if she forgot about holding hands until they got to the car, where she finally let go, allowing him to take advantage of her. Once in the car, Jiang Yuan proactively helped her fasten her seatbelt, taking advantage of her again, his hand brushing across her chest as he secured the belt, seemingly feeling something different. Li Leilei sensed a different touch and blushed, looking out the car window. Jiang Yuan smirked, feeling confident that things were going well. Li Leilei really took him to see the house she liked, one she had researched during her free time at work. While working, she had fantasized about one day saving enough money to buy a place like this and settle down in the city. Anyway, no matter what, it would be good to let Jiang Yuan buy this house. Even if this matter isn't agreed upon, at worst, I can buy it back from him when I have money in the future. This is Li Leilei's plan. Although she said she wanted to buy a house she liked, Li Leilei still wanted Jiang Yuan to see it for himself. She hadn't yet immersed herself in the role of being taken care of. In the house she favored, Li Leilei excitedly talked to Jiang Yuan about her plans for the house. This place needs to be painted white, we should put a corner sofa here, and we should plant flowers on the balcony. Seeing how much Li Leilei yearned for this house, it was clear she really liked it. Jiang Yuan said to her, you should invite the owner over, let's discuss the price directly. It was then that Li Leilei realized that ultimately, it was Jiang Yuan who would have to buy the house. She had just been lost in a beautiful fantasy. Do you really want to buy it? Of course, I can see you really like it, so let's buy it. You handle the price negotiation. No. Li Leilei shook her head. She had met the owner, and it wouldn't be proper for her to negotiate. Otherwise, the costs might not be appropriate. What's wrong? I can't go negotiate. If I do, it'll be obvious, and then everyone will know. Li Leilei said softly, her face flushed. Alright, then I'll negotiate, and you set the price. I'll bargain hard. Li Leilei called the owner, but they couldn't come today and could only discuss the price tomorrow. She looked apologetically at Jiang Yuan. It's fine, then tomorrow it is. I'm not in a hurry, I still have to wait for you. After driving Li Leilei back to the store, Jiang Yuan asked on the way, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? You should take a day off. I think I'll pass for now, I'm not ready yet. She was too shy to look at Jiang Yuan again. Okay, then another day. Li Leilei opened the car door and ran off without looking back. Watching her flee like a startled deer, Jiang Yuan smiled. Since he was near the school, he decided to check out the mall where he had bought shares. The mall's manager had called him earlier to report on its situation. It was a 5-story mall, and he wondered how much income it generated in a year and how much subsidy he could get for household expenses. Jiang Yuan parked next to the school gate and sent a text to Lin Yana, asking her and Xiao to come out and have a meal at the school gate. He hadn't seen them for several days and missed them a bit, especially Lin Yana's obedient demeanor, which was completely different from when she danced. Walking into the mall, it still looked quite lively, with many students around. It was the main leisure center for several nearby universities, a popular dating spot. However, in Jiang Yuan's view, since it mainly catered to students and the surrounding community, the average spending per customer shouldn't be too high. and the mall's rent wouldn't be too steep. He strolled through the floors, actually wanting to count how many businesses there were to have a clearer idea in his mind. When he reached the 5th floor's dining area, he saw a familiar figure. Song Mingchi, teacher Song. Next to her was a tall, thin boy, seemingly her admirer, trying to please Song Mingchi. It was unclear whether Song Mingchi liked this guy. There was still a bit of distance between them. Was this guy a teacher at the school? Why choose to date here? Didn't he fear being seen by his students? Jiang Yuan initially intended to sidestep and pretend he didn't see her, but he couldn't avoid it. Song Mingchi had already spotted him and was walking over. Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? Don't you want to greet me? No, teacher Song, I just didn't want to interrupt your date. Song Mingchi's expression paused, looking a bit awkward. Well, it's not what you think. We're just colleagues out for a meal. What are you doing here? Want to join us? Together? If she finds out I'm so close to 2 women, won't I be struck by lightning? Jiang Yuan immediately shook his head. No, teacher Song, I have plans with someone else, I won't disturb you. What are you talking about? Where's the person you made plans with? Let's eat together, the more the merrier, right? Jiang Yuan didn't dare to answer, he just wanted to refuse and distance himself from this source of pressure. Although he had fantasized about the goddess-level teacher Song, she was still a teacher, and he felt a bit timid. Teacher, I still need to talk to the owner of this mall about something, so I'll be leaving now. Jiang Yuan found an excuse and immediately ran off. Is that your student? So cute, can't even lie properly, the male teacher beside her praised as he watched Jiang Yuan's retreating figure. I don't think he's just bragging. He might really know the owner of this mall, Song Mingchi said confidently. After running far away, Jiang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but it was a pity that this teacher was already dating another man. It seemed this good cabbage was going to be pushed by a pig. He wondered what score teacher Song would get. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan felt inexplicably excited and found a secluded spot to sit down. He went to Song Mingchi's social media to look for her photos and save them. He immediately opened the app and uploaded them. Name, Song Mingchi. Age, 29. Occupation, teacher. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 47 kilograms. Measurements, 80b divided by 62 divided by 79. Overall score, 85. Freshness, 100% favorability, 50 points. Wow, Song Mingchi was completely inexperienced. Did she really reject all the suitors around her for the sake of studying? With that kind of looks, it was impossible that no one pursued her. It was only possible that she didn't want a date and was oblivious. Was she now approaching 30 and feeling old? Was she starting to go on blind dates, accepting it? He didn't know if it was because Song Mingchi was traditional or if she just woke up too late. What a pity, that male teacher just now seemed not so great. Should he break them up? Jiang Yuan had been feeling quite bold these days, his ambitions gradually surfacing, and he couldn't stand seeing things he disliked. Chen, old dog, have you fallen into a pile of women and forgotten your roots? He sent a message to Chen Liang to ask for his opinion. This is really a good job. Ha, do you want to take a look? Cut it out. You act like you've never seen a woman. I really haven't seen so many long legs. Where would I see them? Alright, I have something to ask you. I just saw teacher Song while shopping. There was a guy next to her, and it didn't feel good. What the hell? The goddess is being pursued? Where? Let me see. How can I stand this? She's the goddess of my entire university. Isn't it Su Qingwan? Teacher Song is too. No way, how can I stand this? Break them up. Jiang Yuan chuckled. He was waiting for this very sentence. Alright, leave it to me. How could he dispel Song Mingchi's thoughts of dating that guy? Jiang Yuan began to ponder. Although he had been in contact with quite a few women recently, he had never encountered someone like Song Mingchi. You could say she was innocent, but she was already 29, a third of her life had passed. You could say she wasn't innocent, but at 29, she was still pure. Jiang Yuan's recent belief was that as long as he was willing to spend money on women, they would be moved. If 10,000 didn't work, then try 100,000. If 100,000 didn't work, surely 1 million would do the trick. If 1 million didn't work, then how about 10 million? How many people could resist the allure of 10 million? As for pursuing girls with pure intentions, Jiang Yuan had no idea. He hadn't even read romance novels, so how would he know what kind of domineering CEO women liked or what romantic gestures they appreciated? Why not be more direct? Still the same old method? Continue to throw money? Jiang Yuan decided to test whether Song Mingchi was the type to be swayed. Anyway, he didn't want her to have any intimate contact with other men. Teacher Song, is that person pursuing you? Song Mingchi quickly replied, No, don't talk nonsense. He's just a colleague from school. We happened to have lunch together today. Where did you run off to? I was afraid of being your third wheel. You'd end up stabbing me with a knife. Is that the image I have in your heart? Song Mingchi wrinkled her nose. Teacher, why don't you just skip the meal with that person? To make it up to you, I can give you a gift. What's wrong? We were just about to order. Is there a problem? Song Mingchi felt a bit confused. What did he mean by not letting her have dinner with this male teacher? I just don't know how to say it. As long as you don't go on a date with him, I'll give you a gift. Oh, you little boy, are you jealous? If I go on a date, you won't give me a gift. Yes. This left Song Mingchi dumbfounded. What was this about? Jealous? What kind of jealousy? I'm not even your anything. I'm your teacher. Song Mingchi didn't know how to respond, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Seeing that Song Mingchi hadn't replied, Zhang Yuan also didn't know how to continue. At that moment, Lin Yana and her friend had arrived and called to ask where he was. The two of them excitedly went upstairs to find Zhang Yuan, and as soon as they met, Xiao couldn't stop talking, constantly expressing her feelings. Oh, your school is really nice. There are places to eat and drink nearby, much better than ours. If I had known back then, I should have worked harder to come to Xincheng for school. Where did you go to school before? Me? I didn't study well, so I stayed in our provincial capital and got a diploma. I just came to Xincheng this year. If I had known it was this good, I would have definitely worked hard. This girl is now a little rich woman, completely wanting to experience the dream university life. The three of them changed floors and found a place to eat. Zhang Yuan was mainly worried about running into Song Mingchi later, so he would stretch his neck to look into the restaurant before agreeing. What have you two been up to these days? I've been learning to dance, and Nana is learning piano. Shi Yao quickly answered. That's fine, as long as you find something to do. Otherwise, I can set up a media company for you and sign you both as my main anchors. Going to Wolf Media would be fine, but these two women were Zhang Yuan's forbidden fruits, so he wasn't too willing. That's fine, whatever you say, brother, we'll do it. Lin Yana had a look of obedience, which made Chi Yao next to her unable to resist pinching her. When did you become so submissive? Can't you have a bit of your own opinion? Brother Jiang Nan's meaning is my meaning. I give up. You've defeated me. Chi Yao could only roll her eyes at her. After dinner, both of them looked at him, waiting for him to say what to do next, otherwise, they would just go home to livestream. He had come in a 918 today, which couldn't fit two people, so he asked, Are you too tired lately? Do you want me to take you for a spa to relax? Brother, are you tired? If not, I can give you a massage, I just learned recently. Lin Yana quickly showed her concern. Ah, how could such a lovely girl not be endearing? You two dance every day, so you must be tired. Let's go let someone else serve us today. Otherwise, if you dance too much, won't you end up with some lumbar strain or something? Okay, I also want to experience what a spa feels like. After the three of them left, Zhang Yuan looked around and found that Song Mingchi hadn't replied to him again, feeling a bit disappointed in his heart. After finishing the spa, Zhang Yuan returned to the place where Lin Yana and the others were staying, and he was once again left lying on the sofa in the living room while the two of them went live streaming. Zhang Yuan could only scroll through his phone out of boredom. He opened the app to check today's group purchase items, and his pupils instantly contracted, his eyes shining. Oh my god, it's actually a house in Tangchenipin. The two items this time were 400 square meters of Tangchenipin large flat, 99 yuan natural old pick glass type imperial green jade necklace, ring, and earring set from Sufubi auction house, 9 yuan. The reputation of Tangchenipin has always been prestigious in the country. Since the day the developer went public and started selling, it has been the top luxury residence for many years. When a house could be bought for several $100,000, its unit price had already reached 6 figures. It was a set that the nation's wealthy were eager to acquire, not only a symbol of status but also a genuinely excellent riverside property. Although its unit price is no longer the highest, it still holds a significant place in the real estate market. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile widely. Now he could bring his parents and sister to the city. 400 square meters, the same size as the presidential suite he stayed in the first time. At least it could have several rooms. The place he currently lived in, Riverside Garden, was only 200 square meters, with fewer bedrooms. As for the jade set, he could consider it a bonus for buying the house and could give it away separately. At that moment, a message came through on WeChat. Zhang Yuan quickly paid for the group purchase items to avoid forgetting later. He opened WeChat and saw a reply from Song Mingchi. After such a long time without talking, Zhang Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable. She must have had too much fun dining with that male teacher, completely forgetting the time. What are you talking about, you little brat? Zhang Yuan felt a bit angry and speechless. How should he say this? Can I throw money at you to stop dating that person? Oh, Zhang classmate, are you so rich now? Can we talk like this? Just say yes or no. Sure, if you can throw enough money to move my heart, I won't go. Zhang Yuan didn't expect Song Mingchi to say that. He wasn't sure if he should throw money. What if she really got mad? Since Song Mingchi dared to say that, Zhang Yuan wasn't afraid anymore. He tentatively transferred 50,000 yuan to her Zifubo, but Song Mengqi didn't respond, so Zhang Yuan transferred another 100,000 yuan. After a few more minutes, there was still no response. Zhang Yuan thought about transferring another 100,000 yuan but wasn't sure if Song Mengqi had seen it. After all, Zifubo didn't pop up notifications like WeChat. He had already reached the limit for transferring to Li Lei today. Where are you? Did you see it on Zifubo? If not, send me your bank card number, or how about I send you something else? After a long time with no reply, it felt a bit like being left hanging. Zhang Yuan waited for a while, feeling bored, so he went to Douyin to send some gifts to Lin Yuna and the others. He still hadn't used up the 50 million Docoins package, and it felt a bit wasteful, so he continued browsing on Douyin. Although sending everything to Lin Yuna would have many benefits, sending it all to her alone felt a bit dull. Suddenly, he stumbled into a live stream of a pair of twin hosts who were currently in a PK battle. The opponent appeared to be a very ugly man, shouting and making all sorts of exaggerated expressions and movements. Aesthetics is a common interest, but what kind of bizarre hobby is appreciating ugliness? Zhang Yuan couldn't understand. At that moment, the PK situation was not in favor of the twins. Their health bars were almost at the end. The two sisters were dressed in kipeos, calling out, "Family, please help us, or we'll be penalized. Please, let's get those hearts up. Welcome, Brother Jiangnan, to the live broadcast room." The entrance of a wealthy patron is marked by a special sign, and the two girls were so excited that they immediately welcomed him, as a wealthy patron had arrived. Even though they fought hard, the score was still vastly different. 112-1053 to 264857. This score was barely catching up to the other side's decimal point, and they had no idea what the punishment for their PK was. With the other side working so hard, they were determined to defeat the two sisters. Zhang Yuan said nothing, just took a glance. The two twin sisters were quite endearing, dressed in fitted kipeos, with one long leg exposed. They must be going for the beauty route, right? Zhang Yuan clicked on the live broadcast room of the ugly man opposite, only to see the screen filled with Iron Bull plowing the field. What was that? Returning to the twins' live broadcast room, the sisters were still trying hard to gain popularity, but unfortunately, they were outnumbered. "Family, come on, cheer for us, or we really will be plowing the field." That aggrieved expression could hang a bottle of vinegar. Zhang Yuan didn't quite understand this kind of PK. Although it was a form of entertainment, it didn't produce any real contribution, at most just emotional value. However, he had never seen such a cheapao beauty, so it was normal to feel a bit lustful. Watching the two sisters in their curvy kipeos continuously soliciting votes stirred some earthly desires. He opened the gift bar, and a flying dragon in the sky accompanied by a dragon's roar echoed through his phone. The twin sisters were stunned. They had just thought the wealthy brother had lost interest in them, but how could he come back and directly send exclusive gifts for wealthy patrons? "Ah, thank you, Brother Jiangnan. Thank you, wealthy brother." The two sisters were just shocked by the gifts, covering their mouths, and now that they reacted, they immediately sent heart gestures to express their gratitude. Zhang Yuan said nothing and continuously sent out 10 flying dragons in the sky. The score changed to 113-2016 to 142-6485, which should have surpassed the other side. "What is Iron Bull plowing the field?" Zhang Yuan curiously asked. The live broadcast room immediately exploded. "Big shot, if you want to see Iron Bull plowing the field, you should help the other side, then you'll see it later." Iron Bull plowing the field is a legendary exercise posture. It is said that once mastered, it can open the Rin and do meridians and successfully build a foundation. A flurry of chaotic explanations came pouring in. The twin sisters felt a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to explain. Their live broadcast room was called Yun Shu Man Man, so it seemed one was named Yun Shu and the other Man Man. Usually, twins only differ by one character, right? Why were there so many differences between these two? Zhang Yuan didn't have time to think. The other side began to counterattack. Perhaps they also had a big shot, continuously sending gifts. So he could only continue sending his flying dragons in the sky. Since he had participated, he couldn't afford to lose this battle. Perhaps the other side didn't expect that what was originally a winning situation would suddenly turn against them, being interrupted by a big shot from who knows where. 1 minute later, the PK ended. The score was 3-2-1, 5-6-4-5 to 5-6-1, 2-4-3-4, and the twins won. "Ah, what a pity, we can't see Iron Bull plowing the field now." Yeah, it's really not interesting to watch a man plow the field after they lost. Only the twin sisters were the happiest, truly not expecting that tonight's PK would accidentally encounter a wealthy big shot. They had been live broadcasting for so long, and the power of the number one brother had not matched what the big shot sent tonight. Indeed, persistence was key. What moved the hosts the most was only the wealthy big shot. Only when the wealthy big shot became number one would there be hope for them to become popular. Thank you, brother Jiangnan. The two sisters made heart gestures together and then bowed together. Although the scene wasn't particularly glamorous, it had its own charm. They were so excited inside. Tonight was almost the highest income of their live streaming careers. Despite having hundreds of thousands of fans, most were just freeloaders. Because there wasn't much to watch, Zhang Yuan followed and then exited the livestream. Only after leaving did he see messages on WeChat. He might have been too invested in sending gifts just now. The message from Song Mengqi read, surprised. "Gif, are you crazy? What are you doing? Hurry back. Zhang Yuan, stop messing around, I was joking." When Song Mengqi came back from her shower and saw Zhang Yuan's messages along with the chattering transfer in Zafubo, she was shocked. This guy, how could he take it seriously? Does he really care that much about me dating someone else? He actually used money to bribe himself. This little boy, I am your teacher, how can you think like that? Although her heart was a bit chaotic, she still sternly returned the transfer. If she really accepted it, wouldn't that mean she was the kind of woman who could be bought with money? This brat, you said it yourself, if it touches your heart, you won't go, so I don't know if it touched or not. Alright, it touched, I won't go on a date with that teacher anymore, is that okay? I'm scared of you now. Song Mengqi gritted her teeth in anger. Why did her dating matter to him? It's fine, I'll continue sending tomorrow, I don't believe you. Crazy. Zhang Yuan looked at WeChat again and saw that Li Lele had already accepted the transfer. It seems Li Lele agreed. After work, Li Lele returned to her rented place. She started thinking about what happened today, feeling it was somewhat real yet somewhat surreal. Could it be that such melodramatic things really happened to her? Although the term sugar daddy sounds a bit harsh, the young man wasn't bad looking, and he seemed to treat people well. Aside from being a bit flirtatious, he seemed to have no flaws. She had once fantasized about sweet love, but this year of working as an agent made her see reality clearly. What use is love? Can it buy a house in Shin City? Can a girl from an ordinary family really meet a rich CEO and marry him? Can it allow her to avoid early mornings and late nights, enduring disdain? Can it make her work a bit easier? The biggest transformations in a woman's life might be at 2 points, when she becomes a woman and when she enters society, being harshly taught by reality. In fact, as long as one has a house and the life they want, does it really matter if they get married? What's so important about marrying or not? Nowadays, many people in school have already gone to hotels with their boyfriends, and they don't seem to care about these things. There are many little gossip among girls, often rumors about who spent the night out, and then everyone knows what they went to do. Lying on her bed, Li Lele became more entangled in her thoughts. The more she thought, the more it seemed right. She hesitated for a moment, then pretended to chat and found her good friend to talk aimlessly, to see what she thought. Dear, why do you think people have to live so hard? Who knows, who made us live at the bottom? We work so hard just to live an ordinary life. Living is easy, but life is not. I don't want to work hard anymore. Introduce me to a rich second generation. Come on, if I had one, I would have taken him first. Why wait for you? Don't mention rich second generations, even a rich first generation, I could accept at 60. Work is too tiring, I just want to lie flat. That stupid supervisor scolded me again today. Are you thinking of being a kept woman? Yes, very much so. No need to work, just need to accompany someone, isn't that much simpler than working? Besides, women have needs too, it can solve those needs, and I can lie flat, it's simply too enjoyable. The complaints of her best friend strengthened Li Lele's resolve. Take me with you. I'll talk to you when I find it. Sigh, I'm going to take a shower first. Just thinking about having to go to work tomorrow makes me miserable. I feel like I'm going to be depressed. Okay, hurry back. I don't want to go to work either. Li Lele's best friend, like her, was also working, both from ordinary families, striving for a living. Li Lele pulled up Zhang Yuan's WeChat, and the 200,000 transfer on it was so eye-catching. After all, that number was quite large and tempting. 200,000, a real 200,000. Was she really worth that much? Li Lele fell into self-doubt. Although her looks were decent and many had praised her, the idea of being valued at several million was hard to believe. She truly had never encountered such a thing. After waiting a long time for her friend to return, they started chatting again. What if a boss offered to support you, and wanted your CY for 200,000? What would you think? Where's the boss? Don't even mention 200,000. I go to the hospital for a procedure for 50,000 right away. You haven't done it? Li Lele asked in surprise. You know I had a boyfriend in college, and then it just disappeared at a budget hotel. I know you had a boyfriend, but I don't know what happened. You never told me, and Li Lele was also confused. Okay, is this important? I don't know, it just feels like that. Aside from causing pain, it's useless. They chatted for quite a while, and Li Lele learned a lot of new things, her heart gradually untying. Although under her friend's persuasion, she felt that maybe 200,000 was worth it, at least better than the confusion of losing it at a 99 yuan budget hotel, but deep down, she still wanted a better outcome. Li Lei recalled the entire process of meeting Zhang Yuan today, and she was increasingly inclined towards him. He was quite nice, and it seemed there was nothing wrong with him. Women at night are the most prone to overthinking and easily moved. Having made up her mind, she accepted the transfer and typed a message. When Zhang Yuan saw it, the other party was still typing, indicating that this girl had a lot to say. Hey, I agree to your request, but I have a few questions to ask you first. Sure, go ahead. First, I can only be with you, you can't give me to anyone else. I can't accept that. Zhang Yuan almost laughed at this sentence. What was this girl thinking? What did she mean by giving her to someone else? Willing to offer so many conditions, how could he possibly share her with others? Not to mention that she couldn't accept it, he himself couldn't accept it. How could such a thought even cross her mind? Second, if you don't want me to go to work anymore, then I might really need to rely on you, so you have to provide me with security. Seeing that she had stopped typing, Zhang Yuan finally asked, is there anything else? Not for now, I don't know. Okay, I promise you. Don't worry, I'm not that twisted to share my woman, and I'm willing to support you, not for someone else, but because you belong only to me. If you want security, let's talk face to face tomorrow night, how about that? After a moment, Li Lei replied with one word. Tomorrow night, was she that anxious? Although she had opened her heart, the thought of putting it into practice so soon still made her a bit uneasy. She had made up her mind that she must secure protection and a long-term home, otherwise, she would return the 200,000 to him. After all, those rich second-generation kids were best at playing around and then tossing you aside. They only put in a little material effort, like buying a bag or having a meal, and there would be plenty of women willing to go out with them. Looking at the 200,000 in the account, although it's just a pile of numbers, that feeling of being rich is really great. How should a woman's youth be spent? After saying goodnight to Zhang Yuan, she curled up in her blanket and started to think wildly. Lin Yana, who had finished her late-night broadcast, came to the living room and sat on Zhang Yuan's lap. Brother, I'm done broadcasting, let's go to my room. Zhang Yuan picked her up in a princess carry and walked towards her room. Did you get the property certificate? Yeah, I picked it up yesterday. I told you, but you didn't reply. Something happened with my classmates these past few days, I forgot, sorry. Seemingly no longer afraid of Qi Yao finding out, Lin Yana locked the door and started to get hands-on with Zhang Yuan on her bed. The next day, Zhang Yuan woke up feeling a bit sore in the waist. It turned out he had been used like an iron bowl all night, plowing 2 fields. Did he really need to replenish? Rubbing his waist, he started to feel a bit insecure. This big brother really provided things that were useful for everything. It seemed he needed to go home and take that strength pill. Just then, the property management of Tang Chenipin called, asking him to pick up the property certificate, needing to return to Shindong district. Both girls were not working now, so one got up early while the other stayed in bed. Qi Yao and Lin Yana were completely opposite people, one noisy and one gentle, one diligent and one lazy. After finishing the breakfast Lin Yana made, Zhang Yuan finally left their place. He walked to the shopping mall next to the school to get his car and went straight up to the office floor where the management was located. The management of this kind of mall was relatively simple, with only a few offices, each labeled with its name. Zhang Yuan knocked on the general manager's office door, and suddenly a flurry of voices came from inside. After a while, a middle-aged man's irritated voice came out, sounding somewhat angry. Who? Come in. Zhang Yuan turned the door handle, and just then a female employee with a flushed face sidled past him out. Are you the general manager of this mall? Yes, I am. Who are you, and what do you want in the office? The chubby manager was somewhat displeased at being interrupted. I'm Zhang Yuan. What Zhang Yuan Tang Yuan? I don't know, this is the office. The words just spoken suddenly flashed in his mind. The day before yesterday, the chairman called, saying a new major shareholder had come to the company, and it seemed to be named Zhang Yuan. Could it be this clueless young man? His expression turned a bit sour, and he quickly stood up, bending slightly. You are Jiang from Jiangshui, Yuan from Yuan too? Now you know who I am? Got it, Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for not thinking of it right away. Alright, I'm here to understand the basic situation of this mall. Are there any reports? Yes. The general manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit anxious, thinking, please don't report me to the chairman and get me fired. So now he was eager to meet Zhang Yuan's requests. Zhang Yuan was actually just here to take a look, to understand his own business, not too concerned, as long as there was no fraud and he could know the actual value. After looking at the reports and listening to the general manager's explanations, he got a rough understanding. The mall's main income came from rent, reporting over 50 million in revenue last year, he didn't know how the 500 million valuation came about. After understanding the situation, Jiang Yuan prepared to leave, and the general manager nervously handed him a card. Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you, a small token of appreciation. What's this? This is our mall's shopping card, valid at all stores in the mall. Jiang Yuan waved his hand. That's enough, I don't need these. You just manage our mall well, and that's the best return for us shareholders. Yes, I will definitely manage well and serve the company. After respectfully sending Jiang Yuan into the elevator, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he couldn't sneak around in the office anymore, it was too frightening. Jiang Yuan went to the parking lot to get his car and saw several small notes stuck to the windshield, shaking his head and smiling. People rely on their cars for appearances, and horses rely on saddles. Ever since he got the supercar, he often found girls approaching him. It's not that girls are hard to pursue or reserved, it's just that the young man had never experienced it before. The 918 roared to the entrance of the Tangchen Ipin community but was stopped. Sir, may I ask if you are visiting or? I am a new owner, here to see the property management. Then please register your information. The security at the entrance was strict. They didn't let him in just because he was driving a supercar. It seemed the security in this community was quite good. Jiang Yuan was also curious about this community, once claimed to be the #1 luxury residence in the country. Besides being expensive, was there anything else worth praising? After all, with such a high-end property, the management couldn't be too poor, right? Following the security's guidance, Jiang Yuan drove the car to where the property management was located and parked it in a spot. Hearing the car horn, a woman in uniform came to greet him at the entrance. Hello, sir, how can I assist you? I'm here to pick up the property certificate. You called to notify me. You must be Mr. Jiang, please come this way. Once inside the office, she first poured Jiang Yuan a cup of tea, then went to the safe to retrieve the property certificate, verifying Jiang Yuan's personal information before handing it over for him to check. After signing, the property staff member offered to show him around his new home and introduce some community facilities. Do I need to register my car outside? Yes, I've already registered it for you. If you need more parking spaces, we can arrange that for you. Alright. Jiang Yuan didn't expect this beautiful woman to quietly take care of this small matter, which made him appreciate their service. At least his initial impression was quite good. The community wasn't large, only 4 tall buildings, so he decided not to drive over. It was just right to take a look at the environment. This kind of riverside property was more about the view from above. Those who lived or rented here were basically either rich or very wealthy. They were either company bosses, CEOs, celebrities, internet tycoons, or nouveau riche, etc. Jiang Yuan's riverside apartment was on the 23rd floor of Building C. This building had 2 units per floor, so in the back row, the penthouse unit was a 600 square meter flat, with 1 unit per floor, which was relatively better. Stepping into the entrance hall, it felt as grand as a hotel lobby, very luxurious, with a full glass dome structure that allowed light to pour in, making the hall radiate a charming glow at all times. Passing through the corridor, he arrived at Building C and took the owner's elevator to his floor. The entrance door was a handcrafted copper door with intricate carvings from Germany's noblesse, embedded with gorgeous crystals, paired with a visual intercom system and fingerprint access, providing a solid sense of security. Just this door alone was worth $1 million. Opening the door, the living room spanned over 100 square meters, with a clear view of the river outside, very transparent. The property staff explained some of the decoration details to Jiang Yuan. This was a luxury decorated house, ready for him to move in with just his luggage. After the explanation, the property staff left, leaving Jiang Yuan to continue admiring the room. It truly felt like a work of art, captivating. Sitting on the balcony chair, he gazed at the Xinjiang River. A luxury home is just a definition. Luxury allows you to buy a view from a high place. Li Lei was absent-minded today. The store manager thought she was sick, so he let her take half a day off in the afternoon to go home and rest well. Li Lei blushed and didn't know how to explain herself. In the end, she accepted the manager's kindness and went home to prepare for her date that night. Just thinking about the date made her a bit nervous and uneasy. What if he wanted to take her to a hotel tonight? What should she do? Would it be too fast? But she had already agreed, and if he was really willing to give so much, would it be right to back out? Back at her place, Li Lei struggled with her thoughts all afternoon. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, time seemed to drag on. Jiang Yuan had stayed in his new apartment for a while before driving back to the Binjiang garden house. He hadn't been back for a few days, and there was a pile of packages waiting for him. He asked the property staff to help bring them up, and this time, the staff members eagerly volunteered to assist. This scene surprised Jiang Yuan. After all, it was just helping to move some packages. He didn't know that his generosity had already made him famous among the property staff, as those who helped him last time had praised him to the skies. Before he could react, a woman rushed over, grabbed a few packages, and ran off. Everyone quickly followed suit. Whoever got to the packages first claimed them, and no one cared about names anymore. Helping out was what mattered. Jiang Yuan was stunned. He couldn't believe it could be like this. Once the packages were moved, the remaining people looked at each other in confusion. Jiang Yuan could only shrug apologetically. After the packages were taken upstairs, Jiang Yuan gave each person a red envelope with 1,000 yuan inside, and everyone thanked him with smiles. Once they left, Jiang Yuan began rummaging through the pile of packages for the dolly pill, which he had specifically come back for today. After searching for a while, he finally found a box. There was a logo on the box that read Tuan Tuan. Opening the package revealed a very old-fashioned wooden box with no name, featuring a hidden latch. Inside was a thumb-sized black pill. Jiang Yuan picked it up and sniffed it. It had a medicinal aroma. Did this thing really work? Could it be poison? What if he took it and ended up in trouble? Jiang Yuan hesitated. Logically, he should trust the treasures bought through the app. Should he find an animal to test the medicine? Or maybe cut it in half and let Chen Liyan try it first to see if it worked? Jiang Yuan put the pill away and went to find a suitable bag for Li Lele, thinking he should bring her a gift when he picked her up. After freshening up at home and changing into new clothes, he felt ready. He called Li Lele. Still tossing and turning in bed, Li Lele nearly dropped her phone when she saw Jiang Yuan's call. The call had finally come. She nervously answered. Hello, big brother. Lele, where are you? I'm heading out to pick you up now. I'm at my place. I'll come over myself. Just give me the address. Come on, why are you being so polite with me? Just send me your address on WeChat. I'm about to drive. Oh, Jiang Yuan hung up, grabbed his things, and headed out. Li Lele sent Jiang Yuan her address on WeChat, then nervously got out of bed to find something to wear, unsure of what outfit would be best for the date. More than half an hour later, Jiang Yuan arrived at the address Li Lele sent and stopped at the entrance of the community, calling her. He was driving a Ferrari today, and the red color might have a better connotation. As soon as he made the call, it was answered immediately. I'm at the entrance of your community, you can come out now. Okay, I'll be right there. In less than 2 minutes, Li Lele appeared at the entrance of the community, looking around. There was only one Ferrari. She had seen Jiang Yuan driving a Lamborghini and a Porsche, but she had never seen a Ferrari. However, she thought it should belong to him, so she walked towards the car. Through the windshield, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yuan's appearance, and then turned to the passenger seat. Jiang Yuan opened the car door from the inside, and she saw that Li Lele was wearing a denim mini skirt today, paired with a simple white short-sleeve top. But it looked great. Li Lele's face was flushed as she bent down to get in. Is it hot? The car is cooler inside. Why did you buy 2 bottles of water? There's some in the car. I was afraid you would be thirsty, Li Lele said, her face turning red as she tightly held her small handbag. She had just gone to the convenience store to buy something she had never bought before, feeling nervous and shy, and blushing as she paid for the small box she had picked up with the water. She had read some information online, where many people said to be careful about pregnancy the first time, and it was better to bring protection. She didn't dare to mention this to Jiang Yuan, so she hurriedly went to the convenience store to buy it quietly, like a thief, quickly picking a box. Jiang Yuan handed her the shopping bag from his lap. I didn't know what brand you liked, so I just picked one at random. See if you like it. If not, I can choose another brand for you next time. Li Lele took it and saw the Chanel logo on the bag. It should be a Chanel bag inside. Thank you. Open it and take a look. Li Lele obediently opened the bag and took out the dust bag wrapped package, revealing a classic black lambskin Chanel bag, a dream bag for many girls, and she liked it very much. I love it. It's so beautiful, thank you. Well, as long as you like it. Jiang Yuan started the car, taking Li Lele to Joyen for dinner. Upon arriving at Joyen, Jiang Yuan opened the car door for Li Lele to get out. He reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, causing Li Lele to tense up immediately. Don't be nervous, I'm taking you to eat. The warmth of the girl's body came through his fingers, and feeling a bit tense, he gently rubbed her waist, mixed with a unique fragrance that was enchanting. Li Lele found it hard to walk. Jiang Yuan held her waist as they walked towards the private room at Joyen. It was the first time a man had held her waist, and she wasn't used to such intimacy, unable to refuse, so she just let Jiang Yuan lead her. Once they reached the restaurant, Jiang Yuan let go of her, and Li Lele breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had to get used to it. After ordering the dishes, Jiang Yuan said to her, "Give me your bank account number." "Ha, I'll transfer you a year's worth of money first, so you won't be afraid I'll run away. Li Leilei's face turned red at his words, and under Zhang Yuan's urging, she copied her card number and sent it to him on WeChat. A minute later, her phone received a text message. She opened the message and her breath quickened. You have received a transfer of 400,000 yuan at 1840 on XX day from card ending in 4567. Balance, 427,423. 12 yuan. ICBC, she didn't expect Zhang Yuan to transfer the final payment as soon as they arrived at the restaurant. It seemed he was serious about wanting her. You really gave me a year's allowance? Li Leilei asked foolishly, though in her heart, she had felt less resistant during the car ride. Moreover, Zhang Yuan had also given her a very expensive bag, which was an enticing gift. Even without this money, she felt that if she went with him tonight, she might not refuse. I promised to give it to you, so of course I will. I'm not the kind of person who just talks, I keep my word. What's wrong? Are you not ready yet? Not that, I don't know what to say either. In the future, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I can cook at home and wait for you. Li Leilei didn't know how to continue, but that was the gist of it. From now on, I am yours, and you can do whatever you want. Alright, let's eat first. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tonight. I have shares in this restaurant, and the food is quite good. If you want to eat here in the future, just come and mention my name. At her age, Li Leilei didn't have many thoughts. Although she had been tempered by society for a year, she hadn't become that kind of gold digger yet. She didn't know how to play hard to get, to take various things first and only then offer some sweetness. In just 2 days, she had been impacted by Zhang Yuan's ideas. With her social experience, she felt that having this was already a great benefit. A lover is just a lover. After all, finding such a powerful one is not bad. Hey, at least it's better than a best friend. She had lost everything in a small hotel, but at least she had met a very impressive man. When the dishes arrived, they were indeed as Zhang Yuan had said. Li Leilei had never eaten such delicious food. No wonder it was expensive. There was a reason for it. This restaurant looked very high-end. On the first day she agreed to Zhang Yuan's request, she had already felt the difference in the life of the wealthy from the inside out. A designer handbag at her fingertips, dining at a Michelin restaurant, and being driven around in a supercar. Li Leilei rarely enjoyed a full meal, her stomach round. It was just too delicious. She couldn't help but taste every dish, to the point where her dress was about to burst. I'm so full, it's too delicious, I'm going to get fat. Li Leilei stood up, touching her stomach, feeling a bit shy. Do you want me to rub it for you? This naughty guy, why does he always want to rub her? Last time he wanted to rub there, this time he wants to rub her stomach. How could he? Li Leilei's face turned red with embarrassment. Seeing Li Leilei's blushing face, Zhang Yuan found her incredibly cute. He stood up, took her hand, and pulled her into his embrace. The girls he had met recently seemed to make up for his regrets during college, youthful and charming. With a beauty in his arms, he didn't move around, as if he could hear her nervous heartbeat. Zhang Yuan lifted her chin, looked into her eyes, and couldn't help but peck at her cherry lips. Li Leilei's legs went weak from the surprise, and she leaned directly into his arms, looking like she was ready to be picked. The atmosphere was right, and naturally, it was all about them. Li Leilei only realized when she felt her forbidden area being covered that she suddenly came to her senses. No, not here, let's go back. Zhang Yuan withdrew his hand, savoring the fragrance on his fingers, and chuckled. Let's go, take a walk. You've eaten enough, you need to digest a bit. Since he had drunk, Zhang Yuan didn't plan to take Li Leilei back to Binjiang Garden. Instead, they decided to take a walk and see if there were any 5-star hotels nearby to stay for the night. After settling the bill at the front desk, he took Li Leilei's hand and walked out. He didn't want to be disturbed by Zhang Zhouchang in such a scene. Li Leilei had never held hands with a boy before, let alone in public, and she was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Hey, if you don't look up, you're going to run into a pole. After they went out, Li Leilei kept her head down, letting him lead her without saying a word. Only then did Li Leilei look up to see the road, but she didn't dare to meet Zhang Yuan's gaze. You were eating so well just now, why are you silent now? Have you turned mute? I don't know what to say. I'm afraid you won't like what I talk about. Zhang Yuan let go of her small hand and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, resting it there. This way is closer, otherwise, you'll keep distancing yourself from me. I didn't. Li Leilei quickly shook her head in denial. Through a thin layer of short sleeves, Zhang Yuan's fingers brushed against the strap of her bra, which was truly exciting, that feeling of having succeeded made one a bit lightheaded. After wandering around for about half an hour, having digested a bit, they stumbled upon a 5-star hotel, the Jinjiang Hotel. "Shall we stay here tonight?" Li Lei remained silent and gently nodded. So Zhang Yuan took her inside and booked a presidential suite. Once they went upstairs and entered the room, Zhang Yuan closed the door behind them. He immediately hugged the shocked Li Lei from behind, causing her to freeze, forgetting to move, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the room. She had already been extremely nervous upon entering the hotel lobby. Although she knew what was going to happen, she was still a bit scared. After all, she had heard that the first time could be very painful. Now that they were in the room, it felt even more real. She had just been amazed by the presidential suite, her eyes wide open, staring blankly into space. Zhang Yuan embraced her from behind, feeling her tension and her body's rigidity, then turned her around and gently asked, "Are you very nervous?" I'm a little scared," Li Lei nodded. "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid of pain." Zhang Yuan stroked her hair, comforting her. "You've been reading those rumors online, they're all lies. Come, sit down first." He led her to the sofa in the living room and then went to the fridge to grab a bottle of water, twisting it open and handing it to her. "Drink some water first." Sitting beside her, he started a conversation. "How did you end up in Shanghai as a manager?" "I don't know. Back in college, I saw all the good things about Shanghai and thought it was beautiful, so I wanted to come. After I arrived, I looked for a job for a while but couldn't find a suitable one. Then I saw that a management company was hiring, and they provided meals and accommodation, so I went." "You're so beautiful. Aren't you afraid those house buyers will have their eyes on you?" I don't know." After chatting for a while, Li Lei felt less tense. Zhang Yuan reached over, pulling her closer, cupping her face, and Li Lei nervously closed her eyes. She only felt a warmth on her lips, then a warm tongue was trying to break through her teeth. Li Lei forgot to breathe, unsure how to respond, and after a while, she felt like she was suffocating and pushed Zhang Yuan away. "What's wrong? I can't breathe." "Silly girl, let me teach you." After saying that, Zhang Yuan kissed her again. After a while, desire built up in his body, and he stood up, lifting Li Lei in his arms and heading towards the master bedroom. With a giggle, Li Lei felt a chill on her body, then warmth as Zhang Yuan embraced her. "No, don't." Zhang Yuan was taken aback. What was going on? Was she pulling back? He looked up at her, and Li Lei shyly whispered, "The internet says we should shower first." Zhang Yuan was almost crushed by her words. This sudden halt was truly hurtful. Fine, since you say to wash, then let's wash." Zhang Yuan directly picked Li Lei up and walked towards the bathroom. Li Lei wrapped her arms around his neck, her body pressed against his to prevent herself from falling. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at everything in front of her. Once in the bathroom, Zhang Yuan set her down, and as her body was released, she opened her eyes to see the man in front of her, immediately closing them again in nervousness, as if she had seen something terrifying. That. If you don't open your eyes, how are you going to wash? Do you want me to help you wash?" Zhang Yuan had already turned on the water and asked. As he turned on the water, he swallowed his saliva. Li Lei's shy appearance was so pitiful, it made him feel a rush of desire. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, but it couldn't block the spring light, nor could it hide it. Li Lei heard his words, opened her eyes and then closed them again, and after a while, she opened them once more. Alright, let's wash together." Without caring whether she agreed or not, he directly pulled her into his arms and poured water over her. They were pressed together, and as the water poured down, he tried to wash away Li Lei's shyness, but unfortunately, the girl remained unmoved, letting him do as he pleased. After quickly finishing, he pulled Li Lei back to the bedroom and lifted her onto the bed. Towels and such were unnecessary at this point. Looking at the beauty beneath him, he leaned in to kiss her, drifting further away. Just as he was about to wait, Zhang Yuan was about to cry. What was going on? If this continued, he would really wilt. What now? He could only ask patiently, not wanting to be tormented like this. The internet says to wear that. The BYT. Under the dim light, Li Lei mustered her courage to finish the sentence, her face turning even redder. Wow, how did this girl know so much? No, he needed to educate her properly. Zhang Yuan flipped over to the side. After a while, Li Lei felt the stillness and the absence of warmth, opened her eyes, and looked at him in confusion. Is it done? What is done? Is she asking if I'm finished? Zhang Yuan had a face that looked like it was about to cry. You, if you can't say it, then don't say it. It had been a series of blows all night. Don't you know that if you push too hard, you will exhaust yourself? At this rate, it seemed he wouldn't be able to enjoy this little beauty tonight. I want to discuss something with you. Li Lei placed her hands on her chest and asked in confusion. What is it? When we first met, I don't want there to be any barriers between us, so this time I don't want to use that. Is that okay? Oh, so they hadn't even started, and Li Lei was already wondering why she felt nothing at all. Then, what should we do? Is there another way? Are you afraid of getting pregnant? I don't know, it's just what the internet said, so This silly girl, why does she believe everything she sees online? Zhang Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered something, and Li Lei nodded. Thus, this beautiful story continued. After a while, a high-pitched cry of a phoenix echoed in the bedroom. It then slowly transformed into a beautiful song, with the two of them singing a magnificent melody together. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan gently stroked Li Lei's back. From now on, you are mine, it's official. Okay. Are you tired? Do you want me to hold you to sleep? Brother, how should I call you from now on? As long as you like, call me whatever you want. Can I call you husband? Li Lei's thought surprised Zhang Yuan. Had it already escalated to this level? Sure, you can call me that, but only when it's just the two of us. Okay, husband. Li Lei shyly called out, feeling extremely happy inside. She didn't want to think of this as a transaction or something devoid of warmth. She preferred to give herself a fantasy, imagining that tonight Zhang Yuan was her husband, her lover, the man of her life. Women like to chatter happily after joy, while men just want to quietly lean back after finishing. That's the difference. Li Lei had given everything, even her heart had gone along with it. No wonder a female writer once said that the way to a woman's heart is through her desires. It seems to make a lot of sense. Lying in Zhang Yuan's embrace made her feel real. Of course, she wouldn't regret it. She only felt that she was actually quite happy. Yes, that kind of slight happiness. She hoped to be with him properly in the future, to be his woman for a lifetime. In the middle of it all, Zhang Yuan went to the bathroom. Picking up his phone, he suddenly remembered that he almost forgot to buy the group purchase items today. When the alarm went off in the afternoon, he was still driving, so he turned it off. He quickly opened the group purchase app to see what new items were available today. 100% shares of various real estate agencies, 99 yuan a bottle of Han Emperor Mutai, 99 yuan. Hey, today's items are really appealing. The real estate agency would be perfect for Li Lei to manage. Everyone is so young. Staying at home as a canary for too long would be boring, right? Women should have a bit of a career to be more attractive, like flight attendants or nurses. After buying these two items, Zhang Yuan wanted to see if Li Lei's feelings for him had increased. After Qi Yao was eaten, her feelings had gone up. He uploaded a photo of Li Lei, and the information came out. Name, Li Lei. Age, 24. Occupation, real estate agent. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 82b divided by 62 divided by 80. Overall rating, 80. Freshness, 99% favorability score, 70 points. Although not as high as Nana or Qi Yao, it wasn't low either. It seemed he had really opened her heart. Her favorability score was steadily rising, and she must have genuinely accepted this matter. With this rising favorability score, Zhang Yuan felt at ease handing over the company he just bought to Li Lei. The next day, they woke up in each other's arms, and Li Lei gave him a shy yet sweet smile. You're awake. Are you hungry? Not hungry. Li Lei shook her head, causing her body to sway, which ignited Zhang Yuan's morning exercise. He didn't know how much time had passed. After getting tired, he fell asleep again and then woke up. Zhang Yuan picked up his phone to check the time. No wonder he felt a bit hungry. It was almost noon. He got up to prepare to get out of bed, and with the light from his phone screen, he saw a captivating color on the sheets. Zhang Yuan grinned. Hey. Li Lei was also stirred awake by his movement, rubbing her sleepy eyes and asking, what are you laughing at? Hey, look. Zhang Yuan proudly pointed to that splash of color, and when Li Lei looked over, her face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly covered herself with the blanket. Oh, you bad person. How can I get you if I'm not bad? Li Lei huffed, saying seriously, you saw it, you have to believe it's real. I believe. Even if I don't believe you, I believe my information inquiry. Zhang Yuan thought this service of information inquiry was too satisfying now. Why are you up? What time is it? Aren't you hungry? He casually turned on the light, then Zhang Yuan reached out to touch her face. The blush on Li Lei's face hadn't faded, adding a different flavor. He wondered if this was the charm of a girl turning into a woman. Li Lei glanced at her watch and exclaimed, wow, we actually slept until after 11. I forgot to ask for leave. Oh no, I'm going to get scolded to death by the manager. Suddenly realizing she was still a working person, she felt anxious and prepared to get out of bed. But a pain shot through her legs, causing her to freeze, and she couldn't help but exclaim, oh no, what's wrong? It's your fault. It hurts a bit down there. I can't go to work today. No need to go, you can resign tomorrow. I'll have something for you to do then. Although Li Lei received a transfer of 600,000 last night, she still hasn't adjusted, so her first reaction is that she is just a worker. Zhang Yuan now wants her to really resign, and she hesitates for a moment and asks, "Honey, are you really not going to let me go to work?" Hey, this girl has gotten quite used to calling him that. "No, I'm planning to start a company and have you help me manage it." I can't do it. I've never managed anyone before. It's okay, it's just an agency, a business you're familiar with. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he picked up the landline in the room to order food from the front desk. In Li Lei's eyes, a look of happiness emerged. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Why did I meet such a good man? He even wants to start a company for me to manage. That's so considerate. With Zhang Yuan's words, Li Lei relaxed, picked up her phone, and continued to ask the store manager for leave, then snuggled under the blanket and didn't come out. With the lights on and no clothes on, she felt a bit shy and didn't dare to expose too much. "Get up, the food will be here soon." "I'm embarrassed." "You've seen everything, and you're still embarrassed?" "Oh, stop it, I'm embarrassed too." "Alright, I'll get you a nightgown, just wear it for now." "Wait, I read online that hotel nightgowns aren't clean, I'll just wear my own clothes." "Okay." Zhang Yuan turned his back, letting Li Lei dress herself. Hiss. Hearing Li Lei take a sharp breath, Zhang Yuan turned around to take a look. "See, I told you not to wear it, but you didn't listen. Let me help you put it on." Zhang Yuan was already by her side, taking the small panties from her hand, which turned out to be pink strawberries, causing Li Lei to shyly close her eyes. Zhang Yuan took the opportunity to enjoy a view that belonged solely to him, rich in resources, lush and round, a spring that could cure 100 ailments. When Zhang Yuan climbed the mountain, Li Lei was clearly a bit nervous, her legs pressed together, softly pleading. "Brother, can I rest for a while? Tonight, okay?" "Sure, let's eat first." As the saying goes, with the spring breeze, the horse's hooves are swift, and one night sees the falling red flowers. After dinner, the two cuddled for a while. If it weren't for the fact that Li Lei seemed a bit unwell, he would have been eager to act. In the afternoon, Zhang Yuan needed to go out and said to Li Lei beside him, "You rest in the hotel, I have some errands to run." Zhang Yuan remembered his bottle of wine, which said he had to pick it up himself, and the last piece of jade, so he needed to go to that auction house. "Okay, honey, you go ahead, I'll wait for you to come back at the hotel." In just one day, she had transformed into a virtuous little woman. Zhang Yuan went to Zhouyan to pick up the car and happened to run into Zhang Zhouchang, who pulled into the company for tea and a chat before leaving. These rich second-generation kids are great. Changing cars is like changing women. How many supercars has he changed? His family background must be incredibly thick. In fact, Zhang Zhouchang's little scheme was to get closer to Zhang Yuan, to see if he had any suggestions regarding opening a branch or if he could provide any support. "Brother Jiang, our Zhouyan has been operating in Xinjiang for several years, and the model is quite mature, so do you have any suggestions for opening a branch? As for business matters, I won't interfere. I think Zhouyan's dishes are quite delicious. If you want to open a branch, of course, I support you, but where to open it is something you need to consider. If additional investment is needed, I can consider it. I'm planning to open one in the capital, and once it gets going, I'll open another one in the south, making it 3 cities, which should be enough." "Sure, go for it, I support you." Brother Jiang, I toast you with tea instead of wine." Zhang Yuan actually felt a bit of pain. The additional investment behind this would likely require real money, and his several tens of millions in assets would shrink. It seemed he still didn't have enough money. He drove to the auction house, whose name started with Su, and informed the front desk that he was there to pick up his items. After verifying the information, a manager-like person quickly came to attend to him and led him to the reception room. "Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment, I will go get the items." The items purchased by the client were stored in a vault and required multiple verification procedures before they could be retrieved, which was the core of the auction house's operations. Before long, the manager returned with 2 people carrying the items. "Mr. Jiang, please check the goods and see if this seal is intact." The manager displayed the items while verifying every detail with Zhang Yuan. These items were worth millions and could not be treated carelessly. Zhang Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to the next step, otherwise, he would have to explain in detail. After completing the final verification and taking photos for documentation, Zhang Yuan finally held the items in his hands. The imperial green jade was very transparent and beautiful, no wonder it was so valuable. Just a few beads the size of a thumb were already worth millions. "Sir, this is our auction house's diamond membership card. In the future, you can enjoy a 2% discount on prices at our auctions." The manager respectfully handed Zhang Yuan a card. For them, Jiang Yuan might be a potential big client, having already spent 20 million, and it was worth cultivating a relationship. Jiang Yuan decided to take this set of imperial green jade back to give to his mother. Over the years, the family's financial situation had not been good. His parents had been working in the southern city of Yangcheng to support Jiang Yuan and his sister through school and college. After he graduated, his salary was barely enough, so he hadn't really given his parents any gifts. His mother didn't have a single piece of jewelry, and this was just what Jiang Yuan wanted to do. With the 2 auction items in hand, he returned to his apartment in Tangcheng Pin. The apartment only needed some daily necessities to move in, so he planned to go to the south tomorrow to bring his parents over. This large flat in Tangcheng Pin was a luxury home that his parents must experience. They had suffered for so many years and deserved to enjoy some comfort with him. After tidying up at home, he went online to buy a plane ticket to Yangcheng for the next day. He downloaded an app for purchasing tickets, and there were plenty of flights to Yangcheng. He heard that the most expensive tickets were for first class, and he thought he should experience such a good opportunity. After browsing for a while, he found only business class tickets. Was this really first class? With patience, he finally saw a ticket priced at 9,980, labeled as first class. Clicking in, it stated the aircraft type was a Boeing 777. This should be correct, right? The previous business class prices were only 2,000 to 3,000 at most, and this was several times more expensive. After purchasing the ticket, Jiang Yuan had to go out to find Li Lei because he wanted to take her to the real estate agency to have a look. If they had time, they could also stroll around the mall to buy some gifts for his parents. Otherwise, he would buy them in Yangcheng. Thinking about going to the new company, he still needed to contact the liaison. Following the phone number left on the group purchase information, Jiang Yuan called his designated contact, Yang Xianpu. Is this Yang Xianpu? Who is this? This is Jiang Yuan, your new boss. Ah, Mr. Jiang, hello. What instructions do you have? Last night, Yang Xianpu received a call from the former boss, who said he had sold the company and instructed him to assist the new boss well in the future. Yang Xianpu felt mixed emotions. He had worked hard in this company for many years and had developed feelings for it, yet the boss had run away first. Fortunately, the new boss hadn't said anything about changing the team, but the age-old truth of a new emperor brings new ministers would eventually apply. Today he anxiously waited all day, thinking the new boss would come to the company for an inspection. He carefully looked over the information left by the former boss, but couldn't discern anything, only that the new boss was very young and very wealthy. Just when he was about to relax, the new boss called. It's nothing much. I'll come by the company in about an hour and a half to meet you, just to put a face to the name. Okay, I'll be here whenever you come, boss. All right. After hanging up, Jiang Yuan got in his car and headed to the hotel from last night. At that moment, Li Lei was lying on the big bed in the presidential suite. Tossing and turning, she didn't know what to do, so she could only lie in bed watching TV and playing on her phone. Although the hotel room was large, she, unable to move around easily, could only lie on the bed. After Jiang Yuan left, she sneaked off to take a bath, touching every inch of her skin, thinking about how every part of her had been crazily invaded by that person last night, and she felt a bit shy. Although it was a bit uncomfortable at first, she later thought it was quite nice. Remembering the sound she made when she couldn't help herself, Li Lei never expected she would react that way. Although her curves weren't very pronounced, she was young, firm, and shapely, and when she touched herself, it felt quite nice. She wondered what that guy felt like. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt like she had changed somehow. Her expression seemed different. She didn't know when that bad guy would come back. Why was she starting to think about him? When the door to the presidential suite opened, Li Lei happily got off the bed and walked towards the bedroom door. You're back? Are you feeling better? Is it easy to walk? I'm fine now, walking slowly is no problem. Good, I actually need you for something. We need to go out, is that okay? Sure, husband. Alright, let's go. Jiang Yuan reached out to support her, letting her hang on his arm, while Li Lei indicated she would grab her bag. Li Lei wrapped her arm around Jiang Yuan's, and although there was still some discomfort between her legs, she could manage to walk normally. She really liked this intimate closeness, holding on to the man she recognized in her heart. Even if someone found out about what she had just done, it didn't matter, she was giving herself to her man. Once in the car, Li Lei didn't ask where they were going. Brother, let's stop at a pharmacy for a bit. What's wrong? Are you sick? Oh, last night I told you to wear it, but you didn't. Aren't you afraid of getting me pregnant? Oh, my bad. Jiang Yuan slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering this matter, surprised that the girl still remembered. It seemed he needed to keep some on hand from now on. He didn't know how the others were doing, and it felt like he was in the same situation, wondering if it was too late to ask now. While buying medicine, Jiang Yuan suddenly felt a bit scared. worried that a little life might be created without him knowing. When he had time tonight, he would ask those women. Watching Li Lei take the emergency contraceptive, he felt much more at ease. This girl was quite sensible. Half an hour later, they arrived at the headquarters of the real estate agency. They rented a floor in a commercial building. At this time, an hour after Zhang Yuan's call, Yang Xianpu had already arrived in the lobby waiting. The boss said he was coming, and if he didn't come to greet him, that would be inconsiderate. Arriving half an hour early should show sincerity. He held a photo, scrutinizing the people coming and going, but none of them matched. He was getting a bit anxious waiting. When a Ferrari pulled up to the building's entrance, Yang Xianpu immediately stood up, feeling that the owner of the car must be arriving. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Yuan opened the car door, he compared it to the photo on his phone and rushed over. "Boss, you're here? Yang, is that you? Hey, it's me, welcome boss to the inspection. You've made me feel embarrassed." After Li Lei got out of the passenger seat, Yang Xianpu's eyes lit up, but he didn't dare to call out. What if she wasn't the boss's wife? That would be awkward. "Let's go, we'll talk upstairs." Once they entered the boss's office, Zhang Yuan introduced Li Lei to Yang Xianpu. "I won't be in the company much in the future. This is Li Lei, she'll be the vice president for now, learning from you. Don't worry, teaching her won't starve you. I'm not that kind of person." "Oh no, I will definitely assist Vice President Li well." No, you got that wrong. She's here to learn, the daily management will still be up to you, so don't get it mixed up. Zhang Yuan quickly corrected Yang Xianpu's words to avoid misleading him. To reassure Yang Xianpu, Zhang Yuan specially added 500,000 to his annual salary, on top of his existing salary, with commissions calculated separately. This made Yang Xianpu leave the chairman's office with a beaming smile. "Brother, what's going on?" After Yang Xianpu left, Li Lei finally asked Zhang Yuan about her doubts. "It's just that I was worried you might feel bored in the future, so I bought this company. You'll be in charge here, and eventually, this company will be handed over to you to manage, but you still need to learn from those seniors." Li Lei thought he was joking before. She didn't expect things to progress so quickly, bringing her directly to the company. "Brother, I can't do it. I don't know anything. This is just a real estate agency. You understand the basic processes, so you won't be lost. What are you afraid of? Besides, this is our own company. You can manage it however you like, and you can choose whether or not to come to work." The path was laid out clearly for Li Lei. She didn't even have a chance to refuse. Yang Xianpu went to gather everyone for a meeting. With the new boss arriving, everyone needed to get acquainted. He was very happy inside. In this kind of physical industry, an annual salary increase of 500,000 is already a great benefit, especially in their industry, where there aren't many general managers earning $1 million a year. Most rely on commissions to increase their income. The more houses sold, the more money they could earn. 10 minutes later, Yang Xianpu knocked and entered. "Boss, everyone is gathered. We can go in now." "Okay." Zhang Yuan took Li Lei and followed Yang Xianpu to the conference room. There were about a dozen people sitting in the conference room, all mid to senior level staff. As soon as the three of them entered, everyone immediately stood up. "Everyone, this is our new boss, Mr. Zhang Yuan." "Hello, boss." "All right, everyone sit down." This was Zhang Yuan's first time facing such a meeting, and it was his first real company, all of which belonged to him. "Well, this is our first meeting, and we'll be seeing each other often in the future. I'm easy to get along with and like to reciprocate kindness. I don't do anything fake. Since I've taken over the company, it's a new beginning, so let's start with salaries. From this month on, the basic salary for all employees will increase by 10%. Wow! Applause immediately erupted in the conference room, with Yang Xianpu leading the applause. Zhang Yuan pressed his hand down and continued. "Additionally, I absolutely hate disunity, so I don't want any internal strife in our company. I hope you all focus on one thing, doing more business, closing more deals, and making more money. I will adjust the commission structure. For future business deals, the commission will all be increased. The commission for agents will rise to 55%, for store managers or supervisors to 15%, and for senior management to 5%. Additionally, 20% of the net profit will be distributed as bonuses to all employees in the company." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room was stunned. This commission rate was truly the highest in the city, and no other brokerage firm could offer such a generous share. Moreover, there would be dividends, which meant money would be flowing in every month. Wow! This time, everyone spontaneously applauded, their hands nearly turning red. As long as they worked hard, they would receive great rewards. Well, that's all I have to say. This is Vice President Li. If anyone in the company engages in improper conduct or internal strife, you can report to Vice President Li. We will absolutely not keep anyone who holds us back. After Zhang Yuan left with Li Lei, the conference room erupted in chatter. Those who had initially considered following the former boss hesitated, with such treatment, they wouldn't get this at the former boss's place who would be willing to leave. Brother, you were so cool just now. Isn't it because you taught me well? Earlier, when they were in the office, Li Lei had briefly introduced Jiang Yuan to the brokerage company's processes, and he had already thought about how to deliver a speech to this group. If you want the horse to run, you must let it eat grass. Jiang Yuan, as a worker, understood this principle. This company was merely his experimental subject. He wanted to incorporate all his previous fantasies about a good company into this one and put them into practice one by one. After familiarizing himself with the company, he instructed Yang Xianpu to take good care of Li Lei and to contact him if anything came up. He then took Li Lei with him, as she still needed to rest and adapt to the new environment. Moreover, she needed to go to her previous company to handle her resignation, with many tasks awaiting her. I need to go to the south tomorrow and won't be back for a few days. Can I take you to buy some clothes today? After leaving the company, Jiang Yuan said to Li Lei beside him, I still have clothes to wear. You're already our company's vice president. Do you really want to wear your old clothes to the office? Jiang Yuan's reasoning was quite sound, so Li Lei obediently followed him. They drove to Hang Lung Plaza in the west of the city, which left a deeper impression on Jiang Yuan. To ensure you don't wear the same outfit, we'll buy a little from each store. Buy a little from each? Jiang Yuan nodded. Li Lei swallowed. This was too extravagant. The first floor was filled with the most famous brands, and she had never been here before. Since coming to the city, she had been busy working, and it was a blessing if she could rest one day a week. Brother, this is too much. We can just buy 1 or 2 pieces. You will represent my image in the company. How can that be? Without further discussion, he pulled Li Lei into the Chanel store. After spending half a day, they bought nearly 500,000 worth of clothes, enough for Li Lei to wear for the next 6 months. After shopping, they had a Western meal before returning to the hotel. He also took the opportunity to inform Lin Yana and Qi Yao that he wouldn't be in the city for a while and would visit them when he returned. Back at the hotel, tonight would be a night of revelry for him and Li Lei. Taking advantage of the time spent in the bathroom, he quickly opened his phone to purchase the group buy items for the day. 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom, 12.88 yuan. 1 painting by Tang Yin, 6.66 yuan. The car was already too full. How could they still be group buying cars every day? This painting by Tang Yin was an antique. In chaotic times, gold is valuable. In prosperous times, antiques are precious. It would be nice to have it at home to elevate the status. After a night of revelry, Li Lei finally fell sweetly asleep in his arms. The next day, he gave Li Lei the keys to a house he had bought near her school, and after sending her back, Jiang Yuan immediately rushed to the airport. In a flurry, he arrived at the airport, searching for his flight. I have no experience with flying at all, and I could only look at the signs to find the first-class lounge belonging to the airline. As soon as I boarded, the flight attendant immediately lowered her head slightly to greet me. Sir, welcome aboard. The voice sounded a bit familiar, as if I had heard it before. The flight attendant who greeted me was also taken aback. When she looked up, it was such a coincidence. My little brother, you've come right to my bowl. This flight happened to be the one that Hanruachu was on. Jiang Yuan didn't expect such a coincidence. It was truly fate. The little flight attendant had tried to catch his attention last time but ended up with nothing. He wondered what she was thinking now. Did she hate him for it? Nodding at Hanruachu, Jiang Yuan walked in the direction she pointed. He intentionally got a bit closer to her and caught a whiff of her pleasant fragrance. He didn't know what perfume it was, but it was quite eye-catching. Hanruachu felt a bit shy as Jiang Yuan approached her in front of so many people, fearing he might do something. Jiang Yuan found his seat. It was his first time on a plane, and sitting in first class made him quite curious. Looking around, there were only 8 seats in first class, divided into 2 rows. Each seat had quite a bit of space, at least as long as his arm span. Jiang Yuan settled into his seat and discovered it could be adjusted to a reclining position, as there was plenty of space in front of him once he sat down. Since they hadn't taken off yet, he decided to lean back for now. There were slippers to change into and some fruit laid out on the table. He picked up a grape, took out his phone, and started to relax. Jiang Yuan mainly wanted to see if there were any people from Yangcheng on WeChat, hoping to meet someone there for a romantic encounter. He scrolled through WeChat, searching for people in Yangcheng. After a long search, it seemed like only that little Tuan Tuan was from Yangcheng, but last time she used the excuse of being far from Xincheng to avoid meeting him. Now that he was in Yangcheng, how would she react? What excuse would she come up with this time? Jiang Yuan wasn't really upset about the money he spent. After all, it was a cashback deal, so spending it was like not spending it at all. What bothered him was that after spending, he didn't get any substantial return, which left him feeling quite unsatisfied. If he had known, he would have rather spent it on a few small streamers, earning their gratitude, instead of on a streamer who didn't even show any appreciation. Although she was pretty, there were countless beautiful streamers out there. Zhang Yuan regretted that he hadn't spent more on the last streamer, otherwise, it wouldn't feel like he had come to Yangcheng without anyone to meet. He decided to check Douyin first. He still had quite a few Docoins left, and maybe he could find someone interesting today. Just as he was happily searching for a charming streamer, Han Ruochu had somehow come to his seat and peeked over to see him watching a live stream. This straight guy, what did he find so appealing online? It was either beauty filters or face slimming effects. How many could actually be truly beautiful? Here was a delicate beauty like herself actively talking to him, and he didn't even respond. Now that they were face to face, wouldn't he flirt a little? Did he only like chatting online? But why didn't he respond to her on WeChat? What were his preferences? With the time he spent watching live streams, he could have flirted with her instead. If she hadn't seen him with other women, Han Ruochu would have doubted whether Zhang Yuan was even interested in women at all. In just a short while, Han Ruochu had thought of so many things. "Sir, may I ask if you would like something to drink?" Han Ruochu sweetly called out several times, but Zhang Yuan didn't look up. Only then did Han Ruochu wave her hand in front of his eyes. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuan finally took off his headphones and looked up, wondering why this little flight attendant was here. "Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you need any service." "Any service is fine." "Ugh, that damn guy. How can he make me so angry in such a short time? Flirting in public like this, isn't that beneath his dignity? The good impression I just built is about to vanish. If it weren't for the fact that you drive a Porsche, I really wouldn't want to pay you any attention." Han Ruochu felt speechless inside and took a deep breath. "What service do you need on the plane?" "I don't know, it's up to you." "Sir, would you like something to drink or eat? Here's our menu." Han Ruochu handed over the list. Zhang Yuan didn't even look, just waved his hand. "Bring me one of everything." "Ugh, is he a pig? Can he eat that much? Are you sure?" "Yeah, hurry up, don't let me go hungry." With a familiar flight attendant, this journey wasn't too lonely. She occasionally checked on Zhang Yuan, probably to see if he was going to burst. In a fit of anger, she brought him everything she could offer, letting him eat his fill. 2 hours later, the plane landed. Han Ruochu also breathed a sigh of relief. Holding her breath was too uncomfortable. Just before leaving, Zhang Yuan intentionally brushed against her little hand, making Han Ruochu a bit flustered. It was her first time in Yangcheng, and Zhang Yuan didn't know where to go, so he took a taxi right outside the airport. "To the Ritz-Carlton." "Okay, sir, please make yourself comfortable." The weather in Yangcheng seemed much hotter than in Xincheng. Just walking out of the airport to catch a cab made Zhang Yuan feel like he was about to sweat. Once he got into the car, it was a bit cooler. "Driver, where's lively at night? You young people must like Taiku Warehouse at night. It's a bar street, full of young men and women." "Driver, do you have a business card? I might need to find you when I go out." Sure, may your business prosper." After saying that, he took out a business card from the gear stick and handed it to Zhang Yuan in the back. An hour later, they arrived at the Ritz-Carlton. Zhang Yuan gave the driver an extra 100 yuan as a deposit for the reservation. Since he was alone, he didn't go for the presidential suite like a rich man. Instead, he chose an executive suite, 100 square meters with a view of the river, booking it for a week first. Just as he lay down in the room, he found a message from the flight attendant. "Angry. Give an angry expression. What the hell is this? What's wrong? Am I ugly?" No, you're quite good looking, really pretty. Then why don't you want to talk to me?" Han Ruochu didn't know why, but after resting post-flight, she started thinking about messaging Zhang Yuan. "When you're out, isn't it easy to meet up? I don't know what to say. It feels like you have too strong of a purpose. You think about it." Zhang Yuan had seen the flight attendant's jokes and knew they were all looking to catch a wealthy husband, especially since Han Ruochu had been proactive that day. He wasn't blind, he wanted to have some fun but didn't want to be tied down. If this flight attendant was looking for mutual benefit, then they could talk. Han Ruochu didn't expect Zhang Yuan to be so straightforward. He had completely stunned her. It seemed she had underestimated how complicated wealthy people could be. It wasn't that easy to be blinded by desire. "Did you misunderstand me? Honestly, I know what you're thinking, so I might as well be straightforward with you." "What? I can support you. 50,000 yuan pocket money a month, a luxury brand bag every month, and I'll buy you a Patek Philippe watch. How about that?" Han Ruochu was looking for a long-term arrangement, but Zhang Yuan's offer was surprisingly low. 50,000? Is that how you treat a beggar? It should at least start at 100,000, right? With my looks, am I not worth it? This rich second generation is really getting stingier. Han Ruochu thought resentfully. You think of me as what? Anger. Gif Han Ruochu sent a message with an angry expression, seemingly really upset. This reaction caught Zhang Yuan off guard. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Was Han Ruochu not asking for money? Or was the price he offered too low? Jiang Yuan tentatively sent another message. 100,000 a month. Any higher would be pointless, he might as well watch Douyin streamers and change them often. Although Han Ruochu was decent looking, she was no longer innocent. They were just making a transaction, he was interested in her body, and she was after the money in his pocket. It was merely a contractual relationship. Love or not, that was a luxury. A few hypocritical I love yous without money to spend were just a way for a hypocrite to deceive. Nowadays, this so-called love is actually built on transfers and gifts. You send her 5,200, and she immediately says I love you. You buy her a 20,000 bag, and she will also say I love you. You could do whatever you wanted. Han Ruochu didn't reply, and Jiang Yuan couldn't be bothered with her anymore. He opened the group buying app. He hadn't bought today's group buy items yet. The updated products were quite interesting, changing with the region. 100% equity of Yongchang Luxury Car Rental Company, Ltd. 99 yuan 2 pieces of 20-year-old medicinal tonic, 20 yuan. The group buy items sometimes felt random, yet at times seemed to know what was coming, preparing for it in advance. One was localized products that changed with the arrival location. If he went to the capital, could he buy shares of a capital company? For example, today's Yongcheng company, if he went to Shenzhen one day, could he group buy shares of Weixin company? Then he would be rich. Jiang Yuan suddenly had the idea of traveling across the country, envisioning his company spreading nationwide or even worldwide. He would plan it out well once he returned to Shenzhen. Why was it medicinal again today? He hadn't even taken the last strength pill. Was it for someone else? He needed to verify the effectiveness of that strength pill. Perhaps the tonic would come in handy. After clicking to purchase, he checked the effects of the tonic. The 10 complete tonics are for replenishing both qi and blood, with warming effects. They are used for qi and blood deficiency, pale complexion, shortness of breath, palpitations, dizziness, spontaneous sweating, fatigue, and cold limbs. The main ingredients are Codonopsis, Atractylodes, fried, Poria, honey-fried licorice, Angelica, Chuanxion, white peony, wine-fried, Rehmannia, honey-fried astragalus, and cinnamon. Exactly 10 types of medicine. Is that why it's called 10 complete tonics? However, for replenishing qi and blood, he was still young and probably wouldn't need it. It seemed more suitable for weak individuals or the elderly. Was it prepared for his parents? Just right, 2 pieces. After some deduction, it seemed to be the case. He exited the group buying app and opened WeChat. Han Ruochu still hadn't replied. Hey, she really knows how to play, forget it, let's just delete each other. He sent Han Ruochu a message, then forget it, I don't have time to be your fish in your pond. You can slowly fish for your golden turtle. Let's delete each other. Bye. After sending the message, he deleted Han Ruochu from his WeChat friends. Now he could freely search in the forest. He really didn't have time to waste on a woman who played hard to get. It was already good enough that she was willing to spend money. Wanting more was just wishful thinking. He also sent a message to Lin Yuna and the others, who were still live streaming. So Jiang Yuan ran over to Douyin. First, I entered Lin Yuna and Chi Yao's live broadcast room and sent 10 exclusive gifts of Flying Dragon in the Sky. Then I sent some to Lianing and Little Rabbit as well. With more people to interact with, I needed to spread the love evenly. After finishing with the 4 of them, I slipped outside to start looking for my target. Perhaps because I had followed Little Tuan Tuan, I was recommended to her after just scrolling through a couple of screens. Little Tuan Tuan was currently in a PK battle with a female streamer, and the scene seemed to be heating up, appearing to be evenly matched. Little Tuan Tuan was enticing her fans, her voice sweetly calling out, "Family, give me some support. The gap isn't big. If we get a Zhan Yanhua, we can surpass Dolphin's sister. You don't want me to lose to her, right? Don't miss out, brothers. Please show some love. Tap on the follow button and send some gifts." Jiang Yuan tapped the screen, and he automatically entered the live broadcast room. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan's account enter, she immediately became excited. A big shot had arrived, and her chances of winning the PK might just improve. She shouted, "Welcome, brother Jiang Nan. Brother, please help me. I don't want to lose to Dolphin's sister." She looked like she was about to cry, seemingly genuinely pleading. Jiang Yuan found it amusing, wondering how these streamers managed to have such thick skin. He tapped on another streamer on the screen, the one called Dolphin's sister. Upon entering her live broadcast room, he found that her looks were also quite impressive, not low at all, in fact, very high, and she had a particularly elegant vibe, dressed in a black dress paired with black stockings, her hair slightly wavy at the ends, making her especially charming. His Adam's apple involuntarily moved, and he swallowed. This streamer was truly exceptional. If she wasn't using beauty filters, she would be unbeatable. Since the top-tier big shot had special effects, upon seeing Jiang Yuan's account, she immediately welcomed him. "Welcome, Brother Jiangnan. She had heard of this godly account during this time and was surprised that he had come to her live broadcast room. On the other side, little Tuan Tuan was dumbfounded. She had just greeted him, and now he had left? Jiang Yuan had initially intended to unfollow her directly but had accidentally clicked on her PK opponent's side first. This was the second time a big shot had treated her this way. Little Tuan Tuan felt a bitterness she couldn't express, only she knew the reason behind it. She had received millions from Jiang Yuan, but he had shown no acknowledgement, which would make anyone angry. It felt as if this female streamer was unique and independent, unwilling to bow to money. Longtime fans knew that this big shot had already neglected little Tuan Tuan, probably because there wasn't much between them. The old fans were instead pleased, as their goddess had not been touched. Just thinking about it excited them. It seemed that with such a unique streamer, they still had a chance. Meanwhile, in Dolphin Sisters' live broadcast room, after being welcomed, Jiang Yuan directly sent out 10 flying dragon in the sky gifts. Wow, this is the first time seeing the godly special effects in Dolphin Sisters' live broadcast room. Yeah, the godly shot has arrived. Nothing can grow here. I love this dragon. Thank you for the gifts, Brother Jiangnan. Dolphin Sister smiled, her PK score already far surpassing little Tuan Tuan's. Continuing this PK was meaningless unless a big shot appeared on little Tuan Tuan's side to help turn the tide. What are your stakes? Jiang Yuan asked after watching for a while. The loser has to do the train dance for 3 minutes. Immediately, a viewer typed it out on the screen. Is the train dance going to be more difficult? As someone who often stayed in live broadcast rooms, Jiang Yuan was naturally familiar with this dance. The big shot knows how to play. May I ask what other difficulties should be added to make it more fun? The regular train dance is already hard to handle. If you add a stronger version, won't that make me surrender on the spot? After chatting for a bit, Jiang Yuan sent out 10 more flying dragons in the sky to help Dolphin Sister stabilize the victory. This little Tuan Tuan was clueless and simply helped others suppress their opponents every day. The guild behind Tuan Tuan couldn't sit still and immediately called to ask what was going on. It's not easy to have a big spender. Why can't you keep him? He wants to date me. If he wants to date you, then go for it. What's the problem? He spent millions on you, and you still can't get him to date you? What do you mean, I don't care what method you use. You must get that big spender for me. Faced with the guild's reprimand, Tuan Tuan didn't know how to retort. To save face, the guild started sending gifts to Tuan Tuan, pushing her up the live streaming hot list. Zhan Yanhua sent gifts one after another, determined to regain some face and not let Tuan Tuan lose. In the live streaming room, Jiang Yuan didn't even need Dolphin Sister to remind him. He immediately started sending gifts again, with special effects flying everywhere. Until the PK ended, it was a solid win. Only then did Jiang Yuan stop. He hadn't even counted how much he had sent, but it was at least several 100,000. As soon as Dolphin Sister won, the viewers immediately started cheering, urging her to get the other side to jump on the train. Jiang Yuan had lost interest in Tuan Tuan's dancing and exited the live streaming room, continuing to search for his target. Seeing Jiang Yuan leave the live streaming room, Dolphin Sister quickly picked up her phone, followed his account, and then sent a private message. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan had just followed her back, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to send a message at all. Previously, because Jiang Yuan had become a top-tier big spender on Douyin, he received a flood of private messages from female streamers every day, so he had turned off the private messaging feature, allowing only mutual followers to message each other. Jiang Yuan clicked on her private message, and it was the same as before, thanking him for the verification and expressing love for him. Jiang Yuan added her WeChat, curious to see if this girl would be grateful. At that moment, he noticed a red notification from a friend. Clicking in, he saw it was from Hanruochu, with a note attached. Why did you delete me? Hanruochu felt a bit helpless, having encountered such a rule-breaking man. She had initially wanted to act reserved, feigning anger to scold him a bit, then pretend to walk away. After a while, when she sent another message, it had turned into an exclamation mark. What? A red exclamation mark. Deleted. This was the first time Hanruochu had been deleted by a man on WeChat, and her mindset was really about to break. Women don't really get angry, big brother. Can't you just coax a few words? Once you smooth things over, you can do whatever you want. When Jiang Yuan mentioned 100,000, she was already tempted, but she still wanted to hold out for a better offer, hoping to get even more. She didn't expect this handsome guy to have such poor patience. After a moment without a reply, he just deleted her. She was currently working as a flight attendant, earning just over 10,000 a month, and had to fly frequently, waking up at 3 or 4 in the morning for early flights. Being a flight attendant sounds nice, but it's just a service job in the air, helping passengers with their luggage, serving food and drinks, and having to smile the whole time. You can't show any displeasure, or you'll get complaints that could cost you 500 yuan in salary. That's why she was so focused on finding a wealthy husband to escape this inhumane life. $1 million a year, plus 12 handbags. I have to say, those conditions really tempted her. Her annual salary could only buy her 2 handbags at most. If she saved a bit, maybe one day when she was old and faded, she could still save up a few million, enough for her retirement. Seeing her friend request accepted, she immediately sent a message filled with resentment. Why did you delete her? John Yuan sent her 3 question marks, not knowing what she wanted. I was busy just now, so I didn't have time to reply to your message. You have no patience at all. You couldn't even wait a moment for me. Fine, let's say you're busy, but I still stand by what I said. I won't be a fish in your pond. I don't have time to waste with you. Why are you men so impatient? Can't this kind of thing be done slowly? Shouldn't we cultivate feelings first? Forget it, take your time, I'm busy. Hanruwachu gritted her teeth in frustration. This annoying man had already taken the initiative to seek peace, yet the temper of these wealthy people was truly too great. John Yuan had already started chatting with the little dolphin sister. After a while, he tentatively asked, "Little dolphin, where's a good place to have fun recently? Which city are you in?" "Big brother, I'm in Hangzhou. It's so hot these days, I think I should find a cool place to escape the heat." "Oh no, this streamer is actually in Hangzhou, which is now 180,000 miles away from Yangcheng. Even if he wanted to ask her out, it would be impossible. What a pity, I came to Yangcheng today, and I'm unfamiliar with the place. I was hoping to find a guide, thinking you could help me." "It's a pity, big brother. When you come to Hangzhou, I will definitely be your guide." Zhang Yuan felt a bit gloomy. On his first night in Yangcheng, he had no one to accompany him, which was quite a failure. "Alright, I'll come to Hangzhou to find you, but you have to take me out to have fun." "Okay, Jiangnan brother." This kind of talk was essentially an unspoken date, meaning they would meet offline. If the other party didn't refuse, it meant they should be able to meet, but it wouldn't be a surprise visit unless he went to find her. After chatting casually for a bit, Zhang Yuan continued to tease and watch the live stream. It seemed this little flight attendant was out of the question. It was still early, so he continued to look for someone in Yangcheng, hoping to find someone to interact with. Little Tuan Tuan had just finished the punishment for the PK and felt a surge of resentment. Her own big brother had been snatched away. She picked up her phone, thought for a moment, and opened WeChat to find Zhang Yuan's chat window, typing a message to send. "Jiangnan brother, are you mad at me?" "Not at all. Who would dare to be mad at you?" This response left little Tuan Tuan speechless. In the past half-month, she had already earned over $1 million from Zhang Yuan's gifts, achieving a brief sense of financial freedom. It seemed she had indeed gotten carried away, neglecting her benefactor. "I'm sorry, Jiangnan brother, I'll make it up to you." "Forget it, you're so aloof, I can't afford to offend you. Just keep those gifts." "I don't have any, brother. I'll go to Xinjiang tomorrow to apologize to you in person." Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yuan instantly perked up and quickly sent a reply. "I'm in Yangcheng right now, do you dare to come? Since you want to apologize, then just come out." After sending this message, Zhang Yuan wasn't sure if little Tuan Tuan would reply. It was still early. Should he go to that bar the driver mentioned, the Taiku warehouse? It wasn't that Zhang Yuan wanted to pick someone up from the bar, but young people, who would sleep so early at night, especially in a new city, he naturally wanted to go out and see the city's features, to experience the differences outside. He had just looked at the hotel service introduction and saw that they could arrange a car service, which was quite nice. He picked up the internal phone and called the front desk. "Is your hotel's car service available now?" A sweet voice came through the phone, with a hint of cuteness. "Hello, sir. What type of service do you need?" "We have luxury sedans and business cars available for picking up clients from the airport, train station, and other transportation hubs, or providing transportation services for sightseeing in the city." "Get me a luxury sedan. I need to go have some fun in the city." "Alright, our luxury sedans include the BMW 7 Series, Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Bentley Flying Spur, and Rolls-Royce Ghost. Which one would you like?" After hearing the front desk's options, Zhang Yuan felt that the Bentley was the most familiar. "I'll take the Bentley." "Alright, sir, we will arrange everything within 15 minutes, and we will notify you to come down then." Indeed, having money makes things convenient. Everywhere you go, there are people providing you with quality service. After the call, WeChat sent a message. "Hey, can you come pick me up? I'll treat you to a late-night snack." Hey, this little Tuan Tuan actually agreed, which is quite rare. "Sure, send me the address, and I'll send a car over." Little Tuan Tuan was also helpless. The top supporter's intentions were always so straightforward. Whoever he liked, he would lavish gifts on. The reason for his interest was just a matter between men and women. Such extravagant gifts from a wealthy patron were not easy to come by. The guild hoped that the wealthy patrons would continuously shower gifts on the streamers in their guild, as that was their source of income. However, if they offended a wealthy patron, it could jeopardize the entire company. Even her guild was unwilling to offend a max-level wealthy patron, yet this streamer was indifferent to him, which only added pressure to the guild. Forget it, they would meet sooner or later, and at least she should thank him for showering her with millions. After hesitating for a moment, little Tuan Tuan finally agreed to meet offline, hoping nothing too outrageous would happen. About 10 minutes later, the internal phone rang, informing Jiang Yuan that the car was ready and waiting at the hotel entrance, with the license plate number and the driver's contact information sent to his phone. Jiang Yuan went to the bathroom to fix his hair a bit before heading downstairs. Sure enough, when he arrived downstairs, a Bentley similar to his own was parked at the entrance. He walked towards the Bentley, and the doorman quickly stepped forward to open the car door for him. "Thank you," Jiang Yuan said as he got into the car. "Boss, where are we going?" the driver asked. Tianhe District XX Road XX Square. The address given by little Tuan Tuan was here. He had no idea what kind of place it was. It sounded like a shopping center. Did she want him to take her shopping right away? After the car started, Jiang Yuan sent a message to little Tuan Tuan. "I'm on my way, the car has arrived." Little Tuan Tuan, who was live streaming, immediately said goodbye to her viewers. "Family, I was bullied today and I'm not very happy, so I'm ending the stream here. See you tomorrow." She looked pitiful, as if she was genuinely upset. The viewers didn't even have time to comfort her before the stream went black. She left without a trace, not leaving a single concern behind. This left little Tuan Tuan's die-hard fans feeling utterly devastated. Had they known, they wouldn't have saved those few tokens, they would have given them all to her to make her happy. Now that their goddess had ended the stream sadly, they regretted it immensely. Jiang Yuan sat in the car, watching the bustling lights outside. In the south, this was just the beginning of the night. The nightlife was rich and colorful. The darkness could not stop people from seeking pleasure. The car arrived at the place little Tuan Tuan mentioned, and Jiang Yuan sent her the license plate number. After ending her stream, little Tuan Tuan quickly tidied herself up, put on some makeup, and chose an outfit. She was unsure what the top supporter would be like. She hoped he wasn't an old man, feeling quite anxious. Seeing Jiang Yuan's message that the car had arrived, she directly opened the WeChat video. She wanted to connect, just in case he was an old man. She could always back out and return the gifts. The video connected quickly, and a young man's face appeared on the screen. He was sitting in the car, looking surprised as he asked, "What's up?" "Nothing, I just wanted to see where you are," she explained in a flustered manner. "Oh, I'm parked by the roadside, hurry up and come over," he replied. "Okay," little Tuan Tuan sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was a young man, looking quite nice and not fierce at all. She walked out of a convenience store, having just hidden there just in case. Dressed in a short skirt paired with black stockings, her long legs looked particularly enticing, causing passers-by to turn their heads repeatedly. It wasn't until they saw the stunning beauty with long legs walking towards a Bentley by the roadside that they reluctantly looked away. Indeed, a young achiever drives a Bentley, always surrounded by beauties. A young achiever drives a Rolls, always accompanied by black stockings. This is life. Xiao Tuan Tuan opened the back door of the car and sat down. "Brother, I'm Xiao Tuan Tuan." With Jiang Yuan so close, a wave of perfume hit him, and her voice was soft and sweet. I can tell. Driver, go to Taiku Hui." Jiang Yuan nodded and instructed the driver to start the car. With a beauty by his side, Jiang Yuan felt a bit restless. Those long legs and black stockings were indeed very alluring. "Are you nervous?" "No, not nervous. Where's fun in Yangchang at night? Do you have any suggestions? Where do you want to go?" "Taiku Warehouse is quite lively. There are many young people at night. We can go take a look. If you're hungry, I can take you to find some unique local snacks. Is that okay?" "Sure, you arrange it. I'll leave the rest to you. Let's go to Taiku Hui first. It's our first meeting. I'll buy you some gifts." Jiang Yuan actually wanted to reach out and touch those long legs in black stockings. The temptation was just too great. However, since they were in the car, he could only look straight ahead and not act too much like a man. "No need, brother. You've already been very good to me." "That's two different things, just listen to me." He was curious to see how much Xiao Tuan Tuan could handle, how much of a bottom line she had, and whether she could withstand this kind of temptation. Taiku Hui is the largest luxury shopping mall in Yangchang, gathering many international high-end brands and well-known domestic brands, making it one of the most prosperous shopping centers. When they arrived, the driver even got out to open the door for them, providing very professional service. Luxury cars are also a tool that can save you a lot of explanation costs. Appearing in a luxury car automatically instills a sense of credibility in people. They wouldn't doubt your identity. This is why many bosses, even if they have to stretch their finances, still buy luxury cars as their vehicles, serving as their facade. After all, This is a basic reflection of strength. Just like Xiao Tuan Tuan, seeing that Zhang Yuan arrived in a Bentley, she automatically believed that this wealthy big shot was indeed a genuine rich second generation. Which brand do you like? After entering the mall, Zhang Yuan asked. Xiao Tuan Tuan didn't actively cling to his arm like Lian Ning, she was just leaning a bit closer. I like Chanel. While in the car, Xiao Tuan Tuan had already figured it out. Since the big shot was paying, why not buy it? At least she wouldn't be at a loss for coming out tonight. It was a gift from him, not something she wanted. And for women, a man's so-called generosity is defined by how he buys luxury goods without blinking. Such generosity makes women's hearts flutter. Then let's go to Chanel. The two walked towards the Chanel store, and Xiao Tuan Tuan's tall figure made countless men stop and stare. Those long legs and black stockings could be enjoyed for a lifetime, not just a year. Zhang Yuan felt quite pleased. Having a leggy beauty by his side could make many people envious. Welcome to Chanel, the sales assistant greeted sweetly. Introduce this year's new styles and let her choose. Zhang Yuan's assertiveness made the sales assistant immediately understand who was in charge. Someone who could say such a thing was likely a man willing to spend money. Zhang Yuan sat down in the resting area, allowing Xiao Tuan Tuan and the sales assistant to pick out items. Unlike when he was choosing gifts for Lin Yan Na, where he would put in some thought, this was purely about giving gifts. She could choose whatever she wanted. It really takes time for women to pick things out. After 20 minutes, she finally brought over a bag. Why did you only get one? This question left Xiao Tuan Tuan momentarily stunned, while the female sales assistant beside her had stars in her eyes. Could she choose more? Don't you want clothes, jewelry, or anything? Zhang Yuan's generosity made Xiao Tuan Tuan feel a bit guilty. Was she too unkind to him? No, that's too extravagant, Xiao Tuan Tuan said softly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Take her to pick out a couple more pieces of clothing and some jewelry, and then choose a bag to switch it up. Otherwise, it makes me look stingy. I promised to give you a gift, so naturally, I want you to enjoy shopping, Zhang Yuan directly told the sales assistant beside him, while Xiao Tuan Tuan was still in a daze. The way this big brother spoke seemed to show he didn't care about such small expenses and wanted her to enjoy herself while shopping. Xiao Tuan Tuan was indeed a bit confused. She felt conflicted. Sigh, how could she spend so much money on herself? But the way he said it had a certain domineering charm that was quite appealing. Even if she didn't want it, it felt hard to refuse. The sales assistant had already taken Xiao Tuan Tuan towards the clothing section. With Xiao Tuan Tuan's looks and figure, she was practically a clothes hanger, so those who wanted to pursue her could probably line up from Tianhe to Nansha. However, this was the first time she encountered someone so willing to spend money on her. Although she was also a female streamer with 1 million fans, she hadn't met many people in person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have maintained such a high level of novelty. It was also the first time someone had splurged on gifts for her like this. Many people thought that just by sending a few Jianyanhua, a type of virtual gift, they could ask her out directly in private messages. How ridiculous. Did they think she was the kind of woman who could be asked out for just a few virtual gifts? In fact, any woman has a basic immunity of 0 to luxury goods. Don't think that if you give a woman a designer bag, she will refuse it. If there's no pressure, she would love for you to give her more, to come with more brands. The sales assistant didn't have Xiao Tuan Tuan's looks and figure, so she could only envy her and worked hard to recommend things for her own performance. Waiting for them to try on clothes took another half hour. In between, she even came out for Zhang Yuan to evaluate, and Zhang Yuan only had one word, good. There was no way around it. With that figure, it couldn't be anything but good. By the time they were leaving, she was already carrying several shopping bags, all bought for her by the big brother. Xiao Tuan Tuan seemed to feel that being showered with gifts felt quite nice, and her fondness for Zhang Yuan increased. After buying the gifts, it was naturally time to go eat. The nightlife in Yangcheng was just beginning, and there were plenty of places to eat at night. Brother, what do you like to eat? In the Bentley, Xiao Tuan Tuan leaned in a bit closer, asking Zhang Yuan what he wanted to eat, so she could think about where to go. I want to eat you, can I? This was Zhang Yuan's inner thought. Anything is fine, just something with a bit of character, but don't take me to eat bugs or anything weird. Something normal is good. Okay, Xiao Tuan Tuan covered her mouth and giggled, then told the driver an address. Since it was an opportunity for Zhang Yuan to treat her to a meal, he let her choose freely. He would just follow along. When treating the big brother to a meal, Xiao Tuan Tuan wouldn't take him to a roadside stall. Dressed like this, she would probably be seen as a dish herself, and that would make the big brother unhappy. Tonight's outfit was meant for the big brother to appreciate. The restaurant they were going to was Bingsheng Private Kitchen, which was relatively well regarded among the people of Yangcheng as a Cantonese restaurant. After all, it was also a Michelin-starred restaurant, specializing in high-end, exquisite Cantonese cuisine. Xiao Tuan Tuan handed the menu to Zhang Yuan, wanting him to order. No, you're the host, you know what's good. You order, I'm not picky. Zhang Yuan's current demeanor was absolutely approachable and easy to please, continuously enhancing the good feelings in Xiao Tuan's heart. However, when he ordered a bottle of red wine, her heart skipped a beat. La fight, worth several tens of thousands. An hour later, they had nearly finished their meal, and Xiao Tuan had drunk a little red wine, her complexion becoming quite rosy. Zhang Yuan called the waiter to settle the bill, but Xiao Tuan hurriedly stood up to block him, only to be held back by his hand. You're treating, I'll pay the bill, that way it's fairer. Let's not argue about it, he said. Unexpectedly, the top brother was still so considerate, and Xiao Tuan didn't pull her hand away from his grasp. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Yuan helped her with her bag, and at that moment, Xiao Tuan finally wrapped her hand around his arm. In her high heels, she was almost as tall as him. Want to come sit at my place? Xiao Tuan's face was slightly flushed as she nodded gently, unsure if it was the lingering effects of the wine. A night of passion, the beauty's body like soft tofu. From then on the king did not attend morning court. The ancients indeed studied this thoroughly, using precise language. Agreeing to go back with Zhang Yuan naturally implied consent to do more once they returned. The theme progressed quickly, and so did their intimacy, allowing Zhang Yuan to finally fulfill his wish and embrace the beauty. They fell asleep in each other's arms, and when he woke up, it was already morning, though he didn't know what time it was. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes to see a pair of big eyes fluttering in the darkness, looking at him. Why are you awake? Are you hungry? Xiao Tuan wasn't hungry, she just hadn't slept well next to a strange man. Although they had been intimate several times throughout the night, she still hadn't fully accepted it in her heart. Waking up, she thought about the situation beside her and felt a twinge of regret. It was similar to that man's moment of wisdom, only the woman's realization came a bit later. No, I'm not hungry, I just woke up and can't fall back asleep. Xiao Tuan's face was shy, and the touch of skin made her blush again. Zhang Yuan looked at her, so pitiful and lovable, and felt a stirring in his heart. With Xiao Tuan's scream, they began their morning activities. The day's plan starts at dawn, and the beginning of the day is in bed. Lying in Zhang Yuan's embrace, she couldn't help but sigh. Brother, how are you so strong? I'm going to break. Oh, where are you broken? Let me check. Bad person. Zhang Yuan picked her up and walked toward the bathroom. He had grown fond of this feeling of bathing together. During breakfast, Zhang Yuan secretly sent Xiao Tuan's photo, wondering if this intimacy would increase her affection for him. Name, Zhou Xiaotuan. Age, 21 years. Occupation, streamer. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 48. 5 kilograms. Overall rating, 83 points. Measurements, 85 divided by 64 divided by 83. Freshness, 92%. Affection level, 40 points. Indeed, he had lost 1 point in freshness. It seemed to be 1 point per person. What a pity, at just 21 years old, she already had 8 experiences. Otherwise, with her soft and delicate figure, Zhang Yuan would have wanted to take care of her. The affection had risen to 40 points, proving that her acceptance of him was increasing. At least she wouldn't feel disgusted just because he was the top brother who asked her out. Due to a series of actions, her affection had already increased. After finishing their meal at the hotel, Zhang Yuan asked the hotel to prepare a car to take her back. I mainly stay in Xincheng. If you have time, you can come find me there. Okay, brother. Zhang Yuan still wanted to ask her out a few more times in the future, so he left a good impression. After dropping Xiao Tuan off at her place, she invited Zhang Yuan up to sit for a while. I still have some things to take care of. I'll come over when I have time. Zhang Yuan declined. He had matters to attend to, as he needed to check on his business, the car dealership he had just bought yesterday. Alright, brother, send me a message when you come, and I'll come pick you up. Today, the little group was noticeably gentler and looked forward to more contact. After leaving the little group, Zhang Yuan made a call to the owner of the car dealership. Is this the side position? As soon as the call connected, a voice in Cantonese rang out. My surname is Zhang. Ah, Mr. Zhang, hello. Are you here to check out the company? Yes, I'm planning to come over and take a look. Is it convenient for you? Convenient. We've been waiting for you. The car dealership owner was overjoyed. He had long wanted to sell the dealership, and yesterday a mysterious person finally took over the acquisition. Although he was reluctant to part with the dealership, the money he would receive was enough for him to open another one and buy a few luxury cars. The other party quoted a price, and he immediately agreed to sell. The contract had already been signed, and the money had been paid, just waiting for the real owner to take over. He had been at the dealership all day, waiting for the new owner to come for the handover. Half an hour later, a Bentley pulled up in front of their store. A young man got out, looked up at the name of the dealership, confirmed it was correct, and walked in. Sir, do you need to rent a car? No, I'm looking for your boss. Oh, okay. He called out in Cantonese to the back, and soon a man in his 30s came out. Mr. John, Hello, we just spoke on the phone. Mr. Jiang, please. Once inside the office, Zhang Yuan took out the contract he had just received that morning and handed it to him. Welcome, Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. The other party offered his boss chair and gestured for him to sit. Zhang Yuan did not go over but instead engaged with him on the sofa, listening as he introduced the situation of the dealership, the employees, the vehicles, and so on. Then he led Zhang Yuan to the office area and introduced him to everyone. Everyone, this is your new boss, Mr. Zhang, let's give him a warm welcome. Zhang Yuan cupped his hands in greeting and gave a brief introduction. After that, he had someone add him to the company group and sent out 2 large red envelopes, which immediately flooded the chat with "Thank you, boss" messages. In Yangcheng, the customary red envelope is usually just a small token of a few dollars, but everyone received a red envelope of 188, which made them quite happy. Their affection for the new boss deepened a bit more. Once the handover was complete, the dealership owner left. Now that he had money in hand, he hurried off to enjoy himself. Zhang Yuan called over the manager, whose surname was Zhang, named Zhang Hao. Boss, you called for me. Yes, don't worry, I'm not calling you to discuss work. You're still the manager, just do your job well. Also, from now on, you'll receive 10% of the profits each month as a bonus, and the employees' commissions will increase by another 5%. Thank you, boss. Manager Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest fear was a new ruler bringing in new officials. Zhang Yuan called him over mainly to have him report on the business situation each month and to prepare a car for him. Today, Zhang Yuan planned to visit his parents, so he came to pick up a car to drive over. He would return the Bentley from the hotel. He felt it was more comfortable to drive his own car. Since the company was his, those cars naturally belonged to him as well. Manager Zhang took him to the lobby to choose a car. After looking around, he selected a Maserati Quattroporte. Although the car's performance was average, the Trident logo was quite striking. His parents wouldn't recognize it, unlike a Mercedes or BMW, making it easier to handle. He transferred 5,000 yuan to the hotel driver as a tip, letting him drive back to the hotel, and Zhang Yuan drove the Quattroporte to Taikoo Hui Plaza, thinking he should buy something to bring to his parents. There are still a few hours until mom and dad finish work. He wandered around several stores in the mall and finally bought his dad a Vacheron Constantin watch and 2 sets of high-end clothing, and for his mom, a large gold bracelet and 2 sets of middle-aged style clothes, plus 2 mobile phones. These are just temporary gifts. He plans to buy more when he returns to Shanghai. At around 6 in the afternoon, estimating that his parents should be off work, Zhang Yuan immediately called his mom. Son, what's up? Nothing. Have you finished work? Just got off. I just stepped out of the factory gate when you called. I was about to find your dad to go eat. Oh, wait for me a bit. I've come to Yangcheng. Give me the address, and I'll come over now so we can eat together. Ha? How did you come to Yangcheng? Aren't you working? Zhang Yuan's mom immediately asked anxiously, wondering if something had happened to her son that made him come here suddenly. It's nothing. I'm on vacation recently. I just missed you guys, so I came over. After getting the address from his mom, Zhang Yuan quickly navigated and drove over. They worked in the northern part of Yangcheng, in a place called Taihe Town, where factories are densely packed in the suburbs, a region populated by migrant workers. After nearly an hour of driving, he finally arrived. Zhang Yuan saw the entrance of a small factory and immediately called his parents to come out. Only small factories are lenient with hiring, allowing older people to work. Big factories only want the young. Yangcheng has many such small factories where one can do some manual labor without needing to be literate. As long as you have strength, you can work. They work 28 days a month, starting at 8 in the morning and finishing at 10 at night, barely earning 4,000 to 5,000 a month. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan saw 2 familiar figures and immediately got out of the car, shouting, "Dad, Mom, over here." His parents were stunned. Is this really their son? A young man got out of a sedan, waving at them. Is it really my son? Zhang Yuan's mom quickly walked over. Son, why did you drive over? When did you buy a car? Just bought it. Come on, let's go eat. We need to ask for leave first. Wait a moment. No need to ask, just quit your jobs. I'm here to take you to Shanghai. This left his parents momentarily speechless, not understanding what their son was up to. Come on, if not, I'll help you ask. Zhang Yuan pulled his parents, preparing to find the factory manager himself. No need, son, why do you want us to quit? What are we going to do in Shanghai? I bought a house over there, and I'm here to take you to live with me. Now I'm just waiting for you to come over. Ha, you little rascal, are you trying to fool me and your dad? Naturally, Zhang Yuan's parents didn't believe him. They knew what kind of son they had. If he could buy a house in Shanghai, it would probably mean their ancestral grave was smoking green. Zhang Yuan didn't answer. He walked to the entrance and handed a pack of Manhwa cigarettes to the security guard. "Sir, please watch my car, we'll be leaving soon." The security guard took the cigarettes, grinned, and immediately agreed, speaking in a dialect they didn't understand. Alright, I'll keep a good eye on it. Don't worry." He wouldn't dare smoke a pack of Manhwa. He usually saw the boss smoking this brand, so he felt he had struck gold. His parents led Zhang Yuan into the factory, heading towards their manager's office. The factory wasn't large, they could see various equipment and assembly lines, and further in, a few small offices were partitioned off. At that moment, in the office, a middle-aged man was packing up to leave work. Seeing someone knock and come in, he asked somewhat displeased, "What do you want?" "Manager, we're here to quit today." "Quit? Quit what job? You need to give a month's notice to quit. Don't you know that? This is not a family emergency, there's nothing we can do. I'm off work now, let's talk about it tomorrow." "Manager, please, help us, we really need it." "Aren't you annoying? Don't you know it's after work? We'll talk tomorrow." After saying that, he pushed the person out the door and closed the office door. Zhang Yuan watched the person leave, and his parents came out, asking curiously, "Mom, Dad, what happened?" "That manager said to come back tomorrow, he wants to get off work." "Well, maybe we should just forget it and leave, a month's salary isn't much." Zhang Yuan had tens of millions in his account in several companies. He no longer cared about such small money and just wanted his parents to hurry back to Xincheng to enjoy life. "How can we do that? That's a month's hard work from your dad and me, and they said we could leave any time, but now they're saying we have to wait a month. They're bullying us." His mother was relentless, feeling they shouldn't work for nothing and couldn't take this loss, so she disagreed. Unable to persuade them, Zhang Yuan took his parents to eat first and planned to talk to the manager again tomorrow. The manager had already left, got into his little Toyota, and then found his way blocked by a car outside, quickly scolding the security guard. "What are you doing? That car is blocking my way, don't you know? Do you want to keep your job?" The security guard hurriedly stepped forward, smiling and bowing in apology. "Manager Liu, please calm down, a guest just arrived, and they'll leave soon." "What guest? I didn't know about it." "It's a young boss, it seems he's here to pick up his parents, who work at our factory." Manager Liu leaned out to look at the car, and his expression suddenly became a bit unnatural. Was that a Maserati? The Trident emblem, he shouldn't have recognized it wrong. The bosses only drove Benzes, how could someone from the factory be driving a Maserati? This car was much more expensive than the boss's. Just as he hesitated, Zhang Yuan had already come out with his parents. He took out his keys, pressed a button, and walked over to open the car door. "Dad, Mom, get in the car, we're going to eat." Ignoring the little Toyota behind, Zhang Yuan's parents got in the car, and they drove away. Manager Liu suddenly felt that the weather was a bit hot. Maybe today wasn't a good day to go out. Were that old couple working in the factory here to experience life? How could they have a Maserati picking them up? Luxury cars sometimes represent status and can reduce a person's communication costs. Sure enough, before Zhang Yuan could express himself, the other party was already lost in thought. Zhang Yuan navigated back to the city. He wanted to take his parents to enjoy the delicious food of Yangcheng. Along the way, his parents kept asking him how he could afford to buy a car. He didn't know where to start or how to explain. Finally, he thought of a lie that everyone was familiar with, winning the lottery. "Mom, Dad, do you remember a few days ago when I told you I won a prize?" "Yes, you told me you won a prize and even sent me money." "Right, I won a big prize, but I can't tell you how much. Just rest assured, it's enough for our family to live on for a lifetime." The two in the back seat couldn't believe their ears, thinking they were hearing things. Did he say he won the lottery? It seems so. "Son, you're not lying to us, are you?" The couple didn't believe it at all, thinking Zhang Yuan was just bragging. "Oh, if you come with me to Xincheng, you'll know. I've already bought a house, I'm here to take you to live there. It's time for you to enjoy life." Zhang Yuan patiently explained a bit and then let his parents digest the information. If the amount of information was too large, they probably wouldn't be able to accept it anyway. After all, winning the lottery was probably the most acceptable thing in their understanding. Although the probability of winning is small, at least there is a chance. The news often reports on it, and for ordinary people, it still seems possible. "The restaurant I went to with Xiaotuan last night was quite nice." Zhang Yuan drove here. His parents have been working in this area for many years and probably haven't tried the local specialties, only the bland food from the factory canteen. After sitting down, Zhang Yuan ordered everything he thought looked delicious and expensive from the menu. "That's enough. You child, ordering so much, you won't finish it all, don't waste it." Hearing him rattle off so many items, Zhang Yuan's mother immediately stopped him. "It's fine, Mom, let's eat more tonight, we have money." This sounded a bit showy, and the waiter stifled a laugh. His wasteful behavior made his mother a bit angry, and she reached out to hit him. Have you grown wings and floated away? You can waste like this? Is it that I can't hit you anymore? Seeing his mother angry, Zhang Yuan immediately surrendered. No, I won't order anymore. He had the waiter take the order, and then his mother began her lecture. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Don't you know? You waste like this with a little money. What will you do in the future? Right, I was wrong. I will definitely change in the future. The appetizers before the meal turned into a lecture, and Zhang Yuan was scared. However, the meal was still quite good. At least his parents were very happy, feeling it was the best meal they had ever had, but they told Zhang Yuan not to waste next time. Back at the hotel, Zhang Yuan booked them a room, thankfully not letting them see the price. This hotel is so big and luxurious, it must be very expensive, right? No, just under 1,000, very cheap. After finally calming his parents down and getting them settled, Zhang Yuan taught them how to use various facilities before quickly retreating to his own room. He felt that if he stayed any longer, they would start lecturing again. He couldn't meet up with a girl tonight, so he decided to enjoy himself, watch some live streams, and pass the time. When he opened his phone, he remembered he hadn't bought today's group purchase item. He had turned off the alarm while driving in the afternoon. Today's group purchase items had been updated, and he was a bit surprised. 10% shares of Bingxing Company, 99 yuan language proficiency skill card, 1 yuan after just 2 meals. He had become a shareholder in a company. After staying in so many hotels, why didn't they give him a hotel? The language skill card caught his eye, and he clicked on the page to see the notes. Language proficiency skill card. After use, you can master one language. The language type is chosen by the user. Any foreign language or local dialect can be selected. The skill card is valid permanently after use. Usage method. It was the same, electrical transmission. After completing the payment, Zhang Yuan picked up the charging cable by the bed and plugged it into his phone, then clicked on the skill card he had just purchased. Please select a language. Zhang Yuan scrolled down and selected Cantonese. Confirm use? Confirm. After clicking confirm, he placed the phone on his forehead. A wave of tingling electricity instantly flowed into his brain, as if he were receiving a divine blessing. A minute felt so long, and when the sensation of electricity faded, Zhang Yuan finally took the phone down. At that moment, it felt as if knowledge had been forcibly poured into his mind, and he naturally understood Cantonese. Zhang Yuan picked up the hotel receipt from the bedside table and instantly began to read it in Cantonese. Whether or not he sounded like a local, he could speak it now. He turned on the TV, switched to the local channel, and understood what was being said. Nice! This skill card is truly amazing. If he gets a few more, he will be a talented person who can speak many languages. After finishing today's group purchase, Zhang Yuan saw the box on the bedside table, the one containing the all-purpose tonic he had bought yesterday, which had already been delivered. Can this thing be eaten directly? He hesitated a bit. He needed to be sure before giving it to his parents. Should he go downstairs and find a few stray cats to try it on first? Then maybe he could try half a pill himself? With that thought, Zhang Yuan took out one of the pills, found a tool to cut it into several pieces, and pocketed them before heading downstairs. After leaving the hotel, he wandered around and found a convenience store where he bought a bag of cat food. There was a small garden near the hotel, where stray cats usually hung around. After all, he often saw strays near flower beds when he was in Xinjiang. He walked around the garden, meowing a bit, and finally spotted 2 stray cats. Zhang Yuan squatted down, tore open the cat food, poured a little on the ground, and placed 2 of the cut pills into the small piles. The stray cats, seeing a person, hesitated to approach, just staring at the piles of cat food and occasionally meowing. Zhang Yuan stood up and took a few steps back, and only then did they come forward to start eating. A few minutes later, after finishing the food on the ground, the 2 cats meowed at him again. Zhang Yuan checked the cat food on the ground. The pills he had placed were gone, likely eaten by the cats. He poured out some more cat food, letting them continue to eat, as he needed to observe for a while to see if there were any reactions. He couldn't let the cats run away. Half an hour later, the 2 cats had eaten most of the bag of cat food, showing no signs of distress, and instead appeared more energetic, which eased Zhang Yuan's mind a bit. Back at the hotel, he poured a glass of water by the bedside, took out a piece of the pill, and swallowed it. He also opened the dialer on his phone, ready to call for an ambulance at any moment, with another small piece of the pill beside the nightstand. He was worried that if something happened to him, at least the rescuers would know what he had taken. The pill dissolved quickly in his mouth, with a slightly bitter taste, and he took a sip of water to wash it down. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Yuan felt a warmth spreading through his body, and his stomach felt quite comfortable. It was as if he had taken something stimulating. His spirits lifted instantly, and the fatigue from a day of walking vanished. However, Zhang Yuan remained vigilant. as he still didn't know how long the effects of the drug would last. After half an hour, with no adverse reactions, he started scrolling through Douyin, gifting 100,000 to Xiao Tuan Tuan before checking out Lin Yana and her friend's livestream. Although he was alone that night, there were quite a few women in the livestream. Zhang Yuan didn't even realize when he fell asleep. Later, feeling drowsy, he just dozed off. When he woke up, it was already past 9. Oh no! His parents must have gotten up early and were probably worried by now. Zhang Yuan quickly got up, fearing that they might have gone back to work after waking up, which would be a hassle. He washed up while making a phone call. Son, are you up? I'm up. Are you hungry? I'm coming over to take you out to eat. Son, we're not hungry. Ah, it's already this late. It's all his fault for sleeping too soundly, waking up just as the sun was rising. Hey, it seems like that pill had no side effects. In fact, he felt quite comfortable sleeping, and Zhang Yuan felt great. After eating, he would share some with his parents. After getting ready, Zhang Yuan hurried to their room. The old couple had woken up early, around 7, knowing that young people needed more sleep, so they hadn't called him. They had originally planned to discuss whether to go to the factory to collect their wages but were worried that if Zhang Yuan woke up and found them gone, he would be upset. Let's go, we should eat first. Son, can you take us to the factory later? Why go there? To settle our wages, of course. We've been waiting for almost a month for our pay. Zhang Yuan originally wanted to advise them against it, but then he thought that it might become a knot in their hearts. Although the money wasn't much, it was their hard-earned sweat and blood from a month of work. Alright, we'll go after lunch. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. They had a casual breakfast at the hotel buffet, and later they would go to Bingsheng for lunch, and he would also meet their boss since he had shares now. He had to make an appearance. After breakfast, he returned to the room and took out 2 pills from his pocket to hand to them. This is a health supplement I bought. It can help replenish your body. Although the pills looked ugly, his parents took them without suspicion. After a while, Zhang Yuan's mother asked in surprise, Son, what is this? I feel warmth in my stomach. I was feeling a bit uncomfortable this morning, but now I feel energized and much better. This is a tonic. I had someone find an old Chinese doctor to buy it. I heard it works really well. No wonder, old Chinese doctors are impressive. You two lie down for a bit to let the medicine absorb. I'll come back to take you to buy some clothes, and then we'll go for lunch. Okay. An hour later, Zhang Yuan returned and saw that his parents looked different. They had a healthy glow on their faces. He didn't expect the medicine to work so well. Wow, this feels amazing. I feel like I could lift 200 pounds now, his father exclaimed. Only you can. His mother shot him a glare. The family got ready to go out, and Zhang Yuan took them to the Taiku Hui shopping center. His parents were still wearing shirts that cost just a few bucks, which made him feel embarrassed. He had to take them for a makeover. He found a high-end hair salon in the mall, and with the enthusiastic welcome from the staff at the door, he pulled his parents inside. Boss, should we wash their hair or style it? Get my parents 2 good stylists to take care of them. Sure. Is the technical director okay? What's the highest level? It's the chief stylist. Then let the chief take care of it. Do a good job. It wasn't the weekend, so the salon wasn't too busy on a weekday, and seeing Zhang Yuan dressed in designer clothes, they assumed he was either rich or noble, so they immediately went to find the chief stylist, Tony, to take over. Some professional hairstylists are fully booked for 3 to 6 months, but those in the mall might be better since they were open for business and had more stylists available. Zhang Yuan let his parents sit back and relax while the chief stylist worked on them, even though they kept refusing, thinking that getting their hair done here must be extremely expensive. However, since they were already seated and arrangements had been made, they felt embarrassed to leave. If they knew how much this treatment cost, they might have all wanted to leave immediately. After nearly 2 hours, Zhang Yuan, who had been playing games on the side, was getting sleepy. He didn't dare leave, fearing his parents might not be comfortable and might have some requests later. How is it? Are you satisfied? Looking at herself in the mirror, Zhang Yuan's mother was a bit stunned. She had never really taken care of her hair over the years, and now she looked like a fashionable city lady. Turning to look at Zhang Yuan's father, his hairstyle was neat and proper. He suddenly looked much younger, just like a middle-aged man. Not bad, not bad. Your stills are good, Zhang Yuan sincerely praised, except for the outfit he was wearing, which didn't quite match. They spent a total of 10,000 yuan, and finally, his parents' image had changed significantly. After going downstairs, they went to a luxury store, and at the entrance, his mother stopped him. Son, what are you doing? You're not going to buy clothes here, are you? It's so expensive. Let's go to the train station area. There are plenty of shops there, and it's more affordable. I have money, we should buy here. You've worked hard your whole life and should enjoy your son's glory. Come on in, don't let others look down on you. Without further ado, he pulled the 2 of them inside. At Zhang Yuan's request, the sales assistant carefully helped them pick out outfits, and when they came out after changing, the couple's appearance had transformed into something quite elegant and luxurious. No one would think this old couple was the same rural folks they once were. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan didn't let them see the price tags, otherwise, it might have been a shock, as the total for several outfits came to nearly 200,000. Finally, the makeover was complete, and the family's image had significantly improved. They drove to Bingsheng for dinner, met with their boss, and were then taken to a private room, which the boss said was reserved for shareholders. He mentioned that they could use it whenever they came, highlighting the perks of being a shareholder. Even the head chef personally arranged the meals. By the time they arrived at the factory, it was already 4 p.m. Upon seeing his car, the security guard from yesterday immediately greeted them with a smile. Zhang Yuan handed him a pack of cigarettes, which he accepted with a salute. As they walked to the manager's office, people along the way turned to look. Could it be that the boss's family had arrived? Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized them as the elderly couple who had been tightening screws together. How could they have transformed so much in just one day? Truly fortunate. Manager, we're here to resign. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately looked up, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was seeing things. You're the factory manager, right? My parents want to resign. Please handle the paperwork for them and settle their wages. Seeing Zhang Yuan speak, the manager's imposing demeanor vanished completely. The usual arrogance was nowhere to be found. Okay, I'll take care of it right now. Zhang Yuan's parents looked at him in confusion. Why was this manager so agreeable today? The resignation process went smoothly, and Zhang Yuan's parents quickly received their wages, without a single penny deducted. This surprised them, as in the past, when co-workers resigned, they would often face various deductions. At least something would be taken off for full attendance, cafeteria subsidies, high-temperature electricity fees, and so on. They sincerely thanked the manager, and Zhang Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man, saying nothing but nodding slightly. Accompanying his parents to their dormitory to pack their belongings, they entered a densely populated area, with buildings crammed together, all hanging with drying clothes. People of all ages brushed past them, all striving in this place as outsiders. The dormitory was small, about 10 square meters, with a bed, a ceiling fan, and a small balcony separated by a bathroom, but it was very cheap. Zhang Yuan had heard his parents mention it cost 300 yuan a month. Watching them prepare to sort through a pile of old things, Zhang Yuan quickly intervened. Dad, Mom, just pack the important stuff. You don't need these clothes. When we get to Shan City, you can buy new ones. You child, these can still be worn. It would be a waste to throw them away. Zhang Yuan persuaded them, even helping out directly, and managed to discard more than half of their things. He then took the packed items to the courier station to send them back to Shan City. Once they returned there, they would naturally want to replace them. The environment would gradually influence them. After finishing all this, they finally had some free time, and Zhang Yuan planned to take his parents to explore Yang City. They had been here for many years but had only been to the train station and the factory. They hadn't visited anywhere else. I'll first send your sister this month's living expenses, Zhang Yuan's father suddenly said on the way. It was then that Zhang Yuan remembered his sister, Zhang Xiaoxi, was still in school. He had been so caught up in everything that he had forgotten about her. She used to be his shadow, but since she started university, their contact had decreased. As the girl grew up, a generation gap began to form. From now on, I'll take care of it. You can keep your money for yourselves. Zhang Yuan took charge of the situation. Zhang Xiaoxi, who was 4 years younger than him, was still in her second year at a university in their province. Both siblings from the Zhang family attended college, so their parents had to work to support them. In this day and age, relying solely on farming was simply not enough. A few acres of poor land could yield at most 10,000 yuan a year. While they wouldn't starve, money was scarce. More and more people were leaving their hometowns to work. Crop prices couldn't rise, but the costs of everything else kept increasing. Who could endure such conditions in the countryside? Working outside, a person could earn at least 3,000 to 4,000 a month, and a couple could make several tens of thousands a year. Besides funding their college education, they might even save enough to build a 2-story small villa in a few years. Zhang Yuan got the bank account number from his father's phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to Zhang Xiaoxi using his mobile banking. I've transferred it. I sent her 5,000. Are you guys reassured now? I'll take you to see some sights. You sent her so much. What if she spends it all carelessly? She should be more frugal while studying. Don't worry, it's for her to buy some clothes and things. Look, you all bought some, she should too. Zhang Yuan's reasoning was solid, and his parents had no way to refute it. Zhang Yuan sent a message to Zhang Xiaoxi on WeChat. I transferred you some living expenses. If you run out of money, just let me know. I'll take care of your living expenses from now on. Thank you, Big brother, Jiang Xiaoxi quickly replied. Not long after, Jiang Xiaoxi sent another message, sounding uncertain. Big brother, did you really transfer me 50,000? Did you add 2 extra zeros by mistake? Yes, I transferred you 50,000. Buy whatever you like, get yourself some clothes, maybe a new phone. Just focus on studying from now on, don't bother with part-time jobs. I have the money to support you now. After sending the message, Jiang Yuan had no time to chat. He still needed to take his parents to the tower to overlook the scenery of Yangchang. After all, he had to keep an eye on the two of them, afraid of losing them. When they returned to the hotel that night, he finally had a moment to rest and noticed he had many messages on his phone. There were messages from Jiang Xiaoxi, Han Ruochu, and others. Jiang Xiaoxi was stunned by the 50,000 yuan he sent. She had never seen such a large sum. Aside from the 2,000 yuan he gave her at the start of her freshman year to buy some necessities, she had only received 1,000 yuan a month since then and had never seen even 10,000 yuan. She confirmed with her brother, but no one responded. She tried to talk to her parents, but they seemed busy, which made her anxious, fearing something might have happened. After all, those novels and TV shows often depicted bad situations. Alright, don't worry, it's all for you. Just focus on your studies and aim to get into a graduate program in Shin City. I'm in Yangchang with mom and dad, and you're the only one missing. Don't say you can't get in. I won't want to talk to you anymore. Jiang Xiaoxi was surprised. She hadn't expected that the family was just waiting for her. She felt a bit sad. Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely get into Shin City. Jiang Yuan only wanted to motivate her. Now he had enough resources to pay for Jiang Xiaoxi's expensive graduate studies, but he couldn't let her know in advance, otherwise, she would lose her drive. Yeah, I'm exhausted from taking them out today. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Han Ruochu had actually flown back to Shin City. She didn't wait for Jiang Yuan's reply, but the airline had work, so she had to return first. She didn't know how to express her feelings, although her heart was already moved. She still hoped for a better way to say it. After 2 days, Jiang Yuan hadn't replied to her at all, leaving Han Ruochu feeling uncertain. She is beautiful, but not many are willing to spend money on her, or rather, she looks down on the small amounts they offer. A bag worth tens of thousands just to make her a girlfriend and sleep with them? She's not that easily bought, otherwise, she would have changed men countless times by now. Unable to hold back, after her afternoon flight landed, she tentatively sent a message. Hey, are you still in Yangchang? Hey, I'm flying to Yangchang tonight. Can I rest for a day and go out to dinner with you? No one replied until the evening, which made Han Ruochu feel a bit disappointed. She didn't expect that she had always been the one fishing for men, and today she had become someone else's loyal follower. A delicate beauty like her, actively asking a man out for dinner. There's a saying, isn't there? Behind every goddess, there's a man who looks at her until he's sick of it. What's wrong? Did you agree? When Jiang Yuan's message came, Han Ruochu couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This stubborn man thought she wasn't interested. Hey, can we spend a day getting to know each other first? Let me get used to it before I agree. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Yay! In the hotel, Han Ruochu excitedly stood up and cheered. There was still a chance. How about we go out for a late-night snack now? Receiving Jiang Yuan's new message, Han Ruochu seriously hesitated for a moment but still agreed. She had been waiting for this opportunity, and now that the man had taken the initiative to invite her, she decided to go with the flow. It was his invitation, not her offering herself up, though the outcome was similar. The nature of the two situations was different. Sure, where to? Give me the address. I'll come pick you up. Jiang Yuan was considerate. It was already late at night, and he didn't want her to go out alone, so he would come to pick her up himself. Okay, sounds good. Han Ruochu smiled when she saw Jiang Yuan's message, feeling happy. At least this man had some conscience, knowing it wasn't convenient for a girl to go out alone at this hour and was willing to come and pick her up. This was much better than those ill-tempered rich second-generation guys, some of whom would just throw some money at you to take a taxi, while others would simply send an address and expect you to rush over, offering nothing in return. However, in this day and age, efficiency is key. Some women, eager to enter that social circle, are naturally willing to spend money to package themselves, only to end up empty-handed, possibly even being taken advantage of. Han Ruochu thought it through as she hesitated. If Jiang Yuan, this wealthy man, was just a silver-plated gun barrel, she would find a chance to escape tonight. If she could gain something substantial tonight, then not going home was also negotiable. Considering Jiang Yuan wasn't ugly, indulging herself once in a while wouldn't be a bad idea. After sending Jiang Yuan the address, she began to do her makeup and pick out clothes. After all, it was their first official meeting, so she wanted to look a bit more exquisite, at least to make a good impression. After taking a shower and doing her makeup, she struggled with what to wear, realizing her wardrobe was still too limited. After some deliberation, Han Ruochu finally chose a sexy black lace lingerie set. Although she didn't want to fall for him on their first meeting and be easily taken by Jiang Yuan, she hoped that if anything unexpected happened, she could still captivate him, at least in terms of her figure, making herself perfect enough to leave him longing afterward. Looking at her sexy body in the mirror, even she thought her figure was perfect, curvy, and alluring. With that sexy lingerie on, what man could resist? By the time Han Ruochu finished getting ready, Jiang Yuan had also arrived. He sent her a voice message on WeChat, asking her to come down. The Maserati at the entrance, come over. When Han Ruochu arrived at the entrance of the community, she wasn't sure which car it was, so she sent a voice message to confirm. After all, she was aiming to catch a big fish, and getting into the wrong car would be a loss. Jiang Yuan turned on his hazard lights, and Han Ruochu walked towards his car. This young man had other cars around, indicating he was quite well off. Hey, did you wait long? A fragrant breeze wafted from the passenger seat as Han Ruochu sweetly greeted him. No, I just got here. I didn't expect you to look just as good without a uniform, Jiang Yuan sincerely complimented, as Han Ruochu was dressed in a black short skirt, carrying a small bag, her long hair cascading down, with eyebrows like green dye, and her oval face was quite nice. Really, big brother? Absolutely. I rarely compliment girls unless they are truly beautiful. His words made Han Ruochu beam with joy. Women love to hear compliments, especially from someone they value. What do you want to eat? Tonight, it's my treat. Order whatever you like. Can I really order anything I want? Yes, definitely. It's the first time I'm treating you to dinner. I want to make it good for you, so don't worry about saving money for me. Thank you, big brother. Han Ruochu smiled lightly and expressed her gratitude. You can't hold back money if you want to win over a beauty. How much can a meal cost? But such an exquisite flight attendant is rare. If she enjoys the meal and has a good time, there might be a chance for the next step. As for the next step, of course, it would be to win her over completely. How about I give you a little gift first? Then we can go eat. I didn't prepare anything on the way here. Big brother, that's not too good. It's too extravagant. Han Ruochu felt a bit shy. Although she was eager to see what this wealthy man would give her, she couldn't be too direct, or he would surely think she was materialistic. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as you agree, there will be more in the future, Jiang Yuan said with a half smile, directly bringing up the idea of supporting her again. As long as she agreed to be with him, wouldn't there be more gifts to come? However, a man's words can be deceiving. How could a master like Han Ruochu be swayed by just a couple of his lines? Big brother, let's get to know each other first. Alright, let's go to Taiku Li now. I'll buy you a gift. Without giving Han Ruochu a chance to refuse, Jiang Yuan opened the navigation and directed it to the shopping mall. He had just understood this flight attendant's hesitation. She wanted to receive before confirming. Those long legs wrapped in black stockings leaned towards the car door, which was just a way of showing, wanting to touch but needing to give something in return. However, Jiang Yuan didn't want to transfer money directly to her. This flight attendant didn't seem as innocent as Li Lele, which made him cautious. So, Jiang Yuan decided to take her to buy a bag to win her over first. Upon arriving at Taiku Li, although they watched closely, Han Ruochu didn't link her arm with his, indicating she hadn't made up her mind yet. Take a look. Which brand do you want? Jiang Yuan gestured towards the shops on the first floor of the mall, letting Han Ruochu choose. Han Ruochu hesitated. She liked all of them, but if she had to pick one, she couldn't decide right away. Seeing her indecisive expression, Jiang Yuan shook his head. Forget it. Just tell me which one is a bit more expensive, and we'll go there. I think it's Hermes. Han Ruochu's voice was barely above a whisper, feeling a bit shy. Alright, let's go to Hermes. You lead the way. Watching Jiang Yuan walk ahead, Han Ruochu hurried to catch up. Humph, you smelly man, if you really buy me Hermes, then tonight. Leading Jiang Yuan into the Hermes store, Han Ruochu's heart was already racing. The sales assistant at Hermes seemed a bit arrogant, and their attitude towards them was not very warm, but Jiang Yuan didn't mind. Which style do you like? Go ahead and choose. I like the Kelly. Is that okay? Sure, Jiang Yuan nodded. When Han Ruochu picked the one she liked, Jiang Yuan said to the sales assistant, let's open a bill. I'm sorry, sir, but this item is out of stock. What the hell? How can a store be out of stock? Han Ruochu clung to Jiang Yuan's arm, leaning close to his ear and whispered, I heard that in this Hermes store, you have to buy matching items to get a bag. Matching items? What does that mean? Jiang Yuan asked curiously. It means if you want to buy a bag, you have to buy related items, at least to the same value. Isn't that just forced selling? Damn! Jiang Yuan cursed, while the sales assistant looked at them with a mocking gaze, as if they were country bumpkins. Sir, our Hermes rules are like this. If you want to buy our classic models, you need to reach a certain threshold in our Hermes points. This is ridiculous. I'm not buying it. You have two options. One is to continue buying this bag and choose the matching items yourself. The other is to go to another store, and since I see you often wear a watch, I can buy you a Patek Philippe. Zhang Yuan couldn't stand this phenomenon, but he also didn't want to take back his words, so he let Han Ruochu choose for herself. Can I choose the brand? Han Ruochu hesitated for a moment and then quietly asked. Sure, today you can have whatever you want. Great, then let's go to another store. With that approval, Han Ruochu was immediately willing to switch stores. Although this Kelly bag was very expensive, it felt a bit too mature for her youthful beauty. Changing it wasn't a bad idea, and she could also get a Patek Philippe watch, which was a great deal. A classic Kelly bag costs around 100,000 to 200,000, but with matching items, it could go up to 400,000 or 500,000. Some things are just hard to accept. Now she could get a bag and a Patek Philippe. Han Ruochu felt like she might laugh out loud tonight. They quickly went to the LV store and bought a new bag for about 70,000, which didn't require much matching. Probably because the staff recognized Zhang Yuan's familiar face, he had been there several times in the past few days. There was a Patek Philippe flagship store in the mall, so they didn't have to run around. At that store, they got Han Ruochu a Patek Philippe 20 series watch. When trying it on, it looked stunning on her fair wrist, and she fell in love with it, not wanting to take it off. This watch, worth over 200,000, felt different on her wrist. Han Ruochu felt like a glowing girl, attracting everyone's attention. The watch cost 260,000, and Zhang Yuan readily paid for it with his card. After leaving the Patek Philippe store, Han Ruochu naturally linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's. Yes, she had been won over, she accepted it, tonight was worth it. That handsome guy had already invested so much, and she unconsciously let him take advantage of her. That was unreasonable. The friction from Han Ruochu's arm against Zhang Yuan's felt enjoyable. What a pity. If only there was a chance for cashback, that would be great. He could clear out the mall. Spending money to woo a girl was simply foolproof. Under their unspoken agreement, they chose to eat at a Michelin restaurant upstairs in Taikoo Hui. The mall was still open, so they could grab a bite. Han Ruochu now followed Zhang Yuan's arrangements, going wherever he suggested, and she kept holding onto his arm, her hands now holding treasures. One was the handsome man, and the other was the Patek Philippe worth hundreds of thousands. Order whatever you want, no need to be polite with me. Zhang Yuan pushed the menu in front of her. Okay, thank you, Brother Nan. Brother Nan? Yeah, your name is Jiang Nan, so I'll just call you Brother Nan. Alright, if you want to call me that, go ahead. It's the first time someone has called me that. Han Ruochu felt a bit happy. She now had a unique place. Although she had eaten something when she got off work in the afternoon, now that she was accompanying the wealthy brother for dinner, she had to pretend to eat a little, not wanting to dampen the mood. Zhang Yuan watched her as she stepped out, thinking he should be able to win her over tonight, so to save time, he chose to eat here. Otherwise, he would have taken Han Ruochu to find a street stall for a late-night snack, but at this moment, what he really wanted to eat was right in front of him. Han Ruochu seriously began to order from the menu, continuously asking Zhang Yuan about his preferences. In the end, she only ordered 3 moderately priced dishes and handed the menu to Zhang Yuan. Brother Nan, you order some too, I'm good. Looking at the dishes she had ordered, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but want to add more. Let's order something better. You fly around every day, you must be tired and need to replenish. Let's get some bird's nest. Let's get some. I heard that drinking a bit of red wine at night is good for the skin. Let's get a bottle of Lafite. Han Ruochu felt a surge of joy and was deeply moved as she listened to him order for her. This was the first time she felt so valued. In the past, the men she dated had their intentions written all over their faces. Many men only wanted to give a little to possess her, and their flattery was often just trivial things, though they talked a lot. She felt that this brother Nan seemed to be quite different, much better than them, at least he was generous. She suddenly felt grateful for her bravery that day. She had really caught a diamond man. Being with such a man made her beauty as a fairy worthwhile. Han Ruochu was already starting to daydream. Zhang Yuan intentionally ordered wine, waiting for the chance to not drive later and have the opportunity to stay at a hotel, making it hard for her to refuse. An hour later, the two of them walked into the Yingwang Hotel upstairs, tacitly understanding each other. Zhang Yuan booked the most expensive suite. Naturally, he couldn't let her feel wronged. When the door closed, a thud was heard, as if a bag had fallen, but no one went to pick it up. In the darkness, the two had already pressed their lips together, starting a passionate kiss. Han Ruochu wrapped her arms around Zhang Yuan's neck, responding to his advances. Brother Nan, I'm very safe today, so don't worry. Han Ruochu's encouragement made Zhang Yuan feel at ease to share everything about himself. The two were open with each other, reaching a level of deep intimacy. Han Ruochu felt incredibly happy today, her whole being filled with joy. She tightly embraced this man, feeling in that moment that he was the only one in her heart. She had been conquered. "Brother Nan, from now on, I will only be your woman," Han Ruochu murmured softly while holding Zhang Yuan. After a long day and now all sweaty, Zhang Yuan went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he finished, he quickly picked up his phone and opened the group buying app. He remembered he hadn't bought today's group purchase items. It would be a shame to miss out. Fortunately, there was still time. It was still an hour until midnight. Among today's group purchase items, there was actually a music skill card. Electric guitar level 10 performance skill card, 1 yuan. There was also a group purchase item for a house, a 450 square meter flat in Zhujiang Newtown Huiwa Mansion, 99 yuan. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard. A house worth nearly 100 million, and it was a 450 square meter flat, so awesome. Today's benefits were pretty good. He was even thinking about whether he could have properties in every city. Zhang Yuan excitedly clicked to make the payment and returned to the bedroom in a great mood. Looking at Han Ruochu beside him, his excitement shifted to her. After taking half a big tonic pill, Zhang Yuan felt full of energy. Even a little bit of labor was nothing to him. Han Ruochu felt as if she were in a dream, constantly floating on clouds. Everything seemed real yet surreal. It wasn't until Zhang Yuan's parents called to urge him to get up that he slowly woke from his beautiful dream. After finishing the call, the beauty beside him also woke up. "Good morning, Brother Nan. Did I wake you? Do you want to sleep more?" "No more sleep. I have a flight this afternoon. I need to get up." Zhang Yuan then remembered that Han Ruochu was a flight attendant. "Alright, how about taking a day off?" "Brother Nan, why would I take a day off?" Zhang Yuan lifted the blanket, and Han Ruochu saw the scene before her. Her face instantly flushed. This man was too powerful. She felt like her body was. "Thank you, dear Brother Nan, I love you to death." She cuddled up to Zhang Yuan, acting spoiled. After a while, Han Ruochu felt something was off. "Brother, have a little pity on me." Zhang Yuan nodded and kissed her. After dinner, Zhang Yuan took Han Ruochu back to her dormitory. "You go back to Xinqing first. I'll be back in a few days, and then I'll come find you." Han Ruochu's legs went weak. She felt a bit guilty about asking him to find her. What a stubborn bull. But she still happily replied, "Okay, Brother Nan, you have to tell me when you come back to Xinqiang, and I'll go find you." Go ahead." Before getting out of the car, Han Ruochu sweetly pecked him on the cheek, leaving a red lip print, and then got out. Once she saw Zhang Yuan's car drive away, she hurried back to her dormitory. "Hey, Xiao Chu, who just dropped you off?" She ran into her colleagues before reaching her dorm, and they teased her. "Of course, it's my man." Han Ruochu raised her hand, tossed her hair, and boldly admitted it. This left her colleagues stunned. Han Ruochu had always wanted to catch a wealthy husband and wouldn't easily bind herself to one man. What changed today? Someone noticed her new bag and the watch on her fair wrist. After Han Ruochu left, they started whispering behind her back. "Did you see her bag? It looks like the latest LV model." "Yeah, and that watch on her hand seems to be Patek Philippe. Could it be that Han Ruochu really hooked up with a rich guy? That car looked like a Maserati," someone said with a hint of jealousy. They all worked at the same company, of the same age, with good figures and looks, so it was natural for them to compare themselves. They were all just holding similar sentiments. "I bet, just look at how she struts her stuff, she's showing off too much. Last night, she probably opened her legs wide." Zhang Yuan returned to the hotel first to pick up his parents, who were staying there and couldn't quite handle the daily services. Zhang Yuan's parents thought their son was just lazy. They were tired from their outing yesterday. "Mom and Dad, after dinner, let's go look at some houses." "Why look at houses? Aren't we going to Shenzhen? It's already bought." When you have money, buy more houses. They are assets for the future, and you can sell them for cash flow. This sounded somewhat reasonable. They were indeed worried that their son would get carried away with money and waste it on frivolous things, and one day he would be broke. Many people who win big prizes end up like that. After becoming rich, their mindset changes, and a few years later, they squander all their money and return to an ordinary life. While he had money now, it was better to buy more houses and leave something behind. They had accepted Zhang Yuan's claim of winning the lottery and were convinced that their son had really won. "Alright, son, you can't get too carried away, many people won before and then." Zhang Yuan's parents began to lecture him. When they arrived at the community, they got out of the car and were shocked by the tall buildings. the community was too upscale, giving a grand garden feel. Son, this building must be very expensive, right? It must be several thousand per square meter. If you bought here, do you still have money for renovations? We've saved a bit these years, you can use it to buy furniture. They were both shocked and worried that their son wouldn't have money left for renovations after buying the house. Dad, Mom, this house is fully renovated. You just need to buy some furniture and appliances to move in. To ease their worries, Jiang Yuan could only explain. In fact, once they went upstairs, they would see, he didn't want to keep them in suspense. In their hometown, all the houses were bare, so Jiang Yuan's parents had no concept of fully renovated homes. So, when it comes to buying a house, the first thing that comes to mind is the need for renovation, which is also a significant expense. In a place like Yangcheng, after buying a house, they can only think about subsidizing Jiang Yuan for the renovation costs. After completing the handover with the property management, Jiang Yuan received the property deed and keys, and under the guidance of the property staff, he took his parents to their new home. The Huihua Mansion community can be considered the first luxury residence in Yangcheng, consisting of 6 super high-rise buildings, each with a layout of 38 to 40 floors. The 6 buildings are staggered in arrangement, resembling a crown, ensuring that each building has an excellent view of the river. From east to west, they are Shizhua, Hanzhua, Hongshua, Jingzhua, Jiazhua, and Shouzhua. The unit price in the community starts at 200,000 per square meter, and even though Jiang Yuan bought it through a group purchase, the unit price still exceeded 200,000 per square meter, already catching up with the Tangcheng Ipin in Xincheng. Every city has its first luxury residence. Huihua Mansion in Guangzhou is equivalent to Xincheng Yihuo in Xincheng and Tangcheng Ipin in Xincheng, each representing a top choice for the wealthiest in the city, and possibly the ultimate choice. Jiang Yuan's house is in the eastern building, where only the top 2 floors are duplexes, with the largest duplex covering over 1,400 square meters, priced around 300 million. Their 400 square meter flat is on the 30th floor, designed for 2 households, each with its own entrance elevator. Jiang Yuan's parents followed him, curiously surveying the place but not speaking, as they didn't want to embarrass their son in front of outsiders. After the property staff finished introducing the main features, they took their leave. Once they were gone, Jiang Yuan's parents could no longer contain their curiosity. Son, how much did this house cost? It's so big. They were already shocked. The living room must be at least 70 or 80 square meters, and looking out, they could see the river view and the TV tower they visited yesterday, which was very close and had a great view. This house is probably around 80 to 90 million. They say it's the best flat in Yangcheng, which is why I bought it. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but boast. 80 million? Jiang Yuan's father stammered, looking shocked. He could guess that it was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be this expensive. To him, 80 million was an astronomical figure. How could a person earn that much money in a lifetime? Jiang Yuan's mother, on the other hand, remained silent, stunned, until her husband nudged her, prompting her to react. Son, did you just say this house is 80 million? Although she was dazed, she remembered that number. Yeah, roughly, it's fine, I bought it outright. Look, I have the property deed, so don't worry, this will be our Jiang family home from now on. Jiang Yuan proudly waved the property deed in his hand. Then he set it down and led his parents to the window to overlook the 270-degree river view. All of this is real. The place you are standing in is all our home. Jiang Yuan's parents had been overwhelmed by the shock over the past few days. They must have forgotten to think, staring blankly outside. Once they processed this information and accepted this established fact, they became busy, exploring each room and planning. Master bedroom, nursery, guest room. They even thought about a room for Jiang Yuan's future child. While his parents wandered around, Jiang Yuan stood on the balcony, looking outside. In less than a month, he had already become part of the top 1%, and just these few properties were something he could never have bought in his previous lifetimes. Should he let his parents immerse themselves in this house while he took a quick trip to the neighboring Xincheng? Perhaps the system would be generous and give him a group purchase opportunity, granting him a blessing from Xincheng. Now that mom and dad are around, it's not very convenient for him to flirt. Going to Deep City, he can bring Xiao Tuan along. With his mind made up, Jiang Yuan went to coax his parents to go out and buy some necessities. The house here is fully furnished and ready to move in, so it's just right to buy some things to clean up. They would have work to do, and he could slip away. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Yuan sent a message to Xiao Tuan. Are you free tonight? Brother, I just need to stream. I have time for everything else. After some in-depth communication, Xiao Tuan replied quickly, no longer keeping him hanging. I want to go have some fun in Deep City. Are you free to come with me, brother, now? Yes, if you're okay with it, I can pick you up now. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Tuan sent a message. Okay. Perhaps because the last date was a great experience, her cheeks flushed, and she readily agreed. Before opening the floodgates, he thought this was very important. Later on, women might be crazier than men, and he feared they might regret not experiencing more. Zhang Yuan told his parents he had something to do and went out. The hotel he booked for his parents was nearby, so they could rest once they were done. Zhang Yuan drove to the square from last time to wait for Xiao Tuan. When he called her over, she was a bit surprised that this big shot had changed cars again. However, it was normal for these big shots to have many cars. Buying a luxury car was as simple as drinking water, easier than finding a woman. Deep City is not far from Sheep City, just over an hour's drive. It is a rising star city that has jumped to become one of the top 5 cities in the country in just a few decades. Compared to the history of Sheep City, it is negligible, but economically it is the first in Lingnan province. This place is where countless young people pursue their dreams, accommodating people from all over, as no one here is a native local. On the way, Zhang Yuan asked Xiao Tuan to choose a hotel first so he could drive over. Having come out with him, Xiao Tuan naturally knew they would be together tonight. "Brother, I still need to stream for a while tonight, then I can go play with you, okay? Do you have a task?" "Yeah, I have to stream on schedule, or the company will scold me again." Xiao Tuan nodded, complaining to Zhang Yuan. "What a lousy company. How about I start one for you, or you can come to my company. I have shares in Wulu Media," Zhang Yuan casually mentioned, recalling the media company in Shin City, wondering how his adopted son was doing these days. "Brother Zhang Nan, is that convenient?" Wulu Media has a certain status in the streaming industry, being a big brother in the MCN sector, so hearing Zhang Yuan say he was a shareholder made Xiao Tuan a bit tempted. "It's convenient, it's just a matter of me saying a word, as long as you want to go. But my contract with this company hasn't expired yet. If I leave now, I'll have to pay a lot in penalties." "Is there really a penalty? How much?" "About 8 million. After saying this number, Xiao Tuan bit her lip. It wasn't that she wanted to get a sum from Zhang Yuan, but that was just how the contracts in the company worked. Although the streaming industry sometimes seems glamorous, once signed with an MCN company, they basically work for the MCN. Most of them start as small streamers and sign long contracts, at least 5 years, up to 10 years or more. To tightly control them, the penalties are set extremely high because it takes a lot of opportunities and resources to cultivate a streamer. If the streamer doesn't grow, the penalty keeps them compliant. If they do grow, at least the company won't lose out. The penalty for this little Tuan is 8 million, which is indeed not low. However, asking Zhang Yuan to pay her 8 million now seems like a waste of money. They have only met once, and she is not worth that amount to him. With 8 million in cash, he could find several Hanruwachu who wouldn't be more appealing than little Tuan. Unless there's some big cashback card involved, spending money would yield compensation. How many years are left on your contract? 4 more years. Alright, let me see when the time comes. For now, you can broadcast there for a while. Zhang Yuan didn't directly refuse, he just said that to buy some time, waiting for the cashback card to come out. A hint of disappointment appeared in little Tuan's eyes, but she quickly masked it. It wouldn't be easy to find a big shot to rescue her from this pit. Such a hefty penalty isn't something just anyone would be willing to pay. Sigh, she could only blame herself for being too young back then, falling for so many people's tricks. She would have to work hard for a few more years. However, this big brother ranked first is much better than others. Perhaps if she clings to him, she could soon save up enough for that penalty. Little Tuan thought to herself, continuing to hold hope for Zhang Yuan. An hour later, they arrived at the hotel in Deep City. The two checked into a room at the front desk, and little Tuan intimately linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's as they went upstairs. She chose a suite, and Zhang Yuan didn't mind. He wasn't that precious or pretentious, needing to stay in a presidential suite. As long as he had a beautiful girl with him, he could be anywhere. Once in the room, Zhang Yuan let little Tuan find a suitable spot for her live broadcast while he stayed out of the way. She chose the vanity, and Zhang Yuan lay down on the sofa in the living room to wait for her. After all, it was her job, and he didn't want to disturb her. If he appeared on camera, little Tuan would lose followers. After she started her broadcast, Zhang Yuan sent her some of his exclusive gifts, flying dragon in the sky, and after spending about 100,000, he helped little Tuan gain some popularity before exiting the livestream. Watching her broadcast seriously, Zhang Yuan eagerly opened the group buying app. He hadn't bought today's group purchase items yet, and it should have been updated by now. He was curious if changing his address would affect the local products. The items in the group buying app seemed to update after midnight. He had tried a few times before and could only see them after 12 a.m. At this moment, Zhang Yuan clicked in, and the homepage of the group buying items had already been updated. 1 unlimited limit Centurion card, 9.99 yuan. 1 Lamborghini Veneno hardtop version, 59.99 yuan. This time, there was no change in the product's origin. probably because it had already been updated at midnight. Today, it would only be this product, so he would have to wait until midnight to try again. However, he had just bought a house, and the parking space was still empty. Getting a car now would be a good match. He couldn't keep driving the car from the dealership, even though the dealership was his as well. After Zhang Yuan finished chatting online with a few of them to make his presence felt, little Tuan Tuan finally ended her broadcast, sat next to Zhang Yuan, and kissed him on the cheek. "Brother, sorry for making you wait. It's fine, you must be hungry. Let's go eat first, and then we can find a bar to have some fun tonight. I haven't been to Deep City before, you can take me to some fun places." "Okay." The girl obediently agreed, letting Zhang Yuan make the arrangements. After having a meal at the restaurant downstairs in the hotel, he asked little Tuan Tuan which bars were fun. Zhang Yuan certainly didn't want to go clubbing. He thought the last time in Shin City was just okay, and since he was with a girl today, going to a bar would hinder his chances of flirting. So he thought it would be better to find a place with a good atmosphere to listen to music, enjoy the ambience, and experience something different. After searching around, I directly chose the bar with the best online ranking. The bartenders and singers there are quite professional, and many celebrities have visited. The bar is located on the 71st floor of Deep City 1, named Songyun. It offers a 180-degree view of the sea and overlooks the nearby Hong Kong Island, making it one of the most famous quiet bars in the country, with only 2 locations nationwide. It became an internet celebrity high-altitude bar as soon as it opened, surrounded by 3 giant floor-to-ceiling glass walls, making it the best spot for photos in Deep City. The two arrived at the bar, chose a window seat, and then ordered some drinks. "Do you have any recommendations?" "Sir, madam, you can try our signature special, the Deep City Commander, which is an improved version of the Singapore Commander." "Alright, then we'll have 2 glasses." "Tuan Tuan, what do you want to order?" He handed the menu to Tuan Tuan to make the order, and after they finished ordering, Zhang Yuan asked again, "Is there any program tonight? Since this is a quiet bar, you should have live singers, right?" "Yes, sir, tonight is a tribute performance by the Baiyang Band, and there will be a show soon." "Okay, thank you." During the intermission, Zhang Yuan went to the restroom. In the restroom, he encountered 2 people chatting. "Sangha, I don't know how, but I have an upset stomach. I might not make it to the next performance." "Ah Zhong, without you as the electric guitarist, we can't perform this song." "Sangha, I'm feeling weak now, I'm really sorry." A young man with yellow hair and glasses said to a long-haired man next to him. "Ah, I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow-haired guy rushed to the stall. Then there was a loud noise. That's too graphic." The long-haired man saw this situation and sighed with a frown. "Sigh, if tonight's performance flops, I don't know how much penalty fee we'll have to pay. This is really an inauspicious start. Calling a guitarist at this time would take at least half an hour, and we only have 5 minutes before going on stage. It seems I can only confront the boss." Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered that among the items he bought, there was an electric guitar playing skill card, so he curiously chimed in. "Do you need an electric guitarist?" The long-haired man looked at Zhang Yuan and nodded. "Yes, I can play the electric guitar, let me help you out." "Really?" the long-haired man asked in surprise. He looked at Zhang Yuan's high-end outfit, somewhat incredulous. These wealthy people come to the bar to have fun, how could someone be willing to help? "I can manage in an emergency, you wait for me for a moment while I charge my phone and reply to a message." Zhang Yuan nodded. He needed to find a place to use the skill card. In a desperate situation, the long-haired man had no other choice. As long as the electric guitarist's skills were decent, it would be fine. He could only choose to believe. If it didn't work out, he would have to go through with it, as losing money would be too painful, and he might lose the opportunity to perform here in the future. "Alright, big guy, thank you so much. I'll wait over there." After the person left, Zhang Yuan took out the charger from his pocket and plugged it into the sink. Ever since he learned that this thing needed to be charged to use, he had developed the habit of carrying a charger in his pocket wherever he went. Although it was inconvenient, it was for emergencies. He opened the group buying app, found the electric guitar skill card, clicked to use it, and then pressed his phone to his forehead, closing his eyes to absorb the skill card's knowledge. A long minute passed, and no one came into the restroom. Zhang Yuan's absorption was complete. He felt a bit of pressure in his head. This thing has side effects. Why can't it just make learning comfortable? At that moment, the little yellow-haired boy finally came out of the bathroom, walking towards him with trembling legs. "Bro, thank you." "Ha, I just heard what you said to Songga, thank you for helping me out, I really appreciate it. If you ever need me, just let me know." "Oh, it's nothing, just happened to be there. I wouldn't know how to help with anything else. No matter what, I have to thank you." Before he could finish, he clutched his stomach and ran off again. This guy, I wonder if he got a chin bean tonight, so fierce. Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head. unplugging the charger as he left the bathroom. He needed to get familiar with the electric guitar. He had it in his head now, but he needed to feel it in his hands. Back at the bar, he said a word to Xiao Tuan and then headed towards the stage area. At that moment, the long-haired Songgu was anxiously looking for someone, waiting for him to arrive. If Zhang Yuan didn't come, they would have to change the song. Boss, you finally made it. Ha, I will keep my promise to you. First let me get familiar with the electric guitar. Sure, this is the one Ajon uses, see if it feels right. He picked up a red electric guitar hanging nearby and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan took it, weighed it in his hands, then put on the strap, lightly stroking the strings. Listening to the raw sound of the guitar, a familiar feeling slowly enveloped him. Is there a score? Yes, it's on that stand, take a look. Normally, for a band like theirs, they would have played these songs hundreds or thousands of times, so they shouldn't need it, but he had just flipped through it for a long time before finding it. Zhang Yuan glanced at the score on the stand, and instantly, memories flooded back. These songs were all very familiar. He began to test the sound. Half a minute later, he nodded to the long-haired man, indicating he was ready. The prelude of this song started with the electric guitar, and as long as Zhang Yuan was prepared, they could begin. Friends, good evening, our performance continues. The next song is a classic from the Baiyang band. Let's pay tribute to Baiyang together. After the long-haired man finished speaking, the performance began. Zhang Yuan's electric guitar started strumming the strings, and the drummer followed suit. A familiar melody rang out, and Zhang Yuan's fingers became increasingly skilled. The songs of the Baiyang band didn't need lyrics, just hearing the prelude would uplift anyone. The bass was relatively deep, while the sound of the electric guitar was much brighter, the soul of their band's music. The bell rings, signaling the return home. The long-haired man, Songgu, was the lead singer of the band, and he began to sing along with the melody. His voice indeed had a hint of the Baiyang band's flavor. Many people in the bar had already turned their attention to the stage, quietly singing along. Xiao Tuan, watching Zhang Yuan play guitar on stage, had hearts in her eyes. Which girl doesn't have a crush, and which boy isn't sentimental? Seeing a man so close to her being so talented, no, so multi-talented, made her heart race. He was just too handsome. Although Zhang Yuan was dressed casually, not as trendy as the band members, his at that moment added a touch of charm that was hard not to be attracted to. After finishing a song, the bar erupted in enthusiastic applause. There was no helping it. This song was so easy to resonate with that almost everyone could hum along. The person the band invited to help hadn't arrived yet, so Zhang Yuan continued to play along with them. Tonight was a dream come true for Zhang Yuan. In his youth, he had envied those who could play instruments. The cool feeling of performing on stage, especially during the student days, it was a time filled with youth. On campus, most girls were still quite innocent. If you could play the guitar, you could easily win the favor of the girls. Holding a guitar and singing could help you find several girlfriends. Although there might be some exaggeration, many young people understood this truth. To find a girlfriend, you had to be able to play an instrument and sing. When Zhang Yuan was studying, he didn't know anything and was just a spectator wherever he went. He often wished he had a skill of his own, to be in the spotlight on that stage, receiving the admiration of senior and junior girls. So tonight's impromptu performance was, in a way, Zhang Yuan's dream come true. After singing 4 consecutive songs, the band took a break, and Zhang Yuan finally came off stage. As soon as the long-haired lead singer arrived backstage, he kept shaking Zhang Yuan's hand in gratitude. Bro, thank you so much. I didn't expect your skills to be this good. You really saved us tonight. You've got to let me take you out for a meal later. Although it was a desperate situation, they didn't expect to find a real doctor. Zhang Yuan's playing level had already earned their recognition, and it was at least professional level. Ha, it's nothing. I was just playing around. I have plans tonight, maybe next time, Zhang Yuan said, pointing to a table over there. In the end, he added them on WeChat, and he definitely had to treat him to a meal tomorrow to express his gratitude. So hospitable, Zhang Yuan finally agreed. When he returned to his seat, Xiao Tuan was looking at him with affectionate eyes. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You looked so cool playing the guitar just now. Zhang Yuan playfully squeezed her soft hand and smiled. Did you feel attracted? Yes, Xiao Tuan nodded with a slight blush. Perhaps it was the law of attraction. That night, Xiao Tuan felt a deeper connection. That feeling made her more willing to invest herself, leading to a more harmonious atmosphere. Zhang Yuan was naturally happy to start a private concert with Xiao Tuan, enjoying her singing and other skills. Waking up the next morning, Zhang Yuan felt refreshed, while Xiao Tuan was still fast asleep, utterly exhausted. This girl was really a workhorse. Yes, a bull that didn't know fatigue. Zhang Yuan picked up his phone to check the time. Breakfast time had already passed, so he decided to wait for her to wake up and go for lunch together. He opened the group buying app, not forgetting his expectations from yesterday. Upon entering, a pop-up appeared, with the word benefits written on it. Clicking to see, it stated, users who use music-related skill cards twice and perform in public will be rewarded with a permanent music performance professional skill card. Hey, this thing actually has rewards, just like a level-up reward. I like it. Seeing this information, Zhang Yuan had a deeper expectation for the group buying app. It was truly a good thing, and he could level up for rewards. Life was starting to get comfortable. The group buying products on the homepage caught his attention. They had really changed. Today's products prominently featured Shin City. One 430 square meter apartment in Shin City, 99.99 yuan. 100% equity in Dream Recording Studio, 20 yuan. Should I arrange for real estate wherever I go? Without a house, how can I settle down? He had no objections to the system's arrangements. He just wanted to explore more patterns. After making the purchase, another window popped up. Upgrading to L2 soon, unlocking more permissions. If you need to experience it early, please use the experience card. Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have been rewarded with an experience card before, which he hadn't used yet. He immediately dug it out from his account and clicked to confirm its use. L2 experience card in use, time remaining 23 hours and 58 seconds. He returned to the software's homepage and found an additional page for takeout, similar to another takeout app, featuring food, groceries, transportation, leisure activities, services, and more. Zhang Yuan casually clicked on the food page and indeed saw names of some restaurants, categorized by distance. But how could one eat takeout from these restaurants for just 1 cent? He randomly clicked on a restaurant to take a look and found that they mainly sold set meals. He had no idea what kind of quality it was that it was worth just 1 cent, so out of curiosity, Zhang Yuan clicked on one and filled in the hotel address, eager to experience this different takeout. While Zhang Yuan was still engrossed in playing on his phone, the beauty beside him let out a soft moan, startling him into quickly exiting the page. "Brother, you're awake," Xiao Tuan lazily asked, rubbing her eyes. How could he be up earlier than her? Wasn't it said that men were like hard-working oxen? Was she dealing with an iron ox? Why did she feel more exhausted than him? "Yeah, I woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. Did I wake you?" No, I woke up on my own. It feels like I slept for a long time. I'm so tired. After all that intense exercise, how could you not be tired? Xiao Tuan's face flushed, and she playfully punched Zhang Yuan with her soft fist. "It's all your fault. You're even more intense than last time. When feelings run deep, it naturally gets more intense." "Do you like it?" she replied, her face blushing. "I do like it, but if this keeps up, I might be worn out. How many days do I need to rest this time?" After saying that, she burrowed into Zhang Yuan's arms, wanting to cling to him. She didn't even know how many times they had been together last night. All she knew was that it was the best experience she had ever had as a woman. They say to win a woman's heart, you must open her pathways. Zhang Yuan probably completely opened Xiao Tuan's pathways last night. Now this girl was filled with his shadow in her heart. Ha ha, then come find me in Shanghai once you've rested. Bad man, always wanting to wear me out. Half an hour later, the intercom in the room rang. Zhang Yuan casually picked it up, and a sweet voice came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Jian?" "Yes. Your order has arrived at the front desk. Is it convenient for us to bring it up now? We also have a package for you that needs your signature." "Sure, let them bring it up." After hanging up, he patted Xiao Tuan's soft spot. "Get up, I'll make it up to you. It's time to eat. I just want to sleep." Eat first, then sleep. After some delay, she finally got out of bed and dressed. Xiao Tuan felt her legs go weak, almost unable to stand, and couldn't help but pout at this troublesome guy. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yuan opened the door and was surprised to see 3 people standing outside, pushing a cart. "Hello, sir, we are from XX restaurant, and this is our chef." Goodness, they even sent the chef for takeout. Were they going to cook on site? After getting permission, the restaurant staff set the food and ingredients on the dining table, and the hotel staff left after delivering Zhang Yuan's package. As the lid was lifted, a wave of delicious aromas wafted out. "This is cheese-baked lobster, this is Buddha jumps over the wall, and this is Mutai roasted pigeon." They even prepared a couple of dishes on site, plus a bottle of red wine. No wonder this meal was worth 10,000 yuan. When the other party tried to open the wine bottle, Zhang Yuan stopped them. He still had to drive, so he wouldn't drink at noon. "No need to open the wine, you can have it as a gift." Upon hearing this, the other party thought the wine was too low-end and that he looked down on it. Sigh, a bottle of Lafite costs 3,000 yuan. They weren't even happy to drink it. People really are infuriating when compared to one another. Under Zhang Yuan's insistence, the two finally accepted the red wine. Regardless of whether they drank it or sold it, they could make quite a bit. Once everything was almost ready, Zhang Yuan told them to find a place to rest first and to call them in after they finished eating. He still hadn't gotten used to having someone watching and serving him. Brother Jiang Nan, is the hotel service this good now? No, I ordered takeout. Takeout? Little Tuan Tuan looked even more confused. Which takeout service was this good, serving such luxurious dishes? Eat quickly, after we're done, we still need to go out for a stroll. Little Tuan Tuan was extremely hungry and needed a big meal to replenish her energy, so she followed Jiang Yuan and started to eat heartily. The takeout service was quite impressive. They would experience other features in the afternoon, not wanting to waste it. With the experience of delicious food delivery, Jiang Yuan began to look forward to other aspects. Brother, can you accompany me to a place? After finishing the meal, Zhou Xiaotuan shyly made her request, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sure, where to? I accidentally let it slip last night and told a friend that I came to Deep City. She wants me to attend a gathering, but if I go alone, she might. Ha ha ha, then let's go meet her. Zhang Yuan nodded, guessing it was some superficial friend wanting to show off, which was why she wanted to bring him along. Brother, if she says anything, please don't get angry. I'll just sit for a while, and then we'll leave. No problem. I'll just pretend. You can use me however you like. Today, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Yuan readily agreed, just being a tool for little Tuan for the day. Zhou Xiaotuan kissed Zhang Yuan on the cheek and then whispered in his ear, "Thank you, brother. I'll repay you well when we get back tonight. Then I'll be waiting." Zhang Yuan smiled knowingly, wrapping his arm around her slim waist. Do you want to buy something to match and impress them? No need, brother. This outfit is already enough to make her feel inferior. If I add more, I'm afraid she'll feel even more self-conscious. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaotuan made a joke. Fine, since it was her event, she could decide. It saved him some money. After getting ready, the two headed out. Zhang Yuan didn't even go to check out the newly bought mansion first, truly following Zhou Xiaotuan's arrangements. To his surprise, the meeting place was right here at Deep City Beino. 1. They drove for less than half an hour to arrive. Besides residential areas, there were many commercial establishments. When he followed Zhou Xiaotuan in, it seemed the others had already arrived, and there were quite a few people. A very elegantly dressed woman warmly greeted them, reaching out to take Zhou Xiaotuan's hand. Ah, Tuan Tuan, you finally made it. Everyone has been waiting for you. Knowing you were coming, they all eagerly participated. The newcomer pointed with her chin at the men and women present. They all greeted Zhou Xiaotuan enthusiastically, seeming to be familiar with her. A few of the men looked at her with intense interest, as if they had spotted their prey. As for Zhang Yuan, he naturally ignored them. I didn't expect our class flower to look even better. Her figure is simply stunning. Yeah, Tuan, you have no idea how many boys had a crush on you back then. The boys' gazes were all focused on Zhou Xiaotuan, making the girl next to her a bit unhappy. She had always thought she was the prettiest in the class, especially since the men's attention kept drifting towards Zhou Xiaotuan, which annoyed her even more. Ah, Tuan Tuan just arrived and must be tired. Why are you all asking her so many questions? Can't you let her sit down for a bit? Saying that, she quickly pulled Zhou Xiaotuan to sit beside her, which made things a bit awkward. Where would Zhang Yuan sit? I'll sit here. Zhou Xiaotuan struggled to free herself from her friend's grip and pulled Zhang Yuan to sit in an empty spot on the other side, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, being young, there were many ways to break the ice. Someone encouraged Zhang Yuan to introduce himself, and he simply smiled in response, prompting Zhou Xiaotuan to quickly introduce him. This is Jiang Nan, my friend. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in teasing. Oh, just a friend? Zhou Xiaotuan's face flushed, and she nodded. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Tuan Tuan. We're not blind. You were holding hands so intimately just now. Are you not willing to tell us your relationship? Is there something you're hiding? Her plastic friend immediately seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Wenting, don't say that. There's really nothing, Zhou Xiaotuan hurriedly retorted. Zhang Yuan held her hand, urging her to sit down, and she obediently returned to her seat, like a little wife. They continued to tease, but this time Zhou Xiaotuan didn't argue back. Zhang Yuan was holding her hand, so she chose not to refute them. It was so obvious. Let them tease all they wanted. This is my boyfriend, Huang Jiwei. He's treating us today, so have fun. Oh, no wonder they wanted to invite Zhou Xiaotuan to the gathering. It really was as Zhang Yuan thought. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Everyone happily expressed their gratitude, as it was a free meal, naturally making them cheerful. No need to be polite, everyone enjoy yourselves, drink as much as you like, and if it's not enough, we can order more. The man waved his hand, appearing very generous and unconcerned. With the teasing ineffective, Wenting thought of another approach and then declared her claim. Her boyfriend, who had just given her a fiery look, was now showing off in front of the other men, and with her boyfriend gaining face, a smile returned to her face. Everyone had already introduced themselves and began thinking about playing games. Being young, they were eager to join in without too many rules. Wenting's friends had already revealed their backgrounds, while Zhang Yuan's side was still unclear, so everyone seemed eager to find out about Zhang Yuan's background, hoping to catch him off guard. Zhang Yuan had no experience with such games, and he lost the first round. The winner was Zhou Xiaotuan's friend, the girl named Wenting. With wins and losses, there naturally had to be a punishment. Wenting thought carefully about what kind of punishment would be appropriate, not wanting to go too far on the first round, lest it scare people away. So she casually thought of one to gauge this person's conditions. Then my punishment is for you to take out your wallet and show it to us. Okay, but you can't see my ID. Alright, then put your ID away. On the table in the private room, several men had already placed their bags on the table, bulging with contents, all brands like Coach, LV, Gucci, with their large logos prominently displayed. Especially Wenting's boyfriend, who had a car key next to his bag, the dazzling Mercedes-Benz emblem catching the eye. Upon hearing this suggestion, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but admire Wenting for her cleverness. This way, they could see the man's status. Zhang Yuan pulled out a black wallet from his pocket, took out his ID, and placed it on the table. He opened the wallet, and everyone's gaze turned to his hands. The bottom corner of the wallet had a silver logo, seemingly the name Prada, indicating that in terms of taste and quality, Zhang Yuan at least didn't lose out. Although Zhang Yuan forgot how much the wallet cost, those present could still recognize its value. Zhang Yuan's wallet didn't have much money, just a few bills. In this day and age, who carries that much cash in their wallet? That's quite normal. After taking out the cash, Zhang Yuan pulled out 2 cards, one black and one gold. Wanting quickly grabbed the gold card to take a look and read aloud, Construction Bank Diamond Gold Card. Only those who understood its value would know that the Construction Bank's Diamond Gold Card requires the client's total assets to exceed 10 million, with at least 3 million in the bank, meaning Zhang Yuan's wealth was at least in the tens of millions, and in cash. However, this group of people didn't understand, so they looked a bit confused, but generally, any card with a diamond title seemed high-end. Only Huang Jiwei's expression changed slightly when he saw the card. He seemed to know something. What kind of card is this? It's all black, and there's English on it, with an old man's head. It wouldn't be a membership card from some water club, would it? Wanting put down the gold card and picked up the black card to take a look, but she couldn't understand it, so she asked the people next to her. Everyone shook their heads, equally puzzled, when suddenly a man glanced at it and seemed to think of something, nervously asking, could it be the Centurion card? Oh, you know it? Hearing someone call out the card's name, Zhang Yuan looked at them teasingly. He didn't know much about it himself, having just received it today. Is it really the Centurion? The man who had just exclaimed took the card from Wan Ting's hand, examined it closely, and finally confirmed, it really is the Centurion card. Look at this person's portrait and the English above, American Express. This is the king of cards issued by the United States, the most prestigious credit card in the world, with no credit limit. This card is made of titanium alloy, just look at the quality. With this card, you can enjoy top-tier privileges, customized exclusive services, and unparalleled global benefits, including 24/7 concierge service, VIP seats at global events, and exclusive treatment at top private clubs in major cities around the world. Hilton and Marriott are just small potatoes. He explained confidently, pausing before adding, this card is by invitation only. You can only get it if American Express invites you. You can't apply for it yourself. The main clients of this card are basically billionaires. Billionaires? Upon hearing this description, everyone's gaze towards Zhang Yuan changed. He was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Yes, that's the basic requirement. A net worth starting at $1 billion. Do you know how impressive that 24/7 service is? I heard that a client once traveled with his car, and when he got off the train, he left his car on it. He called the American Express company, and they stopped the train to unload the car and deliver it to him. Wow, that's incredible. Everyone marveled. The service of the Centurion card was truly impressive. This was the life of the rich. The man who had been so proud just moments ago, Wan Ting's boyfriend Huang Jiwei, quietly took his car keys back. He couldn't show off anymore. His big Benz was nothing compared to a single word from Zhang Yuan. He couldn't pretend not to know. It had been explained so clearly that pretending to be clueless would be a bit foolish. The atmosphere became awkward, but Zhou Xiaotuan was the happiest person. The looks from everyone towards her had shifted from disdain to envy. Tuan, your taste is really good. You've been so quiet, yet you had such a big surprise hidden. Wan Ting fondled the card a couple of times, reluctantly returning it to Zhang Yuan, feeling a bit sour as she said to Zhou Xiaotuan, not at all. It's just that my brother is more low-key. He is quite low-key. However, Wan Ting did not intend to stop there. What does having money matter? In Deep City, where every inch of land is precious, a house costs tens of millions. Her boyfriend's family is a demolition household and has received several apartments. Tuan, where are you living now? Still renting in Sheep City? My family Jiwei has several apartments in Sheep City. Why not let him rent you one at a discount, a friendly price? Hearing this suggestion, Huang Jiwei's eyes lit up. What a good idea. The story between a tenant and a landlord must have started like this. By then, he would have the keys and might even get a chance to explore the beauty's boudoir, even. His mind was already filled with many fantasies, and he smiled, immediately responding. Yes, I have several apartments in Sheep City. If you need one, since you are Wan Ting's classmate, I will definitely give you a discount. No need, the place I'm living in now is quite good. I might be leaving Sheep City soon. Leaving Sheep City? Where are you going? Coming to Deep City? Deep City is nice too. My family Jiwei can help you out. Zhou Xiaotuan shook her head. No. Oh, are you going to your boyfriend's hometown? Zhou Xiaotuan blushed but did not answer, which could be considered an acknowledgement. Zhang Yuan himself did not understand how Zhou Xiaotuan could have this idea. Could it be that when he mentioned taking her to Wolf Media, it made her think about leaving Sheep City? Watching Wan Ting relentlessly pursue Zhou Xiaotuan, Zhang Yuan suddenly had an idea. He took out his phone and secretly snapped a photo, then stood up, saying he was going to the bathroom. He hadn't used the information query function much these past 2 days, so he decided to check the data on this Wan Ting. He thought this girl seemed quite like a green tea type. Once outside, Zhang Yuan opened the app and uploaded Wan Ting's photo. Name, Zhang Wan Ting. Age, 21. Occupation, unemployed. Height, 169 cm. Weight, 51 kg. Measurements, 79b divided by 60 divided by 82. Overall rating, 72. Freshness, 82% favorability, 40. This woman had such a high favorability rating towards him. Could it be due to this Centurion card? It seemed that status could automatically increase a woman's favorability towards someone. However, this freshness rating was a bit exaggerated. It was the lowest he had seen since he started checking information, not counting that celebrity. Unemployed and still able to play so much, she really was a social butterfly. He hoped this Huang brother wouldn't be too naive. If he hinted at something now, perhaps this woman would be moved? When Zhang Yuan returned, Zhou Xiaotuan had already sat down, and Zhang Yuan sat outside, right next to Zhang Wan Ting. They had already played several rounds of games. He didn't know who the loser was, but judging by Zhou Xiaotuan's expression, she probably lost more. Little brother, you missed several rounds, how about a drink? I'm driving, can't drink. Zhang Yuan directly rejected her teasing. Alright, little brother, I'll pour you a glass of juice. Her attentive demeanor made Huang Jiwei frown beside her. This woman was really a bit too much. He was still right there. She didn't care about others' gazes and directly poured a glass of juice and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan reached out to take it, only to feel as if his palm had been scratched. Zhang Wan Ting acted as if nothing had happened and immediately withdrew. It turned out to be just as he suspected. This girl might be at the Bai Luo Chun level. This woman didn't even score 80 points. How could she be so confident? She couldn't even catch up to Xiao Tuan's tail, let alone with such rich experience. Zhang Yuan ignored her earlier scratch and directly placed his hand on Zhou Xiaotuan's waist, openly embracing her in front of everyone. This action made the other men envious. Waking with a killing sword in hand, drunkenly embracing a beauty's waist, isn't that the feeling? Zhang Wanning looked at Zhang Yuan like this, her lips involuntarily pouting. When Huang Jiwei beside her, filled with envy, wanted to hold her waist, her body instinctively squirmed, seemingly reluctant to be touched by him. It wasn't just her. The gazes of several girls in the private room towards Zhang Yuan were filled with a sparkling admiration. After playing for a while, Zhang Yuan found it somewhat boring and thought it better to check out his new apartment in the community. He whispered something in Zhou Xiaotuan's ear and prepared to leave. These were all Zhou Xiaotuan's acquaintances, and it was enough for him to have come to support her. Hey, why are you leaving, big brother? Oh, I have something to do. You all continue to have fun with Xiaotuan. I'll buy something on my way out. Consider it Xiaotuan treating you all to a gathering. Oh no, such a wealthy young master is leaving, and the girls felt a bit uneasy, not knowing how to keep him, while the boys all breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was infuriating. Every minute he stayed made them feel shorter. Don't go, big brother, it's rare to come out and play, stay a little longer. No, I have something more important. No matter how important it is, can it be more important than spending time with our Xiaotuan? Damn, Zhou Xiaotuan's face darkened instantly. Zhang Wanting, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Are you trying to challenge the big brother's bottom line? Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Wanting's expression, which was like a green tea sprout, and really wanted to pull her out and slap her a couple of times for being so annoying. Brother, you go ahead and be busy. Don't mind me, I'll find you later. Zhou Xiaotuan quickly replied, not wanting to be stirred up. Big brother, let's add each other on WeChat. We can hang out together in the future. As soon as Zhang Wanning said this, Wang Jiwei's face turned green. Damn, I'm still right here, and you're flirting with another man in front of me. Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate? Huang Jiwei felt a bit angry. Although he just wanted to play with her, her actions in front of so many people made him lose face. This shameless woman, if you don't bark like a dog tonight, don't even think about following me. Huang Jiwei thought resentfully. No need, I don't want WeChat. Jiang Yuan directly refused. With her looks, she was practically a public bus. Who would want that? Watching Jiang Yuan walk out of the private room with such ease, everyone inside had various expressions. Jiang Wanning's face looked like it was about to burst, changing from white to red, then from red to black. Everyone was ready to watch the show. Although some girls admired Jiang Wanning's courage, in certain situations, they really couldn't learn it, especially since her nominal boyfriend was right beside her. Zhou Xiaotuan suddenly felt it was pointless to stay, so she stood up to apologize, saying she would go accompany the man first. Men come first. Everyone expressed understanding and said to meet again next time. After Zhou Xiaotuan left, Jiang Wanning felt a bit down. Humph, disappointed, huh? He doesn't care about you. Huang Jiwei mocked from the side. Huang Jiwei, what heartless thing are you saying? Jiang Wanning stood up angrily, pointing at Huang Jiwei and scolding him. I was just trying to help you get closer to him, and you say that to me, you bastard. After scolding, she reached for her bag, puffed up with anger, ready to leave. This twist left everyone stunned, especially Huang Jiwei. Can it really be like this? Is she really doing this for me? To help me get close to the big shot, she even sacrificed her looks to get WeChat, and I actually doubted her and scolded her. I'm really not human. Huang Jiwei quickly grabbed Jiang Wanning's hand, feeling moved. Wan Ting, I was wrong. I didn't realize you were doing this for me. It's all my fault. I'm not human, I'm heartless. Please don't be angry. Humph. Wenting, wait a moment, I'll go buy you that bag you like. Don't be angry anymore. That's more like it. Zhang Wenting saw the opportunity and took it, having intimidated Huang Jiwei, and now she had a bag. Today was definitely not a loss. The classmates in the private room couldn't help but admire Zhang Wenting. Her manipulation of men was truly masterful. She had them wrapped around her finger. Jiang Yuan left the private room and went to the front desk to settle the bill. It wasn't much, those people hadn't even spent 10,000. He didn't use the Centurion card, it was just 10,000, a symbol of status, more for enjoying services. After settling the bill, he turned around, and Zhou Xiaotuan was already walking towards him. Brother, why did you come out? Are you here to see me off? I didn't want to stay either. I'm here to accompany you. Wherever you go, I go. Wow, this was quite a shock. Was she so drawn to his charm that she wanted to stick to him? Seeing Zhou Xiaotuan's eyes almost sparkling, Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. Alright, let's go. I bought a house here, let's go take a look together. This? Is it Deep City Beino? 1. Jiang Yuan nodded, and Zhou Xiaotuan was once again stunned. How extravagant. Only then did she realize how eye-opening today was. Following Jiang Yuan downstairs, they walked to another property. After verifying Jiang Yuan's information, the property staff took him to see their house and introduced the basic facilities. Zhou Xiaotuan stopped talking and widened her eyes to take in everything before her. The impact of such luxury was enough to astonish this young girl. After the property staff left and the door closed, she finally spoke. So beautiful, she stood on the balcony, looking out at the distant coastline, a pure sea view room. It's a pity there's no furniture, otherwise, we could stay here tonight. He bought a new house. Although it was well decorated, there was nowhere to sleep unless they both lay on the floor. A hint of disappointment flickered in Zhou Xiaotuan's eyes, but with such an environment, there was nothing to be done. Perhaps there would be another chance in the future, as long as she kept following him. Watching Zhou Xiaotuan gaze out the window, Jiang Yuan's heart stirred again. He stepped forward, hugged Zhou Xiaotuan from behind, leaned in close to her ear, and gently blew a breath, asking, "Do you want to sing a song in here?" Zhou Xiaotuan couldn't resist such temptation. Her legs felt weak, and she leaned against Jiang Yuan's shoulder. Moments later, a beautiful song began to resonate from somewhere in the room. The singing was truly delightful. The Dream Recording Studio was located in Nanshan, just 2 kilometers from Deep City Beino. 1. The former owner of the recording studio was waiting in the office for the new owner to take over. He was a music lover, which was why he opened this studio, using only top-notch equipment. This recording studio had recorded songs for many stars, both from Hong Kong and the mainland, and was considered quite well known in the Lingnan circle. Looking at the other party's information, he felt a bit confused. How did he end up selling the studio? Perhaps it was because the price offered was too high. When Jiang Yuan brought Zhou Xiaotuan to the recording studio, she couldn't help but be astonished. The blissful blush on her face hadn't faded, and she was sticking close to Jiang Yuan as she curiously asked, "Brother, what are we doing here?" "This is one of my companies. We're here to take a look." "Wow, dream recording studio. I've heard many people talk about it. I can't believe it's yours. Keep it low-key, low-key." Jiang Yuan pressed down on the excited little Tuan, leading her into the company. But it wasn't low-key at all. He was so low-key that many of his ventures were quietly hidden. If she hadn't followed him, she wouldn't have discovered it. He was simply a treasure of a man, and Zhou Xiaotuan's eyes sparkled with heart shapes. This recording studio was also mentioned by some streamers she had listened to. Among the streamers in their company, there were those with singing talents, and naturally, those with dreams would think about releasing their own songs, which required a recording studio. So when she heard them talk about this dream recording studio, it was because their dream was to go to the studio to record a song and release it. "Sir, would you like to record a song?" the sweet receptionist asked. "I'm looking for your boss. You can tell him my surname is Jiang." "Oh, okay." The receptionist called the boss's office, and as soon as the other party heard the surname Jiang, they immediately came out. "Mr. Jiang, welcome, please come in." "Hello, Chin." Upon arriving at the office, he showed the acquisition contract and his ID, and then the handover was made directly. The other party called over the finance, HR, and key management personnel to introduce them to the new boss. Although they were surprised why the boss would sell the recording studio, it was still a job, and the others could only accept it. After some communication, they roughly remembered each other. "Mr. Jiang, would you like me to show you around the company?" "Sure, I would love that." The former owner of the recording studio, with great enthusiasm, began to show Jiang Yuan around while explaining. The company has a total of 5 recording studios, which can meet the needs of many people. All the recording equipment is top-notch, ensuring quality and quantity. Jiang Yuan looked at the recording studios and suddenly felt a bit restless. He had just obtained a professional singing skill card and was eager to see what he would be like in the recording studio. So he said to Boss Chen, "Boss Chen, I want to give it a try, is that okay?" "Of course, you are the new boss. It's reasonable to check the equipment. Let me see which recording studio is still available, and we can go try it out." "Okay, thank you." After checking the reservation list, there was one recording studio that would be available in 10 minutes, just in time for them to try it out. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Yuan went to the restroom. He hadn't used the skill card yet. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yuan returned from the restroom, his gaze becoming deeper, as if hiding many stories. He kept recalling the singing techniques in his mind and was silently practicing. "Mr. Jiang, it's ready, the room is available. How would you like to try?" "I don't know, you tell me what I should do?" Zhou Xiaotuan, standing beside Jiang Yuan, looked at him, unsure of what he wanted to do. She had seen him play the guitar that day and thought he looked so cool. Would he be even cooler today? There are options for self-playing and singing, or singing along with the accompaniment. Which one do you prefer? "Give me an electric guitar, I'll play and sing at the same time." "Sure." The recording studio had various instruments, and someone immediately handed over a red electric guitar. Jiang Yuan took it and strummed a couple of times, instantly feeling it. Not bad, this one will do." After saying that, Jiang Yuan walked into the recording studio with the guitar. Under their guidance, after getting into position, Jiang Yuan spoke to the people outside. "Let's record the band's Grey track." Seeing the OK gesture from outside, Jiang Yuan took a moment to gather himself, then nodded and began. He skillfully held the pick and strummed the guitar, and a wave of electric sound immediately filled the room. This was a classic Cantonese song, and in the Lingnan region, basically everyone who loved music could sing it. After the guitar intro, the voice came through the microphone. "The wine keeps sinking, when will it numb my depression? Everything that is past will calm down." A few people outside the studio were stunned, and Boss Chen asked the recording engineer beside him, "Isn't this the original singer?" The sound engineer looked again, confused, and replied, "It's the backing vocals, boss." So that meant it was the voice of the person inside, it was him singing. "Ah, this voice is too similar, too similar." Zhou Xiaotuan's eyes sparkled with little stars again. She never expected her boss to sing so beautifully. He was truly multi-talented. No one made a sound, afraid to disturb this wonderful scene. After the song ended, the people outside couldn't help but applaud. It was so beautiful, almost like the original singer. "How was it?" Jiang Yuan walked out of the recording studio and asked. "I was fortunate enough to attend a concert by the band years ago, and I never expected that the feeling I got today would be just like the original singer. I didn't know you were a music lover, Mr. Jiang. You're too kind, too kind. Really, I'm going to have the sound engineer play what you just sang." This was Jiang Yuan's first time using a singing skill card, and he was curious about how his performance would turn out. Although he had faith in the skill card, he wasn't as confident in his own voice. An electronic sound began to play, followed by an ethereal male voice singing. The whine sinks deeper. No one disturbed Zhang Yuan while he listened to the song until it finished, and he asked in disbelief, "Is this really me singing? Brother, it really is you singing. Your voice is amazing." Zhou Xiaotuan clapped and cheered from the side. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, you sang wonderfully. I didn't expect your talent to be so good. You could definitely consider releasing a single and entering the music market." Yes, very promising." Chen Shang shared his thoughts, and the sound engineer agreed. "Ahem, Chen Shang is overpraising me. I don't have that ability. It's just a hobby. Zhang Yuan was shocked by their suggestion. Entering the music market? That dream seemed a bit lofty. For now, he decided not to consider the idea of releasing a song. He would think about it when he got a permanent guitar skill. If he waited a little longer, his guitar skill would expire. However, the singing skill was quite good. After listening to the recording, he could at least describe it as expressive. It was much better than his previous wailing. Not to mention recording, he would definitely become a karaoke king in the future. The handover of the recording studio was quite simple. The contract had already been signed, and all the equipment was left intact for him. The studio staff also came along, and there wasn't much else to hand over. As for finances, as long as there were no debts, he wouldn't expect the previous owner to leave him any operating profits. "Mr. Jiang, I hope you can run the recording studio even better." Definitely. The handover is complete. "Mr. Jiang, if you have some time, please give me a chance to treat you to a meal." You're too polite. I must. Being accepted by a music-loving boss is also my wish. The previous owner insisted on treating him to a meal to thank Zhang Yuan for the acquisition. Unable to refuse, Zhang Yuan thought he might as well show off a bit, so he agreed. "Alright, then I'll treat you. I'm new to Deep City, and who knows, I might need your help in the future. I'll book a hotel." After saying that, Zhang Yuan took out his phone, walked to the side, and opened his group buying app. Since he still had time to experience the L2 level features, he decided to indulge a little. He searched for high-end restaurants nearby and found a 3-star Michelin restaurant with reservation and group buying options, so he decided to try a 0.1 yuan package first. After placing the order, Zhang Yuan walked over to Chen Sheng and said, "The restaurant is booked. It's at the Phoenix Pavilion in Deep City Bay No. 1. Let's head over there soon." "Phoenix Pavilion? Yes. What's wrong?" Zhang Yuan nodded. He didn't know how good this place was, but it should be worth the price. "Mr. Jiang, you're being extravagant. This restaurant is very hard to book." Chen Shang was somewhat shocked. After all, he had to queue to dine at this restaurant, while the other party just went there and arranged everything directly, which showed that their connections were quite extraordinary. "Is Phoenix Pavilion really that good?" "Brother, Phoenix Pavilion is the top restaurant in Deep City. I've only heard of it, but I've never been there." "Oh, that's fine, otherwise I would have to neglect you." After chatting for a while in the company, the general manager's office was already cleared out. He and Zhou Xiaotuan were playing in the recording studio, letting Zhou Xiaotuan try out the sound. Unfortunately, although Zhou Xiaotuan was beautiful, her voice was somewhat hard to keep up with. She was a bit off-key. Seeing Zhang Yuan's amused expression made her quite embarrassed. It's okay. If you want to sing, I can send you to the music academy for further study." "Thank you, brother." By the time the former boss cleared the space, it was almost time for them to go eat. They went downstairs, each driving their own cars to the restaurant. Zhang Yuan was still driving that Maserati, while the other party was in a Mercedes S-Class. Perhaps due to their different ages, their preferred styles varied. "Is there anything fun to do in Deep City at night?" "Well, the night view is quite beautiful. If you're at a higher place, you can see the coastline's night view and the newly arrived night view across the way. It's very pretty." "Then tell me, wouldn't it be even more beautiful to see it from a helicopter?" Zhang Yuan suddenly thought of this method, which seemed quite enjoyable. "It should be, but I haven't seen it myself." "Then how about I take you to experience it tonight?" "How do we experience it?" Zhou Xiaotuan was a bit confused. "You'll know when the time comes," Zhang Yuan teased, not telling her yet. Phoenix Pavilion is located on the top floor of Deep City Bay No. 1 Mall. The three of them took the elevator up. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" A uniformed waitress smiled professionally and sweetly asked. "There should be a reservation under the surname Jiang." The beautiful waitress picked up the list in her hand and looked. "Mr. Jiang, is your phone number ending in XXXX? "Yes." "Mr. Jiang, your reserved Phoenix private room is ready. Please follow me." As they followed the waitress to the private room, they were surprised by the luxurious decor of the restaurant. It was quite impressive. The private room had a large floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view of the night scenery outside, which was a feature of the high-rise buildings in Deep City Bay. After they were seated, the waitress began to prepare according to their requests. Zhang Yuan had ordered a package worth 100,000 yuan, and when the dishes were served, the names of the dishes astonished Zhou Xiaotuan, and even Chen Sheng didn't expect Zhang Yuan to be so generous, treating him with such high standards. After the meal, Chen Sheng felt grateful to Zhang Yuan and repeatedly thanked him, promising that if Zhang Yuan ever needed anything, he would definitely come. After finishing the meal, a phone call came in. When Zhang Yuan answered, it turned out to be the service he had booked. Chen Sheng, I won't see you off. I'm taking her out to have some fun. The helicopter has arrived. Helicopter? I want to see the night view of Deep City, so I called a helicopter to take us up to see it. This invisible display of wealth further increased Chen Sheng's perception of Zhang Yuan. Wow, he really encountered a rich person who directly called a helicopter to see the night view. Unfortunately, this was their private world, so he didn't want to disturb them and had to take his leave. Zhang Yuan took Zhou Xiaotuan to the first floor to verify their identities with the property service staff, who immediately took them to the top floor rooftop via the elevator. The rooftop of Deep City Bay had a helipad for helicopters to land. At this moment, a Red Bell 407 helicopter was waiting there. Indeed, this was a service Zhang Yuan had booked using the L2 function for a helicopter night tour. Mr. Zhang, I am Captain AG, and we will be serving you tonight. Zhang Yuan and Zhou Xiaotuan walked to the front of the plane, and the captain came down from the cockpit to speak to them. All right, thank you for your hard work. Once the two were seated in the plane and fastened their seatbelts, the captain asked, Mr. Zhang, shall we take off? Sure. Zhou Xiaotuan, both nervous and excited, tightly gripped Zhang Yuan's hand, looking down curiously once they were in the sky. Brother, can I take a picture? Go ahead. This was a moment to show off on social media, and Zhou Xiaotuan wanted to capture a few photos to flaunt her journey tonight. Zhang Yuan didn't disturb her. He also looked out the window. The bustling city below lit up like a sea of stars. He couldn't help but feel that life should be enjoyed like this after dinner. While others went shopping, he soared through the sky, accompanied by a beautiful woman. He was somewhat enamored with this feeling of extravagant indulgence and lifestyle. The L2 function also had an experience time. It seemed he should book a yacht for tomorrow. Whatever, live in the moment. When they flew back to the rooftop of Deep City Bay No. 1, Zhou Xiaotuan felt that everything tonight was like a beautiful dream. Do you like it? I love it. It's so beautiful. Perform well tonight, and tomorrow brother will take you out to sea. Zhou Xiaotuan understood what he meant by perform. Her face flushed as she shyly nodded. This scene made one look forward to tonight's performance. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the use of L2's function tonight. By the time they returned to Shin City, it would be upgraded, and he could take Lin Yuna and the others out to play. He still needed to slowly explore what functions were available. For now, he had only used the takeaway and service reservation functions. Back at the hotel, the two began discussing Zhou Xiaotuan's performance. Such happiness tonight naturally called for adding some different beauty. Zhou Xiaotuan had never felt so tired yet so fulfilled, feeling as if she might be exhausted. It turned out that even fields could be overworked. Who said only cows could get tired? A night of revelry lasted until nearly noon when Zhang Yuan finally woke up. He tiptoed to the bathroom for a shower and returned to open his phone, preparing to order takeaway again. As soon as he opened the app, a pop-up message appeared. Congratulations on successfully experiencing L2 level functionality. You have received a double cashback card, only for single women, cashback limited to 50 million. Damn, he finally got another cashback card. But why was there a restriction on its use? It could only be used by single women, making it impossible for him to buy something for himself. Zhang Yuan was speechless about the card's restrictions, but fortunately, there were still many women around him. He could discuss it with them later. 50 million cash was no small amount. It could buy another large flat with a view of the river. Zhang Yuan happily clicked to claim it, putting the cashback card in his pocket to use when the opportunity arose. Then he looked at the homepage for today's group purchases and takeaway options. Since they planned to go out to sea yesterday, he needed to quickly book a yacht. He typed yacht into the search box, and a bunch of information popped up immediately. There were yacht orders, yacht rentals and sales, yacht treasures, yachts, and many more. Zhang Yuan clicked to check, and the yacht ordering section immediately displayed many brand options: Sunseeker, Sunbird, Pershing, Arcadia, Riva, Ferretti, Princess, and so on. The lowest price displayed started from 10 yuan, with the highest at 999.99 yuan, equivalent to a market price ranging from 10 million to 1 billion. Zhang Yuan clicked on the most expensive one at 999.99 yuan, and as he looked at the displayed images, he couldn't help but drool. The introduction states that the yacht is 156 meters long, has 8 decks, 10 suites, a cinema, 2 swimming pools, and a helicopter landing pad, as well as luxurious facilities like an office, private lounge, and gym. Wow, that's really luxurious. Jang Yuan excitedly clicked to purchase, only to be dumbfounded when the page displayed, "Your level cannot make this purchase at the moment. Please upgrade before selecting." Damn it, I had my pants down and you say no. Forget it. Let's look for something around 99 yuan. This is an Arcadia A115 luxury submarine, 35 meters long and 8 meters wide. Unlike other luxury yachts, it does not have a flybridge deck. The activity areas of the Arcadia 115 are all arranged indoors. The top level of this yacht features a panoramic double-layer floor-to-ceiling window design, which can rival a flybridge deck while providing enough privacy. The interior can be designed with 4 or 5 bedrooms according to the owner's needs, with the master bedroom located on the main deck. This yacht can travel at speeds of 10 to 19 knots, with a range of 1,700 nautical miles. After reading the introduction and looking at the pictures, Jiang Yuan was tempted and immediately clicked on the purchase option. Please confirm if you have a docking pier for the delivery of this yacht. Damn, why is it so complicated? Suddenly, he saw a line stating that the annual maintenance cost of this yacht is estimated at 8 million yuan, and he immediately gave up the idea of purchasing it. His cash flow was tight. He would wait until he earned more before considering it again. Jiang Yuan did not continue to look further but directly rented a 160-foot luxury yacht, with a rental price of only 0.1 yuan. As soon as he completed the payment, a phone call came in, and a pleasant female voice said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am your yacht steward for today. I would like to confirm your itinerary and departure time. Let's say 2 p.m. at the Deep City Bay Pier. You can plan the route and send it to me. I have no other requests." "Okay, sir, we will prepare immediately." After settling the yacht arrangements, he realized he had forgotten to order takeout. Forget it, he would just grab something to eat downstairs later. The main event today was to have fun on the yacht. Just the two of them. Was it a bit dull? Should he show off a bit and have Xiaotuan call over her friends from yesterday to flaunt? Returning home in wealth is like wearing fine clothes at night. Jiang Yuan, who had just embarked on the path of sudden wealth, naturally wanted to show off a little. With the help of a woman, it would be fine to flaunt a bit. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan went to the bedroom to wake up Zhou Xiaotuan, who hadn't woken up yet. He turned on the bedroom light, walked over to her side, touched the girl's face, and gently called out, "Tuan Tuan, wake up, it's time to eat." Groggily, Zhou Xiaotuan opened her eyes. "Brother, let me sleep a little longer, I'm so tired. Can we not go out today? I can't move. If you don't get up, you'll miss the big show." "What big show? You can only find out if you get up." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaotuan became anxious and pleaded, "Brother, can you let me off today? I can't take it anymore, let's do it next time, okay?" Jiang Yuan gave her a playful slap on her perky bottom and smiled knowingly. "Alright, but I'm taking you out to play on the sea today. I've already booked the yacht. You can invite that group from yesterday, and make that one Ting mad." This idea was simply delightful for Zhou Xiaotuan, and she immediately struggled to get up, no longer covering herself with the blanket, allowing Jiang Yuan to feast his eyes. "Brother, really? Of course, if you don't believe me, just wait and see how I punish you." A pair of mischievous hands was about to pounce on her. "Ah, I believe. Then get up quickly and invite them to Deep City Bay Pier." After Zhou Xiaotuan finished inviting her friends and went to the bathroom to tidy up, Jiang Yuan picked up his phone to play again. Looking at the beautiful reflection in the bathroom, he suddenly wanted to see if there were any changes in Zhou Xiaotuan's information. He sent a photo of Xiaotuan to the information query, and a few seconds later, the information was displayed. Name, Zhou Xiaotuan. Age, 21. Occupation, streamer. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 47.5 kilograms. Overall rating, 84 points. Measurements, 85 divided by 64 divided by 83. Freshness, 92% favorability, 65 points. Comparing it to the previous information, several data points had increased. Especially, the overall rating could still go up. Had she become more beautiful? And the favorability score made Jiang Yuan feel much better, proving that his recent efforts were not in vain. As for the freshness, Jiang Yuan wasn't quite clear about it yet. He had seen an explanation before that it was related to the number of people, frequency, etc. After so many recent efforts, it was only 1%? He knew that the number of people would decrease, but in terms of wear and tear, like 50 times or 100 times, would it deduct 1 point? This part, he didn't know yet, and how many times he would need to study to get a specific ratio was still unknown. Once he returned to Xinjiang, he would study it thoroughly with Lin Yuna. When Zhou Xiaotuan finished tidying up, the two of them were ready to go out, first to have lunch downstairs before heading over. Although there was food on the yacht, it was just snacks. Seeing Zhou Xiaotuan's tired face, Zhang Yuan felt a bit guilty, but unfortunately, he didn't have any nourishing pills on him, otherwise, giving her half a pill wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Yuan could only order a large table of food for Zhou Xiaotuan to replenish her energy. On the other side, Zhang Wanting immediately agreed to Zhou Xiaotuan's invitation after receiving it, without any hesitation. Such an opportunity to eat with a big spender was rare, and she also wanted to understand how strong Zhou Xiaotuan's boyfriend really was. She didn't tell her own boyfriend about this, it was more convenient to act without him today. A yacht, just think about it, going on a yacht means wearing a bikini, wouldn't that be a great opportunity? At worst, she could find a chance to let the other party feast their eyes, as long as it deepened the impression and left a good reputation. I don't believe there are men who don't cheat. Zhang Wanting began to pick out clothes and dress up, determined to compete in sexiness. Brother, I didn't bring a swimsuit, do we need one for the yacht? After finishing the meal, Zhou Xiaotuan just thought of the swimsuit issue. We should need one, it's simple, we can just go buy one at the mall. Then can you help me pick one, brother? Zhou Xiaotuan's suggestion was really tempting, she was such a little enchantress, and Zhang Yuan immediately nodded. Sure, I'll pick a bikini for you. Zhou Xiaotuan's face turned red, and she nodded. I'll listen to my brother. Hey, with that favorability going up, people start to act cute. After they finished their meal and bought a swimsuit at the mall, they drove to the dock. Xincheng Bay is quite large, the dock at Xincheng Bay one where they were located was still a few kilometers away. Zhang Yuan had set the departure time for 2 p.m., so when Zhou Xiaotuan invited people, she specifically mentioned the time, and many people immediately took a taxi over. At 1:30 p.m., Zhang Wanting arrived at the Xincheng Bay dock, but the others hadn't arrived yet. She just found a place to hide from the sun, and before long, she saw several familiar faces. Oh my god, she thought Zhou Xiaotuan only invited her, she forgot to ask about that. Wanting, you came so quickly, where's your boyfriend? A friend saw her and came over to greet her. He has something to do, he's busy. Oh, okay, then he missed this opportunity. Zhou Xiaotuan had basically invited everyone who was at the gathering that day. I don't even know which yacht is Xiaotuan's boyfriend's. Looking at the yachts at the dock, a few of them couldn't help but speculate. These yachts, some belong to yacht rental companies, while others are owned by the wealthy of the deep city, all docked in this area, which is an artificially constructed harbor. The yachts vary in size and length. I heard that private yachts are quite expensive. Do you think he rented it or owns it? Hard to say, private yachts can be bought for tens of millions. After all, he is a Centurion cardholder. Buying a yacht shouldn't be too difficult, right? Then someone pointed to some yachts they recognized, speculating about their prices and which one might be related to Zhou Xiaotuan. There weren't many yachts docked at the moment. With such beautiful weather, those that could go out to sea had already set sail. Zhang Wanting glanced over and saw only a few small yachts that didn't seem interesting. Besides, with so many of them, would they even fit? At that moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit resentful, thinking she should have asked for more details. Just then, a very imposing yacht suddenly approached the dock. It was a 3-story yacht about 50 meters long, looking quite luxurious. This one could probably match several of the smaller ones currently at the dock. Such a yacht must be worth over 100 million, right? However, instinctively, she didn't think that would be the case. Even if he looked quite wealthy, he wouldn't be that extravagant. Many of them preferred to imagine that the other person's yacht was just a small one. With 15 minutes to go before 2 o'clock, Zhang Yuan drove Zhou Xiaotuan to the dock. As the two of them got out of the car, everyone immediately noticed them. The Maserati was quite recognizable. This guy really had different taste. Zhou Xiaotuan was carrying the bag Zhang Yuan had bought for her last time, holding a shopping bag in one hand and linking her arm with Zhang Yuan's as they walked towards them. Sorry, we were a bit late for lunch. We just went to buy swimsuits, she said. Thanks for waiting. No problem, we just arrived too. The more perceptive friends had already gone up to flatter Zhou Xiaotuan. No matter what, today was her treat, and they could enjoy the food and fun. Zhang Yuan's phone rang, and he picked it up. Mr. Zhang, we are ready. You can board the yacht at any time. Okay, I'm here too. Then I'll come down to get you. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan said to everyone, the yacht has arrived. Let's get on board. After saying that, he took Zhou Xiaotuan and walked towards the yacht, where he saw someone waving at him. As Zhang Yuan led them past one small yacht after another, the further they went, the more astonished and excited they became. No way, could that biggest yacht really be theirs? Mr. Zhang, hello. I am your steward Jessica, please follow me. A capable-looking woman in a uniform similar to a captain's outfit walked up to Zhang Yuan and greeted him. Alright, thank you. Zhang Yuan and Zhou Xiaotuan were the first to follow the steward onto the yacht. Once on board, they realized it was simply a moving seaside villa, indeed very luxuriously equipped. This was Jiang Yuan's first time, and thankfully he was wearing sunglasses, so no one could see the light in his eyes. The others watched them board and followed suit. None of Zhou Xiaotuan's friends had ever rented a yacht before, and seeing such a luxurious yacht, they all took out their phones to take pictures. Xiaotuan, did your boyfriend buy this yacht? I don't know. Don't worry, just have fun today. Seizing an opportunity, Zhang Wanting pulled Zhou Xiaotuan aside to ask, "Wow, I found information online. This yacht is called Jinlong and is worth 180 million. Someone couldn't help but look it up out of curiosity. Even if this yacht wasn't his, renting it for a day would cost 200,000. What was there to be jealous about? Mr. Zhang, we can set off at any time." Jessica walked up to Zhang Yuan and reported, "Oh, okay, let me check if everyone is here." Zhang Yuan turned around and asked Zhou Xiaotuan, Tuan, is everyone here?" Zhou Xiaotuan looked at the crowd, murmured as she counted, and then asked Zhang Wanting, where's your boyfriend? "Ah, he has something to do today, he can't come." "Alright then brother, everyone is here." Zhou Xiaotuan ran to Zhang Yuan's side and answered obediently, "Okay, then let's set sail." "Alright, Mr. Jiang." Jessica retreated back to her captain's cabin, where there were a few crew members responsible for service. With a woo sound, the yacht honked and immediately set off from the dock. There was a small swimming pool on the deck where they could enjoy sunbathing. Jessica had briefed Zhang Yuan on the route and activities for today, mainly sailing about 50 nautical miles out to sea, fishing, watching the sunset, having a barbecue on the boat, and partying a bit. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with this plan, mainly because he didn't know how else to have fun. The yacht's speed was 20 knots, which is about 20 nautical miles per hour, and the journey would take more than 2 hours. Once they left the dock, several girls chattered and rushed to their rooms to change clothes. Everyone knew that coming to a yacht party meant bringing swimsuits, otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. "Oh my god, Tuan, how did you grow like this? You're so big now, did you get any enhancements?" In the changing room, Zhou Xiaotuan came out in a bikini, and her female classmates exclaimed, "Wow, her figure was truly amazing, long legs, and such good development, not to mention men, even as a woman, I felt envious." No, it's all original." Zhou Xiaotuan's face turned red as she grabbed a shawl and draped it over herself. There were still several men outside, so it was better to cover up a bit, or else her brother would be unhappy. But she was still very pleased inside, gaining a lot of confidence in her figure. "What are you all talking about?" Zhang Wanting also came out after changing her clothes, curious. Tuan's figure is really good. I'm so envious. Look, she's at least a C-cup, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Wanting looked over. "Ah, it's infuriating. How did Zhou Xiaotuan grow like this? Why does her cleavage look deeper than mine? I just barely squeezed out a lot in there. Tuan, where did you get your breast enhancement? It looks really good." Zhang Wanting thought she must have had work done. She had seen her before, and she definitely wasn't that big. "Humph, you're the one who must have had work done, Wanting, you're just jealous. Mine is all original." After saying this, Zhou Xiaotuan revealed a proud smile, tossed her hair, and walked away. There were a total of 5 girls and 3 boys on the yacht. It was unclear if Zhou Xiaotuan had intentionally arranged for more girls. When the 5 girls came out in their swimsuits, the 3 boys, including Zhang Yuan, stared at them without blinking, almost drooling. There usually weren't this many swimsuit shows to see, especially so close. Unfortunately, among the 3 boys, Zhang Yuan had the worst physique. He hardly exercised, so he didn't have abs, while the other 2 seemed to work out. Their arms were muscular, which made Zhang Yuan feel a bit embarrassed. "Brother, can you help me apply sunscreen?" Zhou Xiaotuan walked up to his side and said softly, "Goodness, this little girl, in such a public place, is actually trying to seduce me like this." "Sure, let's go apply it." Zhang Yuan nodded. The yacht has 3 levels. The swimming pool is on the first level. The second level's deck is a large terrace with a spacious area, featuring a square sofa that can accommodate people, and one can even dance there. The third level has the best view, and there's also a bar nearby. Behind the deck on the first level, there are 2 jet skis, so there are plenty of facilities to enjoy. Watching Zhou Xiaotuan and Zhang Yuan leave, the remaining few are giggling. "Wanting, do you need me to help you apply sunscreen?" a guy asks. "Pfft, dream on, she won't give in to these 2 guys easily. It's just barely manageable." When Zhang Yuan and the others come down from the 3rd level and see Zhou Xiaotuan's flushed face, they all know what must have happened. She probably applied sunscreen all over. The few of them know who the main character of the day is, and the men dare not look at Zhou Xiaotuan too much. "Shall we play a game?" Zhang Wanting suggests. "Sure, what shall we play?" Since there's still some time before they reach their destination, they definitely need something to pass the time, so everyone agrees. "How about we play a game of mouth-to-mouth card passing?" As soon as this is said, the 2 guys are overjoyed. while the remaining girls hesitate for a moment before finally agreeing. Zhang Yuan loves these novel games, so he naturally agrees as well. To make the game more exciting, they also arranged the seating in a boy-girl alternating pattern, with basically every guy sitting next to a girl, since there are more girls than boys. Zhang Wenting is quite clever. She wants to create an opportunity. After announcing the rules, she quickly runs to Zhang Yuan's right side, with Zhou Xiaotuan on his left, and another girl beside her, probably to avoid suspicion. With the boys and girls paired up, it's not tiring to play games, and everyone is in high spirits. After playing for nearly half an hour, Lu Wei notices that the two women next to him are losing the most, and he can't tell if it's intentional or if they just aren't skilled. When he sees Zhang Wenting's lips drop, he feels a bit desperate. He's been forcefully kissed by this bus. Especially when he sees Zhang Wenting behind him subtly licking her lips, it scares Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan finds an opportunity to excuse himself to the bathroom, and after returning, he quickly changes his position, inserting himself between Zhou Xiaotuan and another girl. Amid the fun, the yacht finally arrives at its destination. Once anchored and stable, everyone stops. Jessica steps out and says to Zhang Yuan, "Mr. Zhang, we've arrived. Here you can go see fishing or ride jet skis. If you don't know how, we brought a coach, and you can also go snorkeling." "Wow, so many activities. I want to ride a jet ski," someone excitedly responds. There are 2 jet skis on the boat, which can be used in turns by multiple people. Naturally, the first ride is given to Zhang Yuan and another guy. Once Zhang Yuan learns how to ride, Zhou Xiaotuan sits on his back seat. He has never ridden a jet ski on land, but this water jet ski feels even more buoyant, especially when Zhou Xiaotuan is scared and clings tightly to him, making Zhang Yuan feel the pressure of her embrace, which is even more thrilling. Most men, in front of women, especially beautiful girls, will try their best to present themselves as excellent, hoping to make the women swoon over them. There are also a few girls on the scene, and since there are fewer men, the hard work naturally falls on Zhang Yuan. They all want to sit on Zhang Yuan's back seat for some fun. It seems that girls from the Lingnan area prefer names that include Ting or Iru, like Zhou Xiaotuan's friends named Shuji and Jiamin. To avoid Zhang Wenting's wandering hands, as soon as Zhang Yuan gets ashore, he quickly pulls another quieter girl onto her back seat, escaping Zhang Wenting's clutches. He just got kissed, and he hasn't even gotten over that psychological hurdle yet. It's like you are actually very lecherous, wanting to get close to women every day, but when you find out that the woman who wants to get close to you is someone everyone has tasted, you can't help but feel a desire to distance yourself. As the host today, Zhang Yuan has a high favorability from these girls. It's better to benefit him than others, so naturally, they happily took a seat in his back row. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan reluctantly returned to the boat, the time already close to the afternoon sunset, and the water had become a bit cool. They still had many activities left to enjoy. Now they needed to catch some fish to add a special touch to the barbecue, and Jessica had already prepared the fishing rods for them. Each person got a fishing rod, but unfortunately, it seemed none of them knew how to use it. All were studying how to do it. At that moment, a boy stood up, seemingly named Junjie. "I've fished before, let me teach you." "Wow, I didn't expect you to know how to fish," Junjie, Zhang Wanting praised. "Of course, just wait. I'll definitely be the first to catch one. If I'm lucky, I might even catch a grouper to treat you all," Junjie boasted, his hormones surging at the compliment from the women. Anyway, he thought, he could just brag for now. If he didn't catch anything later, he could say the environment here was bad, not a place for fish to thrive, and they probably wouldn't understand. "Come on, let me teach you first." Junjie had already picked up the fishing rod and was explaining to the girl next to him. Zhang Yuan was still studying the bait, while Zhou Xiaotuan stood beside him, holding a fishing rod and looking at him, and Jessica walked over to him. "Mr. Zhang, do you need my help?" "Sure, I don't know how to do this either, so could you demonstrate it for me?" "Okay." Seeing Zhang Yuan still asking others on the boat for advice, the two boys finally felt a bit balanced. So what if he was rich? This skill couldn't be learned just by spending money. It still required practice. Among men, there is still a bit of competitiveness. I may not be as rich as you, but in other aspects, I'm better than you, and that makes me feel good. Jessica, being an expert in this area, started explaining to Zhang Yuan from choosing the fishing spot. Although the sea looked calm now, some areas had different water currents. In places where the water flowed slowly, the bait would be abundant, and there would be more fish. She also explained the casting techniques, demonstrating while talking about overhead and angled casts. Once the two learned how to cast, she began teaching them how to bait the area. "Tuan Tuan, how's your big brother's fishing skills?" Zhang Wanting shouted from the side. "We just learned," she replied. "Then let's split into teams and compete." "How do we compete?" "One boy and one girl make a team, and we'll see who catches more. The losers will face a punishment," Zhang Wanting said confidently, already planning to team up with Junjie. I can't let you outshine me in every aspect. Brother, what do you think? Then let's compete, otherwise, it would be quite boring. Zhou Xiaotuan nodded and said to Zhang Wanting, alright, let's compete. What's the punishment? I haven't thought of that yet. Then she seemed to think of something mischievous and smiled. How about the losing team has to throw their men overboard for a naked swim? Wow, this woman is going big. But it sounds so exciting. The two girls next to her, although blushing, had their big eyes sparkling with curiosity. That doesn't seem right, Zhou Xiaotuan instinctively rejected, thinking these women probably wanted to see her brother make a fool of himself. What a beautiful thought. It's fine, the losers won't necessarily be us, Zhang Yuan reassured. Alright, let's bet. But you can't let those two girls swim naked too. Zhou Xiaotuan pointed at the group of girls, noting that two of them had to form their own team. No way, just bet on those three men. How about it? You three men don't have any objections, do you? You're not scared, right? Zhang Wanting provoked them. No objections. It's just skinny dipping. I can strip for you. Thus, the fishing competition began. Each pair found a spot, standing a bit apart, and with a limit of 1 hour, whoever caught the most fish would win, based on weight. Zhang Yuan didn't care much about winning. What was the point of watching men skinny dip? It was just for fun. He wouldn't mind stripping either. He wasn't the blushing virgin he used to be. Following the steps Jessica had just taught him, Zhang Yuan started to bait the area, tossing a whole bag of fish bait into the water. Brother, you've used it all up. What if the fish don't come later? Doesn't matter, let's lure them in first. Zhou Xiaotuan began to worry. How could her brother be so reckless? Was he really going to satisfy these women's wishes today? She had noticed how they were eyeing her Jiangnan brother hungrily. After baiting the area, Zhang Yuan helped Zhou Xiaotuan cast her line. They were a team, after all, so having an extra line meant more chances. He cast his own line as well and then stared at the water's surface. Fishing requires quiet and patience. After a while, feeling bored, Zhang Yuan held the rod with one hand and rested the other on Zhou Xiaotuan's shoulder, stroking her smooth skin. Brother, we're fishing. I can't even hold the rod like this. It's fine, I can handle it. This scene was like throwing dog food on a boat. While they were struggling to fish, he could embrace his beauty and wait for a catch. How delightful. Generally, fishing or playing mahjong tends to favor beginners, as they automatically receive a bit of beginner's luck. Brother, fish, fish, fish. Zhou Xiaotuan felt the rod dip and immediately shouted in excitement. Zhang Yuan quickly hung his rod aside, reached for hers, and indeed felt a weight and a sense of movement. Hey, you little beauty, your luck is really good. Today won't be a bust. After dragging the line for a minute, he finally saw the fish swimming beneath the surface. Zhang Yuan pulled the line closer, held the rod for Zhou Xiaotuan, then scooped the fish into the net. To his surprise, he caught a decent fish on the first try, looking to weigh at least a pound or two. Sometimes, beginners just have better luck and are favored. Just 2 minutes after Zhou Xiaotuan caught her fish, Zhang Yuan's rod started moving. The bobber sank, indicating a bite. He began to vigorously reel in the line, and the fish, feeling the pain, started to struggle. Jiangnan brother, you caught one too. Zhou Xiaotuan shouted happily. Her excited voice drew the attention of those nearby. Now the other two men started to feel anxious. The pressure was on. When Zhang Yuan dragged the fish in, it was even bigger than Zhou Xiaotuan's. However, he didn't recognize what kind of fish it was. He wasn't a kid who grew up by the sea and had never seen this fish before. It seems that tossing a whole bag of bait really attracted the fish. The two continued to fish with renewed vigor. Ajay, are you even capable? You said you could fish, but if you don't catch anything, don't blame me for making you skinny dip. Look, they've caught 2 already. You haven't even caught a single one. Zhang Wanting couldn't help but complain about her teammate, who claimed to be a fisherman but was useless. Wanting, don't rush. I have plenty of hair, you'll find out. Ajay shot back, teasing Zhang Wanting in the process. You're dead. I'm not interested in you at all. Zhang Wanting rolled her eyes, fuming. She didn't expect this Ajay to be such a lowly man. Did he think he was someone special? He could just casually tease her without looking in the mirror to see what kind of person he was. Soon, several girls started to catch fish, some big, some small, and even Zhang Wanting managed to catch one. Ajay became anxious. The more anxious he got, the harder it became. The worst thing about fishing is having no patience. After an hour, the competition ended. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Tuan's team won, having caught a total of 6 fish, which were obviously large without needing to be weighed. The second place was another team of 2 girls who surprisingly caught 4 fish, while the third place was a team called a Chang, who caught 3 fish. Naturally, Zhang Wanting's team came in fourth, having only caught 2 fish, and in the end, Ajay finally caught one, so he wasn't left empty-handed. How about it? Willing to accept the bet? The crowd cheered. Strip and swim. Strip and swim. Ajay turned as red as a liver. this punishment was too hard to fulfill. If he stripped and swam today, he would never be able to hold his head up in front of these people again. Jia, can you do it? Zhang Wanting, although she lost, had to mock her teammate. Jia let out an ah and then with a splash, he jumped straight into the sea, then underwater, he took off his swim trunks and waved them in the air. Ah! The girls didn't expect him to actually do it, immediately covering their eyes with their hands. It was truly something they couldn't bear to see. Xiao Tuan buried her head in Zhang Yuan's arms, not wanting to look. She had no interest in these men, nakedness was not appealing to her. On the shore, they were throwing dog food, while in the sea, Jia was swimming naked. He swam around the boat and then put his pants back on at the stern before climbing back onto the yacht. Now that he had done it, he didn't feel embarrassed anymore. However, he was genuinely angry at Zhang Wanting. This woman was not worth it, and he decided to keep his distance in the future. What a traitor! The farce ended, and everyone returned to the second-floor hall, which was the dining area. The staff on the boat had prepared a feast, and now they were helping to process the fish for their barbecue. The DJ had started playing music, and the yacht became lively. Look, the sunset. With a girl's scream, everyone forgot the past and almost missed such a beautiful sight. Around red sun dyed the horizon, the sea and sky were a brilliant orange red, breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful next time, let's come out and see it again. Really, brother? More beautiful than pearls. The weather was nice today, and the sea was calm. When night fell, the lights came on, and they BBQED while dancing to the DJ's music. In this atmosphere, even the embarrassed Jia forgot today's humiliation. When the yacht returned to shore, everyone felt a bit reluctant to leave, but happy times are always short-lived. After saying goodbye to everyone, Zhang Yuan took Xiao Tuan back to the hotel. Along the way, Xiao Tuan chattered away with him, just like a little girl who had just fallen in love. They had dinner on the yacht, so they returned to the hotel to rest. Xiao Tuan had played all day. Although she was excited, she didn't have the stamina like Zhang Yuan and didn't even start a live stream. Lying in bed, she fell asleep in no time. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yuan couldn't bear to wake her. After taking a shower in the bathroom, he brought a glass of champagne to the window. Recently, he really liked this feeling, enjoying the view of the city at night from a high place. It wasn't loneliness, it was a sense of fulfillment and achievement. This change finally made him realize how comfortable life in a higher social class could be. The phone rang. It was the alarm he set. Yes, he had added another alarm to remind himself not to forget to check the software. Today he had been too busy booking a yacht and hadn't even looked at the group by items. 1 beauty pill, 99. 99 yuan 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan, 8. 88 yuan beauty pill. This was the first time he had heard of it. Could it be like the kind of beauty elixir from novels? Damn! Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Taking one would freeze his appearance at 20-something for life. Just thinking about this function excited Zhang Yuan, and he immediately clicked to purchase, then checked the description. The beauty pill, made from various precious Chinese herbs, regulates bodily functions in both directions, clears the accumulation of toxins in the body, and has significant effects on beauty, skin spot removal, delaying aging, and maintaining youthfulness. After taking it, one's appearance can remain unchanged for 5 years. What a steal! This could be for his mother, making her a few years younger. How could that be measured in money, especially since he spent less than 100 yuan? After Zhang Yuan purchased the Cullinan, a pop-up window immediately appeared. Congratulations on upgrading to L2 skills. You will be able to experience more functions and services, and a mysterious gift will be sent to your personal items shortly. Ever since he experienced the yacht and helicopter booking services, Zhang Yuan had longed for the L2 functions. Fortunately, he had upgraded today, so he didn't have to regret not using it enough, otherwise, he would have been kicking himself. After waiting for a while, the mysterious gift hadn't arrived, so Zhang Yuan went back to bed to sleep, knowing it would come eventually, no need to rush. Beside him, Zhou Xiaotuan was sleeping with a smile, not knowing what beautiful dream she was having. In the morning, Zhou Xiaotuan woke up, not knowing what time it was. She reached for her phone on the bedside table and was surprised to find it was already 9 o'clock, while the man beside her was still fast asleep. Zhou Xiaotuan felt a bit touched because this man hadn't moved all night, allowing her to sleep soundly until now. It had been a long time since she had slept so well, and she wondered if it was because she was sleeping next to him. Looking at the man beside her, she felt a strange emotion rise in her heart. Perhaps they would be going back today. Sigh, she didn't know when they would meet again. Zhou Xiaotuan's gaze firmed for a moment, then she lifted a corner of the blanket and buried her head inside. Zhang Yuan was dreaming. He dreamt of the class flower, Su Qingwan. In the dream, Su Qingwan ran towards Zhang Yuan with affectionate eyes and threw herself into his arms. Then he felt a rush of blood, an emotion rising, and his emotional points were grasped. How could this spring dream feel so real? Jiang Yuan felt as if the dream was almost too accurate, the tactile sensations, the physical feelings, and Su Qingwan's loving gaze in the dream all intoxicated him, making him unwilling to wake up. When a wave of happiness washed over him, he finally allowed himself to open his eyes. It was then that he saw Zhou Xiaotuan and understood everything that had happened. Just think about it, having such benefits from a dream was truly a bargain. Since he was already awake, it was natural to indulge in some tenderness, and the well-rested Zhou Xiaotuan cooperated eagerly, showing her more charming side. After a long while, the transformed Jiang Yuan picked up his phone, opened the app, and once again used the L2 delivery function to order a sumptuous lunch to reward the two hard-working individuals. Do you have a boyfriend? Jiang Yuan didn't know why he suddenly asked this question, leaving Zhou Xiaotuan dumbfounded. Brother, after all that, you ask such a question, how should I answer? If I had one, could I still be out here with you like this? Why are you looking at me like that? Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaotuan's tears suddenly fell. It was too unfair. This left Jiang Yuan confused. He just asked a question. Why was she crying? Oh, why are you crying? Brother, how could you think I'm that kind of person? I dated someone before, but I was young and didn't understand, so we broke up. I haven't been with anyone for the past 2 years. You, Zhou Xiaotuan said, sobbing. I didn't think you were that kind of person. It's just that I just got a cashback card that can only be used by single women. If your identity isn't clear, wouldn't that be a waste for me? Jiang Yuan was also speechless. All right, stop crying. I just wanted to understand clearly. This afternoon, when we go back to Yangcheng, I want to buy you a house. If I don't clarify this, do you want me to be a fool? After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, her sobbing immediately stopped, and she looked at him with wide eyes. We'll go take a look this afternoon, but you should know the conditions. What? Naturally, you can only be dedicated to me. If there's any hint of you being a player or something, the consequences will be very serious. Think about it. Zhou Xiaotuan broke into a smile, immediately shaking her head and swaying her whole body. No need to think. As long as you don't mind me, brother, I'm willing. I will always follow you. Alright, let's seal the deal. Jiang Yuan nodded and then pounced on her, determined to leave a mark in certain places. Brother, be gentle. After finishing their meal and taking their things, the two left the hotel. Jiang Yuan had to go pick up his car first. The staff at the Rolls-Royce flagship store had already called to ask whether to deliver the car or for him to pick it up at the store. Jiang Yuan had never been to a Rolls-Royce store, so he wanted to take a look. If it weren't for picking up the car today, he actually wanted to deeply experience the L2 service inside, directly ordering a helicopter to take them back to Yangcheng, which would be convenient and impressive. The car arrived at the Rolls-Royce flagship store in Shenzhen, and immediately several beautiful female salespeople came up to greet them. Brother, why are we here? Oh, I bought a car, picking it up to drive back. What about this one? Can you drive? You can drive it. Zhou Xiaotuan shook her head, looking a bit shy. I don't have a driver's license. No problem. I'll have someone from the company come pick it up later. When it comes to the highest-end luxury business cars, Rolls-Royce is unavoidable. Although they have few models, they are expensive enough. There are only 3 models. The Cullinan is an SUV, the Ghost is a business sedan, and the Phantom is even more high-end, often costing tens of millions. The cheapest car now is the Ghost, with a base price of 5 million, and with some configurations, it would probably be around 7 million on the road. Jiang Yuan's Cullinan was ready, still pure black. He heard that the national husband, Boss Wang, has a flashy pink one, which he can't accept unless it's for a woman. Maybe only they can pull off such a unique color. Once the car handover was done, Jiang Yuan left the Maserati there, called the manager of the car dealership to arrange for someone to pick it up, and then drove the newly picked up Cullinan with Zhou Xiaotuan back to Yangcheng. Zhou Xiaotuan became the envy of several female salespeople. They also wanted to sit in the passenger seat of a Rolls-Royce and go home, to your home. In this era, people no longer reject the phenomenon of being with the wealthy. Instead, it creates a longing and envious state. Why can't that person be themselves? After playing for 2 days, they still left their parents at home cleaning the house, which was quite unfilial. Back in Yangcheng, he first dropped Zhou Xiaotuan off near where she lived, found a real estate agency, entrusted them to find a house, and after sending Zhou Xiaotuan away, he hurried back to the large flat in the new city. At noon, the beauty pills had already been delivered to the hotel for him, and Jiang Yuan thought about quickly taking them back for his mother to take. He hadn't returned for 2 days, and his spacious luxury apartment had already been tidied up with many appliances and furniture delivered. Although it wasn't ready for immediate occupancy, it already had the semblance of a home. Jiang Yuan's parents had never imagined they would own such a house in their lifetime, so they felt a deep attachment to it. They immediately ordered a red plaque with the character Jiang inscribed on it, nailing it at the entrance of their home. "Mom, there's a pill here that can make you younger. Why don't you give it a try? Such a good pill, why should I take it? I'm already old. A few days ago, I took the one you gave me and felt my body getting younger. If you give me this one, it would be a waste. Save it for when you find a wife." John's mother outright refused, as was the norm in life, wasting pills. Now that they had a house, the topic of Jiang Yuan's lifelong affair inevitably came up, a routine that every family seemed to follow. In the end, with a mix of coaxing and trickery from Jiang Yuan and his father, they finally got Zhang's mother to take the beauty pill. If he told his mother that this pill was worth 100 million on the market, it would probably knock a hole in Jiang Yuan's head. This beauty pill was far more valuable than the previous all-purpose and strength pills he had received, and even Jiang Yuan found it hard to believe the pill's worth. However, after 2 tests with the pills, Jiang Yuan felt reassured about this group purchase pill, which only cost 99 yuan, preventing his mother's appearance from aging further. That was truly a bargain. Jiang Yuan was quite curious about the person who delivered it, but when he inquired at the front desk during lunch, it turned out to be just a regular delivery guy, so he had no way of knowing what he had purchased through the app. The world was so wonderful, if he couldn't figure it out, it was better not to think about it. After taking his parents out for dinner, he returned to the hotel to rest with them. Staying alone in a hotel was quite boring, so Jiang Yuan could only open his phone to watch Lin Yana and her friends livestream to pass the time. After sending a wave of gifts, he suddenly remembered something, pulled up Lin Yana's photo, and uploaded it to the app for information retrieval. Name, Lin Yana. Age, 22. Occupation, student. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 47 kilograms. Measurements, 82 divided by 59 divided by 80. Overall rating, 81 points. Freshness, 99% favorability, 82 points. Seeing the information displayed above, Jiang Yuan smiled knowingly. As expected, this information retrieval was a cheating tool. With this information, he wouldn't be deceived by these women in terms of body and emotions in the future. Although he had a bit of green on his head, life was still manageable. But who could tolerate this money spent green? Moreover, in this flashy world, there weren't many sincere people, most were just after money. That's why Jiang Yuan had the sudden idea to use this information to determine a woman's attitude towards a long-term relationship with him. Of course, he hadn't thought about marriage yet. With this cheating tool, how could he not indulge a bit and enjoy this beautiful life? Unexpectedly, after a few days apart, Lin Yana's favorability towards him had increased a few points. It was worth it since he liked her the most. Once she finished her stream, he had to pamper her well tonight. After watching the stream for a while, he found that most streamers really overdid the beauty filters, either they were slimming their faces or elongating their legs. The advantage of online streaming was that it allowed you to see more women from all over the country, but the downside was that there were just too many fake beauties. Jiang Yuan came across a game streamer who was live streaming a game, but he couldn't see where the person was. This was a mobile game that was popular nationwide, and Jiang Yuan had played it himself, so he was somewhat familiar with it. The female streamer's voice was a bit hoarse, but it was clear she was a girl. If she was using a voice changer, that would be another story. Brothers, I'm taking my Zhong Wuying to the solo lane, not chasing after you guys. My Zhong Wuying is definitely at the national server level. Don't worry, I'll carry you all. They were playing a 5-man match, and some teammates were chatting. Can you even do it? You're just a Zhong Wuying, and you're bragging so much. Once both sides confirmed their heroes, it felt like they were all countered. Her team was already not optimistic about this game, and someone started to complain. I told you to ban the fish, but you didn't listen. Now look, Jinji is countered. If you can carry us this game, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. With such provocative words, it naturally increased the live stream's heat. Who knows if this streamer had someone hyping her up? Did you hear that, brothers? You all bear witness. If I can carry this game, he has to live stream himself standing on his head and eating shit. With that tone of encouragement, the chat in the live stream exploded. I bear witness. If you carry, stand on your head and eat shit. I bear witness. If you carry, stand on your head and eat shit. I bear witness. If you carry, stand on your head and eat shit. Jiang Yuan found the way this girl spoke quite amusing, so he continued to stay in her live stream. He clicked on her profile to take a look. Just listening without seeing her was like eating a dish without salt. Wow, he didn't expect the female streamer to have a video appearance occasionally. She looked pretty good, a pure and cute girl who surprisingly loved gaming so much. With a lowly appearance and a mature voice, it was a bit enchanting. Not bad. After watching a video of her appearance, Jiang Yuan returned to the livestream and directly gifted her a flying dragon in the sky. The streamer was probably focused on the game and didn't notice that he had arrived. At that moment, the gift effect flew up, and the live stream exploded. A mature voice shouted, "Welcome, brother Jiang Nan. Wow, a big shot is here." Jiang Yuan, impressed by her looks, gifted her 3 Manhwa and then stopped to watch her play. Wow, she started with a special effect gift, proving that a big shot is indeed a big shot. The game began, and the girl charged straight into the solo lane. Alright, you Arthur dare to contest my lane and steal my river crab? Watch me smash you. Watch my hammer. AD. Jiang Yuan almost spat out the water he had just drunk. My sister, you're a lowly, and you're doing 81 damage? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? As their teammates had said, this game fell into a counter situation early on. Not long after the start, they were already at a disadvantage, just 2 minutes in, and it was 5-1, with the opposing team securing 5 kills. Don't panic, brothers, wait for me to farm. This female streamer still had some skill, she secured the only kill. At this moment, she didn't forget to encourage her teammates. Although some teammates were cursing, she continued to farm steadily. 6 minutes later, she began to join team fights, amidst her shouts. 80, penta kill. Wow, she directly secured a 5-kill streak. Although Jiang Yuan didn't play this game much, he knew the value of getting 5 kills. At the 10-minute mark, she indeed led her teammates to turn the tide and secured victory in this match. Thank you for your support, brothers. After saying that, she exited the tense game and started chatting with the viewers in the live stream. How about it? Isn't my Zhong Wuing at the national server level? As soon as she finished speaking, the live stream was flooded with Jian Yanhua. Rushing into Jiangnan to send out the beautiful years, rushing into Jiangnan to send out the beautiful years x2, rushing into Jiangnan to send out the beautiful years x3. The people in the live broadcast room were all stunned, continuously counting, but it seemed like it never stopped. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the beautiful years. When she had just sent a few, she didn't care, because her live broadcast room often had people sending 1 or 2 beautiful years. But now the special effects on the screen hadn't stopped, and she didn't even know how many there were. The female anchor was no longer calm. She put down her phone, stood up, and immediately made a heart gesture to the netizens in front of the screen. Although she said it was for brother Jiangnan, everyone took it as for themselves. The female anchor's name was Lu de Tai Choi, and goodness, that name was truly hard to look at. When Jiang Yuan saw it just now, he almost laughed out loud at her user. Oh my god, you're not supposed to bring out your momentum just to go for the first place PK. The Iron fans groaned in pain. Lu, this is to earn some living expenses from PK, not to seek your own demise. Lu, how could you be so arrogant? Can Xian Ge's status really be shaken? Godly Rich, give it up, this girl is beyond saving. Jiang Yuan became a bit curious about the situation. Could this Xian Ge be the million-subscriber streamer in their gaming community, Shang Xiao Xian? As a seasoned otaku, Jiang Yuan was aware of such a figure. You can't be thinking of challenging Shang Xiao Xian to a PK, right? Jiang Yuan weakly typed out this line. Yes, Godly Rich, Lulu really wants to PK her. This time, Jiang Yuan felt a headache coming on. How did he end up with such a stubborn girl? He knew his own worth. Challenging someone with millions of fans to a PK was like selling his entire fortune just to fill a gap. The stakes for a PK with such a person started at millions. Having said that, Jiang Yuan decided to stay silent for now. He remembered that he had just leveled up to L2 today, which allowed him to search for products. He first checked if he could buy a Docoin package. While everyone was still talking about Lulu in the livestream, Jiang Yuan retreated to his group buying app and immediately typed in Docoin. Goodness, a bunch of Docoin packages appeared right away. Direct purchase of 10 million Docoin package, 1 yuan direct purchase of 50 million Docoin package, 5 yuan direct purchase of 100 million Docoin package, 10 yuan. Fortunately, there was still this package available for group buying. Jiang Yuan quickly purchased the 100 million package and then returned to the livestream. Since you want to fight, I'll support you this time and accompany you to the end. During the time Jiang Yuan was silent, the female streamer Lulu was also pulled back to reality by what everyone was saying. She didn't know what had gotten into her to want to challenge the top player. It was indeed a hellish difficulty task. Who would be foolish enough to silently support her? Realizing her mistake, she immediately apologized in the livestream, especially to Jiang Yuan. Because during this time, the top player hadn't said a word, she was afraid he might be angry. Brother Jiangnan, I was wrong. I got carried away. I won't PK anymore. I'm sorry. Just after she finished apologizing, Jiang Yuan sent out this line, leaving the female streamer stunned, and the live stream exploded. Goodness, listening to advice is the way to go. Could the background of this godly rich person have surpassed our understanding? Is this going to trigger an unprecedented battle? Brother, I won't PK anymore. Let's just continue playing the game, or can I go random? The female streamer started to feel a bit scared. Don't! Show your momentum. Today we're going to PK Shang Xiao Xian. Let you become famous in one battle. Be obedient, go get him. With the emotions stirred up, The Iron fans in the livestream howled like wolves. It was going to be an amazing show tonight. Are we really going? Lulu was still hesitating, feeling deflated inside. Hurry up, or I'm going to get angry. Alright, you're the godly rich, you call the shots. You said to go. If I lose, it's just a bit of face lost. Taking a deep breath, Lulu shouted, Brothers, let Jiang Nan lead us to beat Shang Xiaoxian. Beat him. Beat him. As a female streamer, she knew how rare such an opportunity was. Since the big shot was supporting her, she would accompany him with her life. She didn't expect that her casual, rude request would actually be favored by the heavens, and a godly rich person would really come to support her. But now, it was hard to say anything. If they couldn't win and the godly rich person ran away, she would have to admit defeat. Lulu took a deep breath and then connected with the top game streamer, Shang Xiaoxian. Soon, the other party answered. The screen split in two, revealing a long-haired man with a handsome smile who asked, Yo, Lulu, are you looking to challenge me to a PK? As the top game streamer, his popularity was naturally high, and many people sought to challenge him every day, but he rarely accepted. There were plenty of people like Xiao Kalami who wanted to ride on his coattails. Only those he recognized would he connect with. Just like Lulu, this female game streamer, he had visited her livestream before and found it quite interesting, even following her. Xiangu, I want to PK you today. Sure, is it because your big brother has come? I just heard that a big spender has dropped in on your stream. Many people are reporting it to me. Hee, that's right. I have a big brother today, and I want to be extravagant. Alright, but when it comes to PK, we need to set some conditions. If you want to beat me, it can't just be empty talk. If he could create some buzz within his acceptable range, why not? We can't just PK simply. I want to have a match with you. If I win, you have to call me Lu Jia from now on. What are the rules? We'll randomly team up for a 5-man match online. Winning the match counts for half, winning the PK counts for half, and we'll combine the scores. How about that? Shang Xiaoxian didn't expect Lulu to be so bold. This method was quite challenging. Everyone chose to team up randomly because you never knew what kind of teammates the system would match you with. The skill levels would certainly vary, and there could even be bots, AFK players, or those who just lay down. Shang Xiaoxian wouldn't invite his own teammates. That would be unfair, especially with the whole internet watching. Moreover, this method was good. At least it couldn't rely purely on popularity to suppress others, but rather showcase skill, which aligned with Shang Xiaoxian's style. He had previously formed a team and won competitions. In a skill-based match, he had nothing to feel guilty about. Alright, and if you lose? You tell me, then you join my company. How about that? Shang Xiaoxian saw potential in Lulu. After retiring, she had focused on the game streaming industry and was expanding her team. For an average streamer, this was not a punishment, it was practically an olive branch, a treasure falling from the sky. Okay, Lulu thought for a moment and nodded. Shang Xiaoxian wasn't bad in the industry, perhaps joining his company would have its benefits, even though she had always preferred to go solo and didn't want to be tied down. Wow, tonight the female streamer would lose and have to sell herself. Zhang Yuan felt a bit of a headache. He had acted impulsively. For the sake of the girl, he decided to give it a shot tonight. At the very least, he would ensure a tie in gift giving so she wouldn't be sold off. He checked his account. The 100 million Do coins he had just bought had arrived, and now he had over 120 million Do coins in his account, which should be enough. If not, he could always recharge. In Lulu's live stream, there were quite a few who didn't have high hopes for her because Shang Xiaoxian's gaming skills were top-notch. Now they could only hope that tonight's big shot could secure half of the victory. Both of them logged into the game and began recruiting random teammates in the lobby, each muting the other's microphone. Don't feel pressured, just play well. I'll guard you to the last step. Zhang Yuan encouraged her. Thank you, brother. Lulu smiled sweetly, feeling quite touched. Once the teams were formed, they began, and neither side knew who was in their team. At this moment, the PK's health bars were about to clash, with the streamers battling in the game while their fans showered them with gifts in their live streams. That fan of the little fairy has a lot of followers and a strong presence, with many gifts being sent. So, without saying a word, Zhang Yuan immediately sent out 50 Manhwa gifts, and his health bar was still holding up. The opponent's live stream had over 100,000 viewers, while his side had over 20,000. The opponent's 100,000 plus was rounded up, as their livestream was intentionally set to a maximum of 100,000, while his side only had that many in reality, and that was after Zhang Yuan sent gifts, which attracted more viewers. When he first arrived, the opponent only had a little over 1,000 viewers. Now, the gifts were basically supported by Zhang Yuan alone. The match was also exciting. Lulu was playing her specialty, Zhong Woyan, in the solo lane, while the little fairy was using Zhuge Liang in the jungle. In this game, sometimes a good teammate can turn the tide, but most of the time, it still relies on teamwork. Everyone picked characters they were good at, so they were naturally comfortable. However, Zhuge Liang was a bit arrogant at the start, actually coming to invade the jungle, which was discovered by Lulu's support, who immediately called for teammates to surround him. Although the little fairy's Zhuge Liang had agile movements, he couldn't escape being beaten by 4 people and ended up giving first blood. Don't panic, brothers, it's not a big deal, the little fairy encouraged his teammates. Just focus on farming, don't be so reckless, or you'll end up leading us to defeat, someone retorted, leaving the little fairy feeling embarrassed. What do you say, brothers? No one responded, so he had to mute himself. The game was still intensely competitive, and the gift PK was even more heated. Zhang Yuan had already sent 500 Jianyanhua gifts, yet they were still slightly at a disadvantage, trailing by 1 million points. His hands were starting to ache. Lulu was focused on the game. This was a significant challenge for her, and she couldn't afford to be distracted. Only when she returned to base did she glance at the PK situation in the livestream, noticing that the scores weren't too far apart, and she was fully invested. By the 10-minute mark, the 2 players were neck and neck. Lulu's score was 8-2, while the little fairy was 9-4, with an overall score of 28-30, slightly in favor of Lulu. As for the PK score, it had reached 53,456,781 to 55,789,210, which was quite close. Zhang Yuan was saving his exclusive gifts for the last few minutes. He noticed that there were quite a few wealthy viewers hidden in the opponent's livestream, and he wasn't sure if this intense competition would provoke a backlash from them. AD. Lulu's Zhong Wuyan was showing off her might, sweeping through the opponent's camp with her hammer. Wow, that was really fierce. Quadra kill. With the help of her teammates, Zhong Wuyan achieved a 4-kill streak. Is this for real? I can't believe this. How can they still get counter-killed like this? The little fairy was also shocked, muttering to himself. He had been slightly ahead, but now it was a disaster, almost leading to a team wipe, with only one support left to run back and defend the high ground. The little fairy rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He glanced at the current PK score. It was okay, he still had the advantage. Brothers, hit the like button, follow us. If we get over 10 million likes, we'll draw a prize and give away a phone. After saying that, he continued to watch the game on his phone. Because of the frenzied likes and gifts from the other side, the PK score suddenly shot up, and Lulu's score dropped significantly. Zhang Yuan saw that it wasn't good and immediately activated his exclusive effects. One by one, the flying dragon effects started to float in Lulu's livestream. My god, I've never seen so many exclusive gifts in my life. One costs 120,000 Do coins, sending one is like my monthly salary. Upstairs, that's my 2 months. Enough said, my 2.5 months. The atmosphere in the live stream suddenly turned a bit somber. You rich people, it's too much. You throw gifts around without even blinking, not realizing that this is the hard-earned labor cost of our cattle and horses for a month. As Zhang Yuan's special effect gifts kept pouring in, the score gradually climbed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached over 80 million. On the side of Shang Xiaoxian, his assistants and managers were also desperately sending gifts. In no time, the score shot straight towards 100 million. Wow, is it that fierce? This Shang Xiaoxian is quite ruthless. Even with a score of 100 million, he couldn't be beaten. Zhang Yuan immediately spent all the Do coins he had and quickly jumped onto a group buying app to purchase a new package. He clicked on the 100 million package, only to find it grayed out. He realized he could no longer buy the 100 million package and had to hurry to group buy a 50 million Do coin package. When he returned to the livestream, the PK score had reached 123,456,781 to 122,345,612. What the heck, such a thrilling score. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan started sending gifts like crazy again. His Do coin account had no limit, allowing him to recharge and send endlessly. On Shang Xiaoxian's side, he had no idea how many big brothers and sisters he had called for help. It was completely Zhang Yuan taking on a whole group by himself. Lulu, you have to cheer for me. The fans in the Lulu livestream had already become numb. Tonight they witnessed history, as a wealthy big brother directly sent over 100 million Do coins to PK against Shang Xiaoxian's livestream team. What else could be said, except that he was an undeniable tycoon? Even if he lost tonight, it would still be a glorious defeat. At this moment in the game, Lulu's Zhong Wuyan was fully equipped, leading the team into a team battle. Her current record was 13-5, while Zhuge Liang was 12-4, with a total score of 43-41, not too far apart. She suddenly blinked over, landing next to Zhuge Liang, and then struck down. Zhuge Liang was immediately controlled, while Zhong Wuyan activated her ultimate and started spinning, swinging in the enemy crowd. Zhuge Liang quickly activated his golden body, ready to escape at any moment. At this time, the mage following Zhong Wuyan also unleashed a big move, continuing to control. It's over. Brothers, I did my best, Shang Xiaoxian shouted upon seeing this big control. Sure enough, when his golden body ended, he couldn't move at all and remained controlled. In just that second, Zhong Wuyan struck down, and Zhuge Liang was directly hammered out. Brothers, it's a wave. Zhong Wuyan signaled for a full attack, and the remaining two rushed towards the enemy's crystal with the minion wave. Victory! A mechanical, cold celebratory voice rang out, and Lululu's live stream instantly erupted. We won, we won. Lululu actually defeated Shang Xiaoxian, that's amazing. Lululu put down her gaming phone and looked up at the PK status in the live stream. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the screen, Jiang Yuan's exclusive special effect, the flying dragon in the sky, continued to soar. The fans in the live stream had long since become numb, from the initial excitement to now being indifferent. These numbers had truly turned into a string of digits, no longer representing coins to them. Numb, how could they still feel anything? They even thought this was just someone exploiting a bug. Lululu, you won. Shang Xiaoxian conceded defeat, and their PK scores gradually came to a halt. At this point, Lululu's PK score was 160 million, while Shang Xiaoxian's was 140 million. Yay! Lulu jumped up excitedly upon hearing the number of injuries to the little fairy. Brothers, did you see that? I think I saw it. 2 buns flashed by. Damn, could it be a cushion explosion? Lulu actually has such capital? This group of old perverts was fixated on the same thing. They were even more excited than if they had one. Shouts of awesome floated through the live stream. Lulu didn't notice what these old perverts were thinking. At this moment, she was just very excited and grateful for her brother's protection. Lulu, I didn't expect you to be so fierce. Next time we have a competition, let's have an offline match. Sure, call me Lulu's sister. Lulu's sister, that term was truly hard to look at. The little fairy, willing to bet and accept defeat, shouted it out. Lulu's sister. Good, ha 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 ha. Lulu's enchanting laughter echoed in the live stream. I heard that your PK points today were all boosted by a big brother. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Of course, I'm lucky. I met a noble person, Lulu said proudly. The little fairy's character was decent, but Jiang Yuan didn't like to give gifts to men, otherwise, he would have to give him something. After the little fairy exited the call, Lulu stood up, covered her chest, and thanked her family in the live stream again. Thank you, Brother Jiangnan, and thank you to all the family members for your protection tonight, allowing me to hold my head high. Thank you. She even bowed. Jiang Yuan sent a keep it up and then exited the live stream. This feeling of spending money like dirt really made people feel surreal. Once the matter was settled, he left quietly, hiding his achievements and fame. This was exactly Jiang Yuan's behavior. He had already exited the live stream, and he had spent enough for the night. As soon as Lulu finished her thanks, she saw that her brother had left. She immediately took out her phone to add Jiang Yuan's Douyin account and sent him a private message. Today's sudden wealth indeed shocked her. Even if it wasn't the highest in Douyin's history, it was at least in the top 10 for PKs. The gifts they had sent during the PK would make countless live streamers envious. However, there was an unspoken rule in the industry that she had vaguely heard about, so she sent a message. Brother Jiangnan, thank you for your protection tonight. Once I receive the gifts, I will transfer them to you. She hadn't gotten carried away to think that playing a game was worth tens of millions. This was her brother's reward, but it was also a way for the brothers to circulate funds. If virtue does not match position, there will surely be disaster. This money would be very hot to handle. She had already stopped playing games and was waiting for Jiang Yuan's message while casually chatting with the netizens in the livestream. A few minutes later, Jiang Yuan finally saw her message and added her on WeChat. A sultry voice came through. Brother, hello, I'm so happy tonight, thank you goodness. That voice could enchant countless people. Jiang Yuan almost lost himself in thought. It's nothing, meeting is fate. I'm glad to help you. Brother, I promise, once I receive the gifts, I will definitely transfer them to you. This girl, why did she bring this up again? But this attitude was very encouraging. She wasn't greedy. He had only spent a little over 10 yuan tonight, but the other party had genuinely received over 10 million in shares, with 7 or 8 million in hand, which was no small amount. It's fine, we'll talk about it then. Where are you from? I'm from Rongcheng. Oh, that's quite far. It seemed this streamer wouldn't be seen again. What a pity. Just as he lamented this, the other party immediately replied. But I'm in Yangcheng now, I basically stay here. Generally, big brothers would investigate things thoroughly. Such inquiries were quite normal. However, this streamer girl had never encountered a big brother, so she felt a bit nervous while speaking. She was completely speaking from a tentative mindset, unsure if such a thing would happen. She had definitely heard about it. After all, to become a streamer, one must understand some things. It's perfectly normal to suffer a bit and be teased. There are countless people online who can guarantee that the person watching you will be a good person. Earning money is hard, and dealing with crap is even harder. This unchanging truth is something everyone understands once they enter society. Jiang Yuan knew she was in Yangcheng, and his heart leaped with joy. Could he arrange to meet another streamer? He didn't know how many streamers on Douyin were waiting for his favor with a sense of grievance, like Zhou Xiaotuan, Little Rabbit, and so on. They all knew that their big brother had given someone over 100 million Do coins for a PK tonight, which was simply astronomical. I happened to be in Yangcheng recently. If you have time, let's have a meal together. Here it comes. Lulu felt a tightness in her heart upon seeing this sentence. It really had come. What should she do? She felt both affection and disappointment, caught in a tangled dilemma. Was it enough if she just paid back the money he spent on gifts? But that was over 10 million, and she would only get 7 or 8 million. How could she pay that back? She couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Being poor makes one short of ambition, and even her confidence was lacking. Lulu forced a smile and simply replied, "Sure, just let me know when you have time, big brother." It was already late, and after a long day, Jiang Yuan didn't suggest meeting tonight. He had already eaten quite a bit at Zhou Xiaotuan's place these days. After chatting a bit more with Lulu, Jiang Yuan stopped replying and saved a photo from her moments, uploading it to the software for information retrieval. Name, Lulu. Age, 23. Occupation, streamer. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 80c divided by 58 divided by 79. Overall rating, 80. Freshness, 100%. Affection level, 35. Wow, she's a genuine one. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. Recently, apart from Lin Yana, he had rarely encountered someone like this. The waters in this industry are indeed very deep. Finally, he had found one. Heaven must be merciful. Tonight's 100 million Do coins were worth it. Should he arrange a meeting tomorrow? Jiang Yuan's heart began to race. Returning to the homepage, he saw that the group purchase items had been updated. He clicked to take a look. It had upgraded to L2, but there were still only 2 items listed, not a single one added. 100% equity in Zhujiang Yacht Club, 1,000 yuan. 100% equity in Lingnan Property Company, Ltd, 1,800 yuan. Wow. Why did today's items all increase in price? They were all 1,000 yuan now, which meant a market value of 1 billion? His heart suddenly raced. 1 billion, wow, if he completed the purchase today, his total assets would be nearly 3 billion. Had he finally stepped into the billionaire circle? Jiang Yuan no longer hesitated and directly clicked to purchase the yacht club, paying 1,000 yuan, then clicked on Lingnan Property. Damn! He couldn't help but curse. What was going on? It actually wouldn't let him purchase. A pop-up appeared on the screen, stating, "Only one item can be purchased today." Damn it, if he had known, he would have bought the most expensive one. Now he felt like an idiot. Suddenly losing something worth 800 million. What the hell? Why did they change the rules? Ugh. Jiang Yuan clicked on the internal message and found that the upgrade gift pack he mentioned last night had arrived, which finally eased some of his heartache. He clicked on the reading option. Congratulations, user has upgraded to L2, triggering new features, and will open irregular price challenge tasks. Would you like to accept the task arrangement? Price challenge? Are they actively assigning me tasks? Do they think my life is too comfortable and want to add some difficulty? Jiang Yuan thought about it for a moment but still clicked to accept the task arrangement. What if there was a penalty for not accepting? If the system crashed and became unusable, that would be a disaster. You have accepted the new features of this system. We will arrange different tasks irregularly, and upon completion, you will receive certain rewards. We hope you will participate actively. If tasks are not completed, there will be some penalties, so please be prepared. Damn, there are penalties too. Suddenly, he recalled some twisted tests and punishment measures from movies, and he felt a bit anxious. Just a moment ago, he thought his assets would break through 3 billion, but now it was only 1 billion. Plus, with the emergence of a random task system, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Sai, you're the boss, I'll listen to you. Just don't let me go bankrupt for not completing a task. Otherwise, life would be unbearable. Others who received the system had various beeping notifications and all sorts of brainwave dialogues, but his software could only be figured out on his own. If he made a mistake, he could only live with it. However, this time wasn't without gains. After upgrading to L2, the value of group purchase items rose to the level of 1 billion units. It seemed that if this continued, he would have 10 billion every day, and in a year, he would have 300 billion in assets. This upgrade was quite impressive. 100 billion seemed to be just the result of 100 days. Now, 100 billion had surprisingly become a small goal. With such a change, Zhang Yuan felt a bit inflated. His current net worth was only around 1 billion, but perhaps because there were different high-value items to purchase every day, having 100 billion didn't seem like a fantasy, so the goal of 100 billion was just around the corner. There was nothing much to look forward to today. After chatting with Lin Yuna for a while, Zhang Yuan went to sleep. The next day, he woke up to find many messages on his phone. They were from several women, including Zhou Xiaoduan, Han Ruochu, Little Rabbit, Shi Yao, and others. They all subtly asked what he was doing, with some saying they had just bought a new outfit and wanted him to see if he liked it. Others said they couldn't sleep tonight and wanted to video chat with him. Women. You send messages but don't follow through. Zhang Yuan was speechless and really wanted to give these women a few slaps on the backside to let them know what it feels like to be frivolous. Early in the morning, they made him feel all hot and bothered, so he hurried to take a shower. After taking his parents out for breakfast, Zhang Yuan went to pick up his car. A couple of days ago, when he left Yangcheng, he had group purchased a Lamborghini Veneno through the system, and the next day, the Lamborghini flagship store called to say the car had arrived. He had checked online. The name Veneno comes from the Spanish word for poison and also pays tribute to a famous bull from Lamborghini's history. This sports car was released in 2013, equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine, paired with a 7-speed ASR transmission, boasting 750 horsepower and 690 Nm of torque, with a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration time of just 2.8 seconds and a top speed limited to 354 km/h. The entire body is made of a carbon fiber monocoque structure and features numerous aerodynamic kits, making the car weigh only 1,450 kilograms. This car perfectly combines extreme speed with stylish design, making it a true work of art in the automotive world. As the pinnacle of the Lamborghini brand, the Veneno is globally limited to only 9 units, making it nearly impossible to purchase, even if one offered 100 million. Unexpectedly, this dog system actually brought him such great benefits. Even a limited edition supercar could be obtained, and it was sold to him at a discounted original price. When Zhang Yuan drove his Rolls-Royce to the Lamborghini flagship store in Yangcheng, it was actually not far, just a kilometer away, on Jiangxin Island. However, arriving in a Cullinan not only showcased his status but also truly made a statement. As soon as the car stopped at the entrance, several salespeople rushed out, either handsome men or beautiful women, eagerly coming to greet him. "Good morning, sir. How can we assist you today?" Zhang Yuan opened the car door and stepped out, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Even through his sunglasses, the female salespeople were already feeling a stir in their hearts. So handsome. So young, so charming. A young tycoon like this, I'm in love. They couldn't help but think of certain things, daydreaming. My poison has arrived. I'm here to pick up the car. What? Poison? The Lamborghini poison? Oh my god, the poison actually belongs to him. When the poison was delivered to their store, it caused a sensation. Even the general manager was alerted. This was a divine car worth 100 million, something that might not even be available globally, and it held immense collectible value. "Sir, please, right this way." A crowd of people surrounded Zhang Yuan as they walked into the showroom. Someone immediately called for the general manager to come down. A big client had arrived. After verifying Zhang Yuan's contract and other information, everyone headed to a private garage where the general manager carefully lifted the cloth covering the poison. A black supercar came into view, and even though it had been released for 10 years, the divine car was still timeless. This black Lamborghini poison, with its deep and mysterious exterior, had smooth and sharp body lines, resembling a black dragon poised to strike. The low body design made the entire car look even more dynamic. The front end appeared incredibly sharp, filled with aggression. The complex rear wing design, whether it was the lower part's airflow design or the wide wing reminiscent of vintage aircraft, exuded modernity. The tempered design and carbon black color made the entire rear more three-dimensional, brimming with power. Despite being the flagship store of Lamborghini, this was the first time they had seen the poison. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yuan stepped forward, lifted the scissor door, and sat down in the driver's seat. He started the engine, pressed the gas pedal, and a roar like a lion's growl erupted. Its 6.5-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine roared, ready to unleash powerful energy at any moment. So exhilarating. After completing the paperwork, Zhang Yuan was ready to drive away. The car was completely his now. "Who can help me drive the car outside back to my home?" I will. Voices clamored, each eager to take a turn driving the Cullinan outside. Just getting to drive it once was enough satisfaction. In the end, the general manager seized the opportunity, using his authority to take it. For Jiang Yuan, making friends with the owner of the poison was an obligation he couldn't refuse. He didn't mind, as long as someone was driving, it was fine. Jiang Yuan slowly drove to the intersection, then pressed the gas pedal down. The poison unleashed astonishing horsepower, and he instantly felt a strong push against his back. The acceleration to 100 kilometers in under 3 seconds was like a storm, stirring his emotions, as if he were in a feast of speed and passion. As everyone watched the car's silhouette fade away, many female salespeople had already regarded him as their destined prince. In just a short 2-kilometer journey, Jiang Yuan didn't feel satisfied. Having acquired professional driving skills for so long, he had yet to hit the track. Now with this exceptional divine car, it seemed he had to test his level. Returning to Huiyue Mansion, the property management saw 2 luxury cars entering and immediately enthusiastically helped Jiang Yuan register the vehicles to his parking space information. In this high-end luxury community, the parking space ratio reached 1:3. His apartment came with a parking space, but now with 2 cars, he still needed to rent another space. The group purchase of the apartment didn't specify how many parking spaces were included, and they kept urging him to buy a car. With so many cars, where would he put them? He would have to get a parking space himself, and buying one costs over $1 million, which is painful. If it weren't for the fact that this car was a good one, it probably wouldn't even be worth a parking space. The general manager of the Lamborghini flagship store followed Jiang Yuan into the garage, feeling very excited. No wonder he was a wealthy man who could afford luxury. He lived in one of the finest mansions in Yangcheng. Would you like to come up and sit for a while? No, Mr. Jiang, I won't disturb you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Thank you. Then you're welcome. You're our esteemed client. It's only right. Alright, let's get in the car. I'll drive you out. I need to make a trip to the dock. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. This left the general manager quite flattered, and he hurriedly handed his business card to Jiang Yuan, and they exchanged contact information. Jiang Yuan went straight out, letting him sit in the passenger seat of the luxury car, and learned that this general manager was named Li Guoqiang, quite a fitting name for someone from Yangcheng. Although Li Guoqiang was the general manager of the Lamborghini flagship store, the chance to meet someone like Jiang Yuan was almost negligible, as there had only been one Lamborghini in the country before, which had already been collected by a mysterious wealthy man from the capital. Jiang Yuan's driving skills were quite proficient, allowing Li Guoqiang in the passenger seat to experience the difference of the top-tier Lamborghini series. He reminisced about the spectacular scenes from his visit to Italy, wondering when someone in their country would manage to collect the entire Lamborghini series. On the way, the two chatted for a while, and Jiang Yuan asked him if he was interested in yachts. Li Guoqiang's interest piqued, and he mentioned that he often went sea fishing. I have a yacht club, you should check it out. If you need anything in the future, you can find me. Wow, who was this wealthy man he had encountered? It was either luxury cars or yachts, simply extravagant. Li Guoqiang was thrilled by Jiang Yuan's olive branch. A yacht club was a higher level of play, and the members there were either rich or noble. If he could expand his connections there, perhaps they could sell quite a few cars. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the Zhujiang dock. When a flashy Lamborghini drove in, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the yacht dock. It was simply too eye-catching. Who wouldn't love such a car? After parking his beloved car and getting out, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of coolness that came naturally, as his vehicle gave him many labels: wealthy young man, godly rich, and so on. He took the contract from the trunk, and Li Guoqiang followed closely behind him into the club. As a local, Li Guoqiang naturally knew about this yacht club, which was on par with the Nansha Yacht Club and Taiku Warehouse Yacht Club. The Zhujiang Yacht Club had 300 various yacht berths and a luxurious clubhouse of 3,000 square meters, aiming to become the top yacht club in South China, with an investment of nearly 500 million made 10 years ago. The club not only provided yacht docking services for members but was also open to the public, offering various water sports and training services, making it a place for high-end business networking. He was filled with curiosity about Jiang Yuan's identity, as these clubs were not something just anyone could own. 10 years ago, this young man was probably still in elementary school, which only indicated that his background was quite powerful. Which Jiang family was he from? Li Guoqiang was left in the reception room while Jiang Yuan went upstairs to meet with their boss. The owner of this club was surnamed Hua, sporting a small mustache, and was at least 2 decades older than Jiang Yuan. Welcome. I didn't expect our club's new owner to be a young hero. You've really impressed me. Boss Hua, you're too kind. I'm just benefiting from the hard work of those before me. Jiang Yuan's ambiguous words made the other party feel that his background was even more mysterious. After the handover, Boss Hua wanted to treat Jiang Yuan to a meal. After all, Business is built on relationships, and since the deal was done, it was only natural to have a meal to strengthen their connection. Boss Hua, I have a friend with me. Would that be inconvenient? Not at all. What's inconvenient about it? Let's all go together. He brought Li Guoqiang along. He couldn't just say he was going to eat and leave him to go home alone. That would be a bit too unkind. When Boss Hua saw Zhang Yuan's vehicle, he was even more surprised and asked, Mr. Zhang, is this a Lamborghini Veneno? Yes, I didn't expect you to recognize it, Boss Hua. Yes, I've seen it before, it looks very familiar. This further confirmed to him that Zhang Yuan came from a wealthy background, as there was one of these in Hong Kong Island, owned by one of the top 10 families there. Since Zhang Yuan was driving, they didn't drink during the meal. He also didn't feel comfortable letting someone else drive the Veneno. If it got scratched or bumped, it would be too painful. After the meal, he dropped Li Guoqiang off at the flagship store. After Li got out of the car, Zhang Yuan sped off, leaving the general manager behind, still savoring the moment, watching his car disappear into the distance. Back at the Weiwei mansion, his parents were watching TV in their room. Zhang Yuan called, and they casually ate some food downstairs, not waiting for him. From this day on, the Pearl River Yacht Club officially came under Zhang Yuan's name, and there were also several yachts in the club that were his assets. With a place to dock the yacht, he had been thinking about the few yachts he had seen a couple of days ago. He opened the app, searched for yachts, and compared several times before finally ordering the Arcadia A115 yacht for 99 yuan. The reason was that these super luxury yachts worth $1 billion were only bought by the richest, as the annual maintenance cost was nearly 100 million, which was a significant amount of money that Zhang Yuan couldn't bear to spend. The Arcadia A115 was worth 100 million, and its annual maintenance cost was less than 10 million, and even at the Pearl River Yacht Club, this yacht was among the top tier. Just after purchasing the yacht, Zhang Yuan saw a pop-up notification. Congratulations! You have triggered a reward task. Please click to accept. What is this? Did I trigger it just because I searched and bought something? Zhang Yuan helplessly clicked on the task information, and the task surprised him. Please deliver a serving of Longjiang pig trotter rice to the address below within 2 hours. What? Am I being asked to deliver takeout? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit amused and exasperated. At this late hour, going so far just to deliver a serving of Longjiang pig trotter rice, if it were possible, he would rather deliver a 10,000 yuan feast. He had no idea how this system task came about. He couldn't complain, as the punishment behind the information startled him. If you fail to complete the task, all product prices this month will increase 10,000 times. Damn! So ruthless. An increase of 10,000 times means spending a lot of money. That yacht today would cost 900,000 to buy. Zhang Yuan hadn't even enjoyed the benefits of the depreciation yet. Being suddenly hit with a 10,000-fold price increase was absolutely unacceptable. He told his parents to rest at the hotel and that he needed to go out for a bit. It was normal for young people to be active at night, and his parents understood, telling him to go ahead and take care of his business. Zhang Yuan hurried to the garage, got into the Lamborghini Veneno, and after turning on the navigation, with a roar, rushed off anxiously. The urban village is a unique feature of the city. It is a microcosm of the real life behind the hustle and bustle, carrying the historical and cultural heritage of local residents while also embodying the hopes of newcomers for a better life. Every urban village in a city witnesses the process of urbanization, as it is surrounded by high-rise buildings, and just a short walk away is a CBD. Perhaps its current state affects the urbanization process of a city, but it is still a dream place for countless people. The reason first-tier cities attract people from all over is that working there can increase income, but the cost of living is also high, with every expense for food, clothing, housing, and transportation being significant, especially in first-tier cities where rent can sometimes take up a third of one's income. Big cities offer many development opportunities, but the pressure is naturally immense. To reduce commuting and save on rent, the location of urban villages is a holy land for many newcomers looking for housing. Most urban villages have affordable rents and are conveniently located near major transportation hubs. The villagers in urban villages rely on rent for their income, while renters need a place to rest, and they reach a consensus. Although the appearance of urban villages may seem like a drag on the CBD center, they cannot simply be demolished at will. The cost of demolition is huge, and there are cultural conflicts to consider. In Yangchang, there are hundreds of urban villages, with the most populated areas reportedly housing 150,000 people per square kilometer, which is even more than a small county. After 20 minutes, when Zhang Yuan's sports car arrived near the destination, he realized why the navigation had only led him here. The roads inside were very narrow, and he wondered if he would get scratched if he drove in. After getting out of the car, Jiang Yuan first checked if there was a Longjiang pig trotter rice restaurant nearby, as he was there to deliver something and needed to buy it first. The urban village at night was bustling, with people everywhere, some carrying food, as if they had just gotten off work. In the past, this area was a nightmare for many girls because the crowd made it complicated, and late at night, it was easy for violent incidents like robbery and rape to occur. Now, after management, it has improved a lot, and illegal incidents have decreased significantly. Upon arriving at the pig trotter rice restaurant indicated by the navigation, Jiang Yuan was still puzzled as to why he needed to deliver a portion of pig trotter rice. "Hey, what do you want to eat? Give me a portion of pig trotter rice. To go." "Sure." At this hour, the business had not closed yet, likely because there were still many people needing dinner at night. There were many workers just finishing their shifts and others returning home. "Make it 2 portions, both to go." Perhaps the small restaurant's environment evoked memories, reminding him of his own working days when he would look for small eateries like this for yellow braised chicken or pig trotter rice to fill his stomach, spending only 13 or 14 yuan for a meal. It had been a long time since he had eaten this fast food, and Jiang Yuan planned to take a portion back to have as a late-night snack. At that moment, in a rented room in the urban village, in a small single room, a little girl about 5 or 6 years old was curled up on the bed, holding her stomach and looking out the door. Her mother had not yet returned from work, and they had run out of food at home, leaving her hungry and curled up in bed. Knock, knock. The sound of the lock opening came from outside. Even though it was quiet, she could hear it. The door opened, and a woman in her 30s, looking exhausted, walked in. Seeing her daughter curled up on the bed, she immediately approached and reached out to touch her face. "Chinger, what's wrong?" The little girl weakly replied, "Mom, I'm hungry." The woman's expression changed for a moment before she put on a smile. "Chinger, Mommy will cook for you right now. It will be ready soon, just wait a moment." The little girl nodded. The woman hurried to the balcony, turned on the induction cooker, placed a pot of water on it, and took out a handful of noodles from the cupboard, preparing to cook a bowl of noodles for her daughter. Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly knocked on, and she quickly went to check. She opened the window above the door and saw that it was the landlord of the building, looking somewhat annoyed. She hurriedly opened the door. "Chen Xiaoli, it's time to pay the rent. You've delayed it for half a month." Chen Xiaoli's face showed difficulty, and she quickly pleaded, "Landlord, please give me a few more days. I will get my salary next week, and I will pay you as soon as I get it, I beg you." The landlord's expression was displeased, and just as she was about to get angry, she saw the little girl lying on the bed and softened her tone. "All right, I'll give you another week. You know my situation, the rent isn't that expensive." I know. I absolutely won't cause you any trouble. I will definitely pay you next week." The landlord turned and left. Chen Xiaoli waited until the figure disappeared before closing the door. "Mommy, it smells so good it seems like pig trotter rice." Perhaps when she opened the door just now, the smell of food from next door wafted in, and the little girl couldn't help but say. Chen Xiaoli didn't dare to look at her daughter, turning her head to wipe away her tears. "Oh God, why must misfortunes come in pairs? Why treat my daughter this way? Let me suffer in her place, please." Wiping her tears with the back of her hand, Chen Xiaoli hugged her daughter. "Chinger, be good. When Mommy gets her salary, I'll take you to eat pig trotter rice, okay?" "Okay," the little girl sweetly replied. The factory had delayed salaries for a month. It was said that the boss went to Macau to gamble and had moved all the funds from the factory. They didn't know when they would be paid, and today when she asked the finance department, she was scolded. At this moment, the door was knocked on again. "Chen Xiaoli, someone is looking for you." The landlord's voice came, and she immediately went to open the door. She saw a young man standing next to the landlord outside. Who could be looking for her? "This is Chen Xiaoli's home." "Thank you." The young man was Jiang Yuan, who had finally found this building after much difficulty. Looking at the situation inside, he was somewhat surprised and asked, "Are you Chen Xiaoli?" The woman in the room nodded. "Is your phone number ending in 2737? The woman continued to nod. Jiang Yuan verified the information and then handed her the takeout he was carrying. He had to confirm, if it was delivered to the wrong place, it would be too late. "Someone asked me to deliver pig trotter rice to you." "Ha!" The woman in the room couldn't help but be surprised. "Wow, we have pig trotter rice to eat." A little girl's happy voice came from inside. "But I didn't order takeout. Could it be a mistake?" Chen Xiaoli couldn't believe it. Even if she made a wish, it wouldn't come true so quickly. A hint of doubt, a hint of caution. "Mommy, can I eat pig trotter rice?" the little girl pleaded. "Of course, the uncle specially brought it for you." Jiang Yuan handed the pig trotter rice to Chen Xiaoli. "Take it." Urged by her daughter, she finally accepted it, took the food Jiang Yuan handed over, and said thank you. Jiang Yuan glanced at the furnishings in the room. It was bare and had a hint of medicinal smell, which felt somewhat desolate, while the little girl curled up on the bed, wanting to struggle up, her eyes fixed on the food in front of her. She couldn't help but swallow. Chen Xiaoli opened the lid of the food container and handed it to her daughter. "Mommy, you eat too." "Mommy's not hungry, Mommy has eaten." "Mommy's lying. There's another portion here, it's for your mommy, you eat first." Hearing their conversation, Jiang Yuan handed over another portion from his side. "Thank you, I'm not hungry, just let her eat. How much is it? I'll pay you." Then Chen Xiaoli hurriedly reached into her pocket and took out her only 10 yuan bill, nervously asking, "Is this enough? If it's not enough, No need, someone has already paid, you can eat without worry." Jiang Yuan noticed the little girl's face was a bit pale and couldn't help but ask, "Is she not feeling well? Should we take her to the hospital?" "It's nothing, she's had this old problem, just needs some medicine," Chen Xiaoli said, pursing her lips and shaking her head. Her daughter's condition was getting worse, and she felt powerless. The little girl had just taken a few bites when she suddenly started breathing rapidly and began to cough. Chen Xiaoli was frightened and quickly went to pat the little girl's back while asking, "Xinger, how are you feeling?" After a moment, the little girl whispered, "Mom, I feel unwell." "Mom will get you some medicine, just hold on." Chen Xiaoli hurriedly picked up a bottle of medicine from the table, but when she opened it, nothing was left. Her face turned pale as she muttered, "The medicine is gone, the medicine is gone." Jiang Yuan watched the sudden change, unsure of what was happening. "What's wrong with her?" Chen Xiaoli came to her senses and immediately hugged her daughter. "There's no medicine, I need to take her to the hospital. My car is outside, I'll take you." Jiang Yuan took the child from her arms and rushed out, realizing that the little girl might be having a medical emergency. Chen Xiaoli hurriedly followed behind, talking to her daughter. Jiang Yuan rushed with the little girl towards the village entrance. The narrow space was only a meter wide, making it inconvenient for cars to enter. When they reached the car, he handed the child back to Chen Xiaoli, unlocked the door, and quickly opened the front passenger door for them. After they settled in, Jiang Yuan got back in the car and asked, "Which hospital?" Since he wasn't local, he asked for Chen Xiaoli's opinion. "Go to Lingnan University Affiliated Hospital." Jiang Yuan immediately opened the navigation and set off. "Xinger, hold on, don't let anything happen to you, don't leave your mom." In the passenger seat, Chen Xiaoli was sobbing while holding her daughter, and Jiang Yuan glanced over, unsure of the little girl's condition. It was about 3 kilometers to the hospital, and a few minutes later, they arrived at the emergency room entrance. Jiang Yuan quickly got out, opened the passenger door, took the little girl from Chen Xiaoli's arms, and ran towards the lobby, shouting, "Doctor! Doctor! Someone, quick!" Soon, a nurse pushed a stretcher over, asking, "What happened?" Jiang Yuan looked back, and Chen Xiaoli hurriedly ran up to answer, "Congenital heart disease. Quick, take her to the emergency room." Watching the child being pushed into the emergency room, Jiang Yuan and Chen Xiaoli were left outside. At that moment, Chen Xiaoli seemed to lose all support and collapsed to the ground, silently sobbing. A security guard approached them and gently asked, "I'm sorry, could you please move your car to the parking lot? Parking here will block the ambulance." If it had been a small broken car, he would have yelled by now, but this was a supercar, and he didn't dare raise his voice, needing to ensure it was parked properly. When Jiang Yuan and the others drove in, the gate hadn't even closed. "Okay, you wait here, I'll move the car." Chen Xiaoli numbly nodded, unable to speak. After moving the car, Jiang Yuan returned with a bottle of water and handed it to Chen Xiaoli, who had been waiting anxiously at the emergency room door. "How is she?" I don't know. What's wrong with the child?" "She has congenital heart disease. The doctor said she needs surgery soon." Before Chen Xiaoli could finish, the emergency room door opened, and a nurse came out to them, saying, "The patient needs to be hospitalized for treatment. She's stable for now. Please follow me to complete the admission procedures." The two immediately stood up. "Okay, thank you, I'll go with you." Jiang Yuan followed the nurse out, but after a while, he returned, looking embarrassed as he said to Chen Xiaoli, Maybe you should go instead." Chen Xiaoli looked anxious and quickly requested, "Brother, can you help me pay for it first? I don't have any money with me right now, but I promise I'll pay you back in a few days. It's not about the money, I just don't know the child's name. I don't know how to handle it. You should come with me, don't worry about the costs." The nurse had just taken him over, but when he asked, he was met with a barrage of questions and ended up taking the blame, so he had to come back to ask Chen Xiaoli to go with him. After the paperwork was done, Jiang Yuan transferred 100,000 into their hospital account as a deposit for medical expenses. The nurse had whispered a few things to him, and he learned that the condition was quite serious. If not treated promptly, the child could die at any moment. As for further treatment, he didn't understand. Such a young age, enduring so much suffering, it was truly heartbreaking. Once the little girl was settled into the ward, Jiang Yuan ordered takeout for Chen Xiaoli, as it seemed she hadn't eaten yet. After doing all this, Zhang Yuan prepared to leave quietly. Just as he stepped out, he ran into the attending doctor for the night, whom he had just seen in the ward. "Guardian, just in time, I need to talk to you. Come with me to the office, we need to discuss the treatment plan." Zhang Yuan was confused but was pulled into the doctor's office, where he was informed about several treatment options. Open heart surgery? Yes, because the patient has had congenital heart disease for a long time, her heart medication is no longer effective, so we need to consider this option. "Doctor, I'm not a family member of the patient, I'm just passing by to help. The one in the ward is her mother, let me go get her." "Ha, you're not?" Goodness, after all that, it turned out there was a misunderstanding. Regardless, even though he wasn't related to the little girl, fate had brought them together. Zhang Yuan left his phone number with the attending doctor, telling him to contact him if they needed help with the surgery costs. He would fully support the little girl. "I didn't expect to meet a living lei feng today. Don't worry, sir, we will do our utmost to save her and make her healthy again. It's fine, it's fine. When her mother arrives, please don't mention the costs, just tell her how to treat her, and don't let her feel pressured." Understood. Zhang Yuan returned to the ward and called Chen Xiaoli over, saying the doctor wanted to discuss the treatment plan with her while he watched the little girl for a bit. After Chen Xiaoli left, Zhang Yuan sat by the bed and looked at the little girl. The floor was still dripping, her face was somewhat pale, and her lips were a bit purple. He didn't know what this task was really about. Was it just to deliver takeout? But no matter what, his situation had improved a bit, and when faced with such matters, he couldn't just stand by. He had received a blessing that changed his circumstances, and he should indeed help those in need more. If it were before, when he was working like a beast, he might have heard such a story and donated a few dozen or 100 online to some fundraising project, doing his small part. At that moment, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. She didn't cry or fuss. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, she weakly said, "Brother, thank you. Thank me for what? You carried me over just now, I know. Alright, you need to listen to the doctors while you're in the hospital. They will definitely help you get better, and then you can go out to play." Brother, I will definitely be obedient. "Brother, my mom has no money. When I grow up, I will work to pay you back." Zhang Yuan felt a pang in his heart as he stroked the girl's hair. At just 5 or 6 years old, how could she understand so much? This is all the torment of fate. Sigh, what a damn life. "Then you should grow up well, brother will wait for you, okay?" The little girl nodded gently. Whether it was the effect of the medicine or her poor health, she fell asleep again shortly after. After Chen Xiaoli returned, Zhang Yuan made an excuse to go to the bathroom and then quietly slipped away. He was afraid that Chen Xiaoli would later say something about paying him back, and he was too shy to know how to comfort her. On the way home, Zhang Yuan thought a lot. This world is so broken, and in corners we cannot see, some people are suffering greatly. Zhang Yuan decided to take 10% of the profits from his own business every year to create a foundation, something like that chubby female singer, to help those in need. When he returned to Huiyue Mansion, his parents had already gone back to the hotel to rest. Zhang Yuan took out his phone. He wanted to check the tasks in the app to see if he had completed them. He had delivered the food and sent the person to the hospital. He had basically done everything he needed to do. After opening the app, a message popped up immediately. "Congratulations, user, task completed. You have received a system reward of 25% shares in Wolf Media." Hey, this reward is not bad. Adding to the previous shares, he now had 30% of the shares. Even if he wasn't the largest shareholder, at least he was the second largest, right? 30% of Wolf Media's shares were worth 600 million. He was not far from being the major shareholder. Who knows, maybe one day he would fully acquire the company. The rewards for this task were indeed generous. Zhang Yuan also checked today's group purchase items. Fortunately, the property company from last night was still there, so he quickly clicked to buy. His assets skyrocketed, finally breaking through 3 billion. After buying today's group purchase items, he could finally relax. "Brother, what are you doing?" Zhou Xiaotuan sent a message, and Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered he had said he would buy a house. However, the cashback card had a time limit for use. If he only bought one house and got a few million back, that would be a loss. But buying something worth 50 million for Zhou Xiaotuan, Zhang Yuan felt it wasn't quite the right time. If it were for Lin Yuna, he wouldn't hesitate at all. What an idiot. He could just call Lin Yuna to come to Yancheng, or ask Zhou Xiaotuan to buy something when she went to Xincheng. Why was he so fixated on buying it immediately? Tuan, I have a question for you. Brother, go ahead. I have little time in Yancheng. Would you be willing to go to Xincheng? I would. If you ask me to go, I will go. Zhou Xiaotuan agreed without even thinking. Okay, you talk to your company about terminating the contract, hire a lawyer to go with you, and don't let them bully you. Let me know when it's settled. Okay, Brother, once he figured this out, Zhang Yuan continued to play. When he got back, he would find Lin Yuna to get some good things, and Li Lei could also buy her some. After all, she had given herself completely to him. As for Han Ruochu and the others, their relationship was different. It was fine to maintain it like this for now. If he wanted to take it further, he would have to see if her feelings for him had increased. Zhang Yuan went to support Lulu again. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he saw her playing a game. A gift of a flying dragon in the sky immediately drew everyone's attention to his arrival. Welcome, Big Spender. The Big Spender has arrived. Everyone kneels to welcome. After Zhang Yuan's performance last night, Lulu's live broadcast room had become popular, and today the number of fans was already approaching 1 million. When Lulu returned to the city and saw Zhang Yuan, she immediately broke into a sweet smile and spoke in a charming voice. Brother Jiangnan, you're here. He ignored me after I sent a message last night, and now he suddenly appears in the live stream. Is he really that busy? Lulu felt a bit heartbroken. After all, she was a beauty too, and didn't she deserve a few more replies? After sending a few gifts, Zhang Yuan exited the live stream. The PK last night was too intense. He couldn't do this often, or he might get caught by the authorities for money laundering, which would be disastrous. Brother Jiangnan, why did you leave? Are you angry? Lulu immediately ran to ask in the chat. Angry about what? Brother Jiangnan, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Thank you, my fans increased so much today. Oh, this girl is being so proactive and asking me out. Zhang Yuan found it quite strange. Sure, if you don't invite me, I might just head to Xincheng, and then you'll miss out. I'll treat you. I'll come find you tomorrow afternoon. Forget it, just send me your address, and I'll pick you up. It's so hot, I can't let a delicate beauty like you come find me. Zhang Yuan still had a bit of gentlemanly demeanor. Women should be kept on their toes. Being too proactive makes one a simp, and simps end up with nothing. But it depends on the person. You have to know your own worth, or else while you're keeping someone on a string, you might end up being someone else's. After a beautiful sleep, he had a night full of spring dreams. He didn't know if it was because he had opened the door to a new world, but these dreams had become more frequent, or if he particularly longed to have something happen with certain people. These spring dreams left no trace. Was it because after taking the pills, his stamina increased, so his needs grew? Look at Zhou Xiaotuan. He had been resting hard these days, and whenever he went out, he quickly pretended to be pitiful, needing to adjust, actively suggesting that he should find someone else. Better to argue online than to actually fight offline. He checked his phone and found that Lin Yuna had already sent him a message and even transferred him money. Brother Jiang, today is Children's Day. I really want to go to Disneyland with you, but unfortunately, you're not in Xincheng. Wishing my dearest brother a happy June 1st. May you always be young. Brother, I bought you a gift. I'll give it to you when you come back. Transfer, 6,100 yuan. Hey, she really is the woman with the highest affection for me, remembering the holiday and creating an opportunity to give gifts. See, this is what it means to have a woman who cares about you, full of thoughtful gestures. When my brother returns to Xincheng, I must spoil you well. Zhang Yuan was very happy. This was the first time in many years of being a loser that someone wholeheartedly thought of him, and it was he who turned her into a woman. No matter if he initially saw Lin Yuna as a tool or whatever, spoiling her was definitely not a loss. He replied to Lin Yuna's message, they video chatted for a bit, and inevitably, he took advantage of her online again. This behavior was simply self-inflicted. Clearly, he couldn't have it, yet he still wanted to push his luck. After taking a cold shower, Zhang Yuan went out, first taking his parents to a hotel restaurant for lunch. Then he drove out to hand over his new company. He had checked this property management company online. Their business covered the Pearl River Delta, and many high-end properties were managed by them. Upon closer inspection, he found that the Huiyue mansion was also managed by this property company, which was quite a coincidence, as he could directly observe the company's daily operations. Lingnan Property Company currently manages nearly 600 properties in the Pearl River Delta, with an annual income of nearly 1 billion, but the gross profit margin is less than 20%, so the net profit margin is estimated to be only 15%. Looking at it this way, this industry is still quite difficult to operate in. Since he had recently acquired many companies, all of which were wholly owned by him, Zhang Yuan felt he should find a legal and financial team to audit the company first. The company has nearly 8,000 employees, so one cannot be careless. This is not like running a small shop where you can manage everything on your own. A large company needs a system and processes to support its management framework. Therefore, while on the road, Zhang Yuan utilized the L2 search service function to first purchase the services of a law firm and an accounting firm, using up-to-date search services. When acquiring a new company, it is common practice to conduct reviews by an accounting firm and a law firm. mainly for the acquirer's risk assessment of the target company. This company was obtained through a system group purchase, and Zhang Yuan felt that the system would not let him down, but these necessary steps still needed to be taken. The larger the company, the more unstable people's hearts can be. Not integrating into one's own team is very dangerous. The review by the accounting firm is a very important part. The main purpose of the financial audit is to understand the financial status of the acquired company, including whether there are false accounts and hidden debts, to avoid potential financial risks and ensure that there will be no unnecessary troubles due to financial issues later on. The law firm review mainly involves legal due diligence. Lawyers will examine the operating qualifications, equity structure, contract status, etc. of the acquired company to ensure that the acquisition is legal and effective, and to reduce transaction risks. They will also assist in handling legal documents during the acquisition process to ensure that both parties' rights are protected. The company obtained through the system group purchase has ensured the success of the acquisition, but it does not guarantee that the company will operate well in the future. Therefore, these two related reviews are essential for the future expansion of his industrial empire, and this is also some knowledge Zhang Yuan picked up while casually watching videos. As for whether to go public in the future, that can be discussed later. There was no time today to purchase two such companies, so he can only buy their services for now. The audit fees and law firm fees for a company valued at 1.8 billion or 2%, and Zhang Yuan paid 3.6 yuan respectively. As soon as he finished the payment, a call came in immediately. Zhang Yuan told them the address, and they said they would rush over right away. The efficiency was indeed quite fast. He would check their situation later, and if possible, Zhang Yuan already thought about incorporating these two companies into his portfolio. After a busy day, both teams had settled in and started working, and only then did Zhang Yuan leave the company to pick up Lulu. Lulu knew she was going on a date today, so she had taken a shower early, done her makeup, and was all set, just waiting for Zhang Yuan. Since Zhang Yuan said he would come to pick her up, she waited at her place, not going anywhere, fearing that if he suddenly arrived and she wasn't there, it would leave a bad impression. She waited until after 4 in the afternoon when she finally received a message from Zhang Yuan, almost losing her patience, thinking she had been stood up. Lulu was almost losing confidence in herself, wondering if it was because she was unattractive. However, she hadn't even met Zhang Yuan yet, and daring to invite him to dinner was already commendable, so she still had some small hopes for a daytime meeting. Zhang Yuan had no choice. He didn't expect this to be more complicated than the yacht club. The yacht club's value was mainly in the yachts and the dock, with fewer people involved, so he kept listening to the two teams explaining things to him, which shocked him. It turned out he had been too hasty in taking over companies before. Lulu arrived at the entrance of the community and was immediately attracted by a supercar parked at the gate. Could this be her top supporter? How extravagant! But only such an extravagant supercar could have the power to engage in high-stakes competitions. Zhang Yuan had seen her photos, and as he got out of the car and waved to Lulu, she was so surprised that she covered her mouth. She guessed right, she really encountered a wealthy person. I'm afraid, if it were just a few thousand or so, that wouldn't be a problem. But this is too much. I feel guilty just looking at it. You've helped me boost my rankings and gain so many fans, and I'm already very content. Lulu expressed her concerns, as she seemed to have heard about money laundering activities on the platform before, and she didn't want to get involved in any illegal events. Zhang Yuan, of course, was unaware of her worries. After all, he had swiped so many times on the platform, and Lin Yuna had operated with him several times. After dinner, Zhang Yuan wasn't sure what to do, so he tentatively asked, "Are you going to stream tonight? Are you busy?" Lulu didn't know what Zhang Yuan was getting at, but she felt that this question was hinting at the next step. Wasn't it too fast? If he didn't want her to stream, did he want to? Sure enough, all men are the same, all hungry for pleasure, pretending until the end, wanting to sleep with her. This made the good feelings Lulu had accumulated today vanish in an instant, so she said, "I still have to stream. If I don't, I'll lose fans, and your help will be in vain." "Oh, fine then. I just bought a yacht and haven't had the chance to experience it yet. I wanted to take you to enjoy the night view of the Pearl River, but I guess it will have to be next time." "Ah, a yacht? My goodness, are you really that rich? It's either a Lamborghini or a yacht. I can't keep up with your pace." Lulu's heart suddenly became chaotic. Although she wasn't that materialistic, she had never seen such a spectacle before. How could a girl's heart not be curious? "Brother, actually, I can stream outside too. I just need my phone to play games." "Oh, then let's go buy 2 phones at the mall." Zhang Yuan thought she was inconvenienced without a phone, so he directly took Lulu to the first floor of the mall and walked straight into a fruit phone specialty store, as these girls generally preferred fruit phones. "Hello, are you looking for phones? Do you have any models in mind? I can explain them to you. a seemingly quiet female salesperson approached them. "No need to look, just go get me 2 of the latest models, the top configurations." The salesperson's expression turned into an O shape. She had just started working a few days ago and had never encountered such customers, so she was momentarily stunned. At that moment, another female salesperson came up to them, greeting them enthusiastically. "Sir, IE just started and might not be familiar yet. Let me assist you." The girl named IE was instantly at a loss for words. Her business was being snatched right after she just started, and the seniors were really too much, showing disappointment on her face. "No need, just let her go get them." Zhang Yuan understood this kind of situation. He had encountered it when he worked part-time before, so he knew what was going on without needing to think. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and get them. Also, grab 2 of the latest top configuration tablets." Zhang Yuan urged the disappointed salesperson and casually added 2 more orders for her. Oh, sir, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." The latest fruit phones had been out for a while, and there was plenty of stock offline, so there wouldn't be any issues with availability. "Brother, that's too much. I already have a phone, I don't need it." Seeing Zhang Yuan being so generous, Lulu still held back a bit, only now remembering to refuse. One must say, such a generous man is truly likable. "Those are all old models. Since the new ones are out, let's use the new ones. You treated me to dinner tonight, so don't refuse. Otherwise, I'll be angry." Lulu pouted. "I treated you to dinner, but you bought the whole order." At that moment, Zhang Yuan slightly took on a domineering demeanor. "Since you came out to play with me today, then you have to listen to me. Even if I buy you things, you can't refuse." But who could refuse such a domineering man who treats them well? After a while, the female salesperson named IE returned with 4 machines. Just as she was about to say something, Zhang Yuan waved his hand. "Go settle the bill. Aren't you going to take a look?" "No need, there's nothing worth seeing." It was just a few tens of thousands worth of items. Checking them over and over was too much of a waste of time. Zhang Yuan urged her to complete the purchase directly and handed everything to Lulu. "Sir, can I add you on WeChat? If there are any after-sales issues, you can contact me." As she was leaving, the female salesperson named IE mustered her courage to ask. "Sure," Zhang Yuan replied. Seeing her like a youthful college student, he agreed. With Zhang Yuan's current WeChat status, if a man wanted to add him, it was unlikely, and if a woman was unattractive, she basically had no chance. After enjoying so many delicacies, who would still look at the leftovers? It was no longer the era of hunger. As long as it was a female, that was enough. "Brother, you really are charming," Lulu said while following Zhang Yuan, not knowing if it was a compliment or a jab. "Oh, do you like it?" Zhang Yuan countered, and Lulu's face immediately turned red, stammering. I like. "Ah, that's good. We can't drive now, let's take a taxi, if you don't mind." "Not at all." Lulu quickly shook her head. "Big brother, you really are a rich man, I know that. Don't say taking a taxi. Even if you let me sit on the back of your bicycle, I'd be fine." While they were waiting for a taxi, they suddenly heard the roar of an engine, and a Porsche sports car pulled up in front of them. "Hey, beautiful, waiting for a ride? I can give you a lift." The driver, a guy with yellow hair, whistled, thinking he looked cool. "No need, just go." "Come on, beautiful, what's the point of being with a loser like this? Come with me, I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well, and you can ride in a Porsche every day." Lulu stopped talking and turned to look at Zhang Yuan, afraid he would get angry. The yellow-haired guy was about to continue flirting when Zhang Yuan, feeling speechless, directly shouted, "Did you not hear me tell you to get lost? Oh, you poor loser, what are you pretending for? Taking a beautiful girl out, and you don't even have a car. If you want to pick up girls, at least drive a Civic, you broke loser." After being scolded, the yellow-haired guy became even more provocative, feeling thrilled inside. He loved arguing with these poor losers and then trying to seduce the women next to them. Moreover, tonight's woman looked like a real gem, definitely inexperienced. "Brother, let's go, don't pay attention to this jerk." Lulu pulled Zhang Yuan's hand, ready to walk away. Staying here any longer would make her furious. What kind of nonsense was this? There was no class compared to her big brother. Zhang Yuan didn't expect that holding Lulu's hand tonight would be in such a situation. Goodness, who would have thought this yellow-haired guy would be a help? One day, he would definitely smash your car to thank you. Letting Lulu pull him along, he felt her soft, warm hand, which was quite comfortable. The yellow-haired guy just stared at them, determined to ruin this little couple's night. Lulu led Zhang Yuan a bit further ahead and finally managed to hail a taxi. They both got into the car. At that moment, she remembered their hands were still linked, and her face flushed red as she quickly let go of Zhang Yuan's hand, which made him feel quite sad. Just when he was starting to feel something, it was gone. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to explain. Seeing her like this, Jiang Yuan reached out again to hold Lu Lulu's soft hand. She tried to pull away, but Jiang Yuan didn't let go. After a few moments, Lu Lulu gave up. Forget it, they had already held hands, so what was a little longer? The car drove for about 20 minutes and stopped at the Pearl River Yacht Terminal. As soon as the two got out of the car, they were surprised by a blinding set of headlights shining from behind. The car stopped, and the yellow-haired guy from earlier got out. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What was going on today? Did he step in dog poop when he left the house? How did they send someone to his doorstep asking for a slap in the face? Did that Porsche give him unlimited courage and audacity? Beautiful lady, it's late at night, don't be fooled by this loser. He can only afford a 99 yuan group tour ticket to see the yacht, he said. Lu Lulu frowned, ignored him, and turned to walk inside. Jiang Yuan pulled her toward the yacht dock where the yachts were currently moored. There were a few yachts here and there, some big, some small, some dark, and some lit up. Following the directions, Jiang Yuan arrived in front of a large yacht, 3 stories high, which looked quite luxurious. Boss, you're here. Is everything ready? A manager-like person was waiting in front of the yacht and immediately smiled and greeted Jiang Yuan upon his arrival. Everything is ready, we can set sail as soon as you arrive. Alright, let's go. Jiang Yuan pulled Lu Lulu onto the yacht and headed for the 3rd deck. The manager was just about to board when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw the yellow-haired guy running toward their yacht, and he quickly raised his hand to block him. What are you doing? Don't block me, show me your QR code. How much is the ticket? The manager was stunned. What ticket? What QR code? Was this guy crazy? Sir, this is a private yacht, please leave. What private yacht? Why could that loser just get on? That's my boss, this is my boss's yacht. He can go up without any problem. If you keep making a scene, I'll call someone to have you removed. Boss? Yacht? Private yacht? The yellow-haired guy suddenly broke out in a sweat. Oh no, he had shown off to the wrong person. What should he do now? With a swift turn, he ran away. The manager watched the fleeing figure, speechless. Where did this lunatic come from? He shook his head and hurried onto the yacht to attend to the boss. Lu Lulu followed Jiang Yuan to the 3rd deck, where the lounge was quite comfortable, and there was a bar-like setup, the best spot on the boat for a view. What do you want to drink? There should be Wi-Fi on the boat. You can find a place to stream. If it's not convenient here, you can go to the 2nd floor. Or I can wait for you there, Jiang Yuan said while talking to Lu Lulu and asking a waiter to get him a drink. Lu Lulu suddenly felt a bit guilty. She hadn't expected that her brother would really bring her to the yacht to give her a place to stream, while she had been thinking about refusing. Jiang Yuan held a glass of champagne and walked to the side of the deck, looking at the night view of the river. Boss, are we setting sail? Yes, take me for a tour of the Pearl River night view. Okay, boss. The manager came up to ask Jiang Yuan when they would set sail, and after receiving the instruction, he went down to the 1st level to make arrangements. Jiang Yuan turned back to see Lu Lulu fiddling with her equipment and told her to stay on the 3rd floor to stream while he went to the 2nd floor, where there was also a lounge area. He had always been very kind to the female streamers he encountered. Although he was a paying top supporter, he never forced them to put down their work and focus solely on him without doing anything else. After all, if he imposed too much, it would feel like he was violating them. Watching the yacht slowly leave the dock, he couldn't help but feel emotional. What kind of ability did it take to have such luxurious items delivered right after placing an order? Not to mention the scarcity of these items, just the logistics involved are unimaginable. Are these things all stored somewhere in the country, just waiting for him to place an order so they can be quickly delivered? It feels like everything about this group buying software is breathtaking. It seems like it should be from the future. Shaking his head, he took a sip of the Dom Perignon champagne and pushed these confusing thoughts aside. When flowers are ready to be picked, one must pick them. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to regret it. Since he had given himself this opportunity, he should make the most of every day to avoid future regrets. The biggest regrets in life are not about what one has done, but rather about what one has not done. As long as it's not illegal and doesn't go against one's conscience, one should boldly enjoy each day. The night in Zhujiang is beautiful, with light shining brightly on both banks, and the gentle breeze on the river's surface alleviates some of the heat, making it quite pleasant. This inner clarity makes the scenery incredibly beautiful, and life feels wonderful. Jiang Yuan had only been on the 2nd floor deck for a while when he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. Turning around, he saw a beautiful figure walking towards him. Why are you back so soon? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but be curious about how this girl had changed. Brother Jiangnan, I just went online to tell my fans that I won't be streaming tonight. You brought me to the yacht to have fun. It would be too disrespectful to go live myself, Lu Lulu said shyly. It's fine, as long as it doesn't affect your work. You can come to the yacht anytime you want, Jiang Yuan said, his words carrying a certain magic that filled Lulu with a different feeling. By the way, today is Children's Day, and I haven't given you a gift yet. Let's find a place to buy one when we get back to shore. No need, you've already given me so many things today, that's enough, Lulu said, not being materialistic, and she felt she had already received a lot. The two sat on the deck sofa, sipping champagne and chatting casually. When the boat approached the Yangcheng Tower, the view from the yacht was a different kind of beauty. Beautiful singing floated from the shore, everything felt just right, and as their eyes met, a subtle feeling began to quietly develop. Lulu closed her eyes, and suddenly her lips felt a warmth. So this is what a first kiss is like, somewhat sweet, like the taste of champagne. Suddenly, she felt something unusual, as if a certain part of her was gently held. Lulu opened her eyes quickly and grasped Zhang Yuan's hand resting on her chest, shyly saying to him, "Brother, I'm not ready yet." She had no experience in this regard and felt an overwhelming panic. It was too fast. How did they end up kissing? How did it come to this? She didn't feel any disgust towards Zhang Yuan. Instead, she felt an inexplicable fondness. "Oh, then let's hug," Zhang Yuan said, lowering his hand from where it was and wrapping his arms around her back, pulling Lulu into his embrace. She didn't refuse. At that moment, she found that being in a man's arms was quite comfortable. On the deck, the yacht continued to glide slowly, and it felt somewhat like the Titanic. The scene was romantically excessive. Tourists on the shore looked at the couple embracing on the yacht, feeling a twinge of envy. This was the life people yearned for. "Brother, do you have something hard on you?" Lulu asked, puzzled. She curiously looked down, her thigh slightly shifting, and then she realized something, immediately turning her head away in panic. Her face turned crimson, and she didn't dare to look up at Zhang Yuan, burying herself deeply in his embrace. So embarrassing. Zhang Yuan was also caught off guard by her sudden reaction, feeling awkward, and he released this gentle embrace. "Let's go inside and sit for a while." Zhang Yuan quickly changed the subject. Lulu let Zhang Yuan hold her hand as they walked towards the sofa inside. He noticed that Lulu was wearing high heels today, and standing like this seemed a bit tiring, so he took her back to sit down and rest. When the yacht circled back to the dock near the Yangcheng Tower, Zhang Yuan and Lulu got off the boat first, letting the others drive back on their own. In the following time, Zhang Yuan took Lulu to the top of the tower, and they rode the Ferris wheel together, fulfilling Lulu's romantic fantasies as a young girl. Naturally, they couldn't help but share a passionate kiss on the Ferris wheel. With familiarity comes comfort, and this time she let her guard down again. She seemed less resistant to more intimate contact. After coming down from the Yangcheng Tower, Lulu's face was flushed. Indeed, happy times passed quickly, but Lulu held firm on the last step. When Zhang Yuan brought her to the hotel lobby, she insisted on going home. "Brother, please don't be angry. I'm not ready." Zhang Yuan whispered something in her ear, and Lulu blushed and was quite surprised. "How did you know?" "You told me." "I didn't." "Come on, I'll take you home." "Thank you, brother. Thank you for understanding me." Although they couldn't take it further, on the way back, she held Zhang Yuan's hand more naturally, resembling a young girl in love. Zhang Yuan wasn't in a hurry, things were developing well, and the future looked bright and hopeful. After dropping Lulu off at the entrance of her community, she gave him a kiss before hurriedly running back. Zhang Yuan watched her retreating figure before turning to leave. He took out his phone, opened the app, and uploaded Lulu's photo. Name, Lulu. Age, 23. Occupation, streamer. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 80c divided by 58 divided by 79. Freshness, 100% favorability, 55 points. He didn't expect that after just one meeting, her favorability would increase. Could it be that he had some kind of personal buff? Zhang Yuan touched his face. It seemed he had become a bit more handsome. Indeed, in this era of popular live streaming, being an older brother had its perks. Spending a little more money on gifts could lead to opportunities to get close to beautiful women. After a date, a little gesture could likely lead to another battlefield. No wonder some say that many female streamers in this industry are quite similar to the ladies from the past karaoke bars. When you watch live streams, don't just criticize them for being suggestive. They know what they're broadcasting and what they need, selling smiles and dances for the gifts from the big brothers. And when you watch live streams, isn't it just to see something different and satisfy a little desire? When you see a female streamer's room filled with joy, it's a normal process. She will definitely connect with the top supporter. As for what happens next, it depends on how imaginative you are. It's a pity that Lulu ran off without inviting him up to sit and see her cat do backflips. After leaving Lulu's community, Zhang Yuan could only take a taxi back to the hotel, leaving the poison at his yacht club, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Just as he lay down in the hotel, Lulu sent a message on WeChat. "Brother, are you home? Just got home. just lying down brother, you're not angry, right? Not at all, I'm not that petty. Kiss an emoji was sent over. Brother, wait for me a moment. After saying that, there was no response. A few minutes later, Lulu sent another message, this time with a picture. Brother, these photos are only for you to see. You can't let anyone else see them. John Yuan clicked on the photo and took a look. Goodness, black stockings, white stockings. I never expected this. If I only looked at the photo, I wouldn't believe Lulu was pure at all. These outfits are just so tempting. I didn't expect you to have so many photos of beautiful women hidden away. You don't like girls, do you? Oomph, you're talking nonsense. That's clearly me, can't you tell? I didn't even edit the photo. John Yuan teased, only to be met with backlash. This style is different. I couldn't recognize you at all. I didn't expect you to have another side. So, do you like it? I like it, hee hee. If you weren't wearing clothes, I'd probably like it even more. Disgusting. Brother, you're a pervert. Oomph, of course. If I saw such a beautiful girl like you and didn't have any lewd thoughts, what would be the point of living? Don't be fooled by the girl's angry demeanor. If you were indifferent, she'd be the one to explode in anger. If a delicate beauty like her doesn't elicit any reaction from you, then what's the point of your existence? As the saying goes, a woman's words should be interpreted in reverse. If she says no, she means yes. If she seems angry, she's not really angry. If she's not angry, she is angry. No, that last part seems wrong. It should be that being angry means being angry, and not being angry also means being angry. Truly the most difficult creatures to understand. Sure enough, after Lulu lay on the bed and sent over the carefully selected photos, knowing that Zhang Yuan liked them and felt desire, her heart was quite happy, at least proving that she still had allure. Thinking about the intimacy between the two tonight, her first kiss was about to be given away, and she felt a hint of anticipation. If it weren't for the fact that she thought it was too fast, she might have been devoured tonight. But would he think she was too easy? But how did he know she was a CN? Has he been with too many women? Once Lulu's thoughts opened up, all sorts of chaotic ideas came flooding in. This pervert, I can't let him off so easily. Big pervert, you've already touched me all over tonight. Hey, you're slandering me. I haven't touched you all over yet. I'm still missing. You mustn't say that. You've already touched me. You can't let me touch you back. That's unfair. Lulu immediately recalled the time on the yacht when her hand accidentally brushed against that hard thing, and her face turned hot. Oh dear, so embarrassing. Don't say it, big pervert. Seeing that he had teased enough, Zhang Yuan changed the subject. I'm going back to Xinjiang tomorrow. Would you like to develop there? I can buy you a house of at least 80 square meters, all in your name. Oh my, in Xinjiang, houses are 50,000 per square meter. What does this big brother want? Does he want to keep me? But I still yearn for that sweet love. However, a house in Xinjiang is worth at least 4 to 5 million. If it's true, she would finally have a place of her own, a home that belongs to her. She had been struggling in Yangcheng for 2 years, only able to rent a place. To buy a house in Yangcheng, she would need at least 2 to 3 million. Her previous lukewarm livestream earnings were just enough for her own expenses. If it weren't for this PK that brought her fame, she wouldn't know when her fans would reach 1 million. After experiencing a day of luxury, Lulu felt a bit conflicted. Who wouldn't envy having a house in such a bustling place, being able to shop for bags and clothes every day? If one could live well, who would want to live a hard life? What is truly important? Should she agree? Lulu bit her lip and edited a message to send. Brother, I don't know. Are you asking me to be your girlfriend? Still lost in thoughts about using a cashback card, Zhang Yuan was taken aback by her words. Could this girl really be serious? Generally, girls who are still in the game tend to be more fanciful. How should he respond to this? Zhang Yuan had no clue and immediately opened a search engine for answers. After a while, he found no suitable response and had to rely on his own adaptability. Are you willing to do it? Lulu felt a surge of excitement upon reading this. Did she just hear her own heartbeat? Was this a confession? If you're willing to go, come over before the day after tomorrow. You can choose any house you like, as long as it's within 10 million. After sending that message, Zhang Yuan added another. In the face of material things, perhaps love and romance could be overlooked? Besides, he had no intention of getting married. They could talk about anything but feelings. And with her score still just over 50, she hadn't even reached the threshold of goodwill, yet she was already asking him to define their relationship? Marriage was something everyone was still young for. They should focus on experiences first. Now that Zhang Yuan had this group buying app, he could fully experience various exciting aspects of life. Binding him down was nearly impossible. Even if she got pregnant and gave birth, it wouldn't change anything. After all, the country's laws wouldn't care how many women you had, nor would it matter if the child was born to parents with a marriage certificate. If he had to raise the child, he could do so however he pleased. He didn't want to be a scumbag, but he wanted to be a player. He tossed the question back to Lulu and went to take a shower. Do you know the difference between a scumbag and a simp? A scumbag is a person, while a simp is a dog. A person finishes eating chicken and throws the bones to the dog, which not only doesn't mind but finds it delicious. However, even as the chicken dies, it feels that the bones it gives to the dog are unworthy of it. And what's the difference between a player and a scumbag? A player yearns for the stars and the sea. He enjoys being the center of attention and takes responsibility for the opposite sex in his ocean. Although he isn't exclusive, he has the ability and treats his people well. But a scumbag is different. He tends to gain benefits from the opposite sex and discards them once he's done. In short, a player is flirtatious but not sleazy, while a scumbag is neither classy nor decent. Zhang Yuan knew deep down that he was quite the flirt, but he could divide his heart into many parts, giving each girl a stable home and a worry-free life. At least in this regard, he wouldn't mistreat the women who followed him, which set him apart from scumbags. If it were a one-time thing, it would be a mutual benefit, just like a simple exchange for a fleeting moment. He wasn't a casual person, but when he was casual, he wasn't human. When it came to mutual needs, it naturally became casual, as long as the history was clean. After just fantasizing about Lulu's photo, Zhang Yuan had to take a shower to cool off. This young body was still prone to getting heated, in that fiery way. Now Zhang Yuan had reached a stage where he could eat meat anytime, which couldn't be solved on his own. If it came down to it, he could find some stimulating visuals, and at most, he'd have to endure one night. After returning to Xincheng tomorrow, he would have plenty to eat. Lying in bed, Zhang Yuan opened the group buying app, realizing he hadn't checked today's products yet. He needed to decide how to travel back to Xincheng tomorrow. Should he drive his curry nan with his parents all the way north, stopping here and there as if on a vacation? But driving alone would be exhausting. The homepage of the group buying product page only listed one item. It seemed to decrease after level 2, and he didn't know if there would be any level 1 skill cards in the future. One villa in Xincheng Shenzhou Junting, 66 yuan. Goodness, I finally bought myself a villa, and it's worth 66 billion right off the bat. A villa at this price can definitely be considered a luxury residence in Xincheng, right? It must be secured. Zhang Yuan immediately purchased it and then clicked to view the details. One standalone villa in Shenzhou Junting, with a construction area of 2,000 square meters, occupying 5 acres of land, a total of 5 floors plus an auxiliary building, a garden covering 2,000 square meters, and an underground private garage that can park 10 cars. Goodness, the unit price is 330,000 per square meter. That's really expensive. To live in such a house in this lifetime, it seems I must have saved the earth in my last life. Just a few days ago, I was worried that my parents would feel bored living in a high-rise in Xincheng, but now I don't have to worry. With a garden, they can take walks and also have fun planting flowers and vegetables. After buying the villa, Zhang Yuan was incredibly excited. He needed to do something to calm himself down. Although his total assets were worth tens of billions now, much of it was fixed assets, and selling them would be quite troublesome. To buy a big villa, he would probably have to sell the club or the property management company. Zhang Yuan pulled out WeChat and started chatting with people, bothering a few of his acquaintances in Xincheng. Lin Yana, Qi Yao, Li Lele, and he even sent a message to Su Qingwan, perhaps because he had been dreaming about her lately, so he couldn't help but want to talk. At this hour, Lin Yana and Qi Yao were still live streaming. Both had a large fan base now, truly working hard. They treated this as a career, and Zhang Yuan didn't oppose it. After all, he didn't believe anyone could tip them more than he could or steal these two women away, as long as they didn't cross the line and didn't give any advantage to those noisy online commenters. Especially Lin Yana, Zhang Yuan felt she wouldn't run away. If even that level of affection could be lost, then what was the point of emotions in this world? Her live streaming style had changed. She no longer wore overly short clothes or overly revealing outfits. Whether she lost fans or not didn't matter, but she couldn't let Zhang Yuan Gage be unhappy. Li Lele had already finished work, and Zhang Yuan had been out for a while. She still missed him a bit. They had just been intimate, and it was that sweet time of longing. A little separation felt like a new marriage, and she missed him even more. Seeing Zhang Yuan's WeChat, she immediately replied, "Honey, when are you coming back? I miss you. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll come to see you tomorrow night." Really? Li Lele felt a delightful surprise at being pampered. Her heart softened. It must be true. If you don't believe me, turn on the video, and I'll show you I'm real. Zhang Yuan suddenly wanted to video call her. he hadn't fully enjoyed her yet, and there was still more to explore. As the video connected, a pure beauty appeared on the screen, dressed in a sleeveless nightgown, and it seemed like he could see a glimpse of a deep valley. Lilele didn't mind letting the person in front of her see. In such a situation, Lilele made Jiang Yuan's heart race, and he felt a stirring desire. The two chatted for a while, and as the conversation heated up, he coaxed Lilele onto the bed. After some playful sounds, even though they were separated by a screen, they were already stripped of all restraint. Lilele in front of the screen swallowed hard. This was her first time feeling so close and real, and she realized he wasn't as ugly as she thought. The atmosphere became charged, her skin flushed, and she unconsciously squeezed her legs together. Under Jiang Yuan's temptation, Lilele shyly agreed to some of his peculiar requests. As the camera shifted, Jiang Yuan saw what he most wanted to see. Little Lele dazzled Jiang Yuan's gaze. Now it was Jiang Yuan's turn to swallow. Lilele, this lotus flower, was indeed the ultimate pride of his heart, something he could develop and enjoy exclusively. "Husband, come back quickly, I miss you," Lilele murmured from the other end of the screen. This kind of behavior was truly irresistible, yet somewhat frustrating. Finally, after half an hour, they ended the video call. However, the technical discussion about seafood production and usage was not over. After hanging up, Jiang Yuan drifted to other women, each conversation sparking intense chemistry. Especially with Qi Yao, they had already discussed things before, and now she was even more open, obediently doing whatever Jiang Yuan wanted. This left Jiang Yuan both pained and delighted. This night did not disappoint Jiang Yuan. He was caught in a mix of suffering and joy. None of the women had poor figures. They were all captivating enough to mesmerize him. The beauty that outsiders could not appreciate swayed before his eyes, truly igniting his passions. Ever since he took that pill, Jiang Yuan felt his stamina was at its peak, perhaps even comparable to that of Ji Xiaolan from the Qianlong era. That old man had numerous women, with a daily routine of at least 5 encounters. One before morning court, one immediately after returning home, one during the midday break, one after dinner, and one before bed. Without women, he might as well die of thirst. Even a sow would seem useful. He couldn't fathom how such stamina was maintained. Thinking about the supplement still in Xincheng, Jiang Yuan's heart burned with excitement. He had initially planned to give it to that dog Chen Liang, but thankfully he got too busy and forgot. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Jiang Yuan took several cold showers, and after that little brother calmed down, he finally dared not provoke him anymore. The distant water truly could not quench the nearby fire. Tonight was a feast for the eyes but a trial for the body. Back in bed, Jiang Yuan pulled out his phone and opened a group buying app, trying to distract himself from the lewd thoughts swirling in his mind. A word had just triggered a thought. He considered how to return to Xincheng. Airplane. Charter a plane. The last experience of night touring Deep City was quite nice. Although it was a helicopter, there must be long-distance planes available, and he should be able to purchase corresponding services. Jiang Yuan typed in airplane and searched. Goodness, they even had planes for sale. Gulfstream G650 business jet, 599 yuan each. Bell 525 helicopter, 99 yuan each. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he nervously typed in fighter jet and hit search. Unfortunately, the page had nothing, only a heart-wrenching message. Sorry, user does not have this permission. Damn, even if I bought it, I wouldn't use it, but I could buy it to donate. How could they deny me permission to even look? Frustrated, Jiang Yuan returned to the previous airplane page, browsed a few planes, and then clicked on the charter service. Gulfstream G650 domestic flight service, priced at 1 yuan. The description read, private charter service, providing Gulfstream G650 model business jet, can seat 15 people, just provide the destination, can fly as soon as the same day. This was it. Tomorrow he would take his parents on a private jet back to Xincheng. Jiang Yuan immediately paid to reserve the flight time and destination, and after finishing, he tossed his phone aside and fell into a peaceful sleep. The next day, he woke up and hurried to tell his parents to prepare. They were going back to Xincheng. Thankfully, they had a house there to store their things, so this trip could be light. Lulu had not replied yet, and he did not rush her. What comes to me is my fortune, what leaves me is my fate, and I do not force it. After finishing dinner, he called for a private car. Since he had no one to drive for him in Yangcheng, he wasn't quite bold enough to take the Cullinan to the airport and let it gather dust. He did have some money, but his mind wasn't gone yet. Upon arriving at the airport, Jiang Yuan called the captain to inform him that he had arrived. The captain asked Jiang Yuan to wait in the VIP lounge for a bit, as he still had some procedures to handle and would come to pick him up shortly. Son, I heard you need to buy a ticket to fly. Why aren't you buying a ticket? Jiang Yuan's mother, who couldn't understand, couldn't help but ask as they entered the VIP lounge. Mom, I've already bought it. This flight is just for our family. we can just wait here. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, a mocking laugh came from behind. A well-dressed woman was covering her mouth, unable to contain her laughter. When she noticed Jiang Yuan looking at her, she laughed even more. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, but your joke is just too much. Jiang Yuan's parents looked embarrassed, and Jiang Yuan couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Was she mocking him? Is it really that funny? Jiang Yuan asked in a low voice. Why do you have to brag? There are hundreds of people on a plane. How could it just be your family? Are all those people your relatives? The woman spoke with a hint of disdain, clearly intent on exposing Jiang Yuan's lie. Her words made Jiang Yuan's mother uneasy, as it seemed her son was indeed boasting. What kind of plane only had their family on it? A plane is just like a high-speed train. It has to accommodate many people. Jiang Yuan shook his head in speechless disbelief. Encountering a nitpicker was truly frustrating. Fine, you can argue all you want. He stood up to get something to drink for his parents. Seeing Jiang Yuan silent, the woman became even more animated. Not speaking meant he was guilty, right? She started rambling on, even teaching them how to fly and how to identify different seats, and the more they stayed quiet, the more interested she became. At that moment, Jiang Yuan's phone rang. It was the captain calling. Mr. Jiang, we are ready. Where are you? I will come to pick you up for boarding. I'm in the VIP lounge. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll be right over. After hanging up, the woman behind him laughed again, putting on airs. A few minutes later, a man in a captain's uniform and a flight attendant walked in. They looked around and Jiang Yuan waved. The two immediately came over. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Captain Hao Tian, and this is our crew member, Li Na. Yes, let's go. These are my parents. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mrs. Jiang. The two greeted them politely and reached out to help the Jiang family with their luggage. Such good service. I don't believe it, the woman muttered, but no one paid her any mind. Following the captain, they walked into the VIP passage and soon arrived next to the plane. It was a small white plane, about 30 meters long, and indeed looked quite small among the many planes at the airport. Please board, Mr. Jiang. The captain and flight attendant welcomed them. This scene was just seen by the woman who had mocked them earlier, and she blushed as she looked at their plane from the jet bridge. It turned out they really were a family flying together. It was a private jet, after all. Jiang Yuan clearly didn't care about the earlier incident and was now boarding the Gulfstream G650 with his parents. The interior was luxurious, with single sofas and larger seating, about 2 meters wide, along with a television and other amenities, resembling a lavish suite. Traveling on such a plane was no hardship, it was simply a pleasure. Flying from Deep City to Shin City, at first, my parents were a bit unaccustomed, as it was their first time on a plane. They curiously looked around, feeling somewhat nervous about the altitude. Once the plane took off, that tension disappeared, and with the attentive service of the flight attendant, they enjoyed snacks while watching a show, completely adapting to the experience. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan was lying on the large bed on the other side, catching up on sleep. He had stayed up too late playing with a few friends the night before and was still a bit tired. The layout of the plane included not only a large TV and sofa but also a lounge area, likely because those who charter such flights often need a place to rest. Besides the captain and co-pilot in the cockpit, the only ones in the passenger area were Jiang Yuan's family and one flight attendant. When Jiang Yuan woke up, he found a business card with a red lip print left beside him. Without a doubt, it must have been from the flight attendant who covered him with a blanket while he was asleep. Jiang Yuan touched his face, unsure if he had been taken advantage of. Oh well, what a loss. He picked up the card and stuffed it into his pocket. When he came out, he saw the flight attendant sitting in her seat, her long legs clad in black stockings, exuding beauty that made one want to admire her. Indeed, flight attendants' legs attract seasoned losers like him. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan approach, the flight attendant's face flushed slightly, and she immediately lowered her head to greet him. Mr. Jiang, you're awake. The plane will land in about half an hour. The 2-hour flight had passed quickly. In the past, as a seasoned loser, he had hardly ever had the chance to fly, let alone strike up a conversation with a flight attendant on a plane. At this moment, it felt somewhat ambiguous. Perhaps thinking about the possibility of her discovering the card or waiting for a question, the flight attendant raised her head, her watery eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan for a moment. Thank you for taking care of my parents. When we have time back in Shin City, I'll treat you to a meal. It's what I should do. The flight attendant was delighted. It seemed there was a chance for deeper interaction. Flight attendants are very observant. They excel at gauging the status of passengers. As soon as she boarded the plane, she could tell that this was a wealthy son, but his parents had not seen much of the world. So after Jiang Yuan rested, she meticulously took care of his parents, hoping to leave a good impression. If one wants to rise quickly, how could they not know how to play their cards right? If they were to hold a class, they could probably write a book. Indeed, the flight attendant's service left Jiang Yuan's parents very satisfied, and upon seeing their son awake, they praised her incessantly. "Son, this flight is so comfortable, and this young lady's service is excellent. You should compliment her." Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. "Okay, Mom." If only they knew that this flight cost $1 million, they probably wouldn't think so. They might even complain about the lack of people. The plane finally arrived in Shin City, and the flight attendant helped them gather their things and escorted them off the plane. "Mr. Jiang, your car is waiting outside. I'll take you there." The charter service was quite good, with a dedicated car waiting upon landing. Indeed, after exiting the VIP channel, a driver was already waiting, and after confirming, he immediately helped carry their luggage to the parking lot. For their level, they weren't so impressive as to have a car drive directly under the plane to pick them up. The car waiting for them was a Rolls-Royce Ghost. Although it was the cheapest model, it was still a top-tier luxury vehicle. "To Tang Chen Yi Pin," Jiang Yuan said to the driver from the front seat. The flight attendant overheard this and realized he was indeed a wealthy man, staying in a luxury apartment worth hundreds of thousands per square meter. "Mr. Jiang, may I add you on WeChat? If you need charter services in the future, just let me know, and I'll arrange it for you. I don't know if this charter flight is legitimate. Is it a plane, or just a plane?" Jiang Yuan probably guessed her little thoughts, but still agreed to add WeChat. Better safe than sorry, who knows when it might come in handy. Today, he didn't take his parents to the villa in Junting, as he hadn't taken over there yet, so he first took them back to a place where they could rest. His car was mostly parked at the Tangchen and the first set of Riverview apartments, so it would be convenient to go back. When they arrived at Tangchen Ipin and got out of the car, Jiang Yuan's parents looked up at the community. Several tall buildings rose from the ground, each one quite exquisite, comparable to the houses in Yangchang, truly not inferior. The weather here was relatively cooler than in Yangchang. The temperature was much more suitable. They went upstairs, and as soon as he opened the door, the 400 square meter flat was fully displayed. "Son, this house is as expensive as the one in Yangchang, right?" About the same. I just bought it not long ago. You see, the furniture hasn't even arrived yet. The house in Yangchang has a view of the Pearl River, while this one has a view of the Xinjiang. It's just a pity that they are all high-rises. It would be nice if they could grow some vegetables or something. This place couldn't be lived in yet, so after dropping off their luggage, Jiang Yuan took his parents down to the garage. "Dad, Mom, we're staying somewhere else tonight." Looking at Jiang Yuan's Bentley, they were no longer visually shocked, but they were curious about how much money their son had actually won. In the past few days while in Yangchang, he had already transferred $1 million to their accounts. This kid must not be telling the truth. This money should be saved for his wedding. The old couple didn't have many expenses anyway. They thought they were going to stay in a hotel again, and they were ready to oppose it. The car turned down a few roads and arrived at a nice-looking community. Seeing Jiang Yuan skillfully park the car, they couldn't help but ask, "Son, you didn't buy a place here too, did you?" "Well, you guessed it. This one is furnished and ready to live in. We're staying here tonight. I heard that the housing prices in Xinjiang start at least at 50,000 if you buy so much. What will you do if you run out of money later? Will you have to go to work?" "It's fine. I started a company. I won't starve." As Jiang Yuan went upstairs, although the house was a bit smaller, it felt quite cozy. He familiarized his parents with the new home and then took them to a nearby boutique supermarket to buy daily necessities and fruits and vegetables. Only then did Jiang Yuan tell them he had social engagements tonight and wouldn't be joining them for dinner. After leaving, he drove straight to Li Leilei's house, as he wanted to pick up little Leilei from last night, the one who could bloom like a water lily. When Jiang Yuan called for Li Leilei to open the door, she was pleasantly surprised. "Honey, how come you're here?" She rushed over and hugged Jiang Yuan. "Last night you tempted me, so I hurried back." This made Li Leilei blush immediately, burying her head in his arms, and an ambiguous atmosphere quietly rose. Finally back at his base, Jiang Yuan felt much more familiar. Moreover, with his beloved by his side, he didn't go to find Lin Yunna right away, mainly because he wanted to sneak a bite with Li Leilei first. After all, he had been with Lin Yunna more times, while with Li Leilei it was relatively less, so naturally, he wanted to share the love evenly. He couldn't favor one over the other, especially since he now had pills to boost his ability, feeling like a strong bull that didn't know fatigue. Sure enough, an hour later, Li Leilei lay on the bed, completely limp and unable to move. It was comfortable, but it was just too exhausting. Wasn't it said that only the land that could not be tilled would be fine? Why did it feel like this piece of land was about to be plowed by her husband? Li Leilei's mind flashed with some knowledge she didn't know where she had come across. Jiang Yuan, feeling satisfied, took a shower and opened a can of Sprite from 82. With a hiss, he opened it and took a big gulp. That feeling was just too great, refreshing all over, from head to toe, inside and out. Have you gotten familiar with the company's business these days? Li Lei rolled her eyes. Even at this time, he was still asking about work. She wanted to speak up, but she was so exhausted that all she wanted was to close her eyes and rest. It seemed she needed to exercise more, otherwise, how could she deal with this nemesis? Seeing that Li Lei didn't respond, Jiang Yuan smiled. It seemed he had indeed become bolder. Was he really engaging in some kind of yin-yang balancing? After reading so many novels, such thoughts came naturally. You go ahead and sleep. I'll play on my phone for a bit. Jiang Yuan turned off the bedroom light and lay down on the sofa in the living room. He took out his phone and checked. There were some messages on WeChat. In the past, WeChat was mostly filled with messages from the company urging him to work overtime. But now, every day, multiple women were messaging him. They were either asking, "What are you doing, brother?" or "Brother, I miss you so much today." Or someone would casually send him some selfies. Although he didn't know how long they spent editing those pictures, they were certainly pleasing to the eye. Lulu finally replied, "Brother, I'm willing. You have to treat me well, okay? You are my first love." First love, if it weren't for Jiang Yuan's information query, he might not have believed it. A beautiful girl like Lulu had never been in a relationship and was still a virgin. Oh, so she was agreeing to be his woman, but it seemed she was talking about being a girlfriend. How was he supposed to handle that? Jiang Yuan couldn't figure it out. He was sure he could only have one wife, but could he have multiple girlfriends? How should this so-called girlfriend be defined? Never mind, anyway, he wanted to be a sea king, not a scumbag. He just needed to treat her well. Then you come to Xinjiang tomorrow, and I'll take you to buy a house right away, putting it in your name. Does that count as treating you well? Brother, you finally replied. Lulu immediately responded. After sending a message to Jiang Yuan today and not getting a reply, she had thought of countless things. Was this man playing with her? Or had he died in a car accident? Was he teasing her? Was he sleeping with other women? It had to be said that now, influenced by TV dramas, the things these girls thought were hard to fathom. Just got back to Xinjiang. I wasn't paying attention on the road. Oh, so brother, you took a plane, no wonder you ignored me. After chatting for a while, Lulu mentioned her plan to come to Xinjiang tomorrow, so Jiang Yuan prepared to book a hotel for her. After finishing up with Lulu, Zhou Xiaotuan also mentioned her arrival time in Xinjiang. Goodness, how was he supposed to manage such precise timing? While chatting, Jiang Yuan opened a group buying app, and a task notification popped up immediately. Congratulations, the user has triggered a reward task. Please click to accept. Last time it was delivering food. This time, he wondered what he would have to do. The system was really playing tricks, with so many methods. Please help Yang Yifei catch her boyfriend cheating within 3 days. Completing the task will reward the user with 51% of Yixing Media's shares. If the task is not completed, 10% of the user's shares in Wolf Media will be deducted. After reading this task, Jiang Yuan's head spun. Who was Yang Yifei's boyfriend? Where was he supposed to find this person? China was so big. How could he catch someone cheating? And only 3 days to complete it? Moreover, this task was too valuable. It was going to cost him 200 million worth of shares. Was this woman really worth that much? Which company was Yixing Media anyway? He couldn't think too much. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to accept. He had just clicked to accept the task when he saw a task tip on the details page. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., Shangcheng Barui Hotel. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel grateful inside, thanking the system for not making him fumble around blindly. Otherwise, how would he have managed to find someone? Now he just needed to wait for tomorrow afternoon to catch someone, which was relatively much simpler. He still knew about Yang Yifei. She was the dream goddess of many otaku, truly a fairy-like sister, with a beauty that was undeniably super beautiful. It could be said that 8 out of 10 otaku liked her, the remaining one liked men, and the other one was no longer around. Jiang Yuan searched for a photo of Yang Yifei online that evening and uploaded it into the software for information retrieval. Name, Yang Yifei. Age, 25. Occupation, actress. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 53 kilograms. Measurements, 83b divided by 60 divided by 84. Overall rating, 90. Freshness, 100% favorability, 0 points. Goodness, could it be? Jiang Yuan was somewhat shocked to see the information. Yang Yifei was actually still pure? Isn't this industry supposed to be quite chaotic? Moreover, didn't she officially announce that she had a boyfriend? Could it be that they hadn't even gone that far? Jiang Yuan shook his head in disbelief. If he hadn't verified the authenticity of this information, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. After all, the entertainment circle is indeed chaotic. Thinking about how this beautiful fairy sister was so pure, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but fantasize a bit, wondering who her intimate guest might be. He also looked up information about Yang Yifei's boyfriend online, named Li Xian, who was also an actor, but naturally less well known than Yang Yifei. With such a stunning beauty as a girlfriend, could he really be cheating? Could it be that Yang Yifei wasn't giving in? After all, Yang Yifei was still pure. They probably hadn't done anything. Men in the entertainment industry come into contact with many flamboyant women every day, and being young and vigorous, they indeed might not be able to resist temptation. Sigh, having a stunning beauty as a girlfriend, something you can see but not touch, is indeed a bit tragic. Forget it, the cheating matter can wait until tomorrow. He sent a message to Chen Liyang to find some muscle for the job. If there were many places to stake out tomorrow, he couldn't handle it alone. Son, don't go to the company tomorrow, I need to talk to you. Chen Liyang replied quickly. At this hour, he was definitely still awake, just not sure what he was doing. Damn, are you going to heaven? Pretty much. You should prepare to make a sacrifice. After notifying Chen Liyang, he called Wu Zhongjie, the chairman of Wolf Media. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Zhang Yuan was now the second largest shareholder, and he valued this investment relationship greatly. Chairman Wu, I have a small favor to ask. Mr. Jiang, you're being too polite. Just tell me what it is. Well, I would like Yang Yifei's contact information. Could you help me out? Ha ha ha, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll get it for you shortly. Wu Zhongjie smiled knowingly. This young man was quite normal. Yang Yifei was indeed a beautiful flower in the entertainment industry, and everyone has a love for beauty, especially someone in his position as a major shareholder looking for a star with such looks. It must be said that some stars are indeed very alluring, their beauty and skills leaving one longing. Wu Zhongjie pulled out his phone, searched for someone capable, and soon got Yang Yifei's phone number, quickly sending it to Zhang Yuan. After sending it, he seemed to be stimulated himself and dialed a number. I'm waiting for you in room 2819 at the Shangri-La Hotel. Let's discuss the script tonight. A very charming response came from the other end of the line. Hurry up, Wu Zhongjie chuckled and urged. I know, I'll go change my clothes and be right there. After getting Yang Yifei's number, Zhang Yuan's plan was almost ready to be executed. After thinking for a moment, he called Yang Yifei. After a few beeps, the call was disconnected. Speechless, Zhang Yuan called again, only to have it hung up on him again. Damn it, if it weren't for the mission, who would bother to call you? It's infuriating. No more than 3 tries. On the third call, if she doesn't answer, I'll expose him myself. I just don't know if that counts as completing the mission. On the third call, after 2 beeps, it finally connected, and a very pleasant voice came through. Hello, who is this? Yang Yifei, have you noticed that your boyfriend Li Xian has been acting a bit strange lately? Yang Yifei on the other end immediately became alert. This strange number had called so many times that she thought it was a nuisance call and hung up. After 3 calls, she wanted to see who it was, but unexpectedly, upon answering, the other party said such a strange thing. What do you mean? What do you want? Zhang Yuan was a bit taken aback by her reaction. Was this woman really that alert? Li Xian will be checking into a hotel tomorrow afternoon, and there will be a woman with him. It shouldn't be you. Who are you? What do you want? Yang Yifei's breathing quickened, but she continued to ask in a low voice. Oh God, why do I have to find this woman, and threaten me with my 200 million? If I lose that, it would be so heartbreaking. It's really unnecessary. To put it bluntly, it's just a phone call to stir up someone else's relationship. To put it even more harshly, it could be considered fraud. There are indeed many scams in society today, and the methods are all sorts of strange. Just boldly approaching someone and saying their man is cheating is hard to accept. Anyway, Li Xian is cheating. If you want to catch him in the act, come to Xinchangbo Rui Hotel at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. At worst, tomorrow he would take Chen Liyang with him to capture evidence of Li Xian's infidelity and see if the system would recognize it. He didn't expect to end up as a paparazzo. What kind of mission was the system giving him? Back in the group buying app, he opened the homepage and looked at today's updated products. He Jun Law Firm, 200 yuan. Truly, the system knows me well. When he took over the property company in Yangchang, he had thought about buying a law firm for convenience in the future, and unexpectedly, the opportunity came knocking. A law firm worth 200 million should still have some value. It would make managing his assets easier in the future. After purchasing today's items, Zhang Yuan returned to the bedroom. Li Lei was already asleep, breathing evenly, looking quite comfortable. Zhang Yuan lay on the bed, and as Li Lei turned over, she fell into his arms, just right. Holding the beauty, they spent the night in silence, peacefully falling asleep. The next morning, Li Lei was already awake, staring at the ceiling, occasionally glancing at Zhang Yuan. What are you sneaking a look at? Nothing at all. If you don't confess honestly, it's torture time. Zhang Yuan reached over and pinched Li Lei's soft spot. So ticklish, oh no, I'll tell you. I just feel like it's a bit like a dream. That feeling of waking up with you is so nice. Looking at you sleeping next to me makes me feel so secure. The beauty expressed her thoughts honestly, seemingly having truly accepted her relationship with Jiang Yuan, genuinely considering him her only man. Seeing how emotional Li Lei was, Jiang Yuan, just waking up, kissed her, giving her the most tangible reward. Before long, Li Lei fell once again under Jiang Yuan's charm. It seemed like she wouldn't be going to work today. Waking up at noon, Jiang Yuan ordered takeout for Li Lei and accompanied her while she ate a bit. Only then did he head out to find his adopted son. Chen Liyang had been waiting for him for half a day, constantly messaging him on WeChat, asking what he was up to. Driving his Bentley to the vicinity of Chen Liyang's place, he finally called him to come out. Jiang Yuan had bought so many cars, but none had arrived yet. Otherwise, he could have lent one to Chen Liyang, especially since he was now the spokesperson for Wolf Media. I said, "What the hell are you doing, making me wait for so long?" As soon as he got in the car, Chen Liyang complained. "Taking you to catch a cheating spouse, you in? What the hell, whose are we catching? You're not getting a green hat, are you? That's just too tragic, you little bastard. No, wait, you're a green-haired turtle now." Hearing this, Chen Liyang got overly excited. This was a huge scoop, too thrilling. What kind of woman was blind enough for this? Get lost, or helping someone else catch a cheating spouse. Green-haired turtle, your sister. The two bantered all the way, and it took nearly an hour to reach the Borui Hotel. After parking, Jiang Yuan took out a photo of Li Xianen and handed it to Chen Liyang. "Open your eyes wide, take a good look at this person. We're catching him today. Isn't this that star? Lao Jiang, have you become a paparazzo? Don't worry about that, just look carefully. If we don't catch him today, I'll have them cut your salary." Your sister, you heartless bastard. The intel said it would be around 3 in the afternoon, and there was still nearly an hour left, but Jiang Yuan didn't dare to let his guard down. He was thinking about how to get into the room to capture evidence of the affair. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was worth 200 million, he wouldn't have come at all. Such things were enough to just watch from the sidelines. Why did he have to get involved? He couldn't help but complain inwardly. With a cup of coffee each, he and Chen Liyang sat in the hotel lobby's lounge area, watching the comings and goings of the crowd. He wondered if Yang Yifei would show up. Judging by her attitude on the phone yesterday, she seemed to not believe it at all. "Old Chen, keep your eyes peeled. If we find him today, I'll treat you to a water party tonight, and I'll treat you to a back massage." Hee, that sounds good. Chen Liyang smiled knowingly. Yang Yifei hadn't slept all night. The phone call had disrupted her thoughts, and the word kept replaying in her mind. Affair. Li Xianen had pursued her for nearly 2 years. Although he was several years older, he had always taken care of her, agreeing to her every little request. They met while filming a movie. Li Xianen was quite good-looking, but more importantly, he paid attention to details. During filming, she had her period and felt a bit uncomfortable but pushed through. After finishing a scene and sitting down to rest, she was sweating. At that moment, Li Xianen handed her a cup of brown sugar water, and she didn't know how he had gotten it. "Are you feeling unwell? Drinking some brown sugar water might help." That gentle voice left a deep impression on her heart. She noticed that the way Li Xianen looked at her wasn't with pure desire but with a caring, warm gaze. After a year of testing, Yang Yifei finally agreed to Li Xianen's pursuit. Moreover, she publicly announced their relationship. At her age and status, having a romantic relationship could significantly impact her marketability. She could lose fans drastically. However, Yang Yifei still did it. Since she had made up her mind, she chose to face it openly, not hiding or concealing it. She didn't think there was anything wrong with being in a relationship. After announcing their relationship, Yang Yifei's resources did indeed face some restrictions. Especially, the company was simply disappointed with her behavior. After all the effort to cultivate a first-line female star, she was now ruining her own future, and the boss was so angry that he laid down for half a month. Dating Li Xian, she experienced the joy of love, but she was still somewhat resistant when it came to intimacy. Being in the entertainment industry, with so many fake relationships and couples in the crew, made her feel uneasy. She would only agree to take the final step with Li Xian if they were married. At first, Li Xian was a bit unhappy, but he said he respected her and didn't push her, perhaps because she was quite resistant. It wasn't that Yang Yifei had any physical issues, it was the bottom line she wanted to maintain. Later, Li Xian didn't care much about it anymore, and their affectionate behavior was limited to a certain extent. Yang Yifei felt that this way of getting along was quite good, and she increasingly thought that Li Xian was a good person, until last night's phone call shattered her illusions. Once a person hears something, it magnifies infinitely and can never be undone. Yang Yifei pondered all night, thinking about various signs, and her heart grew more and more uncertain. When she woke up today, she called Li Xian. "Where are you? Let's go eat together today. Fei Fei, I'm out for a job today. How about tomorrow?" Oh, where are you? I'll come visit you on set. It's far. Just rest at home. I have to go. The director is calling me. Hey, beep beep beep. The other party had already hung up, which made Yang Yifei feel even worse. As noon approached, she finally made up her mind to go out. After disguising herself, she quietly took a taxi to the Borui Hotel. No matter what, she had to find out the truth. At 1:50 p.m., Yang Yifei arrived at the hotel's cafe, a spot that allowed her to see the hotel's main entrance. She ordered a cup of coffee and stared intently at the door. Half an hour passed, far beyond the 2 o'clock mentioned in the phone call, and Yang Yifei slowly lost her patience. She was a bit angry with herself for believing a stranger's call instead of trusting her boyfriend. Now she was somewhat furious and wanted to call that person's phone to scold them. Looking at the time, she finally decided to leave. At 2:45 p.m., just as Yang Yifei got into her car to leave, a taxi drove into the hotel entrance, and a man and a woman got out. The woman went to the front desk to check in, while the man pretended to be a customer and walked over to the lounge area to wait. Chen Liang noticed someone coming from the front and instinctively looked up. He thought the person looked very much like someone Zhang Yuan was looking for, so he kicked Zhang Yuan's foot with his toe. Zhang Yuan looked up at him, and Chen Liang gestured with his mouth. The man was wearing sunglasses and a mask, but he wasn't wearing a hat, which seemed a bit strange. Could it be that guy? Zhang Yuan felt a bit pleased. It seemed the prey had arrived. Old Chen, let's go. I'm tired and want to rest in the room. Oh, okay. Chen Liang understood, and the two stood up to wait for the elevator. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the man in the lounge area, and when he stood up, they pressed the elevator button. Old Chen, once this is done, I'll reward you with a car. Just bragging. Do you think you can give me a Ferrari? The two started chatting casually. Just as the man and woman from the lounge area walked over hand in hand, the elevator arrived. They entered first, swiped their cards, pressed a floor button, 17th floor. They learned that this hotel required a card to enter, so they specifically booked a room. The woman held the room card, swiped it, and then pressed the button for the 16th floor. Damn, just one floor away. The two retreated to the back, and Chen Liang had quietly recorded everything with his phone. Zhang Yuan deliberately turned on the speaker of his phone, playing some music to cover for Chen Liang. The two in front didn't say a word, just holding each other close. When they reached the 16th floor, the two of them went out, and Zhang Yuan pressed the door button, trying to appear cultured. After they left, Chen Liang quietly approached the elevator entrance, extending his phone's camera out. Once he confirmed there was no one around the corner, he hurriedly followed them out, while Zhang Yuan kept pressing the elevator button, waiting for him. A few seconds later, Chen Liang returned, giving an okay gesture. I'll go open a room on the 16th floor. You go up and wait for me, and send me the video on WeChat. Okay. When they reached the 17th floor, Zhang Yuan went back down and called Yang Yifei. You liar, what do you want? As soon as the call connected, she started scolding him, leaving Zhang Yuan speechless. Your boyfriend is at the hotel. Add me on WeChat. Here's my phone number. I'll send you the video of what I just saw. After saying that, he hung up. Given her tone, Zhang Yuan couldn't say anything back. Just because you're a beauty doesn't mean you can throw a tantrum. I haven't cheated you out of a single cent, yet you keep coming at me. After a while, seeing that she hadn't added him, Zhang Yuan sent a text to Yang Yifei, informing her that the other party was in room 1604 on the 16th floor, and he also sent her the photos that Chen Liang had taken. Both of them had booked rooms on the 16th and 17th floors, and Lulu would be coming from Yangqing tonight, so it would be just right for her to stay a few days. Since there might be a lot of people coming to Xinjiang recently, it was better to stay a bit more dispersed. Old Chen, how's work at the company lately? Hey, don't mention it. With my connections, I'm just slacking off there. I spend my days chatting with those female streamers and drinking tea. Life is pretty comfortable. Have you hooked up with anyone? Hee hee, you know how it is. Chen Liang smirked, clearly having had some success. Just be careful, don't let it get out of hand. It'll be hard to handle at the company then. Don't worry, your Chen Yi isn't that kind of person. While the two were chatting on the 16th floor, Yang Yifei finally added Zhang Yuan on WeChat. Are you a paparazzo? Yang Yifei's first question was to interrogate Zhang Yuan's identity. I'm not interested in that. If it weren't for someone asking me, I wouldn't even bother with you. I'm at the hotel now. Can you help me? I can pay you a service fee. Yang Yifei had already confirmed from the photos that it was indeed her boyfriend's figure. She felt utterly desolate, not expecting the person she longed for to be this kind of man. Do all men have such urgent desires? No need. I'm currently waiting in a room on the 16th floor. If you can get the room card, that would be even better. I'll come down to get you. Since the room was booked under a woman's name, he couldn't get the room card. I'll give it a try. Zhang Yuan stepped out, leaving Chen Liang to continue waiting. He was now listening at the wall with a cup in hand, not knowing what he could hear. Arriving at the lobby, Zhang Yuan glanced around and spotted a rather special woman, as she was the only one dressed so thoroughly, wearing a fisherman's hat and a mask. Yang Yifei, did you get the card? Zhang Yuan approached and asked. Who are you? Let's go. I'll take you up. Hurry up. Although Yang Yifei had her doubts, she stood up and followed Zhang Yuan. In the elevator, Yang Yifei was trembling slightly, unsure if it was from anger. Are you okay? If it were you, would you be okay? Thank you. I'm helping you, and you're cursing me. Zhang Yuan was at a loss for words. This woman was just too difficult to communicate with. Her words were sharp and prickly, making things hard to handle. The two of them reached the 16th floor and walked to the door of that room. He wanted to knock, but Yang Yifei pulled him back. What's wrong? What if he has already run away? I'm scared. Oh, finally you're scared. Just a wall apart. Your boyfriend is inside working hard. Just then, Zhang Yuan saw a cleaning lady at the end of the corridor and an idea struck him. He ran over to the lady and said something, occasionally pointing towards Yang Yifei. Before long, Zhang Yuan returned with a card in hand. Yang Yifei didn't ask how he got it. She had just tried downstairs and found it was impossible. The front desk had a high professional ethic. Are you ready? Yang Yifei took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Zhang Yuan placed the door card against the access panel of room 1604, and with a beep, the door lock opened. He twisted the doorknob and charged in first. Hubby. Inside the room, a man and a woman were energetically engaged in their activities on the bed, accompanied by the woman's cries, quite intense. Yang Yifei was momentarily stunned. She recognized that voice. Who? Li Xian shouted, quickly rushing out to cover the two with a blanket. However, as they entered, Zhang Yuan had already activated his phone's camera. Li Xian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I was really blind. Yifei, how could you be here? Let me explain. Unexpectedly, Yang Yifei spat at the two on the bed and turned to leave. Who the hell are you? Give me your phone, or you're dead. Li Xian finally noticed that Zhang Yuan was holding a phone and immediately yelled at him. Zhang Yuan said nothing and followed Yang Yifei out, conveniently closing their door behind him. Li Xian, trembling with anger, watched the door close, feeling relieved, completely unaware that he had already been scared stiff. What do we do? Brotherin? If this gets exposed, we're finished. Don't be afraid, I'll go find that bitch Yang Yifei. Yang Yifei walked out numbly, and when Zhang Yuan caught up, she stopped and turned back to ask a baffling question. Do all men want that when they date? What that? Yang Yifei sighed and didn't pursue the question further, instead walking away. Zhang Yuan didn't chase after her but returned to his own room to check if his task was completed. He still had to pick up Lulu later, so he didn't have time to worry about Yang Yifei. What if she was a beautiful star? Even her words were prickly. Anyone who encountered such a woman was just unlucky. Back in his room, he opened the group buying app on his phone, and to his dismay, the task didn't show as completed. What the hell? Didn't he catch them? What more did they want? Where was the problem? He had already resolved that room card issue. If someone complained, she could just say the card was lost, and Zhang Yuan had also given her some financial compensation. The evidence of Li Xian's infidelity was no less than watching a video. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Could it be that Yang Yifei, seeing this situation, wouldn't give up on a scumbag like Li Xian? That would really be hopeless. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it for now. He called Chen Liyang downstairs to send him off so he could go to the airport to pick someone up. After being scolded by Chen Liyang for valuing romance over friendship, Zhang Yuan transferred him 10,000, claiming it was for his big health treatment tonight, and Chen Liyang immediately called him dad enthusiastically. When Zhang Yuan drove to the airport and parked, his phone rang just in time. It was Lulu calling. What a coincidence. A few minutes later, at the exit, a youthful beauty with a loli-like appearance walked out, pulling a suitcase. She glanced around and immediately spotted Zhang Yuan, breaking into a smile as she hurried over to him. Brother Zhang Nan, thank you for coming to pick me up. Oh, how should I be thanked? Lulu hesitated for a moment and then directly kissed Zhang Yuan on the cheek. This development was indeed a bit fast. Zhang Yuan touched his face and took her suitcase as they walked towards the parking lot. In the parking lot, upon seeing Zhang Yuan's other two cars, Lulu was already numb. It was either a Bentley or a Lamborghini. She truly felt she had encountered a super-rich second generation. She felt as if she were still dreaming. Only such a wealthy person would spend millions on a platform like Douyin, treating PKs as a form of entertainment. But why would such a super-rich person be interested in a small streamer like her? Do princes really like Cinderella? On the way there, Lulu was both dreaming and doubting. However, the impact she had received in the past few days was too great. How could a girl in her early 20s maintain her composure? After chatting with her best friend, the knot in her heart gradually loosened. Most girls who come to be game streamers or talent streamers here do not have good economic conditions, which is why they seek this platform to show themselves. After all, this is a job where one can earn 300 yuan a day just by sitting at home. Who knows, one day she might become popular and earn 30,000 a day. Although she had already guessed some possible outcomes, she still hoped for the best. She asked her good friend, and the answer was just as she had thought. In an era where online perverts run rampant, who wouldn't have ulterior motives towards a woman before spending money? In fact, many people hope to engage in such activities without spending anything. Are you saying your top supporter gave you 2 million? On the other end of the video call, her best friend fell silent after hearing Lulu's words, then was shocked beyond measure. From her distorted features, it was clear she was flustered. Lulu had also concealed quite a bit. If she had said it was 10 million, no one would have believed it. What if I just took the gifts from the livestream and ran away? What would happen? Money can be very tempting, especially such a large sum. It could take her a long time to earn that as a small streamer. Are you crazy? Those rich people's methods. You might just disappear from the world. Ha, is it that serious? Pfft. Let me tell you, if someone offered 100,000 to hire a thug to first assault and then kill you, do you think someone would actually do it? Lulu was scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. This lawful society was too hard to imagine. Don't scare me. Could it really happen? It could be even worse. This society isn't that bright. There are many things we don't understand. Just think about those gangsters and thugs. Where can you run to? Lulu was at a loss for words. She really didn't know that sometimes having money could be so dangerous. But was her top supporter really that kind of person? She couldn't help but recall the sweet and beautiful moments from that night. Could it not be a story of a prince and Cinderella? So what if he wants to sleep with me? What to do? If a big brother offered me 1 million, I wouldn't just go for it. Even if he asked me to undergo 10 surgeries, I'd happily go. Her friend's bold words startled Lulu, but it seemed to make some sense. After much hesitation, she ultimately agreed to go to the city and see if that top supporter would really be like that. Even if it was a little lamb delivered to her door, she might as well give it a try. On her way, the words of her best friend kept echoing in her mind. You're still young. If you don't take this opportunity to make some money, what will you do in a few years when you're old and no one wants to watch your live streams? Will you go back to working a regular job? Since your brother is giving you a chance to meet, it shows he still cares about you. Develop yourself. Who knows, you might stabilize your life for the second half. There's still a long way to go, so seize the opportunity and don't be so short-sighted. What love will there be? You need bread. If you're poor, you won't even have the wind from the northwest. Lulu felt her friend's words made a lot of sense. After all, what was the worst that could happen? Besides her looks, she had nothing else to rely on. Lulu sat in the passenger seat, pretending to be calm, but inside she was extremely nervous. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Jiang Yuan, who was focused on driving, wondering what he was thinking. You'll stay at the hotel tonight, and then think about where to buy a house. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy one. How does that sound? Brother Jiangnan, I'll listen to you. The way this mature woman said it was a bit suggestive, and Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let his mind wander. Did that mean she would really listen to everything I say? There was no helping it. Jiang Yuan felt a bit flustered. He dropped Lulu off at the Barui Hotel, which was not far from the airport, so it would do for now. If there was a chance for something more, then it would be worth it to book a presidential suite. After putting away the luggage, Jiang Yuan asked, do you have any places in mind to visit in Xincheng? Yes. Brother, I want to go to Disneyland, I want to go to the Pearl Tower, and I want to see the Bund here. Wow, she seemed well prepared, but they might only be able to visit one place today. Then let's go see the Bund tonight. The scenery there is beautiful. Are you tired? Do you want to rest a bit first? Sure, I'm fine with anything. They were in a large suite with a big bed, and Jiang Yuan lay on the sofa, realizing there was no barrier between him and the bed. Should he change clothes? Come over and sit for a while, or you can take a nap if you want. Lulu was startled, suggesting a nap right now was too obvious, and she suddenly felt nervous. Although she had chosen to come here and accepted Jiang Yuan's arrangements, it didn't mean she was ready. Brother Jiangnan, I'm not tired. I'm just not ready yet. Ready for what? Even napping required preparation. Jiang Yuan glanced over and noticed Lulu's face was flushed. Oh, so he had misunderstood. He had gotten up early today and was just tired, wanting to rest, yet she had taken it the wrong way. Forget it, he should just leave for now. Although Jiang Yuan felt a bit disappointed, he still got up. Oh, then you rest at the hotel. I'll head back first and come to pick you up tonight. After saying that, he didn't wait for Lulu to respond and walked towards the door, preparing to leave. At this moment, he could still find his little Nana for some warmth. There was no need to waste time here. With a bang, Lulu snapped out of her daze. Wait, he's just leaving like that? Did she do something wrong? She was already a bit nervous, and that stupid man didn't even try to comfort her. After all, she was still a young woman. How could she not feel nervous or scared? Feeling a bit dejected, Lulu lay on the bed, wanting to cry. With Lin Yuna, Zhang Yuan always felt a sense of warmth. When he appeared at the door, Lin Yuna went from surprise to joy to tears, her big eyes unable to hold back the tears of longing. Brother, you're back? Did you miss me? Lin Yuna couldn't help but nod. She really did miss him, to the point of suffering from it. I really think this was the first time Lin Yuna thought about a man like this, worrying about whether he was doing well outside. After saying that, Lin Yuna took the initiative to hug him. Only in an embrace could she feel secure that he was back. After a while, another person walked into the room. Shi Yao saw them hugging and looked resentful. But she didn't know what to say, feeling a bit guilty, thinking she had stolen her best friend's man, which felt somewhat unethical, yet she envied being able to hug this annoying man like that. When Lin Yuna saw Shi Yao come out, she shyly let go of the hug. There would be plenty of time in the future. Shi Yao, come here for a hug, long time no see. Zhang Yuan, treating them equally, stepped forward and hugged Shi Yao, pulling her into his arms, which made her feel much better, especially with the little gestures he made that made her blush, proving she was still attractive. She quietly responded with her hand, subtly strumming Zhang Yuan's strings, almost making a sound. The two were at home, and since it wasn't time for the live stream yet, they were dressed lightly, even going without anything underneath, which made it easy for Zhang Yuan. After letting go of Qi Yao, Zhang Yuan announced, "Alright, you two change your clothes, we're going out to eat, let's treat you well." "Yay, okay, brother." The two girls went back to their rooms and soon came out dressed up, looking stunning. Zhang Yuan walked out with the two beauties. The extravagance was quite ostentatious, like a national husband, and the rate of people turning their heads on the street was extraordinarily high, especially with Lin Yuna and Qi Yao in their designer clothes and bags. Their aura elevated, and since they had already been cultivated by Zhang Yuan, there was a subtle change in their charm, not just the feeling of a good college life, but also a mature, intellectual allure, every smile and frown bringing joy to others. With one beauty on each side of Zhang Yuan, how could they not make the eyes of those men green with envy? Lin Yuna was already holding on to Zhang Yuan's arm, while Qi Yao hesitated a bit but mustered the courage to wrap her arm around him too, feeling a bit guilty but also thrilled. This made it tough for Zhang Yuan, as if he were dragging two sloths. If it weren't for the beauty he felt on his arms, he really wouldn't want to. He didn't know how many people were secretly cursing him now. It was just too stimulating. Is that person Wang Song? Rich people are just great, look at him, going out with one on each side. Is there no justice, no law? Is no one going to do something about it? This life is the life we aspire to. Do these beauties really have such good chemistry? Won't they fight over him? And some overly bold men, just turning their heads, were met with a pair of murderous eyes nearby. That gaze could probably only be resolved by kneeling on durians. Is it good looking? Not good looking. Which one is better, the left or the right? The right. I don't know anything. You hear me arguing. Naturally, this led to a dramatic scene where ears were twisted at a 178-degree angle, accompanied by a scream. The three didn't go to the restaurant where Zhang Yuan had shares but instead went to a nearby CBD mall where there were some one-star restaurants that would suffice. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lin Yuna sat next to Zhang Yuan, while Qi Yao could only sit across from them with a resentful look. She really wanted to sit next to him too. Why wasn't there a three-person seat? Zhang Yuan took the menu and ordered 6 or 7 of the most expensive dishes. That's enough, brother, there are just 3 of us. If Lin Yuna didn't hold him back, he would probably keep ordering. There was no helping it. This was the style of a nouveau riche, who told Zhang Yuan he was still on the path of becoming one. What are you looking at? Never seen a nouveau riche before? The waiter seemed a bit dazed while taking the order. He thought this dog was luckier than the man. It was so unfair. No. I've seen. I'm sorry, sir. I'll place the order right away. The waiter ran off in a hurry. Qi Yao couldn't help but laugh. This brother from Jiangnan was really too mischievous, even bullying the waiter. Soon, the dishes were served, with hot dishes, cold dishes, and soup. You've been working hard with the live stream lately. You two should drink more of this ginseng chicken soup. Brother, the soup is hot, let me blow on it for you. Lin Yuna was very attentive, already serving soup for Zhang Yuan and gently blowing on it near her mouth. Qi Yao, on the other hand, was already enjoying her meal. This was the difference between the two, one was meticulous, the other carefree. Zhang Yuan felt that this scene was quite beautiful, enjoying Lin Yuna's kindness while teasing Qi Yao. Having Lin Yuna around made him feel very comfortable. After finishing the meal, Qi Yao patted her belly and leaned back on the sofa. I can't eat anymore. I'm going to gain 3 pounds this time. Serves you right, you ate so much. Go home and practice dancing for an extra hour. Oh my god, just kill me. After accompanying the 2 women around the mall, Zhang Yuan sent them back, as it seemed there was a live stream task tonight. When Lin Yana learned that Zhang Yuan was leaving and wouldn't stay, her eyes couldn't help but get a bit moist. Why wouldn't he stay? She had everything prepared. Did she upset him somehow? Until Zhang Yuan whispered something in her ear, she finally broke into a smile, her face turning red. Rest well and wait for me. Tomorrow night I want it 7 times. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Naturally, he also said this to Chi Yao on WeChat, to which Chi Yao replied, bring it on. After leaving Lin Yana's place, Zhang Yuan hurriedly drove to the Barui Hotel. He didn't know that during the time he was gone, Lulu had already cried at the hotel. Especially when night fell, Zhang Yuan hadn't said a word, and she thought she had been abandoned. When the door knocked, seeing Zhang Yuan outside, she rushed to hug him, tears streaming down her face. Why are you still crying? Are you hungry? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Whoa, how could that be? Don't think like that. Brother, I won't think like that anymore. I'm ready. I'm giving myself to you. Please don't leave tonight. Lulu didn't know what had been going through her mind during this time, but she took the initiative to bring it up. Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. What was going on? The girl actually agreed. He couldn't help but hug her, kissing her lips and licking away her tears, comforting the sad Lulu. After a while, Zhang Yuan managed to soothe Lulu. Perhaps being alone in a foreign place and feeling neglected made her heart ache. You must be hungry. Let me take you to eat first, then we can stroll along the Bund, and if we have time, we can go to the Pearl Tower or the Shanghai Center to see the night view of the city. Upon hearing this, Lulu realized her stomach was growling. She had only eaten a little on the plane and hadn't had anything since arriving in Shanghai. Okay, I'll follow you wherever you go, brother. Hey, why did she suddenly become so delicate? Where did that commanding presence go? After a kiss, Lulu grabbed her small bag and naturally linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's, walking out intimately. This girl was quite perceptive. Zhang Yuan was used to being held like this, and now when he went out without her holding his arm, it felt strange. Once in the car, Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and decided to go to the Shandong area first, where they could enjoy the night view while having dinner, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was only one buffet restaurant on the Pearl Tower, and since it was the first time treating Lulu to a meal here, it couldn't be so casual. The place he ultimately chose was the Xinjiang Central Building, where there were many dining options, and they were quite upscale. He took Lulu to the 120th floor of the Xinjiang Central Building, where there was a restaurant called Cloud Restaurant, claimed to be the highest restaurant in the world, and it was a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant entrance, a waiter approached to greet them. Sir, madam, hello, do you have a reservation? No, can't we just eat? Zhang Yuan shook his head and asked. I'm sorry, sir and madam, our restaurant only accepts guests with reservations because our dishes need to be carefully prepared. We are afraid we might delay service, and today's reservations are already full. The other party replied politely, which made Zhang Yuan a bit frustrated. Bringing a girl out for a meal was not going smoothly. Brother Jiangnan, why don't we change to another place? It's fine if we don't eat here. We can come back another time, Lulu kindly advised from the side. Wait for me a moment. Zhang Yuan stepped aside, took out his phone, opened a group buying app, and searched for the Cloud Restaurant. There were group buying packages and takeout services available. The highest package price was only 0.1 yuan. He had no idea what it included, so he immediately clicked to purchase. After successfully paying, he walked back to Lulu. All set, he gave Lulu an affirmative answer. They walked to the host, and Zhang Yuan then said to him, you can check the reservation now. The surname is Zhang. Okay, sir. The host flipped through the system in his hand and was immediately astonished. The most expensive package reservation today was actually for these 2. He must not have made any mistakes just now. Mr. Zhang, what is the last 4 digits of your phone number? 1719. Mr. Zhang, madam, please come in. The other party then extended his hand to lead them in, quickly escorting them to the best private room in the Cloud Restaurant. Wow, so beautiful. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, they overlooked the unbeatable view of the entire Xinjiang. Those tall buildings were all beneath their feet. This scene indeed felt like being on Cloud 9. No, they were on the clouds. Sir, madam, here is today's menu. Please take a look, and if there are no issues, I will have the kitchen prepare your order. After they were seated, the waiter handed them 2 exquisite menus: knife fish wontons, truffle-infused catfish belly, wensi tofu, crispy fried tuna shoots with crystal shrimp balls, fresh shrimp with white asparagus, shrimp roe spring bamboo shoots, emerald gallardo oysters, smoked tuna tartare, king crab meat salad, accompanied by a bottle of 1982 Lafite. No wonder it was worth 100,000. This bottle of Lafite accounted for half of it. Very good, very nice, let's have the dishes served, Zhang Yuan said. Lulu, do you want to eat anything else? That's enough, too much, we can't finish it, Lulu shook her head. This was hardly a portion for two, it was enough for at least 4 or 5 people. Too extravagant. Enjoying the unbeatable night view while indulging in a feast was indeed very pleasant. Lulu's fondness for Zhang Yuan was quite high now, and after being left hanging in the afternoon, she had already accepted him in her heart. Since they were here, they might as well enjoy it. Relax and eat, at most, they would just be eaten. It was nothing serious, so she decided to enjoy it well. She had already come to terms with it in half a day. Thus, she comfortably ate with Zhang Yuan, even drinking from the later bottle of Lafite. This 50,000 yuan wine had to be tasted. She had never been so extravagant before, at most just going to the buffet on the Sheep City Tower with her girlfriends. Previously, she was just a small streamer living a tight life. Earning a few hundred yuan a day was already quite good. This was the first time she had the concept of becoming rich, and she hadn't even received the money yet, so she had never enjoyed this kind of life before. Lulu, I bought you a few bags and left them at home. I'll go get them for you later, okay? There were still a bunch of bags at home that he hadn't delivered yet. Zhang Yuan thought about whether he should take a few to give to Lulu. He had just seen the bag Lulu was carrying, which was from an unfamiliar brand. How could such a beautiful girl not have a few nice bags? But to Lulu, it sounded like one of those excuses boys use to get girls to their homes, like saying, my cat can do a backflip, come see it at my place. Lulu, slightly tipsy, felt her face flush, unsure if it was from embarrassment or the alcohol. Biting her lip, she nodded. Okay, thank you, brother. No matter what they did tonight, she would just follow him. After dinner, Lulu actually wanted to stroll along Binjiang Avenue. Zhang Yuan called for a designated driver to take them back to the spacious apartment by the river. Wait for me downstairs for a bit, okay? Lulu was shocked. Shouldn't he be inviting her up? Why was he asking her to wait downstairs? Zhang Yuan noticed her confusion and awkwardly explained, my parents are home, they might be sleeping. I'll go up to get something and come right back down. Confused, Lulu nodded and sat in the garden to wait, suddenly realizing that it might not be good to meet his parents. Just as she was still enjoying the atmosphere of the upscale community, Zhang Yuan came down with several shopping bags in hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. These are all for you. Lulu was stunned. These were all luxury brands, including LV, Chanel, Prada, and so on. All for me? Otherwise, are there any other pretty girls around? It was the first time she received such an expensive gift, and her hands felt a bit awkward, unsure if she should accept them, but she was very happy inside. A warning from her best friend flashed through her mind, to use beauty and wisdom to conquer the big brother, to make him her loyal admirer, to have him give her gifts, to have him shower her with presents. Had she already succeeded? Did he go out this afternoon to buy gifts? Yang Yifei returned home, feeling somewhat numb. She couldn't forget the moment the door opened, revealing those two tangled together on the bed. That dog of a man, how could he do this? He kept saying he loved her, yet he ended up in someone else's bed. These men really are just animals, aren't they? One moment of distraction and they're getting cozy with other women. She sat dazed in the living room, completely unable to accept what had happened. She didn't know when, but suddenly she was jolted awake by a knock on the door. Yifei, open the door. I was wrong. Yifei, look at me. It was just a moment of confusion. Please forgive me. On the surveillance, Li Xian was outside shouting, pleading for Yang Yifei's forgiveness. Although they were dating, he couldn't just come to her house whenever he wanted, so he didn't have the password or key to her home. Hearing Li Xian's voice, Yang Yifei didn't want to acknowledge him at all. She just wanted to be alone and forget the world. Looking at her vibrating phone, she simply pressed the power button to turn it off. She didn't know how long he had been calling outside, but Li Xian lost his patience, his voice growing angry. Yang Yifei, I know you're in there, come out. Yang Yifei, if today's incident gets out, it won't be good for either of us, and you won't have it easy either. Li Xian stopped pretending to be nice. He had initially wanted to soften his tone and apologize, but with Yang Yifei's personality, she couldn't accept even the slightest flaw, let alone his infidelity. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the door creaked open a crack. Li Xian was overjoyed and rushed over immediately. Yifei, I was wrong, please forgive me. It was her who seduced me. Yifei, I just made a mistake that every man makes. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Yifei, can you forgive me? I only love you. He directly knelt on both knees, begging for Yang Yifei's forgiveness. Yang Yifei coldly said through the crack of the door, Li Xianon, let's break up. I really think you're not worth it. Yang Yifei, you want to break up with me? Get lost. Li Xianon stood up angrily, pushing against the door crack, and said harshly to Yang Yifei, the reason it turned out this way is all your fault. It's all you. I can't even kiss you or hug you without you looking down on me. We've been together for so long, and you still won't agree to sleep with me. What are you pretending for? What are you being so high and mighty about? We're all actors. Don't you think I know this industry? You think you're so clean? You're just a whore. You're no different, climbing into the director's bed. What are you pretending to be pure for? I just wanted to sleep with you. Li Xianan was already in a hysterical outburst. For him, it was indeed suffocating. He had a beautiful girlfriend, yet he couldn't even touch her. After all this, why still pretend to be high and mighty? I'm a man with normal needs. What's wrong with finding a woman to sleep with? I'm not losing anything. Inside, Yang Yifei slammed the door shut again, letting Li Xianan curse outside. She weakly leaned against the door and sat down, feeling a pain in her heart. It turned out everything was fake. It was all just to possess her body. Was sleeping together really that important? She thought she was pure, but in Li Xianan's eyes, she had long been so unworthy. Tears silently flowed from her eyes. Yang Yifei, let me tell you, if you dare to expose me, I won't let you off easy either. You better tell your people to behave, or I'll drag you all down with me. Li Xianan ran out of steam, threatening a few more times before kicking the door a few times and cursing as he left. After a long time, Yang Yifei finally got up from behind the door, like a walking corpse, returning to bed and crying her heart out. Zhang Yuan and Lu Lulu took a taxi back to the hotel, and thinking about the possibility of a happy night made him a bit excited. Looking at Lu Lulu, it seemed their relationship had progressed. She let him hold her small hand, leaning on his shoulder without saying a word, just enjoying the intimacy. This was Lu Lulu's first time leaning on a man in public. Sometimes she would sneak a glance at Zhang Yuan's expression, but feeling guilty, she quickly closed her eyes. Carrying bags back to the hotel, her heart began to leap. After all, saying she was ready was one thing, but actually going to battle made her feel nervous, which was quite normal. As soon as they set their things down, Zhang Yuan hugged her from behind, causing Lu Lulu to stiffen up. Zhang Yuan held her for a moment, but when he noticed her lack of response, he turned her around and found her eyes seemed a bit moist. Zhang Yuan lost interest immediately and said to Lu Lulu, let's leave it at this for tonight. Seeing you looking so wronged makes it seem like I'm bullying you. This kind of thing should be mutual. You should rest early. I'm leaving. The chance to assert his claim was unexpectedly interrupted, and he really lost the desire. It would be better to find his Nana. Although he had a good impression of Lu Lulu, he didn't want to be in a situation where he was looking at tears while doing that. If there were to be tears, they should be the happy kind shed afterward. If it weren't for her unwillingness, it wouldn't matter anyway. After all, the system is footing the bill, and he only spent a little money. He isn't the one being taken advantage of, so he might as well consider it a gift. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was really about to leave, Lu Lulu panicked again and quickly reached out to grab Zhang Yuan's hand. Brother, don't go, I'm willing. I'm just a bit scared. Alright, then I'll give you a chance to express yourself. What chance? Let's take a shower together. How about that? Taking a shower with a man, this. She struggled in her mind for a moment, then nodded shyly. Well, that could serve as a buffer. Maybe she wouldn't be scared anymore. It's all those things she read online, saying the first time would hurt. Just how painful could it be? People are so afraid of pain. She shyly slipped into the bathroom first, turned on the shower, and listened to the sound of the water splashing. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan rushed into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yuan wrapped the wet Lu Lulu in a towel and returned to the bed, turning off the light and leaning close to Lu Lulu. He was no longer so resistant, whispering a few words in her ear. Lu Lulu felt as if she had opened the door to a new world, but she didn't refuse. She gently nodded. Not long after, Zhang Yuan let out a cry. He had been bitten. Ding ding ding. A sudden sound from the phone interrupted the two who were getting intimate. Zhang Yuan, while still moving, reached over to the bedside, picked up the phone, and took a glance. Thankfully, he hadn't forgotten. This was the alarm reminder for today's group purchase. If he forgot in the afternoon, he would need another reminder in the evening. Brother, what's wrong? It's nothing, just buying something. It's fine, brother, I should be in my safe period. Lu Lulu seemed to realize, last night she had spent the whole night online researching what girls should do in situations like this. Things had happened too quickly just now, and she hadn't reacted. Now she remembered that they hadn't used protection. In pain and pleasure, this feeling of movement was truly both love and hate. Zhang Yuan continued to move while still looking at his phone. A thought flashed through Lu Lulu's mind. Could it be that brother is filming us while we exercise? How embarrassing. But, the first time should indeed be commemorated. She wanted to keep a memory of it. She didn't have time to think more when a strange, tingling sensation from the movement made her succumb. In fact, Zhang Yuan was looking at today's group purchase items. 100% equity of Borui Hotel, 999. 9 yuan. Wow, recently after the secondary market opened, the group purchase items have been getting better and better. At this rate, within a month, wouldn't he be starting with a fortune of 30 billion? Was that year 300 billion? With 300 billion in assets, he wouldn't be far from the richest person in the country, right? At least he would be the richest in the city. These days, the more he thought about it, the better it seemed. Zhang Yuan quickly completed the purchase of the group buy items, eager to secure the hotel first. Feeling completely delighted, he finished buying the items and prepared to set his phone aside to focus on exercising. Suddenly, it seemed he heard Lulu murmuring, "Brother, don't film my face, I'm not wearing makeup, I look ugly." Hey, she actually thought I was filming. Since he had the phone in hand, he might as well fulfill her wish. Zhang Yuan raised the phone while seriously continuing to move. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yuan let out a low moan, the exercise coming to an end, drenched in sweat. "Brother, is it over?" Lulu's face was flushed, tightly hugging Zhang Yuan and nervously asking, "Silly girl, let's take a break." "Oh, okay." The small body bore a weight greater than itself, yet felt filled with a sense of security. From dream to reality, the stone in the heart finally fell to the ground. That feeling of unease now transformed into a kind of dependence. Although these events happened quickly, isn't life just full of uncertainties, causing you to be knocked off balance by youth? Since it has all been chosen and has happened, let it be natural. Having entrusted all her precious things to Zhang Yuan, her heart slowly followed suit, hoping that things would get better in the future and that he would treat her well. Lost in such thoughts, Lulu fell asleep in Zhang Yuan's embrace. When she woke up, Zhang Yuan felt ravenous. He got out of bed and said to Lulu, "I'll go order some food for you, wait for me in the room." "Okay, brother." At that moment, Lulu didn't want to move a single finger, she just wanted to lie there, too tired, too exhausted. Zhang Yuan went downstairs, picked up a package for himself, and as expected, the acquisition contract had arrived. He called the general manager of Hejuan law firm, asking him to bring 2 lawyers to the Borui Hotel to review some compliance issues. The general manager didn't expect to arrange a task before even meeting the new boss. After scheduling a time with the new boss, he prepared to take his team over. From the voice, the new boss should be quite young. He thought for a moment and called over 2 lawyers, a middle-aged man and a young woman in her 20s. "Old Tang, little Song, put down what you're doing and prepare for the hotel acquisition. Meet me at 2 o'clock to see the new boss." "Okay, managerly." As they left, the young woman curiously asked, "Director Tang, is managerly asking me to learn from you?" "Little Song, I don't know either. We just received the notice. Let's prepare the relevant materials for the hotel acquisition this afternoon." Thank you, Director Tang." Song Jiechi had just joined the law firm 6 months ago and was still in her internship period. She couldn't take on cases herself yet and usually followed a senior lawyer. She didn't expect to go out with the director now. Song Jiechi was a law master's graduate from a prestigious university, and joining this top 10 national law firm was a dream come true. She was very beautiful, a flower in the firm, and many people treated her with great care. Such was the treatment of a beauty. Zhang Yuan returned to the room, and Lulu was still lying down, clearly exhausted from the exertion. Unfortunately, there were only a few pills that could help with physical recovery. It would be great if every woman could have one in the future. Lulu's current appearance was far from the one in the live stream, where she played games and shouted about hitting 80 with one blow. It seemed she would need several days to recover. When the food arrived, Zhang Yuan pushed the dining cart to the bedside. "Don't get out of bed, just eat here." But I'm not wearing any clothes." Lulu wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, feeling shy. "Then let me help you put it on." Zhang Yuan glanced at the clothes nearby, walked over, and picked them up to show Lulu. Seeing Zhang Yuan holding her underwear, Lulu's face turned even redder. Although they had already become intimate, she wasn't that thick-skinned yet to eat together so openly. Now Zhang Yuan was going to help her put it on, but it felt a bit sweet, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "Thank you, brother." Zhang Yuan had said it casually, not expecting the girl to give him this benefit, pleasantly surprised as he took the small piece of clothing and moved closer to her. It took about 10 minutes to help Lulu put on her top, during which Zhang Yuan naturally took advantage of the situation. He couldn't help her with the lower half anymore, so she simply wrapped herself in the blanket. The two of them started eating by the bedside, and seeing how considerate Zhang Yuan was, her heart was quite touched. "Can we go out in the afternoon?" "Brother, what are we going out for?" "Silly girl, didn't we agree that you would look for a house? I'm taking you to buy a house today." "Really buying it?" Lulu still found it hard to believe. She had checked the housing prices in this city and felt a bit daunted. Although Zhang Yuan had told her to choose a house around 10 million, she hadn't taken it seriously and had just looked casually. "Hey, you haven't looked yet, have you? Do you think I'm joking?" Lulu lowered her head, not daring to answer. she really thought he was joking. I really haven't looked, Lulu said shyly. Look at you, you don't trust me. Zhang Yuan pretended to be angry and scolded her a bit. No, brother, I trust you. I just think it's too expensive, Lulu hurriedly explained, feeling nervous. Zhang Yuan pinched her cheek, looking a bit indulgent. Alright, then you lie in bed today, think about it carefully, and do some research. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy it. Take it seriously, that will be your future home. Brother, I'll listen to you. Looking at her cute appearance, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of affection, but now Lulu was already overwhelmed and could only give in. There would be plenty of time in the future. After finishing the meal, Zhang Yuan transferred 200,000 to her WeChat. When Lulu saw the message on her phone, she immediately picked it up to take a look. Opening it, she was stunned to see such a large sum transferred to her. This was the first time she had seen 6-digit money right in front of her, aside from the numbers in Douyin. Don't look anymore, just accept it. I don't know when you can withdraw from Douyin, so here's some pocket money for you while you're in the city. Buy whatever you want, but don't shortchange yourself. Lulu didn't know what to say. She was indeed a bit shocked. She had only 20,000 in her account when she came over, which she had saved up from being a streamer for so long. Since meeting Zhang Yuan, she had been receiving different kinds of stimulation every day. This kind of life was hard to remain calm about. Pocket money? Who has 200,000 as pocket money? That must be a family of some wealthy level. She swallowed nervously. Alright, just accept it. You're my woman now, I won't shortchange you. Just follow me, and I'll treat you well. The touched girl's eyes were almost moist, nodding happily. See, you don't have to give gifts, even a big red envelope can move a girl. Since he had already given it, Zhang Yuan would naturally treat her well. As long as she didn't run away, he would be good to her. As for running away, let her go, right now. He wanted to possess her body, not her soul. First occupy, then talk. As long as he could increase her affection, he believed those women wouldn't leave easily. After all, the life they lived with him was on a much higher level than before. Who would want their efforts to go unrewarded? Women were the same. Even if they wanted to sleep with you, they needed to feel emotional value or something before they would agree. At worst, he could check later to see who was genuine and who wasn't, and kick out those who spent money without any feelings for him. Anyway, they wouldn't lose anything. It was better than losing their first time in a 99 yuan budget hotel. In this day and age, who talks about feelings first? It's all about conditions. After all, the money he spent was worth 1,000,000 times less in the system. It was the system that helped him become a sea king. He wasn't losing out, everyone was happy. Let's all live well together, a win-win. After comforting Lulu, the two stayed in the room and did some intimate things. Although the girl couldn't move, it didn't affect other intimate behaviors. In the afternoon, the general manager of June Law Firm arrived at the Platinum Hotel with two subordinates from the firm. He dialed the new boss's phone, and when the call connected, he seemed to hear a woman's voice on the other end. Oh no, did I interrupt the boss's good thing? No way, is my first impression going to be that bad? Boss, I'm sorry, I'll call back later. You guys are here? Yes, boss, we'll find a place to wait for you. Just call me when you're done. No problem, wait for me, I'll be down soon. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. Worried that Lulu would continue to overthink after he left, he said to her, who was disheveled beside him, I have some things to take care of at the company this afternoon. You stay in the hotel and don't overthink it. Just look at the house properly, we need to buy it tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll punish you by making you unable to get out of bed for 3 days. I understand, brother, I'll wait for you to come back obediently after a night of intimacy. Her psychological barriers had already been broken down, so she wouldn't overthink it anymore. If I can't have dinner with you tonight, just call the restaurant to have them deliver it to you. After giving her a few reminders, Zhang Yuan finally left. Lulu listened to the sound of him walking away, lost in thought. In the hotel lobby's lounge area, the three waited for 10 minutes before seeing a young man walking towards them. The general manager immediately stood up. He had heard Zhang Yuan's voice and seen his photo. Boss, you're here. You must be General Manager Li Yaoxian? Yes, that's me. Li Yaoxian slightly bowed and extended his hands, and Zhang Yuan shook them. Thank you for your hard work. Boss, this is our law firm's capable assistant, Director Tang Ming and Xiaoson. I brought them to hear your instructions. Hello, boss. Wow, General Manager Li really brought them to meet the new boss. Does this mean he values them and considers them his direct subordinates? Letting them perform in front of the new boss is quite a favor. Especially that intern lawyer, Song Jechi. She looked at the new boss with eyes full of admiration. After all, women tend to admire strength, and the more outstanding a woman is, the more she admires strength, wishing her partner to be a powerful figure. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Let's sit in the cafe for a bit. I'll talk to you about the company we're acquiring today. John Yuan took them to the cafe to rest and showed them his acquisition contract to prepare them. Half an hour later, John Yuan made a phone call, and the four of them went up to the hotel's office floor together. The former owner of the hotel was waiting for his arrival, and he warmly walked to the front desk to wait for them. The other party was a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 50s. Mr. John, seeing you really makes me feel ashamed. You are too outstanding. Welcome. Shocked by the other party's youth, he also engaged in some commercial flattery. Having gotten used to such scenes, John Yuan handled it with ease. After a brief exchange, they went to the conference room to start the main topic. In the evening, the other party's boss had arranged a banquet to naturally thank Zhang Yuan, the new boss, and Zhang Yuan brought his lawyer team along. Xiao Song, can you drink? Taking advantage of a moment, Director Tang quietly asked Song Jiechi. Director Tang, I don't really drink. That's a pity. If you could drink, at the banquet later, you could toast the new boss. I believe you would have an easier time in the firm in the future. A beautiful girl toasting the boss, how could the boss not remember her? Don't think that these old lechers are the only ones who find Song Jiechi attractive. Can the young boss not see it too? Song Jiechi was arranged to sit next to Zhang Yuan. A beauty like her, of course, belongs to the boss. Everyone understands that. During the meal, she was introduced in detail again, and Zhang Yuan looked at Song Jiechi with a bit more admiration. After all, there is still a considerable distance between a slacker like him and a top student, a kind of reverence for her height. It turns out that someone who studies so well ends up working for themselves. Thinking of this made Zhang Yuan much happier. I can't drink. Can I toast you with a drink instead? Song Jiechi asked softly. Sure. Drinking is not good. Don't drink. Just drink whatever you like, no pressure. Zhang Yuan's words made her feel like she was basking in spring. It turns out the boss is so understanding. If Zhang Yuan knew what she was thinking, he would definitely correct her. I'm not an understanding person. I'm just good at understanding clothes. However, after being bombarded by 3 or 4 older men in succession, Zhang Yuan was feeling a bit tipsy. Fortunately, he had taken a stamina pill earlier, so his physical condition was much better. While supporting him, Song Jiechi quietly asked, Boss, can I add you on WeChat? The other men were all smiling. This little beauty didn't expect to be so proactive. It seems the boss's charm is still quite significant. Zhang Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse a beautiful woman adding him on WeChat. Boss, where's your driver? We'll help you to the car, the general manager asked after the meal. I don't have a driver. The car is in the underground garage. Then let us call a ride for you and have Xiao Song take you back, the general manager suggested. Zhang Yuan had been drinking, and they had been drinking too. This honorable task naturally had to be entrusted to Song Jiechi. Originally, the hotel owner intended to call someone to drive him, but seeing their expressions, he understood this was also creating an opportunity for Zhang Yuan, so he wouldn't say more. Upon hearing this, Song Jiechi's face turned red, but she didn't refuse. Faced with a wealthy and not unattractive young boss, and being single herself, who could refuse? No, this hotel isn't mine. I'll just stay here for a night, consider it a preview. I can go upstairs by myself. You all go back. The others understood immediately. Alright then, we'll leave first. As for Xiao Song, she can handle herself. After all, as a lawyer, she knows how to protect herself. Xiao Song, you take the boss upstairs. We'll leave first. The general manager and Director Tang exchanged glances and quickly slipped away, leaving the two in a bit of a mess. The hotel owner also bid farewell to Zhang Yuan. Boss, let me take you upstairs. No, I'm not drunk. I can walk. You go home first, take a taxi back, and I'll reimburse you. Although Song Jiechi looked quite good, there was still someone upstairs, and he wasn't that eager, nor would he force anything with work. Zhang Yuan transferred 1,000 yuan to her WeChat, telling her to take a taxi home while he staggered toward the elevator. Song Jiechi was stunned for a moment before quickly following him, immediately supporting Zhang Yuan's arm. The moment she touched him, she felt his fullness and elasticity, not knowing if Zhang Yuan was taking advantage of her. Once in the elevator, Zhang Yuan pressed the button for his floor and then pushed Song Jiechi out. Accidentally brushing against the hook of her bra on her back made Zhang Yuan's heart race. That feeling was somewhat thrilling. Go back quickly, no need to see me off, or else people will say your boss treats you poorly and bullies you. As the elevator doors closed, Zhang Yuan disappeared from her sight, leaving Song Jiechi stunned, suddenly feeling a bit flushed, as if something had just happened. Back in the room, Lulu was playing a game on the bed. Hearing a knock on the door, she immediately came over to open it. Seeing Zhang Yuan, her face lit up with joy. You're back? Yeah, have you been waiting long? Have you eaten? I ate. Did you drink? Smelling the scent of alcohol, Lulu quickly supported him towards the sofa in the living room. You smell a bit. I'll go take a shower first. Jiang Yuan, unable to stand the smell on himself, struggled to get to the bathroom. The sound of water splashing began, and after a short while, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Lulu walked in, and Jiang Yuan smiled at her. I'll scrub your back. Haha, okay. Moments later, the room was filled with a spring-like atmosphere, and the music played at just the right moment, adding a touch of color to their lives. While resting on the bed, Jiang Yuan unexpectedly received a message from Yang Yifei, which puzzled him. Why was her task still not completed? If she didn't finish soon, he would be docked 200 million. You haven't been threatened, have you? Why do you ask that? What happened? That Li Xian might know some shady people. Be careful, I'm afraid he might come looking for you. So that was it. No wonder the system wouldn't let him complete the task. It was because Li Xian might cause trouble. Jiang Yuan understood. It's fine, tomorrow I'll have someone talk to him. It's not a big deal, I'll let him come apologize to you. A little star, he figured, probably just wanted to make a scene. If he came over, Jiang Yuan wouldn't mind letting his lawyers practice a bit. He probably would scare him to tears. He sent a message to a few women, asking them to choose a property tonight and wait for him there tomorrow. He would take them to buy houses. He set a budget of 20 million for Lin Yana, 10 million for Li Lele, 10 million for Qi Yao, 10 million for Lulu, 5 million for Zhao Xiaotuan, and another 5 million pending for Han Ruochu. If she didn't fly tomorrow, she could come. He originally wanted to invite Su Qingwan, but their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Managing time was no easy feat. He had to buy properties worth around 50 million for 6 people within 24 hours. He feared he would have to run all over the city tomorrow. It was tough. It seemed that being a sea king wasn't easy either. Song Jechi had returned to her place and reported her whereabouts to Jiang Yuan. What a pity, this girl was also quite nice. If she joined in, would it scare her? The boss coming up to buy her a house, wasn't that a blatant expression of wanting to keep her? If she got angry and quit, that would be a huge loss. Brother, I'm right next to you, and you're still playing on your phone. Lulu complained. You're back to normal, huh? No. Lulu's face turned pale with shock. Did she provoke him again? It was said that there were people in the world with incredible abilities, nicknamed 7 times a night. Had she encountered one? Being inexperienced, she couldn't bear the consequences and quickly surrendered. Now was not the time to provoke Jiang Yuan, otherwise, she would be the one to suffer. In the end, amidst her stammering, Lulu changed her approach to surrender, and the night became beautiful and happy. Shinanan Security Company, 199 yuan. This system sometimes really understood people. Now he could be considered a billionaire. It was time to have some help. Otherwise, he had no one to drive him, and sometimes when he got drunk, he could only call for a designated driver. After paying for today's group purchase items, he glanced at Lulu, who was still working hard. She would be busy all day tomorrow, so he decided not to bother her for now. His messages were piling up. Several women were messaging him, wanting to meet him tonight. Han Ruochu, seeing Jiang Yuan's message, was grinning foolishly, feeling very excited. Even if the King of Heaven came tomorrow, she would still take a day off. Originally thinking it was just a simple giving relationship, Han Ruochu never expected that this little adversary actually planned to buy her a house. For her, it was like a pie falling from the sky. Perhaps this wealthy young man thought renting a place was more troublesome than buying a house. He preferred to be in his own home, where he could feel more relaxed, comfortable, and free. Dear, I miss you so much. Can you come see me tonight? I bought a few pieces of clothing just for you. Han Ruochu quickly responded, knowing how to play along. She could only repay him with herself. This little adversary really knew how to stir a woman's heart, directly throwing a house at her, leaving her dizzy. Ruochu, what are you smiling about? While Han Ruochu was lost in her fantasies, waiting for Jiang Yuan's message, her roommate came into the living room to get some water and saw her dazed on the sofa, asking curiously, it's nothing. You have to fly tomorrow, right? If you don't go to bed early, you won't be able to get up. I need to take a leave of absence. Han Ruochu suddenly remembered something important and immediately ran back to her room to call the flight attendant to request a leave. Even if she got fired tomorrow, she wasn't going. No matter how important work was, it couldn't compare to what might happen tomorrow. She needed to prepare. She might be going out later. After she successfully requested her leave, she hurried out to take a shower. Ruochu, didn't you just take a shower? Maybe I just got hot again. She blushed and defended herself. You're acting strange. Are you going out tonight, so you're washing up to smell nice for some guy? Hey, don't say that. No. The more she denied it, the more curious her roommate became. They were both similar beauties, so it was inevitable that they would compare themselves, silently measuring their own conditions against the men they found. seeking a sense of superiority. Recently, it seemed Hanruwachu had hooked up with a rich guy, even changing her bags to several luxury brands, which made her roommate feel a bit sour. Look at you, so happy. Something good must have happened. Tell me about it. Hanruwachu didn't catch her roommate's subtle thoughts and thought she was genuinely happy for her. She smiled widely and excitedly said to her roommate, tomorrow my brother is taking me to buy a house. He let me choose the place I like. I'm so excited. Upon hearing Hanruwachu's words, her roommate felt a pang of jealousy. Why her? They were all about the same, so how did she end up with someone so good? For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Is it true? He wouldn't be lying to you, would he? I recently saw a news report about those unsellable properties, where the real estate agents pretend to be rich second-generation kids to help people buy houses. Then they say they'll pay the down payment and you'll pay the mortgage later, but the down payment isn't needed at all. Hanruwachu paused, her heart sinking a little. Could it be? Was her brother that kind of person? They hadn't known each other for long, and she didn't know much about Jiang Yuan. If that car was rented, her heart started to race, but the money Jiang Yuan transferred to her was real. He couldn't possibly spend so much to dig a pit for her. He can't be that kind of person. Knowing someone's face doesn't mean you know their heart. You should be careful. Look at you, like a little rabbit, completely unaware of being eaten. She had already been eaten, completely and thoroughly. If it was just a one-night stand, then she wouldn't be at a loss. I'll be careful, I'll be cautious. Seeing Hanruwachu no longer so happy and a bit downcast, her roommate finally returned to her own room, satisfied. She almost let her guard down. But thankfully she was smart. Well, she hoped Ruwachu wouldn't be so foolish. A man like that was as reliable as a pig climbing a tree. Moreover, everyone is struggling, and suddenly you've become successful. Isn't that just making everyone uncomfortable? When in poverty, you're looked down upon, but once you're wealthy, you face everyone's resentment. God knows how jealous she felt when she saw Hanruwachu recently carrying designer bags of all sizes. She instinctively thought they must be knockoffs. After Hanruwachu came back from her shower, she saw a message from Jiang Yuan. I'm a bit busy tonight, let's do it in a couple of days. Upon receiving the message, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, mixed with an inexplicable emotion, unsure if it was disappointment or comfort. Forget it, let's try looking at a property. After all, it doesn't hurt to take a look. Waking up early, Jiang Yuan and Lulu had breakfast downstairs at the hotel before heading to the property Lulu had chosen. Perhaps she had seriously considered it. Lulu found a relatively new community, a good location within the central area, with prices ranging from 80,000 to 90,000 per square meter, allowing for a purchase of about 100 square meters for a 3-bedroom unit. As for the inner ring, that was out of the question. Prices had already started at 110,000. And new houses? Forget it. In the city of Xinjiang, most of the land had already been developed. Trying to buy a new house in the city, you wouldn't even be able to grab one for 10 million. Land was scarce, and everyone was focusing on high-end properties and large flats to make money. Unless Jiang Yuan was willing to spend 50 million for her, that might be feasible. So, squeezing into the inner ring or buying a new house seemed to have little significance. Lulu had already checked the listings on the real estate agency's website, and as soon as they arrived, they went straight to view the property. Jiang Yuan directly asked the agency to call the landlord over, and if it was suitable, they would sign the contract right away. Seeing the car they arrived in, the agent was convinced. The environment was decent, and they started negotiating. Under Lulu's regal demeanor, the landlord eventually conceded 500,000, just enough to save some money for her to buy a car. Lulu was a bit dazed. When she signed her name on the contract, Jiang Yuan took out his phone and clicked to use the double cashback card, and sure enough, the countdown began. He quickly transferred 9.5 million into the other party's escrow account and also sent the agency their commission fee. Even the agent was still in shock. This was the fastest transaction of her life. Alright, the house is bought. You can head back to the hotel. I have some work at the company. Brother, come back early, okay? I'll wait for you. At that moment, Lulu was as gentle as water, moved to the point of tears. She never expected that all of this was real. She truly owned a house worth tens of millions in such a big city like Xinjiang. That was something many people would work their entire lives and still not be able to afford. If anyone was the most conflicted last night, it had to be Qi Yao. When she saw the message from Jiang Yuan while she was live streaming, she couldn't help but grin foolishly. She rubbed her eyes and checked the message on her phone several times. She kept confirming whether she was seeing things or if she was just missing him too much. Hurry and find a house on the Green Home website. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'll take you to buy a house. Oh my god, this can't be real, can it? Is this for real? She kept grinning foolishly. It was impossible not to feel excited. This man, how could he be so good? I've started to miss him. Xiao had always felt a sense of competition. Although she started dating Jiang Yuan later than Lin Yuna, she had given herself to him, so she still hoped to receive the same affection as Lin Yuna. Now, she had only been with Jiang Yuan for a month, and he had already given her what would take a lifetime of work to earn, and now he was going to buy her a house in Xincheng, completely fulfilling her life goals. Was he trying to keep a beauty in his golden house? Did he want to be alone with her for convenience? The more Qiao thought about it, the more she spoke to the screen a couple of times before ending the live stream. The physical reactions were growing stronger, and at this moment, she couldn't help but think of that man. Honey, I miss you so much. Right now, I can't stop thinking about you. She sent the message along with a selfie, eager and enticing. Upon learning that Jiang Yuan couldn't come, she felt particularly disappointed and showed Jiang Yuan her muddy state, trying to tempt him. Xiao took a break and ran out to prepare for a shower, while Lin Yuna was tidying up things in the living room. Yao, did something good happen? No, not at all. Xiao replied a bit flustered. Not yet? Look at the blush on your face. Your lips are almost curling up. Xiao quickly shook her head in denial. In her heart, Lin Yuna was the legitimate wife, and she was just a concubine. She couldn't let Lin Yuna find out, or she would be driven away. What would she do then? She wanted to hold on to Jiang Yuan's thigh properly, and she was willing to just be a minor player. Her demands weren't high. Really, there's nothing. Maybe I just got too hot dancing earlier. I'm going to take a shower. When she came out of the shower, she saw Lin Yuna still in the living room looking at her phone, and she felt curious. The young man should be talking to Yuna too. After all, she was the legitimate wife. But she still tentatively asked, Yuna, what are you doing so intently? Brother Jiang Yuan said he would take me to buy a house tomorrow afternoon. Let me choose one. I'm just worried. I don't know where to choose. Can you help me think about it? Just as she thought, Xiao pretended to be very envious but was genuinely happy for her best friend. In fact, she was also very happy because in Jiang Yuan's heart, she and Yuna still held the same status. That's great. You choose well. If you need my help, just call me. I'm going back to my room to dry my hair, Xiao said and returned to her room. Since Yuna was choosing, she had to choose seriously too. Later, she would try to gather some information. She couldn't end up in the same neighborhood as Yuna. How could the young man be so nice? He buys houses for his women. Lying on the bed, she selected while thinking of him again. She remembered how Jiang Yuan used to roll around with her in bed playing cards, not sure if Yuna knew. Just thinking about it gave her an inexplicable thrill. Was it an affair? She didn't know, but she somewhat liked it. The next morning, she got up and got ready. She had sent Jiang Yuan several messages he would be satisfied with late into the night, and in the morning, she received a message from him asking her to choose her favorite and wait for him on site. He would come over. She put on beautiful clothes, even carefully selected what was underneath, thinking that after buying the house, maybe she wouldn't go back today and would find a hotel to wait for the young man. She arrived at the neighborhood early, bought breakfast, and waited for Jiang Yuan. When the phone rang, she was excited, knowing Jiang Yuan had arrived. She got in the car and handed him the heart-shaped breakfast. Brother, have you eaten breakfast? You worked hard to come over. Have something to eat. Okay, have you called the agent? Get the homeowner to come over. We need to buy it after looking. I'm quite busy today and need to hurry. Not yet. I was thinking of calling once you arrived. Xiao was quite carefree, not thinking about other details that much. She would rather spend time waiting for Jiang Yuan but didn't think to prepare everything in advance. At Jiang Yuan's request, she quickly opened the app on her phone and contacted the agent for the property. Upon hearing her request, the agent said he was nearby and would arrive in 10 minutes, ensuring everything would be handled. The process of viewing the house was simple. They only looked at the location and lighting, and if it was suitable, they would negotiate immediately. After more than an hour, they finally settled on a 130 square meter, 3-bedroom, 2-living room house, priced just over 11 million. Xiao signed her name, tears brimming with emotion, and hugged Jiang Yuan, giving him a kiss. Hubby, you're so wonderful. From now on, I am yours. No matter how you feel about me in the future, I will always be yours. Xiao bowed to Jiang Yuan, deeply moved. After spending the whole morning, they had completed 2, and there were still 3 to rush in the afternoon, making her feel overwhelmed. It was already mealtime, so they found a nearby restaurant to eat. As they were eating, Xiao, feeling affectionate, insisted on going to the hotel to rest for a while with Jiang Yuan. All right, let's consider it post-meal exercise. Once they entered the room, Xiao jumped onto him and didn't get off until she was completely exhausted, finally collapsing onto the bed, motionless. When Jiang Yuan left, she was too tired to even get out of bed. God, her man was too vigorous. She really needed Nana, as she couldn't handle it alone. She felt no jealousy at all, but rather was grateful for her sisterhood. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Yuan rushed to a new location. Next up were Han Ruochu and Zhao Xiaotuan, each getting a 2-hour arrangement. Their arrangements were a bit more casual, ultimately spending nearly 10 million, securing a 5 to 6 million house for each of them. By the time Jiang Yuan met Lin Yuna, he was somewhat fatigued. "Brother, have you been too busy today? You look so tired. Why don't we do it another day and go home to rest first?" Lin Yuna said with concern. "It's fine, let's go buy the house first. After we're done, we can rest well tonight." The cashback card had a time limit, and Jiang Yuan couldn't afford to delay. If they rested and couldn't go out tomorrow, that would be a huge loss. Rest could be done anytime, but buying a house needed to be done early. If they didn't choose well, they would have to look again. At this time, the agents wouldn't be off work yet. It was just that in the evening, there were fewer people looking at houses, but they still had to stay in the office, either searching for clients online or making phone calls to invite them. Many clients needed to see a house several times, checking the daylight, the evening environment and property management, and the surrounding noise. When the agent received Lin Yuna's call about viewing a house, he nearly jumped for joy. The house they were looking at was very valuable, worth over 20 million. If the deal went through, he could earn a commission of 200,000. Without saying a word, the agent immediately rushed to the community. "Brother, didn't we just buy a house? Why are we buying another one? I'm fine with the place I have, really, don't spend so much money." Although Jiang Yuan had pressured her to look at houses, she still felt somewhat opposed because they had just bought a house, and it wasn't even renovated yet. Having one was already enough for her, but now Jiang Yuan wanted her to look at a house worth over 20 million, making her feel anxious. Houses in the city are worth buying, and if we buy a few more, when we're out of work, we can rent them out for some income. The reasoning was quite valid, but it felt strange, hard to articulate. After making the call, the agent arrived at the community entrance in 10 minutes. Only then did they get out of the car, and upon seeing each other emerge, the agent's eyes lit up. It seemed a deal was promising. Such a pair of beautiful people, driving a luxury car worth millions, were definitely wealthy. They had to be well served. Jiang Yuan only glanced at the community's location before saying to the agent, "Can you call the landlord over? Let's talk now." "So urgent? Don't you want to take a look first?" His words startled the agent instead. Unsure of the other party's intentions, he confirmed and still called the landlord. For these few women, these houses are important assets, so they are very cautious about buying property. However, for Jiang Yuan, these are merely tools for his cash back. If he can have the best of both worlds, that would be ideal. But if not, he will naturally prioritize the cash back, unless he gets a card with no time limit in the future. Amidst the confusion of everyone, the house was sold, and the landlord didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. After a brief discussion, they directly signed the contract. This community is not far from Tangcheng Pin, about 2 kilometers apart, a 220 square meter south-facing 3-bedroom apartment by the river, with a 40 square meter terrace, priced at only 23.88 million. What more could one ask for? Watching Jiang Yuan and the others get into a luxury car, the agent bowed enthusiastically by the roadside, sending them off. He had never felt so refreshed. In less than 2 hours, he sold a house and could earn over 200,000 in commission. If he were a woman, he would be willing to pay to be with him tonight. Being rich is great. Just look at the young and beautiful girl next to that wealthy client, now that's living life. If it weren't for poverty, who would live like this? This lustful heart is all kept in check by poverty. If he were equally successful, he probably wouldn't be a good person either. Tonight he must go for a big health treatment to celebrate such a big deal today. Lin Yana in the passenger seat was still a bit dazed. In her bag lay a property purchase contract worth over 20 million, with only her name on it. Looking at Jiang Yuan, who was driving, her heart was overwhelmed with emotion. How lucky she was to meet such a person. "No matter what happens in this life, I will never leave him," she silently vowed. The two did not go home but went to Jiuyan for dinner. Looking at the delicious spread on the table, Jiang Yuan suddenly felt he wasn't a good person. He had been out having fun these past few days and had forgotten about his parents. He immediately called the manager over to prepare some good dishes to take home later, wondering if his parents were already asleep. It was too unfilial. Having returned to Xinjiang for a few days, Jiang Yuan's parents were still immersed in the task of tidying up his new house. If he took them to the villa now, they would probably complain. They were busy cleaning and organizing the new home every day. No matter what, once he thought of it, he had to do it. After dinner with Lin Yana, he asked her to wait at the hotel while he drove back to the house in Shandong to deliver the food. As soon as he got home, his mother came out of the room, asking with concern if he had eaten and if he wanted her to make something for him, nearly bringing Jiang Yuan to tears. He quickly called his father out, and the three of them had a late-night snack, which made Jiang Yuan feel more at ease before heading out. Tomorrow, he must take his parents to explore Xinjiang and have some fun. He couldn't let them be cooped up in that house all the time. On the way back to the hotel, his phone rang, and Zhang Yuan answered on speaker. "Kid, you filmed my video, you better delete it quickly. If I find it leaked, I'll kill you." A man's threatening voice came from the phone. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a while before remembering the incident with Yang Yifei. "Li Xian? Since you know it's me, you should know it's best to resolve this quietly. I'll give you $1 million, you bring me the phone. Don't make me force you." "Oh, then you can try forcing me." With that, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. He had just bought a security company last night and hadn't even taken over yet. Wasn't this pushing him to hurry and pull people in? How did Li Xian know his phone number? That made Zhang Yuan a bit curious. And about that martial arts skill, should he learn it tonight? Better safe than sorry. This skill was thought to have been given to prevent incidents at the bar last time. But in the end, he ran away so fast that they couldn't catch up. Li Xian had just threatened a couple of times when the other party directly hung up the phone, making him curse in anger. He continued to call back, but all he got was "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy." That Yang Yifei, that damn woman, must have hooked up with someone. That's why she was so cold to him. Fortunately, he had some means, otherwise, he wouldn't have figured it out. Zhang Yuan didn't block Li Xian's number but instead called the chairman of Wolf Media, who was in the entertainment industry, hoping to gather some information. "Chairman Wu, do you know that Li Xian?" "I know, Mr. Zhang, what's up? Are you looking to sign him?" "No, that bastard just called to threaten me. I was thinking if I could give him a warning, he's too arrogant." "Oh, he offended Mr. Zhang? Don't worry, I'll handle it. I know the owner of his company. I'll have a word with them." "Alright, then I'll trouble you. No need to be polite." Zhang Yuan initially wanted to inquire about something, but Chairman Wu directly took care of it for him. It had been a long time since he last saw Lin Yana, and this night belonged solely to her. The clouds dispersed, the rain ceased, and the beauty fell asleep in his arms, exhausted. Zhang Yuan, still unsatisfied, played with his phone. Over the past month, with the continuous realization of his wealth, his small goals kept increasing. Breaking through 100 billion might be achievable within half a year. A famous entrepreneur once said that one must have goals to drive oneself. For example, I'll set a small goal first, I'll earn 100 million. So, breaking through 100 billion is also a small goal of mine, this year's small goal. Since acquiring this group buying software, everything has ceased to be a dream. The blush on the beauty's face beside him was a reminder of the reality of it all. However, having assets alone is not enough. Besides valuable goods or assets, health and a rich, diverse life are even more important. Just like those magical pills and skills that can be obtained with a charge, each one adds a bit of brilliance to life. It would be even better if there were pills that could enhance organ functions. Zhang Yuan also wanted to make himself a bit more perfect, taller, handsomer, stronger, and improve his physique. After all, there are several tragedies in life. One is that a person is still alive but has run out of money, and the other is that a person is gone but still has money left unspent. Both are very disheartening. People are indeed never satisfied. Now Zhang Yuan was already fantasizing about other aspects. Once, his greatest fantasy was to become wealthy, and now that he was rich, the increase in wealth no longer satisfied his thoughts. He was already imagining the diversity of life. But these are indeed the ultimate pursuits of global billionaires. Once they have money, they start researching how to extend their lifespan by a few more years. When compared to lifespan and health, those physical goods lose much of their allure and importance. A yacht worth 100 million and a pill that costs 100 million but can extend life by a year, it's likely that the latter would touch the billionaires more. It's not that Zhang Yuan wanted to get rich by selling pills, he had only obtained a few himself. He just hoped that he and the people around him could have some. Looking at his bank account, he had spent over 50 million on several women today because of the double cashback. His account had increased by 100 million in cash, as the maximum cashback limit was originally capped at 50 million, so the extra few million spent had to be borne by Zhang Yuan himself, the big fool. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Zhang Yuan bought today's group purchase item. He wasn't sure if it was because there had been a lot of big items recently, but today's group purchase item was yet another car. One Lycan Hypersport sports car, 100 yuan. What kind of sports car is this? I've never even heard of it. He couldn't even understand the English name, muttering to himself, but he still went ahead and bought it. Better to buy it wrong than to miss out, that was his current principle. If it turned out to be useless after buying, he could always sell it again. After all, the system hadn't said that items bought through group purchases couldn't be resold, so it should be fine, depending on his personal choice. Now, with too many cars in his garage, Zhang Yuan had lost much of his interest in them. The Bentleys and McLarens he had bought hadn't even arrived yet, and he was considering buying more parking spaces. He was probably going to end up like that young Master Wang, with a garage full of luxury cars, pondering which one to drive out. But that guy lived in a villa, a manor, he was just a nouveau riche in a large flat. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Zhang Yuan fell asleep holding Lin Yana. That girl was so soft, it made one unable to resist being affectionate. The next morning, he was jolted awake by his phone. Zhang Yuan picked it up and saw it was the same number from yesterday. Did Li Xian really want to court death, planning to threaten him every day? It seemed he didn't know how many eyes the king of horses had. He really thought he was easy to bully. Zhang Yuan answered the call irritably, asking in a deep voice, Li Xian, are you looking for death? Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Zhang, it was a misunderstanding. Today, Li Xian's attitude was unusually good, his tone much gentler. Mr. Zhang, I was impulsive yesterday and offended you. I'm truly sorry, I hope you can forgive me. Oh, apologizing so early in the morning? Could this carefree boss really be that capable? This made Zhang Yuan look at him differently. He had only mentioned it casually yesterday, but he didn't expect Chairman Wu to have resolved it for him. It seemed the other party had some weight in the entertainment industry. Now that a big star like Li Xian was actively calling to apologize, it seemed the intimidation had worked quite well. Well, if you don't want to ruin your reputation, you should quickly distance yourself from Yang Yifei and stop harassing her. Otherwise, yes, I promise, there will be no more entanglements with Yang Yifei in the future. You can rest assured. Before Zhang Yuan could finish, Li Xian immediately began to assure him. Li Xian didn't dare to bring it up anymore. He was eager to clear things up with Yang Yifei. Damn it, if a big shot had his eyes on Yang Yifei, he should have said so earlier. He had long wanted to break it off, otherwise, why would he need to look for women outside? Their relationship was practically non-existent. A woman like Yang Yifei was indeed not someone he could get involved with, and Li Xian understood that. He didn't want to ruin his reputation over a woman and lose his means of making money. Besides, with his current status, he could easily date a fan or a small star, and they would be more than happy to jump into bed with him. If he wanted women, there were plenty of options. It didn't have to be Yang Yifei. Without that halo, he might even have trouble eating. This choice was indeed wise for Li Xian. Having received Li Xian's assurance, Zhang Yuan didn't say anything more, just hummed a couple of times before hanging up. Then he pulled up Yang Yifei's WeChat and sent her a message. The issue with Li Xian has been resolved, he won't bother you anymore. Finally completing this matter, the system should consider it resolved. After all, it was a stake worth over 100 million. But what Zhang Yuan couldn't understand was what kind of relationship Yang Yifei had that made him use his shares as a bet and reward so much. Was she really that valuable? Although Yang Yifei is indeed very beautiful and pure, it has nothing to do with him. Before he could think further, Lin Yana beside him had already woken up and moved a bit, which Zhang Yuan felt. The two hadn't been intimate for a long time, and last night he had comforted Lin Yana, not knowing how many times it took, but it always worked. It is said that women who have been pampered develop a deeper psychological dependence on men. Finally, he had sorted out the matter of using the cashback card to buy a house, so Zhang Yuan could take a good rest today. There are many ways to spend money, but when it comes to spending 50 million, your options are limited. In fact, he could choose a simpler way, directly taking Lin Yana to buy a 50 million mansion, straightforward and without much effort. However, with so many people around him, he always thought of being fair and treating everyone well, not putting all his kindness on just one person. Countless cases and lessons teach us that if you are a simp, you must not only focus on one woman, you need to broaden your horizons and pay attention to several women. When you are devoted to 10 or 100 women, you are no longer their simp, but they all become your backups. After Han Ruochu returned to the dormitory, she almost wanted to strangle her roommate. This woman was too vicious, definitely jealous of her, causing her to almost give up. No, she had to quickly separate from such a roommate and delete all the backups on her phone, so her brother wouldn't see them. Now that the house was bought, she was destined to be a canary, and she couldn't let the life she had worked hard for be ruined. Ruochu, what are you doing? Are you going on a trip? He has already bought me a house, and I will be moving out, so I can't accompany you anymore. Okay, looking at Han Ruochu's proud expression, her roommate felt a surge of displeasure. Oh my god, Ruochu, did you really buy it? Is it in your name? I'm telling you, don't believe it easily, you need to see it in person. There are so many traps now, don't end up getting sold and counting money for someone else. Han Ruochu was directly put off by her roommate's words. She had almost not prepared well yesterday because she listened to her. Alright, when I'm not around in the future, you have to live well, okay? You won't be afraid of being discovered when you bring someone back. What are you talking about? I've never brought anyone back, don't wrong me. Her roommate immediately retorted, as if her tail had been stepped on. Sister, I'm not deaf or blind, doesn't that sound a bit guilty? I've seen it several times, just didn't expose you. Han Ruochu's heart was already set on Zhang Yuan, with such a good guy, how could she not hold on tight? Today, she must go to a hotel, buy a few sexy outfits from Victoria's Secret, then freshen up and invite him, seducing him, making the handsome guy fall for her. As for work, it seemed unnecessary now. Working as a flight attendant for a few thousand a month, having to wake up early and fly everywhere, serving a bunch of people every day. Now she just needed to lie at home, obediently serving only him, and she could earn tens of thousands a month. Life at this moment required her to lie flat, not to struggle. Seeing that Han Ruwachu was really leaving, it seemed that she had indeed met a wealthy brother who directly bought her a house and was supporting her. Han Ruwachu's roommate, Su Yuton, felt extremely jealous. She looked similar to Han Ruwachu and was also the one being pursued by a group of male flight attendants at the airline, often receiving requests from those in business class to add her on WeChat while on flights. Everyone was from the same airline, so overall it was similar, but when it came to luck, it seemed she was far behind Han Ruwachu. Everyone is a beauty, so why doesn't anyone have it as good as Han Ruwachu? She also wants a wealthy big brother to openly support her, buy her bags, give her pocket money, and buy her a house. She keeps looking for men, but only a few handsome ones catch her eye. Being handsome can't fill your stomach, it's just for occasional cravings. At this moment, that sense of unwillingness surged in her heart. She felt conflicted for a moment, then immediately thought of something and said to Han Ruwachu, "Ruwachu, congratulations. Look at you, you've encountered such a good thing. Shouldn't we go out for a meal to celebrate?" Su Yutong's sudden change left Han Ruwachu stunned. She had just been feeling sour, and now she was suddenly wanting to celebrate for her sister, which felt a bit excessive. "Yutong, I might not have time today. I need to accompany my little brother. Let's do it another day." Han Ruwachu still refused. No one was more important than Jiang Yuan right now. Yes, your little brother is the most important now. When can you take me to bask in his glory? Are there any suitable ones around him? Can you introduce me? If it works out, I will definitely repay you well. Su Yutong affectionately grabbed Han Ruwachu's arm and shook it, pleading. Oh, so that's what she was after. No way, she wouldn't be trying to seduce my little brother, would she? No way. Han Ruwachu knew that men were all lustful. Su Yutong looked similar to her, with a comparable figure, and even that part was a bit bigger. If she really seduced him, that would be dangerous. However, this roommate was much wilder than her. With her flirtatiousness, her little brother probably wouldn't like her, right? But it seemed she had heard that men liked women to be a bit flirtatious in bed. "Yutong, aren't you seeing that Li Yang guy?" "What Li Yang? Ruwachu, you can't say that. That guy is just my loyal dog, not even a backup." Su Yutong quickly denied it. At this point, what boyfriend? It's all nonsense. In her heart, there were no ex-boyfriends, just backups and loyal dogs. Only the wealthy big brother was her true love. People don't act for others. If not for the wealthy little brother, then there's no point in living. With her looks, she should be the one pursued by those rich second-generation kids. Alright, you decide, but I have to ask my little brother first. I can't make decisions for him, or he might just break up with me. Okay, you must help me ask him well. Su Yutong nodded, revealing a smile. Actually, there was something else on her mind, but she didn't know how to say it. "If your little brother isn't satisfied, you can call me along. I wouldn't mind. Being a mistress is fine, whether it's the 6th or 7th, as long as they can buy me luxury bags and give me pocket money." Well, he came to apologize and even wrote a guarantee, promising not to harass me again. He also guaranteed that he wouldn't threaten you, so don't worry, sorry for the trouble. Li Xian's speed was quite impressive. It seemed I owed Chairman Wu a favor now. I just didn't know whether he would thank me or resent me when he saw that I had increased my shares in Wolf Media. Okay, that's fine. If there's anything else, just let me know. Yang Yifei then realized that this was Jiang Yuan's doing behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could someone like Li Xian change his attitude so quickly? "Did you do this?" "What do you mean I did? I was just wondering how Li Xian changed so fast. I thought it might be related to you." "Oh, it's nothing. I just had someone warn him a bit. It's no big deal. I won't do anything to him." Jiang Yuan thought she was worried about Li Xian. "Thank you. I'm not worried about him. I was wondering if I could treat you to a meal." This was the first time Yang Yifei had invited a man to dinner. She had said it impulsively and felt a bit anxious afterward, fearing rejection. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Why was this cold goddess suddenly inviting him to dinner? She was always so frosty, never saying more than necessary. "Sure, it's my honor to be treated to a meal by Miss Yang." "Great, you choose the place. Then let's go to Jiuyan. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, see you then." After hanging up, Yang Yifei took a deep breath, her face turned a bit red. She really didn't expect to invite a man to dinner, even if it was just to thank him. It was still early, so Jiang Yuan went home to see what his parents were up to and spend some time with them. In his WeChat, several women had sent invitations for tonight, making it hard for him to choose who to go with. Right, he had bought houses for them, so the goodwill should be increasing, right? To verify this, he first uploaded Lin Yuna's photo to the information query. Name, Lin Yuna. Age, 22. Occupation, student. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Measurements, 82 divided by 58 divided by 80. Overall rating, 83. Freshness, 98. 8% favorability, 88. Sure enough, the favorability was off the charts, but he wondered how the other women were doing. There weren't many with a favorability over 80. The rating had also gone up. Could it be because he had developed her and she had become more attractive? So, did intimacy have this function? He knew about intimacy detox, but he really didn't know about intimacy making one more beautiful. The freshness had decreased by 0.2% from last time. Could it be that doing it too much really wears it down? What is the wear rate? This data made Zhang Yuan feel conflicted. If it was 0.1% per time, had he and Lin Yuna done it 20 times? He had forgotten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Including last night and this morning, it should have been 5 times, and then, forget it. This sudden change in data, he didn't know if it was the benefit of the system leveling up to level 2 or what. He would check again next time it wore down. He stopped dwelling on Lin Yuna's data and wanted to check Yang Yifei's, only to remember that he seemed to have no access today, as it was said he could only check once a day. No, it was said that he could check once when at L0, now that he had upgraded to L2. It couldn't still be the same as L0, right? He hadn't reminded himself. What a poor review. Unconvinced, Zhang Yuan uploaded Yang Yifei's photo, and soon it displayed. Name, Yang Yifei. Age, 25. Occupation, actress. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 51 kilograms. Measurements, 83 divided by 59 divided by 84. Overall rating, 90. Freshness, 100% favorability. 25 points. A favorability of 25 points means it's just a bit better than a stranger, somewhere between acquaintances? That's fine, it's good enough that this cold goddess has some fondness for me. However, Yang Yifei has lost weight, affected by love. She has lost a few kilograms since I last saw her a few days ago. What a pity, her chest is a bit small. It seems that what we see on screen might be enhanced. Zhang Yuan sent a series of messages to Qi Yao and Han Ruochu, and indeed, there were changes in their favorability and freshness. Everyone's favorability towards him increased. Qi Yao had already crossed the 80-point mark, while Han Ruochu and Zhao Xiaotuan were around 70 points, with each person's freshness showing about a 0.1% wear. It seems that in the future, I can't just focus on Lin Yuna. I need to spread the wear evenly among them. When he wanted to check Li Leilei's information, he finally received a prompt. Today's information query limit has been reached. You can check 5 times a day, and after the upgrade, it really is much more enjoyable. He originally planned to call Chairman Wu of Wolf Media tomorrow to express his gratitude, but the call came in first. Mr. Zhang, our cooperation has become even closer. You will soon be our company's second largest shareholder. Ha, that's thanks to Chairman Wu's good management. It gives me hope. You're too kind. Let's all make money together. Mr. Zhang, when do you have time? Let's have a meal to celebrate, and I'll arrange for you to meet any of the girls in our company that catch your eye. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. He had to admit that Wolf Media really knew how to pick people. Many beautiful internet celebrities had signed with them. It turns out that being a shareholder has its perks. Oh, Brother Wu, why are we being so polite? I'll treat you. How about tomorrow? Alright, then I won't be polite. Let's do it tomorrow. He had already received the funds for increasing his shares, and the contract had been sent to Jiangshan, so he just made a call to chat. In the afternoon, he had to attend a dinner with Yang Yifei. Otherwise, he wanted to take a good look at the beauties under Wolf Media. He wondered if top-tier actresses like Yang Yifei would be willing to join such a company. Zhang Yuan drove his flashy red Ferrari to the appointment. He actually preferred Lamborghini over Ferrari. When he arrived at the garage, he suddenly remembered he still had a car to pick up and that he hadn't gone to take possession of the villa. Why does it feel so busy every day? Even wanting to relax seems impossible at the entrance of the Zhoutian restaurant. Zhang Yuan parked his car in one go, leaving the doorman stunned. Sir, I'm sorry, this is our boss's parking space. Please park over there. Don't you recognize me? No. The security guard widened his eyes and shook his head. Then tell your boss to change parking spaces. Hey, sir. The security guard tried to stop him, but the doorman, still in shock, rushed over to grab him. Ayong, are you trying to get fired? This is our restaurant's major shareholder. A cold sweat trickled down the security guard's forehead. Zhang Yuan had already called the manager here to reserve their private room and asked him to prepare some special dishes. He had just sat in the private room for a while when there was a knock at the door. Mr. Zhang, your guest has arrived. The door opened, and Yang Yifei walked in. Today, Yang Yifei is wearing a knee-length short skirt, a hat on her head, and large sunglasses that she hasn't taken off yet. Only after the waiter closed the door and left did she finally remove her hat and sunglasses. Like white moonlight, Yang Yifei left Jiang Yuan somewhat dazed. Her skin is fair, her features delicate and beautiful, and her figure tall, although her chest is a bit small. Her red lips and white teeth evoke a sense of affection. However, her face shows little expression, appearing somewhat cold. Even when she greets him, it's just a slight parting of her lips. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, I just arrived. Well, then you can order. Today it's my treat. Feel free to order whatever you want. I'm not picky. Jiang Yuan pushed the menu towards her. It was ladies first, especially for such a beautiful lady. Yet, Yang Yifei seemed to struggle, only able to pick up the menu and start looking through it. After she finally finished ordering, the two chatted casually. Do you usually go out so cautiously? The last time I saw you, you were all wrapped up too. Those paparazzi are everywhere. I have to be careful. Oh, you should take it easy. Take it easy? Yang Yifei was filled with questions. What on earth was this person talking about? About your ex-boyfriend. Just think of him as dead. Don't be so sad. It's not worth it. You understand? Oh, the goddess responded lightly, showing little emotion, making it hard to tell if she was still sad. Seeing that his attempt at comfort was ineffective, Jiang Yuan found her to be quite cold and didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip, feeling the air filled with awkwardness. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to eat. It felt like he was just here to pick at a 3-bedroom apartment. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly quieted down. Jiang Yuan stopped talking, and Yang Yifei didn't say anything either, only occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Yuan, leaving him wondering what she was thinking. Finally, they waited for the waiter to knock and bring in the dishes, and at least someone moving around eased the awkwardness. Looking at the dishes on the table, Yang Yifei frowned and asked, "Did they get the order wrong? I don't think I ordered this much." The waiter was startled, picked up the menu to check again, and then replied, "No, it's all from the private room's menu." Jiang Yuan waved his hand, signaling for him to leave first. "I have a bit of a stake in this restaurant, so I had them prepare some specialties in advance. It wasn't a mistake. You should try it. It's quite good." Yang Yifei was taken aback. She had originally wanted to give some money as thanks, but now she couldn't bring herself to do it. The other party was a shareholder in the restaurant in the city. How should she express her gratitude? Treating him to a meal didn't seem that valuable, even if she personally accompanied him. To some, this meal might seem very valuable, but to others, it was just a meal. Until they finished eating, Yang Yifei couldn't figure out how to thank Jiang Yuan for his help and had to give up. This meal was the most complicated one Jiang Yuan had ever had. Yang Yifei, such a stunning beauty, seemed to be on a diet, only tasting 1 or 2 bites of each dish. To avoid waste, he made an effort to eat, but in the end, he still had to pack the leftovers to take home. Yang Yifei insisted on paying, saying it was her treat, and even though they were at Jiang Yuan's restaurant, she should pay. In the end, unable to resist this cold goddess, he let her pay. "How about I give you a ride?" "No need, it's too much trouble. I can just take a taxi." "Didn't your assistant come to pick you up?" Yang Yifei shook her head. Jiang Yuan placed the takeout box in the front trunk of his Ferrari, drove it up, and pressed the window down. "Come on, I'll give you a ride. It feels a bit awkward to let you take a taxi back after you treated me to a meal." "No, really. This person is being watched. It won't be good if there are paparazzi later." The people around were looking at them, and Yang Yifei, feeling a bit socially anxious, climbed into his car. A flash of white. This sports car design really understands a man's psychology sometimes. Finally, after dropping Yang Yifei off at her place, Jiang Yuan quickly sped away. His cold demeanor made the drive quite awkward. No wonder Li Xian couldn't win over Yang Yifei. It's quite pitiful. Such a beautiful creature, yet he can't have her, and he must be torturing himself. I wonder what kind of person could touch the heart of this cold girl. Jiang Yuan didn't go home directly. He wanted to check out his Junting villa. He had become somewhat immune to the Jiangjing flat, and now the big villa was much more anticipated. The Junting villa is located in the Shandong district, just 10 kilometers from Tangchenipin. In this city of Xinjiang, it ranks among the top 5 high-end villas. As a top-tier villa project in the eastern suburban villa area, each villa averages 5 acres, with individual units ranging from 1,300 to 1,400 square meters. The community has a total of 21 standalone villas, each with a distinct architectural style, showcasing classical, grand, and elegant features. Even as a new owner, Jiang Yuan had to go through verification at the entrance before being allowed in. A Ferrari here isn't considered a great car, but he stands out for being young. He might be the youngest owner. Standing at the villa's entrance, Jiang Yuan was a bit taken aback. With just 3 people living there, wasn't it a bit lonely? However, the garden was quite large, seemingly perfect for his parents to relax and tend to. The previous owner had renovated it, but there were no signs of occupancy. Some furniture inside was even still unopened, which met Jiang Yuan's expectations. He wasn't so pretentious as to feel the need to redecorate just because it was secondhand. Renovating the villa would cost over 10 million. It would be better to save that for his parents' retirement. After staying at the villa for a while, Jiang Yuan went back. A huge villa felt quite empty to live in alone, so he decided to bring his parents over to take a look. Jiang Yuan packed a bunch of meals, and his parents were very happy that their son could come back to eat together. In the few days since arriving in Xincheng, they had a house, but seeing Jiang Yuan busy every day, they didn't know what to do, so they could only clean the house and occasionally go downstairs to stroll around. This city was too big, and they didn't know anyone, making life feel monotonous all of a sudden. Dad, Mom, after dinner, I'll take you out to explore Xincheng. All cities look the same. What's there to see? At least it's a first-tier city. It has its own characteristics. Alright, you lead the way, we'll follow you. With their son accompanying them, they didn't have to worry about anything, and they agreed. After dinner, Jiang Yuan drove them in a Bentley to the other side of the river, where there was a famous pedestrian street and the Bund, which is a major feature of Xincheng. In the few days since arriving, it was the first time the elderly couple had gone out, and they couldn't stop praising the prosperity of Xincheng. There are so many people. Do they come here to shop every day? Of course. Every year, countless people come to Xincheng for tourism, and this road is basically a must-visit. Watching the bustling crowd, they couldn't help but marvel at the vibrancy and prosperity of the big city, where people could stroll along such beautiful streets. Although they had worked in Yangcheng for many years, they would head straight to the factory upon getting off the train, never having the chance to explore Yangcheng. By the time they reached the Bund, it was already dark, and they walked up to the observation deck. The Pearl Tower across the river emitted dazzling colorful lights, with 3 towering skyscrapers behind it. Son, is that our home over there? Jiang Yuan's mother pointed at the Thompson Riviera and asked. She always felt it looked very similar. These past few days, when they were looking out from the balcony, they also saw this building on the Bund. Yeah, it does look similar. I thought this place felt familiar. We've seen it from the balcony before, Jiang Yuan's father replied. Yes, that's right. Our home is right there, and the river we usually see from the balcony is just here. I didn't expect it to look so beautiful from this side. The family of 3 was extremely satisfied with the view, but they didn't notice that 2 middle-aged women nearby had already shown disdain on their faces. After they walked away, the 2 burst into laughter as if they had heard a funny joke. Ah Ping, you're killing me. That family of 3 actually said their home is in Thompson Riviera. Do they really need to brag like that? Yeah, really. They probably don't even know which way the entrance of Thompson Riviera is, yet they're talking big. Bragging doesn't incur taxes. After wandering around the Bund for a while, Jiang Yuan noticed his parents' interest had waned a bit. Feeling it was about time, he said to them, Dad, Mom, let's head back. I want to take you to a place and give you a surprise. Where else can we go at this late hour? You'll know when we get there. With Jiang Yuan keeping it a secret, he drove them to Junting Villa. As soon as the security guard stopped them and took out a notebook to register, Jiang Yuan rolled down the driver's side window, and the guard immediately put on a smile. Mr. Jiang, hello, let us help you register your car. The owners who had just arrived in the afternoon had so many cars. In the afternoon, it was Ferraris, and at night, Bentleys. It was clear that the people living here were wealthy. What family doesn't have a few billion to be able to live in their Junting Villa? This is actually the biggest function of luxury cars. When you go out, it automatically becomes your identity card, solving many unnecessary small problems for you. When others see you, they know what kind of status you have. Of course, if you say the car you're driving is worth a few $100 million, that indeed carries weight and is very expensive, but if it's not yours, then it doesn't matter. If that car belongs to you, then you're impressive, and your status is this, thumbs up. The Bentley stopped at the villa entrance, and Jiang Yuan got out to open the gate. Their villa was still unoccupied, and there was no automatic service to open it. It wouldn't open without recognizing someone. Inside the car, Jiang Yuan's parents leaned out, looking at the villa gate illuminated by the car lights, suddenly feeling a bit dizzy. Once they entered and the car came to a stop, the elderly couple got out and looked at the 3-story small villa in front of them. Son, this house, you didn't buy it too, did you? Yes, this is our new home. I was worried you wouldn't be used to living in a high-rise, so I got you a different place. This house is big, and the yard is also big. It's all a garden. You can plant whatever you want, and if you want to raise chickens, that's fine too. Looking around the garden at the entrance, Jiang Yuan's parents couldn't help but swallow hard. This huge space was just a garden? It must be at least 3 acres, right? That's 3 acres. How much did this cost? I've heard that the housing prices in Shanghai are really high, several thousand per square meter. How expensive must this house be? Didn't spend much. Anyway, this is our home now, and you two will take care of it from now on. Old Jiang, Call your brother. Why call him? To show off? Zhang's father asked in confusion. Smack! Zhang Yuan's mother directly gave him a big slap on the back of his head. Are you stupid? You can't flaunt wealth in front of others, don't you understand? I meant for you to call and ask if there are any issues with the family grave. What issues could there be? Let's see if your Zhang family's ancestral grave has cracked open and is emitting green smoke. Your son can buy a big villa in Xinjiang now. Isn't that a blessing from the ancestors? Upon hearing this, Father Jiang smacked his lips, as if it made some sense. He immediately took out his phone and went aside to make a call, while Zhang Yuan took his mother to tour the villa. They started from the basement and went all the way to the third floor, with her examining each room with great interest, carefully scrutinizing every detail. She absolutely believed what Zhang Yuan said. This was their new home. Now, with the perspective of the homeowner, she inspected every corner of the villa. Child's mother, I called and asked. My brother said there's no problem. Then let's not worry about it. Let's take a look at our new home first. Is there anywhere else you made a wish for your son to get rich? We might need to go there to repay the wish. This idea actually had some possibility, and Zhang Yuan's mother quickly agreed, starting to recall if she had ever prayed to any gods or Buddhas. If she had indeed prayed, then they would need to thank the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, and the God of Wealth. After spending a night in the new villa and finishing the tour, Zhang Yuan's parents were still just as excited. After all, in a lifetime, how many people are ultimately troubled by houses and cars, feeling frustrated and unfulfilled? These are the burdens that crush a family, the shackles that force them to become wage slaves. The new villa hadn't been cleaned up yet, so Zhangshan still took his parents back to Tangshanipin. His parents were somewhat reluctant to return because living in a high-rise made them feel disconnected from the ground, which wasn't very comfortable. Son, how about we just sleep on the floor here tonight? We can tidy up the yard tomorrow. Mom, the house is right here, it won't run away. There will be plenty of time to fix it up later. Why do we need to sleep on the floor tonight? Oh, you don't understand. I just want to wake up early tomorrow and go to the yard. It seemed that staying in the high-rise for the past few days had really made them feel stifled. After Zhang Yuan promised to take them over first thing in the morning, he finally convinced his parents to stay at Tangshanipin for now. After the recent impact of several houses, his parents had slowly accepted it. They didn't know how much money Zhang Yuan had, but it seemed that somehow, it had all become theirs. They had long suspected the reason Zhang Yuan gave for winning the lottery, because no lottery win could buy so many houses. But what could earn so much money? This was something they couldn't figure out. Their understanding was limited, and in their eyes, anyone who could earn $1 million was already a top genius. Zhang Yuan couldn't tell his parents the truth. He couldn't just show them the group buying app on his phone. What if he accidentally let something slip one day? Lying in bed, he finally had some time alone tonight. Zhang Yuan opened his phone in the room and first bought the group buying items for today. City accounting firm, 199 yuan. Whatever was lacking came right on time. He bought it. With the realization of 100 million and soon $1 billion, the more companies Zhang Yuan had, the more he needed help managing them. After all, he was just one person and couldn't manage everything alone. He didn't know how long it would take to achieve 1,000 billion in assets. With this group buying app, it seemed that everything was not a dream. At most, it would take half a year. Ha ha ha, with 1,000 billion in assets, would he be comparable to Little Ma and Big Ma uncle then? However, with the recent accumulation of assets, Zhang Yuan found himself looking forward to other things. Although valuable luxury cars, mansions, or company properties were great, he could also arrange for more group buying items to add some fun to life, like skill learning or miraculous pills to improve physical fitness, that would make life more promising. The most terrifying thing is that when a person dies, their money is not spent. That truly is a restless death. No wonder those wealthy individuals, after reaching a certain level of affluence, start investing in research on immortality or projects to extend their lives, all likely holding on to this thought. After all, at this point, compared to the extravagant pleasures of life, health and physical well-being are things that money cannot buy. If such a thing were to be invented, the global wealthy would surely compete fiercely to auction and buy it. I hope the system can adjust according to my wishes, allowing me to purchase more useful items. Having completed his tasks, Zhang Yuan was not yet sleepy. These past few days had been quite fulfilling, and he finally had some time to relax. Habitually, he opened the Douyin app and started browsing live streams. I must say, since the rise of short videos, the emergence of the streaming industry has allowed us common folks to witness so much beauty in the world. In the past, during inconvenient times, such beauty could only be seen in the realms of heaven and earth, and it required a certain price to behold. Now, with the internet and live streaming platforms, it's so convenient. Whatever you want to see, just swipe your precious finger. Moreover, you can watch such beauty dance and sing right in front of you, cheering you on. Big brother, keep it up. Big brother, 666. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was swiping his finger, watching the streamers jumping around on the screen. The feeling was exhilarating. If he wanted to switch to a different batch, he just needed to swipe them away. Finding amusement like this is something men truly never tire of. Jiang Yuan stumbled upon a two-person live stream, aptly named Twin Sisters Ice and Clear. On the screen, a pair of twin sisters seemed to be preparing to dance. They looked very young, probably around 22 years old. One was dressed in a Lolita outfit with long white socks, while the other wore a JK uniform with black over-the-knee socks. Just the presence of these twins was already a bonus, and with such attire, it surely added to the appeal. Their fair, slender legs and delicate faces made one unable to help but stop and stare. Jiang Yuan took a closer look and noticed a message above their heads: tip for a dance, tip flowers for the sister to dance, tip lollipops for the younger sister to dance. At that moment, the screen displayed several lollipops, and the Lolita girl was performing a light dance, probably just some hand movements and hip sways, but it was still quite pleasing to watch as she danced along to a piece of music. I can't take it anymore, family. Please tip some flowers so the sister can dance. I'm tired, protested the Lolita girl after finishing her dance. However, it seemed that this situation wouldn't change so easily. The joy for netizens was to do things through the screen that they wouldn't dare do in reality. Your lollipop hasn't finished dancing yet. Hurry up and start. Warning, warning. Family, quickly tip for the younger sister. Yes, let's make the Lolita sister dance until she collapses. Then we'll play with the older sister. I can relate. I also want to see the Lolita dance. I want to see her collapse. What kind of wolfish words are these? Don't. Family, look at how relaxed the sister is. She's even drinking juice. I'm too tired. The Lolita girl pleaded for mercy. Who would have thought there were such ways to play now? If someone tipped her 10,000 lollipops, wouldn't she dance until she vomited? The Lolita outfit belonged to the younger sister, and the JK outfit to the older sister. One couldn't tell if the older sister was Ice and the younger sister was Clear. However, this way of playing was quite interesting. It was like inserting coins. Whichever side you tipped, that side would activate. Jiang Yuan took a closer look and noticed another message. Tip luxury gifts above sports cars to control the scene. Different gifts correspond to different times. For example, a sports car for 10 minutes. Whoever you want to dance will dance. It looks very uninteresting from the outside, but Jiang Yuan is already interested and clicks to enter. A max-level rich guy has appeared. Flying dragon in the sky. As soon as Jiang Yuan makes his entrance, he immediately brings his own special effects, firmly controlling the scene. There aren't many fans in this live stream room. Perhaps the twins haven't been discovered yet, so their gifts consist of only a few lollipops. Welcome, brother Jiangnan. Welcome, big shot. Even the girl in JK attire sitting down gets up to welcome him. This gives Jiang Yuan an unparalleled sense of glory. Wherever he goes, people welcome him. It's exhilarating. Thank you for the gift, brother Jiangnan. You can now. The Lolita girl suddenly can't continue. She feels she doesn't know what to say. One lollipop means she has to jump once. But this big shot's flying dragon in the sky effect must be worth how many lollipops? 10,000 lollipops, oh my god. Even if she jumps until dawn, she wouldn't finish. It's over. Sister, what should we do? The Lolita girl helplessly seeks help from her JK sister. They've only been streaming for a few days and haven't seen any large gifts. These lollipops and flowers are just occasional gifts from netizens. The JK sister also doesn't know how to handle the situation. According to their request, a sports car controls the scene for 10 minutes. But this rich big shot can control it for at least 1,000 minutes, a whole dozen hours. It's a disaster. But the rules are there, so she can only brace herself to greet him. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the flying dragon in the sky. I wonder if brother Jiangnan has any requests? While the twin sisters are at a loss, the fans in the live stream room have already burst into laughter. It's over. This rich guy's gift seems to be worth 110,000 do coins. At least enough to control the scene for 16 hours. Could we watch the twin dance for 16 hours today? Why am I a bit looking forward to it? Me too. Only kids choose. I want to see it all. So envious. Why am I not a rich guy? This kind of rule is indeed a bit perverse. When they don't encounter a willing spender, everyone just casually sends a few gifts to make them dance for fun. But when a real rich guy comes in and directly controls the scene, isn't that going to tire them out? They won't earn any money and will end up dancing themselves to death. How sad is that? The two twin sisters are stunned by the barrage of comments, naive and unworldly, never expecting to encounter something beyond their understanding. Brother Jiangnan, can we discuss this? While the Lolita girl can no longer bear this terrifying control, scared to tears, she collapses on the ground, feeling sad. Perhaps she was truly frightened by what the netizen said. Go ahead, Jiang Yuan said, indicating he accepted their discussion. Well, we didn't expect it to be like this. your gift is too precious. My sister and I can't finish jumping even if we take turns. Can we jump a little every day? You want to pay in installments? Ah, yes, we can jump for you for a while every day. We can't handle jumping for so long. Zhang Yuan sent a flying dragon in the sky worth 110,000 do coins, and he didn't intend to punish them so harshly. He just thought it was fun, so he wanted to intimidate the whole room. Okay, then let me control the scene for 10 minutes today. Thank you, big shot Jiangnan. The JK sister, seeing the discussion has reached a conclusion, immediately pulls her sister, who is sitting on the ground, to bow to the screen. Everyone, let's each come up with a segment we're good at. 1 minute each. Zhang Yuan issued the control command. Watching the beauties on the screen prepare, he suddenly felt a bit high from this feeling. It seemed like those ancient dignitaries who, when idle, would go to the brothel to listen to music, throwing down a bag of silver and shouting at the women on stage, "Sing back Garden Flower for me." Thank you, brother Jiangnan, we will prepare right away. Having found an easy way, the twin sisters wiped their tears and got ready to start. There was no choice. If they wanted to continue in this line of work, they had to abide by the rules tonight. Otherwise, why would anyone give them gifts next time? Did they think people were fools? Giving gifts was not just for fun, it always required some effort. So, the two of them could only brace themselves and accept the rules they had set. If they had known a wealthy patron would show up, they wouldn't have established such rules. They should have allowed themselves a break. But then again, who goes live streaming without hoping to meet a big shot? A streamer without a big shot is just a minor player. The music started, and the sister began to dance first. The opening was a barber dance. Zhang Yuan didn't know what it was, but he heard it in the music. The dance wasn't complicated. When the sister in her JK uniform started dancing, he instantly felt a sweet sensation. After a minute of dancing, the music stopped, and the twin sisters were already panting a bit. Seeing her working so hard, Zhang Yuan directly sent out 10 Jianyanhua. When Jianyanhua appeared, the sister, who was about to take a sip of water, froze. Big shot, what are you doing? This is too much. The debt isn't even paid off yet, and now there's more. They were both stunned again. It's okay, it's a reward for you, don't add time. Love rises with the clock, but when the clock stops, the heart remains unsettled. Zhang Yuan's words were like sweet dew, instantly melting the hearts of the twin sisters. Big shot, you can't do this, it's disrupting the market. This is called being rich and willful. You can send gifts too, you can take control. One could say that beside a wealthy patron, there is always someone flattering them. Zhang Yuan's actions had both supporters and detractors, but this was his own pleasure. It was none of these netizens' business. The two sisters, seeing Zhang Yuan's words about not adding time, immediately bowed excitedly. A big shot is indeed a big shot, the mindset is different. They are not the type to squeeze someone dry after sending gifts or enjoy torturing people. Then it was the turn of the Lolita's sister to dance, and after a minute of continuous performance, Zhang Yuan also rewarded her with 10 Jianyanhua. Starting with 10 Jianyanhua, how would this pair of twin sisters continue to play? This was just going to spoil their appetite. This is the difference between men and women. It's like a man seeing a Porsche. He would think he can't afford it, wouldn't dare to touch it, and would feel excited just to sit in it once. But for a woman, after experiencing a Porsche, she would feel she deserves to ride in one, and sitting in a regular car afterward would feel somewhat dull. After watching the twin sisters live stream for half an hour, Zhang Yuan finally suggested leaving. Having given the twin sisters nearly 500,000 do coins in gifts, the experience was quite good. They were indeed beautiful, but after watching for a long time, one could get aesthetic fatigue. After watching the two sisters dance for so long, it was time to change the flavor. He flipped through the back end, and private messages had already come in, asking Zhang Yuan to add their WeChat, but only one WeChat ID was sent? This was too unfair. Zhang Yuan wanted to add both. Are you the sister or the younger sister? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask. They couldn't possibly share one live streaming account and one WeChat ID, that would be too much. I am the older sister, my name is Xiao Bing. Hello brother Jiangnan. The reply came quickly. It seemed their names were also based on ice, so the younger sister must be named Xiao Qing. Then your sister is called Xiao Qing. Why hasn't she added me? Oh, brother Jiangnan, she just added me, and immediately greedily wants a sister too. Am I really that unattractive? Humph, only children make choices, I want them all. Zhang Yuan seemed to think of something, his expression lewd. After a while, Shi Yao also poked her head out of the room, her eyes lighting up when she saw Zhang Yuan, a meaningful smile on her face. Hee, she also has something to enjoy tonight, and she snuggled up next to Zhang Yuan. This made Zhang Yuan feel a bit giddy. If he could embrace them both, When could they have a three-way? It would probably be incredibly beautiful. Lying on Lin Yunna's bed, the room was filled with a sweet fragrance. Lin Yunna and she were open about it, but Chi Yao was not. It was all done secretly, so he couldn't boldly go to Chi Yao's room. He just wondered if that little girl Lin Yunna had noticed that her best friend had already been devoured by him. Lin Yunna went to make him a hangover soup while Zhang Yuan lay on her bed chatting with others. There were Su Qingwan, Han Ruochu, and so on. Although it felt wrong to think of other women while lying on someone else's bed, he could only blame himself for being too busy. After chatting for a bit, Zhang Yuan didn't want to continue, he couldn't hold back. Zhang Yuan opened the group buying app, which was a necessary task every day. Alibaba BB Group 0. 1% shares, 399.99 yuan. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yuan immediately jumped up from the bed. Oh my! The #1 private company in the country, and he could actually buy its shares. You have to know, this company is the leader in the internet industry, with a market value of trillions. 1% of the shares is worth over 100 million, which is about 400 million according to the group buying apps ratio. Awesome! If he could hold 20% of such a super dominant company's shares, he would be the richest man in the country. Because it seemed like his boss only had about 20% of the shares, and he was already the richest. Zhang Yuan excitedly bought the products for today. They made him so thrilled, even more than buying a yacht. Just after he finished buying, Lin Yunna came in with the hangover soup. Zhang Yuan picked her up, startling Lin Yunna into a scream. It's going to spill! It's going to spill! Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel ashamed of his mischief and quickly set Lin Yunna down. Thankfully the soup didn't spill. He was just too excited. Brother, is there something happy? I just bought some Alibaba BB stocks. I'm a shareholder now. I'm so excited. Wow! Brother, you're amazing. Lin Yunna looked at him with admiration, making Zhang Yuan's fingers itch. Truly a beauty. In the middle of the night, he sneaked into Chi Yao's room, and as soon as the door opened, Chi Yao knew. Her voice was charming and plaintive. Little brother, you finally came. Zhang Yuan grinned and pounced like a hungry tiger, only to find that Chi Yao was actually in the nude. It seemed that tonight he had really tempted Chi Yao. He didn't know how good the soundproofing was in Lin Yunna's room, but seeing Chi Yao like this, it probably wasn't very good. Going with the flow, the car didn't even need to warm up. A sleepless night. The next day, except for Zhang Yuan who was radiant, Lin Yunna and Chi Yao slept until noon, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. Old Zhang, what are you doing? After a few days without contact, Chen Liyang called. Chasing girls and being chased by girls, very busy. Damn, are you even human? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to let go, do it quickly. Don't delay me from chasing girls. He felt that Chen Liyang calling was never a good thing, urging him to hang up. Don't. There's a gathering tonight, a bunch of girls. Are you coming? I tell you, every one of them is a model. Top notch. How long has Chen Liyang been working over there? He's already learned how to arrange things. Impressive, really impressive. He wouldn't be abusing his position, would he? After all, their media company signs a bunch of streamers every day. Maybe this guy is just taking advantage of it. Not going. The female models are probably just average, not that interesting? Impossible. Lao Jiang, you have to trust my judgment. I have a good eye for people. I guarantee you'll come and won't regret it. Zhang Yuan currently has two delicate little sisters by his side, so he really doesn't want to go out. Chen Liyang is being persistent, dragging Zhang Yuan along. He can only agree, thinking of it as helping Chen Liyang keep an eye on things. No, helping their company keep an eye on things. Alright, send me the time and place, I'll go by myself. Okay. Lin Yunna and Chi Yao went to cook, while Zhang Yuan sat there like a lord, waiting to eat, playing games and snacking on fruit. Life is pretty good, especially with two delicate beauties attending to him. After playing a game, Zhang Yuan got completely wrecked, feeling like his teammates were all useless, as if they were deliberately betraying him, constantly informing the enemy where his teammates were, leading them into ambushes, while he kept feeding kills to the enemy, completely ruining the game. Damn, it's been a long time since he played, and he didn't expect to get wrecked like this in his first match, making Zhang Yuan furious. This is definitely not due to Zhang Yuan's poor skills, it's purely because of the useless teammates. Damn it! What's wrong, big brother? Played a game and got wrecked by useless teammates, so annoying. Brother, I can play with you. I can play support for you, my support skills are really good. Just the two of us won't work, it'd be best to form a 5-man team. Then let's find some streamers on Douyin, their skills should be good. That makes sense, Lulu is quite skilled, but wouldn't that expose things? Zhang Yuan quickly dismissed his little thought. Should he go find that Xiang Xiaoxian? He opened Douyin, clicked into Xiang Xiaoxian's profile, and found he wasn't live streaming yet, which was a bit awkward. Forget it, let's randomly find a few online. Lin Yuna doesn't play, so he still needs to find 3 more people. Zhang Yuan entered a few live streams of Honor of Kings, specifically targeting female streamers. After sending 3 gifts, the other party immediately contacted him. In no time, the team was formed. This time he was looking for skilled players, essentially paying to assemble a team to carry him, the marksman. These 3 were all streamers of Honor of Kings, and their skills were quite decent. With their stable cooperation in this match, especially when the marksman was being ganked, everyone rushed over to support him, allowing Zhang Yuan to finally experience the joy of gaming, the joy of a paying player. It turns out it's so different, their gaming experiences are not the same. After winning several matches, Zhang Yuan disbanded the team and logged onto Douyin to send each streamer 10 gifts as their reward. Playing games was just to pass the time. After eating and drinking enough, it was time for some exercise. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Yuan said to the lazy Lin Yuna beside him, "I have something to do tonight, I'm going out. I'll order dinner for you later, so you don't have to cook." Hearing he was leaving, Lin Yuna felt a bit reluctant and just asked, "Brother Jiang, will you come back tonight?" I don't know when I'll finish. I'll call you when I'm back." "Okay, brother, then drink less." Her obedient and gentle demeanor made Zhang Yuan feel affectionate, and he kissed her little mouth. Because he drank last night, he couldn't drive and was brought back by Zhang Zhou Chang's driver. Zhang Yuan left Lin Yuna's place and took a taxi to the restaurant. After picking up the car from Zhou Yan, he drove to the address Chen Liang sent. The place is actually near the Bund. Has Chen Liang struck it rich? This gathering is at such a high-end location. Zhang Yuan doesn't believe he could be so generous, because Chen Liang is quite poor. Even after getting paid, it probably wouldn't be enough. It seems someone else arranged this. He's just here to mooch food and drinks, bringing himself along. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget your friends. As Zhang Yuan's car arrived, the welcoming staff immediately came over to greet him, excitedly directing him into the parking lot. If you let him drive, he definitely wouldn't dare, because he doesn't recognize this sports car. He often sees sports cars, but today there's one he doesn't know, making him feel uneasy. Zhang Yuan got out of the car and followed the welcoming staff into the entrance of the establishment. His eyes lit up when he saw 2 well-proportioned girls standing by the elevator. From the back, they looked stunning, dressed very fashionably, one in super short shorts and a crop top, the other in a super short skirt. Both looked tall with long legs. Could they be models? As he approached, he noticed the 2 had heavy makeup, with smoky eyes. They glanced at Zhang Yuan, and upon seeing him staring, frowned slightly, clearly displeased. "This guy looks unremarkable and is just staring at us, how annoying." Zhang Yuan was dressed in high-end attire, but it was hard to tell the brand. Even his watch was a custom piece from a Lycan sports car, lacking any luxury brand logo. He seemed like a newly rich person, and at a glance, he probably didn't look like a wealthy individual, which made them lose interest. The elevator arrived, and Zhang Yuan stepped inside. The 2 girls grew increasingly dissatisfied, retreating to another corner, away from him. "I heard the leaders from Wolu Media will be here tonight. Do we have a chance? If we can get into Wolu Media, we'll definitely be famous. I heard they really nurture their artists." "Yeah, a friend of mine has a close friend who just got in, and in just half a year, her fans are about to break 1 million. It seems they were headed to the same destination, probably the models Chen Liang mentioned, Zhang Yuan realized. When they reached the floor of the club, Zhang Yuan exited the elevator first and called Chen Liang. "Old Zhang, are you here?" "I'm here, at the elevator, hurry up and come get me." Hey, I'll be right there." In the private room, Chen Liang received the call with excitement, immediately calling over a few guys next to him. "My brother is here. You all better treat him well, let's go welcome him." "Sure thing. Brother Chen, your brother is our brother." Unexpectedly, after just a few days of mingling, Chen Liang was already calling others brothers. Zhang Yuan waited in the lobby for a while, and soon Chen Liang approached him with 3 guys. From a distance, he waved and shouted, "Old Zhang, old Jiang." Zhang Yuan looked at him, reminiscent of a gangster stepping out. "Haha, old Jiang, you're late. Don't worry, I saved a few for you. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Chen Liang excitedly threw an arm around Zhang Yuan's shoulder. "This is my brother Zhang Yuan. You all can call him Brother Yuan." He introduced Zhang Yuan to the 3 young men who had come along. "Brother Yuan. Hello, Brother Yuan." Zhang Yuan nodded, and Chen Liang took the opportunity to introduce the 3 guys by name, just a brief acknowledgement. They walked shoulder to shoulder toward the private room. The club wasn't much different from others, just quieter and cleaner than a typical KTV. and the service seemed better. Inside the private room, it was similar, a large room with sofas, a bar, and a big screen. Once the 4 of them entered, the 6 girls already sitting inside immediately stood up. All 6 girls were quite tall, at least around 1.7 meters. The room was a bit dimly lit, but Jiang Yuan glanced over and seemed to see the 2 women he had just encountered in the elevator. Jiang Yuan was embraced by Chen Liyang and led to the main seat, while the remaining few sat on either side. On the way to the private room, Chen Liyang had already introduced several men and what they did. Some were modeling agents, and others were from their company. Fei, Xiaoman, come over and greet Brother Chen and Brother Yuan. The modeling agent waved and called the 2 women who had just arrived over. They were indeed the 2 who had shared the elevator with Jiang Yuan, and their expressions were somewhat unnatural. Had they known this person was the big shot, they would have clung to his arm earlier. The 2 approached with small glasses in hand, looking nervous. Brother Chen, Brother Yuan, please take care of us in the future. Chen Liyan looked excitedly at the 2 women, nodding happily, and clinked glasses with them. Good, good. Seeing that Jiang Yuan hadn't made a move, he poured a drink for him. Loosen up, drink and have fun. It was as if Jiang Yuan was the one feeling shy. The 2 women were now very tense looking at Jiang Yuan. If he got angry and said something to the agent, their night would be ruined. They had heard that there might be a collaboration with Wulu Media, and there could be an opportunity to go there. Watching them look so nervous, Jiang Yuan took the glass, clinked it, and took a sip. Old Jiang, if you see someone you like tonight, I can help you set it up. Don't worry, it's basically a sure thing because they need something from me. Damn, you really are mixing business with pleasure. You're not actually eating from the company's bowl, are you? No way, that's your company. I know my limits, this is different, they're not part of the company now. Alright, just be careful, or if someone reports you, I'll castrate you. What the hell, who is this guy? He's so disrespectful to their respected Brother Chen. The others nearby only caught snippets of the conversation and didn't know the specifics, but they felt Jiang Yuan was even more mysterious. Brother Yuan, Brother Chen, these people are all newcomers in our company. If they do anything wrong, please be understanding. You can let us know who you want to guide them. The modeling agent, Li Jia, suggested flatteringly from the side. Old Jiang, you choose first. Jiang Yuan was not polite. He looked at the few models and then whispered to the 2 women. Xiaoman, Fei, come sit over here, get closer to Brother Chen and Brother Yuan, don't be so distant. The 2 women were startled but quickly moved over. The agent immediately shifted positions, allowing them to sit on either side of Jiang Yuan. Brother Yuan, For women like these, especially those so materialistic, Jiang Yuan naturally knew how to handle them. Why didn't you want to get close to me in the elevator just now? The 2 women were taken aback, tightening their grip on his arm to show their sincerity. Brother Yuan, we didn't know better just now. Please don't hold it against us. Yeah, Brother Yuan, it's all our fault. We'll make it up to you tonight. Chen Liyan looked confused. How did both of them end up clinging to Jiang Yuan? What a choice. Jiang Yuan didn't say much, clinking glasses with a few people. He wouldn't spoil the mood. Before long, the 2 women were all over him, and now both girls wanted to be close to him, perhaps realizing that he was the big shot of the night. Although he had beautiful women around him, Jiang Yuan's heart was surprisingly calm. He had just admired their figures downstairs, thinking they were great, but now that they were right in front of him, it suddenly felt a bit dull. It's not that these 2 women are ugly. With a beauty filter on Douyin, they could easily be beauty streamers. After a few drinks, Jiang Yuan needed to use the restroom. In the bathroom, with nothing to do, he opened a group buying app and downloaded the pictures of the 2 women from their WeChat. He planned to upload them one by one. He wanted to see if there was anything different about these unique models, starting with the first woman named Amin, name, Xiaomin age, 24 occupation, model height, 174 cm weight, 51 kilograms measurements, 86b divided by 65 divided by 83 overall rating, 70 freshness, 89% favorability, -20. How fresh. She's got 10 men under her belt. Her favorability towards me is actually negative. Does she have a grudge? I didn't even do much to her tonight. This woman is really something. He closed Xiaomin's information page and uploaded the photo of the woman named Fei. Name, Cheng Fei age, 25 occupation, model height, 176 cm weight, 52 kilograms measurements, 87c divided by 64 divided by 89 overall rating, 72 freshness, 93% favorability, 25. It seems these 2 have similar conditions. Indeed, models are all very tall. No wonder they look even taller in high heels. But why does Cheng Fei have 45 more points in favorability than Xiaomin? Aren't they just passing acquaintances? Did she discover something more? Did she see the shining points about me? Also, does she really have a C cup? Jiang Yuan hadn't noticed when she hugged herself earlier. After all, the lighting in the booth was a bit dim, and when he saw her outside, he mainly saw her back and didn't get a good look at her front. He thought he would find a chance to check later. He heard there are quite a few fakes in their line of work. After checking the information, Jiang Yuan had a clear concept and returned with satisfaction. This data checking was indeed a magical tool. The women who pretended to be very enthusiastic couldn't hide their true thoughts. Just based on favorability, many things could be determined. When Jiang Yuan returned to the booth, the two women were still chatting and laughing with Cheng Liyang. Upon seeing him return, they immediately made room for him in the middle. As soon as he sat down, the woman named Amin clung to him the most. If he hadn't just looked at their profiles, Jiang Yuan would have thought this woman was the most enthusiastic towards him. He deliberately placed his hand on Amin's shoulder and immediately felt her body stiffen, a bit awkward. Sure enough, they are all actresses. They call him brother sweetly, but inside, they probably cursed him 100 times as a fool. Jiang Yuan withdrew his hand and ignored her, instead raising his glass to clink with a fei beside him. At least this woman's smile seemed more sincere. With the encouragement of Cheng Liyang and the others, the model A Fei even interacted and sang with Jiang Yuan, while Cheng Liyang chose love songs for the two to duet. This guy seemed to want to push this little model towards Jiang Yuan tonight, perhaps with a base of 25 points in favorability. A Fei tightly held Jiang Yuan's arm and was genuinely willing to interact and cooperate with him. When the song ended, the booth erupted in applause, led by Cheng Liyang. Old Jiang, you guys sang so well, you should have a cup of toasting wine to express it. Toasting, toasting, do whatever you want. Jiang Yuan complied respectfully and directly started toasting with the girl, a flush rising on a Fei's cheeks. Fei, you don't really have a crush on that Yuan Gu, do you? Xiaomin asked curiously while applying lipstick. I think he's pretty good. He looks quite nice. God, is this best friend blind? That bird-like appearance isn't bad, he's not handsome, and there's nothing particularly different about him, except that a few men are holding him up. She really doesn't know what makes this man so special that they support him. When she first came in, he was leering at them in a sleazy way, which was really off-putting. If it weren't for the manager holding her back, she wouldn't want to accompany him at all. No matter how much Xiaomin embellished the story, Cheng Fei remained indifferent. She couldn't tell Xiaomin her reasons, lest she come to argue. Back in the private room, Cheng Fei quickly sat down next to Jiang Yuan and affectionately linked her arm with his. The reason was simple. When she got close to Jiang Yuan, she recognized that watch. As a model, she often looked at fashion magazines and absorbed the latest foreign fashion information. She had just seen an issue that featured the Leek & Wolf supercar, which included several photos of this custom watch. Very cool. This is the benefit of learning. Only through learning can one quietly surpass others in some areas. If it weren't for the many people in the room, she would have stuck to him directly. If a man like this isn't considered high quality, then who is? She feared that the few men in this room combined wouldn't be enough to carry his shoes. Jiang Yuan felt her tightly wrapped around his arm, sensing her curves, and he couldn't help but recall the earlier mention of C. He leaned in and gently asked her ear, "Are you C?" Cheng Fei blushed and decided to let go, whispering back in his ear, "If you want to know, check for yourself." Jiang Yuan looked at her face, her flirtatious eyes, and although she was made up, her foundation was still good. He felt a fire igniting within him, wanting to explore right there. This was so obvious, it seemed she was going to leave with him tonight. Jiang Yuan didn't know why she had taken a liking to him, but he felt reassured about this gathering organized by Cheng Liyang, and his heart began to stir. He whispered something else in her ear, and Cheng Fei seemed to soften, leaning against him like a delicate flower. In the dim light, her fingers intertwined with Jiang Yuan's, activating a navigation mode that satisfied his eager heart. "Old Chen, I'm leaving now. Look, she's drunk." Jiang Yuan nudged Cheng Liyang, who was still playing dice, to lean in. "Hey, old Jiang, you're the man." Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Yuan helped the leaning Cheng Fei out of the private room. Her friend Xiaomin widened her eyes in confusion, not knowing what was happening, and quickly grabbed her phone to send a few messages. "Did someone drug you? Hurry and tell me. I'll call the police. Are you still conscious?" After a while, Cheng Fei replied, "Don't worry about me, you should go back early, hee." Xiaomin was left puzzled. The two walked together, and the girl was so tall that it felt like she could wrap around him. This model was really tall. Jiang Yuan could only hold her waist, unlike Lin Yana, whom he could put his arm around her shoulders. Although her smoky makeup was a bit heavy, her foundation was still good. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of a deep V and felt a plumpness. Looking at her face, although the makeup concealed her blush, her lively eyes had betrayed her. She occasionally stole glances at Jiang Yuan and then quickly turned away, trying to appear calm, but her body's slight tremble gave her away. Tonight was hosted by Cheng Liyang, so she might as well give him some face. Cheng Fei was already the best among these models in terms of figure, and she had a bit more fondness for him, scoring over 70 points, which surpassed many others. Now in this situation, everyone knows what's going on and what will happen. As long as both parties are willing, then everything is fine. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Jiang Yuan checked her bun and was sneak attacked by her. The girl merely smiled charmingly at him. Are you afraid I'm fake? Hee, no, it was an accident. I know it's real. I will let you check thoroughly. Chang Fei tightened her embrace around him, a hint of pride showing at the corner of her mouth. She was quite confident about her figure. This C-cup was not made up. Seeing her so pleased, Jiang Yuan pressed his lips against hers. In such a situation, it was better to take some interest first. It couldn't be said that Jiang Yuan was being casual, at least he had already checked seriously. At this moment, talking too much was useless. Instead, some actions could express more. We drank today, can't drive, let's take a taxi. Okay, I'll listen to you. It seemed that after being kissed, the girl became even more obedient. In the hotel, after a round of activities, Jiang Yuan was enamored with this sea-sized bun. I want to ask you something. What is it? Chang Fei looked puzzled at this question. Could it be that even after all this, he still doubted it was real? It's about that Xiaoming who was with you. Why does she seem to dislike me? But you are different from her. That Xiaoming was a year younger than Chang Fei, but much more experienced. Her freshness was 5 points less than Chang Fei's. The key was that her favorability towards him was actually negative 20 points. This was the first time he had seen someone dislike him in person, so he was very curious and felt quite innocent. The two had almost no interaction. Could it be that just a glance was enough for her to hate him? Even to the point of loathing, it was completely unreasonable. How do you know her name is Xiaoming? Does she dislike you? I didn't know that. Chang Fei also looked confused, clearly surprised. I can read minds. I can tell if someone has a good impression of me. I can see her dislike for me in her eyes. Then what did you see in my eyes? Of course, I saw your good impression of me. Do you believe it? I even know your measurements. Oh, it must be that agent who told you. That doesn't count. You have to say something else. Jiang Yuan muttered a bit. It seemed that the information on the form had nothing particularly special besides freshness. Could he mention that? Can I guess how many men you've been with? Alright, if you can guess, I'll reward you. Chang Fei was very confident and even placed a bet. Jiang Yuan grinned and had her lean in closer, whispering something in her ear. Chang Fei was stunned for a moment after hearing it, silently counting in her head, and then covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god. She didn't know how to express her astonishment. It was too accurate. Could he really count something like that? She was already 26 years old. In her line of work, 1 a year wasn't too much, right? Is it accurate? You don't dislike me, do you? Chang Fei honestly nodded, a bit worried. Tonight was the happiest she had ever been. It was the first time she met a man who could make her feel so completely joyful, making her think this was such a beautiful thing. Before I even went out, I already knew, so your question is pointless. As long as we can be happy together tonight, that's all that matters. You're so nice. She jumped up to give Jiang Yuan a kiss and began rewarding him. She knew that tonight was just about following her heart. It was impossible to just trap this young man like that. Everyone was a little dragon in the waves. Why pretend to be a pure white rose? Moreover, the happiness of tonight had already compensated for so much. She had no regrets at all. Don't think that women are always after money. Sometimes, if you can make her genuinely happy, everything else is negotiable, and she will feel that it's worth it, surpassing any gift. When Jiang Yuan saw the alarm clock, he took his phone and went to the bathroom. This matter definitely wasn't something everyone could see, especially not a stranger. It had to be done quietly. Otherwise, what if someone stole his phone in the middle of the night? That would be devastating. He opened the group buying app, and there were quite a few items for tonight. Beauty pills 10 pieces, 10 yuan Saint Yacht 101 feet sport yachts, 99 yuan Koenigsegg Agera, 29. 99 yuan. None of them exceeded 100. Why was he treating himself to so many little things tonight? This puzzled Jiang Yuan. He thought that after upgrading, he would get only good stuff. Although these items added up to over 100 million in value, not many excited him. Following the principle of better to buy wrong than to miss out, he bought them all. This was the benefit of upgrading, being able to buy more. Back in bed, Jiang Yuan thought about how to reward this model. Do you do live streams? Yeah, occasionally I do a live stream to earn some extra cash, but getting tips isn't easy. You have to pose and flirt, and those who send gifts want a date, which is a bit annoying. Then stream tomorrow, and I'll send you some gifts so you can experience the thrill of being pampered by the top supporter. Like the kind where the Manhwa is flying everywhere? Yeah, sure. Tomorrow I'll let you experience 100 Manhwa bombarding the livestream. Although it was just a promise for now, it made Chang Fei very happy. Regardless of whether it happened or not, she was joyful tonight. Looking at the girl lying on him, Jiang Yuan curiously chatted about the modeling industry. After all, He hadn't encountered anyone from this field before, and he was quite curious. Little brother, I think Xia Min is disgusted by you. Maybe she's blind and can't see that you're real gold. Oh, how did you figure that out? That, you actually recognize it? This surprised Zhang Yuan. Very few people could identify that watch. Yeah, it's the watch that Wolf's son gave to the car owner, right, brother? Smack, a clear sound rang out. Correct. I'll take you for a ride tomorrow. It's worth it for you to recognize it. Really? Thank you. Brother Chang Fei happily sat up, shaking her body to express her joy, making Zhang Yuan's eyes widen. The next day, Zhang Yuan had Chang Fei go to the front desk to book a room for a live stream. He wanted to fulfill what he said last night. He opened his Douyin account and saw he still had quite a few Dou coins, just enough to spend a little. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan was unwilling to give real money. If he could give something that didn't cost him, why would he want to be a fool and spend his cash? He still had many bags at home that he hadn't given away. Unfortunately, he didn't bring any, or he could have casually given one as a reward for last night's hard work. It seemed that next time he went out, he should prepare 1 or 2 bags in the car. They might come in handy. Chang Fei thought Zhang Yuan was just joking last night. She didn't expect that when she woke up in the morning and finished breakfast, he really would have her go next door to book a room. At first, she thought this person had a strange quirk, that after sleeping with her, he wouldn't acknowledge her and would kick her out to sleep alone. Doubtfully, she booked a room on the same floor, tidied up a bit in the other room, and got ready to start the stream. For models like them, showcasing talent was rare. They mostly showed off their figures, so during the live stream, they just sat there chatting casually with the viewers, shooting the breeze. Following the requirements, she sent her Douyin account to Zhang Yuan and started the live stream. She had already removed the smoky makeup from last night. Now she wore light makeup with a bit of beauty filter, casually starting the stream while sitting on the sofa. Zhang Yuan opened Douyin and entered Chang Fei's Douyin number, Xiao Chang Chang. He found it right away, and as expected, it was very obedient and already started streaming. Zhang Yuan entered his live broadcast room, and the special effects of a top-tier player immediately appeared. Welcome, brother Jiangnan. Chang Fei in the live room saw the big shot appear and immediately stood up to welcome him. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything and directly opened the gift box, sending out 100 Jianyan Hua. On the other side, Chang Fei looked at the live room suddenly covered in Jianyan Hua, covering her mouth in surprise, her face full of excitement. Wow, the big shot wasn't joking, he really gave it. After Zhang Yuan finished sending the gifts, he jumped out and went to look for new targets in other live rooms. The few people he often watched weren't there. Perhaps they weren't used to streaming in the morning. He casually browsed around, giving a few promising-looking streamers some Jianyan Hua, and then Zhang Yuan closed Douyin, because Chang Fei's stream had already ended, barely lasting an hour, and now he was knocking on his door. Little brother, thank you, you're so nice. Ha ha ha, are you happy? Happy, this is the first time I've received so many gifts. As long as you're happy, nothing else matters. No, I want to keep being happy. Chang Fei fluttered her eyelashes and pounced on him. Having never met a big shot, but the name of the big shot had always been known in the community. Chang Fei didn't expect that by choosing last night, she would be rewarded. After being bombarded with 100 Jianyan Hua, she was even more certain that the man in front of her was definitely a wealthy god. They had great stamina, and the two stayed in the hotel until the afternoon before heading out. The items bought last night had already been delivered. He didn't open the beauty pills and just glanced at the purchasing materials for the yacht and sports car before putting them back. Let's go. I'll take you to experience the wolf's son. This sentence stimulated Chang Fei's adrenaline, and she looked forward to it with excitement. They took a taxi back to the place of last night's gathering, and the most eye-catching in the parking lot was naturally Zhang Yuan's sports car. He took out the key and pressed it, and the headlights of the wolf's son's supercar flashed. After getting in the car, Chang Fei shyly asked, "Little brother, can I take a picture?" "Sure, but you can't take a picture of me." But I know she was a model and often went to car shows, having seen many sports cars, but this special one was the first time she had seen it, so she really wanted to take a picture to show off. As for the wealthy big shot, he definitely couldn't be casually exposed unless he was considered her boyfriend. After dropping the girl off at her place, she insisted on inviting him up to sit for a while, but Zhang Yuan didn't agree. This was probably not just sitting, it might be doing something else. Forget it, let's leave some surprises for later. He drove the wolf's son back to the villa, and the security guard at the entrance saw the owner with another car and quickly registered him again. These rich people really have it good, they change cars faster than they change women. Inside the villa, Zhang Yuan's parents were still tidying up the yard. Seeing him return made them very happy. Now they could see their son every few days, which was too blissful. They had already grown fond of this place. Now they wouldn't even go to Tang Chen Pin. Old Jiang, how did you feel last night? The gathering your brother arranged was pretty good, right? The girls were okay? Chen Liyang sent a message on WeChat. So, I always feel like you're up to no good, using public resources for private gain. Damn, am I that kind of person? No, this is just a modeling agency wanting to collaborate with us. They wanted to invite us, and as for those models, they all willingly went, we didn't force anyone. Oh wow, can you still get up? I just got up, brother, let me tell you, 5 times in one night is no joke. But this girl's figure is no joke either, as expected of a model. Her legs are longer than my life. Chen Liyang finally found a chance to show off and had been chatting aimlessly with Zhang Yuan. He wanted to organize another gathering and invite Zhang Yuan to hang out more often. Zhang Yuan declined, saying he was staying home to rest tonight. After returning home, he began studying the beauty pill. Last time it was a nourishing pill, and this time it was a beauty pill, with a significant price difference. One nourishing pill was equivalent to 100 beauty pills, so it was clear that the nourishing pill was much more precious than the beauty pill. He opened the group buying app and looked at the description, which read, Beauty pill, can remove blemishes and combat aging, making the skin fair, radiant, and youthful, eliminating acne and blemished skin, etc. Zhang Yuan understood that it was essentially a physical beauty enhancement. After using it, it would have the same effect as a woman using beauty filters, making him look better and younger. Well, it seemed useless. Neither he nor the women around him needed it, as they were all young and full of collagen. The nourishing pill was better. It could preserve youth for 5 years, and taking one every 5 years would essentially freeze time. Unfortunately, the system's pills were randomly generated and not tailored to his wishes. Zhang Yuan had tried searching, but the search function yielded no results because his permissions were insufficient. He wondered when he would gain access and what he would be able to find once he did. Could he even search for things beyond common sense? He was always curious about this, but his current level was not enough. It was easy to go from level 1 to level 2, but moving from level 2 to level 3 was difficult. He had no idea what the final level would be or what permissions entailed. For example, if he could buy 0.1% of Alibaba BB stock every day, he would become the largest shareholder within a year, and that would probably cause chaos in the world. Zhang Yuan had not gone out and planned to be a good boy at home today, especially enjoying a meal with his parents. The happiness and joy at the dinner table were irreplaceable. Perhaps this was the true essence of a wealthy life, being able to enjoy life with parents while they were still around. In a lifetime, one is often burdened by various responsibilities, having to give up living for the sake of survival. Few can enjoy both. Zhang Yuan's return home to share a meal brought joy to his parents, and the evening was filled with smiles. As for whether they missed the life in their hometown small town, Zhang Yuan felt they probably did not. His parents had been working down south for many years, and many relatives had lost contact. After his grandmother passed away, the relationship with his uncle's family had already fractured due to his aunt's personality. As for his father's side of the family, they had not kept in touch after moving south for many years. Zhang Yuan himself had also been away for years, only seeing relatives during the new year to exchange greetings, making those familial ties quite distant. After dinner, he watched TV with his parents in the living room and chatted until they went to bed, then he went upstairs. As for nightlife, that was the time young people loved the most. So this was actually the most active time. Zhang Yuan lay in bed, opened Douyin, and it seemed that many streamers he followed were online. For example, the Ice Clear Twins, Lululu, and Xiao Tuanchuan, etc. He temporarily did not enter their live streams and aimlessly scrolled through. His friend list was quite long because ever since he upgraded to a wealthy big shot, many female streamers who thought they looked decent had added him, and Zhang Yuan selectively added some of them back. Eating the same dish too often could become boring, so it was good to try other dishes and watch different female streamers' live streams for mental and physical health and overall development. However, he wondered how many of the beauties on his friend list were real. After all, the beauty enhancement online was too powerful, combined with makeup skills, making it impossible to tell. This thing should give the number one brother a bit of special privilege, like being able to quietly remove her beauty filter function. Otherwise, how unfair it is for the number one brother, who works so hard to become number one, only to find that in real life, she looks just like Princess Xiaobai Luo, with nowhere to cry. The platform wants to make money. If you cancel the beauty filter, and the number one brother refuses to send gifts, how will he make money? Aren't most of those streamers not worth watching? Fortunately, Zhang Yuan's Docoins are practically free now. 1 yuan can buy millions, so he can spend freely without feeling any pain. If he manages to get something good, that would be a big win. After watching a few streamers, he found them overly gaudy and heavily made up. Although they had great figures, they were not appealing at all. Don't criticize the beauty filter the streamer uses. Seeing such a title, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take a look. He was curious about how genuine the streamer who said this was. Clicking in, the other party looked very young, almost childlike, and although she had already turned on the beauty filter, the final effect was just too good. When the wealthy big shot appeared, the streamer was startled. With her honesty, she shouldn't have been favored by a big shot. Out of politeness, she quickly greeted Jiang Yuan, "Welcome, brother Jiang Nan, to the live stream. Thank you for your presence. Is there anything you would like to hear? I can sing it for you." This streamer focused on singing. If she wanted a mysterious effect, she might as well wear a mask. "I'm a bit curious, can you turn off the beauty and filter? I'll send you 20 Jianyan Hua." As soon as Jiang Yuan appeared, he made such a bizarre request, stirring up the fans in the live stream. 20 Jianyan Hua is 600,000 Do coins, 60,000 yuan, just to see the streamer's real appearance. Yes, the big shots request is very reasonable. Streamer, you should consider it, otherwise, you might not get a single Jianyan Hua after singing all night. I'm also curious, does the streamer really not want to attract a big shot by saying she has the filter on? If she dares to say that, she probably hasn't thought about the number one brother. Maybe she wants to win over the big shot with her talent. The fans in the live stream immediately started to cheer. The female streamer quickly began to explain. "Brother Jiang Nan, please don't make it hard for me. I still need to rely on live streaming to make a living. If I turn it off, I'm afraid I'll scare my fans away." Her voice was very pleasant, soft, and sweet. However, there is a rule. Generally, girls with nice voices don't look that great. The more she said this, the more it piqued everyone's curiosity, even urging Jiang Yuan. "Big shot, send the gifts until she gives in." No, big brother, really can't. I still need to live stream to eat. If I scare everyone away, no one will watch me in the future. Big brother, let me sing for you. Please don't ask me to turn it off." The streamer pleaded again. Could it be that she really looked ugly? Jiang Yuan thought for a moment, curiosity piqued, and then sent another message. "How about this? Can you let me see you privately? I'll send you gifts. Anyway, you won't lose out." This request seemed acceptable. After all, there had been no big shot in her live stream, but her singing voice was good, and her figure was nice, curvy, and attractive to many. Well, let Jiang Yuan send gifts, take a look, and if it doesn't work out, he could just pretend there was no big shot in the future. The female streamer waited over and over. It seemed too much of a loss. After all, she knew her own conditions. She just wanted to sing and earn some money from live streaming. As for attracting a big shot with her looks, that probably wouldn't work. The fans, however, were anxious. What kind of act was this? "Big brother, I agree." Jiang Yuan immediately opened the gift box and sent out 20 Jianyan Hua in a flash. Retreating to the background, the female streamer had already followed him and sent a private message, attaching her V number. Since she was live streaming, she couldn't use the streaming software for video, she had to exit. Driven by his curiosity, Jiang Yuan added her, and the female streamer quickly agreed. "Big brother, I have to say first, I have some acne on my face, it might be quite scary. If I frighten you, I won't refund your carnival ticket." Don't worry, I'm not that petty." She didn't send a photo but directly opened the video, and Jiang Yuan connected. The video only showed the ceiling and some singing. "Where are you? Big brother, are you ready? I really didn't mean to scare you." The female streamer's voice trembled a bit, perhaps still a little nervous. "I'm ready, don't worry, you won't scare me." Curiosity killed the cat. Tonight, he wouldn't really scare this cat to the point of vomiting, right? After Jiang Yuan agreed, the other party slowly turned the video around. What came into view was a fairly young girl, but her face indeed had many acne scars, looking a bit pockmarked with red spots. However, her base should be good. Jiang Yuan had seen so many outstanding women and could discern that this female streamer had a nice outline and her eyes were good too. Although her base was good, it had indeed been affected by the acne, which did impact her looks. What a pity! No wonder after using beauty filters, she looked like a youthful beauty, which attracted so many fans. After all, watching through a phone didn't affect the effect. Perhaps some people were enchanted by her beauty filter. The competition among streamers was quite fierce, and they were all finding various ways to stand out. To attract fans, there were all sorts of intriguing titles, various eccentric outfits, and so on. Just like this female streamer, she looked quite good with the beauty filter. If she didn't say anything, everyone would assume she was a beauty. But she went against the grain, insisting that she used a beauty filter to achieve this effect, which made people very curious. While the two were on video, Jiang Yuan took a screenshot. After the female streamer continued her live stream, he opened the group buying app to check the information and uploaded the girl's photo. Name, Chen Yue. Age, 23. Occupation, streamer. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 83D divided by 62 divided by 81. Overall rating, 75. Freshness, 100% favorability, 20 points. Damn. Finally encountered a big deal. Unexpectedly, she really had a youthful face. Moreover, he didn't expect the freshness to be 100%. Was this face holding her back? Perhaps that acne-ridden face made it hard for people to look directly at her, unless the lights were off. But if it were to touch her face, just thinking about it was scary. It still required some psychological preparation. What a pity, such a perfect girl ruined by an acne-ridden face. Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered something and immediately made up his mind to return to Chen Yue's livestream. Without saying a word, he directly activated his god-level special effect, and the two flying dragons in the sky effect instantly stunned everyone in the live stream room. What was going on? Chen Yue was also stunned. Her acne-ridden face had probably scared away countless people in reality. After she showed her face to the top supporter, she had already lost hope. Surely he would leave too. But how could this big brother still come to give her gifts? Could it be that she was really attracting him with her talent? Chen Yue was very uncertain. She was a bit dazed, staring blankly at the gift effects in the live stream room, forgetting to say thank you. Wang Defa, what's going on? Did the streamer look better after turning off the beauty filter? That's possible. You know the top supporters have very high standards for looks. If they can still come back to give gifts after seeing her bare face, the top supporter must be interested in her. Oh my god, what is real in this world, and what is fake? The confused person continued to be confused, while those who could solve problems prepared to enjoy happiness first, because Zhang Yuan thought of the beauty pill he had just obtained today, which claimed to remove acne, and he could just try it on this big sister. If he could really help her get rid of her acne, maybe she would be so moved that she would offer herself to him? He sent Chen Yue 2 flying dragons in the sky and then sent 20 carnivals. Zhang Yuan opened WeChat and sent a message to Chen Yue. With her current score of 75, after removing her acne, she should become even more beautiful, right? Let's add a few more points. Even with her face marred, she could still match Chen Fei's looks, which was what Zhang Yuan was looking forward to. I can cure your acne, would you like to give it a try? Chen Yue saw this message and didn't believe it at all. She had seen so many doctors, visited countless hospitals, and taken so many medications, but nothing seemed to work. After being tormented for so many years, she had long given up and learned to accept it. Having sought so many traditional and Western doctors and used so many medicines, the results were the same, and she didn't want to struggle anymore. Big brother, don't joke with me. I've been to so many hospitals, I've already resigned myself to my fate. Chen Yue thought the top supporter was just joking with her, trying to win her over from this angle. Let's make a bet. How about it? What kind of bet? Well, it's a bet that I can help you cure the acne on your face. If I can't, I'll give you $1 million. If I can. Zhang Yuan didn't directly state the stakes regarding Chen Yue, letting her imagine it. After he finished speaking, he immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to her WeChat. At this moment, Chen Yue was even more confused. What does this big brother want to do? Support me? Doesn't he mind my face? This is unreasonable. Anyway, no good deed goes unpunished. He must be after my body. Now that there's money involved, she didn't know how much she had spent on doctors over the years, so she considered this big brother's gesture as compensation. She decisively replied, if you can cure me, then I will be your woman. She had just seen Zhang Yuan's face. He was young and not ugly, basically fitting the mold of a rich and handsome guy, so being with him wouldn't be a loss at all. He really understands my thoughts. Zhang Yuan replied, okay, it's a deal. You pick a place, and I'll come find you tomorrow. With the magical pill in hand, he didn't believe he couldn't win her over. Okay. Chen Yue didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Her face had been marred for so many years, suffering from criticism and pointing fingers. Later, every time she went out, she preferred to wear a hat, let her hair down, and wear a mask. There was a boy who pursued her for a long time, and she finally agreed. But once when they were about to kiss, the boy suddenly couldn't help but vomit. That day, the boy broke up with her because he just couldn't bring himself to do it when he saw the pus-filled acne on her face. She was a girl too, and she loved beauty. She also wanted to look good and wanted those disgusting men to be amazed by her looks. But after so many years of trying countless medications without improvement, she felt that unless she changed her skin, there was no hope. After sending the address in time, Chen Yue decisively accepted the transfer of 100,000 yuan. Meeting up was no big deal. Accepting the 100,000 yuan meant she wasn't losing out. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. If this big sister really got cured, what would she look like? No matter what, her big was definitely big, and it was also 100% original. Although a beauty pill was worth $1 million, if he could get such a top-notch beauty, it would be worth it. Before going to bed, Zhang Yuan opened the group buying app to purchase today's items. He had just been busy checking out the information of a girl and hadn't had the chance to buy the products yet. What company was it again? He opened today's product page and saw it clearly stated, Shanghai Group 10% shares, 999.99 yuan. Shanghai Group? Why does that sound familiar? Shan City, Shanghai, it must be a local company. After purchasing the item, Zhang Yuan immediately looked up Shanghai Group. Wow, Shanghai Group, a listed company, with a market value of 13 billion today. 10% of the shares is worth 1.3 billion, and the system even gives a little extra benefit, plus they sent me 300 million? He didn't expect that the wild dream he had a couple of days ago was actually heard by this dog system, and now it was starting to grant him shares. Is this the beginning of realizing his dream? To help him reach his goal of 100 billion in value, Zhang Yuan wasn't sure. However, he was already a shareholder in several companies, both big and small, and theoretically, owning more than 5% of the shares qualifies him as a major shareholder. Once he manages to get 5% of Alibaba, he could completely relax and enjoy the extravagant world of life. He had already arranged the time and place to meet Chen Yue tomorrow, letting her choose the location to make her feel at ease, so she wouldn't think he was planning to sell her out. Scrolling through Douyin, he eventually went to watch a few of his favorite streamers. Lulu expressed her grievances. This man had not contacted her for several days after getting her, and for the past few days, he had made Lulu tidy up her room without even offering to help. Zhou Xiaotuan's current livestream was no longer suggestive. Ever since Zhang Yuan had bought her a house, she had turned over a new leaf, seriously doing her livestreams and ignoring the fans' inappropriate comments, dressing less provocatively. The Ice Twins, Zhang Yuan was their top supporter, and they owed him several hours of attention. When they saw Zhang Yuan enter, they immediately became excited. Zhang Yuan was responsible for sending gifts, and they were responsible for making him happy. It was a perfect collaboration. After Zhang Yuan logged off, they also ended their livestream and began to whisper to each other. Bing bing, today brother Jiangnan sent us over 100,000 in Jianyanua gifts again. Do you think he likes you? Pfft, he clearly likes you. Look, he always asks you to dance. Never me. I don't believe it. It's obviously you. He smiles so happily whenever he sees you. Okay, but don't you like him? I don't know. Xiao Cheng covered her face, avoiding the topic. She felt conflicted inside, but encountering such a rich and handsome guy who treated her so well was hard not to be moved. She had seen Zhang Yuan's moments on social media. His posts were very low-key, just occasionally sharing pictures of golf courses and his vehicles. His life was so simple and unadorned, changing cars every day to go to different places with different people. His social media was extremely lethal to women. In a materialistic society, every configuration was enough to stand out in a crowd. Yesterday, Cheng Fei mentioned the watch from Wolf's Son, and Zhang Yuan took a photo and posted it, simply asking, "Do you think this watch looks good?" Some thought it was low-key luxury like Richard Mille. Some didn't know but still praised it for being beautiful. Basically, very few people recognized what kind of watch it was. Just from its design, it looked like a very high-end watch, which also made Zhang Yuan look quite impressive. After scrolling through Douyin for a while, he chatted with a few women. He had forgotten about the female streamer who said she would come to Shan City to meet him because he had gone to Yang City. Just as he happened to encounter it during the live broadcast tonight, after sending a few gifts, the other party brought it up again. Zhang Yuan agreed and let her come over to hang out. It was just a way to relax, and spending over 70 points wasn't a loss. He set an alarm, put his phone away, and tonight he would have to sleep alone. Now living with his parents, they no longer barged into his room to wake him up. Only those lazy kids, who seemed to have accomplished nothing in their parents' eyes, would be interrupted by their parents rushing into their rooms to prevent them from sleeping in. The next morning, the alarm woke him up. After breakfast, Zhang Yuan said a few words to his parents and drove off in his Lycan Hypersport. He first went to the Jiangjing penthouse, grabbed a few bags, and put them in the car. He had bought too many bags before and needed to use them up quickly, otherwise, they wouldn't be new anymore. He heard that women had a high pursuit of new styles. This year's was this year's, and only the current new styles were their favorites. If you asked her to take this year's styles next year, she would look displeased. Chen Yue had arranged to meet at a cafe. What to eat wasn't important, the important thing was to see the person. Zhang Yuan parked the car, walked into the cafe, scanned the room, and immediately spotted his target. In the cafe, there was only one person still wearing a mask, and with such a strange outfit, it had to be her. Zhang Yuan walked up to her and called out, "Chen Yue?" The girl immediately looked up in panic, stood up quickly, and nodded, asking, "Are you Zhang Nango?" "Yes, it's me." Zhang Yuan sat down in front of her, his eyes involuntarily glancing somewhere. In summer, people naturally wore less, and looking at her, it was indeed impressive. Slender branches bore rich fruit, perhaps it was like this. Anyway, looking at it this way, her figure was still quite good. "So, sitting here, has anyone hit on you?" "Brother, please don't make fun of me. Chen Yue still wore her mask and refused to take it off, shaking her head. When she had just arrived, she had indeed been approached by a boy. As soon as she sat down, he came over wanting to add her WeChat. But as soon as he raised his head and saw the acne on Chen Yue's forehead, he immediately pretended to take a call and left without looking back. "Brother, what do you want to drink? It's on me." Chen Yue didn't seem very sad and still raised her hand to call the waiter over. "Anything is fine, just like you." Although Jiang Yuan was collecting his 100,000, he didn't want to take advantage of her. For now, he needed to make a good impression, and he could only take it slow. Once they got familiar, they could talk about it later. After the waiter brought the coffee, Jiang Yuan took out a brocade box from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yue. "To heal your face, you need to rely on this pill. Do you dare to take it? Is this the only pill I need to take?" "Yes, of course. This pill is very expensive, but I went through a lot to get it. If it weren't for your beauty, I wouldn't be willing to take it out." Chen Yue was stunned. This was the first time someone had said she was pretty to her face. She didn't know if it was true or not. "I don't believe me? This is my ID, and here's the deposit I gave you. This is my phone. If you feel any discomfort, I'll call 120 immediately, and you can call 110. Jiang Yuan was very direct, breaking through Chen Yue's hesitation. "So should I take it now, or take it now? Otherwise, when you get home, I won't know if you take it or not. Although I don't lack that little money, we still need to trust each other a bit." Chen Yue thought for a moment. It was much safer to take it in public. At least if something happened, there were people around. If she took it at home and something happened, there would be no one, and that would be the end. "Okay, I'll take it now." She took out a bottle of water from her bag, opened it, took a sip, and swallowed the pill from the brocade box. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything, and Chen Yue was also carefully sensing the changes in her body. She felt very anxious inside. The pill dissolved instantly, a cool sensation flowing down her throat. "All right, I've given you the medicine. Will you wait here for it to take effect, or go home and wait?" Chen Yue didn't know what to do. She had just made a bold decision to take the medicine, but wasn't it said that medicine has its poison? What if it really was toxic? "Can you take me home?" After thinking for a moment, Chen Yue made a bold decision and invited him directly. "Sure, as long as you trust me." This was the first time in a long while that Chen Yue had met a guy who, after seeing her face, was still willing to have coffee with her. Moreover, putting everything else aside, this top guy had given her quite a bit of money over the past couple of days, which was enough to impress her. Chen Yue put on her mask and immediately returned to her sexy appearance. From behind, she truly looked stunning, enough to captivate many. Following Jiang Yuan to the parking lot, he took out his keys and pressed a button, causing a beautiful supercar to flash. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. It turned out that the big brother really had some skills, and she blinked her big eyes, looking excited. Jiang Yuan opened the passenger seat for her to get in. This was Chen Yue's first time in a sports car, and once inside, she curiously looked around. A guy like this wouldn't lie to her, right? Chen Yue thought to herself, feeling a lot of goodwill from Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan got into the driver's seat and noticed that Chen Yue hadn't buckled her seatbelt yet, so he reminded her. When the girl fastened her seatbelt and glanced over, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. The river separates two mountains. Viewed from the front it looks like a ridge. From the side it appears as peaks. Jiang Yuan knew her measurements but still couldn't help but glance at her figure, especially since it was very pronounced now. He quickly turned his head and focused on driving. Chen Yue actually knew he was sneaking glances at her. She was quite confident in her figure, which she took pride in. She pretended not to notice and secretly looked out the window, feeling a bit smug inside. Chen Yue lived in a rented apartment, a one-bedroom that was just enough for one person, allowing her to freely do her live streams without disturbing anyone else. Girls' rooms often smelled nice, and hers had a hint of pink. Perhaps they just liked that soft color. This wasn't to say Jiang Yuan went straight to her bedroom, but even the living room was decorated in such a soft pink. "Brother, make yourself at home. I'm going to change." Jiang Yuan rubbed his nose. Was she really that trusting? He was still lost in thought when the girl came out in a short loungewear set. Those legs, so fair. She went to the fridge to grab a bottle of water for Jiang Yuan and sat down herself. Her room only had a double sofa, and they were sitting very close, so Jiang Yuan could smell her fragrance. Was it her natural scent or a milky fragrance? "Are you going to stream today?" "Brother, it's not time for my stream yet. I usually start after 7 in the evening and go until around midnight. So are you doing it solo or with an MCN agency?" "I'm an independent streamer. An MCN company talked to me before, but after meeting in person, they gave up on me, mainly because of my face." Thinking of this, Chen Yue felt a pang in her heart. She didn't know how many opportunities she had lost over the years because of her face. "Don't worry, if you want to get better quickly, I have a way. I can adjust some medicine for you to apply, and you'll be fine by tomorrow. Seeing her somewhat dejected face, he offered some comfort. Really? Of course, it's more real than gold. Zhang Yuan had seen the introduction of the beauty pill, which could be taken orally or applied externally. Taking it internally and externally would double the effect, but at 200,000, it was not something an ordinary person could easily part with. Where's the bathroom? I'll go prepare some medicine for you. Over there, do you need help? No. Zhang Yuan walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Looking around, he almost had a nosebleed. He didn't expect this little girl to be so fashionable. The bathroom was filled with many sexy little vests and tiny underwear. Zhang Yuan leaned in for a closer look. The little vests even had a fragrance, and sure enough, they were labeled with a D. Taking a deep breath, he pulled a bottle from his pocket, took out a beauty pill, and filled a container with water to dissolve it. It wasn't complicated. As long as it was diluted and applied to the acne-prone areas, it would work. Before long, Zhang Yuan brought out a bowl of dark liquid. Can you get a cotton swab? I'll apply it for you. Ha! This statement shocked Chen Yue. She had never had anyone look her in the face so seriously before, and now he was going to apply medicine for her? She couldn't believe it. It's fine, you'll be better by tomorrow. In the future, you'll be a beauty that everyone loves and flowers bloom for. Comforted by Zhang Yuan, Chen Yue felt tears welling up. How could this man be like this? He always moved her to tears. Under Zhang Yuan's direction, Chen Yue lay down on the sofa. Taking a serious look, her face full of acne was indeed quite off-putting. After all, Zhang Yuan was very sympathetic. He showed no discomfort. Dipping the cotton swab in the medicine, he began to carefully apply it to Chen Yue's face. Chen Yue felt a bit shy, yet very touched and happy. She remembered the bet they had made. It seemed he really had confidence in healing her face, but if he really did, she would be willing to be his woman. Even if he couldn't heal it, with him treating her this way, she would be willing as long as he wanted her. While Zhang Yuan was applying the medicine, he had no idea that Chen Yue's mind was wandering, lost in infinite fantasies. After applying the medicine, Chen Yue felt a cool sensation on her face, very comfortable. She wished she could just lie there, with a nice man beside her watching over her. It felt so blissful. Alright, get to bed early tonight, and you'll have a surprise when you wake up tomorrow. After finishing, Zhang Yuan set the bowl aside. At this moment, Chen Yue was lying down, but she still had her vest on, so it looked quite prominent. Zhang Yuan stole a glance and quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. The more he looked, the more he fell into temptation. It was too much. After enjoying the service, Chen Yue sat up, leaning against the sofa, chatting with Zhang Yuan. Brother, why do you like me? Because you're big. Chen Yue almost spat out her drink. Was he that direct? She was indeed big, but there were many big girls out there. Zhang Yuan's words made her blush. Brother, isn't there anything else? I don't believe that there are so many big girls among the streamers on Douyin, because I can see that beneath your current appearance, there's an even more beautiful face, so I want to transform it into perfection. This was probably the sweetest talk Chen Yue had heard recently. She wrapped her arm around Zhang Yuan's, pressing it against her chest. Brother, no matter how well you treat me, I'm willing to be yours. What? Could it be that she was moved by me? Zhang Yuan felt the elasticity of her arm, a bit distracted. Don't worry, if I say I can heal it, I definitely can. You have to have faith in me. Zhang Yuan patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Okay, I believe you. Chen Yue's face was now fully covered in the medicine, leaning against Zhang Yuan's side, truly testing his composure. Even if you are willing to be my woman now, I can't let you have any regrets. Ah, what regrets? Zhang Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. I want to help you perfectly transform into a woman, no matter what part of you it is. Chen Yue's face turned red, but with the medicine on, Zhang Yuan couldn't see it. She was a bit shocked inside. Did he know that she was still? Can this really be seen? Although she felt very shy, she was also very curious. This was her first time being so close to a man, and it made her heart race. Am I really perfect? She asked, a bit lacking in confidence. Those men, aside from leering at her chest, always seemed to want to keep their distance at other times. Perhaps it was because she had been rejected too many times or pointed at too often, combined with past hurts, that Chen Yue now felt somewhat inferior. Even though her figure was impressive, the damage her face had caused her was immense. Of course you're perfect. Tomorrow when you wake up, you'll know just how beautiful you are. After comforting her, Zhang Yuan seemed to think of something and quickly asked, You haven't had any cosmetic procedures done, right? Would this figure be affected by cosmetic procedures? That seemed to be something he hadn't confirmed yet. After all, he didn't know how the system gathered information or if it could monitor that aspect. No. Chen Yue quickly shook her head in denial. Cosmetic procedures were so expensive, she couldn't afford them. Brother, if you don't believe me, you can check. Zhang Yuan chuckled, a mischievous grin on his face. Anywhere can be checked? This made Chen Yue blush deeply, and she nodded gently, her voice as soft as a mosquito. She took the initiative to grab Zhang Yuan's hand and pressed it against her chest. Ha ha, I believe you, I believe you. Zhang Yuan laughed awkwardly. This was a bit too direct, wasn't it? Although he did come with that intention, their relationship didn't seem to have developed enough yet. After all, their affection level was only in the 20s yesterday. Could it have changed now? At that moment, with Chen Yue pulling him like that, Zhang Yuan felt a rush of blood, and he instantly stood at attention, a sign of wanting to fight. Ahem. Taking advantage of her not paying attention, Zhang Yuan discreetly shifted his uncomfortable position and stood up to check Chen Yue's affection level. I'm going to the bathroom. Without waiting for Chen Yue to respond, he turned and dashed into the restroom. Unfortunately, his keen eyesight only made him feel worse once he got to the bathroom. This little girl, how could she be so enchanting? Even without her beside him, just looking at her figure could make him feel like he was about to nosebleed. Zhang Yuan could only helplessly turn his head and relieve his embarrassment. He took out his phone, opened the app, and uploaded Chen Yue's photo in the information query section. The information quickly appeared. Name, Chen Yue. Age, 23. Occupation, streamer. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 52 kg. Measurements, 83D divided by 62 divided by 81. Overall rating, 78 points. Freshness, 100%. Affection level, 60 points. As soon as the data came out, Zhang Yuan looked carefully. The overall rating had actually gone up. Hadn't he just taken the pill? The effects hadn't even kicked in yet. And indeed, the affection level had really changed. From their first meeting until now, Chen Yue's affection for him had risen to a full 60 points. No wonder she had said that even if she couldn't be cured, she was willing to be his woman. This affection level could definitely develop into something very intimate. Back when Qi Yao was at 50 points, she had already boldly walked away with him. Having understood all the information, Zhang Yuan finally walked out of the restroom. But when I came to the living room, I could see that Chen Yue seemed to be in a bad mood. What happened? I was only gone for a moment, and she was already feeling emo. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chen Yue's eyes were already moist as she looked at him and choked out her question. Brother, did I scare you too? What? Zhang Yuan was completely confused. What was wrong with this girl? Did I scare you, and you went to the bathroom to throw up? Pfft, my God, how could this girl think like that? Could it be that she had experienced something like this before, which made her so sensitive? Zhang Yuan hugged her and began to comfort her. What are you thinking? I just went to the bathroom, and it was indeed because of you. Woo. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue cried out loud, her self-esteem taking another hit. Oh, silly girl, it's because you tempted me too much. I was feeling uncomfortable, so I went to the bathroom to adjust. He leaned close to Chen Yue's ear and whispered, It's not that I can't do it. It's... Zhang Yuan pointed to another place. Chen Yue's face instantly turned shy, her big eyes looking at Zhang Yuan. Really, brother? This innocent look truly tugged at my heart. Zhang Yuan could only lean closer to her ear and mutter again. After hearing this, Chen Yue was very curious and really went to check as Zhang Yuan suggested. She had taken biology classes and had secretly watched some videos online, but it was her first time encountering it, so she was still a bit curious and nervous. However, Zhang Yuan was the one who suffered. Chen Yue satisfied her curiosity, but he was the one in pain. It seemed that after Chen Yue had her first experience, she opened up her heart. At this moment, she actually felt a bit of anticipation. With her charming eyes, she looked at Zhang Yuan and said softly, Brother, if you want, we can. Chen Yue had already swallowed everything down, and now she wanted to go to the bathroom to clean up, just as Zhang Yuan said, to detox. Zhang Yuan lay contentedly on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. About half an hour later, Chen Yue came out of the bathroom. She seemed much lighter, and when she walked into the living room, it looked like Zhang Yuan had already fallen asleep. With a flushed face, she ran into her room to change into a new outfit, preparing to take a shower. The bathroom was too smelly now, as if it had really detoxed. She was now reeking and didn't want to be seen by the young man. Zhang Yuan heard the sound of water splashing from the bathroom and couldn't help but feel a bit restless. Perhaps being too close to the girl was tempting. He was thinking about whether to stay here tonight or go home. But since he had already taken advantage, would he be seen as heartless if he left? He had come here mainly because he was worried about what might happen with the medication, wanting to be able to take her to the hospital in time. Forget it. Anyway, nothing serious happened, so he might as well stay here and leave when she really felt better tomorrow. While Chen Yue was taking a shower, Zhang Yuan opened the group buying app on his phone and searched for takeout. Chen Yue couldn't go out to eat with the medication still on her face, so he decided to order takeout to eat at home. He ordered a 0.1 yuan set meal from a nearby 5-star hotel, thinking it should be enough for both of them. Chen Yue hadn't come out yet, so aboard Jiang Yuan could only play on his phone for now. He certainly couldn't rush into her bathroom. The Yacht and Koenigsegg car company had already called him to come pick up the vehicles, but Jiang Yuan had lost interest in that now, perhaps because he had too many cars already. As for the yacht, he had a yacht dock in Yangcheng, and he wasn't very interested in that either. He would wait until tomorrow. He would take the girl to see the yacht when her face was better. When Chen Yue finished her shower and came out, her face was still dark, and she hadn't dared to wash off the medication, although it had faded a bit. She smelled even better now, and it seemed like she had become more alluring. As she walked towards Jiang Yuan, swaying slightly, the feeling was very obvious. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but swallow again. It was really testing him. Had they already developed to the point of being completely honest with each other? She wasn't avoiding him anymore. Come here, let me apply the medication on you again. Okay, thank you, brother. Chen Yue obediently lay on Jiang Yuan's lap, and this angle tempted him again, because he could see her charming curves, deep like a V. Brother, we can't go out for dinner tonight. What do you want to eat? I'll order some dishes from outside, and I'll make them for you. No need, I've already ordered, just take care of yourself today. Thank you, brother. Chen Yue was once again touched. If it weren't for the medication on her face, she would have wanted to give him a kiss. Just as they were chatting, the doorbell rang. Chen Yue was in a state of undress, and Jiang Yuan went to open the door. It was indeed the hotel takeout that had arrived. Is this Mr. Jiang? Yes, that's me. Outside were 3 people dressed as chefs and waitstaff, and the leader quickly verified the information with Jiang Yuan. They pushed in 2 small carts, filled with many neatly packaged boxes, looking like the delivery service was still doing well. The other party double-checked Jiang Yuan's information before daring to enter the room, as this scene was too surprising. Living in a small 1-bedroom apartment, he had actually ordered their hotel's supreme package worth 100,000. It was truly hard to understand, and you wouldn't believe it if you said it out loud. Once they were let in, Chen Yue had already run to the bedroom. This is the supreme package you ordered, prepared by our executive chef personally, ensuring the original flavor and quality of the ingredients. Jiang Yuan casually gestured for them to place the dishes on the dining table. A few people immediately took out a tablecloth, fiddled with it for a moment, and then brought out dish after dish while introducing them to Jiang Yuan. This is black truffle M9 Wagyu. This is braised chicken with Sichuan pepper. After setting the dishes, the leader took out a bottle of wine from a box and handed it to Jiang Yuan. Sir, this is the Lihua Winery's Cabernet Sauvignon from the premium vineyard you ordered, valued at 69,000. Please check it. Jiang Yuan had no idea about this wine. He glanced at it, and aside from recognizing a few numbers from the French writing, he pretended to nod knowingly. Good, open it. Once everything was ready, they looked at Jiang Yuan, asking if he needed any more service. No, you can go back. Alright, sir, enjoy your meal, and the XX Hotel welcomes you again. After they left, Jiang Yuan called out to the bedroom. Come out, it's time to eat. Chen Yue ran over excitedly, and upon seeing the table full of delicious dishes, she couldn't help but be surprised. This young master had a different way of dining. He must have been picked up by the hotel just now, right? Ah, it smells so good. Since you can't go out today, I ordered it to be delivered at home. We'll go out to eat tomorrow, come eat. Jiang Yuan sat down, and Chen Yue couldn't wait any longer. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of beef to put in her mouth. Instantly, her taste buds felt as if they had been caressed by spring. All she could say was delicious, her eyes squinting in delight. So good she was just a poor streamer. How could she have ever eaten such delicious food, let alone have it delivered to her home? If it's good, eat more, all of this is for you. Jiang Yuan knew she had worked hard today and wanted to treat her. You should have a sip of this wine, it's from some French winery. He just said it costs 60,000 a bottle. I don't know if it's good. Ah, 60,000? Chen Yue gasped. That's incredibly expensive. No matter what, she had to take a sip. This was her feast, and after drinking some red wine, her little face turned rosy, utterly satisfied. I'm so full, it was so good, I can't eat anymore. She patted her belly, leaning back in her chair, which made Jiang Yuan glance at her again. Are you still going to stream tonight? Jiang Yuan changed the subject, otherwise, he couldn't help but reach out with his hands. Brother, let's not stream tonight, okay? With my face like this, how can I stream? You can do an audio stream or wear a mask, otherwise, what will your fans say? What will they say? They'll say you were taken by the big brother last night and had fun with him, so you won't stream anymore. Chen Yue felt a bit shy, but it wasn't like she had fun with the big brother, it had already. She blushed again, but now it didn't matter, no one could see the real her. No need, I can just take a leave, I'll keep you company tonight, Chen Yue said firmly. Zhang Yuan stroked her silky hair. It was still early, and not streaming left them wondering what to do, so he encouraged her. It's fine, you can stream, even an hour is good. I'll go and send you some gifts to help you get popular. With such a big brother, what more could she ask for? Chen Yue was tempted. After all, it was a chance to get popular, and opportunities to have a big brother supporting her were rare. If she became popular, she could continue streaming on her own. She didn't want the wealthy big brother in front of her to support her. Alright then, I'll trouble you to wait for me. I'll go get ready. Go ahead. She couldn't let her outfit be seen by her online followers. She needed to change clothes and think about how to cover her face. Zhang Yuan remembered there were gifts in the car, so he took Chen Yue's keys and went out first. If he didn't hurry to deliver these bags, they would start to mold. By the time he returned with the large and small bags, Chen Yue was already ready. She was wandering in the living room, thinking Zhang Yuan had left, feeling a bit anxious and was about to text him. What's wrong? I thought you had gone. Not at all. There are some things in the car that are gifts for you. I went to get them. When Chen Yue saw the 2 bags full of gifts in his hands, her eyes misted with tears, feeling even more touched. How could this man be so good, preparing so many things for her? Look, these are all bags. If you don't like any of them, just return them. Zhang Yuan placed the shopping bags on the sofa, letting Chen Yue choose for herself. Just seeing the brand names on the shopping bags, she knew the things he bought would be cheap. It was either LV or Chanel, and he only had a single Gucci bag himself. I like them all. I like everything you give me. Chen Yue pouted and opened her arms to Zhang Yuan, wanting a hug in this moment. Ha ha ha, stop flattering me. With the beauty in his arms, he could feel the soft plumpness, and he wrapped his arms around Chen Yue's waist, lifting her up. Chen Yue clung to his neck, her legs wrapped around his waist, the scene becoming overly intimate. Alright, go to your live stream first, and after that, we can open the gifts. Chen Yue leaned in to kiss Zhang Yuan's cheek before getting down. Wait for me, you must not leave. She reminded him, still feeling uneasy. Got it. Hurry up and stream, then we can do something else. Something else? He wouldn't be thinking. This thought made Chen Yue's mind wander to many inappropriate things, and she blushed as she ran back to her bedroom. Her heart was racing. Tonight was really going to be. Oh, how embarrassing. After taking a deep breath and adjusting for a long time, she finally calmed her emotions. Since she had just started the live stream and had no mask at home, she could only point the camera at a toy bear. Sorry, everyone, I got something on my face, so tonight you can only see the teddy bear. She was just a small streamer, with not many fans. When she went online, there were only a few fans chatting. Compared to listening to the streamer sing, they preferred to tease such a hot-bodied streamer. Streamer, you don't have to show your face, just let us see your lower half. We don't want to see the teddy bear, we want to see the big bear. Yeah, showing us the toy bear is nothing, we'd rather see something else. How could this world lack old perverts? The live stream room was their place of release. Chen Yue certainly knew where they wanted to look, but today, her mindset was different. How could she just show them? That was for her brother to see. You old perverts only deserve to see the toy bear. Chen Yue ignored their vulgar comments and continued to stream at her own pace. The rhythm for music streamers generally fell into 2 categories. One was chatting while waiting for people to send gifts, and those who sent gifts could choose songs for them to sing. The other was just singing continuously to attract people and encourage them to send gifts. Chen Yue started with a popular song, receiving a few small hearts and flowers as gifts. Her singing voice was decent, though she wasn't sure if it was the sound card. Once Chen Yue warmed up the atmosphere, Zhang Yuan finally logged onto Douyin. Otherwise, if Chen Yue started streaming, he would just come on and spam gifts, and everyone would probably know what was going on. Chen Yue had just finished singing a song when Zhang Yuan appeared, and she immediately welcomed him. Welcome, my brother from Jiangnan. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, he directly sent out 50 Jianyanhua gifts. Instantly, the gift effects filled the entire live stream room. Damn, it's that big brother from last night again. Could it be that he really has a crush on the streamer? Of course, the streamer must be lying to us. Her bare face must look really good, do you believe it? There aren't many streamers who can receive big gifts, especially when a wealthy user on Douyin keeps sending gifts. It's normal to be suspicious, either they're up to something or they're just being overly generous. Chen Yue kept thanking him in the live stream, and when the gifts finally stopped, Zhang Yuan spoke up. Let me request a song, you sing well, and I'll send you more gifts. Sure, brother Jiangnan, what song do you like? Sing Star River 10,000 Miles. Zhang Yuan didn't make it difficult for her and casually chose a popular song on Douyin. Is there no justice? Is the rich guy's request so low? If it were me, I'd at least want the streamer to sing and dance while cleaning the windows. I'm afraid you want the streamer to break the windows. Right. Probably wants her to wear black stockings and dance. Chen Yue sang earnestly because her brother was listening outside. She wished she could sing right next to him. After finishing the song, Zhang Yuan typed 2 words, "not bad," and then sent out 50 Jianyanhua gifts again. After sending them, he just left, leaving the viewers in a daze. Just one song, 100 Jianyanhua, was that all he wanted? Now, the wealthy really are extravagant. A song costs 300,000, comparable to the appearance fee of a famous singer. Wow, we really can't understand the world of the rich. Chen Yue streamed for an hour and found an excuse to end the broadcast. She ran out and saw Zhang Yuan still lying on the sofa in the living room. Feeling relieved, she walked over to him. "Brother, I finished my stream, thank you." "Don't keep saying that. Tomorrow is when you really need to thank me." "Okay, I'm looking forward to tomorrow." It was a late night with just the two of them, and Chen Yue suggested watching a movie at home, to which Zhang Yuan nodded. It had indeed been a long time since he watched a movie, especially with a hot girl beside him. The projector turned on, and Chen Yue picked a movie. Zhang Yuan didn't mind, as watching a movie wasn't important, just passing the time was. If he hadn't come to help this girl with her face, he might have gone to see a yacht instead. As they watched the movie, Chen Yue unknowingly leaned on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. With such closeness, how could they continue watching the movie? But now she had a face full of medicine, and Zhang Yuan didn't know how to proceed, feeling quite conflicted. He hadn't expected that coming to help the girl with her face would lead to her coming home with him. "Brother, please don't leave tonight, okay? Where will I sleep?" We can sleep together." Chen Yue bit her lip and shyly replied, "Have you thought it through? Don't you want to wait until tomorrow?" Chen Yue nodded. "How about this? I'll wash off the medicine first and apply it later? When I went to the bathroom just now, I saw that a lot of it had already faded." This statement startled Zhang Yuan. "My goodness, you should keep the medicine on. I'd rather see your black face than that." To be honest, if it came to kissing, he really couldn't ignore it. It wasn't that he was picky, but there were some places he couldn't bring himself to touch. Anyway, they had already had a good time once. Waiting until tomorrow was fine, he could hold out. Chen Yue sat beside him unwrapping gifts, each one bringing a surprise. "Wow, the latest LV model. This one is nice too, a classic Chanel." Seeing those beautiful bags, as a girl, she truly fell for them. No boy has ever treated her this well before, giving her money, helping to treat her face, giving her gifts, and being so close to her without any disgust. All these actions touched Chen Yue's heart, so tonight she wanted to keep Zhang Yuan with her and give herself to him. It is said that the night is when a girl's emotions run wild, making her more sentimental, prone to disappointment, easily moved, and in need of comfort. At this moment, Chen Yue was just like that, lacking love in her heart. She threw herself into Zhang Yuan's arms. The long night passed, and Zhang Yuan didn't even know how it ended. At first, he intended to take a casual nap on the sofa, but he was eventually pulled into the bedroom by Chen Yue. The long night was filled with people. Drowsily, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a bit of itch in his nose. Wanting to sneeze, he opened his eyes and was startled by the scene before him. He saw a beautiful, alluring face gazing at him affectionately, and it seemed her hair had just brushed against his nostrils. Your face is all better." After I woke up, I went to check the bathroom and washed off the medicine." "Oh my god, it's so magical, brother, my face is really all better." Chen Yue was incredibly excited, eager to share this joyful news with the person in front of her. At this moment, there were no more red pimples on Chen Yue's face. Those that looked swollen yesterday had all subsided. Although her face wasn't perfectly smooth, it was at least normal. "Brother, touch it. It's really better." Chen Yue grabbed Zhang Yuan's hand and stroked her face, fearing that she was dreaming and that it would all disappear when she woke up. She had wished so many times to wake up and find her face free of those annoying pimples, so she could have a clean face like a normal person and return to normalcy. "Not bad, much better. In a few days, when the marks disappear, you'll be fair and beautiful." Wu Chen Yue cried out in joy. This was the happiest day of her life in many years, and the suppressed feelings of many years were finally released. From now on, she would no longer be the annoying pimple girl. After comforting Chen Yue, Zhang Yuan was drawn in by her charm. Although he had experienced it last night, Chen Yue was different now. In Zhang Yuan's arms, Chen Yue also sensed his reaction, as if his breathing had become heavier. Looking at the beauty he had transformed, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment, stroking her face, which he rated at least 80 points. Coupled with her impressive figure, she was so enchanting that she might rival Lin Yuna. When he inappropriately touched a sensitive spot, Chen Yue's face turned red, her eyes sparkling, shyly looking at him. "Brother, love me." This sentence was like a detonator, instantly triggering a passionate explosion. When he woke up again, it was already noon. Zhang Yuan had harvested a rose. The flower that Chen Yue had tended for many years was now picked by him. Brother, thank you, the beauty in his arms said sincerely. Thank me for what? Thank you for making me a complete woman, a beautiful woman. Ha ha, then you should indeed thank me. Jiang Yuan said confidently. If it weren't for him, she really wouldn't know when she would get better. Brother, that medicine is so magical. If you used it for cosmetics, you could definitely make a fortune. What are you thinking? Do you know how expensive that medicine is? I'd probably go bankrupt. Is it very expensive? Priceless. One pill is about $1 million, and it's hard to buy. $1 million. Chen Yue swallowed hard, incredulously asking. She simply couldn't believe that the medicine applied to her face was so expensive. Yes, otherwise how could it be so quick? This is a miraculous remedy. Whoa, thank you. I will never know how to repay you in this lifetime. Silly, didn't you promise to be mine? What is there to repay? Mishem, I swear, I will be yours for a lifetime. You can't drive me away. I will stick with you for this life. Chen Yue raised her finger and earnestly vowed. All right, I believe you. Once you feel better, I'll take you out to shop. You probably haven't had a good time buying clothes in years. Today I'll take you to stun them. Okay, let's go now. Chen Yue excitedly stood up but then fell back down. Indeed, after the explosion, she was still a bit injured. Do you want to rest a bit more? We're not in a hurry. Meishem, I didn't expect it to really hurt like the comic said. Yeah, do you see if you have a rose? Only then did Chen Yue remember there was still that matter. She lifted the blanket and saw, sure enough, there was a bright rose printed on it, quite eye-catching. With this flower, she was a complete woman now. Touching her face, which was no longer pockmarked, Chen Yue was so grateful to the man in front of her. This day and a half had given her many perfect experiences. Chen Yue acted coy, reaching out to wrap her arms around Jiang Yuan's neck for a hug. For this small physical injury, Jiang Yuan had no pills to help her recover. She could only wait for herself to heal. The two chatted on the bed, but soon her stomach began to rumble. Although she had eaten a lot last night, the intense exercise early in the morning had still consumed quite a bit. How about we go out to eat? It's a bit late to order takeout now. Let's just go to a restaurant. I'll follow your lead. Jiang Yuan searched for nearby high-end restaurants. After receiving the rose, he had to take her out for a nice meal to replenish her. Once he found a place, Chen Yue had already struggled to sit up, her whole body sweaty and sticky. She needed to wash up, or it wouldn't be good to go out with the handsome guy. With her face glowing, she wanted to present her best side. All the humiliation she had suffered in the past had to be reclaimed. Sitting in Jiang Yuan's sports car again, she felt different from yesterday. Now, she comfortably leaned against the passenger seat, gazing affectionately at the person driving, because their relationship had changed. Jiang Yuan ordered a lot of nourishing dishes for her, wanting Chen Yue to eat more and replenish her energy. In this restaurant, if you didn't order alcohol, a full meal would only cost a few thousand yuan, equivalent to a good year. After we finish eating, I'll take you for a breeze by the river. I just bought a yacht. Let's go check it out. A yacht? Is it the yacht I imagined? Chen Yue couldn't believe it. It wasn't that she didn't believe Jiang Yuan, but she couldn't believe herself. In just one day, her life had turned upside down. Going out in a sports car and wanting to enjoy the breeze on a yacht, was this something she could have imagined before? Of course it's the yacht I imagined. It arrived yesterday. I was supposed to meet you, but I delayed it. Today is just right to take you to witness it. In the future, if you want to go, you can anytime. Chen Yue immediately sped up her eating, making Jiang Yuan beside her want to laugh. This girl, her curiosity was so strong. She was too eager. Eat slowly. We have the whole afternoon. We can leave whenever we want. An hour later, Jiang Yuan took Chen Yue to the International Yacht Dock on the east bank of the Shin River. This was the largest yacht dock in the city, with rows of yachts parked outside, both big and small, looking quite spectacular. He took out his phone, found a message, and dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Zhang. How may I assist you? I'm here to look at the yacht now. I'm at the International Yacht Marina. Alright, just wait a few minutes. I'll be right there. The staff at the St. Chi Yacht were quite responsible, waiting for Jiang Yuan to come for the handover. In less than 5 minutes, a woman in an OL uniform walked over, and she immediately spotted the sports car parked nearby, striding confidently towards it. In her eyes, anyone who could afford such a luxury yacht could certainly also afford a supercar, so it must be the same person. As she approached, the driver's window of the sports car rolled down, revealing the smiling face of a young man. Susan? Yes, it's me, Mr. Jiang, you finally made it. I've been busy these days, came to take a look today. The OL woman named Susan wore light makeup that highlighted her beautiful features, and her smile was refreshing, making one feel as if they were basking in spring. Jiang Yuan got out of the car with Chen Yue. Without any makeup, Chen Yue and Susan each had their own charm. One was a mature woman, the other a pure beauty. It seemed that luxury consultants always sought out women with good looks and temperament, as it could enhance the aesthetic appeal and perhaps even improve their consultants' quality of life in the long run. This was the International Yacht Marina, where yacht companies typically set up reception points to conveniently serve their customers. Susan took them to the reception area of the St. Chi Yacht to have coffee. Such a large transaction required some tedious procedures. They had to verify Jiang Yuan's information before taking them to the yacht for inspection. The beautiful consultant led them onto the boat, walking along the dock where various yachts were lined up on both sides. Susan pointed to a brand new, impressive yacht and introduced it. Mr. John, this is the St. Chi Yacht 101 sport yacht that you purchased. This yacht is 29.81 m long, 6.89 m wide, with a draft of 2.29 m, and a maximum speed of 30 knots. Susan provided Jiang Yuan with a comprehensive introduction to the yacht, covering everything from the lower deck to the third deck, leaving no detail overlooked. This luxurious yacht was quite rare and was considered a heavyweight in this marina, valued at over 100 million. Chen Yue, like a curious child, followed behind them, looking around and touching everything. Mr. John, we offer our St. Chi clients a year's worth of dock fees, and we can also introduce you to the captain and crew. Any issues that arise later can be addressed with our VIP service. First, have someone come to let me try out the yacht. Take a spin on the river. Okay, Mr. John, I'll arrange that for you right away. Susan picked up the phone and called someone to prepare. The maintenance cost for the yacht at the dock for a year was also over $1 million. Truly, the extravagance of the wealthy. On the river, on the second deck, Chen Yue spread her arms to embrace the wind blowing from the river. No matter how the people on the shore looked at her, at this moment, everything was arranged for her. She was the happiest one. After a while, feeling tired from the wind, she returned to the cabin. Jiang Yuan handed her a glass of champagne. I'll be driving later, so you can taste this champagne for me. It's a gift from them. Chen Yue took it and drank it all in one go. It was icy and sweet, really delicious. No wonder so many people wanted to climb up the social ladder, wanting to get close to the wealthy. Who could resist the temptation of such enjoyable days? Looking at the crowd on the riverbank, she couldn't help but fall into a train of thought, beginning to understand the motives of those socialites. After getting off the yacht, Chen Yue felt a bit dizzy, as if it all still felt somewhat unreal. Her life these past 2 days has been so exaggerated that it could rival a novel, as if a little sparrow had suddenly transformed into a phoenix. She went from being an ugly duckling to a girl as graceful as a swan. She often watched those domineering CEO novels and dramas, thinking they were too exaggerated. How could a CEO be so foolish, with so many rich and beautiful women chasing after him, and still fall for a common girl? She never expected that such things could actually happen in real life, and it would happen to her. Just now, lying on the sofa on the second level of the yacht, she saw the fiery gaze in the young man's eyes. If it weren't for someone nearby, she would have wanted to get a little closer to him. Having just unlocked a new life, whenever Chen Yue thought of him, her heart couldn't help but recall some wonderful things. It turned out that what was said online about feeling good was indeed true. Jiang Yuan had already taken care of all the yacht arrangements and experienced its functions, but he felt a bit lacking in enthusiasm. Today, they had a third wheel, which made their experience lack a lot of intimacy. This Susan, whether intentionally or not, kept following them around to assist, which prevented Jiang Yuan from teasing Chen Yue and made deeper communication impossible. When he watched The Wolf of Wall Street back in the day, the extravagant parties on yachts left a deep impression on him. To be honest, he also wanted something like that. Jiang Yuan felt like just a nouveau riche, living a lavish life day by day, seizing the moment while the flowers bloom, lest he wait until there are no flowers left to pick. Let's go, let's take a stroll. Leaving the dock, Jiang Yuan decided to take Chen Yue for a makeover. It was very close to the most prosperous center of Xincheng, where the International Finance Center was a gathering place for luxury goods. Chen Yue had secretly been here before, but each time she wore a mask, afraid to let anyone see her true self. This was her first time confidently walking into this mall without a mask, no longer hiding. Welcome to LV, sir and madam. Chen Yue was carrying the latest LV bag, but her outfit still fell a bit short in matching. Jiang Yuan wanted to make her even better. As the saying goes, a girl who has ridden in a Porsche will feel that a 100,000 yuan car is unworthy of her. Now, taking Chen Yue to enjoy these finer things, he hoped to elevate her taste so that she wouldn't be easily swayed by others in the future. There's a saying online, if you want to pursue an innocent girl who hasn't experienced much, take her to experience the world's splendor. Get her a few sets of the latest seasonal clothes. Okay, sir. The female sales assistant immediately responded sweetly, leading the two of them inside. In such a luxury store, they wouldn't encounter any embarrassing situations. Jiang Yuan's own outfit, especially the watch on his wrist, made the sales assistant's eyes light up. Chen Yue tried on several outfits, and they suited her more and more, as if everyone looked different now. Clothes make the man, and well-fitted, tailored clothing, combined with quality materials and cuts, can instantly enhance a girl's charm. Wrap up those outfits I just tried on. Without waiting for Chen Yue to decide, Jiang Yuan waved his hand, instructing the sales assistant to pack them up. When Chen Yue tried on the clothes, she secretly glanced at the tags, which were mostly 5-digit prices. This was the first time a man had bought her clothes, and looking at Jiang Yuan's handsome figure, she felt deeply moved. In her life, apart from her parents, no one had ever treated her this well. Don't look, I know I'm handsome. You're about to drool. Jiang Yuan chuckled at the dazed look on Chen Yue's face. Embarrassed, she wiped her mouth and realized she had been tricked, shyly hugging Jiang Yuan's arm and acting cute. Feeling the surging waves of thunder, Jiang Yuan was in a great mood. After browsing several stores, he bought Chen Yue a lot of clothes from head to toe, inside and out. He even took her to Victoria's Secret to buy some sexy outfits, and as Chen Yue watched Jiang Yuan pick out lingerie for her face turned so red that she almost buried her head in his arms. Jiang Yuan already knew her size while choosing, directly telling the sales assistant what size he needed. After shopping for half a day, both of them were hungry, which finally stopped their shopping spree. Jiang Yuan's body had been significantly enhanced by 2 pills, and he had no problem going several times in one night. Shopping was a piece of cake for him. With bags in hand, the two headed to their next destination. Jiang Yuan wanted to take Chen Yue to Jiuyan for a meal, to let her experience some private cuisine. He still hadn't grown tired of it and wanted to go more often. Although it was already peak dinner time, and they might have to queue elsewhere, at Jiuyan, he didn't have to worry. That large private room would be reserved for him, and a phone call would sort it out. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Jiuyan. You go in first and say Mr. Jiang reserved a table. I'll go park the car. Okay, brother. Chen Yue obediently got out of the car. Carrying the bag Jiang Yuan had given her, her steps felt much lighter, and a smile was always on her face. The parking lot was several dozen meters from the entrance, and before Chen Yue reached the door, she heard a voice calling her. Chen Yue? She turned around and saw someone she really disliked. A young couple quickly approached her. Oh, it's really you. Are you working here? The man's voice was filled with surprise, as he noticed that Chen Yue had suddenly become beautiful. Without her acne, her face was stunning, far more attractive than the woman beside him. Chen Yue frowned, not wanting to engage with him at all. Li Chen, what do you want? Darling, who is this? The woman beside him asked jealously, feeling cautious about the hot figure in front of her, sensing that her boyfriend might be falling for her. Ah, darling, this is my college classmate, just saying hello. Oh, what's there to say? She's just working here. Talking to her is beneath you. Only then did Chen Yue realize that the woman next to Li Chen could almost be his mother. Damn, this is too much. How can this be? She couldn't help but feel relieved that she hadn't agreed to Li Chen's further pursuit back in school. He had pursued her then, and she almost fell for him. The thought of being with that person made her feel disgusted, as if she couldn't live with herself. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. She had held her ground back then and hadn't been violated by him. Li Chen nodded, although Chen Yue looked good now. Having money was the hard truth. His girlfriend, although older, treated him well, just buying him a Porsche Cayenne as a reward. What was wrong with working hard for 20 fewer years? Having an older girlfriend was no big deal. As long as he got Chen Yue's contact information, he could sneak out for a little fun later. Darling, let's go. It's more important to have dinner with you. Thinking of the Porsche he just mentioned, Li Chen quickly returned to reality. He reached out to hold the hand of the woman beside him. No, his girlfriend's jade-like hand. He had to treat his girlfriend like a treasure at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return to the big villa tonight or drive that Porsche. What's this little sister's name? Let's have her serve us later. The woman glanced at Chen Yue flirtatiously and teased Li Chen beside her. Her name is Chen Yue, let's call her to serve us when we go in. Li Chen felt secretly pleased. This old baby was just as I thought, perfectly in line with my wishes, and he quickly went along with it. Moreover, there was no need to watch this old baby eat alone. Next to him was the delicate and sexy Chen Yue serving, which made the meal feel much better. At least he could eat several bowls. As they just walked in, they were stopped by the waiter at the door. Excuse me, do you have a reservation? Yes, for 6:30. Oh, I'm sorry, but it's not time yet. You'll need to wait a bit longer. Hearing that they had to wait, the two continued to tease Chen Yue, who was standing aside waiting for Jiang Yuan. Just now, Jiang Yuan had asked her to go in first, but Chen Yue wanted to wait here for Jiang Yuan's arrival. She wanted this couple to know how excellent her man was. Little sister, how much do you earn working here all day? Why not come to my sister's company? You could earn 500 a day, and a monthly income of over 10,000 is not a dream. Li Chen was getting happier. This old baby was so understanding today, expressing all his thoughts for him. If the old baby could recruit Chen Yue to her company, he would have even more opportunities, and he couldn't help but want to give the old baby a good kiss to thank her. Chen Yue, your opportunity has come. My girlfriend's company is really good. He quickly started to persuade her. What are you doing here? Why aren't you going in? A male voice came, and Li Chen and his old baby turned to look. Seeing Jiang Yuan approaching, the old baby's eyes lit up. His aura was much better than Li Chen's beside him. Jiang Yuan's appearance was proper, much more comfortable to look at than Li Chen's effeminate style. Hey, are you working here too? The old baby directly asked the approaching Jiang Yuan. Ah, yes, are you here to eat? Welcome. Jiang Yuan nodded. After all, he had shares in this restaurant, so he was essentially working here too. He smiled and greeted them, welcoming them to dine. All who came were customers. Are you interested in joining me? I promise to buy you a Maserati in a year. The old baby smiled at Jiang Yuan. Was this a direct olive branch? Well, maybe it was an old man's offer. Huh, what was going on? Jiang Yuan looked at Chen Yue, who was secretly laughing. Dear, how can you do this? What have I done wrong? Li Chen felt a sense of crisis and immediately hugged the woman's arm, shaking it and acting cute. Although he was taller and dressed in designer clothes, compared to Jiang Yuan, he seemed to lack a lot of charm. This kind of man's confidence was overwhelming. What the hell? Just eat. No need to buy me a Maserati, but remember to pay the bill later. After saying that, he ignored the two and directly put his arm around Chen Yue's shoulder, leading her inside. It was clear to everyone that their relationship was not ordinary. Watching their backs, Li Chen's eyes flickered. While feeling fortunate, he also felt a bit angry. Damn it, the cabbage he had his eyes on was being taken by someone else. He wondered if he would have another chance in the future. Hello, President Jiang. The waiters at the door all recognized Jiang Yuan and immediately greeted him. Zhang Zhouchang had already instructed them to treat Jiang Yuan as the company's boss, so they addressed him that way. Is the private room I requested reserved? It's reserved, President Jiang. The kitchen is waiting for you to order. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Yue felt like she was walking with her back straightened. It was too funny. This idiot Li Chen was probably no match for Jiang Yuan and was still being kept. That old baby looked incredulous. After watching the two walk away, she asked the waiter at the door, did you just call him President Jiang? Yes, President Jiang is a major shareholder of our Zhouyan. Is there a problem? Not only was the old baby surprised, but Li Chen was also very surprised. Chen Yue, even if she has started to become beautiful now, how can this dog life still be so good, finding a real rich second generation? He admits that Chen Yue's looks have peaked now, and her figure seems more attractive, but this was something he wouldn't even touch when it was served to him on a platter. Now that someone else has taken it, he feels really sour inside, completely deflated. It's unreasonable, it's unreasonable. When did the change happen? Why can she find a rich second-generation boyfriend while he can only be a little man to a rich first-generation old baby? Comparing people can be deadly. Today's meal doesn't seem so delicious anymore. However, the old baby thinks differently, believing that someone like Jiang Yuan, a quality guy with his own business, is worthy of her. Can you give me your General Jiang's contact information? The waiter looked at her with disdain, thinking this old lady must be dreaming. With her appearance, how could she expect to get General Jiang's contact information? I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm just a waiter and don't have General Jiang's contact information. He decisively refused, a hint of contempt in his eyes. I'm a gold member of your restaurant. Call your manager over. I need to speak with him. I'm sorry, ma'am, the manager is busy, and even if he comes, he won't have it. Please don't disturb my work. Wait until your number is called to come in. These people really have no insight. Can't they see that General John's car is worth millions? They still want to curry favor with him, but they should look in the mirror first. Brother Jiangnan, it's so nice to meet you. I'm so glad I didn't do anything stupid. Once in the private room, Chen Yue patted her chest and looked at Jiang Yuan with affectionate eyes. What stupid thing? I told you not to get angry. Okay, go ahead. The guy outside just now was actually my ex-boyfriend from college, but don't worry, we never even held hands. Oh, then your taste back then really wasn't great. Yeah, that's right. So I'm really glad that the most precious thing was still saved for you, or I would have cried to death. Jiang Yuan nodded. That was indeed true. Take a look at the menu, order whatever you want. It's a reward for giving me the most precious thing. Seeing that Jiang Yuan wasn't angry, Chen Yue finally relaxed and secretly vowed to perform well tonight and cooperate fully. After a day of running around, they finally went to a yacht. They hadn't even seen the Koenigsegg yet. Sigh, this decadent life. Jiang Yuan felt quite busy too. After enjoying a hearty meal with Chen Yue at Zhouyan, he sent her home. They had eaten, strolled the streets, and bought things. they were both children of the rivers and lakes, knowing what was about to happen. Today was the happiest day of Chen Yui's life, the most memorable day, and she naturally knew what she should do. "Little brother, I'm going to wash up." Zhang Yuan smiled and hugged her, gently asking in her ear, "Do you want me to help you?" Chen Yui shyly shot him a glance. That suggestion was too embarrassing. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Zhang Yuan's mind wandered, and several times he thought about rushing in, but he suppressed that damn thought. Perhaps they hadn't known each other for long. Would rushing in scare her? Probably not, right? Listening to the sound of water splashing, the more he thought about it, the more worked up he became. Finally, he gritted his teeth, took off his clothes, and walked toward the bathroom. He turned the doorknob, and the door opened. Inside, the steam was rising, but there were no screams as he had imagined. "Little brother, how did you get your skin? Looks like it's gotten whiter." "Oh, really? Let me see." Chen Yui excitedly got up to find a mirror, her alluring appearance almost making Zhang Yuan. "Oh, it really is whiter. I felt like I scrubbed out a lot when I just washed my face." Chen Yui was lost in ecstasy, lovingly touching her reflection in the mirror. Now, she was so immersed in her transformation that she forgot there was someone beside her. Zhang Yuan got up to grab his phone, planning to take a break before continuing to play, and also to purchase today's group buy items. Donating 100 million for the southern flood relief, 100 yuan. This product left Zhang Yuan stunned. Even donations could be included? And discounted donations? So the share I bought is really 100 million? Damn! If it can be like this, I would be willing to donate 10 billion, even 100 billion. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard, his understanding of this system's power deepening. He quickly bought the product and logged into the search function, typing in the word donation. In the end, he was quite disappointed. It was empty inside. It seemed this product couldn't just appear and be purchased at will. What a pity. Otherwise, he would definitely donate to the country until his hands were sore. After sighing, Zhang Yuan uploaded a photo of Chen Yui to the information query function. Name, Chen Yui. Age, 23. Occupation, streamer. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 83D divided by 62 divided by 81. Overall rating, 85. Freshness, 99% favorability, 90 points. 90 points? With a perfect score of 100, Chen Yui was just 10 points away from her own favorability. My god, the change in just one day is so huge. If the perfect score is 100, does that mean there will never be any unfaithfulness in the future? Absolute 100% trust. It seems even Lin Yun's favorability towards him hasn't reached 90 points yet, and Chen Yui is actually the first to hit 90 points. Zhang Yuan became curious. What would it be like if he could really cultivate someone's favorability to 100 points? It seems he needs to treat Chen Yui a little better. To strike while the iron is hot, he stroked his chin, thinking about how to do it. Zhang Yuan returned to the bedroom and pulled Chen Yui into his arms. "Is this house you bought or rented?" "Brother, it's rented." "Is it too remote?" "I'll rent a place closer to the city center tomorrow." Chen Yui thought Zhang Yuan was complaining that the place was a bit remote and old, and quickly assured him. Slap. "What nonsense are you talking about? Tomorrow I'll take you to a place. I have another apartment there. You can live there from now on. It will be convenient for me to visit you." Although Chen Yui got slapped on the butt, tears were already welling up in her eyes. She was moved again. This man in front of her was going to give her a home. With such treatment, what more could she ask for? She must have saved the galaxy in her past life to meet someone like this. The place Chen Yui lived in was indeed a bit small and not easy to park, so he simply helped her change it. Zhang Yuan didn't have much else, but he had quite a few supercars and houses. Chen Yui was already bubbling with happiness, feeling very lucky in her life. That night, Chen Yui didn't stream and spent a sleepless night with Zhang Yuan, until they both woke up the next day at noon. After hastily eating some of the food Chen Yui made, Zhang Yuan took her to see the place he arranged for her to live. It was just a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, enough for Chen Yui to live alone, and he would only come occasionally. Chen Yui carefully looked around every corner of the room. This would be her home from now on. "You stay with me for 5 years, and after 5 years, I'll transfer this house to your name." I don't want it." Chen Yui shook her head in refusal. Why? Is it not big enough?" No. Chen Yui hugged Zhang Yuan from behind and said affectionately, "Little brother, no matter if we have a house or not, I will follow you for the rest of my life. As long as you are willing to let me follow you, that's enough." In these past few days, Zhang Yuan had already given her so much. Just those 2 pills were worth $1 million, and with all the gifts he had given her, even if she were sold, she couldn't repay him. She no longer cared about any house. She just hoped to be with this person for the rest of her life. "Silly girl, you will be my woman in the future. How could I let you suffer?" Zhang Yuan reassured her. Although it sounded like empty promises, given everything that had happened, Chen Yue had long since believed him. Thank you, I want to love you for a lifetime, to cling to you for a lifetime. When emotions ran high, it naturally became affectionate, but Jiang Yuan's phone rang. He initially wanted to ignore it, but since the house hadn't been cleaned yet, he decided to answer. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Xiao Tao, the Secretary General of the Charity Association of Xinjiang. We have received your donation of 100 million. Thank you for your concern regarding the southern flood disaster. We would like to invite you to come and present you with a donation certificate. Are you available? Hiss. Zhang Yuan inhaled sharply, glancing at the mischievous Chen Yue. Mr. Zhang, are you listening? Yes, where is the address? I will come by this afternoon. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I will send it to you shortly. We look forward to your arrival. The other party was very polite. After all, he was a big shot who donated 100 million, and they couldn't afford to be dismissive. He didn't expect that his donation would go to such an organization. He hoped the money would be used properly. Although he had only spent 100 yuan to buy it, the value of 100 million was real and existent. Now that it had been transferred to the charity's account, he had no way to retract it. It would be great if he could designate who to donate to, Zhang Yuan thought randomly. Mainly, the reputation of that previous organization was quite tarnished. Under the guise of a public institution, they were actually just gathering wealth to support idlers, a bunch of fat rats. Who knows how much of the money donated to them would actually be used effectively, with layers of skimming. However, this incident reminded Jiang Yuan that he had been so immersed in his newfound happiness that he had forgotten he should also do more good deeds. The assets he had now could last his family a lifetime. He should indeed do more meaningful things that contribute to society and benefit himself. Even if he wanted to chase women, he didn't need to spend much money. Women shouldn't be about quantity but quality, and he also needed to win their favor. As for men, if they don't smoke or drink, their interests will shift to different places, like women, fishing, or motorcycles. Perhaps women were Jiang Yuan's greatest hobby now, a lifelong hobby. Power was something that had nothing to do with him. At such a critical moment, how could I think randomly? Chen Yue's playful demands pulled Jiang Yuan back to reality. Although this girl was inexperienced, she was proactive and eager to learn. If he hadn't received her rose and had the system confirm it, Jiang Yuan would have thought she was an experienced woman. After a long while, Chen Yue moved her sore limbs and collapsed beside Jiang Yuan. However, she still struggled to take out a tissue from her bag to wipe her sweat, then attended to Jiang Yuan before sitting back beside him. You little fairy, are you not going to let me rest? This is the home you gave me. I want its first day to be filled with memories, filled with your scent and your traces. Her reasons were so well crafted. One couldn't blame the king for not attending court when faced with such a beautiful woman. Even Jiang Yuan felt he should repay her kindness once more, otherwise, he would feel guilty towards this affectionate girl. Holding Chen Yue, having experienced her beauty, Jiang Yuan decided that from now on, quality would be his top priority. Only 100% freshness was worth his significant investment. Wasn't the funding provided by the system still money? Why spend it on some faded flowers and wilting willows? With money, of course, one should enjoy the best, the finest. Women too, if you're going to pursue the best, the most beautiful. In just a moment, Jiang Yuan's thoughts were greatly influenced by the donation matter. No, the culprit was Chen Yue, who had changed Jiang Yuan's perspective. Perhaps this was the impact of a girl whose favorability had reached 90 points. Anyway, Jiang Yuan felt there was nothing wrong with this approach. It was mutual. I give, you give, and together we live a wonderful life. That's the principle. As for morality, that was irrelevant. After all, I believe I am kind. How could I bear not to give a home to the girl who likes me? How could I bear not to provide her with a good life? Life and death are in the hands of fate. Live in the moment, enjoy to the fullest, indulge freely. I have things to do this afternoon. You can handle the house yourself. Arrange it however you like, as long as you enjoy it. Jiang Yuan played with the D-ray beside him, which had just exploded, and now he wasn't worried about it bursting again. This couldn't be blamed on Jiang Yuan. After all, even a sage could be attracted by the suddenness before him. Brother, are you leaving everything to me? With a soft pop, Chen Yue couldn't help but feel shy. Why did her little brother always like to tease her? You will be the owner of this house. Who else would I give it to? Do you want to slack off on this? No, I'm just afraid I'm still dreaming. Afraid that if I enjoy it too much, I'll wake up. Chen Yue felt a bit anxious. Alright, here's the key. Don't overthink it anymore. I have things to do later. You can go back by yourself tonight. Okay, brother, then I'll stay a little longer. Jiang Yuan left first, leaving Chen Yue to arrange things in the new house. He drove the Wolf's Son, first stopping at the nearest gas station to refuel. Then he navigated to the office of the Charity Association. The place wasn't far, it was still in the city center. Half an hour later, he arrived downstairs. Seeing his car approach, the security guard didn't even ask and directly let him through. Zhang Yuan called the Secretary General to inform him of his arrival, and the other party immediately came out to greet him. Soon, a middle-aged man approached him, dressed in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses, looking quite like a cadre. He didn't know if this unit was a public institution or state-owned. As the Secretary General of the Xinjiang Charity Association, Xiao Tao had seen many entrepreneurs and rich second-generation individuals in Xinjiang. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan sitting in the car for the first time, he felt he still didn't quite understand him. He didn't dig deep into Zhang Yuan's family's information, he just checked the city's business system since they had invited him, naturally wanting to know a bit. To donate 100 million, one basically had to be from a company worth billions, and there were only about 100 such companies in Xinjiang, all of whom were well known. There was indeed a big boss with the surname Jiang. Could he be a relative? Secretary Xiao stepped forward and warmly asked, "Are you Mr. Jiang?" "Yes, I am Zhang Yuan." The system used his real name for the donation. It couldn't be fake. "Mr. Jiang is truly young and promising. It's admirable." No, I'm just a bit capable and want to contribute to society." "Is Mr. Jiang a family member of General Jiang Nanxia?" "Jiang Nanxia? Who is that?" Zhang Yuan was puzzled by the question. He didn't have any relatives by that name. "Oh, I must have made a mistake. Please, Mr. Jiang, come in." Secretary Xiao misjudged the situation and quickly changed the subject, inviting Zhang Yuan to go inside. The process was quite simple. After verifying his identity, they presented him with a gold-embossed donation certificate. This was to have Zhang Yuan and Secretary Xiao hold the certificate for a photo op, which would be used for publicity. The certificate read, "Mr. Zhang Yuan donates 100 million renminbi to the Shanghai Charity Association for the Southern Flood Relief Project. This certificate is issued with gratitude by the Shanghai Charity Association, stamped with the association's large red seal. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your generosity. I wonder if you have time tonight for us to prepare some drinks to express our gratitude to you." No need, I'm driving, so I can't." Zhang Yuan refused directly without a second thought. Eating with them was not only uninteresting, but also contradictory since the money came from the funding base. After receiving the certificate, Zhang Yuan slipped away. Shanghai, Koenigsegg Greater China Center. After leaving the charity association, Zhang Yuan drove straight here. This was the agreed place to pick up his car, but he had been too busy these past few days to collect his beloved vehicle. At this moment, in the office on the second floor of the Koenigsegg Center located in a bustling area of the city, a foreigner was skillfully speaking Chinese to a woman. "Cecilia, when did Mr. Zhang say he would come to pick up the car?" "Mike, I've been calling him every day, but Mr. Zhang just won't clarify. I don't know when he wants to pick it up. He keeps saying he's busy." "Strange, the car has arrived, and he's not in a hurry? Is our Koenigsegg not attractive enough to impress this client?" The foreigner named Mike was the president of the Greater China Center, responsible for customer relations, vehicle sales, handovers, and after-sales service in the entire Greater China region. Cecilia was the service manager at the Koenigsegg Center, serving Koenigsegg owners. "It can't be. This is the first car we've delivered in Greater China." Being the owner of the first car is quite prestigious. Several days had passed without the main client showing up, making them start to wonder. Just then, Cecilia's phone rang. She picked it up and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Mike, he contacted me. That client reached out to me. Ha, he finally came. The foreigner couldn't help but feel delighted. Cecilia answered the call, happily asking, "Mr. Zhang, do you have time to come pick up the car today?" "Yes, I'm here, right at your company's entrance. Please wait a moment. I'll come out to greet you right now." After hanging up, the foreigner and Cecilia rushed downstairs. As they exited the store, they were immediately drawn to the modern sports car. As staff of a high-end supercar brand, they naturally recognized the world's top supercars. No wonder the owner had a nonchalant attitude towards the Koenigsegg. Driving a Lykan Hypersport was enough to buy 2 or 3 Koenigseggs, significantly diminishing its allure. While they were astonished watching the Lykan, the car door opened, and a young, handsome man stepped out, wearing sunglasses and exuding charisma. "Mr. Zhang, hello. We are so glad to have you here." Cecilia rushed over to greet him enthusiastically as he opened the car door. "Are you the manager who contacted me?" Zhang Yuan looked at the woman in front of him, her uniform fitting perfectly, a deep blue suit, long black stockings, and a delicate face. She clearly represented the ideal image and temperament required in resumes. Yes, I'm Cecilia, your dedicated service manager." "What did you say?" Zhang Yuan couldn't understand what she was saying. "Cecilia? Mr. Zhang, my name is Lin Xiaoyan. I'm very pleased to serve you. In these foreign companies, many people would give themselves a foreign name, always introducing themselves as Lucy, Lily, Rebecca, Monica. Mr. John, this is Mike, the president of Koenigsegg Greater China. He is also very happy to welcome you. Lin Xiaoyan quickly introduced her boss to Zhang Yuan, who was standing there awkwardly. If she didn't introduce him soon, his salary would be docked. Hello, Mr. John, welcome. We've been waiting for you for many days, and finally, we meet. To his surprise, the foreigner spoke Chinese so well, greeting Zhang Yuan fluently. They had previously wanted to establish customer information but found they didn't know Zhang Yuan's specific details at all, and they couldn't get any information in Xinjiang either. The car delivery ceremony was quite simple. They just needed to verify the contract and the owner's identity. Finally, they could deliver the car, and the operations center let out a sigh of relief. Can you drive? Zhang Yuan asked the service manager Lin Xiaoyan beside him. Sir, I have a driver's license, I can drive. Oh, then can you help me drive this Koenigsegg home? Me? Lin Xiaoyan asked in surprise, not expecting to have such an opportunity. Well, you should be somewhat familiar with Koenigsegg sports cars, help me drive it home. I don't feel comfortable calling a chauffeur. Lin Xiaoyan was a bit flustered. Zhang Yuan, the wolf's son, certainly wouldn't let her drive, and he couldn't just send the wolf's son home and then come back to drive the Koenigsegg himself. It's fine, just drive slowly. Zhang Yuan comforted her, seeing her nervousness. Giving the first drive of this Koenigsegg to this beautiful woman wasn't a loss, so he let her have it. As for other men, forget it, Zhang Yuan's sports car was only for himself and beautiful women. Chen Liyan, that dog's son, might not even have a chance, let alone that Mike. He had just test-driven for a few minutes, so it should count as having warmed up the car. He handed the keys to Lin Xiaoyan, asking her to navigate to Junting Villa, while he got into his wolf's son, started the engine, and waited. Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath and, under the envious gazes of her colleagues, got into the Koenigsegg and started the car. With a roar of the sports car, Zhang Yuan took the lead. Back at Junting, after waiting for a while, Lin Xiaoyan finally drove the Koenigsegg back. At first, she was terrified, but later, listening to the engine's roar, she seemed to find a thrill, finally understanding why men loved supercars. Thank you, you worked hard. Zhang Yuan transferred 5,000 yuan to her WeChat as a chauffeur fee. Mr. Zhang, I can't accept this, serving you is what I should do, this isn't right. Look, your stockings are already snagged, just consider it compensation for a pair of stockings. Zhang Yuan's eyes were sharp, noticing even that, causing Lin Xiaoyan to blush and hurriedly check. On her calf, there was indeed a snag. How could this happen? It was so embarrassing. After calling a cab for Lin Xiaoyan and watching her leave, Zhang Yuan uploaded her photo into the system for information retrieval. He was quite curious about such a high-quality girl. Name, Lin Xiaoyan. Age, 26. Occupation, company employee. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Measurements, 80b divided by 61 divided by 83. Overall rating, 82. Freshness, 97% favorability, 40. No wonder she looked so good. Indeed, the ratings were high. Zhang Yuan thought that anyone above 80 points was already a beauty. With a freshness of 97%, well, he couldn't say she was bad, but she was no longer his target. However, those legs were indeed long. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled those long legs. A beauty with a 40-point favorability is still quite easy to develop into actual interactions. With so much favorability, it's already considerable. Just having a meal together would probably set the mood just right. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a while and decided to leave it at that for now. Xiao Yuan, why did you buy another car? As soon as he returned home, he was met with criticism. Zhang Yuan's mother couldn't help but start lecturing him. There were already so many cars in the garage, and this kid was buying cars every day. A car isn't like a cabbage, it costs at least several $100,000. Wouldn't it be better to save the money? Zhang Yuan awkwardly touched his nose, unsure how to explain to his mother that this car didn't cost anything. It was practically like a cabbage, almost like it was given to him. He felt a headache coming on. Mom, I have a company that sells cars. I'm just taking this one for a spin to test it out. It's no big deal. You're already using it. How are you going to sell it? How can a second-hand car still be worth anything? Do you really think I don't understand? Great, this excuse didn't convince her, so he shouldn't have tried to explain. Mom, I have money. How about I transfer 10 million to your card first, and you can save it for me? That way, if my business fails in the future, you'll have our family's living expenses saved up, and we won't have to worry. This suggestion shifted his mother's attention. She was mainly worried that her child couldn't manage money and would squander it all. Having come from tough times, even though they had been in the city for a while, her frugal mindset hadn't changed. Naturally, she was concerned that her child might change. After all, nothing lasts forever. After being lectured for a long time, Jang Yuan finally transferred 10 million in cash to his mother's card, which made things much more peaceful. He knew his mother wasn't after his money, it was just a typical parental mindset, very normal. However, he realized that he couldn't bring up the car again, especially not at the villa. He would have to find another place. The parking spots at Tangchen were limited, so it seemed he would have to find another villa to park the car. He certainly couldn't just go buy one himself, that would be too much of a loss. After dinner, he lay down to rest in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. His phone was buzzing with WeChat messages, many people were trying to reach him. In the past, he wouldn't have cared about WeChat for half a day, but now the messages had piled up to 99 plus. Han Ruochu, brother, when are you coming to see me? I've been waiting for you, and my heart feels so empty. Do you not want me anymore? Shi Yao, I really miss you. Little rabbit, big brother, can I dance for you? Yang Yu, big brother, didn't you say I could come to the city to find you? Why are you ignoring me again? Who is this? Zhang Yuan scrolled up to check the chat history and remembered that this was a small streamer he had previously invited to come to the city for a visit. Of course, everyone knew what they would be doing when meeting the top supporter. At that time, Zhang Yuan had been quite thirsty, and after eating so much good meat recently, he had forgotten about her. This girl seemed to have a score of 75. With some beautification, she was indeed passable. As for the gifts he had sent them on Douyin, he hadn't lost anything and even got some cash back. Now whether he wanted to pursue this further was another matter. Since that time Zhang Yuan had favored the small streamer named Zhang Yu, she had already fallen in love with that feeling. Suddenly, a big shot came into her live stream and showered her with tens of thousands of gifts. The impact made her feel incredibly happy, reaching a peak in her life. Moreover, she felt that her looks and figure were decent, so she naturally wanted to seize the opportunity with the big shot. Regardless of where he was, she wanted to elope with him. However, since she had actively sent out the invitation, although the big shot had agreed, he hadn't given a clear time. Recently, the big shot hadn't even visited her livestream on Douyin, which made her anxious. As for the unspoken rules, she understood and was willing, but the big shot wasn't giving her a chance. Every time the big shot logs into her Douyin account, her eager eyes can hardly contain themselves, but after waiting dumbly, he never comes back. She thought of many possibilities but couldn't figure out why he suddenly didn't stay. Could it be because she was flirting with someone else during the live stream? Or was it because her dancing was too suggestive? For her future, she had to muster the courage to reach out again. After all, opportunities must be fought for. Isn't it all about those things between the top supporter and the streamer? As long as she was willing, it didn't count as anything happening if both parties were willing. I'm not ignoring you, I've just been a bit busy lately and forgot about this. Brother, you're so busy. Is it because of too many business deals? Don't work too hard, I would feel sorry for you. Zhang Yuan smiled. The little streamer being cute was quite amusing. Only someone like him could receive their concern, otherwise, it would be stay far away. Let me ask you something. If you answer correctly, I'll let you come over. Sure, brother, ask away. I will tell you everything. Yang Yu thought the top supporter was going to ask those private questions, like her measurements, and she had even prepared photos to send immediately. When was that last time? Yang Yu was shocked by this question on the screen. Brother, isn't that too private? How am I supposed to prove that? Is this a hint? She occasionally flirted a bit, but she still had principles and wouldn't easily agree. After thinking for a moment, she replied, just in case there was still a chance. About a year ago, brother. I'm clean, I can go for a checkup. Anyway, she had already come to terms with the idea of spending a night with the top supporter, so there was nothing to hide. How many have you had before? 3, I dated in college, and then 1 last year. Zhang Yuan didn't know why he had this morbid curiosity to pry into someone else's privacy. Logically, he shouldn't be interested in a small streamer who didn't score above 80. Of course, Zhang Yuan knew these people approached him for a reason, mainly to get him to send gifts and become the top supporter, which was normal. You didn't elope with your manager, did you? What are you talking about, brother? I stream by myself. I even have a company. Where would a manager come from? Yang Yu hurriedly denied it. Many streamers would dangle the top supporter while driving with their managers. The brother hadn't tasted anything yet, while the manager had already gotten familiar with the ride. After chatting for a while, he almost stripped her of her underwear, learning everything about her, and the girl even took the initiative to show him her photos, wearing even less than before, highlighting her advantages. In the end, Zhang Yuan agreed to let her come to Xinjiang, and whether they would sleep together would be decided later. It was just a seasoning for life, occasionally needing different flavors. Zhang Yuan finalized the date with Yang Yu and casually browsed Douyin. In this short video era, these apps had infiltrated the lives of ordinary people, with many spending time on them daily. treating them as a form of entertainment, watching live streams, short dramas, educational content. All kinds of videos were available. After watching some live streams, if he enjoyed it, he would casually send a gift, which had become Zhang Yuan's habit. His small gesture could make those streamers happy for a long time, desperately thanking him on camera, sending hearts to their beloved brother, providing a kind of emotional value. In fact, Zhang Yuan didn't even realize that he had already caught the attention of many MCN companies. His presence was like a god of wealth to them. MCN companies signed so many streamers, hoping for the appearance of such a wealthy supporter, as only a wealthy supporter would be willing to invest a large amount in gifts for streamers. As for those fans, even if millions were combined, they might not match the amount a wealthy supporter would give. 1818 MCN. Zhang Yuan's words made the two feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Playing games with the big shots was too much pressure. Usually, they could interact a lot while streaming Manhwa, but now they didn't dare to be so bold. Brother, we just learned a dance called Gusu Gusua. How about we show it to you? As soon as the two finished speaking, the live stream exploded. Brothers, get ready, the big goods are coming. Already in position. Haha, today was worth it. This live stream is going to earn. Zhang Yuan still didn't know what was happening, nor did she know what Gusu Gusua was. Brother, we're going to change our clothes, wait a moment. At this moment, saying even one more word would give those wolves in the live stream endless space for wild imagination. 2 minutes later, the ice-clear twins returned, instantly dazzling everyone. One in black stockings, one in white, those long legs were deadly. Skirting the edge? Why not skirt the edge? If you don't skirt the edge, who would watch you dance? Yes, the online world is that vulgar. As long as you don't break the law, it's fine. Wandering on the moral edge is also a constant test. Zhang Yuan's heart warmed up, and she immediately started sending gifts. Just this black and white duo was worth at least 100 Manhwa. Let's go! Gusua Gusua. The background music started, and the ice-clear twins began to sway slowly in front of the screen. So cute, so cute. In just half a minute, it stirred people's hearts. This BGM, these girls, this figure. Ha ha ha, who can blame the king for not attending court? After they finished dancing, Zhang Yuan directly sent another 100 Manhwa, which could be considered one of the most valuable dances on Douyin. 200 Manhwa, 1 for 3,000, 600,000 in 30 seconds. Crazy, crazy, this is the domineering CEO. Admired, admired, this is the godly rich. Manhwa filled the sky, accompanied by the black and white beauties. It was simply a feast on earth. Love it, this is the godly rich mode. Can I still make it to Southeast Asia? Probably still have time to be reborn. Many in the live stream were envious. In just a few minutes, they received hundreds of thousands in tips. Why had they never encountered such luck? Working hard for a month only earned them a few thousand. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, love you. The twin sisters made heart signs to the camera, their smiles like flowers, their red lips slightly parted, not knowing how many otaku hearts they had captured. Unfortunately, their hearts could only be attracted to one person, and it had nothing to do with them. They were just spectators, able to fantasize infinitely. Zhang Yuan glanced at her private messages, which were filled with 99 plus notifications, most of them self-introductions. This was quite normal. In this bustling world, everyone was after profit. Interacting with a godly rich person could earn more than years of hard work, both physically and mentally refreshing. How joyful. Anyway, it was worth a try to flirt. Who knew if the godly rich would suddenly take a liking to her? Luck could be that good. Zhang Yuan didn't have time to read so many private messages, but she didn't want to turn them off either. This was a little bit of pride, a sense of achievement for a man. During this time, she had enjoyed quite a bit, and her heart had begun to pursue beauty. It wasn't that kind of desperate rush at the sight of one. She could appreciate and flirt, but if it came to getting serious, she had to go through her information screening and see the person in real life. Although the system had given her a score, this was the first step in confirming the elements for a date. There were thousands of online beauties, with beauty filters accounting for a large part. Only those judged by the system to have at least 80 points were considered stunning beauties. Of course, there weren't that many stunning beauties in the world. Most people were just ordinary, and managing one's figure well was already quite excellent. So Zhang Yuan felt that sometimes when she encountered someone with a really good figure, not the kind that relied on padding, she could slightly lower the score. 75 points was also acceptable. As for whether it's a case of taking advantage of others, if the looks are pleasing to the eye, then perhaps it requires some unconventional methods to verify, such as whether they should send a no-makeup photo for personal appraisal before adding as friends. How can a living person be suffocated by urine? The higher the magic, the higher the path. These methods are all conceived by humans. In WeChat, Zhou Xiaotuan also sent a message. Brother, why haven't you contacted me for several days? Do you not like me anymore? Boo-hoo? It might be true that they hadn't been in touch for several days. He had been busy conquering Qinyue and hadn't sought out anyone else, especially after seeing himself giving gifts to others without watching her livestream. She must be feeling jealous. In fact, Zhang Yuan's feelings for Zhou Xiaoduan have become quite ordinary. After having been with her, the initial excitement has faded. After all, he has encountered other girls of the same quality, but 100% more appealing, which makes him want to treat them better. Like Su Qingwan, the twins, Yang Yifei. Yang Yifei, that one seems extremely difficult. A big star, a bit cold, they probably haven't had much interaction. He had approached her for a task before, and they haven't been in touch recently, so she probably has forgotten about him. For the wealthy, they have little desire for ordinary people, but if it's about sleeping with a star, that can still be quite thrilling. Just like the chaebols from Korea, they create stars for their own amusement, which is a kind of life pleasure. If he could ever reduce Yang Yifei's 100% appeal, that would surely be a great joy in life. Digressing. Recently, there have been a lot of things at the company. I've been a bit busy, but I'll come to see you in a few days. Brother, you can come see me at night too. I just learned a massage technique that can help you relax. You shouldn't work too hard. Hey, this woman has already learned to actively acquire skills to impress. A child worth teaching. Anyway, Zhou Xiaoduan has already been lured to Xinjiang by him. With a house invested, she shouldn't run away, right? Don't women just like that sense of security? With a house provided, money given, and occasionally satisfying their hollow bodies and souls, that should be enough to provide security, right? If that doesn't work, then such a woman can only go to hell and sit on a wooden donkey. Except for those who want to monopolize the marriage certificate, that's another extreme. Not bad, worth rewarding. I'll take you shopping in a couple of days. Okay, Django, I bought a few outfits just for you. You have to come quickly. After sending the message, a few pictures came through. It was a bit exhilarating, making Ji Yang Yifei is the system's biological daughter, right? Why does she always need help? Zhang Yuan was also speechless. There were no tasks, just a continuous solo mission. The system must have a secret relationship with Yang Yifei. Definitely. A punishment for one failure is really excessive. Clearly, you want to save her but insist on dragging me along. Forget it, everything is brought on by the system, so I might as well go along with it. I wonder if after helping Yang Yifei twice, she would be so moved that she would offer herself? With her personality, she probably wouldn't, right? Just when I had the thought of wanting to get closer to Yang Yifei, the system assigned a task. I wonder if it's helping myself. Previously, helping Yang Yifei earned me 51% shares of a company. I wonder what the reward will be this time? A mysterious reward, full of anticipation. Actually, what the reward is doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm just a helpful person. I enjoy assisting these girls. Zhang Yuan carefully studied the time, place, cause, process, and result of this time-limited task. In fact, completing the task is quite simple. As long as Yang Yifei is taken away, nothing should happen tomorrow, right? However, it's already late at night, and it's definitely impossible to make an appointment now. I must go to her house early tomorrow morning to block her door, preventing Yang Yifei from going to the set. This is the simplest method Zhang Yuan could think of. But a girl as aloof as Yang Yifei probably wouldn't listen to him. Should he use some tricks to forcibly take her away? Are you free tomorrow? After thinking for a moment, he sent Yang Yifei a message on WeChat, trying to flirt a bit to see if she was awake. If she's not home, he would have made a wasted trip and would have to go to the set again, so he might as well remind her. Logically, the colder a girl is, the more she should be a homebody, and she shouldn't be sleeping outside, especially since Haijiu's film city isn't far from the city center. Is there something? As expected, she replied quickly, still somewhat cold. Why is this woman always so lacking in enthusiasm when she speaks? I wonder what she would look like if she changed her demeanor. Thinking about the photos of Zhou Xiaoduan he just saw, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but fantasize. I'd like to invite you to dinner tomorrow. I wonder if you have time. Sorry, I have to go shoot tomorrow. Damn, she rejected him outright. At that moment, Yang Yifei was lying in bed with a face mask on. Seeing Zhang Yuan's WeChat message, she was a bit surprised and a bit pleased. They had known each other for quite a while, and if it were any other man, he would have already started fawning over her the next day. She was surrounded by those kinds of men. Last time, she was the one who took the initiative to invite him to dinner to express her gratitude, and this man never took the initiative, so she was quite curious. Am I not attractive to him? Women are probably like this. They find the persistent ones annoying but are somewhat interested in those who ignore them. However, given Yang Yifei's personality, even if she was curious, she wouldn't take the initiative to express it or reach out to that person. Can I come to the set to visit? I'm quite curious about how you shoot. Zhang Yuan edited a message, ready to send it. Wait until I finish shooting, and I'll treat you. Yang Yifei had already sent a message first, realizing that her previous response was too cold. For someone who had helped her, it seemed a bit excessive, so she immediately added a line. Hey, there's a chance. But dinner is another matter, he still needed to inquire. Zhang Yuan sent the message, immediately stirring Yang Yifei's heart. What is he trying to do? Is he coming to find me? Visiting the actors on set isn't a small matter. If it's not handled well, it could lead to rumors. That doesn't seem good, right? Will he pursue me while on set? What should I do? Should I refuse? Zhang Yuan waited for a long time without a response, so he could only entertain himself and hurried to buy the group purchase items for today. Douyin shares 0.1%, 299 yuan. Wow, such a good deal. Douyin is so popular now. I heard its market value could reach trillions. The price of 299 is equivalent to a value of 300 million, and now the mall's valuation is only 300 billion. This is something to get involved in. It might multiply several times, and then the shareholders' dividends will be substantial. Today's product is just this one item. After the mall upgrade, the value of this product has increased, but the quantity is uncertain, sometimes one piece, sometimes two, depending on the mall's mood. However, this also excites Zhang Yuan. The main thing is that with Douyin shares, there will be more in the future, and by then, having a higher stake will benefit all the companies under him, like the media company. These Douyin shares feel much more useful to him than Alibaba shares. Today is indeed a good day. While Zhang Yuan was overjoyed, Yang Yifei, after some hesitation, sent him a message. Do you really want to go? Yes, I'm quite curious. I've never seen it before. I don't know how you all do it in this industry. Yang Yifei was a bit confused. Zhang Yuan can drive a supercar. He looks like a rich second generation. How could he not know about this industry? After all, the entertainment circle is where the most beautiful women gather. Any man with a lustful heart should have some thoughts about certain female stars. She had naturally seen it too, that so-and-so was dating some rich second generation, and that so-and-so often had rich second generations visiting the set, and then they would go out to play. So she thought Zhang Yuan wanting to visit the set might mean he wanted to flirt with her, and she was conflicted for a while. However, after Zhang Yuan helped her last time, she had a pretty good impression of him and didn't mind having a meal with him. After all, they had eaten together once. Then can you be a bit low-key when you come tomorrow? Don't be too flashy? Ha ha ha. She actually thinks I'm flashy. Didn't I just drive a supercar last time? I didn't do anything else. Is that considered flashy? I haven't even driven a wolf child or a Koenigsegg yet. By the way, I'm not going to chase you. Why would I need to be so flashy? Am I supposed to send you 999 roses? Does she mean I shouldn't drive a luxury car tomorrow? Damn, I have so many cars. Am I supposed to take a taxi to see you? That's too much. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. If it weren't for the task, he really wouldn't want to go. This woman is just too nagging. Alright, I'll try to be a bit low-key. Mei-chem, tomorrow morning I'll be at XX location in the film city. When you arrive, call this phone number 1333 x times x times x times x. After Zhang Yuan agreed, Yang Yifei really sent him some contact information. Sai, task, you better give me a good reward and compensate me well. Zhang Yuan could only comfort himself like this. Be careful while filming tomorrow. I saw in the news a few days ago that there was an explosion on a film set. It was so scary. Filming is so dangerous, it's too much. Zhang Yuan indirectly hinted at this matter, not knowing if she would take it to heart. Okay, thank you. Yang Yifei replied succinctly. So cold, I don't even know how to respond. Should I reveal everything? Does this woman have a heavy suspicion, thinking it's all arranged by me? Now it was Zhang Yuan's turn to be conflicted. He still hadn't thought of a way to stop it. If he arrives at that place tomorrow and directly goes to the set to stop it, that might not work. There are so many people there, and he's not part of the crew, so he wouldn't know how to handle it. If he sneaks into the crew, they might suspect him, so can he really stop it from that side? Obviously not. Zhang Yuan didn't think he had such ability or that kind of compassionate heart. If someone listens, it's their good fortune. If no one listens, then it's their own karma. Forget it. I should continue to think of ways to stop Yang Yifei. I have to cling to her and prevent her from going through with it. After all, this is related to my own rewards and punishments. If I can't stop it, the losses will be huge. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. A sudden alarm clock woke Zhang Yuan up. He opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Damn, it's 8:30 already." He jumped up immediately. There were only 3 hours left, and it would take an hour to get there, leaving only 2 hours. He hurriedly washed up and rushed out the door. When he got to the garage to choose a car, he initially grabbed the key to the Koenigsegg but then remembered Yang Yifei said to keep a low profile, so he switched to a black Bentley sedan. Is this low-key enough? Zhang Yuan thought he was being quite discreet, otherwise, he would have to drive her wolf's son. On the road, Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and decided to call Yang Yifei. The first time he called, no one answered. Undeterred, he called again. In the suburban film city of Xincheng, many film crews come here to shoot every day, and actors and extras are as numerous as the fish in the river, visible everywhere. The crew Yang Yifei was in was filming a patriotic drama set in the Republic of China, and today there would be a scene involving explosions and gunfights. The props had already been arranged last night, intending to finish filming while it was still cool in the morning. Yang Yifei was getting her makeup done when her little assistant ran over and handed her the phone. Fei Jia, Mr. Zhang has been calling you repeatedly. Do you want to take it? Mr. Zhang, that must be Zhang Yuan without a doubt. Yang Yifei hesitated for a moment, apologized to the makeup artist to wait a bit, and called back the missed call. He was coming over later, so she should inform him to avoid any mishaps, and then have her assistant pick him up. As soon as she dialed, it connected immediately. Jiang, Yang Yifei, listen to me. Is there an explosion scene in the film you're shooting today? How do you know? Don't worry about how I know. I need to tell you something very important. Don't shoot the scene this morning. It might be dangerous. What kind of danger? Yang Yifei was a bit confused by Zhang Yuan's words. She was just going to shoot the scene today. What could possibly happen? Listen carefully, stay far away from the explosion site today, it will be very dangerous. You decide whether or not to listen to me. What? Yang Yifei thought Zhang Yuan seemed a bit crazy, but he was well-meaning, so she thanked him. Okay, I'll be careful. Call me when you get here, and I'll have my assistant pick you up. I have to get back to work. Yang Yifei still needed to finish her makeup, which took some time, so she hung up and continued. While doing her makeup, she instructed her assistant to pick someone up. The assistant knew she had just broken up with Li Xian and was surprised that someone was pursuing her again. Indeed, the charm of their star was great. She wondered which rich young master it could be. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan could only hope that Yang Yifei would take his words to heart. If not, when he arrived at the set, he would go find the director to discuss it. At worst, he would pay them a day's loss fee. It was better than failing to complete his task. Director, is there an explosion scene in today's shoot? After finishing her makeup, Yang Yifei felt a bit uneasy and went to find the director to understand the situation. Yes, we are all ready. Don't worry, if you're afraid of the noise, you can wear earplugs. The director explained understandingly, pointing to the setup area. Director, this explosion is quite dangerous. Why don't you have someone check the props again? Faced with Yang Yifei's doubts, the director nodded to brush it off. Alright, I'll have someone check it right now. Props, go check the explosive device. Zhang Yuan said there would be an accident with the explosives, so if he had someone prevented now, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Yang Yifei thought this way, and seeing the director really calling for props to check, she felt relieved. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the film studio, another girl answered the phone, introduced herself, and immediately told him to wait in a conspicuous place. She would come out to meet him now. Yang Yifei's assistant, named Xiaoqin, looked quite sweet. When she saw Zhang Yuan, she quietly scrutinized him. He seemed quite approachable, a nice person, with a sunny appearance, but she didn't know which rich second-generation heir he was. Sister Fei has a lot of scenes today. You might have to wait a long time. It's fine, can you take me to watch from the side? I can, but you have to follow the rules. You can't talk while filming, or it will affect things. Okay, don't worry, I'll just watch and not say anything. Zhang Yuan thought he needed to find a chance to get close to the director, and if necessary, have Yang Yifei call in a stand-in to shoot a segment. Assistant Xiaoqin quietly brought Zhang Yuan into the crew, sitting far from the director, watching them film. This was Zhang Yuan's first time in a film crew, and it truly satisfied his curiosity. The directors really did have big beards, wearing duck-billed caps, holding large megaphones, and every now and then shouting "cut" to everyone. During a break, Yang Yifei walked over to Zhang Yuan, looking enchanting in her Republic-era schoolgirl outfit. You came. Yeah, I came to take a look. It's quite interesting. Do you want to act? I can ask the director to give you an audition. No thanks, I came to see you for something important. Yang Yifei had been filming for over an hour now, and there was less than an hour until the accident was supposed to happen. Zhang Yuan had to hurry to get her out of there. What is it? The thing I told you on the phone. I have a premonition that you will have a disaster today. I'm here to stop it. I've already had the director call someone to check. It's fine, you're just worrying for nothing. Yang Yifei shook her head and even started to persuade him. Oh, if you don't listen to me today, something will happen. Can you listen to me just this once? I will take responsibility for any loss you might have, okay? I have to take you away from here, otherwise, I won't feel good either. Seeing Zhang Yuan's sincerity and his anxious demeanor moved Yang Yifei a bit. Then how about I go tell the director that I won't film this scene today? Okay, hurry up. Yang Yifei felt helpless. No matter how she said it, this person wouldn't give up. Considering he was doing it for her own good, she went to try talking to the director, and if he refused, she would give up. Zhang Yuan followed Yang Yifei to the director's side, and when the director saw Yang Yifei arrive, he immediately stood up. What's wrong, Yifei? Director, I want to discuss something with you. Can we postpone the morning shoot to the afternoon? Yifei, is something wrong? Why do we need to delay? The director thought something had happened to Yang Yifei and asked with concern. Director, I feel like my state isn't quite right this morning. I'm afraid I won't perform well. How about letting everyone take a break? Yang Yifei was the female lead in this film, and her feelings were indeed quite important, so the director began to think seriously. If you're not feeling well, why don't you take a break first? I'll have the stand-in shoot some unimportant scenes for now. Wouldn't that be bad? I'm not used to using a stand-in. Yang Yifei shook her head and refused. She never used a stunt double for filming. It was bad for her reputation, and she was a professional who had always disliked using doubles. It's fine, it's just some blurry shots. You can't even tell it's a double. It's just that explosion scene. When it goes off, the flames will be so high that nothing will be clear. The director shook his head and carefully explained to Yang Yifei. Besides, this filming location is rented. If we don't hurry up and shoot, every shot will be a loss. The director's words hinted at his difficulty. The shots that Yang Yifei personally starred in could be skipped today, but he still needed her for other scenes. He respected Yang Yifei's request, but asking the entire crew to take a break was a bit unreasonable. It's okay, you can stop work for half a morning. I'll compensate you for the loss. Zhang Yuan frowned. The only way to persuade them to stop work for half a day was with money, so he started negotiating compensation. Who are you? I'm her friend. Don't worry, I'll cover the losses for the downtime. Zhang Yuan's confirmation made the director hesitate, looking at Yang Yifei with suspicion. Are you sure? Yes, director, don't worry. If he doesn't pay, I'll cover it. Yang Yifei had no choice. Since this guy had gone this far, she might as well thank him for helping her last time. Besides, the crew taking a morning off wouldn't cost that much, right? That's quite embarrassing. He nodded, rubbed his hands together, and grinned, holding up 2 fingers. Seeing the director agree and quote a price, Zhang Yuan was initially quite happy. However, that gesture left him speechless. He was surprised at how high the loss was. It seemed unreasonable. Did this script cost over 100 million? Although he had some money now, he wasn't the kind of rich second generation who was oblivious to expenses, so he couldn't help but complain. Director, that's not fair. Just delaying for a morning, and you want me to compensate 2 million? No, just 20,000 will do. The director quickly explained, realizing he had been misunderstood. He figured it was some rich kid chasing after Yang Yifei. He didn't need to be so harsh, just a little courtesy would suffice, or else he might offend someone. Yang Yifei, who was about to help speak up, felt relieved. She almost changed her impression of the director, thinking he was trying to bully her. The rental for this filming location was at most 10,000 a day, plus some labor costs. Adding another 10,000 was indeed quite reasonable. That's more like it. Since you're so easy to talk to, I'll give you 100,000. Consider it my treat for the cruise coffee. Zhang Yuan was very pleased to resolve the matter so perfectly and decided to give him a little more. Later, he could also take Yang Yifei out for coffee. He could sit back and wait for the task to be completed and get a reward, which was quite delightful. The methods he had initially thought of to stop this had unexpectedly become so easy with Yang Yifei's cooperation. Although the other party repeatedly refused, saying only 20,000 was enough, Zhang Yuan still added the director on WeChat and transferred 100,000 to him in person. Alright, you take a break too. I'll borrow her for half a day and return her to you in the afternoon. Okay, you two get busy. The director was straightforward, smiling as he let the two leave. He immediately picked up a loudspeaker and shouted to the crew. Alright, everyone, today we take a half-day break. We'll start again at 4 p.m. Watching Zhang Yuan solve the problem in such a simple and crude way, Yang Yifei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was this guy pursuing her? She couldn't help but think about it again, feeling it was somehow related. A woman's sixth sense can be strange sometimes. However, using such a childish method to bribe the director felt quite like a wealthy, reckless young master. Forget it. She hoped that what he said would turn out to be fine. Thinking it over, she decided to consider that Zhang Yuan was doing all these things to pursue her, and there was no need to blame him too much. If this person performed well, perhaps she could think about it. Alright, you got what you wanted, and I have a few hours of rest now, so let me treat you to a meal. Since he had come all this way and even created a break for her, Yang Yifei invited Zhang Yuan to eat together in a friendlier tone. Sure, I rushed over this morning and haven't had breakfast yet, so take me to find something delicious. Zhang Yuan was not polite at all. The colder a girl was, the more distant she kept, so it was better to be a bit shameless. Besides, he had come such a long way for her, so he deserved a meal as a reward. People might not be able to eat, but food could always be eaten. Okay, I'll take you to eat. Yang Yifei couldn't help but smile. This boy was quite interesting and not pretentious at all. There was still quite a bit of time before the afternoon, so they could find a better place. Sister Fei, not good, something happened. While Yang Yifei was having a meal with Zhang Yuan, this meal was much more enthusiastic than the last one, and they had things to talk about when her little assistant rushed into the private room in a panic. What happened? There was an accident on the set, there was an explosion, and the props were injured. Ah! Yang Yifei looked at Zhang Yuan in shock, her face full of disbelief. I don't know either. Zhang Yuan shrugged, genuinely confused. Let's go take a look. I'll treat you to another meal next time. Yang Yifei was a bit worried and could only ask Zhang Yuan's opinion. Alright, let's go take a look. Zhang Yuan also wanted to see the accident scene. He had clearly tried to avoid it, so how did it still happen? Was it a human problem or a material problem? When Zhang Yuan and Yang Yifei arrived at the scene, a crowd had already gathered. They could still see traces of smoke, and the site had not yet been cleared, with some debris from the explosion and a strong smell of gunpowder. When they arrived, the ambulance had also come, just in time to carry the props personnel onto the ambulance. They could see his face was covered in black and had some broken blood clots. To be honest, his face looked quite tragic. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you come to clean this up. I was just afraid it would rain today, so I asked you to check it out. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The director kept blaming himself by the ambulance, looking somewhat guilty about the props being injured. Yang Yifei's assistant inquired with the people nearby and learned about the incident. Around 11:30, the props personnel had checked the explosive tools he prepared for today, and suddenly there was an explosion. Caught off guard, he was injured in the explosion, and this was the result. Yifei, I didn't listen to you, I caused him harm. The director looked at Yang Yifei beside him, regretting it deeply. Now they were helpless. The incident had already occurred, and people were injured, especially Yang Yifei, who was very shocked. She was shocked by Zhang Yuan's prediction in the morning. If he hadn't insisted on coming to pull her away, she might have been filming. In that scene where the explosion would occur, she would have been very close, and she would have been injured like the props personnel. She couldn't even imagine what would happen if her face were injured. Her career might be interrupted. Who would like a disfigured female artist? For the company, no matter how beautiful she was before, now she would be an ugly monster, and that would have no value. Zhang Yuan also didn't know whether this was a man-made accident or a natural one. Although he was supposed to take Yang Yifei away, he still couldn't avoid the occurrence of this accident, and others were still injured. He didn't know if this could be considered as being transferred onto someone else. Director, you can't blame yourself for this. No one knows why such things happen. If I hadn't taken Yang Yifei away, she might have. The director's heart jolted. It made sense. If it weren't for this person giving him a break today, many people in the crew would have been in trouble, and he might have been sold out. He would have to compensate for the losses of so many people, and the shoot might not continue, leading to indefinite delays and further losses for the investors. Thank you. What's your name? If you hadn't taken Yifei away, she would have really been in trouble, and I would have been finished. The director felt a wave of fear. He was suddenly grateful that the main creative team was resting. He felt ashamed about the 100,000 yuan from Zhang Yuan and quickly sought an opportunity to repay him, wanting to express his gratitude properly. Due to the explosion incident, the director could only announce a day off, planning to resume shooting once the props issue was resolved. Yang Yifei and Zhang Yuan returned to her van, and she looked somewhat guilty. She wasn't sure if this incident was related to her, which left her feeling conflicted. After all, if she had insisted that the director not shoot today, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. How did you know there would be an explosion? Yang Yifei paused and asked Zhang Yuan. Her mind was filled with questions. Was this a prophecy or something else? Do you think I arranged it? I didn't think that. I'm just curious how you guessed it. Yang Yifei quickly denied her thoughts, although she had speculated that this man might be using a hero-saving beauty story to impress her, but it didn't quite add up. I can't tell you exactly how I knew, but I can say I meant no harm. I really just wanted to save you and keep you from getting hurt. Just like the last time at the hotel, I came after receiving the news. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and explained it this way to Yang Yifei. Who gave you the news? I don't know, it just came out of nowhere, like a sudden realization, and you popped into my mind. The more Zhang Yuan spoke, the more mysterious it became, and Yang Yifei didn't know how to accept such words. Anyway, I did it for your own good. I can't explain further. Now that you're fine, I'll head back. Having already been suspected, Zhang Yuan felt it was pointless to say more and chose to get out of the car. If Yang Yifei wanted to tell the police about his suspicions, there was nothing he could do. If the police came, he would just pretend it was a dream he had, hoping to talk his way out of it. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. Come back. Seeing Zhang Yuan getting angry, Yang Yifei immediately called out nervously. Zhang Yuan casually raised his hand and waved at the air as he walked towards the parking lot. Boring, boring. If it weren't for the fear of punishment, who would willingly do such things? It could easily lead to selling oneself out, which would delay his plans for a glamorous life. Yang Yifei didn't dare to get out of the car, fearing being photographed, and could only urge the driver to follow him. By the time she reached Zhang Yuan, he had already climbed into his Bentley, completely unaware of Yang Yifei following him. Zhang Yuan was sitting in the driver's seat, glancing at his phone. The random task from the group buying system showed as completed, and when he opened the details, a message popped up. Congratulations, user, for completing the task. Reward, 49% shares in Yixing Media and 10% shares in Xincheng Film City. This mysterious reward. Why are they giving shares in a film city? Is it to help him break into the entertainment industry? Isn't Xincheng Film City a state-owned enterprise? How can they give him shares? Knock, knock, knock. There was a tapping sound on the car window. Zhang Yuan looked over, unlocked the door, and Yang Yifei immediately sat in the passenger seat. Why are you here? Are you angry? I didn't mean anything by it. I was just curious. I'm grateful you came. How could I doubt you? Yang Yifei was fuming. This guy really just turned and walked away. Wasn't it normal for her to say that? Shouldn't she be allowed to think like that when faced with such a situation? Is your company called Yixing Media? Yeah, it is. Why? Well, it seems I've acquired it. What? Yang Yifei was stunned. How did her company suddenly get acquired by this guy? She had no idea at all. Did that mean Zhang Yuan was now her boss? Was her management contract transferred too? He wouldn't have bought the company just to pursue her, would he? How were they supposed to interact from now on? Should she call him boss? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Yang Yifei felt puzzled but was too shy to ask directly. There are many things you don't know. Anyway, I bought it. What? With that expression, do you not want to stay in my company? Zhang Yuan felt a bit displeased. After all, he was her lifesaver. Why did she seem so dismissive? Did she sense his little thoughts? Did she want to keep her distance? If that was the case, then fine, he wouldn't force it. Although this woman was exceptional, he didn't need to chase after her. He might as well put more effort into pursuing Su Qingwan. No, I was just curious. Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Yang Yifei's heart skipped a beat, fearing he might misunderstand again. She was just curious and wanted to know what was going on. I'm heading back to the Film City office now. Do you want to come with me? Sure, since we're not filming today, I'll go with you. Now that she was in the car, what else could she say? She would just consider it a way to thank him for today. Yang Yifei was wearing shorts. Her long, fair legs were quite captivating, especially that pale skin. It must feel nice to touch. Zhang Yuan had to force himself to look away. Yang Yifei turned her face to the window and saw Zhang Yuan staring at her legs. Her face turned a bit red, suddenly feeling a bit shy. That gaze was too intense. He was indeed normal and still had thoughts about her. Previously, she had doubted Zhang Yuan's interest, but now it seemed to be back to normal. Zhang Yuan drove to the Film City office. He had just received a package that was said to be left there, so he went to pick it up. Yang Yifei watched him curiously and inadvertently caught sight of some unusual information. Her eyes widened in surprise. Film City equity transfer contract. She was shocked. What kind of person was this? He had acquired his company and was now here to acquire the equity of the Film City. She had heard that this Film City was invested in by a state-owned enterprise in Xincheng. How could he buy equity here? He must not be an ordinary person. She was just astonished and didn't say much. Zhang Yuan spoke to the receptionist, who immediately called the chairman's office to confirm, then quickly took them upstairs. In the chairman's office, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes received the call and immediately had someone prepare. He was Lu Jing, the chairman of the Film City Company, which belonged to the Xincheng Film Group. He had just been informed that a new shareholder was coming to inspect today, and the materials had been sent to him. Just as he finished reviewing the materials, the people arrived. When they were brought to the chairman's office, the young man and woman were so striking that he mistakenly thought they were stars filming at the Film City. Are you Mr. Zhang Yuan? Hello, Mr. Lu. I happened to be passing by the Film City to check on the set, so I came to take a look. I hope I'm not disturbing you? Seeing the major shareholder being so polite, Lu Jing smiled even more, not expecting the major shareholder to have such a good temper. Where? I hope you can come over often to guide the work. This is my friend Yang Yifei. There may be some disturbances in the future, so Mr. Lu, please be forgiving. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and introduced Yang Yifei to him. Yang Yifei would often be filming in the future and might need some resources from the Film City, so it was a good opportunity to introduce her. So it's Miss Yang. No wonder I thought you looked a bit familiar. It's true that seeing is believing. You're even more beautiful in person. In a formal manner, Lu Jing was polite to Yang Yifei, considering Zhang Yuan's face. After all, in his eyes, even those directors were nothing much, let alone a small star. Yang Yifei accepted this with ease, knowing that she would be part of Zhang Yuan's company in the future. With her connections, she understood that the respect was due to Zhang Yuan. The two sat in the Film City company for a while before leaving for the city. Just as they left, Lu Jing called his assistant over and instructed, "Check if Yang Yifei has any projects in our Film City recently, find out who the director is, and bring me the venue rental contract." "Okay, Chairman." Since it was the major shareholder making an appearance, Lu Jing felt that he just wanted to let him know that his people were here and to help out when possible. Otherwise, why would he come all the way to the suburban film city? On the way back to the city with Yang Yifei, Zhang Yuan was driving when Chen Liang called him, and Zhang Yuan put it on speaker. Yuan, are you free tomorrow?" "What for?" "If there's something, I'm not free. If there's nothing, then I am. You better make time. I need you for something. Drive your most expensive sports car and come with me to show off." "What the hell did you do that requires such a display?" Zhang Yuan was curious about what kind of show-off event Chen Liang was talking about, but it wasn't convenient to ask for details now, or else Yang Yifei might misunderstand him again. "I'll send you an address later. I have a Koenigsegg, come over and drive it tomorrow." "What the hell, a Koenigsegg? Father, please accept my bow." Hearing the name of the car, Chen Liang immediately got excited. This would definitely be a showstopper, sure to amaze everyone. Listening to their conversation, Yang Yifei couldn't help but smile. These two were so amusing. "Can you take me to see it?" After Zhang Yuan finished the call, Yang Yifei surprisingly made such a request. I don't even know what kind of gathering it is. What if he's trying to impress a girl? If I show up, the other girls will be overshadowed, and we might steal the spotlight." Zhang Yuan didn't want to betray his friend. If there were girls introduced, wouldn't Yang Yifei block his chances? That wouldn't be good at all. "Alright, I envy you guys who can hang out together. Then I won't go." Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Yang Yifei gave up on the idea of wanting to go alone. This time, after sending Yang Yifei back, their relationship seemed to have warmed up a lot. He was invited to her home for tea. Yes, it was that kind of very proper tea drinking. Yang Yifei performed tea art, a fairy-like beauty, naturally exuding charm. Back at his own home, Zhang Yuan finally called Chen Liang to ask what was going on. It's nothing major. They pulled me into a group with some rich second-generation kids from the city. They have a gathering tomorrow, and you must have a sports car to attend, so I can only rely on you. Alright, do you prefer Ferrari or Lamborghini or McLaren? Take one to drive. Zhang Yuan directly offered to lend a car. He had a few too many sports cars and couldn't drive them all. "Are you serious?" "Of course, it's just a car. Why are you so surprised?" Adoptive father, no need to thank me for your great kindness. If you have a girl you fancy, I will definitely be your wingman. You're too ugly. After getting a bit heated with Yang Yifei in the evening, Zhang Yuan quietly slipped out after seeing his parents asleep. Chen Yui's fiery figure provided him with some solace, and the two had only recently started this activity, now in their honeymoon phase. Knowing Zhang Yuan was coming, Chen Yui prepared early. She knew what attracted him, so she made sure to wash herself up nicely, wearing the Victoria's Secret set he had bought for her last time, finally having a chance to use it. In the days Zhang Yuan was away, she had moved into their new home alone and redecorated it, waiting for this man to return. This was their new home, and she wanted to sway freely here, doing what they loved most. On the way to Chen Yui's house, Zhang Yuan drove while grabbing today's group buy items, thinking that if he got too into it later, he might forget. Building C, Tianjie, Shening District, 999.99 yuan. What a good deal. Office buildings, hotels, and commercial properties are all very stable real estate. In this city, there won't be such big fluctuations. Owning real estate is much more enjoyable than running a company. This is the best way to invest passively. Even if he later sells at half price, having bought in at a minuscule fraction, he would still make a profit. Click. The password lock clicked open, and Zhang Yuan walked in. This girl had sent him a string of numbers, and seeing them made him laugh. It was a date. He understood what it meant. Chen Yui had set their first fusion date as the password, indicating how much she valued that day. "Darling, you finally came. I missed you so much." Chen Yui's voice came from the room, but she didn't come out. Zhang Yuan could only follow the sound to see what she was up to. Pushing open the slightly ajar bedroom door, he was greeted by a somewhat seductive ambience. There lay the beauty on the bed, clad in a mysterious black Victoria's Secret sexy outfit, concealing certain areas just enough to be enticing. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, this girl knows how to seduce. Although he had been with many recently, none had these tricks. This was the first time he felt his heart racing. At this moment, Chen Yui was actually quite nervous. She had taken such a big risk to learn this, hoping to firmly capture his heart. When she saw him looking at her, she knew she had succeeded tonight. Zhang Yuan gazed at the beauty, breathing heavily, not blinking, thinking about how to break through this layer of restraint. Darling, do you like it? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Come and cherish me. Chen Yui's delicate voice was like a war horn, igniting a fierce battle. Chen Liyang took a taxi early in the morning to Zhang Yuan's new villa. This guy changes places too quickly. He's already got a villa. Looks like I need to work harder. Looking at the atmosphere of the villa area, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious, murmuring to himself, "Hey, which building are you in? I've arrived at your neighborhood." After a long time, someone finally picked up the phone, and Chen Liyang couldn't help but complain, wondering why no one came to pick him up. Ah! A girl's soft gasp came from the other end of the line, and Chen Liyang glanced at the number he dialed. That's right, it was this bastard's number. Ahem, you go home and wait for me. My parents are at home. I'll come over later. Zhang Yuan's voice came through, and he remembered he was supposed to show off with Chen Liyang today. Last night, in a fit of anger, he had gone to find Chen Yue to cool off and had forgotten. Damn, such beastly behavior with no humanity. Chen Liyang hung up the phone, cursing under his breath. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chen Yue apologized, feeling guilty. She had let out a moan when her hair got pressed, worried that it would cause trouble for Zhang Yuan. It's fine, a good buddy of mine. I'll take you to meet him sometime. Chen Yue felt touched that he was willing to introduce her to someone. Feeling the delicate figure of the beauty beside him, Zhang Yuan teased her for a while longer. If it weren't for Chen Liyang waiting at home today, he would have wanted to. After a series of delays after getting up, Zhang Yuan finally returned home about an hour later. At the entrance of the villa, he saw a guy squatting under a tree at the gate, who immediately ran over excitedly when he saw his car. Dude, why did you take so long to come back? Chen Liyang looked resentful. He had been waiting there for an hour. Didn't I tell you to wait at home? Why are you squatting here like a beggar? Aren't you afraid the property management will catch you? I didn't bring anything. I felt embarrassed. You didn't even tell me your parents were here. I went in empty-handed. Chen Liyang was speechless. He wanted to buy some gifts but had no idea when Zhang Yuan would return, so he could only wait at the gate. You brat, still treating me like a stranger. Zhang Yuan was also helpless, so he let him into the car and drove home. Bringing Chen Liyang inside, he shyly greeted his parents, and since it was mealtime, they decided to eat at home before heading out. When they reached the garage, Chen Liyang's eyes lit up upon seeing the cars. Wow, Zhang Yuan, you really are something. So many cars. What are these two sports cars? This one is a Lykan Hypersport, and this one is a Koenigsegg. You can take the Koenigsegg, it should be flashy enough. Gulp. Chen Liyang looked at the stunning supercar, his eyes filled with excitement, unable to help but swallow hard. Are you talking about the Lykan Hypersport from Dubai? Yeah, what else could it be? There's only this brand of supercar, right? Wow, you can even buy a Lykan Hypersport? Zhang Yuan, are you really that Zhang Yuan? You were hiding it too well, pretending to be poor. Chen Liyang was utterly speechless. Although he couldn't afford a car, every guy knew a bit about supercars. The Lykan Hypersport was worth over 100 million, and it was the kind that even the wealthy couldn't easily buy. Zhang Yuan was definitely a rich second generation, but his parents looked very simple. This family was too much alike. It's no big deal. Do you want to try the Lykan? Chen Liyang shook his head, feeling his heart race just looking at it. He would be too nervous. Forget it, I'm afraid my hands will shake. This car is too expensive. I can't even imagine what it would be like to have 100 million in cash on the street. How much is this Koenigsegg? I think it's over 30 million. Actually, it was just a few dozen bucks. Zhang Yuan thought to himself. How about we switch cars? Why? I'm scared. I've already mentally prepared for a few million, but these two are too shocking. I'd be heartbroken if I scratched one. Alright, you drive the Koenigsegg, and I'll take the Lykan. Today, I'll make sure you look good. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered with him, tossed the Koenigsegg keys to him, and climbed into the Lykan. Vroom vroom. The roar of the supercar's engine echoed as the Lykan and Koenigsegg drove out of Zhang Yuan's house one after the other. It just so happened that Zhang Yuan had nothing to do today, so he wanted to go out with Chen Liyang. Life should have women, but gatherings with brothers couldn't be pushed aside either. If every day was filled with the opposite sex, something would still feel missing. In a venue on the outskirts of Xinjiang, many luxury cars appeared today for some unknown reason. Red Ferraris, yellow Lamborghinis, black McLarens, white Porsches, and the owners were a group of young people, both male and female. Yi Qing, didn't you say I was supposed to bring a friend today? Why haven't I seen anyone? A young man with dyed yellow hair asked a slightly plump man with a look of interest. Huang Xin, what's the rush? He's on his way. Is that so? He better not be scared to come, for gatherings like ours. you at least need to drive a supercar worth over $1 million. The slightly plump man, named Yi Ching, was indeed waiting for someone, Chen Liyang. They had met at a company drinking party, sharing some common interests, and knowing Chen Liyang's status at Wulu Media, he invited him to a supercar gathering in Xinjiang. Of course, he had already mentioned it to Chen Liyang, who had said it was no problem. After all, he had plenty of supercars. Come on, your broken car is only worth over 6 million, and you're showing off in front of me. My friend's car would probably make you call him dad. Yi Ching had asked Chen Liyang what car he would drive, and Chen Liyang only said it was a secret, but the car's value was definitely over 5 million. Pfft, I know plenty of people in Xinjiang who drive cars worth over 5 million. I wonder what kind of good car your friend Chen has. I don't know. I've never seen it. Yi Ching didn't deny it, he really hadn't seen it, but considering the other party was a shareholder of Wulu Media, he couldn't be of too low status. Hey, I told you to think a bit, look at you, believing everything you hear. I even said my uncle is Musk. Huang Xin, have you hit your head? My friend is at least a shareholder of Wulu Media, he's not as pathetic as you say. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired guy thought for a moment. Wulu Media, he seemed to have heard of it somewhere, but it didn't seem that impressive, right? TCH, I thought it was some big company. Isn't Wulu Media just a small brothel? Someone nearby interjected, looking disdainful. What did you say? What do you mean? Xin that Wulu Media is into those MCNs, specifically signing some streamers. You know what female streamers are for, right? Is this the online version of a brothel? Ha ha ha, you make a good point. I thought it was some high-end industry. The two of them were unabashedly criticizing, making Yi Ching's expression turn a bit ugly. Vroom vroom vroom. A powerful supercar engine roared from a distance, a sound far more intense than any supercar they had driven. Before long, they saw a unique supercar approaching them. What the hell? What supercar is that? Several people widened their eyes, staring intently at the approaching supercar, when suddenly someone shouted, "Wolf's Child, that's a Lycan Hypersport, so awesome." Everyone thought they were hallucinating. After all, the Wolf's Child had never appeared in Xinjiang, nor had they heard of anyone buying this supercar. Is it really the Wolf's Child? Yes, absolutely. I swear on my ancestors, this car is 100% a Lycan Hypersport. The first person to spot it immediately swore he couldn't afford it, but he definitely recognized it. Once the car came to a stop, a rather handsome man got out, instantly attracting the attention of several girls. Yi Ching, is that your friend? After a while, the yellow-haired guy reacted and asked Yi Ching. No, I don't know him. Then that's strange. How did he get here? If no one introduced him, he wouldn't know our gathering place. Just as he finished speaking, another supercar roared, and it was yet another different one. Sure enough, everyone soon saw another unique supercar driving towards them. Wow, a Koenigsegg is here too. This supercar was quickly recognized by someone, immediately drawing everyone's attention. I don't know what day it is today, but two amazing supercars have appeared in Xinjiang, leaving everyone bewildered. The Wolf's Child is one thing, there's hardly one in the whole country, but at least there are a few Koenigseggs, and they know there's one in Xinjiang. Is young Master Qin here too? This is the rich second generation in Xinjiang who owns a Koenigsegg, surnamed Qin, named Qin Si. I don't know, but I heard his Koenigsegg isn't this color. Before the onlookers could figure out who it was, they saw another man get out of the car, who could only be described as average looking. Damn, Zhang Yuan, did you eat a rocket? You got here so fast. Chen Liyan had a bitter expression. He didn't even know how nervous he was driving. Liyan. Yi Ching recognized the newcomer and immediately went up to greet him. Brother Ching, I'm here. Let me introduce you to my brother. As soon as Chen Liyan saw Yi Ching, he pulled him in front of Zhang Yuan. The smiles on their faces left Huang Mao dumbfounded. Damn it, this is too much. If you had told me your friend was driving a Koenigsegg, I wouldn't have said all this. It's too damn embarrassing. That was a 6 million supercar, and in front of these two, it's not even a younger brother. The Wolf's Child is worth over 100 million, and the Koenigsegg starts at 30 million. This is a disaster. I shouldn't have tried to show off in front of Yi Ching. I didn't expect this guy to go all out and know such impressive people. Could this car be rented? That's impossible. He wasn't that foolish. Who would rent out a Koenigsegg, and who could even rent a Wolf's Child? The arrival of Zhang Yuan and Chen Liyang attracted everyone's attention. They became the new center of attention, and everyone came over to greet them, wanting to get to know these unfamiliar young masters, especially the one with a bit of charm, who had already caught the eye of several rich girls. It was simply too well matched. I drive a Porsche, and he drives a Lycan, such a perfect match. How could I miss out on such a quality man? Li Yang, you really have been hiding too deep. Yi Ching touched the front of the Koenigsegg and said to Chen Liyang with a sigh. Chen Liyang didn't expect that what he said to Jiang Shen would be used on himself so quickly. Brother Yang, hello. Brother Yang. Chen Liyang's status changed. Many people who had heard of him or knew him automatically came over to call him Brother Yang, and his standing in the circle rose rapidly. Even Yi Qing, who invited Chen Liyang, shared in the glory. He felt fortunate about his friendships. In the rich second-generation circle of Xinjiang, he was just one among many, but after today, Yi Qing's status naturally increased. It was simple. It was because the two people he invited drove the top supercars in Xinjiang, without exception, the very best. The most explosive reaction came from Huang Mao, who had been arguing with Yi Qing, Huang Xin. He was now somewhat at a loss for words. If you had said you knew such people earlier, I wouldn't have said a word. Just with the Koenigsegg, it was already powerful enough to blow apart their second-generation circle. The key was that he also showed up with a unique Wolf's Child supercar. This must be the world of the top wealthy. After some hesitation, he could only step forward to greet them. Everyone was in this circle. If they really made an enemy, and if the other party's status was too powerful, one glance from them could ruin his family. Looking at the majestic presence of those two top supercars, many felt a pang of envy, the kind that comes from not being able to reach the grapes. Huang Xin no longer had the swagger he had just moments ago. He was now questioning his life. When did such big shots appear in Xinjiang? He bragged about his own sports car all day long, but in front of these two big shots, Koenigsegg and Wolf's Child, it was simply worthless. Let's put it this way, every person in this crowd owns a sports car worth millions, and they all think of themselves as the top-tier rich second generation in the city. However, right now, they all feel a bit ashamed. Their cars, their status, might just be a small fry in front of these two. In short, they feel like poor losers. When out and about, some external possessions actually represent a person's outward identity, showcasing the owner's status to the outside world, like Maybachs, Patek Philippe's, Rolls-Royces, etc., which are all true symbols of wealth. This son of a wolf is worth $1 billion. Even if you say the person driving it is the son of the richest man, I would believe it, not to mention anything else. No way, I must cling to this big shot. So I immediately changed my expression and ran over to Yi Qing. Hey, Xingu, what's up, Wang Dishao? Didn't you just look down on me? No way, you must have heard wrong, absolutely not. Huang Xin rubbed his hands together and shamelessly replied, Humph, look at your fawning face, what's going on? Nothing, Xingu, please help me with an introduction. Yi Qing glanced at him disdainfully. This guy really has thick skin. Just a moment ago, he was acting all high and mighty, and now he's so obsequious, it's disgusting. Xingu, I'll treat you to a meal. Huang Xin directly grabbed Yi Qing's arm and pleaded. Nothing was more important than getting to know these two right now. Alright, I'll introduce you. Yi Qing thought for a moment and ultimately agreed. Li Yang, let me introduce you to some new friends? Chen Li Yang looked at Zhang Yuan, who nodded at him. Chen Li Yang still needed Zhang Yuan to help him manage some business in the future, so expanding his network in the city was useful. Previously, Chen Li Yang had joined this circle through the introduction of the owner of Wolu Media, but he couldn't get into the core circle. Now, everything had changed. He had become the core of the core circle. In business, many things are actually a reflection of networking resources. Whether a project is done for you or for someone else, it can be completed just the same. Since the results are the same, why not give it to someone familiar or someone with whom you have a personal connection? Zhang Yuan now had some industries under his control, which certainly couldn't grow independently. They still needed the network to develop and progress together, leading to relationships with some enterprises, whose owners were likely to appear in this circle. Huang Xin successfully struck up a conversation with Chen Li Yang, and several young people gathered around him. In contrast, several rich second-generation girls flocked to Zhang Yuan, inquiring about him. It wasn't just casual chatting, they were adding each other as friends, looking for a familiar opportunity. This situation naturally pleased Zhang Yuan. Having more girls around is great. They're fair and fragrant. Who wants to be stuck with a bunch of stinky men? Yanggu, we haven't seen a Koenigsegg on the track yet. Can we get a look? Someone among the rich second generation in the crowd brought up this idea, instantly resonating with everyone. What they really wanted was to witness the charm of the son of the wolf, but seeing the owner surrounded by women made them hesitant to interrupt, so they had to settle for seeing the Koenigsegg instead. Hee, my driving skills aren't that great. How about I let my brother take a lap? Chen Li Yang scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. His driving skills were completely inadequate. This was his first time driving a Koenigsegg, and asking him to race on the track was just bullying. However, with Zhang Yuan around, this kid's driving skills could stuff 3 eggs in his mouth. One word, incredibly awesome. That would be great. Can we see that big shot take the stage? Definitely. Chen Li Yang guaranteed, walking over to Zhang Yuan's side. Old Zhang, they want to open their eyes and see the charm of the Koenigsegg, and you know my driving skills aren't great. How about you take a lap? This was Chen Li Yang's chance to showcase himself. He naturally wanted to establish his prestige among the crowd in this way. Alright, but it's too boring to run alone. Who wants to race me for 2 laps? If you win, I'll give you a bonus of 1 million. Zhang Yuan was not pretentious, he had to give Chen Liyang this opportunity, so he decided to involve everyone, making it a group activity to get familiar with each other while having fun. Come on, you don't need to raise the stakes, I just want you to run 2 laps. Chen Liyang quickly stopped him, he certainly didn't have 1 million in his pocket. Don't worry, this little money is just for fun. We can all play together, and you can join too. If you win, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Then I have to take action, I really need the gas money. Ha, how about you guys? Who's willing to join? Zhang Yuan glanced at the crowd and provocatively shouted. With Zhang Yuan's encouragement, a few people confident in their driving skills chose to participate, each contributing between 100,000 to 200,000 as the prize pool. Since this big shot was putting in 1 million, they felt they should at least contribute something. 100,000 or 200,000 was manageable for them. Huang Xian, you have to join. Didn't you always call yourself the little car god of Qiuming Mountain? Seeing Huang Mao hesitating, Yi Qing quickly urged him. What he hoped most was for this big shot brought by Chen Liyang to give Huang Xian a good lesson, making him realize that there are always greater talents out there. Go, you must go. Huang Xian nodded, he couldn't afford to lose face any longer. He couldn't even muster the courage to step up, otherwise, how would he survive in the future? Huang Xian's supercar was a Lamborghini Revuelto, priced at over 6 million, which was quite impressive among supercars, so he had always been a bit flashy. I'll put in 500,000 as a stake. What about you, Yi Qing? I can't compare to you, but since Li Yang is in, I can't fall behind either. I'll put in 300,000. In no time, the total prize money had reached 3 million. Chen Liyang felt a bit awkward, he had come to show off today, but he couldn't say it out loud because he had no money. Just when he was at a loss for words, Zhang Yuan reminded him to check his phone, and Chen Liyang quickly took it out to take a look. He received a transfer notification on his phone. His bank account had received a transfer of 500,000, which must have been sent by Zhang Yuan. I'll also put in 500,000. Chen Liyang finally had the confidence to say this, and that feeling was truly exhilarating, making him feel great inside, as if he were throwing money around. Being rich was indeed wonderful. The place where they gathered today was originally a racetrack, and the racing circuit was already set up. Now that the prize money was gathered, everyone was ready. The track here was 5 kilometers long per lap, with 14 different turns, including 7 left turns and 7 right turns. The longest straight was 1,175 meters, and the maximum allowed speed could reach 327 kilometers per hour, making it a standard racing venue. When there were no races, it served as a place for these rich second-generation kids to compete and have fun, to show off their supercars. After all, Shenzhen is a coastal city with no mountains, so the car god of Qiuming Mountain couldn't race on mountain roads, and going out at night to show off could easily lead to trouble, making the racetrack the best choice. Old Jiang, is it okay? Neither of them had been to this racetrack before, and they were unfamiliar with the course, so Chen Liyan was a bit worried. No problem. Watch me take first place with my eyes closed. Zhang Yuan was unconcerned, his driving skills were good enough to compete in F1, and he wasn't worried at all. You're quite something, but I might not be able to handle it. If I lose that 500,000, I'll pay you back when I have the money. Although he was driving a top-tier hypercar like the Koenigsegg, Chen Liyan was self-aware, having only just gotten used to it for half a day and not fully understanding the car's specific performance. Don't worry, I'll show you what a car god is. Be careful, this beast that can reach 300 miles per hour is still pretty terrifying. You should go break in the Koenigsegg yourself. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, jumped into his car, and prepared to drive to the starting point. With a roar like a beast, the wolf's son roared to life, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The sound was truly exhilarating, and its beautiful lines were as captivating as a top beauty. Seeing Zhang Yuan had left, Chen Liyan also started the Koenigsegg. With these two top hypercars leading the way, the Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and McLarens waiting to hit the track formed a long line heading to the starting point. Today was mainly a lap race, which would only take a few minutes, 5 kilometers per lap. If they could reach speeds over 200 miles per hour, it might just take a little over a minute. The 5 hypercars for the first lap were already lined up: Zhang Yuan, Chen Liyan, Yi Qing, Huang Xian, and a woman with punk makeup, looking quite heroic, probably a woman of great talent. The track was 12 to 18 meters wide, spacious enough, and everyone was ready, watching the flag-waving person ahead. The 5 cars were growling softly, waiting for the flag to drop. They were all focused, silently counting down, 5, 4, 3. When the flag dropped, the 5 hypercars shot out like arrows, and the roar of the racecourse erupted. These million-dollar hypercars had similar acceleration times. Some were only a few tenths of a second apart, at most 1 or 2 seconds. For example, the Wolf's Son had a 0 to 100 km per hour time of 2.8 seconds, the Koenigsegg Agera was 2.9 seconds, the Lamborghini Rivuelto was 2.5 seconds, the Ferrari 488 was 3 seconds, and the McLaren 720s had a 0 to 100 km per hour time of 2.9 seconds. If it took more than 3 seconds, that car would be quite embarrassing, clearly at the bottom tier. Despite the Wolf's Son being expensive, its performance wasn't necessarily top-notch. It was mainly valued for its rarity, not because the most expensive was the best. The Wolf's Son had a maximum power of 750 horsepower, while the Rivuelto boasted 1016 horsepower, a significant difference. After all, Lamborghini was a professional car manufacturer, and that foundation was evident. So Huang Xin was only intimidated by the value of the Wolf's Son, not its actual strength. At this moment, on the racecourse, the 5 hypercars sped out like arrows released from a bow. In just a few seconds, the gap became apparent. The Wolf's Son and Rivuelto were neck and neck at the front, followed closely by the McLaren 720s, then the Ferrari 488, and surprisingly, at the back was the Koenigsegg Agera. Chen Liyang truly lacked skill. He was still trying to adapt, and a single press of the accelerator had him launched in a daze. This was just too fast. When the performance of these hypercars was similar, it came down to individual driving skills. If it were about car prices, Zhang Yuan would definitely win hands down. However, with the performance of these cars not differing much in their 0 to 100 km per hour acceleration being comparable, just a few hundred meters in, 3 cars were already side by side. Zhang Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Straight-line acceleration wasn't a reflection of skill. He was preparing for the second turn, where the first turn was almost like a straight line, close to a rounded corner, making overtaking difficult unless one went off the road, which would be meaningless. The rich second-generation spectators on the stage were now somewhat confused. Wasn't it said that the Wolf Child and the Koenigsegg were impressive? Why did it feel like they couldn't keep up with Huang Xin's Lamborghini? It seems the Koenigsegg is out of the race. I should have joined in earlier. Maybe they're not familiar with this track and need time to adapt, unlike you who comes here to play every day. But Huang Xin's skills are quite good. Look how he's closely tailing the Wolf Child, not losing at all. Now everyone was most concerned about how the Wolf Child would showcase its worth of 100 million. They were eager to see the Wolf Child stand out among these competitors, though some hoped the Lamborghini would win, as that would give them a chance to beat the Lamborghini in the future. Opportunities to see the Wolf Child racing again would be rare. On the track, Zhang Yuan glanced at the Lamborghini to his right, its relentless spirit running parallel to him. You think you can overtake me? Impossible. Showtime. In the second turn, Zhang Yuan didn't slow down at all. He turned the steering wheel sharply, executed a beautiful drift, and returned to the main track. With another push on the gas, the Wolf Child shot forward like an arrow, already several meters ahead of the Lamborghini, which could only watch its rear. Beautiful. That turn was executed so professionally. This person can't be a professional racer, can he? The spectators couldn't help but exclaim. They believed they couldn't match such cornering skills. By the time the Lamborghini and McLaren made it through the turn, the Wolf Child had already pulled ahead by nearly 3 car lengths. There were still many turns ahead. If the Wolf Child could overtake in every turn, victory was almost guaranteed. The Wolf Child's lead made the Lamborghini behind feel a bit unwilling. With another roar, it pressed the gas, now reaching nearly 200 miles per hour. The 5 cars had reformed their lineup, the Wolf Child in first, Lamborghini second, McLaren third, Ferrari fourth, and Koenigsegg fifth. Yi Qing glanced at the rearview mirror. Why was the Koenigsegg still a bit behind? Chen Liyang was invited by him. He didn't want to win against him or let Chen Liyang lose face, as losing face here could harm their relationship in the future. After all, no one wanted to embarrass themselves in public. He thought he should come up with a plan later. Chen Liyang was aware of his own situation, but he was already at 140 miles per hour, feeling extremely nervous. He had never driven this fast before. Only Huang Xin was determined to take first place. If he could beat the Wolf Child, he would regain all the face he lost today, turning the tables in front of Yi Qing and the others. Just thinking about it made him anxious. Big bull, you have to step it up. On the 5-kilometer track, Zhang Yuan hadn't looked at the map and didn't know how many turns and straight sections there were. Anyway, he had already formed muscle memory. The driving skills he had acquired since being enlightened, combined with the time he had spent driving sports cars, had allowed him to reach a great level of control over the vehicle. Up ahead is a hairpin turn. If Huang Xin can overtake there, he might catch up to the Wolf Child. Otherwise, after this hairpin, he might only see the taillights. Yes, the upcoming turns are all opportunities for Huang Xin. If he doesn't seize them well, he really won't be able to catch up. The spectators in the stands began to discuss among themselves. At this point, the wolf child's advantage was too obvious. It seemed likely to take first place. Zhang Yuan arrived at the racetrack today, wanting to test the top-notch driving skills he had acquired. Driving on the road had been unsatisfying. He was afraid of getting caught when exceeding 100 miles per hour. Only on the racetrack could he fully unleash the speed of the wolf's son, with a maximum speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Today, he would give it his all to see what level he could reach. While everyone was chatting, Zhang Yuan had already reached the first hairpin turn. They all watched nervously to see how he would handle it. Just moments ago, he had overtaken someone on that curve. To be honest, many could do that, like drifting. At least 3 or 4 people in their group could manage it. Whoosh! On the screen, Zhang Yuan had perfectly drifted through the turn. It was simply flawless. No, it should be called perfect. When he drifted through that hairpin, he didn't even touch the roadside. The car god of Akina, even Takumi Fujiwara might not be able to pull off such a perfect move. Who is this guy? Is he a disciple of Schumacher? The spectators were dumbfounded. They had never seen anything like it. From then on, it became Zhang Yuan's personal show, perfectly drifting through every turn, stretching the distance between him and the Lamborghini further and further, causing the second-place driver to lose their composure. 1 minute and 48 seconds, Zhang Yuan reached the finish line. Almost 40 seconds later, the Lamborghini and McLaren finally appeared at the finish, with the 2 cars finishing in second and third place by a narrow margin. Another 40 seconds passed before the Koenigsegg showed up, followed by the Ferrari. Yi Qing came in 5th, and everyone exchanged knowing smiles, understanding what that meant. They had all raced on this track with Yi Qing. No one would take that long, so there was only one reason for it. The crowd gathered at the finish line, surrounding the owner of the wolf's son's car, showering him with praise. Brother Yuan, you're amazing. Yeah, you're about to catch up to the car god's record. Today really opened our eyes. That drift was too perfect. There was still some distance from the king of cars record, but he was driving an F1, and Zhang Yuan didn't consider himself lacking. He was very satisfied with his driving skills. Achieving this result was a significant reflection of his improvement. The guy with the yellow hair sulked as he walked over to congratulate Zhang Yuan. Brother Yuan, your skills are truly impressive. I hope to have the chance to learn from you in the future. Ah, you're too kind. Zhang Yuan walked over to the Koenigsegg, where Chen Liang had yet to get out of the car. He knocked on the window, and when the door opened, Chen Liang looked helplessly ahead. Damn, Lao Jiang, my legs are a bit weak. Let me rest for a moment. Chen Liang hadn't driven much, so it was indeed tough for him. After probably getting his driver's license, this might have been his first time behind the wheel. Just managing to drive to the finish without any incidents was already impressive. Alright, take a break then. You don't have to run anymore. You wouldn't be contributing anyway. Lao Jiang, can you not be so discouraging? How can I compare to a freak like you? Ugh. Zhang Yuan quickly ran off. This guy still needed to practice more. It was just a few laps, and he was already feeling sick. Really, no way to comment. Ah, Brother Yuan, from now on, you will be my idol. Zhang Yuan was suddenly pulled by a girl, who was even more excited than he was. She was the one who had just driven the McLaren. Although she only finished third, she wasn't upset at all because she had seen a master today. She had been closely following Zhang Yuan, watching him drift for the first time, which made her heart race. Big brother, your drifting skills are too perfect. Can you teach me? She hugged Zhang Yuan's arm and shook it, completely unconcerned about how others viewed her. Right now, she was just Zhang Yuan's little fan. Actually, this sentence reflects the thoughts of many people. Even Huang Xin, who has the best driving skills here, didn't dare to say anything after losing, let alone them. Their driving skills are impressive, and their cars are the most expensive. What opinions can you have? You can only feel envious. However, if this master could teach them a thing or two, wouldn't they drive even smoother in the future, making the girls' hearts flutter even more? I don't really know how to teach, it's all practice. Zhang Yuan awkwardly touched his nose. This is a skill I acquired through experience. I don't know how to teach others. Can you sit in my passenger seat later and teach me how to drive? Give me some reminders? The woman wasn't bad looking, although she had a bit of a quirky vibe. It was clear she was genuine, otherwise, she wouldn't be racing with this group of rich second-generation kids. Everyone wanted to laugh. Their little witch was actually asking a man for help, which was rare. This little witch was a tough girl who never looked at these stinky men. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yay, you're so nice, big brother. She immediately gave Zhang Yuan a bear hug. Zhang Yuan still didn't know her name and felt a bit violated. Men have to protect themselves out there. There are female rascals. But beauty is justice, and with the girl's looks, none of that mattered. The race had to continue, and the second round participants needed to prepare. Although it didn't really matter anymore, those who had pooled money earlier all had a share, and they had to let them race a bit. Now it was all about participation. After all, anyone could manage a lap in a minute and a half here. The girl ran over to discuss with another girl, and soon the other girl nodded at her. "Big brother, I found a good car. This time, I need you to accompany me for a lap." "Sure, no problem." Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. What's the big deal? Riding in a beautiful girl's fancy car is a wonderful thing. A pink Aston Martin pulled up in front of them, and a girl got out, saying to them, "Choo-choo, the car is in your hands. You have to give us some face." Aston Martin, not bad, she has good taste, unlike some girls who only chase Ferraris and Porsches. "Don't worry, with a master like you here, I will definitely take first place." So this girl is called Choo-choo. Indeed, she is charming and has a hot figure. Zhang Yuan just watched. These rich second-generation kids can't be played with recklessly. If he can't shake them off later or gets forced into marriage, that would be ridiculous, but it doesn't hurt to appreciate. Sitting in the passenger seat of the beautiful girl's Aston Martin, Choo-choo was already itching to go, stepping on the gas with a roar. That sound, how can this girl be so wild? Hidden beneath such a pink exterior is a beast. With a flag waved, several supercars sped out again. This model is clearly not the Aston Martin 1-77. Its acceleration to 100 km per hour is relatively slower, around 3.6 seconds. Overall, Aston Martin's main models are relatively weaker in this acceleration compared to other brands. Fortunately, the models they were competing against weren't that great either, with the worst being the Porsche 911, McLaren GT, etc. Focusing mainly on entertainment. After the car shot out, it still couldn't take the first position. After all, the car wasn't excellent, and the starting straight was about a few hundred meters, not allowing for much advantage. Don't be nervous. On this kind of track, you win by taking the turns. Accelerating first only makes you a second or two slower. It's not important. Zhang Yuan looked at the beauty named Choo-choo, whose eyes were fixed ahead, and reassured her to relax a bit. "Big brother, the first turn is coming. What should I do?" In the first turn, he planned to first observe the girl's drifting skills, and then see how to help her improve. "You go ahead and drift in your own style, I'll watch your technique first." "Alright, watch closely." Choo-choo was not modest either. Following her own style, she slightly reduced her speed when approaching the first turn, stabilizing the steering wheel as she passed. Zhang Yuan silently watched, not saying a word. "Hey, is it okay?" After the turn, Choo-choo finally asked, feeling a bit nervous inside, afraid of being scolded. "It's fine, for the next turn, I'll direct you, just follow my instructions." "Okay." Now Choo-choo was in second place, with a yellow Ferrari ahead, having overtaken it by a body length. Soon they reached the second turn, not yet at the hairpin, and Zhang Yuan immediately focused intently on the road, his hand ready beside the steering wheel. "Release the throttle. Step on it. Turn right half a circle." By downshifting and accelerating while steering into the turn to create oversteer, a perfect drift could be achieved when the rear tires began to lose grip. "Floor the throttle. Vroom vroom." The Aston Martin sped past, directly overtaking the leading Ferrari. Wow! This scene excited Choo-choo, making her scream in delight. "Floor the throttle. Straighten the wheel." Zhang Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the track ahead, methodically directing Choo-choo as she maneuvered the Aston Martin. "Now, release the throttle. Suddenly turn the steering wheel left 45 degrees, and give a little throttle with your right foot." The V8 engine of the Aston Martin roared like a beast on the track, the rear tires leaving a trail of blue smoke as it traced a perfect arc through the turn. Each corner was navigated smoothly at the apex, the drifting technique leaving everyone in awe. Choo-choo's skills were known in their circle. They were definitely not this good. Could this master really be that impressive? With just his guidance, she could learn to drift so perfectly? The front of the Aston Martin appeared first at the finish line, racing across as the crowd cheered. 2 minutes and 16 seconds. At the moment the timer on the sidelines announced the time, they were once again shocked. It should be noted that this Aston Martin was only an 8-cylinder with 600 horsepower, while Huang Xian's Lamborghini Revuelto was a 12-cylinder, significantly more powerful, yet it had only managed to run nearly 2.5 minutes. Moreover, this car was slightly weaker compared to Choo-choo's own McLaren, yet she still achieved a time that was over 10 seconds faster, all thanks to her perfect drifting in the turns. Chen Liang was sipping milk tea sent by a certain heiress through a straw, and upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but react. Put! A mouthful of liquid mixed with pearls and taro balls sprayed precisely onto Huang Xian's limited edition AJ in front of him, 10 seconds faster than the record set by Xiango last year. With Yuan-gu around, this is like having a cheat code, right? I'll pay 500,000. Can Yuan-gu teach me to drift? Choo-choo kicked open the car door and jumped out, her excitement making her look like a frenzied ragdoll cat. Yuan-gu! She ran directly to the passenger side, throwing her arms around Jiang Yuan. I declare that from today on, you are my master. A wave of rose fragrance wafted into Jiang Yuan's nostrils, and the sensation made him feel a bit flustered. The two had almost reached the viewing area when they saw the yellow Ferrari appear at the turn on the other end. Choo Choo, you're amazing. The beautiful girl who had lent her the car came over to give Choo Choo a hug, praising her happily. It's all thanks to my master, you have no idea, he's incredible. Choo Choo didn't hide her admiration at all and started chattering with her best friend. Jiang Yuan once again became the center of attention, surrounded by these rich second-generation heirs eager to learn his driving skills. Everyone! Jiang Yuan suddenly raised his voice, the Richard Mille watch on his wrist glinting in the sunset. Since we're having so much fun today, why not continue the party on my yacht this afternoon? The second round of competitors had already returned, and after 2 rounds of racing, Jiang Yuan's results were indisputable, so he would naturally take home the biggest prize. Thus, Jiang Yuan decided to be a good sport and help Chen Liyang gain some fame today. Although most of the recognition would go to him, it wouldn't hurt for these people to know that Chen Liyang had such a tycoon backing him up. Wow, you have a yacht? Chen Liyang's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected this twist. Jiang Yuan, you sly dog, you've hidden it too well. Driving supercars was one level, but owning a yacht was another. Many in Shanghai could afford supercars, but very few could buy a yacht, which undoubtedly marked him as extremely wealthy. A fleet of supercars appeared at the International Yacht Harbor on the east bank of the Yangtze River. On the way there, Jiang Yuan had already called the staff at St. Shi to warm up the boat. They were going to throw a party tonight. Under Susan's guidance, everyone boarded the 29-meter-long white behemoth. At that moment, these rich second-generation young masters suddenly felt like novices. The champagne tower on the second deck reflected the sunset, while the Italian chef was preparing bluefin tuna at the cooking station. Is this the latest St. Shi 101 sport yacht? Someone seemed to recognize it. Fully customized teak deck, dual 2,640 horsepower engines. What's the price? At least 100 million. Another 100 million. This young Master Jiang casually stepped out with over 100 million, a walking fortune. Whoever you fancy, go for it, don't be afraid. Worst case, we'll just spend the night on the boat. Jiang Yuan pulled Chen Liyang aside and quietly urged him. Although he couldn't make a move himself, he wanted Chen Liyang to take this opportunity. It might benefit him in the future with old Chen. Is it really okay? Chen Liyang felt a bit guilty. He was just a pseudo-second-generation heir, with Jiang Yuan as his adoptive father, and he didn't really know much. Jiang Yuan glanced at a few girls in the crowd and patted his shoulder. What are you afraid of? If you succeed, I'll gift you a company. He, really? Adoptive father? Get lost. Alright, the party officially began, and the atmosphere grew intense. Jiang Yuan was referred to as Brother Jiang or Brother Yuan, while Chen Liyang was called Brother Yang. They didn't know Chen Liyang's background, but knowing Brother Jiang was enough. As the party reached its peak, Choo Choo cornered Jiang Yuan at the bar on the third-floor flybridge. Master, you have to teach me more skills in the future. Her voice was sweet and soft, seemingly different from the tough girl at the racetrack. The room had a PS5, and they could play Need for Speed. This hinted at something. What was Master thinking? Nothing, just practicing skills. Heh, it can also be simulated. Oh. Choo Choo's voice carried a hint of melancholy, her rose-scented perfume mingling with the river breeze, creating a cocktail of intoxicating allure. This seemed to be her first time speaking so gently to a man, but she didn't sense any desire from Jiang Yuan. She was a bit confused. The party continued until after 8 in the evening. Those rich second-generation heirs still wanted to hit a bar for a third round, perhaps feeling a bit restrained in this setting. The girls nearby were hesitant to move, merely drinking and enjoying the river breeze. Once the novelty wore off, it lost its charm. After sending everyone off, Jiang Yuan and Chen Liyang returned to the boat, their relationship unaffected. Old Jiang, I really can't understand how wealthy your family is. You can't be the richest in the city, right? Richest my ass, you know where I'm from. I don't know anything now, you're just too good at pretending. It's fine, you'll have it all in the future, as long as I'm around. Damn, do you really want to be my godfather? Good.